My name is Lu Ming, a transmigrator carrying a cheat system called Peerless Sword Immortal, but activating it requires completing 100 sword-swinging duels first. For a month, I've been constantly getting beaten on the training arena of Qiannan No. 1 High School, all because I awakened the most worthless D-level life soul. Today is graduation day, and I'm just 3 sword swings away from activating the system.
Yo, isn't this Lu Ming? What, your wounds healed so fast? Back for another beating?
The school bully Zhang Bo stepped up to the fighting platform, his face wearing a thick sneer. He used to bully the original owner, stealing money, and it was him who worked the original owner to death. Seeing Zhang Bo's arrogant and domineering demeanor, the resentment of this body's original owner surged within me. Almost instinctively, I summoned my long sword, pointing it at Zhang Bo as I roared, "Come fight! Stop acting all high and mighty, you're just a C-grade striped tiger yourself. Cut the crap, let's fight. Are you scared or something?" Zhang Bo, provoked, leaped onto the platform, a phantom image of a striped fierce tiger appearing behind him. He proposed going all in on a big bet. We fresh graduates all had a 50,000 yen loan limit. If I win, he pays me tenfold. If he wins, I give him 50,000. Seeing he actually had 510,000 in savings, I hardened my heart, gritted my teeth, and said, "Fine, I'll take the bet." He immediately raised his sword and thrust forward. Zhang Bo, with the beastly life soul, possessed immense strength and thick hide, his palm clamping down on my sword like iron tongs.
He kicked me in the stomach, sending me flying backward.
Enduring excruciating pain, I staggered to my feet, silently counting, 2 more strikes to go. I swung my sword and thrust again, only to be knocked back once more, blood trickling from the corner of my mouth. The final strike. I gritted my teeth and swung the sword. Zhang Bo got serious, gripping the longsword with one hand while delivering a powerful punch straight to my face. Darkness enveloped my vision as the long-awaited voice echoed in my mind. Host detected completing the task of swinging a sword 100 times in combat.
The Invincible Sword Immortal System is now officially activated. SSS-grade Sword Immortal talent activated.
Host detected with severe injuries.
The novice gift package has been distributed, including 1 instant recovery treatment.
As I silently consented, a warm current flowed through my body, rapidly restoring my injuries and strength. Within a few breaths, I was completely healed.
Open the properties panel.
Name, Lu Ming. Age, 18. Cultivation, unranked, 55/200. Profession, Sword Immortal. SSS, Life Artifact, D-grade Mystic Iron Sword, upgradable.
Open the newbie gift pack.
The beginner's gift pack has been opened, rewarding you with the Supreme Martial Art, 8 Desolations Sword Scripture *1. I sprang up like a carp leaping from water, sheathed my sword, then suddenly drew it again. A flash of white light cut through the air, the sword's speed like rolling thunder. This was the first stance of the 8 Desolations Sword Scripture, the drawing stance. Zhang Bo's face turned grim as he mustered all his soul energy, crossing both palms before him in defense. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The long sword pierced through both his palms, its tip embedding a section into his chest. A C-grade life soul defeated by a D-grade? The people below were stunned. Zhang Bo muttered in disbelief, "How could you possibly break through my defense?" I took out my phone and pulled up the payment QR code. "Enough talking, just transfer the money." He refused, so I raised my hand and slapped him hard while pushing the sword deeper. "Hurry up, or I'll stab you to death with my sword. I have no parents, just a lone bachelor. If I really killed you in the ring, at most I'd just spend a few years in jail." Zhang Bo immediately got scared and transferred the money.
"Thank you.
If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know where to get so much money to rent the spirit gathering array."
With the money safely in hand, I sheathed my longsword contentedly and left the school whistling a tune.
In this world where everyone cultivates martial arts, there are 2 paths after graduation: either take the national joint exam 3 months later to enter an advanced martial academy for further study, or join various factions as a freelancer. The National Unified Exam's minimum requirement is 2nd-grade martial artist status, but I couldn't meet either criterion. Fortunately, I had the system. I arrived at a spirit gathering chamber, where the walls were inscribed with a spirit convergence array capable of drawing in the energy of heaven and earth. A 1st-grade spirit gathering array costs 5,000 per night, while a 2nd-grade one reaches up to 10,000. I said to the front desk with an air of wealth and extravagance, "Book me a 2nd-tier spirit gathering array room for 3 days first." After scanning the code to pay 30,000 yuan, I took the room key and entered. The spirit gathering array activated, releasing dense spiritual energy throughout the room. Taking a deep breath, I felt invigorated and refreshed as I sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion, practicing the basic breathing technique. Host detected absorbing spiritual energy. Experience gained *5. Detected host's cultivation technique is inferior, temporarily granting access to the premium technique vast expanse breathing method trial period. Trial duration, 12h. The system's voice rang out, and spiritual energy immediately surged along a peculiar route. My body absorbed spiritual energy like a whale, devouring it frantically, with cultivation speed now several times faster than before. The spiritual energy automatically operates the technique, completing absorption and refinement. Detected a large amount of spiritual energy absorbed in the body, gained 11 experience points. I estimate it will take at most 1 day to break through to the first rank martial artist. I opened the system's soul panel, soul weapon, Xian iron sword, grade D advancement path, complete enchantments of 9 attributes, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and dark. After enchanting is completed, it can advance to C grade, the ever-changing sword of all attributes. The system provides information on the locations of materials required for enchantment within a 50 kilometers radius of the host.
Would you like to open it? My heart leaped with joy. Open it. 12 hours later, the trial period ended. Spiritual energy within the body has reached its limit, breaking through now.
Congratulations on your successful breakthrough, becoming a first-grade warrior. I stood up excitedly, my aura rising significantly.
Cultivation, first rank, 33 out of 1000.
After switching back to the ordinary breathing technique, the tortoise-like progress left me utterly frustrated. Looks like I need to gather some materials first, otherwise this cultivation speed is just too slow. On the exchange panel, I saw that the vast breathing technique required 10,000 mission points, while 100 mission points could be exchanged for a 1-hour trial card.
Looks like I need to earn some mission points now. Chapter 3, Better to be a fisherman. Zhenzhou City, 10 kilometers east, near the volcano.
Legend has it that a fire attribute mineral vein once ran beneath this land, but it was mined dry, leaving it in its current state.
Though depleted, the fire element here remains far more abundant than elsewhere.
This abundance supports numerous fire attribute medicinal herbs and low-tier fire attribute spirit beasts. According to the system prompt, a grade 2 medicinal herb, the life-fire fruit, grows within this volcanic vein. The life-fire fruit could be used to imbue Lu Ming's black iron sword with fire attribute magic. Although the Lihua volcanic range harbors numerous demon beasts, most are weak and unranked. Even a first-grade demon beast reigns supreme here. The unique environment of the Lihua volcano drew many small clans and powerless graduates here to hunt beasts and gather materials, honing their combat skills and earning cultivation resources. When Lu Ming arrived at the Lihua volcano, the place was already bustling with activity.
Hey, isn't that Lu Ming? You're heading to the Lihua volcano for training too? We're just one person short. Want to join us?
Lu Ming turned to see the speaker, a petite, adorable-looking girl.
She was also one of Lu Ming's classmates, Lin Miao.
Lu Ming wasn't particularly close with her. Their acquaintance was limited to exchanging greetings when they crossed paths. Beside her stood 2 lanky boys, one named In Buxing, the other Jin Pugua. Seeing the trio, Lu Ming's expression turned peculiar. Lin Miao was fine, but it was mainly In Buxing and Jin Pugua. These two were usually thick as thieves with Zhang Bo, sharing a very close bond.
Hearing Lin Miao's words, their expressions darkened. Miao. This isn't right. Zhang Bo and his cousin are about to arrive. What's the point of calling Lu Ming? Aren't you just trying to make things awkward for Zhang Bo?
Lin Miao laughed. Not at all. You all saw Lu Ming's performance yesterday. His strength is at least on par with Zhang Bo's.
He's a classmate too. Having him join us should give us a better chance, right? Miao, why would we need him when my brother's here?
He's a top-tier martial artist.
With him around, there won't be any surprises.
Zhang Bo walked over with a guy whose belly was as round as if he'd been pregnant for 10 months. The chubby guy's eyes lit up when he spotted Lin Miao, grinning and chuckling.
Exactly, sis. With me around, what can't we conquer in the volcano range?
The chubby guy was named Zhang Zhe, Zhang Bo's cousin, a year ahead of Lu Ming and the others. Though he'd also awakened a C-grade soul, his cultivation was ahead, so Zhang Bo treated him with considerable respect.
Seeing Zhang Zhe, Lin Miao's expression stiffened.
She hadn't expected Zhang Bo to actually manage to bring Zhang Zhe along.
Under normal circumstances, even first-rank martial artists wouldn't willingly come to the Lihua volcanic range.
They'd all prefer areas with richer resources.
Lin Miao glanced at Lu Ming apologetically. I'm sorry.
Lu Ming waved dismissively.
I never intended to join you anyway. Goodbye. Lu Ming walked alone into the Lihua volcanic range.
Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Bo's eyes flashed with venom as he whispered to Zhang Zhe.
Bro! That punk just won $500,000 from me. That was money I saved up for ages.
And no one's around to stop us in the Lihua mountains.
How about we find an opportunity?
As he spoke, he made a slashing motion across his throat.
Zhang Zhe held up 3 fingers. You take 30%. The rest is mine.
Though Zhang Bo cursed his brother's greed inwardly, he maintained a flattering smile.
Alright.
Whatever you say, big bro. Lu Ming remained oblivious to their underhanded dealings. Upon entering Lihua volcano, he wasted no time, heading straight for the location indicated by the system prompt. The system indicated the Lihua fruit lay in a mountain hollow within the central part of Lihua volcano, roughly 5 or 6 kilometers from his current location. Lu Ming raced along the path and finally reached the indicated hollow after half an hour. The hollow wasn't large, roughly 100 square meters, covered in yellow and red pebbles and patches of pale yellow grass. Standing on higher ground, Lu Ming began a meticulous search for the fire fruit. Finally, he spotted a plant nearly as tall as himself at the foot of the opposite mountain. Its stems and leaves were small, appearing even less substantial than a sunflower. Beneath its palm-sized leaves, fiery red fruits were hidden.
Found it!
The fruit's appearance matched the system's description exactly. Lu Ming's heart surged with excitement as he sprinted toward the fire fruit. He halted when he was still 500 or 600 meters away. Normally, guardian beasts would surround such spiritual herbs. As a second-grade spiritual herb, the guardian beast protecting this fire-separating fruit should be among the strongest in the entire fire-separating mountain.
Though Lu Ming had the system by his side, he wasn't overconfident.
He found a spot with dense vegetation, crouched down, and carefully observed the area around the fire-leaving fruit. Soon, he spotted a massive serpent beside the leaf fire fruit 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as a human head. Its skin was mottled red and yellow, blending almost seamlessly with the surrounding wild grasses as it lay coiled on the ground.
Name: Poison Fire Snake. Grade: High grade first class.
Powerful, equipped with venomous fangs capable of injecting fire poison, and possessing remarkable speed, it is a formidable demon beast. Its weak points are the triangular area on its head, the lower abdomen 3 inches below the belly, and the back 7 inches above the spine. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the giant snake, and the system immediately displayed its detailed information. This couldn't help but bring a surge of delight to Lu Ming's heart. This feature proved remarkably useful. Henceforth, when encountering unfamiliar beasts, he could preemptively learn their strengths, and weaknesses, granting him a significant advantage in combat. Like martial artists, demon beasts were graded into 9 major ranks, each subdivided into 4 minor tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. Lu Ming was currently only at the first grade, junior level. Even with the sword-pulling technique at his disposal, facing the poison fire snake alone still made him feel uneasy. Just as he was fretting, a commotion arose in the distance.
5 figures entered the mountain hollow. It's them! It was indeed Lin Miao's group. Could they also be here for the fire fruit? Lu Ming concealed his presence, silently observing their every move.
Upon reaching the valley, Lin Miao signaled for the group to halt.
That must be the fire fruit. Its guardian beast is a high-grade poisonous fire snake.
Upon seeing the fire fruit, Zhang Zhe rubbed his hands together excitedly.
It really is the fire fruit. Wow, look at the quantity, quite a lot. We're rich. Zhang Bo's eyes also lit up. Yeah. Roughly counting, there must be over 10 of them. Even if we split them evenly, each of us will walk away with at least over 100,000. Watching their expressions and movements, Lin Miao felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest. Brother Zhe, about the distribution we agreed on earlier. Zhang Zhe laughed heartily. Don't worry, we'll do exactly as you said.
I won't take more than my share.
Ha. Enough chatter. I'll take the lead, you two provide support. We must resolve this as quickly as possible to avoid attracting unwanted attention from others or spirit beasts. After making their arrangements, the group activated their respective soul spirits. Zhang Zhe's life soul was a C-grade swamp toad. As his soul essence activated, his already plump body swelled another size, resembling a bloated balloon. Paws sprouted from his hands and feet. Crouching low, he resembled a giant toad. If not for his tiny human head, it would be hard to tell. Rib bit. With a frog-like croak, Zhang Zhe took the lead, displaying astonishing elasticity as he leaped a great distance forward. In mere moments, he landed directly before the fire fruit. Whoosh! The venomous fire snake spotted them, swiftly coiling its body as it darted out of the grass. Zhang Zhe himself was a high-level martial artist of the first rank. Though demon beasts of the same level held a natural advantage over humans, he couldn't take it down that quickly. With Lin Miao and the others assisting nearby, the battle grew fiercely intense. Watching the group fight, Lu Ming's lips curved into a smile. Ha! Someone else doing the dirty work? Perfect. Chapter 4, What's there to fight over? It's all mine. A year after graduating, Zhang Zhe hadn't enrolled in an advanced martial academy for further study. Instead, he joined a small mercenary group. His daily work involved hunting low-level demon beasts and searching for spirit materials alongside his teammates. His combat experience was extensive. He understood the poison fire snake's strengths and weaknesses, and he knew his own group's advantages. After activating his life soul, his overall capabilities surged dramatically, and certain bodily organs underwent corresponding beastification. Whoosh! Zhang Zhe leapt forward abruptly, propelling himself over 10 meters in a single bound. With a few leaps, he arrived before the venomous fire snake. Without hesitation, it opened its gaping maw. A tongue over 2 or 3 meters long shot out, snapping around the venomous fire snake's head. Now! Seizing the initiative, the other 4 immediately unleashed their own techniques. And Bu Xing and Zhang Bo, both wielding beast soul weapons, closed in swiftly, targeting the venomous fire snake's vital spot with relentless attacks. Guo Puzhen's soul was a wooden staff resembling a withered branch. This was a D-grade decayed twig, a soul essence leaning toward support with a hint of offensive capability. Lin Miao's soul was a fist-sized, dark green sphere. This was a C-grade life orb, a purely supportive soul. The group had clearly strategized beforehand.
Once combat commenced, Zhang Zhe would initiate the attack, temporarily restraining the venomous fire snake to prevent it from spewing its toxic flames.
Zhang Bo and Unboxing would then focus their assault on the snake's weak points.
Lin Miaomiao and Jin Pugua maintained a safe distance, providing rear support. Hiss! The venomous fire snake let out a sharp hiss in pain, its massive body thrashing wildly. Each strike sent shockwaves through the ground, causing it to tremble slightly. Zhang Bo and Jin Pugua were flung backward, crashing heavily to the ground.
I can barely hold him back. Shaoan, Miao Miao. Without needing Zhang Zhe's warning, Lin Miao Miao and Unboxing sprang into action.
Unboxing hurled the withered branch at the venomous fire snake. In the blink of an eye, the branch split like cells dividing, rapidly branching into numerous tendrils. Like iron chains, these branches wrapped around the venomous fire snake, emitting a faint gray glow. Instantly, wisps of white smoke rose from the venomous fire snake's tough hide as blood oozed out. After Lin Miao Miao activated her soul essence, 2 green beams shot forth, landing on Zhang Bo and Jin Pugua.
Their wounds rapidly healed, and under the green light's enhancement, their strength increased slightly. Ah!
Suddenly, Zhang Zhe let out a piercing scream as his massive body was flung away by the venomous fire snake. Simultaneously, his tongue, which had been a pale purple, now turned fiery red, resembling a red-hot branding iron.
Miao Miao. Heal me.
Lin Miao Miao activated the life orb once more, and a dense green light descended upon Zhang Zhe.
With Lin Miao Miao's support, Zhang Zhe's tongue quickly returned to normal.
However, Lin Miao Miao's complexion had grown slightly paler, and the glow of the life orb in her hand had dimmed. Clearly, treating so many simultaneously exceeded her current capabilities. The poison fire snake truly lived up to its reputation as a first-grade perfected demon beast, displaying formidable combat prowess when unleashed to its fullest. Even Zhang Zhe's well-equipped team was beaten into a sorry state. Fortunately, they had prepared thoroughly beforehand. As their spiritual energy neared depletion, each swiftly produced a bottle of basic recovery potion and downed it. The battle raged for a full quarter of an hour. Under the relentless assault of the 5, the poison fire snake's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Another 3 minutes passed before it finally fell completely still. After the battle, aside from Lin Miao Miao and Unboxing who had provided support from the rear, Zhang Zhe and his 2 companions were in a sorry state, each bearing injuries of varying severity. Jin Pugua bore the worst of it, not a single inch of his body remained unscathed, and he'd even lost 2 front teeth.
Finally got that beast down. Brother Zhe, I'm badly hurt this time. Could you give me a bigger share of the money for treatment?
Jin Pugua kicked the poisonous fire snake with his foot, his face plastered with flattery as he looked at Zhang Zhe. His missing front teeth caused his speech to be slightly slurred, giving his words a comical ring.
A flash of displeasure flickered in Zhang Zhe's eyes, but he quickly concealed it.
He laughed heartily. You suffered the worst injuries.
It's only fair. I'll give you an extra 5% of the profits for your medical expenses. As a grade 2 medicinal herb, each fire fruit was worth around 100,000 yuan. Roughly counting the tree, there were at least 10 fruits. Combined with the poisonous fire snake carcass, their total haul was worth at least 1.5 million yuan. Even 5% would amount to 70 or 80,000. For someone like him, who hadn't even reached the entry-level rank yet, that was already quite substantial. Jin Pugua's eyes lit up, and he immediately bowed and scraped in gratitude toward Zhang Zhe. The tip about the fire-leaving fruit came from Lin Miao Miao. She wasn't interested in how much money she'd get, all she wanted was the fire-leaving fruit. Lin Miao Miao pulled out a bottle of basic recovery potion, downed it, stowed away her soul essence, and headed toward the fire fruit. Seeing this, Zhang Zhe smiled and grabbed her arm. Miao Miao, we owe you big time just now. Someone would have been seriously hurt otherwise. You've worked hard, go rest first. Leave the rest to Zhang Bo. He gave Zhang Bo a meaningful glance as he spoke. Zhang Bo immediately understood and dashed toward the fire fruit tree. Lin Miao Miao's expression darkened.
She shook off Zhang Zhe's hand, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Brother Zhe, what's this about? We agreed beforehand I'd pick the fire fruit, take 3 for myself, and only then hand the rest over to you. Zhang Zhe's eyes gleamed like a predator's as he leered at Lin Miao Miao, a lecherous grin stretching across his face.
Ha, little sister Miao Miao. Don't worry, would I really cheat you?
As long as you submit to me, your brother is my brother.
How could I just watch him die? I'll naturally give you the fire fruit.
As he spoke, his hand reached out again to grab Lin Miao Miao's small hand.
Panic surged through Lin Miao Miao.
She scrambled back several steps, summoning her soul essence in one hand while drawing a fine iron dagger from her storage belt with the other.
I warn you, don't try anything, she snapped. There's no chance between us. Fine, I'll take just 1 fire fruit. You can divide the rest among yourselves. How about that?
Her eyes turned hopefully toward Unboxing and Jin Pugua, hoping they would speak up for her. Given everyone's current state, Zhang Zhe wouldn't dare act too brazenly if they backed her up.
However, Lin Miao Miao overlooked one crucial issue.
And Bu Xing and Jin Pugua were already on friendly terms with Zhang Zhe, acting like brothers. There was no way they'd speak up for her now. Instead, they grinned and said, Miao Miao, Brother Zhe is a loyal and steady guy. He's saved up quite a bit in the mercenary group since graduating a year ago, and he's about to be promoted to squad leader.
His future is bright. You won't regret following him. Lin Miaomiao's heart tightened.
Her eyes reddened, tears welling up.
She never imagined these people could be so shameless.
Forcing back her tears, Lin Miaomiao feigned composure and slowly backed away.
After taking a few steps back, she turned to flee.
Oomph. Within the city walls, the law restrained me from dealing with you.
But out here in the wilderness, you won't get away with it.
Zhang Zhe channeled his soul energy, unleashing a serpent that coiled toward Lin Miaomiao.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a stone flew through the air, striking Zhang Zhe squarely on the tongue.
Zhang Zhe let out a pained cry and glared around furiously.
Who dares ambush me? Show yourself.
Lu Ming rose unhurriedly from the pile of rubble, smiling.
Fighting over chicken feathers? That fire fruit is mine.
All of you, get lost. Chapter 5, 1 Sword, 5 Slays.
Lu Ming? Lin Miaomiao's eyes flickered with confusion.
This area was already quite deep within the Lihua mountain range. Unless led by a first-rank martial artist, even a group of 4 or 5 unranked individuals wouldn't dare venture this far.
Moreover, this area was quite remote.
She couldn't fathom how Lu Ming had ended up here.
Could he have been following us all along?
The situation left Lin Miaomia no time for such thoughts.
She wasn't far from Lu Ming. Grabbing his hand, she pulled him toward the exit of the volcano. If you don't want to die, hurry up.
Lu Ming stood rooted to the spot. Not only did Lin Miaomia fail to pull him along, but she stumbled backward, nearly falling. Lu Ming brushed her hand away and smiled.
Hold on a sec.
I'll grab the fire fruit and we'll go.
It's you? Upon recognizing Lu Ming's face, Zhang Zhe's expression also turned peculiar.
Hearing the commotion, Zhang Bo abandoned his attempt to pick the fire-leaving fruit and turned back. Spotting Lu Ming nearby, a look of delight spread across his face. Well, I was just worrying. This Lihua mountain is huge, and I had no idea where to find you.
Never thought you'd come right to me. Today really is a lucky day.
Zhang Bo rubbed his hands together, his eyes flashing with malice.
If you know what's good for you, hand over every last penny you owe me.
Then take out every loan you can get from the Great Xia Bank and give it all to my brother.
Otherwise, this place will be your final resting ground.
As he spoke, Zhang Bo radiated a murderous aura, resembling a hardened bandit who'd spent years skimming blood from the blade, not at all like a student fresh out of school.
Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. So that's what this is about.
Sorry, but once something's in my pocket, it's not going back. For old time's sake, get the hell out of here.
Or don't blame me for turning on you.
Though Zhang Bo's group outnumbered them, they just endured a fierce battle. Not only were their strength and stamina nearly depleted, but each bore visible wounds. Even with Zhang Zhe present, Lu Ming's current abilities meant he had nothing to fear.
Ha! Talk about a toad yawning, what a load of hot air. A lowly nobody like you dares spout such nonsense in front of me? Zhang Zhe roared in fury, summoning his soul essence to propel his body into another transformation.
Lu Ming stared at Zhang Ze's appearance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. You should take a good look at yourself. It seems like you're the real toad here. Zhang Ze's soul essence was that of a swamp toad, bearing an uncanny resemblance to a common toad, 8 parts alike.
Though he couldn't fully transform yet, his plump, rounded form fit the toad's shape perfectly. With his limbs shifting, he matched it at least 7 parts. Zhang Zhe fell silent. After all, Lu Ming's words held some truth. He really was a toad. This guy's got a silver tongue. Bro, cut the crap and take him down. Zhang Zhe channeled his soul energy and charged at Lu Ming first. Take your cool-headedness somewhere else.
Lu Ming sneered, not bothering to summon his soul essence.
He simply swung a punch.
The physical strength of a first-rank martial artist was no match for someone below that rank. Even without his beast soul, the force behind that punch exceeded 300 gene.
Ah! As their fists collided, Zhang Ze's knuckles cracked audibly.
His fist snapped back at a 90-degree angle, eliciting a piercing scream. His face drained of color, sweat pouring down his brow as he stumbled backward.
Zhang Ze's pupils contracted sharply, the smile vanishing instantly from his face. First rank, early stage. What? You're already a first-rank martial artist?
Zhang Bo stared at Lu Ming as if he'd seen a ghost, his eyes filled with terror. Lu Ming made no attempt to hide it.
Just got lucky. Now can you get lost? My time is precious.
Jinpu Guoan and Bu Xing now gathered around as well, all 3 eyes fixed on Zhang Zhe, waiting for his decision. Zhang Ze's eyes darkened, a flash of ruthlessness crossing them before he smiled at Lu Ming. Heh, never expected you'd progress so fast, little brother. Graduated just yesterday and already a first-rank martial artist? Impressive, impressive. Since that's the case, this fire fruit is yours.
Bro!
We worked our asses off to kill that poison fire snake.
Are we just gonna hand it over to him like that?
Zhang Zhe shot the 3 of them a glare.
Shut up.
Lu Ming gave Zhang Zhe a thumbs up.
You've really learned your lesson. After a year on the streets, you've got real perspective.
Lu Ming smiled as he walked past them toward the fire fruit. The moment Lu Ming turned his back, Zhang Ze's face turned icy cold, his eyes filled with vicious resentment.
Die.
Zhang Zhe opened his mouth, his long tongue darting out like a spear toward Lu Ming's head. Though frog tongues appear soft, they are actually highly developed muscles capable of unleashing force several times greater than a human arm. If this strike landed cleanly, Lu Ming would be decapitated. Feeling the powerful gust behind him, the smile vanished instantly from Lu Ming's face. With a flick of his wrist, he instantly activated his life soul. The sword materialized in his hand. He spun swiftly, swinging it to block the strike with its flat edge. A sharp clang echoed as Lu Ming stumbled back several steps before steadying himself. "Oomph. I was expecting you. I was considering sparing your lives, but since you've chosen death, don't blame me." With the pretense shattered, Zhang Zhe and his companions wasted no words. They unleashed their techniques, charging toward Lu Ming. Though none were at full strength, their combined assault carried formidable momentum. Lu Ming sheathed his long sword, narrowing his eyes. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, draw sword form. Lu Ming growled, channeling all his spiritual energy into the blade as he drew it with a fierce thrust. In an instant, a blinding flash of white light erupted, as if a sword beam had streaked through the air. Lu Ming withdrew his soul essence, a smile playing on his lips as he watched the others. Zhang Bowen and Bu Xing, who had charged ahead, ran a few steps before exploding cleanly in half from the center, their blood and entrails spilling across the ground. Jin Puguo, though positioned further back, was not spared either. His body split apart, and in his final moments, his eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. He had no idea how he had died. Only Zhang Zhe, the most powerful among them, remained intact save for a thin crack in his skull, from which blood rapidly seeped out. In his dying moments, he reached up to touch his forehead, glanced at Lu Ming, and murmured to himself, "What a swift sword." With those words, he too collapsed with a thud, his skull smashing against the gravel. His brain matter instantly scattered, splattering across the ground. Detected host completing 1 kill. Rewarding 20 EXP. Congratulations, host, on achieving the 5 kill with 1 sword accomplishment. Reward, skill upgrade point x1. Ha! Holy crap, there really is a reward? Hearing the system notification, Lu Ming's heart leapt with joy. So this meant his path to leveling up was clear from now on. But what the hell is this 1 sword, 5 kills achievement? It even rewarded a skill upgrade point. Does that mean the cooler the kill, the bigger the reward? Witnessing this scene, Lin Niamyo turned deathly pale with fright. Her body went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Lu Ming glanced at the 3 corpses and nodded. Truly top-tier martial arts. Just the first move packs such power. Impressive. Lu Ming turned his head and laughed at Lin Niamyo lying on the ground. He harbored no ill will toward Lin Niamyo. Earlier, she had even urged him to flee, proving her kind-hearted nature. Yet to Lin Niamyo's ears, Lu Ming's laughter sounded terrifying. Her pretty face drained of color as she trembled, whispering a desperate plea. Don't kill me." Looking at the tear-streaked Lin Niamyo, Lu Ming shook his head. "I'm not some psychopathic killer. We've got no beef, so why would I kill you?" With that, Lu Ming paid no further attention to Lin Niamyo and walked toward the fire fruit tree on his own. Parting the branches and leaves, Lu Ming gathered every single lihua fruit, a full 14 of them. Selling these would fetch over 1,000,000 yuan. Add the venomous fire snake carcass, and it would be close to 2 million. Such a huge sum of money in the past, Lu Ming wouldn't have dared to even dream of it. Lu Ming grinned as he pulled out his storage pouch to stow everything away. Just as he prepared to leave, Lin Niamyo's timid voice reached his ears. "Lu Ming, could you spare me 1 fire-leaving fruit? I can trade you my secret realm key for it." Chapter 6, Cold Water Venom Vine. You have a secret realm key? Lu Ming eyed Lin Niamyo suspiciously. Secret realms were special spaces generated under the laws of the heavens, existing independently from the current world. Another theory suggested they were fragments of other continents inhabited by myriad races across the starry skies. The laws within these realms were more advanced than those on Blue Star, and the quality of herbs and minerals far surpassed anything found on the home planet. Some secret realms even contained profound cultivation techniques and martial arts left behind by great masters, and occasionally, hidden treasures of transmitted cultivation methods existed within. For most people, a secret realm was an unknown treasure trove. Discovering one could potentially catapult them to new heights. Typically, secret realms of any tier are priceless treasures. Ordinary individuals who obtain a secret realm key would use it themselves rather than sell or trade it. Noticing Lu Ming's gaze, Lin Niamyo nodded. Yes. It's a first-tier, partially explored secret realm. A first-grade martial artist entering it faces minimal danger with a high reward-to-risk ratio. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, his gaze burning as he stared at Lin Niamyo. Where's the key? Let me see it. Startled by Lu Ming's intense gaze, Lin Niamyo stumbled back several steps, her eyes fixed on him warily. The key isn't on me. If you're willing to trade, I can take you to get it. In wilderness areas like Volcano Ridge, where no laws held sway, murder and robbery went unpunished. But within cities, breaking the law meant facing severe consequences. Lin Niamyo clearly remained wary of Lu Ming, fearing he might follow Zhang Zhe's example and slash her with a sword once he obtained the secret realm key. What's the secret realm called? I need to gauge if it's worth the price.
These fire fruit are incredibly valuable. Seeing Lu Ming's guard slip, Lin Miaomio immediately replied. It's the meteorite gold mine cave. The meteorite gold ore mined there is rich in gold elements, a rare grade 2 alchemy material. Market-wise, it's worth far more than the fire-leaving fruit. A palm-sized chunk can fetch at least 300,000. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and began searching online for information about meteorite gold mines. Typically, details about developed secret realms like this were publicly disclosed by the authorities, including the strength of the beasts within, a rough terrain map, and the resources produced. Ding! Keyword entry found. Friendly reminder, meteor gold ore contains pure gold elements, suitable for soul enchantment. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He promptly tucked his phone into his pocket. Alright. I'll trade with you. Hold on, I'll clean up the battlefield first, then we'll go get the key together. Lu Ming merely dismembered the venomous fire snake's corpse and stowed it in his storage space, refraining from looting Zhang Bo and the others' belongings. They didn't have much of value on them anyway. Their phones might have some savings, but transferring money required verification. To avoid any extra trouble, Lu Ming decided to skip it altogether. Let's go. What are you still standing there for? Lu Ming finished cleaning up the battlefield, walked about 10 meters on his own, then turned to find Lin Miaomio still standing in place. Lin Miaomio bit her lip and held out a hand. Give me the fire fruit first. Lu Ming chuckled. You don't trust me, do you? Fine, here you go. Lu Ming was generous enough to pull out a fire-separating fruit and hand it directly to Lin Miaomio. After receiving the fire-separating fruit, Lin Miaomio's expression relaxed and she finally began walking. Lin Miaomio led Lu Ming to an old, run-down residential complex. The buildings here were aged, with peeling plaster everywhere. Neglected and unmaintained, trash was strewn about haphazardly, filling the air with a foul stench. The environment here was even worse than the government-allocated public housing given to Lu Ming. Come in. It's a bit run down, but please don't mind. Lin Miaomio opened the door and said timidly. Lu Ming shrugged. My place isn't much better than this. Why would I mind? The apartment was small, about 40 or 50 square meters. Though somewhat worn, it was kept immaculately clean. The furniture felt a bit cramped in such a tight space, yet it wasn't cluttered, clearly a testament to Lin Miaomio's regular tidying. Miaomio. You're back. A single sofa stood in the living room. As Lu Ming and Lin Miaomio stepped inside, a pale face peered out from behind it. Upon seeing Lu Ming, the person's expression instantly turned tense. A forced flush appeared on their weak face, and they glared at Lu Ming with a vicious look. Who are you? What are you doing in our home? Brother. Calm down, he's my classmate. You're injured, don't move around. Lin Miaomio urged while rushing over to help the man lie down. As Lu Ming approached, he noticed the man's bare upper body, bearing 2 deep gashes across his chest and shoulder. The wounds glowed a pale blue, radiating an alarming chill. This is my brother, Lin Dong. He's been poisoned by cold energy and needs fire fruit to counteract it. Please wait a moment while I tend to him. I'll give you the key as soon as I'm done. At the mention of the key, Lin Dong's expression changed. What key? Lin Miaomio replied while pulling out a blender. Brother, I traded that secret realm key for the fire fruit. Hearing this, Lin Dong struggled to sit up. No. You just graduated. That secret realm key is either for you to use yourself or to sell so you can buy cultivation resources. Given the uniqueness of your soul essence, if you reach 3rd rank martial artist before the college entrance exams, you'll definitely get into a top martial academy. We don't want the fire fruit anymore. You can leave now. Lin Dong glared fiercely at Lu Ming, effectively giving him the boot. Brother. Don't be foolish. If this cold poison isn't purged soon, you'll die. Lin Dong stiffened his neck, his eyes burning with resolve. I'm just a worthless life anyway. If I die, I die. But you're different. If you get into a high-level martial academy, you'll have a bright future. What good is getting into a prestigious martial academy if you're dead? Without giving Lin Dong a chance to respond, Lin Miaomio tossed the fire fruit into the blender and pulverized it. Lu Ming gestured toward the blender whirring in Lin Miaomio's hands and shrugged helplessly at Lin Dong. After blending the fire-separating fruit into juice, Lin Miaomio pushed Lin Dong onto the sofa and smeared the juice over his wounds. Rich in fire element, the fire-separating fruit was indeed the right remedy for treating cold poison. After applying the juice, the chill in Lin Dong's wound rapidly subsided, and a faint flush gradually returned to his face. Bro, give me the key. Though reluctant, Lin Dong had already crushed the fire-leaving fruit. With a long sigh, he retrieved a palm-sized, golden stone from his storage space. Here. Lu Ming took the stone. He sensed a sharp aura emanating from it, and holding it in his hand caused a faint stinging sensation, like being pricked by needles. Lu Ming tucked the key away and asked curiously. How did you get that injury? That cold energy doesn't seem simple. Seemingly resentful toward Lin Luo because of the key, Lin Dong snapped irritably. From a 3rd grade cold water poison vine. What do you think? Ding. Keyword detected. The core of the cold water venom vine can be used to temper the soul essence, increasing its strength. There is a chance to gain the cold poison attribute. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Where is this cold water venom vine? Chapter 7, The Fallen Gold Mine. Lin Dong shot Lu Ming a dismissive glance and sneered. You're merely a first-rank martial artist, don't entertain such delusions. Setting aside that the Coldwater Venom Vine itself is a third-rank demon beast, the adventurer squads and mercenary groups lurking there are far beyond your capabilities. Give up that notion. Lin Niamyo chimed in. Lu Ming, the place where the Coldwater Venom Vine resides is extremely dangerous. Even my brother, a second-rank martial artist, nearly lost his life there while accompanying an adventurer team. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. No need for you to worry about me. I won't take your information for free, I'll trade you a fire-separating fruit for it. Saying this, Lu Ming placed another fire-separating fruit on the coffee table. One fire-separating fruit could buy quite a lot of first-grade cultivation resources. He glanced at Lin Miamyo as he spoke. Lin Dong's eyes lit up at the sight of the fire-leaving fruit, and he promptly stowed it away in his storage space. The Cold Current Cavern. That place is extremely secluded, and I can't go into detail about it here. If you're determined to go, I can take you there when the time comes. But let me warn you up front, that area is extremely dangerous. Not only do second-grade and even third-grade demon beasts roam there, but numerous adventurer teams and mercenary groups operate in that region as well. Though it's well hidden, after all this time, I can't be certain if the Coldwater Venom Vine has been hunted down. Lu Ming waved dismissively. No problem. Just take me there. Even if we come up empty-handed, I won't ask you to return the fire fruit. With the deal sealed, Lu Ming inquired about the exact location and entry method for the meteorite gold mine's secret realm. After jotting down Lin Dong's phone number, he departed. Returning to the spirit gathering house, Lu Ming eagerly retrieved the remaining 12 fire-separating fruits. Just as he pondered how to facilitate their absorption by his life soul, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Fire attribute materials detected. Use for soul enchantment? Yes. Upon his confirmation, his soul essence materialized uncontrollably, simultaneously lifting the 12 fire-separating fruits with a surge of power. Boom! 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 The fire fruits floated into the air before exploding with a series of bangs, transforming into bright flames. 12 palm-sized flames coalesced into a basin-sized fire lotus. The black iron sword plunged into it with a wet thud. Ah! Holy crap! It's burning hot! Suddenly, Lu Ming felt as if he were trapped inside a furnace, his entire body burning unbearably. The heat came swiftly and departed just as fast. Within a minute, as the fire lotus's power was absorbed by the black iron sword, the discomfort vanished. Fire attribute absorption complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the fire demon suppression. Reward, skill enhancement point X1, lucky spin attempt X1. A light screen suddenly appeared before Lu Ming, revealing an enormous wheel floating in front of him. The wheel was densely packed with all manner of strange and wondrous items, every conceivable thing imaginable. Use spin? I can still spin the wheel? Lu Ming's face lit up with delight. Yes. As the words fell, the wheel began spinning rapidly. Lu Ming stared at the wheel with eager anticipation, silently praying. Buddha, Bodhisattva, Jade Emperor, please grant me favor. Let something good come out. I'm willing to trade my 10 years, I'm willing to trade my best friend's 10 years of life for a stroke of good luck. A minute later, the wheel slowed to a crawl before finally coming to a halt. A flash of golden light appeared, revealing a pale blue potion before him. Congratulations! You have obtained 1x basic immobilization potion from the Wheel of Fortune. The glow faded, and Lu Ming found himself holding a vial. Immobilization potion? What the heck is that? Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the vial, and the system immediately displayed the information for the immobilization potion. Basic immobilization potion. Type, special potion. Effect, when shattered, creates a 5x5m area of immobilizing mist. Within the mist, humans and beasts of grade 3 or below are immobilized for 30 seconds. Grade 4 targets suffer a 50% speed reduction. Ineffective against grade 5 or above. Holy crap! This is awesome. Reading the description, Lu Ming jumped up in excitement. After exploring the meteorite gold mine secret realm, he planned to head to the Cold Current Caverns in search of the Coldwater Venom Vine. There, he might encounter third-grade martial artists or demonic beasts. With this immobilizing potion in hand, his safety had increased significantly. After stowing the immobilizing potion away, Lu Ming finally began to examine his life artifact closely. His life artifact, the mystic iron sword, had transformed from its original silver-white hue to a fiery crimson. Placing his hands upon it, he could feel a searing heat emanating from the blade. Though his life soul remained at D rank, it was undeniably more powerful than before. If his fate soul had previously been considered mid to low tier among D rank souls, it now ranked solidly in the upper mid tier. Not bad, not bad. Once all 9 attributes are fully enchanted, its power should rank among the top tier of C grade soul weapons. After handling it for a while, Lu Ming withdrew the soul essence, sat cross-legged, and began his cultivation. Detected spiritual energy entering the body. Gained experience 1.
Early the next morning, Lu Ming left the spirit gathering chamber and hurried toward the location of the Meteorite Gold Cave Secret Realm. The Meteorite Gold Cave Secret Realm was an explored, developed, and stably existing secret realm. It wasn't too far from Chenzhou City, only about an hour's journey. In such stable, developed secret realms, the location where keys appeared was also relatively fixed, typically found on demonic beasts within a 10-kilometer radius. Though the drop rate was low, the sheer number of potential sources meant the quantity wasn't insignificant. At least, when Lu Ming arrived, he had already seen 2 people holding keys enter the secret realm through the entrance. The realm's celestial laws are incomplete, imposing cultivation restrictions on entrance. For instance, a Grade 1 secret realm permits only those of Grade 1 or below to enter. Those whose cultivation exceeded the limit would be repelled by the force of the laws. If someone with vastly superior cultivation forced entry, it could cause the secret realm to collapse. This rule significantly reduced the risks within, at least eliminating the worry of encountering enemies vastly stronger than oneself. With the methods Lu Ming now possessed, as long as opponents were of comparable cultivation, he wouldn't back down even if they numbered 3 or 5. In other words, within this Meteorite Gold secret realm, he could walk tall with complete confidence. Reaching the entrance, Lu Ming followed the example set before him, taking out the key and tossing it into the teleportation gate ahead. The moment the key touched the grey portal, a powerful suction erupted, pulling him in involuntarily. His vision blurred, followed by a dizzying whirl. Several dozen seconds later, his consciousness returned and his vision cleared. When he instinctively looked down, he couldn't help but curse. Holy! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the sky as Lu Ming crashed heavily to the ground. Luckily, the portal was only 4 or 5 meters high. Any higher, and he'd be crippled if not killed outright. Can it detect metallic materials? Lu Ming asked instinctively. The next second, the system's voice responded. Multiple material coordinates detected. Open detailed map? Lu Ming, who had been grimacing in pain while rubbing his butt, instantly broke into a wide grin. It actually works. Awesome. Open it. Soon, dozens of detailed coordinates appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Those were all locations of meteorite or deposits. Haha, I'm rich. Lu Ming laughed as he sprinted toward the nearest coordinates. Chapter 8, You lot aren't enough to handle. The meteorite gold mine was more accurately described as a pit than a cave. At its center lay a colossal pit so deep that even from the rim, its bottom was invisible. Numerous mining tunnels branched out in all directions along the edges. These were all dug by previous prospectors searching for meteor gold ore. Meteor gold ore was essentially stone that had undergone mutation due to the mysterious energy radiation from extraterrestrial meteorites, now containing pure gold elements within. Here, there was no law to speak of. Besides guarding against demonic beasts, one also had to be wary of humans. Sometimes, humans proved far more dangerous and terrifying than the beasts. Lu Ming had researched online and found the demon beast species here to be quite limited. Only one type existed, known as the gold-devouring rat. These beasts excelled at burrowing and weren't particularly aggressive. The only real trouble was that they lived in packs. If encountered, it was best to avoid combat if possible. Otherwise, a lone traveler could easily be surrounded and worn down to death. Thanks to the system prompts, Lu Ming didn't have to wander around like a headless fly, relying on luck. Guided by the prompts, he soon reached the end of a mine tunnel. The place was dark and damp. Along the way, he'd heard it referred to as a meteorite gold mine, yet he hadn't seen a single ordinary rock. No wonder previous miners had given up once they reached this point. Standing before the earthen wall, Lu Ming summoned his mystic iron sword and began digging with cool determination. The system indicated that if he dug just 1 more meter inward, he would uncover a palm-sized meteorite ore. A quarter of an hour later, Lu Ming unearthed a palm-sized, gleaming golden ore from the earth. Holding it in his hand, he could distinctly sense the sharp, blade-like metallic spiritual energy within the ore. This is the real deal. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He promptly wiped the mud off the black iron sword, placed both items together, and silently chanted in his mind. Enchant! A mystical force lifted the black iron sword in the meteorite ore into the air. With a sharp clang, the sword plunged into the ore. A puff of smoke followed, and flames erupted along the blade's surface. Under the searing heat, the meteorite ore rapidly melted. Its outer layer quickly crumbled into dust that fell to the ground. Within half a minute, the palm-sized stone transformed into a thumb-sized golden droplet. The droplet landed on the sword's blade, transforming into a slender golden thread. Congratulations on completing 1 metal enchantment. Completion, 2%. The system's voice chimed in. This time, there was no reward likely because the completion rate needed to reach full before any rewards were granted. 2%? At this rate, I'll need 49 more pieces to finish. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the coordinate information and roughly counted the marked locations. There were easily hundreds of them. But most of them were extremely difficult to mine. The heavenly Tao laws within the meteorite gold mine secret realm were incomplete. Each entry allowed only 12 hours inside. Exceeding that time would result in automatic expulsion. Lu Ming calculated the time. It was nearly impossible to mine 49 meteorite gold nuggets within such a short window.
Ah, forget it. I'll just take what I can get.
If it comes down to it, I'll buy the rest later. With time running out, Lu Ming dared not linger. He packed up his gear and hurried toward the next marked location. Within 3 hours, Lu Ming had mined 22 meteorite gold ores.
He hadn't dared waste a single minute during this period either digging or traveling.
Even though he'd once worked like a beast of burden in a factory, he was starting to feel the strain now. He felt so exhausted that stars danced before his eyes.
Ugh, I can't go on.
If I keep this up, I'll work myself to death.
I absolutely must take a break.
Lu Ming emerged from the cramped mine tunnel onto a terrace to rest. Whether it was sheer exhaustion or not, he barely sat down before he nearly drifted off to sleep.
Hey! Wake up!
Lu Ming felt someone tapping him and slowly came to. His eyes snapped open to find a man with an explosive hairstyle and an exaggerated nose ornament staring down at him. The sight of the man's appearance made Lu Ming jump in fright.
Hey, kid, you've got some nerve. Falling asleep in a place like this. Aren't you afraid of getting eaten by those gold-eating rats?
Lu Ming rubbed the back of his head and gave an embarrassed chuckle.
Ha! I was just tired.
Thanks for the heads up, man. Lu Ming pulled out his phone and saw he'd slept for a full hour. He inwardly cursed his carelessness. As he stood up, Lu Ming noticed 4 other men beside him.
These 4 were slightly older than Lu Ming, with a more profound aura than his own. They appeared to be mid-tier first-rank martial artists.
The man who had spoken to him earlier had the deepest aura, likely a high-tier first-rank cultivator. They all shared a similar appearance, each wearing a golden bull horn pendant around their necks. They were likely members of an adventuring party or mercenary group. A black pouch hung from each of their waists, jingling softly with every slight movement. Clearly, they contained a substantial amount of meteorite ore. Whether due to the local celestial laws or not, storage spaces couldn't be opened here, forcing them to carry everything by hand. Lu Ming hadn't noticed this detail while researching the area, so he hadn't brought any digging tools or bags. He simply enchanted the ore as he dug it up. Seeing their bulging pouches, Lu Ming estimated they had collectively mined at least 30 meteorite ore pieces. While this efficiency couldn't match that of a cheat code user like Lu Ming, it was still a huge haul for ordinary people. It made Lu Ming feel a bit envious. The spiky-haired guy gave Lu Ming a half smile and said, "You're so exhausted you fell asleep right here. Guess you must have dug up quite a bit of meteorite ore." The moment those words left his mouth, the other 4 turned their gaze toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming instantly felt the air turn thick and awkward. He chuckled awkwardly, "Nothing. Just busy for nothing. You guys, on the other hand, made quite the haul, huh?" The guy with the crossed his arms over his chest. "Of course. We're the mining elite of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. Every time we come in, it's a huge haul. No need to hide it, kid. After all these years mining, our noses are as sharp as police dogs. I could smell the meteorite ore on you from a mile away. Hand it over now. There's still plenty of time left. With a bit of luck, you could dig up a few more pieces." The other 4 grinned wickedly, silently blocking the only exit. Beyond that entrance, every step forward led straight into the bottomless pit. Not only would Lu Ming, a mere first-rank martial artist, be torn to shreds if he fell in, but even a 4th or 5th rank expert would end up in pieces. As a model youth who'd completed 9 years of compulsory education, Lu Ming generally avoided trouble. But as a man with a golden finger, he certainly wasn't afraid of it. Lu Ming chuckled, his expression amused as he looked at the group. "What's the deal, guys?" The spiky-haired thug had clearly lost patience. A dark glow flickered in his hand as a pitch-black scythe materialized. "What else? Stealing from you, of course. Isn't that obvious enough?" With the dagger drawn, Lu Ming showed no sign of panic. Instead, he asked calmly, "Are you sure? Just the few of you? Might not be enough to handle us." Chapter 9, Kill. The spiky-haired man burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke. "Ha ha. Hey, did you hear that? What did this kid just say?" The 4 behind him burst into laughter, one of them winking and saying, "He said we're not worth watching." Facing their unabashed mockery, Lu Ming remained impassive, repeating his statement with deadpan seriousness. "Seriously, you guys are no match for me. Robbery in broad daylight? That's not cool. How about we both back off? You don't rob me, and I won't rob you. Deal?" Hearing this, the group laughed even more wildly. After laughing their fill, the guy with the stood with his hands on his hips, seemingly a bit winded from laughing. "Fine. Looks like you've got some comedic talent, kid. We'll let you off today. Now hand over that meteorite ore and get lost." He swung his scythe, whistling through the air, his tone suddenly turning harsh. "Don't push your luck. My Night Reaper isn't for show." The other 4 men flexed their muscles, cracking their knuckles loudly, their faces twisted into wicked grins as they stared at Lu Ming. This scene instantly reminded Lu Ming of the time at school when Zhang Bo had cornered him against a wall to extort his living expenses. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up inside him. As the men's gazes grew colder and their smiles vanished, he sighed coldly.
Kind words are useless against damned ghosts. I intended to be a model citizen, but since you insist on pushing me, then let's fight. The moment Lu Ming summoned his life-binding weapon, the sword-drawing form of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic erupted. A flash of white light erupted, unleashing a fierce surge of sword energy. The mohawk-haired man's laughter abruptly halted. When he finally snapped back to reality, he stared at Lu Ming in utter disbelief before reaching up to touch his own neck. A tiny wound oozed blood from his throat. He wiped it away, his fingers dripping crimson. Your sword is so fast. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as his head rolled onto the ground. The severed neck was smooth as glass, blood spurting out like a fountain. The sight sent the 4 people standing behind him into a frenzy of screams. The 5 of them were specially trained miners for the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, working in the meteorite gold mines. Of the 5, the one with the was the strongest, possessing a high-tier first-grade cultivation. The remaining 4 were all mid-tier first-grade. Based on their experience, those who came to mine in the meteorite gold mine were mostly small adventuring parties or lone adventurers who had accidentally obtained keys, aside from members of the 2 major mercenary guilds. The rules of the meteorite gold mine restricted entry to only first-rank martial artists. With the strength distribution of the 5 members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, they could essentially walk all over the place here. They pooled resources monthly to enter the mines for a haul, and such robberies of lone adventurers were a common occurrence for them. Occasionally, they encountered overconfident newbies who thought themselves formidable, but such individuals usually surrendered there or quickly under the group's coordinated assault. For over a year, the 5 had worked together flawlessly, never once failing. They never imagined they'd fall to a kid who looked barely of age. The spiky-haired man, their leader and strongest fighter, had been cut down by Lu Ming's sword. The remaining 4 were already petrified with fear. After a shriek, they turned and fled at full speed. Ha! A bit too late to run now, huh? Lu Ming wasn't one to kill indiscriminately, but he wasn't some bleeding heart fool either. Since these men had already targeted him with murderous intent, he felt no qualms about taking action now. Not only did they carry substantial amounts of meteorite ore, but it was clear they belonged to the same faction. If even one escaped, it would inevitably lead to endless trouble during his future operations. And he hated trouble more than anything. Therefore, this matter must be settled decisively. Not a single one could be spared. Lu Ming raised his sword and gave chase, striking the last man in the group with a swift slash. His black iron sword, now imbued with fire magic, sliced through the air, leaving a fiery red trail in its wake. In the next instant, a fiery line shot from the blade. The flame struck the man, igniting with a loud bang. The man screamed in agony, rolling frantically on the ground trying to extinguish the flames. Lu Ming stepped forward and drove his sword into the man's head. After disposing of this man, Lu Ming relentlessly pursued the remaining 3. In truth, though Lu Ming possessed the formidable martial art of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, his cultivation level was insufficient to unleash it repeatedly. If all 5 of them attacked together, Lu Ming truly wouldn't be able to hold them off. This was where Lu Ming's cunning lay. From the outset, he focused all his strength on instantly eliminating the strongest among the 5. This not only severely weakened their combat strength but also served as a powerful deterrent. Now, the remaining 4 were utterly terrified by Lu Ming's sword-drawing technique, too shaken to even consider whether he still had the strength to unleash it a second time. Even if they did consider it, they wouldn't dare take the gamble. After all, they only had 1 life each. What if they lost the gamble? Lu Ming hadn't trained in any footwork techniques, relying purely on his physical stamina. After killing another, he gradually began to tire. Watching the 2 figures sprinting ahead, Lu Ming shouted hoarsely, exhausted, "You 2, stop running. I won't kill you. Come back, and I'll show you a real treasure. Deal?" The fleeing pair didn't even glance back, continuing their frantic dash. Their voices carried through the air, laced with both terror and fury. "Kid, you think we're idiots? You expect this cheap trick to stop us? Dream on. We'll remember you. Just you wait. This isn't over. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps will hunt you down." Lu Ming, who had been about to catch his breath, perked up instantly at those last words. Damn it! What a pain. A squad should stick together. Why the hell are you running? Seeing Lu Ming start chasing them again, the 2 men picked up their pace, which had slowed slightly. Damn it! Looks like I'll have to buy some teleportation martial arts after this trip. Otherwise, chasing people is just too damn exhausting. As the gap widened, Lu Ming locked onto one target and hurled his black iron sword with all his might. After his class change, Lu Ming's physical prowess had greatly increased. The flying black iron sword shot through the air like an arrow released from a bowstring, whistling sharply as it pierced the man's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The man stared in agony at the sword tip embedded in his chest. He managed only a few steps before collapsing with a thud. The last remaining man, seeing Lu Ming still possessed such capabilities, turned pale with fear. He mustered every ounce of strength he had, cursing his parents for not giving him an extra pair of legs at birth. How slow he was now. Fortunately, his 3 teammates had sacrificed themselves. He had already reached the intersection of the crisscrossing mine shafts. Without a second thought, he chose one and darted inside. These mine tunnels were incredibly complex. One wrong turn could easily lead to getting lost. Lin Luo was utterly exhausted by now. He sheathed his black iron sword and spat into the tunnel. Damn you for running so fast. Next time we meet, I'll chop your dog head off with one swing. Chapter 10, Gold Enchantment Complete. Basic Bloodlust Potion. After a brief rest, Lu Ming immediately turned back and retrieved the sack of ore from the corpse. Lu Ming's stamina was severely depleted now. If any more villains appeared, his situation would be perilous. He needed to find a safe place to perform the enchantment immediately. Following the system's prompt, Lu Ming ventured deep into an extremely remote mine before daring to pause for rest. The mine shaft was pitch black, but fortunately, after completing the fire enchantment, the mystic iron sword could now serve as a torch, consuming minimal spiritual energy. Lu Ming thrust the black iron sword into the earthen wall beside him before emptying all the cloth bags he'd seized from the 4 members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group onto the ground. Wow! There's so much here. Looks like quite a few people met a grim end before me. In that case, I suppose I'm just doing the world a favor. Yeah. It's all about doing what's right. Lu Ming thought to himself, feeling inexplicably cheerful. After counting them, the 4 sacks contained a full 32 pieces of meteorite ore. These pieces were roughly the same size as the ones Lu Ming had previously mined. Calculating this way, after completing the enchantment for the black iron sword, he would still have 5 pieces left over. Meteorite ore, containing unique spiritual energy properties, was a highly sought-after commodity. Major trading houses would buy it at premium prices. The minimum price was 30,000 per piece, and if the quality was good and the purity high, they could even fetch 40 or 50,000. Adding it all up, Lu Ming stood to gain roughly 1.5 million from this trip alone. Combined with the yet unsold venomous fire snake carcass and the 500,000 he'd won from Zhang Bo, Lu Ming now possessed approximately 2.55 million. This sum was more than enough to purchase a foundational martial arts manual for body movement techniques. Lu Ming selected 27 meteorite ore pieces and silently chanted, "Enchant." The black iron sword flew off the earthen wall and plunged into the ore pile with a thud. Boom! A burst of flame erupted from the Xiantai sword, igniting the ore. Within minutes, all impurities within the ore were refined away, leaving only black ash scattered on the ground. What remained was a single, large, golden droplet. The droplet pulsed with a sharp, metallic spiritual energy. Even as it floated there quietly, Lu Ming felt as if his skin were being sliced by a blade. After the black iron sword fully absorbed the golden droplet, its blade transformed into a striking red and gold hue, giving it a somewhat dreamlike appearance. Metal element absorption complete. Congratulations, host, on completing the metal element enchantment. Reward, skill enhancement point 1, lucky spin attempt 1. Proceed to the fortune wheel? Seeing the system prompt, a hint of delight flashed across Lu Ming's face. This lucky wheel was a valuable feature. The immobilizing potion he'd drawn last time had been quite useful. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together excitedly. Enter. A flash of light appeared before him, and the kaleidoscopic wheel reappeared before Lu Ming's eyes. As he confirmed the spin, the wheel began to whirl rapidly. Watching the wheel, Lu Ming began his ritual again, praying to every deity in the heavens. Of course, the crucial part, bargaining with his best friend's lifespan, couldn't be overlooked. Minutes passed as the wheel gradually slowed. Lu Ming's eyes were glued to the pointer. Finally, the wheel came to a complete stop, a blinding golden light filling his vision. Golden legend. It must be something good. Lu Ming shielded his eyes, his heart bursting with joy. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1x basic blood surge potion from the Wheel of Fortune. As the light faded, a bright red potion appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The potion felt warm to the touch, like a hot water bottle in his hand. Lu Ming immediately accessed the system for detailed information on the potion. Basic blood surge potion. Upon consumption, it ignites the user's blood, temporarily boosting their cultivation by 3 minor realms. Effective range, below 4th grade. No significant enhancement effect on martial artists above 4th grade. Duration, 1 minute. Note, after the potion wears off, the user will be severely weakened and unable to use spiritual energy until their blood fully recovers. Use with caution unless facing life or death peril. Reading the description, Lu Ming exclaimed, "Holy crap! A potion that boosts 1 by 3 minor realms?" Though the side effects seem severe, the effect itself is downright insane. Just imagine, if a mid-tier grade 3 practitioner drank this, wouldn't they become unbeatable against anyone below grade 4? Even a low-tier grade 4 opponent wouldn't stand a chance. This potion is practically a must-have for a last-ditch counterattack. Not bad, not bad. I'll take it. Lu Ming waved his hand decisively, immediately clipping the potion to his belt. Don't ask why he tied it to his belt. The answer is simple: his storage space was locked, his clothes had no pockets, and his hands were busy working. What other choice did he have? Squeak! Squeak! Just as Lu Ming was feeling pleased with himself, a series of squeaks suddenly reached his ears. He channeled the flame on his mystic iron sword to trace the sound. In the mine shaft, he spotted a giant rat, roughly 80 centimeters long. The giant rodent relied on its gray fur, its eyes glowing a faint green in the darkness. Ultimately, a set of gleaming golden incisors revealed its species, the gold-devouring rat, a unique demon beast of this meteorite gold mine. Gold-devouring rats subsisted on gnawing meteorite ore, becoming utterly transfixed whenever they spotted it. This particular gold-devouring rat now stared intently at the 5 meteorite gold ore pieces before Lu Ming. Lu Ming recalled from the guide that the peculiar cry the gold-devouring rat had just emitted was a call to its nearby companions. "Damn it, you dare covet my stuff? Die!" With a flick of his wrist, Lu Ming swung his black iron sword, sending a faint golden sword sheath flying. Though a first-grade demon beast, the gold-devouring rat had invested most of its attributes into burrowing, leaving its combat and defensive capabilities weak. The enchanted black iron sword sliced through it in a single strike. Defeated 1 Tier 1 demon beast, gold-devouring rat. Gained 2 EXP. Whoa! Such a tiny thing actually gives this much experience? After the Haomiao breathing technique trial card expired, Lu Ming's cultivation progress crawled like a turtle. He simply couldn't muster the motivation to train. Discovering that slaying a single gold-devouring rat yielded 2 experience points instantly brightened his mood. At this rate, he only needed to slay another 70 or so gold-devouring rats to directly advance to a second-rank martial artist. These gold-devouring rats had extremely weak defenses. If he could leverage the terrain, he could easily mow them down with his sword-pulling technique. Squeak! Squeak! The continuous squeaking of rats echoed through the mine shaft. Instead of panic, Lu Ming's face lit up with excitement. In his eyes, these gold-devouring rats weren't demonic beasts, they were walking experience points. Lu Ming glanced at the time. He had 7 hours left before the laws of this place expelled him. If he played his cards right, it would be more than enough for his advancement. No time to waste. Lu Ming stuffed 5 ore pieces into a cloth bag and tied it to his belt. He then picked up the corpse of a gold-devouring rat, wrenched out its pair of gleaming golden incisors, and tore its body into several pieces. He splattered the blood throughout the tunnel, using the scent to lure more gold-devouring rats. Lu Ming kept moving until he reached an open area, where he finally stopped. This was the harvesting ground he had chosen. Listening to the dense, swarming footsteps echoing through the mine tunnels, Lu Ming's smile stretched almost to his ears. Come on, my dear little rodents. Chapter 11, Breaking Through to Second Rank, Sword Immortal Quest. Gold-devouring rats were social creatures, with each nest housing at least 20. Combined with Lu Ming's use of their blood as bait, swarms of them soon poured out from every tunnel. After completing the metal attribute enchantment, the attack power of Lu Ming's soul essence had increased significantly. Now, he only needed to channel the metallic energy within his mystic iron sword to instantly slay a gold-devouring rat, a task that felt incredibly effortless. Watching his experience points surge upward, drawing ever closer to the second-rank martial artist threshold, Lu Ming felt a surge of joy despite his physical exhaustion. His Shentai sword swung with increasing speed. Squeak! Though these gold-devouring rats hadn't yet developed sentience, seeking benefit and avoiding harm was an animal instinct. Witnessing Lu Ming's overwhelming power, many retreated to the mine entrance, emitting frantic squeaks, hesitant to advance recklessly. Before long, over 20 gold-devouring rats piled up before Lu Ming. After communicating in their rodent language, they charged at Lu Ming in unison, clearly intending to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Observing this scene, Lu Ming showed no sign of panic. Instead, a faint smile touched the corners of his mouth. Heh, finally they've all come at once. This saves me the trouble of killing them one by one. How delightful. Lu Ming sheathed the black iron sword at his waist, channeling spiritual energy into it like a surging tide. The next instant, he drew the blade with a fierce thrust. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Sword Drawl. A flash of white light erupted as sword energy surged forth like thunder, its fierce momentum crashing down upon the gold-devouring rats like a raging storm. The once chaotic squeaks abruptly ceased, replaced only by the relentless thudding of bodies hitting the ground. Slayed a Tier 1 demon beast, the gold-devouring rat. Gained EXP 2. Defeated Tier 1 demon beast, gold-devouring rat. Gained EXP 2. The system's voice echoed repeatedly in Lu Ming's mind. Soon, his experience bar filled to capacity. A white light flared from his body, and a vortex of spiritual energy appeared above his head. A torrent of spiritual energy poured down from within the vortex. Bathed in this torrent, Lu Ming's aura rapidly surged. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged dramatically, and every function of his body received a significant boost. A flash of delight lit up Lu Ming's eyes. I've broken through. Congratulations, host, on advancing to second-rank martial artist. Rewards, Basic Secret Realm, Sword Pool Key 1, Basic Secret Realm Sword Pool Map 1. Detected host's breakthrough completion. Sword Immortal Growth Quest activated. Sword Immortal Growth Quest 1, unlock the Sword Immortal's exclusive secret technique Sword Transformation Art. Quest details, Sword Transformation Technique forms the foundation of sword cultivation. The host must swiftly gather materials such as Ice Spirit Fruit, Body Forging Flower, Strengthening Vein Tree Trunk, and Kanyuan Spirit Milk. Then proceed to the Sword Pool to cultivate the Sword Transformation Technique. Time limit, 3 months. Note, successful completion within the time limit grants generous rewards. Failure to complete within the deadline will deduct 30 years from the host's lifespan. Holy? 30 years of life. How many 30-year spans do I even have? Can we negotiate? Extend the deadline a bit? However, the system paid no heed to Lu Ming's plea. The required materials are special items, all obtainable from secret realms. Access to the locations of these material realms, methods for acquiring keys, and information on related demonic beasts has been unlocked. The host may freely view this data. Damn it! I was hoping to rest a bit after reaching grade 2, but looks like I've got more work on my hands. Ugh! What a life of drudgery. I hope this sword transformation technique turns out to be awesome, or else all this hard work won't be worth it. Forget it. Let's see how much EXP it takes to reach Tier 3. Attributes panel. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation, 2nd rank 1-2000. Class, Sword Immortal SSS. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Scripture Mahayana. Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword Fire, Metal. Skill upgrade points, 2. Phew. 3rd tier martial artists really aren't that easy to level up. Lu Ming couldn't help but grumble as he stared at the interface. Advancing from level 1 to level 2 required only 200 EXP, but leaping from level 2 to level 3 demanded a staggering 2,000 points, a tenfold increase. Lu Ming couldn't believe how much experience would be needed to reach 5th rank, let alone 6th rank martial artist. Lu Ming glanced at the time. He still had over an hour before being kicked out. He didn't intend to waste this time idly. Instead, he activated the system and resumed mining the meteorite ore. Even though the soul essence had already been enchanted, it could still be sold for money. Idle hands were idle hands, might as well earn some extra cash to stash away. Over an hour later, the meteorite ore cave suddenly trembled. Damn it, time's up. Lu Ming stared at the meteorite ore he'd been digging for ages, now just peeking out. He scrambled frantically, trying to pry it loose before the laws of nature expelled him. But the moment he started digging, a gray portal appeared above his head. A powerful suction pulled him straight inside. After a dizzying whirl, his vision gradually cleared. This time, the portal didn't drop them mid-air but transported them directly to the location they'd entered. Lu Ming stared at the dirt in his hands, seething with frustration. The clamor around him snapped him back to reality. A member of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group had slipped through their net. The location of this secret realm was surely guarded by other members of the mercenary group. Lu Ming had no idea if any skilled fighters were stationed here. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, Lu Ming stowed the remaining ore into his storage space and sprinted toward Qianzhou City. Upon returning to Qianzhou City, Lu Ming didn't go home but headed straight for the Spirit Gathering House. Though his cultivation progress here remained painfully slow, he'd already paid for the space and couldn't get a refund. Better than nothing, he figured. Back in his room, Lu Ming pulled out his phone and logged into Qianzhou Wind and Cloud. This was Qianzhou City's own local information exchange platform, featuring not only online stores, entertainment live streams, and short videos, but also gossip and information about prominent companies, families, and factions. Lu Ming typed Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps into the search bar, and numerous related entries quickly popped up. He began scrolling through them one by one. Half an hour later, Lu Ming put away his phone, his brow furrowed. Damn it! I never expected the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group to be this powerful. What a pain! If only I had some footwork martial arts back then, I wouldn't have let that fish slip through my net. Through his earlier research, Lu Ming gained a general understanding of the Golden Horn Mercenary Group. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group was one of the largest mercenary groups in Qianzhou City. Online sources stated that the group's leader was a martial artist who had once attempted but failed to break through to the 4th rank, remaining at the threshold of the 4th rank. Below him stands a deputy leader at the peak of the 3rd rank, followed by 5 squad leaders at the advanced and intermediate tiers of the 3rd rank. As for the rank and file members at the 1st and 2nd ranks, their numbers swelled to a staggering 300 to 400. They maintained outposts at every notable demon beast gathering site outside Qianzhou City. This situation gave Lu Ming quite a headache. Not only had he killed members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group this time, but he had also seized a significant amount of ore. Encountering them in the wild going forward would inevitably lead to a fight to the death. He was currently alone. Though he had the system to rely on, his cultivation was still shallow. Even if he avoided being ganged up on, if he had the misfortune of encountering a 3rd rank squad leader, he'd likely meet his end. The city offered safety, but he couldn't stay there indefinitely. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to rapidly advance his cultivation, but he'd also fail to complete the Sword Immortal growth quest. Failing that would be deadly too. Damn it! Screw it, I'll buy some basic martial arts techniques first. The wilderness is so vast, I refuse to believe my luck is so rotten that I'll definitely run into them. Even if I do, I refuse to believe I'll just happen to stumble upon a squad leader level expert. Chapter 12, Repairing Martial Arts. Shen's Trading House, the largest merchant establishment in Qianzhou City, sold everything under the sun items for martial artists and common folk alike. Lu Ming had been dirt poor before and never dared set foot in such an upscale establishment.
But now, in pursuit of better martial arts techniques, he had no choice but to take a look. Before Lu Ming even entered the door, a young woman dressed in a professional suit and wearing meticulous makeup approached him. Lu Ming assumed she was there to assist him, but her words nearly froze him in his tracks. "Good day, sir. This is an exclusive establishment where our merchandise carries premium pricing. We recommend you visit the standard shops across the street instead." Lu Ming was about to protest, but glancing down at his outfit 2 sets bought for 100 yuan each from a street vendor, he fell silent. What could he do? He was dressed like a commoner. "Ahem. I'm here to sell something of venomous fire snake carcass. Do you accept these?" Fearing the receptionist might not believe him, Lu Ming deliberately retrieved the venomous fangs, the most distinctive feature of the venomous fire snake, from his storage space. The fang measured about 20 centimeters long, fiery red throughout, radiating scorching energy the moment it was revealed. The receptionist at Chan's trading house was well trained. She could identify materials below third-grade quality. Upon recognizing the venomous fangs, she immediately changed her demeanor, bowing respectfully to Lu Ming. "Sir, hello. Please follow me. I'll take you to the purchasing area right away." Guided by the receptionist, Lu Ming soon arrived at a counter. Seated behind the counter were several uniformed appraisers. "Good day. Please present the items you wish to sell. I will provide a quote after appraisal." The transaction proceeded smoothly. Lu Ming sold both the venomous fire snake and the meteorite ore, netting a total of 4,500,000 great xia coins. Combined with the funds in his card, he now held a full 5 million great xia coins. Staring at the balance on his phone, Lu Ming finally got a taste of what sudden wealth felt like. Before, his card balance had never even reached 5 figures. With money in his pocket, Lu Ming walked with a spring in his step. He approached the martial arts skill sales counter with confidence. "What levels of footwork martial arts do you have here?" The counter attendant, having seen Lu Ming emerge from the acquisition area, didn't judge him by appearance and responded with considerable respect. "Good day, sir. Our establishment currently offers a total of 106 movement martial arts techniques for sale. Among these, 2 are advanced level manuals, while 104 are foundational manuals. Which level might you require?" Without hesitation, Lu Ming declared, "Show me the advanced ones." The clerk pulled out a portable computer and immediately displayed the details of the 2 advanced footwork manuals for Lu Ming. The names of these 2 martial arts were Shadow Concealment Step and Aurora Step. After careful review, Lu Ming found both techniques had their own merits. Mastering either would significantly boost a martial artist's speed, and upon reaching perfection, they would unlock special effects. Lu Ming was quite satisfied. Pointing to Shadow Concealment Step, he declared, "I'll take this one." The counter attendant's eyes lit up unexpectedly. She hadn't expected the plainly dressed Lu Ming to be such a deep-pocketed customer. Her face instantly broke into a broad smile. Advanced martial arts techniques commanded hefty prices, and a successful transaction meant a generous commission for her. Beaming, the clerk pulled out her payment QR code, her eyes and mouth stretching into crescent-shaped smiles. "Sir, please scan here to pay. The advanced body movement technique, Shadow Step, is priced at 15 million. But with our shop's anniversary sale, items over 10 million are 20% off, bringing the total to 12 million. Lu Ming, who was scanning the code, suddenly stiffened like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What did you say? How much is this thing?" Thinking Lu Ming hadn't heard clearly, the cashier repeated, "After the discount, 12 million. Lu Ming's face flushed red, and he cleared his throat twice. "Ahem. How much is your basic footwork martial art manual?" The cashier, mistakenly thinking Lu Ming wanted to add another basic martial art, grew even more enthusiastic. 5,500,000. With our anniversary sale discount, that's 10% off, just 4,950,000. And if you bundle it with the Shadow Step technique, you can enjoy an incredible 20% discount on both items." Lu Ming's face twitched. He hadn't expected martial arts manuals to be this expensive. Could you show me the basic martial arts manual?" Basic martial arts were significantly less effective than advanced ones, but at least they were easier to cultivate. Of course, the main reason was that his pockets weren't deep enough. He could only afford the basics. Lu Ming selected a basic movement technique called minor shadow stepping. This was a simplified version of the shadow concealment step. When mastered to perfection, it could achieve 70% of the shadow concealment step's effects, with no other special abilities. Among the many basic movement techniques, it was actually quite decent. "This one it is." The shop assistant, seeing Lu Ming's choice, raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Sir, the minor shadow hiding step is just a simplified version of the shadow hiding step. Buying it like this is such a waste of money. Would you consider switching to another martial skill?" Lu Ming's face burned with embarrassment, turning as red as a monkey's butt. "Ahem, I'll just stick with the minor shadow concealment step for now." "Ha?" The saleswoman shot Lu Ming a puzzled glance, her eyes flashing with deep disappointment and a hint of disdain. She sighed, sounding rather disheartened. "All right. Payment over here. Total comes to 4,950,000. Though the words were the same, the tone was markedly different from before. Lu Ming felt a bit awkward himself. He paid, grabbed the martial arts manual, and hurried away. Even after returning home, Lu Ming could still feel his face burning.
Phew! Damn it, next time I buy something, I'll ask the price first. That was so embarrassing. I lost face big time.
After venting his frustration with a flurry of gestures, Lu Ming finally picked up the small shadow hiding steps manual to study it. After finishing the cultivation method for the minor shadow concealment step, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! New martial art detected. New martial art recorded in system.
Detected incomplete martial art.
Proceed with restoration? Holy crap! It has that feature? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he immediately shouted, yes. Repairing? Please wait. Repair complete.
Basic martial art, minor shadow step successfully evolved.
Open the attribute panel. Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the attribute panel and check. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation level, 1st grade 100-200. Class, Sword Immortal SSS.
Martial arts, 8 Desolations Sword Classic Superior, Shadow Concealing Step Advanced.
Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword. Skill upgrade points, 2. Holy, holy, holy. It actually worked.
Lu Ming jumped up in sheer excitement. By this calculation, he still had millions left.
More importantly, with the system's incredible functionality, didn't this mean he could buy any powerful martial arts manuals he came across? After all, the system would fully deduce them anyway. Wow! This is so awesome. Chapter 13, Wild River Plains.
Strangely enough, after the system recorded the shadow hiding step, Lu Ming felt as if the martial art had been etched into his very brain, utterly familiar.
Curious about this phenomenon, Lu Ming decided to test his theory.
He went downstairs, found an open space, and with a thought, channeled his spiritual energy along a specific path before directing it all to his feet.
In the next instant, Lu Ming vanished from his original spot, reappearing over 10 meters away.
When he turned back, he noticed a faint afterimage still lingering where he had stood.
Whoa! That's fast! Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. At this speed, even a third-grade martial artist would be unable to catch him without a superior footwork technique.
Though Lu Ming had never formally trained in shadow concealment step, it now felt utterly familiar. His command over this technique had reached the point where it moved as naturally as an extension of his own limbs.
Could it be because of the system? Doubt flashed through Lu Ming's mind as he immediately opened the detailed martial arts panel to check. Martial arts. 1. 8 Desolations Sword Scripture. Quality, superior upgradable. Proficiency, 50%. Techniques, 1. Sword draw 2. Pending activation 3. Pending activation. 8. Pending activation. 2. Shadow hiding step. Quality, advanced. Proficiency, 100%. Holy crap! 100% proficiency. System, you're awesome.
After confirming it was the system's doing, Lu Ming felt ecstatic. Besides the shadow steps proficiency, Lu Ming also noticed that his sword draw stance had reached 50% mastery. As a supreme martial art, the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra's power felt like a cheat code for Lu Ming's current cultivation level. Just the sword drawing style alone granted him the ability to instantly kill opponents of equal level. Lu Ming dared not imagine how absurdly powerful the remaining 7 styles would be. Now that I have a movement technique too, tomorrow I can try grinding for the key to the Wild River Plains. After a day of rest, Lu Ming boarded a carriage early the next morning and headed to a leveling spot outside Shenzhou City called the Wild River Plains. The Wild River Plains stretched vast and wide, covered in dense aquatic vegetation. It was home to numerous second-grade demon beasts, and its yield of second-grade medicinal herbs far surpassed that of Lihua Mountain. It also housed a stable secret realm of the same name that had been fully explored. According to the system prompt, both the ice spirit fruit needed for cultivating sword transformation technique and the body tempering flower could be found within the Wild River Plains secret realm. The secret realm within the Wild River Plains was reputed to yield exceptionally high quantities of medicinal herbs. Although the drop rate for keys was low, the overall returns were highly lucrative, making it a favorite among adventuring parties and mercenary guilds. Numerous mercenary companies maintained substantial bases here. Lu Ming had checked and confirmed that the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group also maintained a base here, with a squad leader stationed on site. To avoid having his plans disrupted by the Golden Horn mercenaries, Lu Ming specifically purchased a well-made, breathable frog hood to wear during his visit. The Wild River Plains training grounds are divided into outer, middle, and inner zones. The outer and middle zones primarily contain level 1 beasts, with very few level 2 beasts. Only the inner zone harbors large numbers of level 2 beasts. Lu Ming had read online summaries stating that the drop rate for Wild River Plains secret realm keys was tied to the monster's strength. The stronger the demon beast defeated, the higher the probability of dropping a secret realm key. To farm keys quickly, Lu Ming headed straight for the innermost zone of the Wild River Plains. 3 primary types of beasts inhabited the inner zone: swift antelopes, giant horned water buffalo, and thunder-patterned unicorn rhinos. Among these, both swift antelopes and giant horned water buffaloes lived in herds. Since Lu Ming was alone, he naturally set his sights on the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino.
Lu Ming's luck held out. Just as he entered the inner region, he spotted a massive silhouette by a watering hole. Thunder-patterned unicorn rhino. Seeing the colossal beast lapping water by the pond, a flash of delight lit up Lu Ming's eyes. It was a massive rhinoceros over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, its long, sharp horn adorned with dark thunder patterns. Thunder-patterned unicorn rhino. Cultivation level, intermediate 2nd grade. Characteristics, iron-like hide, exceptionally strong defense. Its horn is extremely sharp and possesses formidable lethality. Innate secret technique, Thunderfire Shockwave. Weaknesses, eyes, jaw, anus, and other areas unprotected by armor are all fatal vulnerabilities. Studying the unicorn rhino's profile, Lu Ming summoned his black iron sword and crept stealthily toward the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino. The low-level beast's senses weren't particularly sharp, and with its full attention focused on the river, it failed to notice the rustling in the thick grass behind it. I'll go straight for the kill. Seizing the moment, Lu Ming thrust the black iron sword with all his might toward the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino's vital weak points. Wah! The thunder-patterned unicorn rhino, which had been happily drinking, suddenly let out a piercing scream. Simultaneously, its tail lashed out like a whip toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming swiftly withdrew his sword and retreated, dodging the attack while leaving a trail of gushing blood in its wake. Such agony was unbearable even for a colossal beast like the thunder-patterned unicorn rhinoceros, which howled in pain. This is the inner perimeter of the wild river plains, teeming not only with hordes of demonic beasts but also with numerous adventurer squads and mercenary companies. Lu Ming must finish this quickly. Otherwise, once the commotion here spreads, it will draw others in, potentially bringing more trouble. The Lei One unicorn rhino's hide was indeed incredibly tough. Even Lu Ming's mystical iron sword, enchanted twice over, couldn't pierce it. The thunder-patterned unicorn rhinoceros fought fiercely against Lu Ming, grinding its horns into the ground like a bulldozer as it charged forward, pain searing through its body. After using this to knock Lu Ming aside, a faint blue glow lit up on its horn. In the next instant, a pale blue light wave shot forth from the horn, releasing a powerful aura that instantly stirred up a raging storm. The blue light wave sliced through the air like a razor-sharp blade, leaving nothing standing in its path. This was the thunder-patterned unicorn rhinoceros' innate secret technique, Thunderfire Shockwave. The Thunderfire Shockwave possessed formidable power, but fortunately, its range was limited. Lu Ming, relying on his mastery of the Shadow Concealment Step, narrowly evaded it. Leveraging his Shadow Concealment Step, Lu Ming swiftly identified the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino's vulnerability and thrust his sword into its upper jaw with a draw strike. Terrifying crimson gold sword energy erupted, instantly piercing through the thunder unicorn rhinoceros's upper jaw and pulverizing its brain matter. Slayed Grade 2 Demon Beast, Thunder-patterned unicorn rhino. Gained EXP 20. The system's voice chimed in, and Lu Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief. Using the black iron sword like an axe, he began hacking furiously at the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino's long horn. The long horn of the thunder-patterned unicorn rhino was a valuable material for forging artifacts, the most precious part of its body. After severing the horn, Lu Ming slit open the beast's abdomen and rummaged through its innards, searching for any secret realm keys. Clearly, his luck wasn't strong enough for the key to drop from the very first one. After a thorough search, he even turned the intestines inside out but found no secret realm key. Fortunately, Lu Ming hadn't expected to find the key on this attempt. After a quick cleanup, he swiftly departed to continue hunting for more thunder-patterned unicorn rhinos. 3 days later, Lu Ming sat dejectedly by a water pool. Over these 3 days, he had slain a full 23 thunder-patterned unicorn rhinos. While his experience points had soared considerably, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a key. Ugh! When will I ever get a key? Heaven above, I beg you please reward me with a key. Thump! 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 Bang bang! As Lu Ming prayed fervently, a series of sounds suddenly echoed from the distance. It sounded like a group of people were fighting. Lu Ming couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A fight? Let's see if there's a chance to pick up some loot. Chapter 14, Hypocritical Huangguangming. Judging by the commotion, Lu Ming estimated there were at least 30 people involved. The wild river plains stretched vast and wide, teeming with a considerable number of demonic beasts. Typically, something capable of drawing such a large crowd would be either high-grade materials or keys to secret realms. After grinding the unicorn thunder rhino to near exhaustion these past 3 days, Lu Ming wouldn't mind being a little unscrupulous if he could snag a ready-made key. The commotion from the fight was loud, and Lu Ming easily located the site by following the sound. Most of the wild river plains were flat terrain, but the battle was happening in a slightly sunken, dried-up riverbed. This actually made it easier for Lu Ming to hide. After hiding in an inconspicuous patch of grass, Lu Ming directed his gaze toward the riverbed. 2 opposing groups now faced off on the riverbed. Both sides were roughly equal in number, each comprising about 15 individuals. Both sides bore injuries, and the riverbed was strewn with scattered stones and churned up mud, clear signs of a fierce battle already fought. Ha! What a small world! Lu Ming spotted a pair of gleaming golden bull horns adorning one of the figures. It was none other than the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps.
The opposing group, facing off against the Golden Horns, all bore an emblem on their chests depicting a giant axe engulfed in flames.
It was the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps, one of the two major mercenary groups in Xianzhou City.
The Fire Axe mercenaries and Golden Horn mercenaries were evenly matched in strength, engaging in frequent open and covert rivalries. Small-scale clashes like this one, erupting over resource disputes, were nothing out of the ordinary. At the forefront of the Fire Axe mercenaries stood a robust man. He wore only a leather vest over his bare torso, gripping a black long sword in his hand, radiating pure bandit-like menace. The burly man thrust his blade into the muddy ground with a wet thud, his face twisted into a savage grin as he fixed his gaze on the strongest member of the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries.
Huang Guangming, how much does your captain pay you each month? Is it worth fighting so desperately? We've already clashed today. Even if you handed over the secret realm key to me, your captain wouldn't say a word. Why bother struggling with me here?
At the front of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, a gaunt man with black downy hair covering his palms and a bear's shadow looming behind him clutched the wound on his shoulder. His eyes blazed with ferocity as he glared at the burly man.
Cut the crap. All you're good for is ambushes, Kong Lin.
I didn't see you talking back like this when we fought head-on. Kong Lin grinned, his face twisted in scorn.
So what? The advantage is mine now.
I'm only sparing you because we've fought so long together. I don't want you to die so easily. But if you don't know a good thing when you see it, my broken wind blade will have no choice but to cleave your skull.
Kong Lin counted on his fingers.
You've already cleared 3 secret realm keys this month. You've hit your quota ages ago. Even if you scrounge up a few more, your commander won't reward you with anything worthwhile.
Why not hand this one over to me? I haven't met my quota yet. We're just hired hands, no need to fight to the death over this, right? Huang Guangming spat out a mouthful of blood. Bah!
The captain treats me like a brother.
How could I betray him like that? Do you really think everyone is as heartless and ungrateful as you?
You'll get the secret realm keys only over my dead body.
Cut the crap. Let's settle this with fists.
I'll die before I let you have an easy win today.
Huang Guangming roared as the giant bear's phantom behind him merged into his body.
His frame swelled to twice its size, thick black fur rapidly sprouting across his arms and face. In an instant, he resembled a small bear. Kong Lin drew his long sword, laughing loudly.
Fine.
Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish.
Brothers, slaughter them all. Today we'll trade their heads to the captain for drinking money. Chaos erupted in an instant. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps and the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps were sworn enemies.
Now locked in combat, neither side held back, unleashing lethal strikes from the outset. Before long, blood spattered everywhere, staining the riverbed crimson. Though the Golden Horn and Fire Axe Mercenary Corps were evenly matched in numbers and strength, Kong Lin by some means unknown had managed to ambush and severely wound Huang Guangming first. Among both sides, Huang Guangming and Kong Lin were the strongest fighters. Both possessed early 3rd rank cultivation and had fought dozens of battles, with neither gaining a clear advantage. Today, however, Huang Guangming's injuries had left him visibly weakened. He struggled to withstand Kong Lin's relentless assault, teetering on the brink of defeat. It wouldn't be long before he fell.
Ha! Die!
Spotting a gap in Huang Guangming's defense, Kong Lin suddenly delivered a kick to his chest, then followed up with a swift slash of his blade. A crimson glow flickered along the blade in Kong Lin's hand, accompanied by a whistling wind. Feeling the overwhelming force of the strike, panic flashed in Huang Guangming's eyes. In desperation, he grabbed one of his subordinates and thrust him in front of himself as a shield.
Ah!
The man was only a 2nd rank cultivator, and his sole essence leaned toward support. With his abilities, he stood no chance against this strike. With a piercing scream, he was cleaved clean in two. Blood and entrails splattered across the floor. As he died, he fixed a deathly stare on Huang Guangming, mustering his last ounce of strength to demand. Why? Huang Guangming used the momentary opening to retreat a few paces, glancing at Kong Lin with lingering fear.
Kong Lin, confident of victory, showed no urgency.
Instead, he looked at Huang Guangming with mockery.
Ha! Is this the loyalty and righteousness you speak of? Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?
He glanced at the other members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, smacked his lips, and declared loudly.
TSK. You saw that, didn't you?
That's your Captain Huang's true colors.
He'll use you as cannon fodder. Guess which one of you he'll use next?
Hearing this, the Bullhorn mercenaries' attacks gradually slowed. The fighting spirit in their eyes rapidly faded, replaced by thick fear and disappointment as they looked at Huang Guangming once more.
Huang Guangming's expression darkened.
He knew that no matter what he said today, he could never salvage his image in the eyes of his subordinates. Huang Guangming had spent 3 grueling years climbing his way up within the Golden Horn Mercenary Corps. Through relentless effort, he had finally secured his position as captain. He refused to lose it all. He wanted to live. Now that his facade had been torn away, he saw no need to maintain his hypocritical act any longer. Huang Guangming slowly backed away, creating distance from Kong Lin. His voice turned harsh as he barked orders at his remaining men. All of you, charge.
Hold them off.
The members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps had lost all will to fight and ignored Huang Guangming's command.
Kong Lin showed no urgency.
For him, if he could completely demoralize the Golden Horn Mercenary Group through words alone, that would be a splendid outcome.
Ha! Huang Guangming, looks like they've lost faith in you. Why don't you all switch sides and join our Fire Axe Mercenary Corps?
I may not be much, but I wouldn't use my own men as shields. Over the years, Huang Guangming had clashed fiercely with the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps countless times, claiming many lives. He knew that even if he truly defected, he would be hacked to death by a hail of blades. Seeing his men unmoved by his command, Huang Guangming let out a cold snort.
Oomph. Don't forget your families are still in the captain's hands. If he finds out you disobeyed orders, your deaths won't matter. Think of your wives, children, and parents.
Hearing this, the members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group seethed inwardly, yet they had no choice but to once again engage the Fire Axe Mercenary Group in fierce combat.
Huang Guangming seized the moment to pull out a vial of potion and down it. Kong Lin, scrub your neck clean. Next time we meet, I'll wring your neck off. After swallowing the potion, Huang Guangming's speed surged.
Taking advantage of the moment his subordinates held off the attackers, he sprinted frantically toward the outskirts of the Yeka plain. Lu Ming, lurking in the shadows, now moved as well, creeping toward Huang Guangming.
Chapter 15, The Key in Hand.
Though Huang Guangming possessed early third-grade cultivation, his strength had been largely depleted in the previous battle. Combined with his injuries, his power was significantly diminished, and Lu Ming held no fear of him. Huang Guangming's speed was impressive after drinking the potion, but Lu Ming possessed the shadow concealment step at its perfected level. When he exerted himself fully, he could barely keep up. After a quarter of an hour, the potion's effects began to fade. Huang Guangming's pace slowed steadily until he finally plopped down onto a pile of grass, panting heavily. Phew! We're only about 10 miles from the outer perimeter now. Taking a breather shouldn't hurt. Huang Guangming consoled himself, his face wearing an expression of having narrowly escaped death.
Oomph. Kong Lin. Don't you dare fall into my hands again, or I'll wring your dog's head off and use it as a chamber pot. The thought of his painstakingly cultivated image shattering like this made Huang Guangming grind his teeth in fury. Not only that, most of his men had served him for over a year. With their entire unit wiped out this time, the regiment commander would surely question his competence. Even if he avoided demotion, his future perks would never match his current lavish benefits. Huang Guangming blamed it all on Kong Lin. Just as he was offering his warm regards to Kong Lin's female relatives, a figure wearing a frog mask appeared in his line of sight. Watching the frogman stride toward him step by step, Huang Guangming felt a sudden flicker of panic. He breathed a slight sigh of relief upon noticing Lu Ming bore no insignia of any faction. His heart settled further when he sensed Lu Ming's aura was merely that of a low-tier second-rank martial artist. Though his current condition was poor, his foundation as a third-grade martial artist remained intact. For an ordinary second-grade practitioner to kill him would still be quite difficult. Choose one, hand over the secret realm key, or die. Lu Ming held up 2 fingers, his voice cold and sharp. Huang Guangming stood up, letting out a cold laugh. Ha! What nerve! You must be blind as a bat. I'm Huang Guangming of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. You're just a lowly second-rank novice, and you dare mess with me? I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with you. Get the hell out of here. Or I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Huang Guangming had long been stationed in the Wild River Plains, where he had built quite a reputation. Combined with the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group's notoriously domineering ways, ordinary folk and small adventuring parties treated them with utmost respect whenever they crossed paths, afraid to cross them. Huang Guangming assumed these words would scare the frogman off, but instead, the frogman let out a savage laugh and sneered. Ha! Don't give me that nonsense. I don't buy it. You know full well how much combat power you can muster in your current state. I'm giving you one last chance, hand over the key, or die. No second-rank martial artist would ever dare speak to him like this. Huang Guangming was so enraged he laughed. Ha! Even wounded, I'm no pushover for a lowly ant like you to try to rip off. I'll see just who you really are. You've got some nerve, daring to oppose our Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps right here in Xianzhou City. You'd better be an orphan. Otherwise, once I track down your family, every male will be slaughtered, and the women will be rewarded to my brothers for their amusement. As he spoke, Huang Guangming channeled his soul energy. Black light surged from his palm as he struck toward Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming shook his head. Ah! I really wanted to be a good person. How difficult. With a flicker of thought, the mystic iron sword instantly materialized in his hand. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, draw sword form. A flash of white light erupted as a slash of sword energy sliced across Huang Guangming's neck. Huang Guangming felt only a chill on his neck before his head seemed to gradually separate from his body. When he looked down, his head rolled off his body, blood spurting everywhere. His body, still frozen in mid-stride, stumbled forward several more steps before collapsing. Lu Ming walked up to Huang Guangming's head and sneered, "With a head like that, you actually thought you could kick mine around like a ball?" With that, he kicked Huang Guangming's head away. He ripped the storage bracelet from Huang Guangming's wrist and rummaged through it. Sure enough, Lu Ming found a peculiar transparent crystal inside. Etched upon the crystal was a long river, flanked by endless grasslands stretching to the horizon. This was the key to the wild river plain's secret realm. Hey! You Golden Horn folks sure are generous. You give me exactly what I need, thumbs up to you. Lu Ming gave Huang Guangming's corpse a thumbs up before swiftly departing with his storage bracelet. An hour later, reinforcements from the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group discovered Huang Guangming's body in the grasslands. The leader of the group frowned deeply upon seeing Huang Guangming's wound, smooth as a mirror. This wound doesn't look like Kong Lin's handiwork either. Someone retrieve Captain Huang's head. Bring both the head and body back to headquarters for the commander's judgment. Coldwater Gorge, Golden Horn Mercenary Corps headquarters. At that moment, in the main hall of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps, all high-ranking officers at the squad leader level and above were assembled. Seated at the head of the hall was a burly middle-aged man. The man was as imposing as an iron tower, a scar running from his forehead to his chin giving him a menacing appearance. He was none other than the leader of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps, Jin Dainyu. As a third-rank martial artist, Huang Guangming held a high-ranking position within the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. Although the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps and the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps frequently clashed, neither side desired full-scale war. Both maintained an unspoken understanding, keeping casualties and escalation within tolerable limits. This time, however, the death of Huang Guangming had clearly exceeded the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group's tolerance. Jin Dainyo's expression darkened as he surveyed the captains present. What are your thoughts on this matter? One man, bearing a slight resemblance to Jin Dainyo, spoke up. Brother, the Fire Axe mercenaries have been pushing their luck lately. Since they're the ones starting trouble, we shouldn't coddle them anymore. Let's take them on head-on. Otherwise, they'll think we're actually afraid of them. The speaker was Jin Shonyo, Jin Dainyo's younger brother. He had a fiery temper and was extremely belligerent. In other words, he was all brawn and no brains, believing fists could solve any problem. Jin Dainyo knew his brother's temperament well and turned his gaze to the others. What about you guys? One of them shifted uneasily before speaking up. Captain, remember what I told you about the killings at our meteorite gold mine? Jin Dainyo frowned. That has nothing to do with this, does it? The man shook his head. We know the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps inside out. Everyone understands that an all-out war benefits no one. In the past, whenever it involved squad leaders or higher, they'd only wound or capture them, then demand resources for their release. This time, they killed him outright. That's clearly not normal. Feedback from survivors who escaped the meteorite gold mine last time indicates Huang Guangming's death bears striking similarities to his squad leaders. As a Sword Fate soul myself, I know how difficult it is to inflict such wounds. The killer must wield a devastatingly powerful sword technique. I suspect the person who killed Huang Guangming is the same one who plundered our meteorite gold mine. Jin Xiaonyo immediately countered, that meteorite mine is merely a first-grade secret realm. Accessing it means the killer is only a first-grade martial artist. With such limited time and his abilities, how could he possibly have killed Huang Guangming? The man shook his head again. Huang Guangming bore multiple wounds, all appearing to be blade cuts, likely inflicted by Kong Lin. If Huang Guangming was already gravely wounded when he fled, it's not entirely impossible he fell victim to a sneak attack by a first-rank martial artist wielding advanced sword techniques. Seeing Jin Dainyo begin to ponder, the man pressed on. What if this individual happened to break through to the second rank during these very days? Wouldn't that explain Huang Guangming's unexpected downfall? Jin Dainyo nodded. Your analysis is spot on. That possibility certainly exists. Have your men sketched that man's likeness immediately? Issue a full-scale manhunt. Anyone daring to cross the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps in this entire Qianzhou city is courting death. Xianyo, that bastard stole the secret realm keys. He'll either use them himself or trade them. Take all the keys we have now and go personally to keep watch. The moment you spot any suspicious individuals, bring them back immediately. Lu Ming was unaware that the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps had already launched a manhunt for him. After obtaining the key, he headed straight for the secret realm's entrance. Lu Ming tossed the key into the portal, silently praying. Phew! Hope everything goes smoothly. Chapter 16, The Mysterious Woman. The familiar sensation returned, but this time Lu Ming was prepared. He'd stuffed a thick cushion under his butt beforehand. Phew! Safe landing. After touching down, Lu Ming happily stowed away the cushion. After scanning his surroundings to confirm no danger, he immediately activated the system to check the locations of the Ice Spirit Fruit and the Body Forging Flower. According to the system display, the Ice Spirit Fruit was slightly closer to his current location, requiring only an hour's journey to reach, while the Body Forging Flower would take 4 hours. Fortunately, the time limit for the Wild River Plains secret realm was twice that of the meteorite gold mine, a full 24 hours. Barring any mishaps, it should be ample time to secure both the Ice Spirit Fruit and the Forging Bone Flower. Following the system's guidance, after an hour's journey, Lu Ming arrived at a secluded water pool. The pond wasn't large, covering roughly 100 square meters. Though it appeared indistinguishable from ordinary ponds, its surface rippled gently.
A faint chill emanated from its depths, even coating the surrounding weeds with a light frost. In the center of the pond sat a square stone, 1 meter on each side. Not a speck of soil clung to it, yet a blue plant thrived upon the stone. The plant stood only 60 to 70 centimeters tall, its broad leaves a pale blue. Perched atop the foliage was a blue fruit the size of an apple. Ice Spirit Fruit. It had only been 2 days since the system issued the quest, and Lu Ming had already found the Ice Spirit Fruit. At this rate, 3 months would be more than enough time for him to complete the task. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming stripped off his clothes and plunged into the water with a splash. Moments later, he scrambled frantically out of the pool, clutching his private parts. Damn! That was close, I almost got castrated. Whoosh! A wave shot out from the pond, and a miniature crocodile entirely blue and barely over a meter long climbed out of the water. Earlier in the pond, this creature had ambushed Lu Ming. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have ended up changing genders by now. Ice Crocodile. Cultivation level, 2nd grade, intermediate. Characteristics, possesses sharp teeth and a powerful tail. Innate secret technique, cold pool water wave. Weaknesses, eyes, lower jaw. This ice crocodile must be the guardian beast of the Ice Spirit Fruit. There's no way to obtain the fruit without taking it down. Fueled by the grudge from its earlier ambush, Lu Ming was brimming with hatred toward this creature. Summoning his mystic iron sword, he unleashed his most devastating killing move. Under the blinding sword light of his drawstrike, the ice crocodile didn't even have time to unleash its innate secret technique before being instantly slain. Defeated Grade 2 Demon Beast, Ice Crocodile. Gained EXP 20. Damn it! You dared to plot against my little brother? I'll castrate you. Lu Ming flipped the decapitated ice crocodile over, intent on avenging his little buddy. But after a thorough search, he discovered to his shock that this ice crocodile was actually female. This infuriated Lu Ming. With nowhere to vent his rage, he stomped the ground furiously, soon creating a small pit. After venting his frustration, he jumped back into the frigid pool and swam toward the Ice Spirit Fruit in the center. After disposing of the ice crocodile, Lu Ming successfully plucked the Ice Spirit Fruit and returned to the shore. Just as he was examining it, a sudden flash of black light struck from the side. Lu sensed a powerful surge of energy approaching, his expression changing as he scrambled backward to evade it. Thanks to his mastery of the shadow concealment step, he narrowly avoided the attack. This one's got something special escaping my ambush. Lu Ming focused his gaze. The assailant was a woman clad in black, her face concealed by a dark scarf that revealed only a pair of eyes. She couldn't be much older than him. Lu Ming estimated her pectoral muscles were only slightly larger than his own, yet her voice was deep and unsettling. Damn it! My Ice Spirit Fruit! Give it back! The black-clad figure held a dark green dagger in one hand and the Ice Spirit Fruit in the other, letting out a cold laugh at Lu Ming's demand. Ha! It's mine now! Lu Ming's blood boiled at those words. He'd been the one stealing from others all this time. How dare someone steal from him? Lu Ming summoned his soul essence, gripping his black iron sword as he glared coldly at the black-clad figure. If you don't want to die, hand over the Ice Spirit Fruit. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. In Lu Ming's perception, the black-clad figure's aura was deeply concealed, making it impossible for him to gauge her exact cultivation level. But that mattered little to Lu Ming. With the sword-pulling style at his command, even if the black-clad figure possessed peak 2nd rank cultivation, he was confident he could slay her. Ha! Not much cultivation, yet you talk a big game. I'll see what tricks you've got up your sleeve. In the next instant, the black-clad figure stowed the Ice Spirit Fruit into her storage space. Then, materializing a dagger in her left hand, she lunged toward Lu Ming's face. Drawing upon the 100 soul techniques he'd learned at school, Lu Ming recognized the woman's soul essence as SC Grade 8 Venom twin daggers. Though small, this type of soul weapon contained a special toxin. Even the slightest cut would allow the poison to seep in, ultimately leading to death. Among C-rank soul weapons, the 8 Venom twin daggers were considered quite formidable. Lu Ming had been relying on one-hit kills lately, so this sudden close-range confrontation threw him off balance. In the critical moment, he raised his black iron sword to block in front of him, parrying the black-clad figure's twin daggers, then kicked out at her lower body. However, the black-clad figure reacted far quicker than Lu Ming. The instant his leg shot out, her toes had already flicked against his ankle. Ah! The pain made Lu Ming stumble backward in a hurry. Oomph! With such meager skills, you dare bark at me? Having repelled Lu Ming, the black-clad woman looked at him with contempt, her eyes filled with scorn as she laughed derisively. Damn you! Think you're better than me? Today I'll show you what a real master looks like. The black iron sword slid back to his waist, then shot out with a blinding flash of white light. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Sword Drawl. Feeling the terrifying pressure within the sword's glow, the woman beneath the headscarf paled. Before she could dodge, the sword light struck her body. Suddenly, a dark purple jade pendant at her chest burst into brilliant violet light. The dense purple light formed a semicircular shield before her. The sword light from the draw sword style struck the shield, producing a sharp clang. In the next instant, the purple shield shattered into fragments, and the sword light vanished. Holy? Usually, the sword draw technique meant instant kills. Today, facing defeat for the first time, Lu Ming was quite taken aback.
Compared to Lu Ming's astonishment, the black-robed woman was utterly terrified.
As the purple shield vanished, the jade pendant at her chest shattered into dust. The black-robed woman trembled violently as if struck by a heavy blow, her face turning deathly pale in an instant, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. The sword-pulling technique was immensely powerful, but it also consumed vast amounts of energy.
That single strike had drained more than half of Lu Ming's spiritual energy.
He would be unable to perform the sword extraction technique again for at least half an hour. Just as Lu Ming prepared to flee, he suddenly noticed something amiss with the woman. After carefully sensing her chaotic breathing, Lu Ming broke into a smug grin.
Ha! So it was all an act. You nearly fooled me. Now die. Chapter 17, The Terrifying Black-Cloaked Woman.
The black-clad woman was indeed in a dire state, and she feared Lu Ming might unleash his sword-pulling technique again. Seeing Lu Ming charge toward her, the black-clad woman gritted her teeth and spat out an angry curse. I'll remember you.
I'll kill you someday.
With that, she spun and fled at breakneck speed.
Think you can escape? Dream on.
Lu Ming immediately activated his shadow hiding steps to pursue her. The black-clad woman's origins were unknown, but she not only blocked the sword-pulling attack, her footwork was also remarkably agile. Even with Lu Ming pushing the shadow hiding step to its limits, he could only trail behind her. Though only a dozen meters separated them, he simply couldn't close the gap.
The chase didn't last long.
The woman's condition seemed to deteriorate steadily, her speed gradually slowing. The gap between them closed at a painfully slow pace. Noticing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh loudly.
You can't escape. You might as well accept your fate. I'm known for being a good person. I'll send you on your way with a single sword strike, sparing you any pain. Enraged by Lu Ming's words, the black-clad woman coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Panic now gripped her heart.
Damn it! How could he wield such a devastating sword technique? Even the protective jade the sect master bestowed upon me couldn't block it.
As Lu Ming closed in, the black-clad woman gritted her teeth and swiftly retrieved the ice spirit fruit from her storage space.
I'll give you back the ice spirit fruit.
Gathering all her strength, the black-clad woman hurled the ice spirit fruit sideways.
Lu Ming saw this and instantly panicked. Damn it! You're not playing fair.
According to the system's notification, this was the only ice spirit fruit in the Wild River Plains secret realm. If it got smashed, his 30 years of lifespan would be gone.
He hadn't even held a girl's hand yet. Lu Ming refused to enter middle age at 48 without ever experiencing the joys of youth at 18.
Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming temporarily abandoned chasing the black-clad woman and focused all his energy on catching the ice spirit fruit.
Fortunately, the woman had thrown it with great force to lure Lu Ming further away, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have made it in time. Phew! Thank goodness it's not damaged.
After catching the ice spirit fruit and confirming it was intact, Lu Ming quickly turned back.
But by then, the black-clad woman had vanished without a trace. Oomph! Damn you for running so fast. Dare to steal from me? Next time we meet, I'll skin you alive.
After cursing her out, Lu Ming suddenly felt a chill. Looking down, he realized he'd been so caught up in the fight that he was now wearing only a pair of torn shorts and his little brother had popped out.
Holy!
Seeing no one around, Lu Ming hurried back to the cold pool, pulled his clothes back on, and then found a relatively safe spot to recover his spiritual energy.
Meanwhile, the black-clad woman, having shaken off Lu Ming, immediately crouched in a thicket of grass.
She tore off her headscarf and spat out a pool of purplish-black blood. The blood hit the ground like acid, swiftly corroding the earth into a scorched black, sizzling and emitting thick white smoke.
Damn it!
The woman cursed furiously, retrieving a white porcelain bottle from her storage space. Her gaze wavered as she stared at the bottle, but the searing pain from her wounds proved too much to bear. She pried off the stopper and poured out a thumb-sized black pill. The pills were made of who knows what, but the moment they were poured out, they gave off a nauseating stench. The woman frowned, tilted her head back, and swallowed them. Ah! The moment the pill touched her tongue, she let out a piercing scream and collapsed to the ground in agony. A dark purple force surged rapidly upward from her abdomen, turning her entire face purple in the blink of an eye. She seemed to be enduring immense agony, her body curled up and trembling violently, beads of sweat as large as beans streaming down her face. After half a quarter of an hour, the purple hue gradually faded from her face, and her expression slowly returned to normal. Soon, she rolled over and sat up, her breathing rapidly stabilizing. Her face remained deathly pale, like that of a corpse. She touched her forehead, where a faint purple mark remained. With my current strength, I fear I cannot withstand the power of the divine eye. I must not take another divine enhancement pill before breaking through to the 3rd rank. Otherwise, I risk triggering the divine eye's backlash. Feeling the pulsing sensation within the mark, the woman felt a wave of dread wash over her, and her resentment toward Lu Ming surged dramatically. That damned bastard. Not only did he shatter my protective jade pendant, but he also forced me to consume a divine enhancement pill prematurely. How many more must I consume to compensate for this loss? This grudge must be avenged. The woman snarled viciously, but suddenly, a flush of color rushed to her face.
With a gurgling sound, she coughed up another large pool of dark purple blood. No! The side effects of the spirit boosting pill are kicking in. I must find someone to replenish my vital energy immediately. She sat cross-legged, channeling her secret techniques as a purple glow shimmered around her body. A quarter of an hour later, she rewrapped her headscarf and crept toward a figure in the distance. Who? The man possessed only early second-tier cultivation. He had stumbled upon a key by chance and entered the secret realm hoping to find valuable medicinal herbs. Little did he expect to encounter the black-clad woman so soon after entering. Her strength was now nearly fully restored. Dual daggers in hand, she moved like a ghostly apparition, darting through the air and leaving trails of afterimages. When the intruder turned his head, the black-clad woman had already appeared behind him. His pupils contracted as he instinctively activated his life soul. His life soul was a C-grade berserk gorilla. Empowered by his soul essence, he crossed his palms in front of him for defense while lashing out with his tail like a whip toward the woman. Oomph! Trivial tricks! Die! The woman let out a cold, disdainful snort. Her dagger flashed up and down, effortlessly slicing the man's thick palms until they bled profusely. Simultaneously, she freed her right hand to slash downward with brutal force. A black light flared from the dagger, severing the man's tail cleanly. Ah! The man let out a piercing scream. Realizing he was no match for her, he immediately thought of fleeing. Alas, he was merely an ordinary man, lacking any formidable martial arts techniques to aid his escape. Before he could run more than a few meters, the black-clad woman's dagger lightly grazed his neck. Blood gushed from his neck in an instant. Panicked, he clutched his wound and stumbled a few steps before collapsing with a thud. After killing the man, a flash of excitement shot through the woman's eyes, like a vicious dog spotting a large bone. She swiftly scooped the man into her arms, greedily licking the blood clean before tearing his flesh from his bones and devouring it bite by bite. Strangely enough, though the woman wasn't large, she devoured the man completely, leaving only hair and bones behind. After finishing, her face was etched with pure satisfaction, accompanied by murmurs of delight. Absolutely delicious. It's been ages since I've eaten my fill. Now that I've finally made it into the secret realm, I'm going to feast like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Once I'm full, I'll go settle the score with that bastard. Lu Ming remained utterly unaware of this. Once his spiritual energy had mostly recovered, he hurried toward the location of the body-forging flower. Meanwhile, a bloody storm was raging across the Wilderness Plains' secret realm. Chapter 18, 1 against 3. Phew! Finally made it. I'm exhausted. Spotting a yellow flower as large as a washbasin in the distance, Lu Ming finally sat down to rest. Strange. Why haven't I encountered anyone else along the way? That shouldn't be possible. As he sat down to rest, Lu Ming recalled that while rushing here, he had seen numerous traces left by others, yet hadn't encountered a single soul. This couldn't help but make him suspicious. Overheated from the trek, Lu Ming removed his frog hood. After resting for 15 minutes, Lu Ming summoned his black iron sword and carefully dug up the forged bone flower. The system prompt specifically noted that the forging bone flower was extremely delicate. If only the blossom was picked, it would wither within 24 hours even when stored in a storage space. Not knowing when he might gather the strong pulse tree trunk and Kanyuan spirit milk, Lu Ming dug up the forged bone flower entirely, roots and soil included. The digging process took a full half-hour before Lu Ming finally managed to dig up the forged bone flower intact. Phew! That was exhausting. Just as he stowed the forging bone flower in his storage space and prepared to sit down for a rest, footsteps suddenly echoed nearby. Ha! Someone's coming? Lu Ming had come to the Wild River Plains' secret realm primarily to find the ice spirit fruit and forged bone flower. Now that he had both materials in hand, he didn't want any complications. Just as he was about to get up and leave, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the distance. Brother Chang, I found the kid the captain put a huge bounty on. Come quick. Wanted? Lu Ming felt a pang of suspicion. He squinted and saw 3 figures emerge from the thick grass. Their cultivation levels were solid mid-tier second grade and each wore a gleaming golden bullhorn pendant on their chest. So it's the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group. Once he confirmed their identities, Lu Ming began to piece together the reason behind the wanted notice. He surmised it was most likely related to the meteorite gold mine incident. Lu Ming had no intention of taking their lives. Pulling his hood over his head, he shouted, "You've got the wrong person." He then prepared to depart using his shadow hiding step. "Ha, kid. Our captain's bounty on your head comes with a hefty reward. Since we've caught up with you, don't even think about running." The eldest of the trio activated his soul essence, and a blue longbow materialized in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The man drew the bowstring repeatedly, sending 3 pale blue arrows whistling through the air. The arrows weren't aimed at Lu Ming himself, but at the space around him. The arrows exploded around Lu Ming, shattering into countless blue ice crystals. Under the influence of these crystals, Lu Ming felt the temperature around him plummet. His own body became encrusted with ice, and he noticed his limbs growing heavier and heavier, his movements increasingly sluggish. "Ha! You think you can escape my frostbite longbow? That's laughable."
Lu Ming frowned slightly as he examined the ice crystals clinging to his body. The frost longbow was a C-grade weapon soul. While its attack power wasn't particularly strong, its true strength lay in the frost power it channeled. The arrows it fired could freeze the air, slowing down their speed. When paired with the right martial arts techniques, this soul weapon could be incredibly annoying in small-scale group battles.
Number 3, why haven't you taken this kid down yet? He's a hot commodity. The reward this time is enough for both of you to marry a beautiful bride. Hearing this, the other two let out waves of maniacal laughter as they activated their own soul spirits. Their soul weapons were a C-grade beast soul, giant kangaroo, and a D-grade artifact soul, rock-shattering pickaxe. They weren't stupid. Knowing Lu Ming possessed formidable sword techniques, both retrieved circular shields from their storage spaces to block their fronts. Made of an unknown material, the shields glowed with a faint black light under their infused spiritual energy, appearing exceptionally sturdy. Beyond this, they simultaneously launched attacks at Lu Ming from opposite directions. This offensive strategy was highly calculated and extremely targeted. It was clear the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group held Lu Ming in considerable regard. Thus, even if he could instantly eliminate one with his sword drawing technique, he would still face attacks from the remaining two. A typical second-rank martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand such an assault. The old Lu Ming would have been at a disadvantage, but now? The black iron sword had undergone 2 enchantments, its strength far surpassing a D-grade soul essence. Moreover, it possessed additional fire and metal attributes. At the very least, the icy longbow's restrictions on him were negligible. When the two were no more than 2 meters away, Lu Ming summoned the black iron sword and gave it a light swing. Instantly, a flash of crimson light erupted as a fiery curtain burst forth from the sword. The moment the curtain appeared, the temperature skyrocketed. The ice crystals on Lu Ming's body instantly melted, and his speed quickly returned to normal. Simultaneously, the two attackers hadn't anticipated Lu Ming's sword martial soul producing flames. Caught off guard, they hesitated in their panic. Since you insist on courting death, don't blame me. Lu Ming activated the shadow concealment step at full force, leaving an afterimage behind while his true form swiftly closed in on the man wielding the stone pickaxe. Die! The black iron sword swung, unleashing a thunderous explosion of metallic spiritual energy. A razor-sharp sword chi erupted violently. Before the man could even react, Lu Ming had already slit his throat. Third brother. The man known as Giant Kangaroo let out a mournful cry, swinging his black shield with both hands and hurling it toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time and took the full force of the blow. He felt as if he'd been hit by a motorcycle, his blood surging violently. Fueled by grief and fury, the man followed up his successful strike with a flurry of punches, driving Lu Ming back step by step. Number 2, finish him off. The man wielding the icy longbow, enraged that his brother had been killed so swiftly. His fingers flicked the bowstring rapidly, sending a volley of 10 icy arrows hurtling toward their target. Lu Ming frowned, inwardly frustrated. If these two coordinated their attacks, he'd be in serious trouble. Enough! Lu Ming roared in fury, leaping backward to create distance. Enough my ass! Give me back my brother! The confidence Fong, the second in command of the giant kangaroo gang, had displayed in his earlier combination punch that had forced Lu Ming into retreat, had been fueled by the soul of life. For a moment, he seemed to forget that Lu Ming hadn't yet unleashed his martial arts. He flung his shield toward Lu Ming, then bent his thick legs slightly, launching himself like a cannonball toward his opponent. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he drew the black iron sword to his waist. In the next instant, he drew it with a flash of white light. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Sword Drawl. The seemingly sturdy shield was cleaved clean in two in an instant, the remaining sword energy striking the second man. Sizzle! Though the second brother possessed a beast soul and formidable physique, he was far from capable of withstanding the might of supreme martial arts. He was cleaved clean through the middle, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Lu Ming reacted swiftly, leaping back several paces just in time to avoid the spray. Second brother. The remaining man let out a wail of grief, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lu Ming. Though he too possessed a weapon soul, his offensive and defensive capabilities paled in comparison to the two who had fallen. All will to fight vanished from him. He retracted his soul and turned to flee. Ha! Think you can run? Come die. Chapter 19, The Bounty. Having learned his lesson, Lu Ming wasn't about to let him escape again. Relying on his perfected level shadow concealment step, Lu Ming caught up to the lone survivor with almost no effort. Though this man's cultivation was a minor stage higher than Lu Ming's, his soul essence made him ill-suited for close combat. Once Lu Ming closed in, he was knocked to the ground with a few swift kicks. Before he could roll over and retaliate, the blade of the black iron sword was already pressed against his throat. If you don't want to die, don't move. Answer my questions obediently, and I might spare your life. The man glared at Lu Ming with vicious eyes and cursed, Ha! You killed my 2 brothers and now you want information from me? Dream on, you bastard. Kill me or torture me, go ahead. I won't tell you a single word. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh? So tough, are we? The man snorted coldly. 18 years later, I'll be a man again. Go ahead. Lu Ming chuckled. He absolutely loved a tough nut to crack.
Lu Ming kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Wielding his black iron sword, he sliced cleanly through the man's right thumb.
Ah! His face contorted in agony as he cursed furiously, "Are you even a man? If you're gonna kill me, just do it. What the hell is this nonsense?" Lu Ming grinned. "None of your business. Just answer me, are you talking or not?"
Seeing the man still silent, Lu Ming bared his teeth in a grin. The black iron sword swung again, this time severing his index and middle fingers.
Talk?
Beyond curses, Lu Ming still didn't get the answer he wanted. He swung his sword again. This time, he severed the man's remaining 2 fingers clean off. The pain was excruciating, making even a grown man roll on the ground, wailing in agony.
Ha! You really are a tough nut to crack, huh? Still won't talk?
Well then, I'll chop off your left hand next.
After your hands, I'll take your feet.
Then I'll slowly slice the flesh from your body, piece by piece, until you're drained dry, every last scrap of flesh gone. As Lu Ming prepared to act, the man could no longer endure.
He hid his left hand behind his back and cried out, "What the hell do you want to know? Just ask me already. You won't even ask, so how am I supposed to tell you anything?"
Lu Ming froze at the words, then scratched his head awkwardly.
You're right. I forgot to ask. Sorry about that. Spill it. What's the bounty on my head according to your commander's wanted notice?
Terrified by Lu Ming's vicious interrogation tactics, the man hurriedly answered.
3 million great xia coins for anyone providing clues. 6 million for delivering your head or corpse. 10 million for capturing you alive. Holy! Your captain's gone mad. I'm just a second-rank martial artist, why such a huge bounty? I didn't even do anything to his wife.
Hearing the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps commander offer such a lavish bounty, Lu Ming was stunned himself.
10 million? That could buy an advanced martial art technique. In a small place like Zhenzhou City, that was a massive fortune.
The man spoke in a hollow tone. You didn't do anything to the captain's wife, but you killed Captain Huang Guangming. For the captain, he'd rather you had done something to his wife than killed Captain Huang.
Lu Ming's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
He remembered meticulously covering his tracks after killing Huang Guangming.
How could it still be discovered? It baffled him completely. Hold on, I'm only a second-rank martial artist.
Your squad leader was a third-rank martial artist.
How could I possibly kill him? You need evidence for your accusations. Believe it or not, I could sue you for defamation.
The man pointed at the black iron sword in Lu Ming's hand.
Stop pretending.
I saw you kill my brother just now. The cut surface was smooth as a mirror, exactly matching Captain Huang's wounds.
Even our own Captain Chen couldn't inflict such injuries. And you claim it wasn't you? Lu Ming sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Damn! How could I have forgotten that part?
The 8 Desolations Sword Sutra was supreme martial arts. The wounds it inflicted couldn't be replicated by ordinary means.
Besides the wanted notice, what other measures has your regiment taken?
The man sneered coldly. Of course. Our regiment commander's own younger brother, Captain Jin Xiaonyo, personally leads a detachment stationed at the entrance to the gate's secret realm. Once you step outside this place, you're as good as dead. Lu Ming scratched his head anxiously upon hearing this.
This is a real pain in the ass.
The squad leaders of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps were all third-rank martial artists.
As the regiment commander's younger brother, this Jin Xiaonyo was undoubtedly more formidable than an ordinary squad leader.
Even with the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra in his possession, Lu Ming still couldn't match a third-rank martial artist in a direct confrontation.
Seeing Lu Ming's anxious expression, a wave of satisfaction washed over the man, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! Feels awful knowing you're doomed and just waiting for death, doesn't it?
Serves you right.
Lu Ming's anger flared instantly. Hey! Go to hell! Don't you get the situation here? How dare you mock me?
Lu Ming swung his sword, cleanly severing the man's left hand. Seeing no hope of survival, the man threw caution to the wind, abandoning all restraint. He hurled a torrent of abuse at Lu Ming, his vocabulary proving he was no slouch in the literary arts. Lu Ming wanted to retort, but he soon realized his verbal skills were no match for the man's. Before long, he was flushed red with anger.
Shut the up!
Having extracted most of the information he needed, Lu Ming's rage boiled over. With a single sword strike, he severed the man's head. Even after that, he still felt unsatisfied. He kicked the head hundreds of meters away.
Damn you for cursing me!
Learning that Jin Xiaonyo had deliberately ambushed him at the secret realm's exit, Lu Ming lost all interest in searching for spiritual herbs or hunting beasts. He found a safe spot and began plotting his next move. As the deadline approached, Lu Ming sighed and pulled the frog mask back over his head.
Ah, what the hell? Let's see if I can bluff my way through this first. If not, then I'll just have to go all out.
Soon, Lu Ming felt the secret realm tremble slightly. The realm's laws coalesced into a teleportation portal above his head, sucking him in with a whoosh. The brief dizziness passed, and without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his shadow hiding step to flee. But before he could activate it, a group of men wearing golden bull horns around their necks surrounded him.
There were over 20 of them, all at the second-grade cultivation level.
Not far behind them, a canopy was propped up. Beneath it, a burly man lay sprawled across a chair, basking in the shade.
Despite the distance, Lu Ming could still sense an overwhelmingly oppressive aura emanating from the man. A third-rank martial artist. Lu Ming's heart sank. He looked at the crowd surrounding him and said with a forced smile, "Gentlemen, what's going on here? I'm just a lowly independent cultivator. There's no need to make things difficult for me, right?" Chapter 20, The Impersonation Exposed.
Within the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, a second-rank peak warrior barked, "Cut the nonsense.
We're pursuing a wanted man. Take off that hood. If you're not the target, we'll let you go. Please, gentlemen, have mercy.
When I was young, boiling water scarred my face, leaving me hideous.
Taking it off might frighten you.
Besides, I've worn this hood for over a decade.
Let's just skip it, shall we?"
The man frowned, summoning his soul essence. A broad-bladed longsword materialized in his hand, its spine adorned with 6 rings engraved with peculiar beast motifs.
"Cut the damn nonsense. You think I won't slice you in two with this blade?"
This was a C-grade life soul, the 6-ring beast soul blade. Legend held that if one could refine 6 beast souls and seal them within these rings, this martial soul could evolve into a B-grade soul weapon, the 6-ring soul-shattering blade.
This man possesses a unique soul essence and formidable cultivation.
Aside from Jin Shanyo, he's the strongest here, likely the squad leader. Lu Ming waved his 6-ring beast soul blade aside, grinning cheekily.
"Big bro, cut me some slack. I swear I'm not the one you're after. Just let me go."
Seeing Lu Ming still chattering away, the squad leader suddenly unleashed his power. He flipped the long blade in his hand and swung the flat of the blade toward Lu Ming's shoulder. Seeing this brute was stubborn and unyielding, Lu Ming dropped all pretense. The instant he summoned the mystic iron sword, he unleashed the sword draw stance. A fierce surge of sword energy erupted, instantly shattering the squad leader's soul essence. The residual force of the blade then struck his body with undiminished power.
The second-rank perfected squad leader was instantly cleaved in two. This scene left the members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group utterly dumbfounded.
They never imagined this frogman, who had been groveling all along, would suddenly strike. Even more astonishing was the revelation that this frogman was the very person they were hunting. Breaking through the encirclement, Lu Ming wasted no time. He immediately activated Shadow Step at full power, leaving an afterimage behind while his true form darted away.
"Captain Jean. He's the man we're hunting. He killed squad leader Hong. Hurry up. Don't let him escape."
The members of the Golden Horn mercenary group snapped to attention and shouted urgently at Jin Shanyo. Though not the sharpest tool in the shed, Jin Shanyo was a capable fighter with keen senses. The moment Lu Ming executed his sword draw stance, Jin Shanyo sprang into action. Jin Shanyo's life soul was identical to his elder brother Jin Danyu's. Both were C-grade life souls, the Golden Horn Savage Bull.
Among C-rank soul spirits, the Golden Horn Savage Bull was exceptionally formidable.
When activated, it not only greatly enhanced strength and physical defense but also provided significant speed bonuses.
Among beast soul spirits, this one offered a relatively comprehensive set of enhancements. Consequently, its overall power could even rival some B-rank beast soul spirits. Lu Ming knew his limits well.
He had no intention of clashing with Golden Calf, his sole focus being escape. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a powerful gust of wind strike from behind. Turning his head, he was so terrified his hair stood on end. Behind Jin Shanyo materialized the shadowy form of a massive bull, muscular and sinewy, adorned with long golden horns. The phantom charged forward at breakneck speed, and Jin Shanyo himself seemed to transform into a raging bull, his pursuit already closing in behind Lu Ming as he kicked up gusts of wind.
"Ha! Shadow concealment step. You brat actually have something up your sleeve." Jin Shanyo recognized Lu Ming's footwork technique, sneered coldly, and swung his fist toward Lu Ming's back. Golden Calf moved too swiftly for Lu Ming to dodge. He could only raise his black iron sword to block the blow against his back. The fist struck the sword, sending a tremendous force surging through it. The sword slammed back into Lu Ming's back with brutal force. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding car. His internal organs seemed to fly about freely, and his body shot backward uncontrollably. Crashing to the ground, Lu Ming coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, soaking through his hooded mask. His identity exposed, Lu Ming decisively removed his hood. Just as he reached into his storage space for immobilizing potion, Jin Shanyo lunged forward, landing a punch squarely on his face. The force of Jin Shanyo's punch was devastating, sending blood streaming down Lu Ming's face. His vision blurred with stars, and his head buzzed with a deafening roar. "Ha! With this measly strength, you dare oppose my Golden Bullhorn mercenary corps?" Jin Shanyo yanked Lu Ming to his feet. After confirming he wasn't dead, he retrieved a pair of specially designed handcuffs from his storage space and fastened them around Lu Ming's wrists. Once the cuffs were fastened, Lu Ming felt his dantian completely sealed off, unable to muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy to sustain it, his life soul dissipated. Carrying Lu Ming back to the pavilion, Jin Shanyo tossed him onto the ground like trash.
Members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group immediately surrounded him. The captain truly lives up to being our commander's own brother.
That move was absolutely brilliant.
He took down that despicable bastard in one fell swoop.
Impressive. Only Captain Jean could pull this off. Nothing can stand in your way when you step in.
Facing their fawning praise, Jean Xiaoyo smiled and said, "Enough, enough. Wake this kid up first. I need to question him." The Golden Bullhorn mercenaries promptly fetched 2 buckets of ice water and dumped them over Lu Ming's face in one swift motion. The icy water jolted Lu Ming awake, his consciousness slowly returning. He instinctively tried to open his storage space, only to discover he couldn't muster even a shred of spiritual energy. Seeing Lu Ming still trying to resist, the man who'd poured the ice water kicked him hard in the backside and sneered, "Ha! Kid, stop struggling. With these spirit-suppressing cuffs on, you're just like any ordinary person now. Just spill it, and if our captain's in a good mood, he might even give you a quick and painless end." With that, he yanked Lu Ming to his feet. Jean Xiaoyo downed a cup of tea in one gulp and asked Lu Ming, "Kid, that sword technique you just used was pretty powerful.
It must be high grade. And you've got the shadow concealment step too. Spill it. What's your background?"
Though the Golden Oxhorn mercenary group was sizable, it remained just a mercenary band, no match for the great families within the city walls.
Both martial arts techniques Lu Ming wielded were of considerable rank.
Jean Xiaoyo feared Lu Ming might come from an extraordinary background and wanted to get to the bottom of things to avoid trouble.
Lu Ming's mind raced, quickly discerning Jean Xiaoyo's intent. He immediately adopted an arrogant demeanor. "Oomph. My background isn't something a puny mercenary group like yours can pry into.
If you know what's good for you, release me immediately and compensate me with some valuables.
Maybe then I'll forgive you.
Otherwise, if my family finds out you dared treat me this way, they'll wipe your entire mercenary group off the map in no time."
Hearing Lu Ming's tone, Jean Xiaoyo felt a sudden pang of uncertainty. After all, the sword technique Lu Ming wielded clearly wasn't something ordinary forces possessed.
Noticing Jean Xiaoyo's shifting expression, Lu Ming saw his tactic was working and immediately adopted an even more arrogant and domineering demeanor.
"What the hell are you waiting for? Get these handcuffs off me. Have you all gone mad?" Just as Lu Ming was boasting wildly, a member of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group handed Jean Xiaoyo a phone.
After viewing it, Jean Xiaoyo flew into a rage.
"You bastard. Playing dumb and pretending to be something you're not, huh?" Chapter 21, City Defense Forces intervene.
Lu Ming feigned calmness as he snarled, "You blind dog.
How dare you talk to me like that?
Believe me, I can have my dad send anyone to slaughter your entire regiment."
Jean Xiaoyo flung the phone at Lu Ming's feet.
"Your dad's been dead for years.
What, does he plan to crawl out of the ground and kill us now?" Hearing this, a terrible premonition rose in Lu Ming's heart.
Picking up the phone, he felt as if the sky had fallen. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps had somehow obtained his detailed personal records. It detailed his birth at that hospital, the dates his parents died, his home address, and even spelled out his elementary, middle, and high school exam scores.
Which son of a sold my information? Lu Ming's blood boiled. He had no way out now.
With the spirit sealing bracelet restraining him, he couldn't even retrieve the immobilization potion or blood-bursting potion from his storage bracelet to fight back.
A wave of utter despair washed over Lu Ming.
"Kid, hand over that sword technique and shadow step you've mastered.
Maybe I'll give you a quick death.
Otherwise, I won't mind letting you taste the Taurus Horn Mercenary Corps' interrogation methods."
With no hope of survival, Lu Ming dropped all pretense and cursed back. "You want my martial arts after beating me like this? Dream on, you bastard. I'm already yours. Kill or torture me as you please. Want my techniques? Try again in your next life." Golden Calf was so enraged he lunged to punch Lu Ming.
The others immediately intervened.
"Calm down, Captain Jean.
This brat's just trying to provoke you. Don't fall for it. The commander said that sword technique he has is at least an advanced martial art.
We absolutely must get our hands on it. Let's take him back first and break him down slowly."
Though Jean Xiaoyo was naturally hot-headed, he obeyed his older brother completely.
"Fine, bring him back then.
Just make sure you don't kill him when you pry his mouth open. I need to beat him to death punch by punch to vent my anger.
Let's go."
Jean Xiaoyo waved his hand, and the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps immediately hoisted Lu Ming onto their shoulders, preparing to leave. Hiss hiss.
Suddenly, the neighing of horses echoed nearby.
Following the sound, a squadron of city guards clad in armor and mounted on warhorses charged toward them.
Upon arrival, the guards swiftly deployed, encircling the entire entrance to the secret realm.
One soldier rode his horse up to Jean Xiaoyo, looking down at the group with a sweeping glance. This man's aura was even more profound than Jean Xiaoyo's, and combined with the military's inherent air of lethality, he radiated overwhelming authority. A single glance from him made Jean Xiaoyo feel a head shorter. Though Jean Xiaoyo enjoyed some renown in the wilderness around Shenzhou City thanks to his older brother's reputation, he dared not act recklessly before the city guard. These were imperial troops, and Shenzhou City's garrison was commanded by a 5th rank expert far beyond what a mere mercenary band like theirs could hope to challenge.
Jin Xianyo was fierce, but not foolish. He adopted an extremely humble posture, first bowing respectfully to the man on horseback before cautiously inquiring, "Sir, what might be the cause of this commotion?"
"We are members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Group. We pay our dues punctually and have never violated city regulations."
Surely this level of force isn't necessary?
Though the city guard occasionally patrolled outside, they usually went in small groups of 3 or 5, lightly armed. An operation like today's, everyone clad in heavy armor, mounted on warhorses, was the kind of force deployed only when capturing a fugitive. The city guard squad leader replied coldly, "According to reliable intelligence, the dangerous fugitive we're pursuing has entered the Wild River Plains secret realm.
We're here to apprehend her." Jin Xianyo instantly relaxed upon hearing this.
Such a large-scale operation had made him fear they were involved in some trouble.
"Sir, we're all locals from Qianzhou City, honest citizens through and through. If there's nothing wrong, we'll be on our way."
He bowed repeatedly to the city guard soldiers. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps typically operated outside Qianzhou City, but when trouble arose, they still sought the city's protection. Therefore, they regularly paid tribute to the city's garrison troops. The city guard had no intention of causing trouble for them, waving their men to let them pass. As the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries dragged Lu Ming past the city guard squad leader, a compass-like device on the leader's wrist began spinning wildly.
Its needle finally pointed directly at Lu Ming. "Hold on!"
the squad leader barked coldly. Instantly, the previously open passage was surrounded. Simultaneously, the entire garrison team activated their soul essences, glaring menacingly at the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries. The city guards were rigorously trained combat troops. Even if their cultivation levels matched those of the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries, their imposing presence and combat prowess were worlds beyond these scattered, disorganized mercenaries. That sheer presence alone was enough to send shivers down the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries' spines. Jin Xianyo's heart, which had just settled, shot back up into his throat. Jin Xianyo rushed over, his voice trembling with fear. "Sir, we truly haven't done anything wrong. Please don't scare us like this." The squad leader's gaze fell on Lu Ming.
"He's not one of your Golden Bullhorn mercenaries, is he?"
Jin Xianyo froze, then nodded awkwardly.
"No. Leave him behind. The rest of your Golden Bullhorn mercenaries can go."
Lu Ming was a target they'd sacrificed several men to capture. Releasing him now meant uncertain prospects of recapturing him, and even if they succeeded, the cost in lives would be unpredictable.
Jin Xianyo grew frantic.
Gritting his teeth, he pulled out a storage bracelet and slipped it into the squad leader's hand. "Sir, though he's not with our Golden Horn mercenary group, he's a native of Qianzhou City and not the bandit you're hunting. He's crucial to our group. I beg your leniency." The squad leader examined the storage bracelet in his hand, silently tucking it away before replying coldly, "He may not be that bandit, but he carries the aura of one. He must have had contact with them. We must take him back for interrogation."
Jin Xianyo was stunned. How could they take the money and not do their job?
"Sir." Before Jin Xianyo could finish, the squad leader barked, "This is a mission issued directly by the provincial authorities. If you persist in this nonsense, don't blame me for disregarding your captain's favor and arresting your entire company." Noticing Jin Xianyo still staring at his hand, the squad leader's expression grew colder.
"Now get out of here."
Jin Xianyo felt utterly wronged, but seeing the fully armed city guards surrounding him, he could only swallow his anger like a bitter pill. Forcing down his resentment, he plastered on a sheepish smile for the squad leader.
"Let's go."
Watching the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group depart, Lu Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. The city guards might look like fierce demons, but they were official personnel after all. As long as he hadn't committed any crimes, his safety was still guaranteed. The squad leader materialized a jet-black staff, deftly flicking it to hoist Lu Ming onto a horse's back. "You lot stay here and search every person emerging from the secret realm. Anyone whose aura stirs, arrest them all and send them to the city for the Lord Mayor's interrogation." After issuing these orders, he gave his horse a sharp slap and galloped toward Qianzhou City.
Chapter 22, The Starry Sky Cult, The Fallen.
The squad leader brought Lu Ming straight to the city guard headquarters before halting. The rough ride had left Lu Ming thoroughly shaken. He lay on the ground vomiting for a long while before finally recovering.
"Sir, I'm an honest citizen. Besides, I'm just a recent graduate. I don't look like a villain, do I?" "You've definitely arrested the wrong person."
The squad leader tossed Lu Ming into a makeshift cell.
"Shut up. Stay quiet in there. The city lord will personally interrogate you later. If you're truly innocent, we won't harm you." The squad leader departed, plunging the cell into darkness. Due to the spirit sealing bracelet, Lu Ming couldn't muster a shred of spiritual energy. Unable even to tend to his wounds, he could only lie on the hard bed and rest. After an unknown period, the cell door opened. A city guard soldier hauled Lu Ming out of the cell and led him to an interrogation room. No sooner had Lu Ming sat down than a middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and a stern expression entered. "Lord City Master." Seeing the visitor, Lu Ming's eyes widened slightly. He recognized this man from television, none other than Gong Changfeng, the city lord of Qianzhou. Gong Changfeng was the highest authority in Shenzhou City, possessing cultivation at the 6th rank.
Lu Ming never imagined he would actually have the chance to meet such a prominent figure. Gong Changfeng sat down opposite Lu Ming and smiled at him. I never imagined that someone with a mere D-grade soul essence could become a second-rank martial artist in just a few days.
Your perseverance is commendable.
This kind of dedication is precisely what we martial artists must possess. Even with a low-grade soul essence, as long as you work hard enough, you may still achieve great things in the future. Lu Ming's background was accessible even to the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group, let alone Gong Changfeng.
He wasn't surprised by this.
Receiving the city lord's praise, Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed. Truthfully, without the Sword Immortal System, reaching second rank would have taken not days, but months.
Thank you for your recognition, Lord Mayor. I will strive to improve.
Gong Changfeng suddenly shifted his tone, his gaze turning curiously toward Lu Ming. According to intelligence from the Wild River Plains secret realm, no one else has emerged from that realm besides you.
Do you understand what this implies? Lu Ming's expression froze.
Within the secret realm, once the time limit expires, all are forcibly teleported out unless they die. Lu Ming recalled the golden bullhorn he'd slain inside, and a suspicion immediately took root in his mind.
Holy! Could those three be big shots like relatives of the city lord? That'd be ridiculous. Lu Ming spoke with a hint of guilt. Lord City Master, the secret realm isn't bound by the law, is it? And I only acted out of necessity. Seeing Lu Ming's nervous expression, Gong Changfeng couldn't help but laugh. From Lu Ming's shifting expressions, Gong Changfeng could confirm he had absolutely nothing to do with the case they were investigating.
The individuals they were pursuing were utterly inhumane creatures. Such a simple conversation would never provoke such intense emotional fluctuations.
Alright, I won't beat around the bush.
We're currently pursuing a fallen member of the Starry Sky cult. We detected her aura on you, which is why we brought you in for questioning.
Think carefully, who did you interact with in the secret realm? What were their distinguishing features? Starry Sky cult? Fallen member? What's that?
Lu Ming's eyes went blank as he asked curiously. These terms were utterly unfamiliar to him, he'd never heard them before. After a moment's thought, Gong Changfeng chuckled.
Never mind.
Given your current cultivation progress, you'll be taking the college entrance exam in 3 months.
Once you enter a higher martial academy, you'll learn about it anyway. So I might as well tell you now.
The Starry Sky cult is a heretical sect formed by a group of fallen who worship alien races beyond the stars.
You can think of them as traitors.
Though they are human, they constantly scheme to defect to alien races, aiding them in invading Blue Star, the very planet our human race depends on for survival. These degenerates cultivate the evil arts of the alien races, feeding on our fellow humans to achieve rapid advancement. These fallen possess extraordinary abilities, generally surpassing normal martial artists of the same rank in combat strength. They perpetually harm our kind through various means, making them targets every martial artist should eliminate. The one who drifted here this time is a low-level fallen of the 2nd grade.
You carry traces of her aura. Think carefully, does it ring any bells?
Hearing this, the image of that mysterious black-clad woman suddenly surfaced in Lu Ming's mind.
Lu Ming's expression grew grave as he replied, now that you mention it, I recall.
I encountered a mysterious woman in black within the secret realm.
Her combat prowess was indeed formidable.
During our battle, she employed a technique, a purplish-black protective shield.
Gong Changfeng's curiosity immediately piqued.
According to our intelligence, that fallen one was at the peak of the 2nd rank. With her abilities, even a 3rd-rank beginner could easily fall victim to her.
How did you, merely a 1st-rank beginner, manage to escape her grasp?
Lu Ming naturally couldn't reveal his secret system.
Without batting an eye, he replied. I once obtained a special potion in a secret realm.
This potion can cause everyone within a small radius, except me, to fall into a brief state of dizziness.
I was just lucky enough to escape. Gong Changfeng gave Lu Ming a half-smile, half-sneer. All right.
Then describe the woman's appearance to us.
If you can draw her, that would be even better.
Back on Earth, Lu Ming had been a skilled artist. He promptly asked Gong Changfeng for paper and brush, swiftly sketching the figure of the woman in black. Unfortunately, she had been wearing a headscarf, so Lu Ming hadn't seen her face. Gong Changfeng took the sketch, glanced at it, then handed it to someone behind him. Simultaneously, he reached out and grasped the spirit sealing bracelet on Lu Ming's wrist. With a slight squeeze, he crushed it completely.
Alright, you're free to go now.
After Lu Ming left the cell, Gong Changfeng immediately ordered the soldiers beside him, have someone follow him discreetly.
He's been marked by the fallen. Once he leaves the city, given their nature, they'll definitely come looking for him. This time, we must capture her.
After leaving the city guard headquarters, Lu Ming spent the entire journey home contemplating his next move. He was now wanted by the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. Judging by the layout of their operation this time, they had undoubtedly reinforced personnel at every outpost, which gave Lu Ming a headache. Forget it. I'll just cultivate at home for a while and see how things play out.
Lying low might be the best option.
2 days later, Lu Ming opened his attribute panel. Seeing that his arduous training had only yielded a mere 5 experience points, his resolve shattered. Lu Ming realized that only when slaying monsters did he receive experience points commensurate with an SSS tier Sword Immortal. Sitting in meditation and cultivating diligently only yielded gains equivalent to wielding a D-grade Mystic Iron Sword. Damn it! I'm going out to slay monsters. Unable to endure this snail-paced cultivation any longer, Lu Ming quickly gathered his belongings and headed out. Chapter 23, the second form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. This time, Lu Ming learned his lesson. Before leaving the city, he first went to the Great Xiaobank to verify his status as a second-rank martial artist. Using this as collateral, he secured a loan of 1 million credits. Then, emptying his last savings, he went to the Chen family trading house and purchased 2 bottles of basic recovery potions. Drinking this potion allowed martial artists below 4th grade to recover 30% of their spiritual energy within 1 minute. At Lu Ming's current cultivation level, executing the sword drawing style once drained most of his spiritual energy. With a basic recovery potion, he could unleash it twice in rapid succession. This effectively boosted his combat effectiveness. Having mastered the double sword draw technique twice over, Lu Ming wouldn't be as flustered as he was a few days ago even if he encountered a 3rd-grade martial artist again. After his frog mask was recognized last time, Lu Ming switched to a bear mask this time. Don't ask why he didn't buy a mask, he was broke. This hood was a gift, no choice in the matter. With all preparations complete, Lu Ming set off for Jiao Valley, another 2nd-grade cultivation site outside Shenzhou City. Silent Valley wasn't large, not even as big as Lihua Mountain. Only one type of 2nd-grade demon beast lived here, the swift shadow wolf. The yield of resources like medicinal herbs and minerals was extremely low, so few people visited regularly. It was also the only leveling ground without a mercenary guild outpost. This actually brought Lu Ming some relief, at least he wouldn't have to worry about running into the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries this time. Once he obtained the strengthening vein tree trunk and Kanyuan spirit milk here, he could proceed to the Sword Pool secret realm to cultivate his sword transformation technique. As an exclusive secret technique for the SSS tier Sword Immortal profession, Lu Ming estimated its power wouldn't be weaker than the 8 Desolations Sword Classic. By then, wielding 2 supreme sword techniques, even without a breakthrough in cultivation, he was confident he could hold his own against a 3rd-grade martial artist. The secret realm of the Silent Valley was an unexplored domain, untouched by human feet. Lu Ming only needed to follow the system prompts to farm the key and gain entry. The swift-winged ghost wolves were pack-dwelling beasts. Combined with the fact that few hunted them, their numbers were plentiful. In a single day, Lu Ming had slain over 20. The massive demon beast kills rapidly boosted Lu Ming's experience points. By evening, his experience reached 425 points, successfully advancing him to the mid-tier of the 2nd rank. What's this? While processing a swift shadow wolf carcass, Lu Ming suddenly felt a hard object inside its belly. Pulling it out, he saw a rhombic crystal glowing with a faint, eerie light. This was the key to the Silent Shadow Valley secret realm. Whoa! Got it in just 1 day? What incredible luck! Looking at the key in his hand, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. His luck this time was far better than it had been on the Wild River Plains. After finding a spot to eat some dry rations and waiting for his physical and spiritual energy to recover somewhat, he finally set off toward the secret realm location indicated by the system. Though the Silent Valley secret realm was undeveloped, the system described it as devoid of danger and resources. Lu Ming did encounter a few demon beasts inside, but their strength was only on par with swift shadow wolves, easily dealt with by him. Suddenly, after cleaving a demon beast in 2 with his sword drawing style, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! Sword draw technique progress has reached 100%. Cost reduced by half. The second form of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic has been unlocked. Congratulations on completing a skill enhancement. Reward, 1 skill upgrade point. The second form. Lu Ming's heart soared with joy as he hurriedly instructed the system to open the martial arts panel. Martial arts. 8 Desolations Sword Realm Mahayana, upgradable. First form, sword draw completion, 100% second form, stone shatter completion, 1% third form, unlocked fourth form. Shadow hiding step advanced. Seeing that the second form had indeed refreshed on the panel, Lu Ming's heart swelled with joy. Instantly, countless images flashed through his mind, and profound insights into sword techniques inexplicably surfaced in his thoughts. Spiritual energy surged through Lu Ming's body, causing the black iron sword in his grasp to gleam with a cold light. His eyes narrowed as he suddenly swung his sword at a 3-meter square boulder ahead. In an instant, a streak of sword light flashed. The fierce sword chi swept through like a raging storm, snapping the trees before him one after another. Crash! In an instant, the 3-meter square boulder exploded violently, sending shards of rock flying and raising a cloud of dust. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. This is way too powerful. The massive boulder had vanished, replaced by a colossal crater. Behind it, a fissure over 10 meters long and more than 10 centimeters deep split the mountain. The sheer power of that single strike would make even a third-grade martial artist tremble. This power the 8 Desolations Sword Classic truly hadn't disappointed him. However, the cost was equally staggering. With just that single strike, it had completely drained all the spiritual energy from Lu Ming's body. Not a single drop remained, not even enough to squeeze out.
Lu Ming didn't mind this outcome.
After all, the sheer might of the technique was undeniable. If the cost were low, no one else would stand a chance. Since no one else was present to witness this secret technique, Lu Ming felt no need for restraint. He simply sat down where he stood and began his recovery. After his spiritual energy was fully replenished, Lu Ming tried the sword-pulling technique again. To his delight, he discovered that with the energy cost halved, even after casting the sword draw twice consecutively, he still retained roughly 10% of his spiritual energy. This was a tremendous enhancement for him. With a basic recovery potion, he could even cast the sword draw 3 times consecutively and still have enough spiritual energy left to perform the shadow concealment step. Now Lu Ming was confident he was unmatched below the 3rd rank and could hold his own against those above it. Now he had a fighting chance against the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group's pursuit and ambushes. He hadn't forgotten the grudge from last time when Golden Calf had punched him. Lu Ming was determined after the sword pool secret realm, if he encountered Golden Calf again, he would settle the score for that punch. That punch he landed still left a slight dent in his nose. After composing himself, Lu Ming followed the system prompts and successfully obtained the strengthening pulse tree trunk and Kongyuan spiritual milk. With all 4 materials gathered, Lu Ming immediately opened the system to locate the sword pool secret realm. A frown creased his brow upon seeing the map. Damn it, why is it here? The system map showed the sword pool secret realm at the border between Shenzhou City and Linen City, in a place called Sword Burial Valley. Sword Burial Valley was a peculiar land, rumored to be the final resting place of a 7th-rank sword cultivator. The air there was saturated with overwhelming sword intent, making it a sacred site in the hearts of countless sword-fated martial artists from both cities. What troubled Lu Ming wasn't the sword intent in the environment, but the rumor that anyone entering Sword Burial Valley would be transported into a special space to undergo a trial. Success in the trial grants access to the treasures left behind by that mighty sword cultivator. Failure, however, carries dire consequences. At best, one is wounded by the sword intent, confined to bed for years. At worst, the sword intent shatters one's mind, reducing them to a fool. According to reliable statistics, tens of thousands venture into Sword Burial Gorge annually, with a staggering 60% mortality rate. Those who survive are invariably gravely injured. Even so, rumors persist that survivors, even those who fail, gradually comprehend the essence of swordsmanship after recovering, gaining unique enhancements. Thus, despite knowing the peril, countless sword-destined souls flock to the challenge. Screw it. Fortune favors the bold. With this system backing me, I refuse to believe I'll be one of that 60%. Chapter 24, For Symbol's Sword Intent. After leaving the Silent Valley, Lu Ming rested for a day. On the morning of the 3rd day, he boarded an intercity bus bound for Sword Burial Valley. No direct buses reached Sword Burial Valley, so Lu Ming disembarked midway and walked the rest of the way. Fortunately, Sword Burial Valley was sufficiently renowned, attracting numerous visitors annually. Though no official road existed, the constant flow of travelers had naturally carved out a narrow path over a meter wide. Along the way, Lu Ming encountered numerous travelers heading towards Sword Burial Valley, while also spotting several groups pushing stretcher carts coming out from the valley's direction. This puzzled Lu Ming. After inquiring with a somewhat friendly-looking person, he learned that those carrying stretchers belonged to an organization called the 100 Medicines Hall. Since anyone surviving the Sword Burial Valley trials would be wounded by sword chi, they had established a base here to treat the injured for a fee. The narrow dirt path they were walking on had also been carved out primarily with their money. Lu Ming understood, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly, just how much money must they make in a year. After walking for half an hour, Lu Ming finally caught sight of Sword Burial Valley's true form. Soaring peaks flanked the valley like towering walls, while the central cleft appeared as though sliced open by a razor-sharp blade. The valley walls were smooth as mirrors, devoid of even a speck of rock or vegetation. The central passage was about 4 or 5 meters wide, shrouded in a faint gray mist that obscured the view inside. Outside Sword Burial Gorge, numerous people gathered. Lu Ming surveyed the crowd and noted that the highest cultivation level present was peak 3rd grade, with only a handful possessing it. The main force consisted of 2nd grade cultivators. After a quick glance, Lu Ming estimated there were at least 2,000 people here. He had no way of knowing how many had already entered the gorge. At the canyon entrance stood 4 bamboo shelters. Inside, numerous stretcher carts were stacked, with several people resting within them. They all wore white coats emblazoned with the words 100 Medicines Pavilion. Upon spotting someone emerging from Sword Burial Gorge, attendants immediately pushed stretchers forward to assist them, a surprisingly considerate gesture. After gathering sufficient information, Lu Ming hesitated no longer and stepped into the gorge. Whoosh! The moment he stepped into Sword Burial Valley, a fierce wind carrying thick gray mist swept toward him. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as though countless sword shadows were descending upon him. Instinctively, he summoned his soul essence to defend himself. Whoosh! The gale swept past, leaving his clothes torn as if slashed by blades, while his skin was covered in countless fine cuts, oozing blood. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Seeing the blood on his hands, a thread of fear crept into Lu Ming's heart. This sword burial valley was downright unnerving. He'd barely stepped inside, and already it had him bleeding profusely. This was unacceptable. Detected host approaching sword pool. Mission final countdown, 12 hours. What the hell? Final countdown? Holy. What happened to the 3 months we were promised? Hearing the system's voice, Lu Ming felt like cursing. This sword burial valley oozed eeriness from every corner. He'd been thinking about trying to escape first, then coming back to test it once his cultivation improved. Now, his escape route was gone. When you're dead, you can't hold your balls up. I'll give it my all. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming unleashed his shadowless step and charged headlong into the mist. He hadn't gone far when his feet suddenly lost their footing and he plummeted downward with a whoosh. When his vision cleared, he found himself in a peculiar space. He now stood atop a stone platform, surrounded by a thick, white mist. Hum. The stone platform trembled slightly, and pale blue light screens abruptly rose on all sides. The light screens shifted and transformed, until finally, a majestic, imposing dragon entirely blue in color appeared on the eastern screen. The western screen displayed a fierce tiger, pure white with powerful limbs and a regal king character pattern on its forehead. To the south, a large bird covered in fiery red feathers stood with an air of supreme arrogance. The northern screen displayed a colossal tortoise of immense stature, yet strangely, a dragon's head grew atop its neck. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. Seeing the illusory forms on the light screens, Lu Ming's heart pounded with awe. These were the 4 symbolic beasts. Anything associated with words like god or saint was never simple. From what he could see now, the legend was true. The sword burial valley truly held the legacy of a 7th-rank sword cultivator. As Lu Ming stood in stunned awe, a figure clad in white, bearing a long sword and possessing handsome features, gradually solidified. Like an NPC in a game, the figure's eyes were hollow and lifeless. Upon materializing, it remained silent, pointing its sword toward the east before slashing down at Lu Ming. Azure dragon sword intent. A cold voice echoed, followed instantly by a piercing dragon's roar. The azure dragon's phantom on the light screen suddenly came to life. Its serpentine body twisted and lunged directly at Lu Ming. Holy! What kind of trick is this? Lu Ming was startled by the sight. Instinctively, he summoned his life soul black iron sword. Without hesitation, he unleashed his most powerful technique, Rock Shatter. Sword energy erupted forth, yet Lu Ming's ultimate technique proved utterly fragile against the azure dragon. The strike barely even ruffled a scale on its body. The azure dragon swept past him, and Lu Ming felt as though he'd been torn apart. Pain surged like a tidal wave, engulfing him layer by layer. The excruciating agony nearly suffocated him. Am I dying? Despair gripped Lu Ming's heart. He couldn't even lower his head. Just as Lu Ming thought he was about to die, the pain abruptly vanished, and he regained control of his body. Looking down, he saw his body was perfectly intact, even his clothes remained unchanged. Lu Ming sensed something was off. It was as if none of that had ever happened, yet the pain and a peculiar sensation lingering in his mind refused to fade. As Lu Ming stood frozen in shock, the man pointed his sword westward once more. With another swing, that icy voice rang out again. White tiger sword intent. Just like the azure dragon sword intent, the white tiger within the phantom seemed alive. With a roar, it lunged toward Lu Ming. The experience mirrored that of the azure dragon sword intent, excruciating pain, followed by sudden release just as suffocation threatened. The figure moved like a programmed robot. As soon as Lu Ming recovered, it pointed southward, activating the vermilion bird sword intent. Finally, it turned northward, unleashing the Qilin sword intent. After all 4 sword intents had cycled through, just as Lu Ming thought the trial was over, the figure suddenly swung its sword again, its cold voice echoing once more. Azure dragon sword intent. Watching the azure dragon soar toward him once more, Lu Ming felt like cursing. Though the pain caused no physical harm, the mental toll was undeniably real. This relentless torment was truly testing his resolve. After enduring it several more times, Lu Ming finally grasped what that strange sensation in his heart truly was. That sensation, it was sword intent. Could it be, the trial of Sword Burial Valley is to comprehend the 4 symbols sword intent? This wasn't a trial at all, it was outright inheritance. The power of the 4 symbols sword intent needed no explanation. Lu Ming knew it well. The mere thought of this possibility made the pain suddenly seem bearable. After gathering his thoughts, he stopped complaining and instead carefully sensed the various sword intents piercing through his body. Chapter 25, Sword Transformation Technique. Whether it was due to the SSS tier Sword Immortal profession bonus or not, Lu Ming felt his comprehension of the 4 symbols sword intent accelerated rapidly. After repeating the process a dozen times, he felt he had grasped it. To test his intuition, when the white-clad figure swung again, Lu Ming closed his eyes and poured everything he had just grasped into the black iron sword. In that moment, Lu Ming didn't even know how his sword moved. In his consciousness, he felt as though he had become a true azure dragon. Azure dragon sword intent, unleash. Lu Ming abruptly opened his eyes and let out a low shout. Woo! A crisp dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire space. The illusory azure dragon on the eastern light screen twisted its body and lunged forward at incredible speed. Only this time, its target was not Lu Ming, but the vermilion bird approaching him. The two sword intents collided, erupting in a thunderous roar before both vanished. As Lu Ming successfully wielded the azure dragon's sword intent, the white-robed figure ceased swinging its sword and gradually began to dissipate.
Suddenly, four divine beast illusions soared skyward, circling above Lu Ming's head.
Their piercing cries sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, this scene did not last long.
After several seconds, the four divine beast apparitions abruptly plunged into Lu Ming's body.
This time, the excruciating pain did not return. Lu Ming suddenly felt an intense burning sensation in the palm of his right hand. Opening his hand to look, he discovered 4 small tattoos had appeared on his palm. Upon closer inspection, they were precisely the 4 divine beasts.
Congratulations!
You have successfully grasped the 4 symbols sword intent. The sword intent growth system has been activated. The system's voice rang out, and a brand new interface appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. 4 symbols sword intent.
Level, beginner. Progress, 1%.
Sword intent amplification, overall soul strength increased by 20%. The panel stated that once the 4 symbols sword intent reached perfection, one could manifest the 4 symbols through intent alone. Though Lu Ming had only just begun his journey, it didn't stop him from imagining the terrifying power of mastering the 4 symbols sword intent. This is incredible. Even at this early stage, the 4 symbols sword intent proved formidable. A 20% overall boost to the life soul strength. After enchanting it with fire and metal attributes, the strength of his mystic iron sword had already greatly increased. Now, with the additional boost from the sword intent, purely in terms of soul strength, the mystic iron sword stood out uniquely among D-grade souls. Once all elemental enchantments were complete, Lu Ming estimated his soul essence might even rival AB grade. As the 4 symbols' illusory forms vanished, Lu Ming returned to Sword Burial Valley. He sensed the thick fog before him rapidly dissipating. Simultaneously, the system's route to the sword pool became clearer. Indeed. The trial is the inheritance. Lu Ming gazed at the 4 divine beasts tattoo on his palm and murmured, "Seems I need to hurry." Lu Ming surmised that since the 4 symbols tattoos had now marked his body, the Sword Burial Valley's trial would soon lose its effect. Perhaps even the sword energy here would gradually fade, transforming this place into an ordinary realm over time. Alone and lacking in power, Lu Ming understood well the saying, "The man is innocent, but the treasure brings guilt." If unscrupulous individuals or factions discovered he had inherited the legacy of Sword Burial Valley, who knew what underhanded tactics they might employ against him? Master sword transformation technique and get out of here fast. Lu Ming pushed his shadow hiding steps to their limit, racing toward the sword pool secret realm. The Sword Burial Valley wasn't large, and within minutes, Lu Ming reached its end. Here stood a sheer cliff face. Like the walls on either side, the cliff face was smooth as glass. Standing here, one could still sense the remnants of overwhelming sword intent lingering above. Lu Ming took out the key provided by the system and tossed it toward the mountain wall. As the key struck the surface, the rock face which had radiated an intense sword intent suddenly became as smooth as water, instantly swallowing the key whole. Soon, a vortex appeared on the mountain wall, emitting a powerful suction that drew Lu Ming straight inside. The sword pool secret realm was compact, a small space barely 100 square meters in size. Surrounded by pitch-black void, a 2-meter square stone pool sat at its center. Upon closer inspection, the pool held a pool of clear water. Strangely enough, the water's surface periodically shimmered with ever-changing sword reflections. According to the system prompt, once the energy within this pool was fully absorbed, the sword transformation technique would be mastered. The composition of the pool water remained unknown, yet even from a distance, Lu Ming sensed intense sword intent emanating from it. Even standing at the edge, he felt as if countless tiny blades were slicing through him. Fortunately, the system had prompted him to gather 4 herbs beforehand: ice spirit fruit, body forging flower, strengthening vein tree bark, and vitality restoring milk. These were meant to neutralize the pool's properties. Lu Ming tossed all 4 herbs into the pool at once, then stripped completely naked and plunged in with a splash. Next, Lu Ming felt as if he were being tortured by 10,000 swords. The excruciating pain made him scream like a slaughtered pig, his instincts screaming to flee. Yet the pool water transformed into countless water blades, pinning him down and holding him fast in the pool. Amidst the excruciating agony, Lu Ming felt a torrent of violent energy surge into his body. These energies raged through his body, wreaking havoc. Within mere seconds, Lu Ming was covered in blood, staining the pool red. Just as he was about to breathe his last, a sudden chill rose from his dantian, swiftly spreading throughout his entire body. This chill seemed to possess magical properties, swiftly restoring Lu Ming's body wherever it touched. Before Lu Ming could rejoice, the excruciating pain returned with renewed ferocity. The cycle repeated, the pool's energy ravaged him, only for the mysterious energy in his dantian to repair him. Amidst the excruciating agony, Lu Ming gradually numbed himself, losing all sense of time. After an unknown duration, the pool water gradually cleared, and the pain slowly subsided. Congratulations! You have successfully mastered sword transformation technique. Stage 1 of the Sword Immortal growth quest completed.
Reward, Holy Grade Sword Beast Embryo 1. Sword Immortal Growth Quest Stage 2, locate materials to hatch the Sword Beast Embryo. The system's voice rang out, and Lu Ming's consciousness slowly returned. After climbing out of the pool and dressing, Lu Ming immediately opened the system interface to check. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation level, 2nd grade 426-2000. Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Martial arts, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra Mahayana, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent. Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword Fire, Metal. Skill upgrade points, 3. Ha? No grade? Lu Ming was quite surprised and hurriedly opened the detailed martial arts system to check. Martial arts. 8 Desolations Sword Realm Great Perfection, upgradable. First form, Sword Draw Completion, 100% second form, Stone Shatter Completion, 1% third form, unlocked fourth form. Shadow Hiding Step Advanced. Sword Transformation Art. Progress, Beginner 1%. Physical strength enhanced by 20%, speed increases by 20% upon activation. Note, next stage grants temporary flight capability. A special secret technique of the Sword Immortal, greatly enhancing physical strength. When perfected, the body becomes like a divine sword, capable of cleaving the heavens and severing the seas. Seeing the detailed description of sword transformation technique, he couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. Holy crap, that's insane. Chapter 26, My Father, Palace Chief Changfeng. Before Lu Ming could dwell on his awe, a teleportation portal materialized out of thin air, whisking him away in an instant. You jerk! Before Lu Ming could even react, a shrill scream pierced his ears. Ha? Where's the pervert? Don't be scared, miss. Come over here, I'll protect you. As a well-educated young man with 9 years of compulsory schooling, Lu Ming instinctively wanted to act heroically. You filthy pervert! The girl spat in Lu Ming's direction, her face flushed as she ran off. Lu Ming was utterly baffled. What's wrong with people these days? I clearly wanted to help her. Not only did she not thank me, but she actually cursed at me. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept by. Wait, something's off, this feels kinda cold. Lu Ming looked down in shock. Holy crap! The pervert is actually me. Only then did Lu Ming recall that he had stripped off his clothes before entering the sword pool. The secret realm didn't reject inanimate objects during teleportation. Now he was clad in nothing but a pair of briefs. Fortunately, Lu Ming had stashed 2 sets of clothes in his storage space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the face to show himself today. After dressing, Lu Ming began surveying his surroundings. He noticed the gray mist in Sword Burial Valley had significantly thinned. Visibility, once so poor he couldn't see inches from his face, now extended 2 or 3 meters. Though the sword intent in the air had weakened somewhat, the gusts of wind still stung painfully. Seeing this, Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Sword Burial Valley hadn't instantly transformed into an ordinary mountain valley that would have been a real mess. Having mastered the sword transformation technique and achieved his goal, Lu Ming saw no reason to linger. He channeled the technique and sprinted toward the exit. As the sword transformation technique surged, Lu Ming suddenly felt as though he had become a sword himself. Transforming into a streak of light, he shot forward, his speed scarcely slower than that achieved with the Shadow Concealment Step. With a flick of his thoughts, Lu Ming activated Shadow Concealment Step once more, causing his speed to surge even higher. Within mere minutes, Lu Ming reached the entrance of Sword Burial Valley. He withdrew both techniques, hunched over with one hand clutching his chest, feigning injury as he emerged from the valley. The moment he emerged, figures in white coats under the canopy of the 100 Herbs Pavilion instantly perked up. 2 figures sprang from their chairs, deftly pushing a stretcher toward Lu Ming at full speed. Without a word, they forced Lu Ming onto the stretcher. Lu Ming cursed inwardly, struggling fiercely to break free from their grasp. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "What are you doing?" The 2 from the 100 Medicines Pavilion hadn't expected Lu Ming to still have the strength to break free. They froze for a moment. But they quickly regained their composure and reached out to him without further ado. "What do you think? We're treating your injuries, of course." Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not injured. I don't need it." The man gripping Lu Ming flashed a row of perfectly aligned white teeth. "Whether you're hurt or not isn't up to you. Cut the nonsense and lie down. It's better for you and us. If you really are fine, then once we push you out, just settle the treatment fee and you can leave." Hearing this, Lu Ming stared at the pair in shock. Holy crap? Is this how all of you at Baiyao Pharmacy do business? Clearly not new to this, they chuckled. What else? Think about it, why is Baiyao Pharmacy the only one in such a huge market? Cut the crap. Baiyao Pharmacy is famous for fair pricing, fixed rates, no hidden fees. 50 grand per person, guaranteed cure. At first glance, the price didn't seem exorbitant. After all, for martial artists, earning 500,000 wasn't particularly difficult. Hunting a first-grade demon beast would cover it. But don't overlook how many people pass through Sword Burial Valley every single day. Lu Ming estimated at least 1,000 or 2 pass through here daily. 50,000 per person meant over 1 billion a day. Over 10 billion. If you wrote it all out, the zeros alone would form a long line. Lu Ming didn't care what others did, but he wasn't about to be the sucker footing the bill. Lu Ming shoved the two men away violently, his eyes flashing with warning. I'll say it again, I don't need your treatment. Keep bothering me, and don't blame me for getting rough. The two exchanged glances, bursting into laughter as if they'd heard the funniest joke. After their laughter subsided, they shouted toward the gazebo. Guys, we've got work. There's a stubborn patient here who won't cooperate with treatment. Come help us out. As soon as the words left their mouths, the men resting under the canopy came swarming over. This crowd was teeming with people, at least 30 of them, including 7 or 8 third-grade martial artists. Seeing this imposing display, Lu Ming instinctively took a step back, his eyes fixed on them warily. This is extortion. Is there no law in this land? From within the 10,000 medicinal hall, a third-rank peak cultivator stepped forward, his face twisted in scorn as he looked at Lu Ming. Kid, you're not from Linen City, are you? Lu Ming frowned. So what if I'm not? The man laughed heartily. No wonder you don't know the power of my 100 medicines shop. On this patch of land in Sword Burial Valley, our rules are the law. Those who know their place will follow the rules. It's better for you and better for us. We're all rough folk. If things come to blows, we might accidentally injure you or cripple you. That wouldn't be good. And then, 50,000 wouldn't be enough to settle things. Young man, don't lose the forest for the trees. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. There were simply too many people from the 100 Medicines Pavilion, and they were all exceptionally powerful. Although his own strength had recently surged, allowing him to face off against a third-grade martial artist, that was strictly one-on-one. The 100 Medicines Pavilion had at least 7 or 8 third-rank martial artists alone, not to mention the rest of the second-rank practitioners. This was simply impossible to fight. Lu Ming had learned his lesson this time, keeping the immobilizing potion and blood-bursting potion firmly in hand. I really don't have any money. Can you guys pick on someone else? The man shook his head. Seems you still haven't taken my words to heart. Well then, brothers, teach him a lesson he won't forget. Just as the fight was about to erupt, a tall, slender beauty with delicate features, roughly Lu Ming's age, suddenly darted in front of him and barked coldly. Stop! The third-grade peak cultivator from the 100 Medicines Pavilion found the situation intriguing. Well, what a day. 2 greenhorns showing up today. Interesting. Seize him. The young woman's aura was profound. She had already reached the mid-tier of the 3rd grade. Even facing the formidable presence of the 100 Medicines Pavilion, she showed no fear. Instead, she turned to ask Lu Ming first, are you from Qianzhou City? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Lu Ming was also quite curious. What was this girl's background? Why was she helping him? Was she truly unafraid of the 100 Medicines Pavilion? After hearing Lu Ming's answer, the girl's cold gaze swept over the Baiyao Zhai members before she roared angrily. Dare to touch a single hair on my head, and I guarantee Baiyao Zhai will vanish from this world tomorrow. The strongest cultivator among the 100 Medicines Pavilion chuckled. Oh ho, what's this? Some spoiled rich girl showing up and talking big? Well then, why don't you tell me who you are? I'd love to see what gives you the courage. A disdainful smile spread across the girl's face as she replied calmly, my name is Gong Mengfei. My father is Gong Changfeng. Chapter 27, the show begins. The owner of the 100 Medicines Pavilion possessed formidable strength and held influence even with the city lord of Linen. That was precisely why Baiyao Zhai's people dared to be so arrogant and insolent. Originally, the Baiyao Zhai people wore expressions of utter contempt. They didn't believe this lone girl could have any significant background. Typically, when scions of prominent families visited such establishments, they were accompanied by skilled bodyguards. If they truly encountered such individuals, Baiyao Zhai's staff weren't fools either. Not only would they refrain from coercive sales tactics, they'd actually offer complimentary services to cultivate connections. It was precisely this approach that had earned them the favor of numerous prominent families in both Linen City and Qianzhou City. This, in turn, allowed them to act even more arrogantly and tyrannically toward those without connections or from lesser families. At the mention of the name Gong Changfeng, the man's body suddenly trembled and his smile froze on his face. Everyone present, including Lu Ming, instantly fell silent. She's actually the daughter of City Lord Gong? Lu Ming felt a pang of doubt. In remote small cities like Qianzhou and Linen, the city lords mostly governed autonomously. The city lord was like a local emperor, and his daughter was a princess. With such a noble status, she had ventured out without a single attendant. This made Lu Ming wonder if she was putting on an act. The staff at the 100 Herb shop shared this suspicion, though they too were uncertain. Fortunately, the most capable individual among them was quick-witted and regained his composure swiftly. He laughed coldly, his voice tinged with mockery. Ha! What audacity! To dare parade about under the guise of the palace city lord's daughter. We shall apprehend you and deliver you to the city lord's residence in Qianzhou to face justice. This move was masterful. It preserved Gong Changfeng's dignity on the surface while ensuring the outcome of today's affair remained unchanged. Even if this woman truly was Gong Changfeng's daughter, as long as they delivered her unharmed to the Qianzhou city lord's residence, Gong Changfeng wouldn't punish them, he might even reward them. After all, Gong Mengfei had neither attendance nor credentials to prove her identity. Their actions were motivated by preserving Gong Changfeng's reputation. Seize her. The Baoyaozhai man swung his arm, charging at Gong Mengfei first. Gong Mengfei hadn't expected this man to attack her outright. Startled, she hadn't even had time to react when Lu Ming yanked her back. He immediately executed a sword drawing strike. After mastering the sword transformation technique, the power of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra had risen to a whole new level. The sword drawing strike might appear unimpressive, but it was deadly. Only those who faced it knew its true terror. The man from the 100 Medicines Pavilion not only possessed peak 3rd grade cultivation but also a defensive soul spirit or rock turtle. When Lu Ming swung his sword, he felt his entire skin tighten in an instant, a wave of unease surging through him. His reflexes were sharp, however. He immediately channeled his life soul to its fullest, enveloping himself in a shadowy form of the rock turtle. The sword light struck the illusory rock turtle, producing a crisp thud. The man from Baoyaozhai's expression turned solemn as he stumbled backward over 10 steps before finally steadying himself. Gong Mengfei's mouth formed a perfect O in shock. Gong Mengfei's soul essence was an A-grade ice soul sword. Under Gong Changfeng's tutelage, she had also mastered 2 advanced sword techniques. She prided herself on having no equal among peers of her rank, confident she could even challenge opponents a minor realm above without certain defeat. Yet she knew she could never achieve what Lu Ming had just done, forcing back a peak 3rd grade cultivator with a single strike. What stunned her most was that Lu Ming was only at the 2nd grade cultivation level. And his soul essence was merely a D-grade Mystic Iron Sword. Though Lu Ming's Mystic Iron Sword looked different from ordinary ones, it was still a D-grade soul essence. Compared to Gong Mengfei, the man from the 100 Medicinal Hall was utterly stunned, his mind churning like a raging sea, unable to calm for a long time. Don't mistake his retreat of just over 10 steps for weakness. He had already unleashed his most powerful defensive martial skill. Under those circumstances, it was unthinkable that anyone could force him back even a single step, let alone someone of the 2nd rank. Even a high-tier 3rd rank cultivator would struggle to achieve that. Lu Ming not only forced him back, but the terrifying force had left his body numb. He had no doubt that if his reaction had been even a fraction slower, he might have ended up bleeding to death right there today. Even if he hadn't died, he would have been seriously injured. His gaze grew grave as he looked at Lu Ming once more. Oomph. So that's why he dared to show off in front of our 100 medicines sect. Turns out he's got some real skill. Very well. Today, I'll see just what else you've got up your sleeve. Having been struck back by Lu Ming and his pride wounded, the man now unleashed his full power to regain face. A peak 3rd grade martial artist unleashed his full power, spiritual energy surging like a raging storm, its might overwhelming. Under this crushing pressure, Lu Ming felt his body shrink as if a boulder had been placed upon him. So this is the power of a peak 3rd grade martial artist? Impressive. Though Lu Ming still possessed spiritual energy, the overwhelming pressure of the 3rd grade peak martial artist made his body feel bound, hindering his movements. Facing the attack from the man of the 100 Medicines Pavilion, Lu Ming wanted to counterattack but found himself powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the palm strike closed in. Stop. If you don't cease immediately, don't blame me for turning hostile. Gong Mengfei, unsure she could handle the 100 Medicines Pavilion man, retrieved an oddly shaped iron token from her storage space and hurled it at him. The man's pupils contracted upon seeing the token. He instantly shifted his palm strike into a claw, firmly grasping the token in his hand while simultaneously withdrawing his spiritual energy to brace himself. The token's shape was peculiar, its outline resembling a temple. The front bore the characters Qianzhou, while the back displayed a single character, Gong. Upon seeing the characters, the Baoyaozhai man felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. Even the hands holding the token began to shake violently. Brother Hu, what's wrong? Did that little trick you? The others from Baoyaozhai noticed his unusual state and asked in confusion. At the word little, Brother Tiger's face twitched violently. Without hesitation, he whipped his hand back and struck the man across the face. The force was so great it sent the man tumbling several times. Fearing his brothers might speak out of turn again, he coldly snapped, "Shut up! Anyone who dares show disrespect to the city lord's daughter will find Li who shows no mercy." What? She's actually the daughter of Gong Changfeng, the city lord of Qianzhou? The faces of the 100 herbs shop men instantly paled. They felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, their heads buzzing. Lu Ming also looked at Gong Mengfei with some surprise. He hadn't expected that Gong Mengfei wasn't an imposter after all. Well, this was getting interesting. Lu Ming stowed away the immobilizing potion and blood-bursting potion. The rest of the situation was no longer his concern. Lu Ming silently took a few steps back, positioning himself in front of Gong Mengfei. He watched the Baoyaozhai people with a look of schadenfreude. Gong Mengfei recalled how Li Hu had dared to attack her earlier. Had Lu Ming not intervened in time, she might have been captured. A surge of anger welled up inside her. Her face darkened as she roared at Li Hu, "Have you had enough of the show? Now give me back my token." Chapter 28, The Terrifying Sixth Sense. Though Li Hu possessed peak 3rd rank cultivation, placing him somewhat within Baiyao Zhai's management ranks. But none of that mattered in front of Gong Mengfei. It was worthless. His father was the city lord. Though not of Linen City, the two cities shared a border. The lord of Linen wouldn't risk offending palace chief Feng over a minor figure like him. Li Hu knew full well that his very life hung on Gong Mengfei's every word. Li Hu approached Gong Mengfei, then dropped to his knees with a thud. He respectfully presented the token to Gong Mengfei, his voice trembling with fear as he spoke. Miss Gong, we were blind and have greatly offended you. We humbly beg your forgiveness. The man Li Hu had struck flying through the air had been harboring resentment, but seeing Li Hu kneel instantly felt like the sky had fallen. He immediately dropped to his knees, banging his head on the ground like a pestle pounding garlic. Gong Mengfei tucked the token away, then delivered a kick to Li Hu that sent him tumbling head over heels. You're from Linen City. How you conduct your business isn't my concern. But mark my words. If I ever catch you trying to force your goods on the people of Qianzhou City again, watch out, I'll have my father arrest every last one of you. Li Hu dared not utter a word in protest now, only nodding and agreeing repeatedly. Let's go. Ha? That's it? This left both Lu Ming and Li Hu utterly bewildered. Gong Mengfei shot Lu Ming a look. What else? Lu Ming looked perplexed, waving his hands in the air. After what they did to you just now, it's over like that? In a normal storyline, shouldn't you teach them a harsh lesson? Maybe not kill them, but at least break a few limbs. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the Baiyao Zhai people grew panic-stricken. They shot him hopeful glances, desperately wishing he'd read their unspoken plea to shut up. If not for Gong Mengfei's presence, they'd have been ready to kowtow to him. Oh God, please stop talking. Gong Mengfei retorted irritably, do I look like the kind of person who makes unreasonable demands and refuses to listen to reason? Lu Ming scratched his head, looking awkward. That's how it's written in novels. Gong Mengfei was utterly speechless. That's how they describe spoiled brats. I'm not like that. I'm heading back to Qianzhou City now. Want to come alone? Yes. A free ride? Of course she'd take it. After leaving Sword Burial Valley and returning to the main road, Gong Mengfei opened the driver's door of a car plastered with pink spirit cat stickers and climbed inside. Lu Ming hurriedly followed suit. As the car started moving, Gong Mengfei kept glancing curiously at Lu Ming. Distracted, she nearly drove into the ditch several times. This frightened Lu Ming into quickly fastening his seatbelt. Miss Gong, if you have questions, just ask them directly. Could you stop glancing over and focus on driving properly? I have a weak heart, don't give me a scare that could trigger an episode. Gong Mengfei realized her driving was indeed reckless after Lu Ming's remark. She pulled over to the side of the road and stared at him with genuine curiosity. Did you inherit the legacy of Sword Burial Valley? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly feigned confusion. Ha? No way. So many powerful people went there and didn't get it. How could such a good thing happen to me? Gong Mengfei eyed Lu Ming suspiciously. Really? Then how did you master such terrifying sword techniques? And I've visited Sword Burial Valley countless times, only today did I clearly sense the sword energy inside had weakened significantly, and the mist had thinned considerably. Plus, my intuition tells me it's you who inherited the legacy of Sword Burial Valley. A woman's intuition is always spot on. Lu Ming's temples glistened with sweat as he laughed nervously. You're still a girl, not a woman. It's perfectly normal for your intuition to occasionally be wrong. My sword technique is formidable because my martial arts cultivation is strong. As for the sword energy weakening, maybe it's just the nice weather today, the wind blew some of it away. Gong Mengfei stared at Lu Ming suspiciously for a long moment. Are you sure? Lu Ming gave an awkward laugh. Of course it's true. Hurry up and drive. I feel a bit unwell and need to get to the hospital quickly. Lu Ming put on an act, clutching his chest with one hand and feigning pain on his face. What? You're hurt? Gong Mengfei gasped, panic flitting across her face. Ah, it's just an old ailment. Nothing serious. I'll be fine once we get back. Gong Mengfei was still too young and naive to realize Lu Ming was faking it. Terrified, she slammed her foot on the gas pedal and sped down the road like a maniac. Throughout the ride, Lu Ming dared not even breathe heavily, gripping the handlebar tightly for fear of being thrown out. Gong Mengfei drove Lu Ming straight to the hospital entrance. Are you sure you're okay? Should I take you upstairs? Lu Ming declined repeatedly. No need. I can manage. Thanks for everything this time. Gong Mengfei waved her hand and drove away. Phew. That woman's intuition is terrifying. Thank goodness my acting was solid, otherwise I would have been exposed. Only after Gong Mengfei's car vanished from sight did Lu Ming exhale a long sigh of relief. Not only was Lu Ming penniless now, but he also owed the great Xiao Bank 1,000,000 yuan. He couldn't afford a taxi and had no choice but to walk home. Fortunately, as a second-rank martial artist, his stamina far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted to death. Phew. Finally, I can get some proper rest.
His soul essence hadn't leveled up, nor had he earned any task points to exchange for martial arts techniques.
The breathing techniques taught at school were far too slow to cultivate effectively.
Lu Ming had no interest in practicing them anyway. He'd rather use that time to get some solid sleep. The next day, Lu Ming slept until he woke naturally.
By the time he got up, it was already noon.
After breakfast, Lu Ming pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Dong's number. Now that Lu Ming possessed the strength to fight against a third-grade martial artist, it was time to seek out the cold water poison vine. Not only was the cold water venom vine itself a third-grade plant-type demon beast, but more importantly, it could be used to temper one's soul essence.
Moreover, since Lu Ming could only level up by hunting demon beasts, he had to go out regardless.
Although the National College entrance exam was still over 2 months away, and with his cultivation progress, he could certainly break through to the third rank within that time, he dared not relax even a little. For Lu Ming understood clearly, third grade was merely the minimum requirement for the exam. High martial academies were also ranked in tiers. As a man blessed with a system, Lu Ming naturally looked down on those trashy high-level martial academies. His sights were set on the 3 most elite martial academies in all of Huaxia.
Only by gaining admission could he glimpse a broader horizon.
The admission criteria for these elite martial academies were extremely stringent. Even though tens of millions took the college entrance exam each year, the total number of students they admitted annually never exceeded 30,000. Those who gain admission are geniuses among 10,000. Lu Ming had researched the records. Among those who had gained admission to the top martial academies over the years, aside from a few exceptionally gifted prodigies, most possessed 4th rank cultivation. Advancing from the 2nd rank to the 3rd required 2,000 experience points alone, and leaping from the 3rd to the 4th rank might demand tens of thousands. With only a little over 2 months remaining, the schedule was incredibly tight. After making arrangements with Lin Dong, Lu Ming set out for Lin Dong's residence.
Chapter 29, Coldwater Venomous Vine.
The Cold Current Cavern, located near Qianzhou City, was a Grade 3 training ground.
Though subterranean, it spans a vast area teeming with diverse demonic beasts and yielding substantial quantities of spiritual herbs and ore. Numerous mercenary guilds maintained bases here. To avoid endangering Lin Dong, Lu Ming deliberately brought along the bear head mask this time. True to its name, the Cold Current Cavern was not only subterranean but bitterly cold. Upon entering, it instantly felt like the dead of winter. Even with Lu Ming's current physical conditioning, the cold bit him to the bone. Lin Dong was more experienced and had prepared thick cotton-padded clothes in advance. Before coming, he had tried to warn Lu Ming, but Lu Ming never imagined it would be this cold. When buying coats, he had dismissed the idea, even mocking Lin Dong for being too delicate. Now, frozen stiff, Lu Ming finally realized who the real fool was. Though the entrance to the Cold Current Cavern was narrow, stepping inside revealed a different realm, a world unto itself. Towering trees, dense shrubs, rivers, and beasts, it had everything. Unlike the outside world, there was no sun here. All light emanated from a peculiar mineral lining the ceiling. The light emitted by this ore was dim and grayish, lending the entire underground realm a slightly surreal quality. The Cold Current Cavern bustled with people, and Lu Ming and his companions encountered many travelers along the way. Lin Dong used to hang out in one area frequently and knew many people there. Along the way, quite a few greeted him warmly. Evidently, Lin Dong maintained a decent reputation among his peers. After walking through the cold stream caverns for 3 or 4 hours, Lin Dong stopped at a swamp shrouded in miasma. The Coldwater Venom Vine is in there. But that thing isn't your ordinary 3rd grade demon beast. Plus, this swamp is crawling with 2nd grade corrupting venom lizards. It's dangerous all around. If you want to try, go ahead on your own. I've got to head back. Lu Ming frowned at the thick miasma. How far from here would it take to encounter the Coldwater Venom Vine? Swamps weren't like flatland. If one fell in, even without demon beasts, ordinary martial artists would struggle to escape. Lu Ming calculated that if the distance was too great, he'd have to abandon the idea. Not too far. You'll find them within 100 meters or so after entering. If you really want some Coldwater Venom Vines, you'd better hurry. I heard from some old friends that the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group seems to be preparing to cordon off and sweep this area soon. Those mercenaries are well armed and numerous. If they discover something rare like the Coldwater Poison Vine, they'll definitely find a way to seize it. Hearing that familiar name, Lu Ming couldn't help but wince. Damn it, why are they everywhere? Lin Dong paused, then retrieved 2 porcelain vials from his storage space and pressed them into Lu Ming's hands. These are basic antidote pills. Taking one lets you stay in the miasma for 10 minutes. If you engage in strenuous activity, the effect halves. Here are 30 pills, consider it my thanks for saving my life. We're even now. Do as you see fit. I'm outta here. Lin Dong cast a lingering glance at the swamp, still feeling uneasy, before quickly departing. Lu Ming surveyed the swamp before him. The surface actually held quite a few pieces of wood that hadn't fully rotted, which could serve as temporary footholds. This would save Lu Ming a lot of trouble. Lu Ming popped 5 antidote pills into his mouth before hopping into the swamp. Barely a few steps in, he suddenly felt the rotting wood beneath his feet being violently pushed upward by a tremendous force.
Startled, he leapt toward a nearby piece of wood. The moment he landed, the log was thrust upward by a massive lizard over a meter long. Rotten poison lizard. Cultivation level, upper 2nd grade. Characteristics, feeds on carrion year-round, poisonous throughout its body. Once its skin is broken, it rapidly causes gangrene. Innate secret technique, Swamp Blast. Weaknesses, head, underside. The carrion lizard lacks hardened armor, making it a classic squishy target. Lu Ming paid it little heed, summoning his mystic iron sword and channeling metallic energy to deliver a direct strike. With the enhancement of the 4 symbols sword intent and sword transformation technique, even a basic attack from Lu Ming now carried formidable power. The blade descended, slicing a deep gash through the thin-skinned lizard, blood spilling freely. Seeing this, Lu Ming swung his sword again. In less than 5 seconds, Lu Ming had effortlessly disposed of the corrupted poison lizard. Defeated Grade 2 Demon Beast, Corrupted Poison Lizard. Gained EXP 30. Just as Lu Ming prepared to press forward, the swamp mud beneath his feet suddenly churned violently, bubbling like a boiling cauldron. Startled, Lu Ming leapt back onto solid ground. Suddenly, an intense gray light erupted from the swamp. The next instant, a violent explosion rocked the marsh. Boom! 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 The swamp seemed to be bombarded by countless explosions, erupting non-stop. The immense force generated a tangible shockwave that sent Lu Ming flying backward, crashing heavily back to where he had stood. The swamp didn't explode for no reason. It was all thanks to the corrupted poison lizard's innate secret technique, Swamp Blast. This devastating effect wasn't from a single lizard, but from multiple corrupted poison lizards unleashing it simultaneously. After the explosion ceased, 2 or 3 dozen corrupted poison lizards crawled out of the muddy swamp. Though the Swamp Blast's power was formidable, Lu Ming's physical strength had been significantly enhanced by the sword transformation technique, sparing him injury. Upon rising and seeing such a multitude of corrupted poison lizards, not only did panic fail to cross his face, but he actually grinned. TSK. All swarming in together? That's just perfect. Lu Ming swung his black iron sword and a wide arc crimson and gold light blazed along the blade as he aimed at the swamp lizards and struck. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. The crimson gold sword energy struck the swamp, unleashing immense power in an instant. A massive pit several meters deep instantly appeared in the swamp. The scattered sword energy acted like a meat grinder, shredding the poisonous lizards into fragments. Those few that managed to escape were left with flesh torn open, their days numbered. Slaying a Grade 2 Demon Beast, the Corrupt Poison Lizard, grants EXP 30. Slaying a Grade 2 Demon Beast, the Foul Poison Lizard, granted 30 EXP. Hearing the system's continuous stream of experience notifications, Lu Ming felt as though he were listening to the most heavenly music, his mood soaring with delight. He raised his hand again, dispatching the remaining stragglers. After clearing the area, the swamp fell silent. Though this place was remote, they'd found no signs of human presence within a mile when they arrived. The commotion earlier had been too loud. To avoid complications, Lu Ming reluctantly downed 2 vials of basic recovery potions. Once his spiritual energy had mostly recovered, Lu Ming used the carcasses of the poisonous lizards as stepping stones to enter the miasma. Due to the swamp explosion unleashed by the swamp poison lizards earlier, the miasma within had significantly thinned. This actually made it easier for Lu Ming to locate the cold water venom vine. 100 meters was no more than half a minute for Lu Ming, even in the swamp. Soon, he spotted dozens of pale blue vines within the miasma, each as thick as an arm and stretching 3 to 5 meters long. Cold water venom vines. Chapter 30, Re-encountering Jin Shanyo. Upon discovering the cold water venom vines, Lu Ming didn't rush in. Instead, he stood on a piece of rotten wood and began observing. The cold water venom vines were plant-type demon beasts, exceptionally peculiar, so much so that even the system failed to read their information. To understand the nature of these vines, Lu Ming kicked a piece of rotten wood toward them. The moment the wood entered the vine's reach, its branches scattered across the swamp lashed out like whips, snapping the wood to pieces with pinpoint accuracy. Lu Ming kicked over a dozen pieces of rotten wood in succession, each one smashed to pieces by the cold water venom vine. After pulverizing the wood, the branches settled back onto the marsh, returning to stillness as if nothing had happened. Lu Ming cautiously took a few steps forward. The cold water venom vine remained motionless. But the moment one of his legs stepped into its reach, a branch whipped toward his leg with a sharp whoosh. The branch moved so fast it left a trail of afterimages in the air. Holy! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he yanked his leg back. Slap! The poisonous vine instantly smashed a large hole in the marsh, sending mud flying everywhere. Lu Ming couldn't dodge in time and got splattered in the face. Ugh! Who knew how much demon beast excrement and carcasses lurked in that sludge? Lu Ming roughly wiped his face clean, only to feel his stomach churn violently as he vomited uncontrollably. After testing its limits, Lu Ming had roughly figured out the cold water poison vines patterns. Plants rarely became demon beasts by nature. This cold water venom vine had gained innate opportunities, yet its spiritual intelligence remained flawed. It was merely acting on instinct to drive away threats. Anyone entering the range of its branches would be subjected to its frenzied attacks. Not only was the cold-water venom vine incredibly powerful, but judging from Ling Dong's previous injuries, it clearly possessed other offensive capabilities and was not to be trifled with.
Fortunately, Lu Ming's methods weren't entirely reliant on close combat.
At least, from this distance, it remained within the striking range of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. Without hesitation, Lu Ming summoned his mystic iron sword and channeled his spiritual energy into a shattering stone strike. To ensure success in one strike, Lu Ming even proactively channeled the 4 symbols sword intent. Though he couldn't directly condense the 4 divine beasts like he had in the Sword Burial Valley, it still boosted the strike's power. The sword light struck the main stem of the cold-water venom vine. With a thunderous crash, it shattered the trunk into splinters. All the tangled branches were hacked off, falling onto the swamp like lifeless corpses, slowly sinking into the mire. Lu Ming kicked another piece of rotten wood into the water. This time, the cold water poison vine showed no reaction. Phew! It worked! Though he tested it earlier, Lu Ming didn't rush to harvest the cold water venom vine's core. Instead, he stayed put, circulating his tempering technique to restore his spiritual energy. Once his spiritual energy was nearly replenished, he cautiously extended one foot to test the ground. Confirming it was safe, he hopped over to the main trunk of the cold-water venom vine. The main trunk was now mangled beyond recognition, only the section buried beneath the mud remained intact. Lu Ming noticed a thumb-sized blue light ring at the center of the submerged trunk. Within that circle, Lu Ming sensed an intense chill. As soon as Lu Ming placed his hand on it, an icy chill instantly swept over his entire body, as if his limbs were freezing solid. Startled, he quickly withdrew his hand. So this must be the heart of the cold-water venom vine. Lu Ming thrust the black iron sword into it. This time, without him needing to command it, the system initiated its operation on its own. That mysterious force manifested once more. Lu Ming distinctly felt streams of pale blue energy being drawn out from the cold water poison vine within him, ultimately surging entirely into the black iron sword. Within 2 or 3 minutes, multiple blue patterns appeared on the black iron sword. Absorption of the cold water venom vine heart complete. Congratulations, host. Your life soul has acquired the cold poison attribute. Lu Ming held the sword in his hand and tapped it lightly, producing a crisp, resonant sound. The sword's strength had increased further, and it now possessed the cold poison attribute. Lu Ming wanted to test his new ability, but unfortunately, he had already killed all the rot poison lizards in the swamp. After searching for a long time, he couldn't find a single living creature. With no other choice, Lu Ming swiftly departed the swamp. Upon returning to solid ground, Lu Ming suddenly heard faint footsteps. Someone's coming? Lu Ming lay flat on the ground, straining to listen. The footsteps sounded chaotic and disorganized, clearly not from a single person. Lu Ming's heart sank. Damn it, what rotten luck! It can't be that bunch of idiots from the Golden Bullhorn again. Lin Dong had mentioned earlier that the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group had cordoned off this area, preparing for a sweep. Lu Ming's earlier commotion had likely drawn them in. Lu Ming had no idea how many men the Golden Horn mercenary group had deployed here, nor what their strength was. He decided to lie low for now. Unfortunately, there was only one way out of this swamp. Before Lu Ming had even gotten very far, he ran into members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group. Both sides froze in unspoken agreement upon seeing each other. Before him stood 10 men, the strongest among them barely reaching the peak of the second rank. Lu Ming wasn't wearing his hood at the time. The Bullhorn mercenaries' faces paled upon recognizing him, and they immediately began backing away slowly. Captain Little Bull, that bastard Lu Ming is here. Hurry over. The Golden Bullhorn mercenaries shouted at the top of their lungs, causing Lu Ming to panic. Shut the hell up. Without hesitation, Lu Ming summoned his mystic iron sword and charged forward. Having witnessed Lu Ming's prowess earlier on the wild river plains, these men dared not engage him. Seeing Lu Ming charging toward them, their faces drained of color and they scattered in panic. With only one path available, Lu Ming activated his sword transformation technique and shadow concealment steps, swiftly slaying all 10 men. Lu Ming couldn't gauge how far Jin Shanyo was from here, so he kept running frantically. Fortunately, he had already covered considerable distance. Just another mile or two would bring him to the network of underground tunnels. The cold current caverns were rich in resources, prompting the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps to station 2 entire squadrons here. With the wild river plains temporarily under the control of the city defense forces, Jin Xianyo had also returned here. His plan for today had been to lead his men to raid an unexplored area, but he never expected to encounter Lu Ming. Jin Xianyo had been resting under a tree when he heard the commotion. He sprang to his feet and immediately gave chase. Golden Calf moved with blinding speed. By the time he arrived, he witnessed Lu Ming slaughtering every last one of his men. Rage boiled within Jin Xianyo like molten lava, seething uncontrollably. Damn you! I'll kill you! Golden Calf's eyes blazed red as he channeled his life essence to its limit. The phantom of the golden horned ox merged into his body, transforming his hands and feet into hooves. Using both limbs like a wild bull, he charged toward Lu Ming. And you know what? Her legs really do run faster than 2. Jin Xianyo's speed surged dramatically, momentarily outpacing even Lu Ming in his sword transformation and shadow concealment stance. Catching up to Lu Ming, the golden calf charged headfirst at him.
Ah! My kidneys! Chapter 31, Golden Calf, Die.
Lu Ming was sent flying over 10 meters. Landing on the ground, he let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Golden Calf's life essence was that of a golden horned ox.
Though it hadn't fully transformed yet, that horn was as hard as iron.
Lu Ming felt like that single blow nearly pierced his kidneys clean through.
After scrambling to his feet, Lu Ming immediately checked his kidneys.
Only after confirming they were still intact did he exhale a long sigh of relief.
He didn't even have a girlfriend yet those kidneys were precious.
If Golden Calf had gored them out, he would have truly lost his mind.
Kid! Come die!
Whether Jin Xianyo was provoked by Lu Ming killing his men or not, he now showed no interest in taking prisoners.
His attacks were ruthlessly lethal, each strike aimed to kill.
Jin Xianyo was a legitimate third-grade martial artist. Lu Ming shuddered in fright and immediately dodged. Fortunately, the amplification from sword transformation technique allowed him to withstand Jin Xianyo's overwhelming pressure. Jin Xianyo's attacks missed repeatedly, leaving him stunned. He couldn't fathom how Lu Ming could have improved so dramatically in just a few days. As his mind cleared, the memory of that single punch from their last encounter flared in his heart. A fierce resolve ignited within him.
Leaping backward, he swung his black iron sword. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. The spiritual energy within Lu Ming was instantly drained, causing the red, gold, and blue lines on the black iron sword to emit a dazzling light. As Lu Ming swung his sword, terrifying sword energy shot forth. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the sword energy, Jin Xianyo instantly sobered up. His pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of panic appearing in his eyes. He scrambled to his feet and thrust both hands forward. A yellow light surged from between his palms, unleashing a charging shadow of a wild bull to meet the sword's radiance. Rip! A sound like paper being sliced echoed as the wild bull's phantom form was cleaved in two. The sword's residual force continued unabated, descending toward Jin Xianyo.
Jin Xianyo was horrified. That move had been his pride and joy, an advanced martial art technique.
The sword light darted like lightning, closing in an instant. In his panic, Jin Xianyo could only dodge sideways.
Yet he was still a step too slow. Though he avoided vital areas, his right shoulder was completely dislocated. Simultaneously, the sword light exploded outward, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that sliced countless tiny cuts into the flesh of his wound.
In an instant, the once smooth wound resembled a pumpkin shattered by firecrackers.
Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Through the horrific wound, one could even faintly see the beating organs within his chest cavity.
Ah! My arm! The excruciating pain overwhelmed even a tough guy like Jin Xianyo, who let out a wailing cry of agony. Jin Xianyo writhed on the ground in agony.
Such a severe injury nearly rendered him completely incapacitated. Though Jin Xianyo wailed on the ground, Lu Ming did not rashly move in for the kill. He had not a single drop of spiritual energy left within him.
If Jin Xianyo seized the opportunity, it would be the end for him.
Playing it safe, Lu Ming took out his last remaining basic recovery potion and drank it down. Only after his spiritual energy gradually recovered did Lu Ming slowly approach Jin Xianyo. Watching Lu Ming approach, Jin Xianyo suppressed the pain in his heart. He drew a signal arrow from his waist, drew it back with his teeth, and released it. The cold current cavern stretched dozens of meters high. The signal arrow shot through the air, instantly exploding into a distinct marker. You'll pay for this. The Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps won't let this slide. Jin Xianyo, having lost all will to fight, turned and fled.
Oomph. Even if it's not over, it's none of your business now.
Lu Ming's spiritual energy was depleted, and with Jin Xianyo out of commission, he refrained from using martial arts techniques. He relied solely on the mystic iron sword for combat.
Even so, after being enchanted by the cold-water venom vine, each of Lu Ming's sword swings unleashed a faint blue chill. The cold current struck Jin Xianyo, swiftly crystallizing into ice that restricted his speed. Simultaneously, some of the chill seeped through his wounds and swiftly invaded his body. Within mere breaths, Jin Xianyo's severed arm had turned blue-black, and half his body was covered in a thick layer of white frost. Jin Xianyo realized that as the cold poison spread, he could no longer withstand even Lu Ming's basic attacks. Now, Jin Xianyo finally panicked.
Our Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps still has a squad leader stationed nearby. In your current state, you certainly can't wield that terrifying sword technique anymore.
If you want to live, you'd better run. Lu Ming saw the panic in Jin Xianyo's eyes.
He concluded that the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps likely did have a squad leader stationed nearby, but that person couldn't possibly be close enough to arrive here anytime soon. At the very least, they couldn't possibly arrive within the next 3 to 5 minutes. Otherwise, given Jin Xianyo's character, he'd never utter such soft words. Lu Ming grinned, a playful expression spreading across his face.
No worries. Even if I die, you'll be taking me down with you, right?
With such formidable sword skills at your disposal, you have a bright future ahead.
Dying here would be a waste.
Spare me, and I'll have my brother lift the bounty on your head.
Lu Ming wasn't stupid. He knew full well that a man like Jin Shanyo never spoke truthfully.
He and the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps were locked in a bitter, unending feud. There was no room for negotiation. Yet Lu Ming suddenly halted his attack, fixing Jin Shanyo with a serious gaze.
Seriously?
Jin Shanyo, already writhing in agony from his wounds, finally caught his breath and hurriedly replied, I swear.
I promise. Jin Shanyo keeps his word. He even raised his left hand in a mock oath. Fine. But I only believe dead men. So you'd better die.
Seizing the moment when Jin Shanyo lowered his guard, Lu Ming swung his sword with all his might.
The black iron blade sliced through, cleaving Jin Shanyo's skull clean in two like cutting through a watermelon. Damn you for hitting my nose. I'll chop you to pieces.
Lu Ming only stopped after hacking Jin Shanyo into pieces. By then, members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group had surrounded the area.
However, the strongest among them possessed only peak second rank cultivation.
Upon seeing Jin Shanyo's gruesome state, they were utterly terrified, not a single one daring to approach. Lu Ming glanced at them, then suddenly lunged forward with his sword raised. This sent the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries into a panic. They dared not look at Lu Ming again, turning and fleeing immediately. Watching the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Lu Ming didn't know how soon the other captain of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group could arrive. He dared not linger here. After withdrawing his soul essence, he quickly departed.
7 or 8 minutes later, a squad of over 30 Golden Horn mercenaries arrived from afar.
The squad leader, a mid-tier third-rank cultivator, turned ashen when he saw the dismembered body of Jin Shanyo on the ground. He glanced at the men who had accompanied Jin Shanyo, then coldly ordered his own men, seize them. The pair who had been following Jin Shanyo hadn't even had time to react before they were pinned down by their own comrades. Their expressions changed instantly as they begged for mercy.
Captain Xiao, spare our lives. Xiao Chang snorted coldly. Oomph. Sparing your lives is easy enough. But what about squad leader Jin Shanyo's life? With him dead, how dare you still show your faces alive? Take them all back. Await the regiment commander's judgment. Chapter 32, Blind Spot Under the Lamp, Promotion to 3rd Rank. Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps Headquarters.
Jin Dania's face was as dark as water. Without a word, he slowly stitched up Jin Shanyo's corpse with needle and thread. At that moment, every member of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps above the 2nd rank had gathered here, yet not a single soul dared utter a sound. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, like the stifling heat before a storm, suffocating and unbearable. After finishing the stitching, Jin Dania slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, Chao Ziquan, the deputy commander at peak 3rd rank cultivation, murmured softly, Commander, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Please compose yourself. Jin Dania stomped his foot down hard, shattering the floorboards beneath him. Every muscle in his body trembled with rage as he gasped for breath and roared.
Grieve my ass. We'll make others grieve too.
His eyes blazed like wildfire as he strode swiftly toward the men who had accompanied Jin Shanyo. They were bound hand and foot, kneeling on the ground. Seeing Jin Dania's fury, they burst into tears, banging their heads on the ground like garlic being pounded.
Captain, we were wrong. Please spare us. We'll catch that brat and make amends.
Jin Dania roared with uncontrollable rage, he killed my own brother. How do you expect a bunch of useless fools like you to catch that bastard? My brother is dead. What right do you have to live? Jin Dania swung his fist, smashing their skulls to pieces. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood, mingling with the scattered brain matter on the ground to create a horrifying scene. Jin Dania flung the brain matter from his hands onto Chao Ziqian and several squad leaders, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at them. I don't care what methods you use, how much money you spend, or what price you pay. I have only one demand: within 5 days, I must see that bastard alive or dead. If you can't handle it, then provide leads, I'll go myself. If I don't see something satisfactory in 5 days, you won't live either. Hearing this, the men perked up instantly, shouting in unison, Rest assured, Commander. Within 5 days, we'll have that bastard's corpse in front of you. Chao Ziquan waved his hand dismissively at the squad leaders. Get out of here. The squad leaders visibly relaxed and hurriedly led their teams away. As Chao Ziqian prepared to leave, Jin Dania called him back. Go fetch Xing Dong for me. Chao Ziquan's expression tightened. Commander, we've always been at odds with the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps. Why bring him here? Jin Dania snorted coldly. So what if we're at odds? It's all about interests. I need his help now. Go get him here to talk. Chao Ziqian hadn't expected Jin Dania to lose his reason in his quest for vengeance for Jin Shanyo. He hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Captain, you must stay calm. Seeking Zheng Dong's help now, he'll likely demand an exorbitant price. Jin Dania shot Chao Ziqian a cold stare and snapped angrily. Don't forget, I'm the commander here, you're just the deputy. Who do you think you are, telling me what to do? Jin Dania glared at Chao Ziqian, his eyes flashing with fury. Chao Ziqian's face paled. He took a step back and bowed his head.
Commander, please calm down. I wouldn't dare. Oomph. If you dare not, then why aren't you moving?
Though Chao Ziqian also possessed peak 3rd rank cultivation, he knew Jean Dania's methods well and dared not harbor the slightest defiance.
After everyone dispersed, Jean Dania plopped down beside Jean Shonyo's corpse.
The ferocity vanished from his face, replaced by a hollow, vacant gaze, the look of an ordinary man who had lost someone dear.
Shonyo, rest assured.
I'll make sure that bastard joins you down there. After crawling into the tunnel, Lu Ming did not leave the cold current cavern.
He surmised that after killing Jean Shonyo, the entire Golden Horn mercenary corps would mobilize to hunt him down. At that point, nowhere outside of Qianzhou City would be safe.
Fearing an ambush on his return route, Lu Ming played a game of hiding in plain sight with the Golden Bullhorn mercenary corps. He reasoned that since the cold current cavern was the primary crime scene, the Golden Horns would assume he'd fled elsewhere. Thus, Lu Ming took the opposite approach, staying put to grind levels.
Though risky, this gamble paid off for Lu Ming.
Under Chao Ziquan's command, the entire Golden Bullhorn mercenary group poured out, conducting a sweeping search for Lu Ming's trail in the leveling grounds outside Qianzhou City. After Jean Danio paid a heavy price, the Fire Axe mercenary group also temporarily joined forces with him to search for Lu Ming.
Both factions stationed at least 2 squad leaders in various locations, but they overlooked the cold current caverns. They assumed Lu Ming would flee into the city after his killings, so most of their manpower was concentrated along the routes leading to Qianzhou City.
This oversight allowed Lu Ming to comfortably grind levels within the cold current caverns.
The cold current caverns teemed with 2nd and 3rd grade demon beasts.
After mastering the ability to unleash multiple consecutive sword draws, Lu Ming's prowess in hunting demon beasts had greatly increased. In just 2 days, he had come within inches of reaching level 3. After he fought hard to slay a 3rd grade demon beast, the bloodthirsty poison spider, the system's voice finally sounded. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to a 3rd grade martial artist. Reward, Sacred Artifact Divine Lotus Map 1. 3rd rank. Character panel. Lu Ming eagerly opened the panel to check how much experience was needed to reach level 4. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation, 3rd grade 120,000. Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra Mahayana, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent. Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword Fire, Metal. Skill Upgrade Points, 3. Holy. 20,000. When Lu Ming saw the experience required for the upgrade, his vision went black. How many demon beasts would he have to slay for that much experience? The blade would probably get chipped to hell. After a moment of lamentation, Lu Ming pushed his pessimism aside. The amount of experience needed to level up was the same for everyone, it was just the speed at which they gained it that differed. The fact that so many high-level martial artists existed proved that with hard work, it was achievable. Compared to others, Lu Ming even had the advantage of his system. What was there to fear? After leveling up, Lu Ming grew bolder. He planned to hunt some 3rd grade demon beasts for practice. Previously, for safety's sake, he had only hunted 2nd grade demon beasts. Now that he'd broken through to 3rd grade, he intended to test his mettle against them. Otherwise, even if he wore down his black iron sword to a blunt edge from slaying 2nd grade beasts, he might never advance to 4th grade. While searching for 3rd grade beasts in the cold current caverns, Lu Ming passed a pair of people when he was suddenly called out. Hey! You there, stop! Lu Ming halted and turned his head. The one calling him was none other than Gong Mingfei. Behind her followed 3 men and 2 women, all radiating powerful auras, each at the mid-tier 3rd grade cultivation level. Upon recognizing Lu Ming's face, a flicker of excitement crossed Gong Mingfei's expression. Great! It really is you. Do you have time? Would you join us on an expedition to an unexplored secret realm? Chapter 33, Entering the Fallen City. An unexplored secret realm? Lu Ming looked at Gong Mingfei with a slightly peculiar expression. Realistically speaking, Lu Ming had only met her once. An opportunity like a secret realm shouldn't involve him at all. Before Lu Ming could respond, someone behind Gong Mingfei spoke up first. A boy with short, pale blue hair and a cold, haughty expression glanced at Lu Ming, his brow slightly furrowed. Mingfei, even though Pan Changluan got injured and can't go, you don't have to just randomly drag someone along to fill the spot. If it really doesn't work out, we can just go back and call someone else. Gong Mingfei shook her head. My father said the secret realm will only be open for a short time. If we go back to find someone else and miss the window, it'll be disastrous. The blue-haired youth remained unyielding. Even so, we could just go in ourselves. This guy's cultivation is mediocre, and he's carrying nothing but cheap junk. How much strength could he possibly have? Besides, we all brought powerful spirit treasures from home this time, more than enough to handle any risks in the secret realm. Uncle Gong also mentioned there are precious resources inside. Why should we let him come along for free? Although Lu Ming was curious about this unexplored secret realm, he certainly wasn't about to make a fool of himself by offering his warm face to someone else's cold shoulder. Seeing the blue-haired youth's disapproval, Lu Ming smiled at Gong Mingfei. I've got things to attend to. You two go ahead.
Gong Mengfei, seeing Lu Ming about to leave, quickly grabbed his arm.
She then turned and glared at the blue-haired youth, shouting, "My father said that secret realm is in a great secret realm.
The dangers within aren't something you can casually speculate about. Besides, who said he lacks strength?
I've seen him personally force back a peak 3rd rank cultivator with a single sword strike.
Could you do that?" Seeing Gong Mengfei's anger, the blue-haired youth immediately fell silent.
But deep down, he didn't believe her words either, dismissing them as nothing more than an excuse to shut him up. The blue-haired youth turned his head away.
"Oomph. Fine, bring him along. But I'm laying down the rules now. Whatever we get from this secret realm will be divided strictly by contribution. You get what you put in.
Anyone who doesn't lift a finger and just tags along won't get a single thing."
Apart from Gong Mengfei, the others also harbored doubts about Lu Ming's abilities. Naturally, none of them objected to this proposal. Gong Mengfei looked at Lu Ming with some hesitation. Lu Ming smiled. "Fair enough. That's only right." Seeing Lu Ming had no objections, Gong Mengfei finally breathed a sigh of relief. "By the way, what's your name? I forgot to ask last time." "Lu Ming." Gong Mengfei responded before introducing the 5 members to Lu Ming.
The blue-haired young man was Du Ziming, whose soul spirit was an A-grade lightning leopard. The pair of innocent-looking twin sisters, the elder was Zhong Lulu, the younger Zhong Shueishui. Though twins, their life souls differed. Zhong Lulu's was AB+ grade Linglong Tower, a control-oriented combat-type life soul. Zhong Shueishui's was AB+ grade 5 Treasures Scepter, a pure support-type life soul. Though both possessed B+ grade soul weapons, when they fought together, the overlapping effects of their soul weapons could unleash power rivaling that of an A-grade soul weapon.
The remaining 2 boys were named Zhou Qi and Huang Yilong. Zhou Qi wields the B+ grade Ice Spirit Flame, while Huang Yilong wields the B+ grade Mystic Ice Turtle. Gong Mengfei herself wielded an A-grade Ice Soul Sword. All these individuals hailed from the most influential families in Quanzhou City, boasting formidable backgrounds. Du Ziming glanced at Lu Ming with a hint of disdain and asked with a smile, "What's your soul essence?" Lu Ming didn't hide it, stating plainly, "A D-grade Mystic Iron Sword." Du Ziming and the others froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. They had suspected Lu Ming's soul essence might be low grade, but never imagined it would be this trash. Grade D? That was the absolute lowest tier. Du Ziming turned to look at Gong Mengfei, pointing at Lu Ming as he asked with a sneer, "Mengfei, you're joking, right? How could he possibly force back a peak 3rd grade martial artist with a single sword strike? A useless piece of trash like him has no place traveling with us." Gong Mengfei's expression turned serious. "Who's joking with you? Believe it or not. Lu Ming, my father gave me the secret realm key. Ignore him. Let's go." Lu Ming shrugged at Du Ziming, rolled his eyes, then followed behind Gong Mengfei. Du Ziming watched Lu Ming's retreating figure, his expression instantly turning cold and grim. Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui, who had grown up with Gong Mengfei and were close friends, naturally didn't contradict her. They smiled at Du Ziming before following suit. Zhou Qi and Huang Yilong patted Du Ziming's shoulder and chuckled, "Come on. This secret realm is no ordinary place. We all have spiritual treasures from our families to protect us. That guy's penniless. Even if he has some tricks up his sleeve, they won't help him. As long as we ignore him, he won't last long." Du Ziming nodded and quickened his pace to catch up. Reaching Lu Ming's side, he whispered, "You peasant, stay away from Mengfei. Or don't blame me for being rude." Lu Ming shot Du Ziming a glance, understanding immediately. So this guy was jealous? Lu Ming never had any special feelings for Gong Mengfei to begin with, but Du Ziming's attitude was enough to make him want to give the guy a taste of his own medicine. A faint smirk touched Lu Ming's lips as he replied, "This sort of thing is all about mutual consent. Besides, who do you think you are, trying to boss me around?" Lu Ming shot Du Ziming a defiant look before striding over to Gong Mengfei to ask about the secret realm. Watching Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei chat so closely they were practically pressed together, Du Ziming's face turned ashen with rage, his fists clenching so hard they cracked. Through Gong Mengfei's explanation, Lu Ming learned they were heading to a secret realm called the Fallen City. It was said that this secret realm had been identified and calculated by official experts using special instruments, and it had been rated as a Grade 3 a secret realm. From Gong Mengfei, Lu Ming also learned that beyond the primary numerical tiers 1, 2, 3 used by martial artists, the authorities had further subdivided secret realms into 4 minor grades, S, A, B, and C. The higher the subtier, the richer the resources and the greater the danger. The Wild River Plains secret realm Lu Ming had previously visited, for instance, was a lowly C-grade secret realm. After traversing the cold current caverns for roughly 2 hours, Lu Ming and his companions finally halted at a small lake. Gong Mengfei retrieved a dark purple key from her storage space. Seeing the key, Lu Ming's brow furrowed inexplicably. He sensed an odd aura emanating from it. This aura was gloomy and violent, evoking a sense of familiarity that he found deeply unpleasant. Gong Mengfei's expression grew solemn as she scanned the faces of the others before speaking with grave seriousness. "The secret realm remains unexplored, and its dangers are unknown. I hope that once we enter, everyone will work together seamlessly. Don't let petty disagreements breed resentment. If that leads to irreparable losses, it would be a case of sacrificing the greater good for the sake of the lesser. As he spoke, he deliberately cast an extra glance at Du Ziming and Lu Ming. Du Ziming replied coldly, understood. Open the secret realm already. Gong Mengfei tossed the key into the lake. Soon, the water's surface began churning violently. Within moments, a bottomless vortex emerged from the depths. Go! Gong Mengfei led the way, leaping into the vortex. The others followed suit. Chapter 34, The Strange. After Lu Ming and his group had all plunged into the vortex, a figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Ha! I was fretting over sacrificial offerings, and now I get ready-made ones. Truly, heaven favors our sect. If I can bring the divine embryo from the secret realm back this time, my status within the sect will soar. The black-clad woman emitted a bone-chilling laugh before leaping into the vortex just as it began to vanish. The vortex was actually a portal. When the dizziness faded, Lu Ming realized they had arrived within the secret realm. Before their eyes lay a desolate, decaying landscape, parched weeds scattered everywhere, with patches of bleached bones visible here and there. A breeze swept through, stirring up swirling clouds of yellow sand. The place looked utterly desolate and bleak. Even the air carried a faint musty odor. This place looks so strange. All I see is endless yellow sand and withered weeds. It doesn't seem like there are any resources here. Zhong Shueishui muttered in complaint. Gong Mengfei surveyed the surroundings before pointing north. Look! There seems to be a city over there. Let's go check it out. The group followed her gaze. Yellow sand swirled in the air, obscuring their vision. Yet they could faintly make out a tall structure. They scanned the other directions. Finding nothing but sand and nothing else, they had no choice but to head north. Shortly after Lu Ming and the others departed, the black-clad woman arrived at the same spot. Unlike the confusion felt by Lu Ming and the others, the black-clad woman immediately retrieved a purple disc from her storage space. Summoning her martial soul, she drew a slash across her forehead. As the blood dripped onto the disc, a sudden burst of purple light shot toward her brow. After several breaths, when the woman lifted her head again, a strange vertical eye had appeared between her brows. The vertical eye glowed purple, its black pupil seeming to contain swirling stars, an utterly otherworldly sight. After activating the vertical eye, the aura emanating from the black-clad woman grew eerie. Thick purple mist rapidly surged from her body, while twisted, purplish-black patterns spread across her face, creating a terrifying appearance. The black-clad woman turned her gaze northward and suddenly broke into a wide grin. Ha ha! The information from the sect leader was indeed correct. There truly is a divine embryo here. Though its aura is faint, once awakened through a blood sacrifice ritual and continuously nourished, it will eventually break free from its shell. With my blood to awaken the divine embryo, I shall become the supreme goddess mother of our sect. Ha ha ha! The black-clad woman let out a clear, ringing laugh. After laughing her fill, she stowed the circular disc in her storage space. Her hands swept through the air, tracing intricate, arcane runes. When these runes coalesced, they formed a monstrous array diagram. Purple energy surged from her surroundings into the vertical pupil between her eyebrows. In the next instant, a purple beam of light struck the array diagram, instantly illuminating it. The array diagram glowed with dazzling purple light, splitting the space before the woman into two distinct realms. A pitch-black spatial passageway appeared before him. Without a moment's hesitation, the woman stepped inside and vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Lu Ming and the others pressed northward. Though the city's silhouette seemed close, they walked for a full hour without catching a glimpse of its actual walls. Along the way, as time passed, Lu Ming noticed the white bones on the ground growing increasingly numerous. At first, they had only seen scattered fragments of small bones. Now, however, they mostly encountered entire skeletal remains. It was impossible to tell how many years these skeletons had lain here. Eerily, despite the relentless erosion of the yellow sand, they showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Their surfaces were smooth as glass, as if death had occurred only moments before. Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui were the timid ones. Seeing so many skeletons, they huddled together with Gong Mengfei, trembling in fear. Though Gong Mengfei usually carried herself like a tough woman, she was, after all, just an 18-year-old girl. She'd never encountered anything like this before and was thoroughly terrified. Lu Ming and the other boys, however, were considerably braver. Though all four frowned deeply, their faces betrayed not a hint of fear. Seeing the three girls' frightened expressions, he immediately darted to Gong Mengfei's side, puffing out his chest and declaring, "Mengfei, you don't need to be afraid. This place might be a bit strange, but trust me, I'll protect you." Gong Mengfei shot Du Ziming a disapproving glance but said nothing. Instead, she turned her attention with interest to Lu Ming, who had suddenly crouched down before a skeleton. Gong Mengfei approached Lu Ming and crouched beside him, asking, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Lu Ming was intently examining the skeleton before him. The skeleton was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of external trauma whatsoever. It appeared as though the individual had died a natural death, with flesh and blood slowly decaying away. Yet Lu Ming sensed something was amiss. The skeletons varied in form, and judging by their quantity, the closer they were to the city, the more intact and numerous they became. And most crucially, Lu Ming noticed that the bones around the eye sockets all bore a faint purplish-black stripe. The stripes resembled faint brushstrokes with subtle curves. Most crucially, Lu Ming sensed a distinctly familiar aura emanating from them. This aura filled him with revulsion, though he couldn't immediately pinpoint why. Lu Ming pointed at the eye sockets of the skeletal remains. As we get closer to the city, the number of these skeletons increases, and they become more and more complete. Have you noticed that the purple pattern around their eye sockets is also becoming more pronounced? Prompted by Lu Ming's observation, Gong Mengfei and the others immediately began examining the nearby skeletal remains. It's true. Why do these skeletons have such strange patterns? I don't know why, but seeing them makes me feel inexplicably afraid. Zhong Lulu circled around, her expression gradually turning grave. Gong Mengfei clearly noticed this too. It is indeed strange. Seeing everyone seemingly falling into Lu Ming's rhythm, Du Ziming immediately snorted disdainfully. Oomph. Nothing but some phony ghost-busting tricks. It's just a purple-black pattern. If you ask me, it's definitely caused by the special laws within this secret realm. How long have these things been dead? What's there to fear? As he spoke, he kicked several skeletal remains apart with a single stomp. Lu Ming couldn't think of a reason either and didn't argue. Ever since entering the secret realm, Lu Ming had felt a persistent heaviness in his chest. His left eyelid kept twitching incessantly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something major was about to happen. Having come this far, though Lu Ming harbored concerns, there was no turning back for the moment. He could only offer a warning. Let's go. We should head into the city first and see what's going on. Everyone should be careful. I have this feeling this secret realm isn't as simple as it seems. Du Ziming harbored resentment toward Lu Ming and seized every chance to strike back. He shot Lu Ming a contemptuous glance and sneered, "Ha! A grown man with such a small heart? What a useless piece of trash. Since you're so scared, just hang back. I'll lead the way." Lu Ming didn't argue this time. He merely hummed in acknowledgement before silently falling to the rear of the group. Du Ziming turned to Gong Mengfei with a beaming smile, about to speak, only to find her already striding toward the rear of the group. "Since you're willing to lead the way, this arduous task is yours." Seeing Gong Mengfei actually standing alongside Lu Ming again, Du Ziming seethed with frustration, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes as he glared at Lu Ming. But the words were already spoken, and he had no choice but to grit his teeth and press forward. As time passed, the sky within the secret realm gradually darkened, and the wind in the air seemed to grow stronger. As night fell, they finally caught sight of a towering, ancient-looking city gate. Chapter 35, The City Controlled by the Fallen. Eerily, though the city was lifeless and devoid of any human presence, as night fell, numerous flickering lights ignited atop its walls. The pale yellow flames flickered uncertainly in the darkness, like ghostly lights suddenly appearing in the vast ocean, radiating an indescribable eeriness. The main gate beneath the city walls stood wide open. Though piles of white bones were stacked like mountains along the sides, strangely, a passage about 2 meters wide was left clear right in the center. It seemed deliberately left open. A full moon hung high in the night sky, bathing the earth in a vast expanse of silver light. The pallid moonlight fell upon the heaps of bones, reflecting a faint bluish glow. Lu Ming noticed that the purplish-black patterns on these bones seemed to grow increasingly distinct. Under the moonlight, they even began to refract a faint purple glow. When that faint purple glow lit up within the eye sockets, it resembled hollow, lifeless eyes. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lu Ming felt as though the skeletons were grinning at him. A chill instantly ran down Lu Ming's spine. We should hurry into town. I have a feeling tonight won't be peaceful. Even Du Ziming, usually so tough, felt uneasy in such an eerie scene. But to show he wasn't like Lu Ming, he forced himself to speak up. "Put. This is only a third-grade secret realm. Nothing inside can be stronger than third grade. We've both got life-saving spirit treasures from home. What's there to fear? You're the one who should watch your back, you penniless fool. Don't let these filthy things get the better of you." Lu Ming's unease grew stronger by the moment. He had no interest in bantering with Du Ziming now. Without so much as a glance at him, Lu Ming strode directly toward the city. The city was densely packed with buildings, its streets lined with shops side by side. Every shop was brightly lit, some even bustling with people. "Put. What danger? It's bright as day in here. And there are so many people? What's there to be scared of? We've been walking all day and I'm starving. Let's find an inn and grab something to eat. This is the first time I've ever seen people in a secret realm. I'm dying to see how they're different from us." The moment Du Ziming caught sight of the city's bustling scene, he darted to the front of the group, shooting Lu Ming a disdainful glance as he did so. Lu Ming couldn't stand this guy's intelligence. If not for Gong Mengfei's sake, he'd have slapped Du Ziming twice. "Do you have any brains at all? Open your eyes and look again. Are those people even moving? We're only 200 or 300 meters away from them. Have you heard a single sound?" Du Ziming was about to retort when it suddenly dawned on him. Up until now, he had indeed seen many people. But he hadn't heard a single sound. So many people, even if they weren't talking, it couldn't be this quiet. A chill instantly ran down Du Ziming's spine.
Shivering, he turned his gaze toward the shops with a solemn expression.
The city seemed like a world apart from the outside.
Outside, yellow sand swirled through the air, and the landscape was desolate and ruined. Inside the city walls, though still devoid of human life, all the food was preserved perfectly. The streets were spotless, not a speck of dust in sight.
Du Ziming's heart skipped a beat? We've entered a ghost town, haven't we?
Lu Ming no longer spoke to him, simply striding past him toward an inn.
Gong Mingfei shot Du Ziming a disapproving glance before hurrying to catch up.
The inn covered an area of about 200 to 300 square meters, with over 10 square tables arranged inside.
Each table had people seated before it.
Their movements varied, some were serving food, others pouring wine, or raising cups just like ordinary diners. Yet strangely, they all seemed frozen in place, as if paused mid-motion.
Even their expressions were frozen, showing no change whatsoever.
Lu Ming stared at them for a long while, even reaching out to touch one.
He discovered that these figures were indistinguishable from living people. Their skin still had elasticity, yet they possessed not a shred of body heat. Touching them felt like holding an ice pop. Hey, look! Why do all these people have these purple threads under their feet? Zhong Lulu's exclamation immediately drew everyone's attention.
Lu Ming hurried over and crouched down, only then noticing. The floor beneath them was covered in countless fine purple-black patterns. They were densely packed, resembling a spider web. These purple-black threads connected to the soles of each person's feet at one end, while the other ends stretched outward, their origin unknown.
Without hesitation, Lu Ming rolled up the pant leg of one of the men. Whoa!
Even Lu Ming, a modern youth who prided himself on being well-traveled and worldly, couldn't help but gasp in horror at the sight of the man's leg. The man's leg was covered in purple-black, tree bark-like growths. Those thin lines weren't ordinary threads either, they resembled tiny blood vessels, connecting to these bizarre growths. After stripping the man completely naked, Lu Ming discovered that every inch of his body except for his head and neck was covered in those bizarre growths. Even more eerily, Lu Ming could see his chest faintly pulsing. Lu Ming felt as if a vast, dense fog had enveloped him, weighing heavily on his mind and stirring unease. Pushing aside his revulsion, he plunged his hands into the strange, purplish-black, bark-like substance covering the man's body. Today, Lu Ming had to see what the hell was inside this thing. After peeling back all the outer layers, Lu Ming finally saw the pulsing thing inside the man's chest cavity. It was a fist-sized, purplish-black heart. Though utterly bizarre, it was indeed beating. Pull out a few more and take a look. Lu Ming hurriedly reached out to peel back the person next to him. Except for Gong Mengfei, the others either hesitated out of fear or simply didn't move. Minutes later, Gong Mengfei and Lu Ming exchanged glances, both seeing shock reflected in each other's eyes. These people, they all looked exactly the same. Only their heads appeared normal. Beneath their clothes, their bodies had long been overtaken by this strange entity, and their hearts had already mutated. Lu Ming stared at the eerie purple-black substance covering these people. An overwhelming sense of revulsion surged through him, accompanied by a familiar feeling. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. I remember now. The aura emanating from this purple-black substance is the aura of the Fallen. This place is called the City of Fallen. It must have been a city controlled by the Fallen in the past. Those corpses outside and these bizarre people must all be the Fallen One's doing. Lu Ming suddenly felt his hair stand on end, his breathing becoming ragged. He had already witnessed the Fallen's methods firsthand. Back in the Wild River Plains, that black-clad woman, merely a second-rank Fallen One, had managed to block his sword drawing style head-on. And here, with so many people and such immense effort invested in this trap, how terrifying must the creature they've been nurturing be? Even if this was only a third-rank secret realm, Lu Ming was certain whatever lurked within was far beyond their ability to handle. Fallen Ones? What Fallen Ones? You're always making such a fuss, yet you can't even explain things clearly. If you ask me, these might just be some special kind of puppets. Look at them, you've torn them apart like this and still nothing. Just some cheap tricks to scare people. Let's hurry up and find some cultivation resources. Though Du Ziming and the others hailed from prominent families in Shenzhou City, they knew nothing of the Starry Sky Cult or the Fallen Ones. Only Gong Mengfei wore a grave expression. Though she didn't know why Lu Ming knew about the Fallen Ones, given the current situation, he seemed to be the most reliable source. Gong Mengfei was also at a loss for what to do and asked aloud. Lu Ming, what do you think we should do now? Chapter 36, Sudden Mutation. The Dolls Awaken. After discovering this secret realm was connected to the Fallen, Lu Ming lost all interest. At this moment, he only wanted to leave this eerie place immediately. Did your father tell you how long we have to stay inside before we're teleported out? This secret realm oozed eeriness from every corner. After noticing the peculiarities of the people within the city, Lu Ming's sense of foreboding grew even stronger. Even with his left eye closed, it was twitching violently. Gong Mengfei gave a bitter smile. This secret realm is different from the ones you've visited before. The laws of nature here are relatively intact, they won't actively expel us. To leave, we must either destroy this world or find a teleportation gate ourselves. Otherwise, we'll be trapped here until death. What? Lu Ming exploded in shock. Gong Mengfei bit her lip, lowering her head, unable to meet Lu Ming's gaze. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this.
I didn't mean to trick you. Lu Ming knew full well that Gong Mengfei had invited him along with good intentions. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming forced himself to calm down. Since we're already here, let's focus on finding a way out. Lu Ming crouched down and began examining where these purplish-black threads led. Du Ziming, who had never taken kindly to Lu Ming, grew even more furious seeing him speak in half-sentences. Hey! Spit it out already! What are the fallen? What do you even know? Stop acting all mysterious and important like you're some big shot. Seeing Lu Ming completely ignore him, Du Ziming lost his temper and lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. Already irritated, Lu Ming instantly snapped. He violently shoved Du Ziming away and barked an order. Get lost. Leave me alone. Du Ziming's face darkened instantly. Who the hell do you think you are, talking to me like that? You're asking for it. Du Ziming channeled his soul essence, his palm transforming into a beast-like claw as he lashed out at Lu Ming's back. After cultivating sword transformation technique, Lu Ming's combat perception had greatly enhanced. Without hesitation, he unleashed sword transformation technique and swung a fist. As a secret technique unique to SSS-rank Sword Immortals, the sword transformation art possessed formidable power, even though Lu Ming had only recently mastered it. Their fists collided. Du Ziming let out a piercing scream before being sent flying like a punching bag. He crashed through several tables before finally landing. The sword transformation technique was far more than just a physical enhancement. Its essence lay in forging Lu Ming's very being into a peerless divine sword. Especially now that he had grasped the essence of sword intent. After activating sword transformation, every punch and palm strike now carried the essence of the sword, delivering formidable power. Du Ziming's palm shattered from the blow, his chi and blood surged violently. His face flushed crimson as he coughed up a pool of blood. The scalding blood landed on the scattered purple-black fragments he had shattered, immediately sizzling. In the blink of an eye, the blood was completely absorbed. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air, accompanied by eerie, creaking laughter echoing in their ears. They're moving! They're moving! Zhong Shueishui pointed at the figure behind Du Ziming, her voice trembling with terror. Du Ziming whipped his head around, only to see the dismembered head beside him grinning at him. Ah! Du Ziming felt his scalp crawl. His buttocks sprang up like a coiled spring, propelling him backward. Just as he prepared to flee, a hand suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. Get away! Terrified, Du Ziming summoned his life soul with all his might. The phantom of a lightning leopard materialized behind him. His body began to undergo beastly transformations, with lightning patterns erupting across his arms and face. Du Ziming spun around and struck the eerie doll, clutching him away with a palm strike. Just as he prepared to flee, the surrounding dolls began stirring to life. Lu Ming's expression grew grave as he summoned his black iron sword. Grasping Gong Mengfei's hand, he slowly retreated toward the exit. Retreat! Prepare for battle! Lu Ming's voice was low, carrying an inexplicable authority. The sisters Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui immediately summoned their soul spirits and retreated step by step. Zhou Qi and Huang Yilong exchanged a glance. After summoning their soul spirits, they did not retreat. The two had grown up playing with Du Ziming and were close friends, but hesitated, rooted to the spot, uneasy about the eerie dolls. Gong Mengfei, who had retreated to the doorway, wrenched her hand free from Lu Ming's grasp. He's our teammate too. I'm going to save him. Summoning her ice soul sword, she unleashed her agility and charged inside. Seeing Gong Mengfei take action, Zhou Qi and Huang Yilong hesitated no longer. The sisters Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui split their life souls to assist the trio. Zhong Lulu's Linglong Tower, under her command, grew over a meter tall before crashing down into the inn with a thud. Immediately, a gray glow emanated from the tower's surface. The eerie doll's movements slowed the moment they touched the gray light. Zhong Shueishui raised her scepter, murmuring obscure incantations. As the incantation concluded, a ring of blue light waves shot forth from the staff, enveloping Gong Mengfei and the others. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming noticed that the speed of the four had increased significantly. Lu Ming looked at the Zhong sisters with keen interest. He realized their soul essences were indeed quite intriguing. The puppets in the inn were eerie, but their strength wasn't particularly formidable. With the help of Gong Mengfei and the others, Du Ziming quickly freed himself. After escaping the inn, Du Ziming stormed over to Lu Ming, his face flushed with anger. What the hell do you think you're doing? Injuring me is one thing, but as a teammate, you just stood there watching the show when I was in trouble? Lu Ming sneered coldly. Ha! Shameless. If it weren't for you, would we have all this trouble? Prioritizing your own selfish desires, striking a teammate first, and putting the entire group in danger, is that what a teammate should do? Forget saving you. Not killing you was already doing Miss Gong a favor. Lu Ming's head was pounding. He still knew nothing about this secret realm, yet now this mess had erupted. He felt the situation had spiraled completely out of control. Lu Ming wasn't even sure if they could survive this place. The purple-black threads at the feet of these puppets seemed interconnected. Pull one thread, and the whole body moves. It wasn't just the tavern. Lu Ming saw that all the dolls throughout the entire city seemed to have come to life. As more and more dolls awoke, the commotion grew louder. The once quiet city instantly erupted into chaos. Gong Mengfei shot Du Ziming a furious glare and snapped, "Du Ziming, can you stop messing things up? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this passive situation now." The facts were undeniable. Even Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi, who wanted to defend Du Ziming, felt powerless to do so. They could only whisper urgently in his ear, "Ziming, this is not the time for that. Bite your tongue for now. Let's get through this crisis first." After the earlier incident, Gong Mengfei had begun to instinctively look to Lu Ming as her anchor. She found herself subconsciously wanting to consult him before making any decisions. "Lu Ming, what should we do next?" Lu Ming glanced outside the city walls. The wind outside the city walls had grown fiercer, its howling as thunderous as ever. What had been pitch black now flickered with countless points of light. Lu Ming surmised that those skeletal remains, like the dolls, had come to life. With so many skeletons outside the city walls, going out was absolutely out of the question. Lu Ming stared at the dense, purple-black tangle of threads on the ground, making his scalp crawl. "Keep moving forward. If we can find the exit in time, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Chapter 37, The Heartless and Treacherous Du Ziming. By now, the dolls had become like zombies, shuffling unsteadily toward them. "Then let's hurry. What the hell are we waiting for?" Du Ziming, having witnessed the eerie nature of these ghostly things, felt a tightening in his heart and urged them on. "You lead the way. Just follow this line and run like hell. I'll bring up the rear." The doll's current pace wasn't particularly fast, making the rear guard far more perilous than leading the charge. Although Gong Mengfei and the others possessed stronger life souls and cultivation than Lu Ming, in a life-or-death struggle, they stood no chance against him. In this situation, every extra person meant extra strength. Unless absolutely necessary, Lu Ming had no intention of abandoning them to escape alone. Gong Mengfei had intended to volunteer to bring up the rear herself, but Lu Ming didn't give her a chance to speak, immediately moving to the back of the group. Du Ziming, however, dashed forward in a panic. Gong Mengfei, fearing this reckless fellow might stir up more trouble, hurriedly followed after him. As they delved deeper into the city, the revived puppets accelerated their pace. Some of them had already engaged in combat with the group. "Don't get bogged down in combat. Keep pushing forward." Lu Ming watched the swarm of dolls, thick as ants, and felt his scalp tingle and his heart pound wildly. Though these puppets hadn't demonstrated overwhelming combat power yet, they were like indestructible cockroaches. Even when shattered to pieces, they could reassemble themselves under the tug of countless purple-black threads. Ah! Suddenly, Du Ziming's agonized scream pierced the air from ahead. Lu Ming turned to see a giant clad in armor had materialized ahead of them. Standing 2 to 3 meters tall, the giant loomed over the group like a small mountain. The giant now extended its massive hand, snatching Du Ziming in one grasp. With mechanical precision, it lifted him up, about to shove him into its mouth. "Save me! Quick, save me!" Du Ziming struggled with all his might but couldn't break free from the giant's grip. Panic-stricken and desperate, he turned to Gong Mengfei and the others for help. Gong Mengfei's expression darkened. She roared, "Lulu, Shui, support me." She immediately drew her sword and charged at the giant. Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shui, sensing the giant's immense power, instantly channeled their life souls to their fullest. In an instant, beams of light radiated from the Linglong Tower. Zhong Shui rapidly chanted incantations, waving her staff to shower different hues of light upon Gong Mengfei. With the sisters' support, the giant's movements became restricted, allowing Gong Mengfei to act with significantly greater speed. Like a nimble monkey, she kicked twice against the giant's legs, leaped forward, and swung her sword at the giant's wrist. The sword flashed, its blue glow intensifying on the ice soul blade. In that instant, it seemed as if an icy serpent had burst forth from the blade. The ice soul sword struck the giant's hand, severing the entire palm clean off. The giant's palm fell to the ground, and purple liquid immediately began flowing from the wound. The purple liquid hit the ground and was instantly absorbed by the fine threads. Soon, faint purple light flickered in the eyes of the surrounding puppets, their movements instantly becoming far more agile. The giant let out a deep roar and stomped his foot on the ground. In an instant, it felt like an earthquake. Gong Mengfei, standing closest, lost her balance and fell to the ground. At that very moment, the giant's other hand swept down toward Du Ziming and Gong Mengfei. Du Ziming's expression changed abruptly. He grabbed Gong Mengfei and hurled her toward the giant's massive hand. Gong Mengfei never imagined that Du Ziming, whom she had risked everything to save, would treat her this way, tossing her defenselessly into the giant's grasp. The giant's hand closed tightly around her the moment it seized her. This bought Du Ziming a precious moment, and he immediately sprinted forward. Du Ziming dared not hold back any longer. He drew the life-saving artifact his clan had given him. It was a large, glowing red seal. After activating it, he held it above his head and dashed forward at incredible speed. Within mere moments, he vanished into the dense crowd of puppets. No one had anticipated Du Ziming's move, leaving them all momentarily stunned. "Sister Mengfei!" Zhong Lulu cried out in panic, snatching the Linglong Tower into her hand as she prepared to rush to his rescue. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice reached her ear. "Stay here and keep boosting me. I'll handle this."
Lu Ming left a trail of afterimages as he dashed forward. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Zhong Lulu immediately released her soul essence. With the sister's support, Lu Ming felt his strength and speed surge significantly. Though not as potent as sword transformation, it was still remarkably effective. Judging from Gong Mengfei's earlier attack, the giant possessed immense strength but only average physical defense. To avoid accidentally harming Gong Mengfei, Lu Ming did not choose to use the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. Instead, he activated the Shadow Concealing Step, mimicking Gong Mengfei's technique. Though his soul essence strength couldn't match that of the A Great Ice Soul Sword, he had the sword transformation technique and sword intent to bolster him. The power of this strike surpassed even Gong Mengfei's earlier strike. The mystic iron sword sliced through the giant's palm as easily as cutting tofu. After saving Gong Mengfei, Lu Ming hesitated not a moment. He tossed her forward gently and bellowed at Zhong Lulu and the others behind him, "Run!" By now, the group had no doubts about Lu Ming's commands. Zhong Lulu and the others immediately withdrew their soul blades and swiftly followed behind Gong Mengfei, each employing their own movement techniques. After landing and steadying herself, Gong Mengfei called out anxiously, "Lu Ming!" Having lost 2 palms in succession, the giant flew into a rage, raising both feet to stomp down on Lu Ming. After absorbing the purple liquid oozing from the giant's wounds, the dozens of puppets surrounding him were also strengthened, all charging toward Lu Ming. "Let's hope this works." Lu Ming silently prayed as he drew the black iron sword from his waist. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Sword Drawing Technique. Lu Ming drew his sword with a sudden jerk, unleashing a burst of crimson light. The crimson blade struck the giant, cleaving him clean in two. Simultaneously, a roaring inferno erupted from the giant's body with a boom. The purple liquid covering his body instantly evaporated under the intense heat. After the purple liquid vanished, the giant's corpse, which had been struggling to reassemble itself, finally fell completely still. Witnessing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Phew! Thank goodness it worked. Lu Ming had previously surmised that these purplish black threads functioned like blood vessels. The doll's power source depended on these lines for transmission. Severing these lines would kill the puppets. This giant had just had its lines burned away by Lu Ming. His mind cleared as his suspicions were confirmed, and he smiled at the others. "I'm fine. Stay close to me." Sweeping a fiery barrier across the path ahead, Lu Ming led Gong Mengfei and the others into a frantic dash deeper into the darkness. Chapter 38, The Giant Egg. The city was vast, and it took them nearly 20 minutes of running before they finally stopped. This wasn't because they'd reached the city's edge, but because they'd arrived at the source of those purple-black threads. Viewed from above, their current location was the very heart of the city. It was a vast plaza, roughly the size of a football field. At the square's center stood an altar 7 or 8 meters tall. The altar, constructed from an unknown material, radiated an intense chill. At its front, a staircase ascended upward, while the other 3 sides were smooth, flat surfaces. Carved into these 3 surfaces were numerous grotesque, bizarre creatures. These creatures appeared covered in tiny tentacles. Though roughly human in stature with discernible limbs, closer inspection revealed their fingers were fused together like webbed membranes. Most eerily, each bore a single, vertical eye set directly in the center of its forehead. Surrounding the altar stand 81 towering stone pillars. Each pillar bore intricate, enigmatic patterns carved into its surface. The square radiated an eerie atmosphere, yet it seemed as though an invisible barrier protected it. The dolls that had been chasing them all halted outside the square. Glancing back at the dense swarm of dolls behind him, Lu Ming couldn't help but exhale a long, heavy breath. As far as the eye could see, there were at least tens of thousands of them. Combined with the skeletal remains outside the city walls, the sheer numbers were terrifying. Even if these puppets weren't particularly powerful, their cockroach-like tenacity meant they could simply wear Lu Ming and his companions down until they were exhausted. Now, all they could do was pray to find an exit here. Otherwise, death was the only path awaiting them. Upon reaching the square, Lu Ming and his companions first scanned their surroundings warily. After waiting over 10 minutes to confirm nothing unusual appeared, they dared to sit down and rest. "Let's go. We need to check it out." Lu Ming's sense of foreboding hadn't dissipated. His gaze fixed on the eerie altar. Having witnessed Lu Ming's capabilities earlier, the others raised no objections to his decision. Gripping his black iron sword tightly, Lu Ming cautiously stepped onto the stairs. In such an eerie place, every step they took subjected Lu Ming and his companions to immense psychological pressure. Though there were only a few dozen steps, it took them a full 5 minutes to finally reach the top. At the altar's center sat a massive egg nearly as tall as a person. Purple-black patterns covered the shell. At its very center, the patterns coalesced into a design resembling an upright eye. Though merely a pattern, when Lu Ming stared at it, he couldn't shake the feeling that a strange eye was truly gazing back at him. Within that eye, he seemed to see a sky full of stars, yet also glimpsed countless hideous monsters. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Lu Ming's forehead. His face was drained of color, as pale as paper. "Lu Ming! What's wrong with you?" Gong Mengfei noticed Lu Ming's unusual state and shook his body forcefully. Lu Ming's body shook violently. Gong Mengfei realized he seemed possessed, unresponsive to her shouts.
His complexion grew increasingly worse. Lu Ming! What's wrong with you? Wake up! Seeing Lu Ming's condition worsening, Gong Mengfei rushed to stand in front of him and shook his arms frantically. Buzz! A faint buzzing sound echoed in Lu Ming's mind, snapping him back to reality.
Seeing Gong Mengfei before him, Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat.
The vertical eye pattern on the giant egg was too eerie.
In a moment of inattention, he had become deeply engrossed in it. Had it not been for Gong Mengfei accidentally blocking his line of sight, Lu Ming suspected he would have met a grim fate. Recalling the perilous moment, Lu Ming shuddered with lingering fear. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he shook his head.
I'm fine. But you guys, don't stare around like that. If you see me zoning out like that again, just close my eyes for me. Huh? Why? Did you just? Lu Ming shook his head. I don't know how to explain it.
It was just incredibly dangerous.
If it weren't for you, I might be dead.
Hearing this, the others felt their hair stand on end. They hadn't seen anything unusual, and there hadn't been any commotion nearby. Yet Lu Ming claimed he'd nearly died.
What kind of trick was that? It was way too bizarre.
Lu Ming stopped examining the patterns on the giant egg and began circling it, searching for any other unusual features. When he reached the back of the giant egg, he discovered someone clinging tightly to its surface. The familiar blue hair atop that head belonged to none other than Du Ziming, who had fled alone earlier. Lu Ming let out a startled gasp.
Du Ziming's posture was extremely peculiar. He was spread out in a wide-open position, clinging tightly to the giant egg.
Lu Ming didn't rashly move him. Instead, he took a few steps back, gripped his Xian iron sword tightly, and then tentatively called out.
Du Ziming? Hearing Lu Ming's call, Gong Mengfei and the others immediately rushed over. Upon seeing Du Ziming's bizarre posture, Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi immediately grew anxious. Ziming!
They lunged forward to shake him awake. Lu Ming swung his black iron sword to block them, shooting them a cold glare.
This place is far too strange. Don't make any rash moves. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Huang Yilong protested urgently, he's still our teammate. He's clearly been affected. Are you going to stand by and let him die? Lu Ming's expression remained cold, unmoved by moral pressure. Teammate? After what he did earlier, he deserves to be called our teammate? Clunk. Just then, Du Ziming suddenly fell backward.
The others jumped back in fright.
Du Ziming's face was etched with terror, as if he'd endured unimaginable horror in life.
His skin was dry and wrinkled, drained of all vitality, making him look like a dehydrated vegetable. His entire body appeared flat and collapsed, as if nothing remained beneath the skin.
Ziming!
Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi rushed forward. When the two of them managed to lift Du Ziming up, they discovered Du Ziming was indeed nothing but skin and bones, his flesh and blood seemingly devoured clean by some unseen force. Seeing their childhood friend brutally murdered, Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi glared furiously at Lu Ming. It's all your fault. You clearly had the power to kill that giant. Why didn't you act? If you had acted, Ziming wouldn't have thrown Mengfei out, nor would he have gone alone. He wouldn't have met such a tragic end. We're supposed to be a team. Why did you act so selfishly? Hearing their accusations, Lu Ming burst into laughter, his anger giving way to mockery. He shot them a cold glance before speaking. First, from the very beginning, he never treated me as a teammate. He belittled and insulted me the entire journey. Second, if he hadn't acted recklessly, we might not have ended up in this passive situation. Third, if he hadn't done that despicable thing of using a teammate as a shield, I would have saved him. He brought this situation upon himself entirely. And one more thing, I act based solely on my own preferences. What you think is none of my concern. If you're unhappy, feel free to leave. I won't stop you. Chapter 39, Divine Descent. Gong Mengfei's expression was complex. Though she disliked Du Ziming, she had ultimately trained him. Seeing him die here under such unclear circumstances left her feeling a pang of sorrow. She found Lu Ming's words cold, yet undeniably logical. Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi were indeed morally blackmailing Lu Ming. Gong Mengfei sighed deeply, then addressed Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi. He's already dead. Let's not dwell on it. He brought this upon himself. This place is far too eerie. Whatever needs discussing, we'll handle it once we're out. Right now, we should focus on working together to find a way out. Otherwise, we might all die here. Though Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi harbored resentment toward Lu Ming, neither possessed the courage to venture out alone under these circumstances. With a cold snort, they stood aside in silence. Lu Ming glanced at them, then raised the black iron sword in his hand, pointing it directly at both. The sword glowed with flickering crimson and gold light, and an indescribable pressure radiated from him. Let me make this clear from the start. Since you've chosen to stay, every move you make from now on will be under my command. If your recklessness causes any further complications, don't blame me for cutting you down myself. Perhaps it was because Lu Ming had killed so many people recently. He carried a bloodthirsty and robe-like aura uncommon for someone his age. That iron will presence startled Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi, causing them to straighten their posture involuntarily, unable to voice any objection. Just then, the crowd of puppets gathered outside the square suddenly parted, clearing a path. A figure cloaked in black robes slowly approached from the distance. Lu Ming sensed the commotion outside the square and hurried to the front of the altar. His eyes narrowed sharply upon recognizing the familiar figure in black. "It really is you," he exclaimed. The cloaked figure, spotting Lu Ming atop the altar, slowly pulled down the veil, revealing a striking face. Yet this face was utterly bloodless. Between her brows, a strange vertical eye had grown. The black-clad woman's aura felt profoundly strange. Though both were third-rank cultivators, Lu Ming sensed an eerie, oppressive pressure emanating from her. This pressure was akin to an ordinary dog encountering a tiger, a tremor that shook the very soul. The corners of her lips curled upward slightly, revealing a wicked smile. "Congratulations, you've been chosen as sacrifices for the divine seed. This is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Who is she?" Gong Mengfei and the others also sensed the woman's eeriness and crowded around Lu Ming, asking in unison. Lu Ming's eyes locked onto the woman in black. "Starry Sky Cult. A fallen one." Gong Mengfei's expression changed drastically. "She's the fallen one my father and the others have been hunting all this time?" Lu Ming nodded. "It's her." The moment he saw the woman in black, the foreboding in Lu Ming's heart reached its peak. He sensed that if they didn't kill this woman immediately, they would find themselves in extreme danger. "She's powerful. Give it your all and kill her." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming channeled his full power into Shadow Concealment Step and Sword Transformation Technique, charging toward the base of the altar. The aura emanating from the woman in black also weighed heavily on Gong Mengfei and the others. With Lu Ming leading the charge, they too hesitated not a moment, unleashing their full power instantly. Facing their combined assault, the black-clad woman remained utterly unruffled, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Enjoy yourselves. Release your fear freely. It will be the finest nourishment for the divine embryo." The black-clad woman summoned her life soul and severed her own right hand at the wrist. The palm hit the ground, blood spurting like a fountain. Seemingly impervious to pain, a maniacal grin spread across her face. She crouched down, thrusting her severed arm into the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath her feet emitted a faint crimson glow. Intricate array patterns began to emerge from the ground. Her blood served as a key. After absorbing the blood, the patterns began to rapidly activate. Just as Lu Ming and the others reached the base of the altar, a crimson barrier abruptly materialized. The barrier resembled a sheet of thin glass, yet it was incredibly hard. Lu Ming and his companions collided with it, only to be repelled as if striking a wall of bronze and iron, bouncing back onto the steps. "Damn it! Fall back!" Without hesitation, Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful attack in his strongest form. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. A terrifying flash of sword light erupted, yet when it struck the barrier, Lu Ming's usually unstoppable technique proved utterly ineffective. The thin barrier didn't even flinch. Lu Ming's spiritual energy was now completely depleted. Staring at the flimsy barrier, he froze in shock. "It's over." Lu Ming's heart sank into despair. Although Gong Mengfei and the others possessed higher life souls and cultivation levels than him, Lu Ming knew full well that their attacks could never match the power of his single sword strike. If even he couldn't breach this barrier, there was no way Gong Mengfei and the others could. Seeing the defeat in Lu Ming's eyes, the shadowy woman's gaze flickered with a smug smile. "This is it. Despair, fear. These are the emotions the divine embryo craves most. Release the fear deep within your souls to your heart's content. Once you've released it all, you'll become the divine seed's most devout followers. Then, you shall be reborn." The array on the ground activated fully, and streams of dark purple energy emerged from beneath the earth like spiraling serpents. Those eerie dark purple energies, as if possessed by divine will, rapidly differentiated. They attached themselves to the 81 stone pillars surrounding the area, swiftly coiling around them and climbing upward at incredible speed. Within mere breaths, all 81 pillars were enveloped in the dark purple energy. At that moment, the intricate patterns etched into the pillars seemed to come alive, swirling and shifting with a sudden vitality. Hum. Ethereal hums echoed as a dark purple orb materialized atop each pillar. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a sinister vertical eye within each orb. However, at this moment, all these vertical eyes were closed. Upon realizing Lu Ming had completely depleted his spiritual energy, Gong Mengfei retrieved 4 basic recovery potions from her storage ring and handed them to him. "Recover first. Let us try." Lu Ming's mind was in turmoil, his thoughts seemingly paralyzed. Only a thread of stubborn refusal clung to his consciousness. He opened the potions and drank them down. Just as Lu Ming had anticipated, Gong Mengfei and the others' attacks couldn't breach the barrier. When Gong Mengfei and the others realized that no matter how fiercely they attacked, the seemingly fragile barrier remained unshaken, a wave of despair washed over them. The woman in black gazed at the fully activated array beneath her feet and the solidified black energy spheres on the stone pillars, unable to suppress a loud, booming laugh. "Ha! The summoning array is activated. With my divine eye as the conduit, I shall channel the divine consciousness of the great void god. Then, I shall become the supreme goddess mother of the sect. Henceforth, this world shall revolve around me.
I shall be the ruler. The expression on the black-clad woman's face grew increasingly maniacal. Finally, she used her life soul to rip open her own chest, clawing her heart out with her bare hands. Strangely enough, as soon as she pulled it out, strands of dark purple energy rapidly coalesced around her heart, forming a fist-sized sphere. The orb pulsed rapidly, sustaining her life. The woman in black tossed her heart into the air. Instantly, a surge of purple-black energy enveloped it, carrying it toward the giant egg atop the altar. The heart plummeted straight down. A flash of black light flickered across the intact eggshell, like the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing it whole. In the next instant, a purple light erupted from the altar, shaking the entire square as if by an earthquake. The madness in the black-clad woman's eyes intensified. She assumed an eerie posture before the giant egg and cried out in a resonant voice. With my blood, I command the divine array. With my heart, I humbly invite the gods to descend. Chapter 40, The Void God Clan, Cleanser. As the words fell, the woman in black tilted her head back, gazing directly into the dim sky. A dazzling purple-black beam shot forth from the vertical pupil between her eyebrows. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens. The once dark sky seemed to be sliced open by a blade, revealing a faint crack. From within the fissure, a tremendous roar echoed. Like a raging storm, yet like thunderclaps, it sent shivers down the spine, making every hair stand on end. Shatter this accursed barrier of heaven. Let my divine consciousness descend. Seeing the crack in the sky, the woman in black showed not a trace of fear. Instead, her eyes burned with longing. She retrieved a twisted, eerie bone fragment from her storage space. The bone measured about 30 centimeters, covered in a dense network of purplish-black runes. The black-clad woman walked to the edge of the square and waved the bone at the densely packed dolls. Instantly, the purple-black bark-like substance peeled off the dolls, transforming into streams of energy that poured into the bone. Deprived of that vital energy, tens of thousands of dolls instantly turned to ash. After receiving the energy boost, the bone fragment in the black-clad woman's hand grew increasingly eerie. She tossed the bone into the air. Instantly, all 81 stone pillars began to tremble violently. The vertical eyes within the purple-black energy spheres atop each pillar opened one after another. Whoosh! 81 beams of light shot forth from the energy spheres, all converging upon the eerie bone fragment. After absorbing the immense energy, the bone rapidly swelled until it finally exploded with a thunderous roar. A phantom finger, as thick as a pillar supporting the heavens, surged forth from the bone. The terrifying finger rapidly solidified, then thrust straight into the crack in the sky. Crack! The sky shattered like glass. Pressed by the colossal finger, countless tiny cracks rapidly spread outward from the original minuscule fissure. Boom! The terrifying sound grew ever more distinct. The cracks multiplied. Within mere moments, the sky shattered like a mirror. A black hole, like the gaping maw of an abyss, appeared above the square. The black hole seemed capable of swallowing all light, yet upon closer inspection, it was not an endless void of darkness. Within its depths, dazzling starry rivers and multicolored celestial bodies streaked by at intervals. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent wind surged forth from the black hole. The entire plaza shook violently once more. Immediately after, a peculiar, oppressive force descended. This pressure emanated not only from the body, but also from the soul. Lu Ming and his companions had no chance to resist. They were instantly pinned to the ground. Even as they strained against it, veins bulging on their bodies, it was utterly futile. A purple beam shot out from the black hole, striking the giant egg with pinpoint accuracy. After the purple light appeared, the swirling chaos in the sky rapidly dissipated, and the fractured heavens swiftly restored their original form. The moment the purple light entered the giant egg, the entire altar began to violently tremble. The intensity was so great that even the altar they stood upon developed a dense network of cracks. Whoosh! The giant egg suddenly floated into the air. The purple patterns on its surface swirled rapidly before sinking into the shell and vanishing, leaving only the eerie vertical eye pattern behind. The vertical eye pattern now appeared remarkably animated, as if possessed of sentience. It even blinked twice. The black-clad woman's expression lit up with joy upon seeing the vertical eye on the black egg move. Hail the descent of the divine spirit! The woman in black knelt on the ground, repeatedly kowtowing before the giant egg. After the vertical eye on the massive egg blinked twice, a deep, resonant voice emanated from within. Ha! After thousands of years, I have finally descended upon this world. You have served well. When I am fully born, you shall become my personal divine servant. The black-clad woman's face lit up with delight as she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, Divine One. The barriers of heaven's way suppress this divine spark of mine too greatly. Without nourishment from blood offerings, it may struggle to merge with the divine embryo. Offer up your flesh and soul. Henceforth, you shall dwell with me. A flicker of terror flickered in the black-clad woman's eyes. She hurriedly pointed at Lu Ming and his companions, crying out, "Honored deity, I have already prepared the blood offering for you." The vertical eye on the giant egg emitted a bone-chilling laugh upon spotting Lu Ming and his companions. Ha! Excellent! Well done! The voice sounded slightly excited. Soon, several streams of purple energy split off from the giant egg, pulling Lu Ming and the others into the air. A powerful suction emanated from the purple energy, and in an instant, Lu Ming felt as though his vital energy and soul were being rapidly devoured. Ha! Why do you carry a faint trace of divine essence? The voice within the giant egg sounded surprised and doubtful. The purple energy enveloping Lu Ming immediately carried him before the egg. I never expected such a barren land and such a lowly race to harbor such a pure soul. By absorbing your soul, I shall achieve complete rebirth through the divine embryo. Lowly human, submit to me. Offer your soul, and I shall guide you onto the divine path. The voice seemed to possess a magical allure, utterly beguiling. Lu Ming felt his head spinning, his consciousness threatening to slip away. Gritting his teeth against the dizziness, Lu Ming forced out a single sentence, "You die." Instinctively, Lu Ming summoned his black iron sword and channeled every ounce of his spiritual energy into a single strike. The sword's light struck the eggshell, leaving not even a scratch. The entity within the giant egg erupted in fury. How dare you insult my divine might? I shall devour your soul, bite by bite. A dense purple glow surged from the giant egg. Enveloped by the purple glow, Lu Ming's consciousness snapped. When he regained sensation, he found himself in a peculiar space. Here, Lu Ming witnessed a ravaged starry sky, multicolored planets, and countless massive meteors trailing fiery tails. Do you not kneel before this god? Suddenly, a voice echoed throughout the entire space. Lu Ming looked up toward the source of the voice. There stood a towering staircase. At the top of the steps sat a massive purple-black throne. Seated upon the throne was a giant with countless tentacles and a massive head bearing a single, enormous purple-gold vertical eye. You are an alien from the stars. This was Lu Ming's first encounter with the Starborn, and he was instantly shaken to his core. The giant sneered coldly, "Ha! Ignorant! I am the great void god, Cleanser. You lowly humans, do you not kneel before me?" As the giant's voice echoed, an inexplicable pressure descended upon Lu Ming. He felt as though crushed by a mountain, crashing to the ground with a thud. Oomph! You, weak as an ant, yet you survived my divine pressure. Not bad. I am pleased. Come now, submit to me, merge with me. I shall guide you in your evolution. Lu Ming instantly felt a divine power descend upon him. Under this force, he could distinctly feel his soul rapidly fragmenting. Just as despair consumed Lu Ming, the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. Detected power of the starry sky alien race. This force far exceeds the host's current life level. SSS-grade Sword Immortal auto-protection mechanism activated. Sword transformation seal temporarily lifted. Chapter 41, The Seven-Colored Immortal King Sword. Though the system's voice was icy, it brought Lu Ming endless warmth at that moment. He nearly burst into tears of sheer excitement. A rainbow-colored light flared from Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the air. Green, red, blue, and yellow 4 pillars of light shot forth from Lu Ming's palms. 4 colossal figures soared forth from the beams. The illusory forms of the 4 symbolic beasts stood in formation behind Lu Ming, their terrifying aura surging skyward. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. How can you possess the aura of the 4 divine beasts? Upon seeing the illusory forms of the 4 divine beasts, Klein's eyes widened in shock, tinged with a hint of dread. As the illusory forms materialized, the multicolored radiance enveloping Lu Ming coalesced into a 7-colored sword, hovering above his head. The 7-colored Immortal King Sword. How is this possible? You're nothing but an insignificant insect. How could you possibly wield such a terrifying immortal artifact? This time, the once arrogant Void God clan member Cleanser had lost all his previous haughtiness. His expression was one of utter shock, his eyes filled with dread as he stared at the 7-colored sword hovering above Lu Ming's head. Bathed in the radiant glow, the sword transformation technique activated automatically. In that moment, Lu Ming felt as though he himself had become a peerless divine weapon. Every fiber of his being radiated a razor-sharp sword intent. Every movement seemed capable of cleaving mountains and splitting seas. This is the max-level sword transformation art. Inside, he felt his body undergoing tremendous changes, leaving him utterly shocked. At that moment, a rainbow-colored radiance flowed across his skin. The dark purple energy that had nearly torn him apart completely now appeared utterly fragile under the divine radiance. In the blink of an eye, it evaporated and vanished. Ah! Crinsel let out a piercing scream as the purple-black energy swiftly retreated back into his body. Outside the mysterious space, the giant egg in the sky radiated an intense purple glow. Beneath the purple glow lay another layer of multicolored light. As if devouring the purple light, the rainbow membrane gradually dimmed the glow within moments, causing the giant egg to violently tremble. To resist the suppression of the rainbow radiance, Cleanser swiftly withdrew the energy he had projected outward, allowing Gong Mengfei and the others to narrowly escape with their lives. However, they were now gravely injured and had fainted. Within the mysterious space, under the pressure of the rainbow light, Cleanser could only absorb all the energy inward, forming a thick shield before him. The Rainbow Immortal King Sword? Lu Ming lifted his head to gaze at the rainbow-colored sword suspended overhead.
This was conjured after the system temporarily lifted the seal on the sword transformation technique. Judging by Clincer's reaction, Lu Ming grew even more certain of the extraordinary nature of the Sword Immortal System. After all, the Clinexer before him was a legendary Star Realm alien race. Such a formidable being that even a 9th rank martial artist couldn't hope to oppose. Even now, as merely a strand of divine intent, he was far beyond what ordinary mortals could suppress. Moreover, Lu Ming had clearly seen the terror and shock in Clincer's eyes just now. Clearly, both the 4 symbolic divine beasts and the 7-colored Immortal King Sword transcended the current power framework of Blue Star. At the very least, they were entities comparable to Clincer himself. This news filled Lu Ming with delight. Both the Sword Immortal System and the 4 symbols Sword Intent were his trump cards. The more formidable their origins, the greater his delight. In the square, the purplish-black energy that had clung to the stone pillars was completely absorbed by the giant egg. Without the support of the purple-black energy, the stone pillars collapsed instantly. The array patterns atop the altar cracked and snapped, their surfaces covered in a dense network of fissures. The woman in black gasped in shock, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Why is this place changing like this? According to her planned sequence, after temporarily breaching the heavenly doubt barrier with the array, allowing the divine will to descend and fuse with the embryo, she only needed to absorb the blood offering to fully stabilize it. Then this world would shatter, and she could return to the sect with the awakened divine embryo. Yet the anomalies now unfolding in the plaza signaled that something had gone terribly wrong at a crucial stage. Great God, what is happening? The woman in black knelt devoutly on the ground, addressing the giant egg. After a moment of panic, Clincer gradually regained his composure. He realized that the multicolored Immortal King Sword above Lu Ming's head and the 4 divine beasts behind him were not their true forms, merely projections imbued with their essence. He, too, was not his true form, merely a faint thread of divine consciousness, which was why he was being suppressed by the multicolored radiance. Upon hearing the black-clad woman's voice, Clincer's eyes lit up. He immediately spoke in a deep, solemn tone. I now demand you surrender everything you possess. You shall merge completely with the Supreme Being that is me. This is your glory. The black-clad woman trembled violently at these words, her eyes filled with terror. She understood clearly that if she truly surrendered her soul, she would be obliterated forever. Her summoning of divine will was merely a means to leverage the divine embryo for greater status and power within the sect. The woman in black muttered, "No. It was my blood that awakened you. You cannot devour me. You must not." She retrieved a large net from her storage space. She bit through her own tongue, spitting a mouthful of vital blood onto the net. Instantly, the net flashed with a blinding crimson light. The woman in black flung the net toward the giant egg. The crimson light intensified, causing the net to expand significantly in midair until it completely enveloped the giant egg. Her hands swiftly formed intricate seals as she chanted obscure incantations. As the incantation concluded, the net rapidly contracted. This net was a special spiritual artifact passed down to her by the sect, the God Binding Net, specifically designed to prevent divine embryos from backfiring. Upon sensing the God Binding Net enveloping the giant egg, Crinsel's eyes turned cold as he snorted with disdain. "Oomph! You dare think you can oppose me with the petty tricks I taught you? Utterly delusional." While fending off the 7-colored divine radiance, Clincer channeled his power to tear through the God Binding Net. Put! The net shattered, and the black-clad woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her aura rapidly fading. Gazing at the giant egg in the sky, her eyes no longer held the earlier longing. After a furious curse, she rose and fled toward the square's exit. "Ha! Escape? Do you truly believe the void seed and eye of the void I imparted to you serve no other purpose beyond enhancing your strength?" Crinsel's voice echoed across the square. Suddenly, the woman's forehead exploded, and the bizarre vertical eye flew out on its own. It transformed into a monstrous maw, swallowing the woman whole. As the monstrous mouth opened and closed, it emitted a bone-chilling chewing sound. After several seconds, the maw reverted to the vertical eye's form. Only now, its pupils had turned a blood-red color. The vertical eye flew to the edge of the giant egg and landed, aligning with the vertical eye patterns on its surface. Hum! The giant egg trembled slightly, and instantly, countless red threads began to spread rapidly. Within the mysterious space, Crinsel's aura intensified rapidly. The blood sacrifice is complete. Once this thread of divine will fully merges with the divine embryo, when it breaks free from its shell, I shall capture you and study you thoroughly. If I could obtain the 7-colored Immortal King Sword, who in this vast Hansi divine realm wouldn't know the name of Crinsel? Chapter 42, A Single Sword Slays. As crimson patterns covered the eggshell entirely, a series of cracking sounds echoed. Countless cracks appeared on the shell. Wisp after wisp of purple mist began to seep out. Within minutes, the giant egg's shell was completely riddled with cracks. With a thunderous boom, it shattered into countless specks of dust. A flesh-colored orb, entirely purple-black and covered in dense tentacles, landed on the ground. The mass rolled several times, its tentacles unfurling to reveal a massive vertical eye. Faint golden patterns encircled the vertical pupil, emanating an aura of nobility. Hum!
The vertical eye opened, spewing forth a dense purple mist. An intensely malevolent aura radiated from its body.
Simultaneously, the mysterious space shattered with a thunderous crash, and Lu Ming's consciousness gradually returned.
Ha! I have successfully fused with the divine embryo. Given time, this thread of my divine consciousness shall shatter the celestial barriers from within. Then, my true form shall descend. Every living being here, every planetary core, all shall become my sustenance. Klingsor let out a laugh of unbridled delight. As Lu Ming regained consciousness, he immediately attempted to channel his sword technique. Instantly, a multicolored glow began to flow across his skin. Phew! Thank goodness! Lu Ming silently breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from its behavior in the mysterious space earlier, this perfected grade sword transformation technique was more than sufficient to suppress this seemingly formidable monster. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the purplish-black fleshball, and the system instantly read out its information. Void Divine Embryo Klingsor. Cultivation level. A powerful incarnation of a void creature, possessing strength that is bizarre and unfathomable. Although the system did not read out the specific cultivation level of the void god embryo, the fact that this space had not yet collapsed indicated its power would not exceed the 4th rank. Yet as an immensely powerful void creature, Krinsel's methods and might were unfathomable. Even constrained by its cultivation level, it was no ordinary foe for mortals to contend with. Having coveted Blue Star for ages, Klingsor now felt immense excitement upon finally descending into this world. After stretching and flexing his limbs, he finally turned his gaze toward Lu Ming. This void god embryo bore a striking resemblance to the head Klingsor had encountered within the mysterious space. The dense cluster of tentacles made Lu Ming's scalp crawl with disgust. The tentacles parted, revealing a grotesque, misshapen mouth. Oomph! I have now fully fused with the divine embryo. As long as I do not wield power exceeding the limitations of this realm's heavenly Tao laws, I shall no longer be bound. I shall grant you one chance. Reveal everything you know about the 7-colored immortal king sword and the 4 divine beasts, then submit to me. In doing so, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also grant you entry into the glorious path of evolution. You shall become a member of the great void divine clan. If you serve me well, I shall personally guide you onto the path to godhood. Speaking, it opened its repulsive mouthparts and spat forth a purplish-black sphere. Tentacles swept the sphere toward Lu Ming. Swallow this void seed and begin your glorious life in the void. Not only did this thing look utterly repulsive, but the mere fact it had been spat out from such a disgusting place made it impossible for Lu Ming to swallow. Lu Ming kicked the void seed flying with one swift kick. Back in school, he'd been a star player on the varsity team, renowned for his pinpoint accuracy. The seed flew straight and true, landing squarely on Klinsor's vertical eye. Kid, you're asking for death. Lu Ming sneered coldly. Ha! You insolent fool. You expect me to eat such a disgusting thing? Dream on. And mark my words, Blue Star is the cradle of our human race. Dare to lay a finger on it, and we'll grind you despicable star-crossed aliens to dust. Seeing Lu Ming reject his kind offer, Klingsor erupted in fury. You insignificant insect. Do you have no idea how powerful an entity you've offended? You've utterly squandered your one chance to ascend the path to godhood. Since you refuse to submit to me, I shall devour you bite by bite. Then I shall slowly unravel the secrets of the 7-colored immortal sword within you. Fearing the multicolored immortal sword and the 4 symbols sword intent, Klingsor unleashed his most formidable technique from the start. Void domain suppression. Klingsor roared furiously, his tentacles instantly extending outward. They swiftly intertwined, forming a colossal sphere that enveloped Lu Ming and his companions. Thick streams of deep purple-black energy radiated from the tentacles, filling the entire space with an overwhelmingly malevolent aura. In that instant, Lu Ming felt his mind grow dizzy and confused. Fear, despair, and savagery, a torrent of negative emotions surged from the depths of his soul. Lu Ming's eyes gradually grew vacant, his aura churning violently as he became as lifeless as a puppet. Seeing the light of prodigious talent on Lu Ming's body grow increasingly dim, Klingsor couldn't help but let out a laugh. Just as the dark purple energy descended upon Lu Ming, poised to slowly consume him, a dazzling rainbow-colored radiance suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body. The ethereal form of the 7-colored immortal king sword slowly coalesced above his head. This time, the 7-colored immortal king sword was incredibly solid, appearing as tangible as a physical object. Immediately, distinct beast roars echoed. 4 pillars of light green, blue, yellow, and red shot skyward from Lu Ming's right hand, coalescing in midair into the 4 divine beasts. The 4 divine beasts stood behind the 7-colored immortal king sword, glaring menacingly at Klingsor. Simultaneously, under the overwhelming pressure of the 7-colored immortal king sword and the 4 divine beasts, the tentacles surrounding them began snapping apart inch by inch. Ah! Klingsor let out a piercing scream, his round body trembling violently as if in agony. I am of the great void god race. You are but an insignificant insect. I will never be defeated by you. Never! Klingsor roared in fury. Golden patterns swirled across his vertical eye. Suddenly, his once plump body visibly shrank and withered.
As if brewing some formidable technique, powerful energy ripples surged from him, causing the very fabric of space to warp and wrinkle. Void God's Eye technique, devour heaven and swallow earth. Crinsel roared, and a purple beam shot from his vertical eye. The purple light coalesced in the air into a bottomless abyss, a gaping maw. The gaping maw snapped open, lunging toward Lu Ming. With a flicker of thought, the multicolored Immortal King's sword above Lu Ming's head descended into his grasp, solid as if it were a physical object. Gripping the seven-colored Immortal King's sword, Lu Ming's aura abruptly shifted. His gaze turned icy, faint golden patterns seemed to emerge on his face, and countless pale dragon shadows soared behind him. An indescribable aura of nobility emanated from Lu Ming. Lu Ming gently swung the sword at the abyssal maw in the sky, murmuring softly, "Break!" His voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. The volume was low, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. The multicolored light enveloping him instantly transformed into a razor-sharp sword energy that struck the abyssal maw. Sizzle! The terrifyingly formidable abyssal maw shattered instantly, the sword's afterglow striking Crinsel with undiminished force. The multicolored light blazed like a scorching sun, and Clincer's body, like snow, rapidly melted away. The entire space echoed with Clincer's agonized screams. "No! No!" Clincer desperately tried to extinguish the divine light consuming him, but it was futile. He watched helplessly as the divine embryo he had just fused was about to perish. He shot Lu Ming a venomous glance. "I remember you. I remember this. One day, I will capture you and torture you day and night until you beg for death but cannot die." The rainbow-colored divine light swallowed the divine embryo whole. Lu Ming instantly collapsed like a deflated balloon, slumping powerlessly to the ground. Phew! It's over. Chapter 43, Mart. Time flowed differently within the fallen city compared to the outside world. 3 days had already passed in the outside world. During this period, the Golden Bullhorn and Fire Axe mercenary guilds had mobilized their entire forces. They had practically turned every leveling spot outside Shenzhou's city upside down, yet still found no trace of Lu Ming. Entrance to the Cold Current Caverns. The area was now completely occupied by the Golden Horn and Fire Axe mercenary groups. Zheng Dong looked at the gloomy-faced Jean Dainio and chuckled, "Dainio, our Fire Axe mercenary group has already turned every leveling spot upside down for you. As per our agreement, it's time for you to pay up." He extended a hand toward Jean Dainio. Earlier, Jean Dainio had approached Zheng Dong, requesting him to mobilize the Fire Axe mercenary group to search for Lu Ming across all major leveling grounds. The price? Half of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group's assets. The Golden Bullhorn mercenaries were numerous, and these assets ultimately belonged to the entire mercenary group. Losing such a large sum of assets would inevitably cause significant internal turmoil. It could even lead to the mercenary group's dissolution. Jean Dainio's decision was clearly made with his judgment clouded by hatred. However, the deputy commander and squad leaders of the Golden Horn Mercenary Corps had long been accustomed to living under Jean Dainio's tyranny. Though they harbored grievances, they dared not voice them, allowing him to run amok. Jean Dainio's expression darkened as he frowned and declared, "We still haven't captured that brat." Zheng Dong, however, offered a faint smile. "We only agreed to help you search for him, not guarantee his capture. Now that I've fulfilled my part of the bargain, you can't go back on your word." As he spoke, his gaze grew increasingly sharp. The captains of the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps immediately stepped forward, spiritual energies surging around them. They stood ready to strike at any moment. With both sides already evenly matched in strength, the Golden Horn Mercenary Group had lost 2 squad leaders. Coupled with the current discord among its ranks, if a fight truly broke out, defeat was inevitable. Jean Dainio's expression darkened considerably. "According to our agreement, we're supposed to search every single leveling spot. Now there's still this Cold Current Cavern. Once we finish searching it, regardless of whether we find anything, I'll hand over my assets." Jean Dainio was no pushover. Unless absolutely necessary, Zheng Dong had no desire to actually clash with him. Instead, he preferred this subtle, gradual erosion. "Fine. But don't try to make excuses later. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing you any mercy. Men, search thoroughly. Rewards for everyone once we're done." After Zheng Dong bellowed orders to his men, the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps entered the Cold Current Cavern with chatter and laughter. In stark contrast to the Fire Axe mercenaries, the Golden Bullhorn mercenaries walked with heads bowed, looking utterly defeated. Jean Dainio swept a cold gaze across their faces and barked, "Snap out of it. What's with the long faces? Did your mother die? Or your wife? This is the only place we haven't searched yet. I refuse to believe that bastard isn't here. Be thorough, every one of you. If I catch anyone slacking off, I'll cut them down first." Jean Dainio's eyes flashed with ferocity, his body radiating a murderous aura. The members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps, though resentful, could only muster a weak response before trudging into the Cold Current Caverns like defeated soldiers retreating from battle. The Fallen City, Plaza. After the sword light completely shattered the divine embryo Crinsor had just fused, his furious shrieks echoed across the entire sky. Simultaneously, the multicolored immortal king's sword in Lu Ming's hand vanished in an instant, and the surging power within him rapidly receded. Lu Ming felt darkness envelop his vision, his head spinning as overwhelming weakness instantly engulfed him. Billions of light years away, on a small purple asteroid, the colossal Crinsel roared furiously. Countless tentacles on his head whipped back and forth, pulverizing numerous incoming meteorites into dust.
Damned ants! How dare you erase my divine will? I will make you pay with your life. Through the vast expanse of the cosmos, the vertical eye on Crinsel's massive head adorned with intricate golden patterns glared toward the direction of Blue Star. The golden patterns around its vertical eye began to flow like liquid, eventually converging entirely within its pupil. Whoosh! A purple gold beam shot from the vertical eye, piercing through layers of space in an eerie manner. In an instant, it traversed endless void and struck Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had been dazed moments before, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if targeted by a starving tiger. A powerful sense of danger instantly sobered him. Scanning his surroundings revealed no immediate threat, but when he looked up at the sky, a gigantic, shadowy vertical eye appeared in the sky. The phantom radiated boundless majesty, its terrifying pressure threatening to crush Lu Ming's consciousness. Terrified, Lu Ming quickly lowered his head. He felt as though he'd just been pulled from water, his entire body drenched in sweat. You have been marked by the void divine object, Crinsel. It will pinpoint your exact location across the vast cosmos. The celestial barrier of Blue Star is currently compromised. Enhance your strength immediately. Holy? Hearing the system's words, Lu Ming's hair stood on end. Klingser was a powerful and malevolent alien race from beyond the stars. Even a mere wisp of their divine will nearly kill him. If its true form descended, even a 9th rank martial artist might be no match. Only those above the legendary 9th rank might stand a chance. Character panel. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the panel, hoping to see if the system had malfunctioned. When he saw the words Void Gaze displayed on the panel, Lu Ming felt his heart finally sink to its lowest point. He was merely a third-grade minor karami, yet he had truly been marked by Crinsel. The sensation was like forcing a foal to haul a 300-pound behemoth. The crushing sense of helplessness engulfed Lu Ming. For a moment, he felt as if he were drowning. Sword Immortal Growth Quest Sword Beast Cultivation. Sword Beast Embryo issued. Incubate immediately. Required materials for Sword Beast incubation have been distributed. The system's voice echoed in his mind, followed by a flood of complex information. Lu Ming quickly scanned through the information. His eyes, which had been filled with despair moments ago, suddenly flashed with a gleam of determination. Amidst the sea of data, one prompt caught his attention. A grade 9 sword beast possesses the power to devour the heavens and swallow the earth, capable of standing against formidable void creatures. There's hope. Hope returned to Lu Ming's eyes. Slayed Void God Embryo gained 15,000 EXP. The 7-colored divine light is repairing the body. A faint rainbow glow emanated from Lu Ming's body as he felt his spiritual energy and injuries rapidly regenerating. Boom! Boom! The sky rumbled with continuous explosions as everything around him began to collapse. Phew, finally getting out. Chapter 44, Commander Zhang, what were you about to say? The fallen city rapidly collapsed as the laws of heaven and earth fractured. A massive rift tore open in space, instantly sucking Lu Ming and the others inside. After a dizzying whirl, Lu Ming and the others found themselves back in the cold current caverns. After a hard fall, Gong Mengfei, Zhong Lulu, and the other two slowly regained consciousness. Ah! My head hurts so much. Zhong Shueishui clutched her head, letting out a wail of agony. Gong Mengfei, Zhong Lulu, Huang Yilong, and Zhou Qi didn't cry out, but they all clutched their heads, their expressions twisted. Once the pain eased slightly, Gong Mengfei frowned and looked at Lu Ming, who appeared completely unfazed. Lu Ming, where's that monster? How did we get back? You. Except for Lu Ming, the others were in terrible shape, prompting speculation in Gong Mengfei's mind. Lu Ming nodded. Yeah. I obtained a special potion in another secret realm that just happens to counteract that monster. After I killed it, that world collapsed. We didn't get anything. Having witnessed Klinser's overwhelming power firsthand, Gong Mengfei and the others considered themselves lucky to have escaped death. Surviving this ordeal was nothing short of a miracle. Yet none of them showed a trace of regret. Instead, their faces bore the look of survivors who had narrowly escaped disaster. Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui even thanked Lu Ming. Zhou Qi and Huang Yilong, harboring resentment over Du Ziming's affair, lowered their heads after shifting expressions, saying nothing. Lu Ming's actions had been purely self-preservation. He hadn't counted on them. As for whether they thanked him or not, Lu Ming didn't care. Wait for us to recover first. This incident is no ordinary matter. You must come back with me to report it. Gong Mengfei spoke up. Lu Ming didn't refuse. Matters concerning the Starry Sky alien race were indeed weighty, and this incident had far exceeded Lu Ming's capabilities. If he could leverage Gong Changfeng's influence to alert China's most powerful figures to this threat, enabling them to take preemptive measures and thwart the Fallen One's plans, countless lives might be spared. Alright. Then hurry up. The Taurus Horn mercenary group has me on their wanted list lately. There's been quite a stir here. If they find me here, it won't be fun. Wanted? Do you have a grudge against them? Gong Mengfei asked curiously. Lu Ming nodded. Yeah. They're ruthless. They tried to steal the medicinal herbs I found. In the wild, it's kill or be killed. So I took out a few of them, including 2 key members of their mercenary group. That's a blood feud now. They hate me to the bone. This time, they'll likely mobilize a large force. If they find me, I doubt I'll escape. Gong Mingfei chuckled. Don't worry. The Golden Bullhorn mercenary group may be sizable and fairly powerful, but that's about it. Never mind me even the families backing those 4? Pick any one of them at random, and the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group wouldn't dare mess with them. With us stepping in, they won't dare act recklessly. Lu Ming didn't argue, but he didn't stop urging Gong Mengfei and the others to hurry. The City of the Fallen was exceptionally unique. Once shattered, it vanished completely, never to be entered again. Consequently, the Cold Current Caverns were also abuzz with activity. The Golden Horn mercenary group and the Fire Axe mercenary group had long since completed their sweep operations. At this moment, the Cold Current Caverns were filled with members of these 2 major mercenary groups. Upon detecting the commotion here, the Fire Axe mercenaries, being the closest, were the first to arrive. Zheng Dong, not far from here, also rushed over swiftly upon noticing the commotion. The Fire Axe squad, led by a mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivator, wore expressions of excitement upon spotting Lu Ming and his companions. Captain, we've struck gold. If we take this guy down, the commander will reward us handsomely. A mid-2nd rank cultivator spotted Lu Ming and grew visibly excited, rubbing his hands together as if ready to fight. The squad leader's face darkened as he barked, "Keep your voice down, you bastard. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. That kid's aura is even deeper than mine. I'd say he's at least a high-tier 3rd-rank cultivator. And those 5 sitting cross-legged? Their auras match mine perfectly. With strength like this, are we just going to walk into our deaths?" Hearing this, the man shuddered in fear. The thought of nearly stepping into the gates of hell sent a chill down his spine, and he almost wet himself. Then what do we do? Retreat? The squad leader, who had witnessed Jin Xianyo's gruesome fate, felt uneasy at the sight of Lu Ming's back. Staying here felt increasingly unsafe. But he didn't want to give up this opportunity for glory. You stay here and guard this place. I'm going to find the regiment commander. With that, he accelerated to full speed and slipped away quietly. The remaining 2nd-rank cultivators exchanged uneasy glances. Before long, the squad leader encountered Zheng Dong, who had rushed over. His expression brightened, and he hurried forward. Commander! We've found the guy Jean Dania put out a warrant for. But Jean Dania's intel was off. That guy's aura stronger than mine. He's at least upper-tier 3rd rank. There are 5 others with him. They're all mid-tier 3rd-rank cultivators, but their energy feels weak. They must be injured. A flicker of excitement flashed in Zheng Dong's eyes. Where? Did you alert them? The squad leader shook his head hastily. No. I had my men keep watch there. I came straight to find you. Zheng Dong nodded. Good work. Follow me to check it out. According to Big Ox Zhang, that kid possesses a remarkable sword technique. If we can get our hands on it, once I master it, the wilderness around Qianzhou City will belong to our Fire Axe mercenary corps. In martial arts, weapon restrictions aren't set in stone. For instance, though the 8 Desolations Sword Classic bears the word sword, it's not exclusive to those with sword-bound souls. Strictly speaking, anyone with a weapon soul can practice it. Zheng Dong's soul was bound to the blazing giant axe, also a weapon soul, so it was only natural that he set his sights on Lu Ming's martial arts. The 2 quickly returned to where Lu Ming and the others were. This time, with Zheng Dong present, the squad leader felt a strong sense of security and no longer acted furtively. Upon returning, he bellowed at his men, "Stop hiding. Everyone out. Surround them. Don't let a single one escape." The Fire Axe mercenaries' faces lit up upon seeing Zheng Dong, their weak knees instantly straightening. A group summoned their soul spirits and charged toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned upon seeing the flaming axe insignia on their chests. Fire Axe mercenary group? What do you want? The fastest runner spotted the sisters, Gong Mengfei and Zhang Lulu, and his eyes lit up like a pig in muck. Reporting to the captain. There are 3 babes here. They're real lookers. After the captain's done enjoying them, let us guys have a taste too. The Fire Axe mercenaries erupted in lecherous laughter at the remark. Zheng Dong sprinted over, but the smile on his face froze the moment he saw them. His gaze toward Gong Mengfei was filled with terror. At that moment, Gong Mengfei had opened her eyes. Her gaze turned cold as she fixed it on Zheng Dong. Captain Zhang? What were you about to say? Chapter 45, Jean Daniu arrives. In a small place like Qianzhou City, people like Zheng Dong and Jean Daniu were already considered elite combatants. With so many followers eating off their coattails, they wielded considerable influence. To maintain peace in the city, Gong Changfeng hosted an annual banquet at the city lord's residence for the leaders of all factions within the city. Zheng Dong and Jean Daniu had encountered Gong Mengfei at one such banquet. She was none other than the city lord's daughter, the princess of Qianzhou City. Faced with Gong Mengfei's questioning, he stammered, unable to speak. Though the temperature in the cold current cavern was bitterly low, sweat poured down his back. Suppressing his panic, Dong raised his hand and struck the member who had spoken earlier with a resounding slap. The blow was so fierce it sent the man tumbling through the air several times. He landed with his head twisted to the side, still clinging to life but not quite dead. "You blind dog! How dare you show disrespect to the city lord's daughter?" The members of the Fire Axe mercenary group had been wondering why Dong would attack one of their own. But upon hearing those words, the expressions of those who had been laughing moments before instantly fell, as if their own mothers had died. Each of them felt uneasy, fearing they might suffer the same fate as the man who had just been struck. After disciplining his subordinate, Dong turned to Gong Mengfei with a fawning expression and bowed. "Miss Gong, I apologize. It was my failure to discipline my man that led to this offense against you. I have already punished him. He is now at your disposal whether you choose to kill him or flay him alive, it is entirely up to you." Gong Mengfei watched it all unfold with a cold stare before continuing. "Did you come to arrest my friend?" "Friends?" Fire Axe's heart skipped a beat, mentally cursing Jean Dania's ancestors 18 generations back. If he'd known Lu Ming was connected to Gong Mengfei, forget Jean Dania offering half his fortune even if he'd given it all, he wouldn't have dared help. Gong Changfeng came from a military background. The 4 fourth rank experts in Xianzhou City's garrison were like brothers to him. Those men remained unmarried to this day, treating Gong Mengfei like their own daughter. Though Gong Changfeng was a reasonable man, Gong Mengfei's soldier uncles certainly weren't. In Xianzhou City, offending Gong Mengfei meant certain ruin. Dong's forehead glistened with sweat streaming down like a small stream, impossible to stop. "Miss Gong, you jest. Setting aside that our Fire Axe mercenary corps has always been amicable toward others. We have no grudge against this brother, why would we arrest him? Besides, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare arrest your friend. Please don't misunderstand. We're only here searching for medicinal herbs." Gong Mengfei rolled her eyes and waved them off. "Alright, take your men and leave. Stop blocking my view." Dong felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. "Alright. We'll get lost right away." Dong waved his hand and dashed out first. After leaving, he muttered under his breath with a grim expression, "What the hell does that bastard Jean Dania think he's doing? How dare he screw me over?" The more Dong thought about it, the angrier he got. He immediately pulled out his phone and sent Jean Dania the coordinates. "The kid you're looking for is right here. Get over here fast." Putting his phone away, Dong halted and ordered his men, "Find a place to hide, all of you." The Fire Axe mercenary group's squad leader asked in confusion, "Captain, why are we staying behind?" Dong waved his phone. "I've already sent the coordinates to that bastard Jean Daniu. He dared to screw me over? I want to see him get chewed out like a dog by Miss Gong." After a moment of contemplation, the captain replied with a peculiar expression. "Captain, Jean Dania dotes on his younger brother. Even though that guy is Miss Gong's friend, who can say for sure Jean Dania won't lose his mind? What if he snaps and wipes out Miss Gong and her crew? If Lord Gong finds out you sent the coordinates, we'll all be implicated." Dong slapped his forehead. "Damn it! How could I forget that? If that brute really loses his mind, he'll drag me down with him. No, I have to stop him." The squad leader grabbed Dong. "Captain, our main force isn't assembled yet. If you send Jean Daniu a message, he'll rally his entire main force. With just our small group, if it comes to a fight, we'd be walking into a slaughterhouse. Besides, you already angered Miss Gong earlier. Who knows if she'll settle the score later? We should do this instead." The squad leader leaned close and whispered at length into Dong's ear. After listening, Dong's expression turned hesitant. Seeing this, the squad leader immediately stoked the fire. "Captain, Miss Gong may be kind-hearted normally, but what about the others? Besides Lu Ming, the other 4 are also dressed exceptionally well. They must be scions of prominent families too. If they decide to settle the score later, do you think we'll have an easy time of it? Just do as I say. That way, we won't have to worry about any repercussions, and we can take down the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group with minimal effort. It's a win-win." Dong's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. "Alright. Let's do it. Now hurry and have the squad leaders stationed elsewhere sneak over here. Remember, keep it quiet. We need to pull this off cleanly. Otherwise, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to save us." The captain nodded. "Understood." On the other side, after dispatching the Fire Axe mercenary group, Gong Mengfei looked at Lu Ming with a hint of smugness. "Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare make a move. With all this commotion and what just happened, I should inform my father and have him come take a look. Maybe they can uncover some other clues." Gong Mengfei pulled out her phone and dialed Gong Changfeng, briefly recounting the events within the secret realm. Upon hearing about the fallen appearing inside, Gong Changfeng immediately instructed Gong Mengfei and the others to wait where they were. He would rush over right away. After hanging up, Gong Mengfei noticed Lu Ming still looked tense and smiled. "Relax. My dad's on his way. This place is really safe." Hearing that Gong Changfeng was coming, Lu Ming finally felt at ease.
Although the system had restored his injuries and spiritual energy, the mental exhaustion remained. Phew! Sitting down on the ground, Lu Ming exhaled a long breath of relief. Just as he was about to ponder the four symbols' sword intent, a sudden, rapid, and chaotic clatter of footsteps echoed from the distance. Lu Ming sprang to his feet. Minutes later, a group of over 100 people came into view. Each bore a gleaming golden bull's horn pendant hanging from their chest. The golden bullhorn people had arrived. At the front of the crowd stood a middle-aged man with a somber expression. His face bore a striking resemblance to Jin Xianyo, none other than Jin Dainyu himself. Upon spotting Lu Ming, Jin Dainyu's eyes flashed with a savage glint, brimming with murderous intent. Surround them! At Jin Dainyu's command, the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps immediately fanned out, encircling Lu Ming and his companions. The squad leaders of the Golden Bullhorns took up positions at each corner, preventing any escape. Jin Dainyu's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed his gaze on Lu Ming and roared with fury. You bastard! Give me back my brother's life! Chapter 46, Jin Dainyu's Insane Rage. How dare you! Stop right there! Seeing Jin Dainyu about to attack, Gong Mengfei stepped coldly in front of Lu Ming. Miss Gong? What brings you here? Jin Dainyu hadn't completely lost his mind. Recognizing Gong Mengfei, he slammed on the brakes and asked coldly. I can be wherever I want. It's none of your business. Jin Dainyu didn't mind her spoiled tone. Then kindly step aside, Miss Gong. I have unfinished business with this young man. If I accidentally hurt your precious body, I couldn't bear the responsibility. Gong Mengfei placed her hands on her hips and snapped angrily, You two leave. Lu Ming is my friend. You can't touch him. Jin Dainyu's expression darkened, a flash of ferocity in his eyes. Miss Gong, the grudge between us is no ordinary feud. I've shown you this much courtesy only because I respect your father as the Lord of Qianzhou City. You'd better back off quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Gong Mengfei hadn't expected Jin Dainyu to disregard even her authority, and she felt a sudden pang of alarm. Seeing this, Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shueishui hurried forward. Jin Dainyu, my father is Zhong Changqing, head of the Zhong clan. Lu Ming is our friend. If you dare lay a finger on him, you'll be declaring war on the Zhong family. Huan Yilong and Zhou Qi watched silently, showing no reaction. Zhong Shueishui frowned, turned to them, and said indignantly, What are you two doing? Stand up for Lu Ming. If it weren't for him, we'd all have died in that secret realm. Huan Yilong and Zhou Qi exchanged a glance, stood up, and walked to the front. Now that's more like it. Just as the Zhong sisters and Gong Mengfei thought Huan Yilong and Zhou Qi were about to stand up for Lu Ming, their words left everyone stunned. Huan Yilong glanced at Jin Dainyu and said indifferently, We are the direct descendants of the Huang and Zhou families. This matter has nothing to do with us. We wish to leave now. Is that acceptable? At this, Jin Dainyu froze slightly, utterly unprepared for such a response. Both Huan Yilong and Zhou Qi possessed mid-tier third-rank cultivation, backed by formidable family clans. If they chose not to get involved, Jin Dainyu would gladly oblige. Let the two young masters depart. The Golden Bullhorn mercenary group opened an exit. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi turned to leave. Not once did they glance back at Lu Ming throughout the entire process. Gong Mengfei's face flushed crimson with fury. Those ungrateful bastards. They deserve to die. The Zhong sisters, equally disgusted by their behavior, cursed them out loud. Lu Ming, the man at the center of it all, showed no change in expression. Instead, he silently retrieved the immobilizing potion and blood-burning potion from his storage space, concealing them in his hands. Watching them depart, Jin Dainyu's gloomy mood finally lifted somewhat. After all, Lu Ming possessed formidable strength, especially that elusive and unpredictable sword technique. Even Jin Dainyu himself held a deep sense of apprehension toward it. If Gong Mengfei and the Zhong sisters joined forces, even their Golden Bullhorn mercenary group would struggle to handle them. With two fewer opponents suddenly in the mix, the pressure eased considerably. Jin Youjiao's tone lost its earlier politeness. Ladies, you're all daughters of prominent families. Surely you have little affection for this penniless youngster. Do me, Jin Dainyu, a favor today and step aside, will you? Once this matter is settled, I shall personally visit your homes to apologize for today's discourtesy. Though Jin Dainyu spoke these words, in truth, he had already sentenced Gong Mengfei and the others to death in his mind. After all, if word of his actions today spread, he wouldn't have an easy life. His words were merely a ploy to sow discord among Lu Ming and his companions, hoping to take them down separately and minimize unnecessary casualties. Gong Mengfei summoned her Ice Soul Sword, pointing it threateningly at Jin Dainyu. Jin Dainyu, I warn you not to overstep. If you dare lay a finger on Lu Ming today, I will absolutely have my uncles uproot your entire Golden Bullhorn mercenary corps. The Zhong sisters also activated their life souls, glaring furiously at Jin Dainyu as they declared in unison, the Zhong family isn't one to be trifled with either. Seeing this, Jin Dainyu dropped all pretense, a savage grin spreading across his face. Ha! Threatening me? Fine. None of you have a chance of survival anyway. Then today, you'll all die here together. Attack! At Jean Dania's command, the squad leaders of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps stood frozen in place, their faces grim, yet they made no move. They hadn't expected Jean Dania to be so utterly ruthless, intent on killing even Gong Mengfei and her companions. One of the captains pleaded urgently, "Captain, think twice. If you really go through with this, there won't be a place for us to hide in Xianzhou City." Jean Dania turned to glare at the man. His form flickered, and he instantly closed the distance, slamming a fist into the squad leader's chest. Ah! Jean Dania possessed formidable strength, boasting cultivation at the threshold of 4th grade. The squad leader, however, was only at the mid-tier of the 3rd rank. He had no chance to retaliate against Jean Dania. The punch left a small dent in his chest. The squad leader flew backward, his breath weakening as he coughed up blood incessantly. Jean Dania withdrew his fist and stood, his icy gaze sweeping over Deputy Regiment Commander Chao Ziqian and the 2 remaining squad leaders. "I'll say this one last time. I am the regiment commander. My words are orders. You must obey unconditionally. Otherwise, this is your warning." With that, Jean Dania flickered again, appearing beside the dying squad leader. The squadron leader's eyes were filled with terror as he begged for mercy. "Commander, spare me this once. I swear I won't do it again." Jean Dania channeled his life essence, his feet glowing golden as his already powerful legs swelled another size. Jean Dania paid no heed to the squad leader's pleas, crushing him beneath his foot. Thud! The squad leader's head exploded like a watermelon under Jean Dania's foot, brain matter and blood splattering across the ground. This scene sent a chill through every member of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. Their eyes fixed on Jean Dania were filled with sheer terror. Jean Dania's gaze fell upon the 2 remaining squad leaders and Chao Zi. "Do any of you still have objections to what I said earlier?" The 3 men flinched and immediately declared, "None." A cold smile spread across Golden Bullhorn's face. "Now that's more like it. That boy is mine. You 3 take care of those little ES. Make it quick and leave no survivors." "Yes, sir." Chao Ziqian and his 2 companions immediately summoned their soul weapons. Chao Ziqian's soul was a C-grade fire-attached bow, while the other 2 squad leaders wielded a C-grade refined iron shield and a C-grade red tasseled spear respectively. Originally, the trio had hesitated to act, wary of Gong Mengfei and her companion's status and fearful of retaliation from their powerful backers. But after Jean Dania made an example of them, they held nothing back. After all, they know the difference between dying later and dying now. As Chao Zi fully drew his bowstring and launched a flaming arrow, battle erupted at a moment's notice. Chapter 47, Engagement. "You dare to defy us." Gong Mengfei trembled with rage as she swung her ice soul sword to deflect the incoming fire arrow. The 2 squad leaders immediately closed in. Zhong Shuishui and Zhong Lulu's soul abilities leaned toward long-range support and crowd control. If engaged in close combat, their fighting prowess wouldn't even match that of some second-rank martial artists with more combat-oriented soul abilities. Grasping her ice soul sword, Gong Mengfei charged toward them. "Sis Mengfei, we're here to help." Zhong Lulu and Zhong Shuishui instantly activated their soul powers. Zhong Shuishui's Linglong Tower descended behind Gong Mengfei, releasing a wave of gray light that swiftly spread out. The 2 squad leaders of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group halted abruptly upon entering the wave's range, as if sinking into quicksand. Zhong Shuishui swung her staff, chanting incantations as beams of light in varying hues descended from the sky, striking Gong Mengfei. Instantly, Gong Mengfei's speed and strength surged significantly. Though both had sustained injuries within the secret realm, with the suppression of the soul essence and the assistance of the Zhong sisters, Gong Mengfei held her own against the 2 squad leaders' attacks. She even managed to gain the upper hand. Seeing this, Chao Ziqian urgently drew his bowstring repeatedly. Instantly, 5 long arrows shot forth. After the arrows were released, the flames on them crackled and popped, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise slightly. Sensing the extraordinary nature of these 3 arrows, Gong Mengfei's expression turned solemn. She gripped her sword hilt with both hands and thrust it forcefully before her. Ice wall. Spiritual energy surged rapidly from within Gong Mengfei into the sword. Her ice soul sword glowed with a dazzling blue light, ripples of blue energy spreading out from its base as an intense chill swept across the entire area. The ripples coalesced into a thick wall of ice before her. The 5 arrows struck the wall, exploding like bombs. The immense force shattered the wall, sending flames and shards of ice flying everywhere. Chao Ziqian's cultivation level surpassed Gong Mengfei's by 2 minor realms. Though her soul essence held an advantage, under the suppression of his cultivation, her martial arts were shattered by Chao Ziqian. The blast's shockwave sent Gong Mengfei staggering back 2 steps, her footing unsteady. At that moment, the 2 squad leaders charged forward. One swung his shield in a wide arc through the air, aiming it squarely at Gong Mengfei's head. The man wielding the red-plumed spear whirled his weapon with blinding speed, the crimson plume dancing so wildly that the deadly spear tip became impossible to track. In an instant, Gong Mengfei found herself in grave danger. "Sis Mengfei, retreat!" Zhong Lulu shouted, raising both hands to channel spiritual energy into the Linglong Tower. Having grown up together and trained side by side since childhood, the sisters shared perfect coordination. After Gong Mengfei leapt back 2 steps, the Linglong Tower soared upward under Zhang Lulu's control, crashing down with a thud before the captain of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. A flash of crimson light erupted from the tower, and in the next instant, countless flames spewed forth from its base. The 2 captains' expressions changed instantly as they scrambled to dodge. Seeing that Gong Mengfei and the others were temporarily out of danger, Lu Ming finally relaxed, his expression grave as he looked at Jin Daniel. After slaying the divine embryo of Kleiser, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the advanced stage of the 3rd rank. By normal standards, Lu Ming should have been unafraid of Jin Daniel at his current cultivation level. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Lu Ming constantly sensed an elusive yet savage pressure emanating from Jin Daniel. It felt as though Jin Daniel wasn't human at all, but a demonic beast. The golden Korok slowly approached Lu Ming, a savage grin spreading across its face. Boy, I'll catch you and devour you bite by bite. Let you taste the feeling of being torn limb from limb. Lu Ming drew a deep breath, tucking the black iron sword at his waist. Activating the sword transformation technique, the black iron sword shot from its sheath, trailing a dazzling white blade of light. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, First Form, Sword Drawl. After testing the complete sword transformation technique, Lu Ming felt his grasp of it deepen further. The power of this strike had also increased significantly compared to before. Feeling the formidable might within the sword light, a gleam of sharpness flashed in Jin Daniel's eyes. It truly is a supreme martial art. Even before this, Jin Daniel had suspected that the sword technique Lu Ming wielded was a supreme martial art. Only martial arts of this caliber could grant Lu Ming such terrifying offensive capabilities. Superior martial arts not only were they rare in a remote frontier town like Shenzhou City, but they were scarce even within the provincial capital. Even if he couldn't cultivate it himself, he could trade it for martial arts of equal caliber. With such a technique to bolster him, his combat prowess would skyrocket. Jin Daniel's eyes burned with greed. In the distant grass, Xing Dong, who had gathered to watch the fight, also saw Lu Ming wielding the 8 Desolations Sword Classic and his eyes lit up. Damn! Who'd have thought this unassuming kid possessed such profound martial arts? Good thing his cultivation isn't too high, or Jin Daniel might not stand a chance against him. Xing Dong, his expression brimming with excitement, turned to the squad leader beside him and said, "How's the contact with our people? If this job goes well, our mercenary group won't just be able to run rampant in the wilderness, we'll be able to get a piece of the action in the city too." Within Shenzhou City, the strongest figure was the city lord, Gong Changfeng, a 5th rank martial artist. Among the other major clans, the strongest practitioners only reached the peak of 4th rank cultivation. In a place like Shenzhou City, any faction possessing even one 4th rank martial artist could be considered a top-tier power. Xing Dong already possessed the strength of a 4th rank martial artist on the verge of breaking through. If he could acquire another superior martial art, even ordinary 4th rank martial artists wouldn't stand a chance against him. The thought of the good life ahead made Xing Dong chuckle. The squad leader seemed to be envisioning the future too, grinning as he replied, "Everything's set. In 20 minutes max, our brothers will be in position." Xing Dong nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Gather the brothers here and secure this area completely. Not a single detail of what happens here can leak out. Otherwise, even if we had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to lose them all." The squad leader glanced at Gong Mengfei, Zhang Lulu, and the other woman, sighing, "What a shame. All 3 are prime material for beauties." Xing Dong shot him a disapproving glare. "Is that all you've got? I reckon your dog's life will end because of a woman sooner or later." The squad leader chuckled. "Commander, as they say, to die beneath a peony is to be a romantic ghost. Dying for a woman is better than rotting in the wilderness." Xing Dong didn't want to banter with him. He kicked the sergeant in the shin and laughed, cursing, "Get lost. Get back to work. If this mission succeeds, I'll find you 10. The squad leader beamed like a child at the promise. "Rest assured, Commander. I'll handle everyone except that bastard Jin Daniel." After all, this was supreme martial arts. Jin Daniel dared not underestimate it, channeling his life essence with all his might. A shadowy form of a wild bull with golden horns coalesced behind him, then swiftly merged into his body. Jin Daniel pressed his palms together and thrust forward. An intense golden light erupted from his palms, coalescing into a brilliant golden shield before him. Clang! The shield shattered instantly. A powerful shockwave surged toward him, forcing Jin Daniel to stumble back over 10 paces before regaining his footing. This strike not only shattered Jin Daniel's defense but also left his reinforced palms numb. Far from being troubled by this, Jin Daniel grew even more delighted. The more formidable the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra proved, the greater its value. Jin Daniel shook his numb hands and chuckled. "Excellent. Truly a supreme martial art. It will soon be mine." As the words fell, a dazzling golden light erupted from Jin Daniel's body. His hands slammed into the ground as his form swelled, and thick, coarse yellow hair began sprouting through his clothes. Now, Jin Daniel's body had undergone a significant beast transformation, even sprouting a pair of golden shovel-like horns atop his head. Golden ox's hooves dug into the ground as his body shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at Lu Ming. Chapter 48, Sudden Mutation.
Now, aside from his human-like head, Jean Dania's entire body had undergone complete beastification.
At this moment, the aura emanating from him grew strange, as if he were a true demon beast.
Half-beast transformation.
Lu Ming took a deep breath, his expression growing grave. Back in school, during theory classes, they had discussed this. While activating the beast soul did alter certain physical traits, the changes were limited to minor adjustments, merely enhancing strength, physical defense, or other attributes. To achieve partial beast transformation, one must at least cultivate to the 6th rank.
Full beast transformation requires the 7th rank. After reaching the 7th rank, a beast soul warrior can temporarily transform into the form of their soul essence by fully channeling its power.
In terms of physique, strength, and resilience, they can come infinitely close to a true demon beast.
However, Jin Xianyo currently only possesses a cultivation level of half a step into the 4th rank.
Under normal circumstances, achieving this feat is impossible. The only explanation is that he actively exchanged blood with a high-tier demon beast.
This is a forbidden technique, long banned by the authorities.
Unlike humans, beast blood carries not only immense power but also the frenzied savagery and animalistic instincts of the beast. While this forbidden technique allows those with a beast soul to achieve partial beast transformation without reaching 6th grade cultivation, the beastly nature within the demon beast's blood gradually erodes one's sanity.
Eventually, the individual completely degenerates into a humanoid demon beast.
Now, Lu Ming finally understood why he had always sensed an oppressive presence emanating from Jean Daniu. That pressure stemmed from the beast blood within him. At this moment, Jean Dania's power rivaled that of a 4th rank martial artist. His aura crashed toward Lu Ming like a tidal wave, pressing down on him until his chest felt tight and oppressed. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming summoned the 4 divine beasts in his mind. His black iron sword slashed forward, where crimson and gold energies converged. A fierce sword chi erupted like a tornado. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. Half-beast-like, Jean Dania's rationality had been greatly diminished. The savage nature of the beast within him meant he didn't even consider Lu Ming a threat. He lowered his head, thrusting forward his gleaming golden horns. Suddenly, the shadowy horns swelled, transforming into massive horns over a meter long. The horns appeared as if forged from steel, seemingly indestructible. Thud! The sword's light struck the horns, triggering a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave instantly radiated outward, the fierce force violently hurling Lu Ming and Jean Daniu backward. Thanks to his sword transformation technique, Lu Ming quickly regained his footing after tumbling several times. Compared to Lu Ming, Jean Daniu fared much worse. He had severely underestimated the power of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. Though still in his half-beast form, Jean Daniel was now covered in countless wounds. Flesh was torn and exposed, presenting a horrifying sight. Captain! Members of the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group rushed over upon seeing this. Several 2nd-rank cultivators sprinted to his side to assess his injuries. The 3 trembling figures beside Gong Mengfei were also horrified. They never imagined Jean Daniel would fall to Lu Ming's hands. The trio instantly halted their attacks and rushed toward Jean Daniu. At that moment, the spiritual energy within Lu Ming had completely dried up. His body swayed, and he was about to collapse to the ground. Fortunately, Gong Mengfei acted swiftly, deploying her agility to rush over and catch him before he hit the ground. Though Jean Daniu now lay motionless on the ground, Lu Ming could still sense a powerful beastly aura emanating from him. A powerful sense of unease surged within Lu Ming. This feeling was eerily similar to what he had experienced in the City of the Fallen. Give me a recovery potion. Quickly! Without hesitation, Gong Mengfei emptied all the recovery potions from her storage ring, 5 basic recovery potions in total. Without a second glance, Lu Ming poured them all into his mouth at once. The low-grade potions offered only minimal recovery. Lu Ming's unease grew more intense by the second, and he repeatedly urged Gong Mengfei. Run! Seeing Lu Ming's grave expression, Gong Mengfei dared not ask questions. Supporting Lu Ming, she called out to the Zhong sisters and began rushing toward the exit of the Coldwater Cavern. Due to Jean Dania's actions, the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group's formation had already fallen into disarray. Even Chao Ziquan's strongest 3 men didn't block Lu Ming's path, let alone the 2nd-rank mercenaries. Just as Lu Ming and the others broke free from the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group's encirclement, a sudden, party laugh echoed from the distant grass. Immediately, a group of men blocked their path. Zhang Dong! What do you think you're doing? Get out of the way! When Gong Mengfei saw that the one blocking their path was none other than Zhang Dong, who had returned after leaving, a chill instantly flashed across her face. Zhang Dong's face twisted into a sneer. Seems Miss Gong still hasn't grasped the situation. This isn't Xianzhou City anymore. Now I hold the knife and you're the fish on the chopping block. You still dare speak to me like this? Are you courting death? Gong Mengfei took 2 steps back, her eyes fixed on Zhang Dong with intense wariness. Zhang Dong, I warn you, think carefully. If you dare touch a single hair on my head, not only Qianzhou City, but the entire southern Qianzhou prefecture will become uninhabitable for your Fire Axe mercenary corps. Zhang Dong burst into laughter. How naive you are. The man who killed you was Jean Daniu.
What does that have to do with my fire axe mercenary group? Jean Daney was on his last legs now. I just happened to be passing by and stumbled upon your corpse. What do you think? Shouldn't your father thank me for bringing his body back to him? After speaking, Xing Dong looked at Lu Ming with keen interest. Kid, want a chance to live? Lu Ming knew Xing Dong wanted his 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. He had nothing to say to such a man. Instead, he spat a thick glob of phlegm right onto Xing Dong's wrinkled face. You! I'd rather die than give you my martial arts. Xing Dong had never endured such humiliation. Grinding his teeth, he wiped away the phlegm and snarled, Fine. You've got guts. Then I'll see if it's your mouth that's tough, or my methods. Just as Xing Dong prepared to strike, sudden screams erupted from the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps. Piercing screams mingled with deep, guttural beast-like roars. Lu Ming and the others, along with the Fire Axe mercenary group, instantly turned their attention toward the commotion. The Golden Bullhorn mercenaries were now scattered in all directions. Jean Danio, who had been lying on the ground, had also risen to his feet. A faint crimson glow now flickered across his body. He brutally pinned the squad leader, the one whose sole essence was the steel shield under him. Opening his beast-like maw, he bit cleanly through the man's skull. After chewing the blood-soaked head twice, he swallowed it whole. Then, he extended his long tongue to lick the blood clean. Golden Ox now resembled a true demon beast, his massive jaws opening and closing as he devoured the squad leader's flesh and blood. The more flesh he consumed, the brighter the crimson glow radiating from Jean Danio's body grew. His speed was astonishing. Within mere seconds, he had devoured the entire squad leader. Seeing this, Lu Ming's unease reached its peak. Back up! Lu Ming shouted. Gong Mingfei and Zhong Lulu instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Ming flung the immobilizing potion he had prepared earlier toward Xing Dong. The vial shattered, instantly releasing a cloud of gray mist. Xing Dong and his men were caught off guard, unable to react in time. They were instantly immobilized, their bodies frozen in place. At that moment, Jean Danio, having finished off the squad leader, naturally turned his gaze this way since the Golden Bullhorn members had already fled far away. Run! Run! Jean Danio's aura had now reached the 4th grade realm. The overwhelming pressure sent shivers down the spines of the sisters, Gong Mingfei and Zhong Lulu. Hearing the command, the three immediately hoisted Lu Ming and sprinted away. Xing Dong and the others, immobilized by the immobilizing potion, turned ashen-faced when they saw Jean Danio approaching. Xing Dong cursed furiously, Damn it, I'm eating lemons. Chapter 49, Jean Danio's Beastly Rage. At that moment, Jean Danio resembled a demonic beast utterly devoid of reason. After spotting Xing Dong and the others, he didn't pursue Lu Ming and the 4 others. Instead, he targeted Xing Dong, the most powerful among them. Jean Danio stood before Xing Dong, his mouth twisted into a grin that revealed blood-stained teeth, a chilling smile plastered across his face. Ha! You taste delicious. A low, muffled growl emerged from Jean Danio's throat. Jean Danio snapped the hell out of it. I'm Xing Dong. The kid who killed your brother got away. Why aren't you chasing him? Jean Danio's aura was utterly bizarre at that moment. If not for the human head still perched atop his shoulders, even face to face, Xing Dong would have mistaken him for a ferocious demon beast. The overwhelming aura emanating from Jean Danio had fully reached the 4th grade realm. The immense pressure sent chills down Xing Dong's spine. Under the effects of the immobilizing potion, Xing Dong couldn't even move a finger. He could only shout, desperately trying to rouse Jean Danio's senses. Alas, Jean Danio paid no heed to his voice. A maniacal grin spread across his face as he lunged forward with his fully beast-like hooves, knocking Xing Dong flat onto the ground. Damn it, don't do anything stupid. Go chase that kid. I'm begging you. Due to his beast transformation, Jean Danio's tongue had grown large and elongated. Jean Danio extended his tongue, repeatedly licking Xing Dong's face like a demon beast preparing to devour its prey. Recalling Jean Danio's earlier man-eating display, Xing Dong felt a sudden warmth in his pants pocket. He'd actually scared himself into wetting himself. Ah! After finishing its licking, Jean Danio sank its teeth into Xing Dong's neck, emitting a hissing sucking sound. Xing Dong let out a blood-curdling scream, his face contorted with terror as he felt his blood being sucked away by Jean Danio. 30 seconds passed in an instant. As the immobilizing potion wore off, facing the threat of death, Xing Dong unleashed unprecedented strength, punching Jean Danio away. Captain! We're here to help you. Unfettered by the immobilization potion, the squad leaders of the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps summoned their soul guardians and launched their attack on Jean Danio. Moo moo! Jean Danio raised his head and bellowed like an ox. In the next instant, dazzling golden light erupted from his body. The golden horns on his forehead solidified further. With a stomp of his hooves, he effortlessly shoved the 5 Fire Axe mercenary captains aside. 4th rank. He's broken through to 4th rank. Run for your lives. Upon witnessing Jean Danio's terrifying power, the squad leaders' expressions turned panicked. They abandoned any thought of continuing the fight and took off running. If even the captains reacted this way, the 2nd rank individuals were even less inclined to stay. In an instant, only Xing Dong remained standing, pulling out a special effect bandage to tend to his wounds. Damn it!
Zheng Dong cursed under his breath, daring not to linger.
He activated his movement technique, attempting to flee.
But Jean Dania seemed to have locked onto him.
His hooves left trails of afterimages as he charged straight toward Zheng Dong.
Golden Ox now possessed strength comparable to a 4th-rank martial artist. Zheng Dong was no match for him.
The single collision knocked half the life out of Zheng Dong.
Within moments, Jean Dania crushed Zheng Dong to death and began devouring him voraciously. After devouring Zheng Dong, Jean Dania let out a long, mournful moo toward the sky. A dazzling red light flared across his body, and at the same moment, a strange, demonic purple hue surged into his eyes. After glancing in the direction where Lu Ming and the others had fled, a look of bewilderment flashed in Jean Dania's eyes. He then lowered his head and charged headlong into a nearby cave, vanishing from sight.
Zheng Dong's agonized scream sent shivers down Gong Mengfei and the others' spines.
They immediately accelerated to their maximum speed, sprinting toward the entrance of the cold current cave. After about 10 minutes, they encountered Gong Changfeng and his men, who had rushed to the scene. Gong Changfeng rode a demonic beast, followed by a squad of city guard soldiers clad in light armor. Though small in number, this squad possessed formidable strength. The 20-strong unit included 2 cultivators at the early 4th grade level, while the remaining 18 were all at the peak of the 3rd grade.
Dad! Gong Mengfei rushed forward the moment she spotted Gong Changfeng. Gong Changfeng reined in his horse, dismounted, and embraced the tear-streaked Gong Mengfei. My precious daughter, what happened to you? Gong Changfeng had only this one daughter, whom he doted on endlessly.
Seeing her in such a state now, his heart ached deeply.
Daddy!
We were almost killed by those villains. Hearing this, the 2 soldiers, both 4th-rank cultivators clad in light armor, immediately dismounted and rushed over, demanding furiously.
Little Fei Fei, what the hell happened? Who had the guts to lay a hand on you? Spill it, and I'll skin that bastard alive. Yeah. Who the hell was blind enough to lay a finger on our Fei Fei?
I'll wring his neck tonight and use his head as a chamber pot. Gong Mengfei wiped away her tears and pointed in the direction they had fled. 3rd uncle, 4th uncle, those are members of the Golden Bullhorn Mercenary Corps and the Fire Axe Mercenary Corps. If it weren't for Lu Ming using a special potion to temporarily immobilize them, you'd probably be looking at my corpse right now. Hearing this, the 2 men instantly flew into a rage.
Damn it!
Jean Dania and Zheng Dong must have grown balls of steel. How dare they pull something like this? Little Fei Fei, wait here. Your 4th uncle and I are going to wring those bastards' necks. They leapt onto their horses and charged off in the direction Gong Mengfei had pointed.
Gong Changfeng ordered coldly, seal off this area. Don't let a single member of the Golden Bullhorn or Fire Axe Mercenary Corps escape. After calming his daughter, Gong Changfeng approached Lu Ming. In truth, Lu Ming's injuries weren't severe, he was simply too weakened. Gong Changfeng retrieved a jade vial from his storage space, poured out a lychee-sized pill, and handed it to Lu Ming. This is a spirit-restoring pill. Take it.
Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the sight of the pill in his hand.
Without hesitation, he swallowed it.
Pills were enhanced versions of potions, possessing far stronger effects. After swallowing the spirit-restoring pill, Lu Ming instantly felt a warm current surging through his body. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy within him rapidly surged to full capacity. Burp! Overwhelmed by the sudden abundance of spiritual energy, Lu Ming couldn't help but belch, expelling large plumes of pale white spiritual mist. Gong Changfeng glanced at the others, his brow furrowing.
Where are the other 3? Du Ziming perished in the secret realm?
Huang Yilong and Zhou Qi left when we were surrounded by the Golden Bullhorn mercenary group.
Dad, why didn't you warn me how dangerous the city of fallen ones was? If it weren't for Lu Ming, we'd all have died in there. Gong Mengfei glared at Gong Changfeng, her eyes brimming with resentment. Gong Changfeng's expression immediately grew solemn upon hearing this. Dangerous? What exactly happened in there?
Logically speaking, even an A-grade secret realm shouldn't pose significant danger to a group of your caliber. Lu Ming, having regained his composure, explained, Miss Gong, you shouldn't blame the city lord.
He likely didn't know the secret realm contained divine embryos cultivated by fallen ones.
And no one could have anticipated that a fallen one would enter with us and activate the formation. Upon hearing the word fallen ones, Gong Changfeng instantly grasped the crux of the matter.
Come. Let's return and discuss this in detail. Chapter 50, Suspicion. The City Lord's Residence.
After listening to Lu Ming recount every detail of the secret realm, even Gong Changfeng felt his heart leap in his chest. Of course, Lu Ming had not mentioned the 7-colored immortal king sword or the 4-symbol sword intent. He only mentioned that he had obtained a special flame potion within the secret realm. It was through the potion's power that he had destroyed the divine embryo. Though Lu Ming's account contained inconsistencies, it wasn't entirely implausible.
As Gong Changfeng understood, the void power within the fallen truly feared flames.
It seemed that fire wasn't just effective against fallen ones, it held significant countering power against the entire Void Divine clan.
Compounded by the restrictions of the secret realm's laws, Gong Changfeng chose not to delve deeper into the matter.
For at that moment, he was contemplating deeper matters.
As the ruler of a city, Gong Changfeng understood far more than Lu Ming and his companions. For Blue Star, the greatest threat currently stemmed from the Void God clan among the myriad races of the cosmos. The emergence of the dimensional black hole had caused cracks in the heavenly Tao barrier. Under the influence of cosmic forces, Blue Star had entered this era of universal class change. Accompanying the dimensional black hole's arrival were countless formidable void creatures. These void creatures possessed immense power and preyed upon humanity. Under their relentless hunt, the human race teetered on the brink of extinction. It was only through the heroic resistance of the first generation of human professionals who built a crimson great wall with their own flesh and blood that the human flame was preserved. Since then, humanity gradually adapted to the new cosmic laws, and the cultivation methods and systems of the professionals spread rapidly. With the disappearance of the dimensional black hole, these void creatures drifted aimlessly like rootless duckweed. Though formidable, they were nearly exterminated by the relentless efforts of humanity's forebears. Those few survivors clung to life in hiding, never daring to show themselves. Yet a century after the Great War concluded, those corrupted by void energy, the fallen, began to emerge. These fallen not only possessed void energy but could also rapidly advance by devouring humans. Particularly in recent years, after lying low for so long, their activities have grown increasingly frequent. Gong Changfeng never imagined such events would unfold in a remote frontier city like Qianzhou. What astonished him even more was discovering an array within a third-grade secret realm here, one capable of allowing the divine consciousness of a void god race powerhouse to pierce the barriers of the Tao and descend upon Blue Star. Though the true strength of this Kelsoul remained unknown, Lu Ming's description suggested that anything capable of being blocked by the heavenly barrier must be an absolute powerhouse. If such an existence were to descend in person, perhaps Blue Star truly faced its doom. If even a remote frontier town like theirs held such secrets, what about the other cities? Could similar divine embryos exist elsewhere? If so, that would be a real problem. You mentioned earlier that the divine embryo intended to use you as blood offerings to aid its fusion? Gong Changfeng frowned as if recalling something. Lu Ming nodded. Yes. He remembered it clearly. The woman in black had indeed said those words, and then they were seized by the tentacles extending from Kleinser, who sucked away their flesh and souls. Dad, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Gong Mengfei asked curiously. Lu Ming also looked at Gong Changfeng with curiosity, having just seen a flash of anger cross his face. Gong Changfeng paused before speaking slowly. This all feels far too coincidental. I just received word from above that a new class of secret realm has been discovered in our territory. They specifically named you all to explore it. You are the most gifted individuals in Qianzhou City. Yet, after you entered the realm, that fallen member of the Starry Sky cult followed right behind you. If it weren't for Pan Changluan getting injured midway and you finding Lu Ming to replace him, you lot would likely have been devoured by that cleanser. Gong Mengfei and Lu Ming paled at the revelation. Are you saying there are fallen traitors within our Huaxia government? Gong Changfeng took a deep breath and shook his head. This is merely a suspicion. Just keep it in mind. Once you're out, don't speak carelessly, lest you invite deadly peril. The Starry Sky cult is far more powerful than you imagine. If they target us, it won't just be you. Even I could lose my life at any moment. Gong Mengfei and Lu Ming both nodded solemnly. Having witnessed the Starry Sky cult's extraordinary capabilities within the secret realm, they understood the necessity of maintaining absolute silence. Enough. I'll bypass the superior who issued this order and report directly to the capital. How they handle it isn't our concern. The college entrance exams are approaching. You two should focus on your cultivation. With your abilities, you have a strong chance of getting into a top-tier university. Though Lu Ming's soul essence was only D grade, his current cultivation surpassed even Gong Mengfei's. Though Gong Changfeng didn't know how he cultivated, he still held high hopes for him. Top-tier institutions primarily admit students based on examination scores, not solely on the strength of their soul essence. Lord City Master, the Starry Sky cult affair is too complex for us to influence, but please pay closer attention to that Jean Dainio matter. I can't shake the feeling something's off about him. Lu Ming had previously informed Gong Changfeng of Jean Dainio's peculiarities. Gong Changfeng nodded. Indeed. Reaching half-beast transformation at the third cultivation tier, he must have exchanged blood with a high-tier demon beast. From your descriptions, his ability to rapidly increase cultivation by consuming humans does bear a striking resemblance to the methods of the fallen ones. The convergence of these two matters is indeed suspicious. I'll personally investigate. Hearing Gong Changfeng's assurance, Lu Ming felt slightly reassured. After all, Jean Dainio harbored a deep grudge against him. If he wasn't apprehended soon, Lu Ming wouldn't even dare venture outside to level up. Noticing Lu Ming's grave expression, Gong Changfeng asked, Lu Ming, I sense your cultivation is nearing the perfection realm, isn't it? Martial artists' minor realms were divided into 4 tiers: elementary, intermediate, advanced, and consummate. The consummate realm differed from the previous 3. It could only be considered perfection when one was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through. The perfection realm was essentially only attainable after reaching the 3rd rank. Because after the 3rd rank, breaking through required more than just accumulating enough experience.
For instance, advancing from the 3rd rank to the 4th requires at least opening one spiritual vein within the body. If a spiritual vein has been detected but not fully opened, the practitioner is termed a half-step 4th grade. Jin Dainio and Zhang Dong were in precisely this situation.
Lu Ming sighed deeply.
I'm still a bit short of reaching the perfect realm. But Jin Dainio and I are sworn enemies.
Since he hasn't been captured yet, I'm hesitant to go out hunting demon beasts to level up. It's frustrating. Gong Mengfei covered her mouth and giggled. What's the big deal? My 4 uncles often go hunting. Just bring you along next time.
Lu Ming's eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he hurriedly thanked Gong Changfeng and Gong Mengfei.
Gong Changfeng shot Gong Mengfei a slightly indulgent glance before shaking his head. Alright then. You won't be returning home either. Stay at the city lord's mansion.
Once you've both reached the perfection realm, I'll take you to the Enlightenment Stone in Xianzhou Prefecture to investigate the spirit veins.
Chapter 51, 3rd Grade Perfection. After a night's rest, Gong Mengfei woke Lu Ming early the next morning. Today, Gong Mengfei looked vibrant in a red martial arts outfit.
After breakfast, she led Lu Ming to the city defense military camp. Though it was only 8 o'clock, the city defense troops had already begun their drills.
By the time Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei arrived, the drills were winding down.
The moment Gong Mengfei entered the drill ground, she sprinted toward 4 burly men. These 4 men were strong and robust, each with rugged features and a profound aura. Lu Ming estimated they were all around the upper 4th grade level.
Lu Ming, come over here. Let me introduce you. After embracing the 4 men, Gong Mengfei beckoned Lu Ming with an excited wave.
Approaching them, Lu Ming respectfully bowed to the 4 men. This humble one, Lu Ming, greets the 4 esteemed sirs.
Seeing Lu Ming's stiffness, Gong Mengfei smiled and said, Lu Ming, no need to be so formal. Don't let my 4 uncles' intimidating looks fool you, they're actually very approachable. Let me introduce you.
This is my first uncle, Zhang Yingkai, 2nd uncle, Li Wuju, 3rd uncle, Xiao Lei, and 4th uncle, Wang Zhong. Zhang Yingkai flashed what he considered a friendly smile.
Fei Fei's right. Most of the time, we're actually quite approachable. We conducted an intensive search yesterday. Most members of the Fire Axe and Golden Bullhorn mercenary groups have been apprehended. Only that Golden Big Bull remains missing. We've combed through every level 3 training ground and found no trace of him. We suspect he slipped off to the Mad Lion Mountains. We were planning to search there today. Since you 2 are going to level up, we might as well bring you along. The Mad Lion Mountains? Gong Mengfei looked shocked, and Lu Ming was also quite surprised. The Mad Lion Mountains weren't your typical leveling grounds, they were a true wilderness. Not only did it harbor numerous 4th grade demon beasts, but rumor had it a 5th grade bloodthirsty Mad Lion roamed within. The Mad Lion Mountains were the greatest threat to both Qianzhou City and Linen City.
Both cities maintained garrisons there year-round to monitor the beasts and prevent potential beast waves. In Lu Ming's memory, a beast tide had erupted when he was 6 years old. The losses were devastating that time, and even Gong Changfeng suffered severe injuries before finally repelling the horde. In recent years, however, there had been no reports of unusual activity. Uncle, isn't it a bit too risky for us to go to the Mad Lion Mountains? What if we run into a bloodthirsty Mad Lion? Gong Mengfei looked deeply concerned. Zhang Yingkai laughed heartily. No worries. That bloodthirsty Mad Lion was nearly killed in its battle with your father 12 years ago. It's probably still recovering from its injuries. As for other demon beasts? With the 4 of us protecting you, there's nothing to fear. We won't venture too deep this time. We'll just circle the outer regions to see if we can find anything. Might as well take you guys along to slay some 4th grade demon beasts. At your current cultivation levels, killing them yields a lot of experience. It's about time. 3rd brother, take them to get a set of light armor. Led by Xiao Lei, they arrived at the military supply warehouse and received a set of basic armor. Lu Ming's set consisted only of a chestplate, leg guards, and knee pads. Once donned, it didn't feel cumbersome. Lu Ming noticed the armor wasn't just made of exceptional materials, it also bore intricate patterns that emitted faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Noticing Lu Ming's curious expression, Gong Mengfei kindly explained. The armor you're wearing is a sub-grade spirit artifact. It's engraved with a simple formation that, when infused with spiritual energy, can reduce the power of a 3rd grade martial artist's attack by 60%. Mine, however, is a grade 1 spirit artifact. Once worn, as long as my spiritual energy remains intact, no martial artist below grade 4 can injure me without a special spirit artifact. Gong Mengfei pointed to the crimson full-body armor she wore. That powerful? Lu Ming's mouth formed an O in astonishment. This was his first encounter with a spirit artifact, something he'd never studied during his school days. Xiao Lei chuckled, absolutely. Though Fei Fei's armor is only a grade 1 spirit artifact, it still carries a price tag of 200 million daxia coins. Lu Ming was even more stunned. 200 million. Holy cow, how much would a higher grade spirit artifact cost? Xiao Lei shook his head and chuckled, only spirit artifacts below 3rd grade can be bought with daxia currency. Anything higher than that? Only ethereal spirit stones can purchase them. Enough about that. You'll learn all this once you enter higher education.
Don't waste time now. Hurry up and put on the armor. We need to get moving, the main group is waiting for us outside. After Lu Ming quickly donned his armor, they returned to the training grounds.
By then, a 40-strong elite squad had assembled on the training grounds. Each member was a third-grade martial artist, clad in sub-spirit grade armor and mounted on tall, imposing warhorses, presenting an imposing sight.
Mount up. We're moving out.
Jiang Yingkai had already arranged for warhorses to be prepared for Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. Once everything was in order, Jiang Yingkai gave the command, and the squad formally set off. After half an hour of travel, they arrived at the foothills of a lush, undulating mountain range.
Numerous city defense troops held positions here. After a brief handover, they entered the Mad Lion Mountains.
True to its reputation as wilderness, the Mad Lion Mountains were perilous, yet the density of resources here far surpassed that of ordinary leveling grounds. In just 1 hour, Lu Ming and his companions gathered 50 first-grade spiritual herbs, 30 second-grade spiritual herbs, and even a full 8 third-grade spiritual herbs. They hadn't found any 4th-grade spiritual herbs, but they did encounter several 4th-grade demon beasts. These beasts were formidable opponents. Even with all his skills deployed, Lu Ming couldn't defeat them alone. Fortunately, Jiang Yingkai and the others provided backup. Each time, they would strike the beasts to wound them, allowing Lu Ming to finish them off. Although slaying beasts with outsiders' assistance reduced the experience gain slightly, the experience points accumulated from defeating higher-tier monsters, combined with the blessings of an SSS-grade Sword Immortal, still shot up like a rocket. By afternoon, he had already reached the peak of the 3rd grade. At this point, hunting more beasts was futile. Unless he opened his spiritual vein, he wouldn't gain a single point of experience. For the remainder of the day, Lu Ming joined the group in gathering spiritual herbs, while Jiang Yingkai and the others assisted Gong Mengfei in hunting demonic beasts. Though Gong Mengfei possessed an A-grade soul essence, her efficiency still lagged significantly behind Lu Ming's. Even with Jiang Yingkai and the others assisting her, it took a full 3 days for her to reach the peak of the 3rd rank. Hey! What's that? Lu Ming suddenly spotted a faint golden glow amidst a tangled patch of grass. Thinking it might be a rare medicinal herb, Lu Ming immediately dismounted and sprinted toward it. Upon recognizing the object's form, Lu Ming's expression turned startled, and he urgently called out, "Uncles, come see! I've found something!" Chapter 52, The Mysterious Figure in the Heart of the Mad Lion Mountains. Buried in the grass was a bloodstained golden bull's horn, no larger than the palm of a hand. It glinted golden in the sunlight. Jiang Yingkai and the others swiftly dismounted and sprinted over. Jiang Yingkai picked up the horn, examined it closely in his hand, and his expression grew solemn. The blood on it definitely carries a strong scent of beast blood. This is Golden Ox's ornament. Everyone, search thoroughly. See if there are any other discoveries. The squad dismounted immediately and began searching the surrounding area. Soon, one of them made a discovery. He spotted a bloodstain in the grass about 100 meters away. After Jiang Yingkai confirmed it, the bloodstain matched the aura from the golden bullhorn. Keep searching. After 2 hours of searching, Lu Ming and the others intermittently found more bloodstains. Following the trail, they had unknowingly ventured deep into the heart of the Mad Lion Mountains. Everyone stop. Jiang Yingkai was the first to sense something amiss. After verifying their coordinates, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Their current location was now just 1 or 2 kilometers from the core region of the Mad Lion Mountains. With the bloodthirsty lion's sensory abilities, they were about to enter its detection range. Though the bloodthirsty lion had been gravely wounded 12 years prior, years of recuperation had surely restored most of its strength. Even if it wasn't at its peak, it was still far beyond what Jiang Yingkai and his group could handle. The realization sent a chill down Jiang Yingkai and his companions' spines. Looks like Jean Dainio has entered the core area. The question is whether the beast blood on him belongs to the bloodthirsty lion. If it does, we're in big trouble. Return to camp. The situation had spiraled beyond Jiang Yinkai's control. Compounded by the fact that Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei had both reached the peak of the 3rd rank, he immediately ordered a retreat to the Changzhou city camp. Upon returning to camp, the 4 immediately escorted Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei to the city lord's residence. Gong Changfeng couldn't help but laugh when he saw them. Back already? Looks like you got lucky. Hey, why do you all look so serious? Did you discover something over there? Gong Changfeng frowned upon noticing their somber expressions and inquired. Jiang Yingkai handed the golden bull horn to Gong Changfeng. We found the ornament dropped by Golden Ox in the Mad Lion Mountains. Following intermittent blood trails, we tracked it to the edge of the core area. We dared not pursue further inward, so we turned back to report. Brother, you fought that bloodthirsty mad lion. Check if the beast blood mixed in this blood belongs to it. If it does, we're in big trouble. If the beast blood was confirmed to belong to the bloodthirsty mad lion, it meant its power had undoubtedly fully recovered. Otherwise, it would never have willingly exchanged blood with the golden great ox. Gong Changfeng grasped the gravity of the situation. He immediately picked up the golden ox horn, examining it closely as he carefully sensed the complex aura within the blood.
After a long moment, Gong Changfeng set the horn down with a grave expression. It is indeed that beast sent. It seems it has fully recovered. Zhang Yingkai and the other three instantly furrowed their brows, their expressions grave. Brother, could that beast unleash a beast tide like it did back then? Gong Changfeng shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Logically, that beast should harbor deep resentment toward me after our deadly battle last time. Yet, after its recovery, it has remained completely silent, even secretly exchanging blood with Jin Dainyu. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Alright then. Starting now, the four of you will take turns guarding the entrance. Report any unusual activity immediately. Mobilize the reserve forces of the City Defense Army to reinforce our defenses. Lu Ming and Meng Fei have both reached the peak of the 3rd grade. I'll take this opportunity to visit Qianzhou Prefecture. While investigating the spiritual veins, I'll also discuss matters with the prefect and procure some array materials to reinforce the city's defenses. After Jiang Yingkai and the others departed, Gong Changfeng turned to Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. The situation is urgent. We must depart immediately. The journey from Qianzhou City to Qianzhou Prefecture spanned over 2,000 kilometers. To reach their destination swiftly, Gong Changfeng eschewed conventional transportation. Instead, he retrieved a white orb from the open space of the city lord's residence. As he channeled spiritual energy into it, a white light shot out, landing on the ground and transforming into a massive bird over 2 meters tall. The bird was entirely white, with feathers at the tips of its wings displaying a pale blue hue that gave it a metallic sheen. Its aura was overwhelmingly powerful. At a single glance, Lu Ming felt his hair stand on end, and he backed away in fright. Xiao Bai. Show some manners. Gong Changfeng called out. The bird immediately shifted its gaze away from Lu Ming, lowering its head to nuzzle affectionately against Gong Changfeng's chest. Gong Mengfei supported Lu Ming with a smile. Don't be afraid. This is my father's battle pet, a 5th-rank demon beast called the Swift Ironbone Bird. It's incredibly fast. Lu Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. At school, his teacher had explained that when martial artists advanced to the 5th rank, they would open their spiritual sea, granting them the ability to form contracts with demon beasts. Normally, a martial artist could only contract with one demon beast at a time. To replace a battle pet, one would have to kill the existing one. Due to the nature of the contract, the death of a battle pet inflicted severe damage on the martial artist's spiritual sea. Generally, no one would willingly kill their battle pet. Instead, they would seek every means to help their beast companion advance in cultivation except for those truly depraved individuals. The Ironbone Bird was exceptionally docile toward Gong Changfeng and Gong Mengfei. Yet when Lu Ming attempted to step onto its back, a piercing bird cry sent him crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Gong Mengfei smacked the Ironbone Bird and scolded, "Little white. You're being naughty. Lu Ming is my friend, you can't be so rude. Or else I won't play with you anymore." The Ironbone Bird let out a soft coo before reluctantly allowing Lu Ming to climb onto its back. The Ironbone Bird spread its wings, flapped gently, and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as it flew toward Qianzhou Prefecture. As the Ironbone Bird soared away from Qianzhou City, a thunderous beast cry erupted from the heart of the Mad Lion Mountains. The roar carried an overwhelming aura of authority. Wherever the sound reached, all demonic beasts prostrated themselves on the ground. Some weaker beasts were so terrified their eyes rolled back, bodies trembling uncontrollably as they lost all bodily control. Within the Mad Lion Mountains, a colossal lion over 5 meters long, covered in crimson fur, slowly rose to its feet. Watching the receding white figure in the sky, a flicker of excitement passed through its massive lion eyes. "Calm down, be quiet." A cold voice commanded, and the bloodthirsty lion immediately fell silent, lying flat on the ground as docile as a kitten. Beside it stood a figure cloaked entirely in black robes, alongside a savage bull over 3 meters long, sporting a pair of massive golden horns. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that beneath the wild bull's massive horns lay a twisted human head. Though the features were grotesquely distorted, one could still vaguely recognize the figure as Jin Dainyu, the very man who had escaped from the Cold Current Caverns. The bloodthirsty lion lowered its head and whimpered, like a wronged child. The cloaked figure reached out to stroke its massive head, chuckling, "Don't worry. The void seed I planted within this beast is nearly ripe. Soon, I'll take you to exact your vengeance." Chapter 53, Investigating the Spirit Veins. The bloodthirsty lion let out a low whimper. Its enormous eyes glanced at Jin Dainyu on the ground, a hint of apprehension flickering within them. At this moment, a purplish-black vertical eye had appeared between Jin Dainyu's eyebrows. Numerous purple-black patterns now crisscrossed his face. The black-clad figure gazed toward Qianzhou City, letting out a series of bone-chilling, cold laughs. Gong Changfeng, Lu Ming, and the others remained unaware of this development as they rode the Ironbone Bird toward Qianzhou Prefecture. The Great Xia Empire comprised 23 prefectures, each governing numerous cities beneath them. Though Qianzhou Prefecture was a resource-poor, economically backward minor prefecture within the entire Great Xia, it was still quite grand compared to the cities beneath it. Qianzhou Prefecture contained as many as 20 or 30 cities the size of Qianzhou City, housing a staggering population of 50 million.
Lu Ming stood atop the Ironbone Bird, unable to even glimpse the edge of Qianzhou Prefecture City.
This is the airspace of Qianzhou Prefecture. Who goes there? Halt immediately and state your name.
Dare to advance further, and you shall be shot on sight. A stern voice echoed, followed by 5 massive birds soaring skyward from the city walls of Qianzhou Prefecture. In the blink of an eye, 5 massive birds of distinct forms hovered before the Ironbone Bird.
The aura emanating from these 5 beasts was no weaker than that of the Ironbone Bird. They too were 5th-rank spirit beasts. Perched atop these birds stood 5 figures clad in heavy armor. Their auras were profound, each matching Gong Changfeng's genuine 5th-rank masters. Lu Ming watched this unfold, his heart racing with alarm. He couldn't help but begin speculating about the true strength of the prefect of Qianzhou. Gong Changfeng greeted the 5 with a smile and a bowed hand. Honored guests, I am Gong Changfeng, Lord of Qianzhou City. Here is my City Lord seal for your inspection. Gong Changfeng presented a palm-sized seal to the foremost figure among the 5. With a wave of that man's hand, a surge of spiritual energy swept the seal toward him. After verifying the identity, he returned the seal to Gong Changfeng. The prefectural capital is currently occupied with preparations for the martial arts college entrance examinations. All aerial travel is prohibited throughout the city. We kindly request Lord City Lord Gong's cooperation in using alternative modes of transportation. Gong Changfeng nodded with a smile. Of course. After landing, Gong Changfeng led Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei into the city. The city itself was far more opulent than Qianzhou City, with even the streets noticeably wider. The passers-by on the streets displayed considerable martial prowess. 3rd-grade martial artists, who were considered elite in Qianzhou City, were commonplace here. In just a few minutes, they spotted over a dozen such individuals. Lord Gong, what positions did those men hold earlier? To guard the city with such cultivation levels? Gong Changfeng smiled. Those men are the grand commanders of the Qianzhou Prefecture's city defense forces. In terms of the Great Xiao's official rank system, they hold positions equivalent to a minor city lord under the jurisdiction of a prefectural governor.
Qianzhou Prefecture borders the Duanqi Mountains, where substantial beast waves occur nearly every year.
That's why 4 commanders are stationed here. Qianzhou Prefecture has 10 grand commanders and 20 garrison commanders in total. Each possesses at least a 5th-rank, junior cultivation level.
Hearing this, Lu Ming was utterly astonished. He never imagined Qianzhou City harbored so many 5th-rank experts.
What level of cultivation must the prefectural lord commanding them possess? 6th rank? Or even 7th? Gong Changfeng seemed to read Lu Ming's thoughts and continued.
The Great Xia imposes strict requirements on the strength of prefectural lords. For 1st-tier cities, the lord must be an 8th-rank martial artist to qualify. 2nd-tier cities require 7th rank, while 3rd-tier cities only need 6th rank. Our Qianzhou Prefecture falls under the 3rd-tier category. However, due to its proximity to the Duanqi Mountains, our prefect is a 7th-rank powerhouse. Hearing this, Lu Ming grew even more intrigued by the prefect. He had never encountered a martial artist beyond the 5th rank before. Keep up the good work. If you manage to enroll in a top-tier martial academy, our prefect might even grant you a personal audience. During the brief pause, Gong Changfeng explained the specifics of using the Enlightenment Stone to detect spiritual veins to Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. Half an hour later, they arrived at a vast plaza. At the square's center stood a towering stone pillar reaching into the clouds. The stone appeared milky white, yet upon closer inspection, it shimmered with multicolored radiance truly wondrous. Beneath the stone lay numerous meditation cushions. Seated upon these cushions were individuals at the peak of the 3rd grade, harnessing the power of the Enlightenment Stone to map out spiritual veins. The time required to map a spirit vein varies greatly. Some complete it in a few hours, while others struggle for days. This depends on individual insight and the spirit vein's grade. You two meditate here. I'll go discuss the Mad Lion Mountains with the Manor Lord. After Gong Changfeng departed, Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei found 2 adjacent cushions and sat down. Before the cushions lay a jade plate, beneath which intricate array patterns were densely etched. Gong Changfeng had previously explained to Lu Ming that one only needed to drip a single drop of essence blood onto the jade plate to activate the energy of the Enlightenment Stone within the body, aiding in the exploration of the spirit vein. Back in school, their teacher had explained this before.
Every human possesses at least 1 spiritual vein, with a maximum of 9.
Beyond quantity, spiritual veins were further classified by strength into 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. Among these, heaven-grade spiritual veins were the highest quality, appearing golden. Earth-grade spiritual veins were next, appearing black. Human grade is the lowest quality, appearing white. The greater the number and higher the grade of spiritual veins, the greater the martial artist's innate talent. Simultaneously, the strength of spiritual veins correlates directly with combat prowess. At the same cultivation level, the greater the number and higher the grade of spiritual veins, the stronger the combat power. When both quantity and grade are favorable, one may even possess remarkable counterattack capabilities. For instance, a 5th-grade martial artist with 3 human-grade spiritual veins might not necessarily defeat a 4th-grade martial artist at peak cultivation with 5 earth-grade spiritual veins.
This is the true power of spiritual veins. Phew. I wonder how many spiritual veins I have and what their grades are. I just hope they're not too weak. Lu Ming felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, his martial soul was only D grade. Spiritual veins could be considered a second awakening. Even with the system, he still hoped his awakened spirit veins would be decent. That way, his starting point could be higher. Lu Ming was now marked by the Void Thor, facing mortal danger at every moment. He had to hurry and strengthen himself. After calming his nerves, Lu Ming bit his tongue and spat out a drop of essence blood. Essence blood is the highly condensed form of a martial artist's vital energy and spirit. Even a single drop caused Lu Ming's complexion to pale slightly, his aura growing faint. The blood landed on the jade plate. The array beneath it activated instantly, shooting a beam of crimson light from the plate into the martial path stone. Soon, a white light shot out from the enlightenment stone, enveloping Lu Ming within it. Instantly, Lu Ming felt a wave of coolness wash over him. Then, under the pull of this peculiar energy, he gradually sensed something new emerging within his body. Lu Ming took a deep breath, then, following the method taught by Gong Changfeng, gathered his mind and entered a state of inner vision to begin probing the spirit vein. Chapter 54, Divine Grade Spiritual Veins. Entering the state of inner vision, Lu Ming felt as though he had stepped into a vast, white world shrouded in thick mist. Gong Changfeng had previously informed them that the place they were now observing internally was called the Spirit Platform, the location of the spiritual veins within their bodies. Under normal circumstances, a third-grade martial artist couldn't enter this realm only with the aid of an enlightenment stone. Their task was to uncover the spiritual veins within the Lingtai. This was a lengthy process for those with numerous spiritual veins, it could even last several days. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detecting host probing spiritual veins. Spiritual vein enhancement program activated. As the system's voice echoed, Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge into his spiritual platform. Like a raging storm, this force swept through, instantly dispersing the thick, heavy mist. 9 winding spiritual veins appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. 9 spirit veins. Lu Ming's eyes lit up in astonishment. However, the next second, Lu Ming couldn't smile anymore. As the spirit veins gradually revealed themselves, he discovered that although he possessed 9 of them, they were all white. While numerous, these human-grade spirit veins couldn't match the sheer power of a single Earth-grade spirit vein. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh in despair. Ah, as expected, my innate talent is simply too poor. Well, at least I have 9 spirit veins, far better than just 1. With the system here, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lu Ming silently consoled himself. Just as he was beginning to accept this reality, his spirit veins suddenly underwent a tremendous transformation. A dazzling light erupted from the 9 pristine veins. Their colors gradually darkened. Within mere breaths, all 9 spirit veins turned pitch black, shimmering with a faint dark glow and inexplicable radiance. Black. My spirit veins are Earth-grade. Lu Ming's previously low spirits instantly soared. 9 Earth-grade spiritual veins, even among the top-tier academies, this would be considered a transcendently gifted existence. Ha! Excellent! Excellent! I'm going to turn my fortunes around. Gazing at the 9 black spiritual veins, Lu Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just then, the black hue on the spirit vein slowly faded, replaced by dazzling golden light. Lu Ming's laughter abruptly halted as he stared in utter shock at the rapidly transforming spirit veins. Golden? I'm a heaven-grade spirit vein? This left Lu Ming feeling utterly insecure. He couldn't believe he was a heaven-grade spirit vein and he had 9 of them. These were the absolute pinnacle of spiritual veins. Even across the entire blue star, you couldn't gather enough people with 9 heavenly spirit veins to fill a single table. And he, Lu Ming, was one of them. Before Lu Ming could even laugh out loud, his spiritual veins began to shift again. Holy crap? White? Over-evolved? Hey! System, stop it. It's gone too far. Damn it, just stop already. Lu Ming shouted in desperation, but the system paid him no heed. The golden hue on his spiritual veins continued fading at breakneck speed, replaced by a streak of white. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the white on his spirit veins now differed from the initial hue. At first glance, Lu Ming's spirit veins appeared pure white, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to shimmer with a peculiar haze. Within that haze, a myriad of colors swirled together, like a kaleidoscope. This color was identical to that on the Enlightenment Stone. It had a more precise name, Chaos. Damn it! My luck's gone again. This is just messing with me. Watching his spiritual veins fully transform into white, Lu Ming hung his head in despair, sighing bitterly. Spiritual vein evolution complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening a divine grade spirit vein. Ha? Divine grade? Hearing the system's voice, Lu Ming froze in shock. His teacher never mentioned spiritual veins having such a grading system before. But divine grade sounds pretty high-end. Could it be a spiritual vein even higher than heavenly grade? Lu Ming's heart trembled as he hurriedly opened the familiar interface to check. He wanted to see if the system was playing tricks on him. Name, Lu Ming.
Cultivation, 3rd grade 19999-20000.
Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra Mahayana, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent. Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword Fire, Metal. Spiritual Vein, Immortal Grade. Skill Upgrade Points, 3. Void Gaze Special Status. You have been marked by the powerful void creature, Cleanser. It really is Immortal Grade. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with excitement as he exclaimed aloud. Of course, he was currently in an inward-focused state. No matter how loudly he shouted, only he could hear it, no one else was aware. After the spirit veins were detected, his spirit platform suddenly began to violently tremble. Lu Ming saw numerous cracks appearing along his 9 spirit veins, as if something was about to emerge. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed in realization. This is going to directly open my spirit veins for me? Detecting the spiritual veins allowed one to enter the threshold of 4th grade cultivation. To fully become a 4th rank martial artist, one must open at least one spiritual vein. Opening a spirit vein was a lengthy process. Some individuals with numerous spiritual veins might not fully open all their veins even by the 7th or 8th rank. This explains why the gap between those with more spirit veins in higher ranks and those with fewer spirit veins in lower ranks widens significantly as they advance. Yet at this moment, all 9 of Lu Ming's spiritual veins were violently trembling. The hard outer shell covering them was riddled with cracks, as if it might shatter at any second. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, his heart racing with anticipation. If he could open all his spirit veins at once, his disadvantage of having a low-grade soul essence would be completely reversed. With the advantage of his spirit veins, he could become unmatched among his peers, or even fight opponents of higher tiers. Boom! Lu Ming's spiritual platform shook as if hit by an earthquake. Following the thunderous roar, the outer shells encasing his 9 spirit veins shattered violently. The 9 spirit veins instantly transformed into 9 colossal dragons, coiling upward and darting back and forth within his spirit platform. Simultaneously, outside, Lu Ming's body functioned like a massive extractor hood, sucking up all the surrounding spiritual energy. Simultaneously, 9 pure, sacred pillars of light shot skyward. The Enlightenment Stone also began to radiate a dazzling brilliance. The two phenomena intertwined, creating a truly spectacular sight. Such immense commotion instantly drew countless onlookers to pause and watch. The pillars of light emanating from Lu Ming seemed to resonate in a strange harmony with the Enlightenment Stone. Streams of pure, sacred energy surged from the Enlightenment Stone into the pillars of light. Lu Ming's aura shot upward like bamboo shoots after rain. At the same moment, within the residence of the prefect of Qianzhou Prefecture, the prefect, who had been listening to Gong Changfeng's report, suddenly sprang up from his chair. His eyes burned brightly as he fixed his gaze upon the direction of the Enlightenment Stone. Gong Changfeng, too, sensed the unusual occurrence, his eyes turning curiously toward the Enlightenment Stone. Such a commotion, could it be that a genius capable of activating 9 earth spirit veins has emerged? In a place like Qianzhou Prefecture, any earth-grade spirit vein regardless of the number was a rare and exceptional talent. Heaven-grade spirit veins were exceedingly rare. In the hundreds of years of Qianzhou Prefecture's history, not a single one had ever appeared. Even a powerhouse like the prefect possessed only 6 earth-grade spirit veins. The prefect of Qianzhou Province, his expression agitated, had completely lost his usual composure. We'll discuss this later. Allow me to investigate the situation first. With a sweeping gesture, he dashed out in haste. Chapter 55, An Unintended Breakthrough. The commotion caused by Lu Ming drew the attention of those who had been probing the spirit veins, forcing them to retreat from the spirit platform. These individuals were preparing to find the culprit and vent their frustration when they witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon emanating from Lu Ming. Their expressions turned to utter shock, and their earlier anger vanished completely. Whoa! That, 1, 2, 3. Holy crap! He has 9 beams of light. He actually possesses 9 spirit veins. But that's not the scariest part, okay? With all this commotion, his grade must be pretty high too. My guess is he's about to break our Qianzhou Prefecture's record. People gathered around the Enlightenment Stone murmured in awe, each marveling at Lu Ming's terrifying prowess. Gong Mengfei stared blankly at the light pillars radiating from Lu Ming, her gaze unfocused for a long moment. Congratulations, host, on breaking through to 4th grade martial artist. Reward, high grade technique Vast Breath Technique 1. Detected host's power increase. Friendly reminder, acquire the sacred object, the spirit nurturing lotus, as soon as possible. Obtaining it after reaching 5th grade will result in diminished effects. Lu Ming had already finished his internal observation. Hearing the system's voice, he was thrilled. He had experienced the vast breathing technique before. That sensation of experience points soaring while seated in meditation was truly delightful. Lu Ming summoned the interface once more. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation level, 4th grade 100,000. Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Technique, Vast Breathing Technique Superior. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra Great Perfection, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Art. Sword intent, for symbols sword intent. Life soul, D grade mystic iron sword fire, metal. Spiritual vein, immortal grade. Skill upgrade points, 3. Void gaze special status. You have been marked by the powerful void creature, Cleanser. Upon seeing the experience required for the upgrade, Lu Ming nearly choked. To advance from level 4 to level 5 required a staggering 100,000 experience points. That's ridiculous. But come to think of it, it makes sense. If leveling up required so little experience, everyone would be a master. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and an invisible shockwave rapidly radiated outward from him. Everyone felt as though a powerful gust had struck them, and those seated near Lu Ming were blown off balance, tumbling haphazardly. As Lu Ming opened his eyes, the pillar of light above his head vanished instantly, and the Enlightenment Stone returned to its original state. Upon sensing the aura emanating from Lu Ming, the entire crowd was stunned, staring at him as if he were some kind of monster. It wasn't entirely their fault for such exaggerated expressions. The truth was, Lu Ming was utterly unprecedented. They had never seen, no, to be precise, they had never even heard of anyone who, upon discovering a spirit vein, could immediately open it and complete their advancement. This was simply too outrageous. It defied all logic. Huh? Why are you all staring at me like that? Did I get something on my face? Lu Ming frowned upon noticing their stares, running his fingers over his face. Gong Mengfei asked him with a strange look, you really reached 4th grade? Gong Mengfei still found it hard to believe. After all, in the history of Huaxia, the fastest ascension had taken a full 12 hours, and that person was none other than Cui Shenling, the nation's foremost war god. Lu Ming, however, had achieved it in under an hour, barely more than 10 minutes from start to finish. It was utterly unbelievable. The aura of a 4th rank martial artist was vastly stronger than that of a 3rd rank. With no means to conceal it, Lu Ming could only chuckle awkwardly. Just got lucky. I only managed to open it up. After receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, Gong Mengfei's face lit up with envy. Well, congratulations. At that pace, you've broken the Great Xiao record. Lu Ming chuckled, oh, it was just luck. Nothing to write home about. As the two chatted, a figure stepped through the air and landed directly beside the Enlightenment Stone. Seeing this person, Lu Ming's expression turned solemn, and he adopted a respectful demeanor. Walking on air, that was an ability only possessed by martial artists of 7th grade or higher. So this impatient-looking man before him must be the prefect of Qianzhou Prefecture. Realizing this, Lu Ming hurriedly pulled Gong Mengfei to her feet and bowed respectfully to the man. Greetings, Prefect. Just then, Gong Changfeng arrived in a fluster. He pulled Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei behind him and demanded of the Prefect, Your Excellency, where is that peerless genius? The Prefect of Qianzhou Prefecture gave him a pointed look, isn't he right behind you? Gong Changfeng gasped in shock. What? Gong Changfeng spun around, his face lighting up with surprise as he looked at Gong Mengfei. Fei, was that commotion just now caused by you? Behind Gong Changfeng stood Gong Mengfei and Lu Ming. Under normal circumstances, those with lower-tier soul destinies wouldn't possess particularly high-grade or numerous spiritual veins within their bodies. Gong Changfeng naturally assumed the commotion had been caused by Gong Mengfei. Fei, you're amazing. Haha, let daddy see your spiritual veins. Seeing her father's ecstatic expression, Gong Mengfei pouted and retorted irritably, can't you sense the aura? I'm already at the peak of the 3rd grade. Gong Changfeng's smile froze instantly, his expression turning blank. He mechanically turned his head toward Lu Ming, simultaneously releasing his spiritual energy. The next instant, he was struck as if by lightning. His pupils dilated instantly, his body stiffening. You little brat, how did you break through to 4th grade? Lu Ming flashed a goofy grin, revealing his pearly whites. Haha, well, just got lucky. Broke through in one go. Gong Changfeng felt his mind go completely blank. Lu Ming was clearly speaking the language of the Great Xia Empire, so why did it suddenly feel incomprehensible? What the hell did he mean, just got lucky and broke through? What the hell kind of law is this? What kind of justice is this? A thought seemed to dawn on Gong Changfeng, so that strange phenomenon earlier was caused by you too? Lu Ming nodded. Probably. The prefect of Qianzhou province leaned closer, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he studied Lu Ming. Young friend, reveal your spiritual vein for us to see. Only then did Gong Changfeng remember to introduce Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. This is our prefect of Qianzhou Prefecture, Lord Lu Qi. Lu Ming, show the prefect your spirit vein. Spiritual veins manifested during combat, so revealing them held no secret. Lu Ming channeled his spiritual energy, and behind him, 9 ethereal spirit veins resembling soaring dragons slowly materialized. Upon seeing the 9 phantoms, both Lu Qi and Gong Changfeng's faces lit up with excitement. The others who had come to assess the spirit veins couldn't help but murmur in awe. 9 veins indeed. Wow, never imagined this Zhang San would share with such a prodigy in this lifetime, truly a blessing beyond measure. Unbelievable. 9 spiritual veins indeed. Judging by the stone's earlier reaction, these must be at least Earth-grade spiritual veins. The crowd began speculating about the grade of Lu Ming's spirit veins, their gazes fixed on him with envy.
When all 9 spiritual veins fully manifested, the once bustling square fell into complete silence, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Chapter 56, White. His character is spot on. White. Character?
The same question flashed through every mind present. They couldn't believe that all that commotion had been caused by nothing more than a virtue spirit vein.
Holy crap. Virtue? What's up, did the enlightenment stone break today? Wait, that's not right.
I remember someone awakening a character 9 spirit vein a few years back, but it didn't even make a splash back then.
Such a stark contrast left everyone utterly bewildered. Li Qi and Gong Chanfeng also wore puzzled expressions. Could it really be that the enlightenment stone is faulty?
The two immediately extended their divine senses, pressing them against the enlightenment stone.
After careful examination, their expressions grew even more perplexed. The enlightenment stone is perfectly fine. They couldn't figure out where exactly the problem lay.
Based on their experience, such a tremendous disturbance should have signaled at least a 7th grade Earth grade spirit vein.
Lu Ming's count matched, but the quality?
That was worlds apart. This wasn't their fault, though.
Their established understanding held that spirit veins only came in 3 grades: heaven, earth, and human. Plus, the color of Lu Ming's spirit vein was indeed too similar to that of a human grade spirit vein.
If not for the system's confirmation, even Lu Ming himself would have mistaken it for a human grade spirit vein. A divine grade spirit vein was beyond their comprehension. If exposed, he might end up as a lab rat, dissected and studied. Lu Ming had no desire to throw himself into a cage. He smiled and said,
"Ah, it's human grade.
That commotion earlier was probably caused by my breakthrough to the 4th grade.
Though this explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, given the current circumstances, it appeared to be the only plausible one." Li Qi pondered for a moment.
Though he sensed something was off, he couldn't quite put his finger on it.
He could only sigh in resignation. "Ah well.
Though your spiritual vein is a matter of luck, your breakthrough speed truly makes you the fastest in all of Great Xia.
You must possess some extraordinary talent. Keep up the hard work. With your cultivation, you have a strong chance of entering a top martial academy." Li Qi turned and departed. After briefly instructing Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei, Gong Chanfeng followed in his footsteps. With the two influential figures gone, the scene erupted into chaos once more.
Some in the crowd gloated, treating the incident as a joke, but most felt pity for Lu Ming. Though the incident had erupted like a storm, once it became clear Lu Ming possessed only a human-grade spirit vein, the commotion quickly died down. Those whose cultivation had been abruptly interrupted returned to their meditation cushions and resumed their inward contemplation.
Gong Mengfei, however, stared at Lu Ming with a look of suspicion. Ever since their first meeting, Gong Mengfei had sensed something mysterious about Lu Ming.
Despite possessing a mere D-grade soul essence, his cultivation speed matched hers in a grade practitioner step for step. His rapid cultivation pace was one thing, but his combat prowess was truly extraordinary, even surpassing her own. Now, in less than an hour, he had mapped out all his spiritual veins, successfully opened one, and broken through to the 4th rank.
Deep down, Gong Mengfei was convinced that Lu Ming's spirit vein couldn't possibly be ordinary. Gong Mengfei whispered, "Is your spirit vein really human grade? It doesn't feel like it to me."
Lu Ming cleared his throat twice and chuckled, "I didn't want to either, but it was just white."
"What could I do? Did you detect any spirit veins earlier?"
Lu Ming didn't want to dwell on the topic and deliberately changed the subject.
At this, Gong Mengfei felt a deep sense of defeat.
Her face clouded with sorrow as she sighed, "Ugh, not yet. I searched the spirit platform for ages, but couldn't find a single spirit vein."
"Lu Ming, do you think I'm just not talented enough?"
Seeing her dejected expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
"Of course not. Your martial soul is already a grade. Your spirit vein should be at least Earth grade. The higher the quality of the spirit vein, the harder it is to discover and open. Look at it this way, it's actually a good thing. Try again. I'll wait here for you." After Lu Ming's encouragement, Gong Mengfei felt a sudden clarity wash over her and a smile spread across her face. "Right. Thanks, Lu Ming. I'll give it another thorough try."
Gong Mengfei sat cross-legged once more, entering her inner vision state, while Lu Ming found a spot nearby to sit. Whether it was due to the Enlightenment Stone or some special formation here,
the spiritual energy in this plaza was exceptionally abundant.
Lu Ming felt it was even denser than the spirit-gathering chamber he had once set up in Qinzhou City.
Try the vast breath technique.
Lu Ming had only practiced it for a single day, yet the technique's formidable power lingered vividly in his mind. Now that he had mastered it, he couldn't wait to put it to the test. The cultivation techniques and martial arts rewarded by the Sword Immortal System were somewhat akin to transmitting skills. Lu Ming didn't need to cultivate them at all. These techniques and martial arts felt as though he had practiced them long ago, becoming utterly familiar with them.
With a mere thought, the vast breathing technique began to flow automatically.
Lu Ming felt his 9 spiritual veins instantly transform into 9 ravenous whales, gaping wide to devour the surrounding spiritual energy with frenzied hunger.
Gained experience 20. Gained experience 20. Gained experience 20.
The system's voice chimed repeatedly. In just 2 hours, Lu Ming had gained 500 experience points through the vast breath technique alone. This efficiency was almost on par with his previous demon beast hunts with Jiang Yingkai and the others. Remember, that was a cross-level kill. If he were to hunt a 4th grade demon beast now, the experience gained would be significantly reduced. Compared to slaying spirit beasts, cultivating techniques offered the advantages of safety and location flexibility. While the same cultivation technique would yield different results in areas with varying spiritual energy concentrations, it was still far more stable than hunting demon beasts. After all, demon beasts are living creatures that must be sought out, and the time spent searching is unpredictable. One might get lucky and encounter several suitable beasts in a single day, but bad luck could mean going a day, or even 2 or 3 days, without finding a suitable target. Moreover, cultivating techniques had another advantage: it could replace sleep. Lu Ming could spend his days hunting beasts or attending to other matters, then cultivate using the vast breath technique at night. By pursuing both paths simultaneously, Lu Ming was confident his cultivation progress wouldn't lag behind. Moreover, the cultivation speed of the vast breath technique would accelerate as his soul essence level increased. This prospect filled Lu Ming with renewed anticipation. Aside from Lu Ming, many others behind him had successfully detected spirit veins, yet their enlightenment stones remained completely still. 2 days later, 7 flashes of light suddenly streaked across the sky above Gong Mengfei's head. Opening her eyes, she excitedly scanned the area for Lu Ming and Gong Changfeng. Spotting them, she couldn't contain her joy. She leaped up and ran toward them. "Dad, Lu Ming, I've detected a spirit vein too." Chapter 57, In Position, Plan its duties, fulfill its responsibilities. Gong Changfeng shot to his feet, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Gong Mengfei. "How many? What grade? Manifest them quickly, let me see." It had taken Gong Mengfei 2 days to locate the spirit veins. Such a situation could only mean one of 2 things: either her talent was exceptionally poor, or the number and grade of the spirit veins were quite remarkable. By all logic, she likely possessed at least 4 Earth-grade spiritual veins. A surge of pride washed over Gong Mengfei's face as she channeled her spiritual energy to manifest the veins. Earth-grade, 8 spirit veins. Seeing the 6 pitch-black spirit veins behind Gong Mengfei, Gong Changfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. 8 Earth-grade spirit veins. Such talent was exceptional even across the entire Great Xia. Even many powerful figures at the level of a domain lord possessed fewer spirit veins than Gong Mengfei. Excellent. 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 It seems our old Gong family will finally have a chance to produce a top-tier powerhouse. Congratulations. Lu Ming smiled as he offered his congratulations to Gong Mengfei. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Gong Mengfei and Gong Changfeng suddenly remembered Lu Ming was still present. Fearing Lu Ming might be discouraged, Gong Mengfei hastily retracted her spirit vein and offered reassurance. "Lu Ming, whether it's spirit veins or soul essence, they only determine our starting point, not our destination. With your current strength, you still have a strong chance of entering a top-tier martial academy. Once you're in, with enough effort, you'll have the chance to become a formidable powerhouse in your own right." Gong Changfeng also dropped his smile and said, "That's right. You've got a good temperament and you work hard enough. Don't lose heart. Keep cultivating diligently, and you'll surely make a name for yourself in the future." Hearing their words, Lu Ming paused in surprise. But he quickly recovered, smiling as he replied, "All right. I will." Lu Ming understood they were merely trying to console him, fearing he might fall into despair from the crushing blow of reality. But honestly, that was completely unnecessary. Lu Ming's spiritual vein was actually stronger than heaven grade. It was immortal grade. And it was a 9 spirit vein. To put it bluntly, he was the only one in the entire Blue Star with such a vein. He didn't even give heaven-grade spiritual veins a second glance. How could an earth-grade spiritual vein possibly affect him? Now that you two have both mapped your spirit veins, let's prepare to head back. These past few days, I felt restless, as if something major is about to happen. We need to hurry back. After walking out of the city, the trio mounted their iron bone birds and set off on their return journey. Several hours later, Gong Changfeng's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his expression turned grim. His aura surged violently, his fists clenched so tightly his clothes seemed on the verge of bursting. Simultaneously, he ordered the iron bone bird to land swiftly. Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei noticed Gong Changfeng's unusual state and asked in unison, "Dad, what's wrong? What happened? Lord Gong, is something wrong with the Mad Lion Mountains?" Judging by Gong Changfeng's expression, Lu Ming suspected the Mad Lion Mountains were likely the source of the disturbance. Otherwise, with Jiang Yingkai and the others' strength, they should have been able to handle it. Gong Changfeng nodded. "Yes. Urgent reports from the city state that a bloodthirsty mad lion and a mutated golden horned savage bull have launched an assault. Xianzhou City is in imminent peril. According to intelligence from the city, that golden horned savage bull is no weaker than the bloodthirsty mad lion. The city's defenses will collapse soon. I must return immediately to reinforce the city. Both of you have strong prospects of entering the Advanced Martial Academy, so you should not accompany me back. Return to Qianzhou Prefecture City instead." Lu Ming saw a resolute glint in Gong Changfeng's eyes. Clearly, he believed his mission held little hope of survival and did not wish to send Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei to their deaths alongside him.
Lu Ming frowned. Then why don't we go to the prefectural capital for reinforcements? If they could just send 1 or 2 grand commanders, Shenzhou City's crisis would be resolved. Gong Changfeng offered a helpless smile. It's not as simple as you imagine.
Why do you think we humans don't expand our cities endlessly like in the pre-new era, but instead build towering walls to enclose them?
Xianzhou Prefecture borders the Duanqi Mountains, teeming with powerful demonic beasts. Should they detect any weakening of our defenses, the consequences would be unimaginable.
Secondly, even the prefect lacks the authority to redeploy the city's defenses. Such a move requires an edict from the Great Xia Council.
Otherwise, it would be treated as an act of rebellion. Given the current situation, we have no choice but to save ourselves. Gong Mengfei knew Gong Changfeng's mission held little hope of survival.
She threw her arms around him and began to weep.
Daddy! I don't want you to go.
Gong Changfeng tenderly stroked her hair, supporting her arms as they locked eyes. His expression was solemn.
Mengfei, remember this. To hold a position is to fulfill its duties and responsibilities. That is the fundamental baseline for any person. As the Lord of Qianzhou City, I enjoy the authority bestowed upon me by the people.
Naturally, I must shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. If I desert my post now, not only will the authorities not spare me, but I myself could never forgive myself. Mengfei, remember this, we live not solely for ourselves. His gaze shifted to Lu Ming.
Lu Ming, please escort Mengfei back to Qianzhou Prefecture. Live well.
Seeing Lu Ming about to speak, Gong Changfeng immediately raised a hand to stop him and continued. You're still young, full of potential. There will be plenty of time for you to shine in the future. I believe that with your talents and character, you will both become pillars of the human race and stand on the battlefield fighting for humanity's survival.
That will be the time for you to lay down your lives. Not now.
As Gong Changfeng turned to leave, Lu Ming grabbed his arm. Lord Gong, I agree with what you said, but you've overlooked one crucial point.
I am also a member of Qianzhou City. That place is my home, my roots. Shouldn't I fight for my homeland? If not, how am I any different from a deserter? Take me with you. I believe my current strength is sufficient for this level of battle. Lu Ming's expression was resolute. Before Gong Changfeng could refuse, he leapt onto the iron-bone bird's back.
The iron-bone bird could understand human speech, but its limited sentience made its thoughts simple. It only wished to give its master one more chance at survival, so for the first time, it showed no resistance to Lu Ming's mount.
Gong Mengfei hurriedly leapt onto the iron-bone bird as well.
Wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she declared with unwavering resolve. Father! I too have been granted the rights bestowed upon us all.
I am a member of Qianzhou City.
Not only are you there, but also my 4 uncles. I must return to fight alongside you.
Even if it means death, we must be together.
Gong Changfeng watched the two of them, his eyes unexpectedly growing moist. He lifted his gaze to the sky, steadying his emotions before his face softened into a look of acceptance.
Very well. Since you hold this resolve, let us fight together for our homeland.
Chapter 58, The Fortitude of the City Defense Forces. The trio rushed back with a resolve to face death head-on.
As if infected by their resolve, the iron-bone bird flew at a pace significantly faster than on their journey there.
3 hours later, they approached Qianzhou City. Even from the air, they could now hear the chaotic roars of beasts and the shrieks of humans below.
Qianzhou City.
At that moment, the entire garrison had assembled near the city walls. Clad in armor, they stood ready for battle. Jiang Yingkai, Li Wuju, Xiao Lei, and Huang Zhong stood together on the ramparts, directing the defense. 4 hours had passed since the beasts' initial assault. Their entire defensive line had collapsed, leaving only the city walls as their last line of defense. Should the walls fall, the millions of civilians behind them would be devoured by the beasts. Gazing at the dense swarm of beasts swarming hundreds of meters beyond the walls, Jiang Yinkai's expression grew grim as he asked, "How much longer will our supply depot's spirit stones last?" Li Wuju took a deep breath and replied slowly, "At most 1 hour. And that's assuming the golden horned ox and the bloodthirsty lion don't join the charge. If they do, I estimate we won't even last half an hour."
Jiang Yinkai's expression darkened. What about the great clans within the city?
Surely they must have substantial reserves as well. Li Wuju's face flashed with anger as he spat out, "Don't even mention them. Those bastards refuse to send men to help fight the tide, and they won't contribute a single resource. Right now, they're packing up their belongings, preparing to flee through the south gate."
Qianzhou City had only 2 gates.
The north gate, where Jiang Yingkai and his men were stationed, faced the beast tide head-on. The south gate was a secondary entrance leading to more remote towns.
Xiao Lei's face hardened with fury.
"Oomph. Those bastards. They always talk about contributing manpower and resources for the city's development, yet now they're deserting without a fight? Disgraceful. Brother, let me lead a group to teach them a lesson and seize their supplies."
Huang Zhong nodded in agreement.
"Right. That's exactly what we should do. They've been raking in profits hand over fist all this time.
Now is precisely when we need them. With their spirit stones to support us, we might just hold out until the boss arrives. Zhang Yingkai shook his head at this. No. At the end of the day, they're just civilians. With disaster upon us, it's understandable they'd want to flee. The rear is already in chaos. If we resort to looting now, we'll truly lose the people's trust. How will the citizens of other cities view us, the city garrison? Are we bandits? We wear this uniform and we must defend it. Even if it means death, we absolutely cannot bring shame upon it. Xiao Zhong, dispatch men immediately to restore order within the city. Provide proper arrangements for those who choose to stay. Those who wish to leave may depart through the south gate. But, seeing the hesitation on their faces, Zhang Yingkai straightened his expression in feigned anger. Get moving. Huang Zhong sighed deeply before turning and leaving. Moo! 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 Amidst the herd, the massive golden bull with towering horns bellowed repeatedly. As the call echoed, a peculiar force seemed to radiate from his body. The demon beasts at the forefront suddenly flashed crimson eyes. After a series of furious roars, they charged toward Shenzhou City. This onslaught was massive. Standing atop the city walls, one could see a dense, seemingly endless sea of beasts stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them were not only low-grade beasts of the first and second ranks, but also a considerable number of third and even fourth rank beasts. This beast tide wasn't confined to the Mad Lion Mountains. Even creatures from ordinary training grounds had joined the onslaught. Behind it all, it seemed as though an invisible hand was orchestrating everything. Watching the surging tide of beasts approach, Zhang Yingkai took a deep breath. All ranged soulbinders, advance. You too, go prepare the troops for battle. Everyone, brace yourselves for a fight to the death. Soon, 100-strong contingent ascended the city walls. Among them were middle-aged men in their 30s and 40s, as well as young men in their 20s. Their cultivation levels ranged from 3rd rank to 2nd rank. Some were regular soldiers, while others were merely reservists. Surveying the 100-strong force, Zhang Yingkai declared in a solemn voice, whether you're veterans or new recruits, you are now the bravest warriors of Qianzhou City. I demand you hold the line against the beast horde with everything you have. Even if it costs you your lives, you shall not retreat a single step. You've donned this uniform, so you must live up to it. Live up to the oath you swore when you enlisted. These men stared intently at the advancing horde of beasts, their eyes burning with resolve, showing not a trace of fear. They rendered a grand Xiao military salute to Zhang Yingkai and declared in unison, we, the soldiers of this nation, shall fight to the death for our country and never retreat. For the city, we shall fight to the death without retreat. For our homes, we shall fight to the death without retreat. Blood-stained battlefields, our spirits shall never regret. The roar of 100 men resonated with such force it seemed imbued with a peculiar magic, piercing through the cacophony of the beasts' cries. Zhang Yingkai returned their salutes solemnly, declaring, blood-stained battlefields, our spirits shall never regret. Fight for our homeland, soldiers. As the first wave of attackers closed in, Zhang Yingkai immediately ordered the assault. Instantly, the soldiers with ranged capabilities unleashed their skills, hurling a barrage of multicolored martial arts techniques. The first wave of beasts was not particularly formidable, mostly first-rank creatures, and they were easily repelled. But before they could catch their breath, the second wave surged forward, trampling over the corpses of fallen beasts. The beasts surged like a relentless tide, wave after wave, surge after surge. Though the city defenders fought desperately, the sheer numbers of the beasts were overwhelming. The beasts continued advancing toward the city walls at a steady, relentless pace. Amidst the countless beasts, a figure clad in black robes stood out. Even the bloodthirsty lion and the golden ox lay beside him, their eyes gentle and submissive. The black-robed figure watched the demon beasts falling one after another. Far from feeling any pity, his eyes burned with excitement. As the thick, sticky scent of blood filled the air, a twisted grin spread across his face. Fresh blood, its scent is truly delightful. Flow. Flow. Flow until rivers of blood form. With so many people and beasts, I'm certain I can refine a mid-grade blood god pill. The black-clad figure's eyes burned with madness as he emitted a sinister, chilling laugh. Jean Dainiu and the bloodthirsty lion clearly feared him intensely. As the black-clad figure cackled, both beasts trembled in fear. By the time the first and second grade demon beasts were completely exhausted, the ground 300 meters outside Shenzhou City was littered with their corpses. Beast blood drenched the earth, pooling into rivulets, while the air thickened with a nauseating stench of blood. Wu Ju, healing potions. Distribute the healing potions to them immediately. Prepare the city defense cannons. Observing the scene before him, Zhang Yingkai showed no sign of relaxation. Instead, his tension only deepened. For he knew this was merely the appetizer. The real battle was only just beginning. Chapter 59, The Hard-Fought Battle. At the black-clad figure's signal, Jean Dainy arose once more, bellowing a long, mournful moo. The eyes of those third and fourth grade demon beasts had already turned completely crimson. Now seemingly under complete control, they charged straight toward Shenzhou City. Third and fourth grade demon beasts not only possess greater strength, but most of them also wield innate secret techniques, and many even possess means of long-range attack.
Beyond that, the sky now echoed with the sound of birds chirping. Looking up, he saw over a dozen large birds of various shapes and sizes flying toward the city walls. As he observed the birds, Jiang Yinkai's expression grew even more solemn. Xianzhou City's walls were constructed from special materials and reinforced with formations, granting them formidable defensive capabilities. They could withstand even 5th-grade demon beasts to some extent, but they offered no defense against flying creatures. Within the city walls, aside from members of the prominent clans, most were low-tier martial artists of the 1st or 2nd rank. Many were even ordinary citizens with no cultivation at all. If these giant birds breached the defenses and flew into the city, it would spell utter disaster for the citizens. Jiang Yinkai immediately ordered, "Shoot them down." Among these giant birds were not only 3rd-grade beasts, but also 2 4th-grade ones. The methods used by the soldiers earlier were insufficient to bring them down. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous cannon blast echoed, and a streak of blue light, trailing a dazzling tail, shot from the city wall, striking one of the 3rd-grade birds with pinpoint accuracy. The city defense cannon was a heavy weapon within the city defense forces and also a type of spirit weapon. Xianzhou City's defense cannon was a 2nd-grade spirit artifact. The destructive power of a single shell was enough to overwhelm even a 4th-grade demon beast. If they could form a coordinated barrage, even a 5th-grade demon beast would have to retreat. Under the immense force of the city defense cannon, the 3rd-grade giant bird was instantly blown to shreds. Though formidable, the cannon's shells were extremely scarce. Their entire stockpile amounted to a mere 200 shells. Yet the threats they faced extended far beyond these few giant birds. But for now, besides the city defense cannons, there was no other way to stop these flying demon beasts. Jiang Yinkai could no longer afford to spare the shells. He barked the order, "Keep firing. Take them all down." These beasts now seemed utterly frenzied, showing no trace of fear. Soldiers who had just downed recovery potions immediately launched another assault. The thunderous roar of cannons filled the air, mingling with the chaotic clamor of battle. Among the giant birds, 2 4th-rank creatures proved cunning, evading 2 consecutive cannon shells. Fortunately, they were shot down just as they flew over the city walls. By now, Jiang Yinkai had personally arrived at the city defense cannon. As the most formidable weapon at their disposal, Jiang Yinkai had to ensure every cannonball delivered maximum impact. Facing the chaotic battlefield, Jiang Yinkai forced himself to remain calm, ensuring every decision he made was correct. Under his command, the city defense cannons fired one after another, exploding within the beast horde. Each blast killed a 4th-rank demon beast and shook countless 3rd-rank beasts to the core. After firing 100 shells, Jiang Yinkai promptly halted the barrage and ordered his troops to haul all 4 remaining city defense cannons onto the ramparts to form a cannon array. The strongest beasts, the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox, remained untouched. He needed to save those 100 shells. Even though the soldiers on the walls dared not rest for a moment, they numbered only 100 or so, while the demon beasts were in the tens of thousands. Compared to them, their strength was still too insignificant. Soon, the beast horde reached the base of the city walls. The defensive formation of the city walls activated, forming a pale blue light shield before the ramparts. The demon beasts unleashed their innate secret techniques to bombard the shield. Under the relentless barrage, the shield began to waver, its spirit stone reserves rapidly depleting. Some beasts, having exhausted their innate techniques, charged the shield head-on with their physical bodies. As the number of charging beasts grew, the shield shook more violently, seeming on the verge of shattering at any moment. Jiang Yinkai summoned his soul spirit and addressed Li Wuju beside him. "Wuju, take command for me now." Li Wuju knew Jiang Yinkai intended to lead men out of the city to slay the beasts. His face flushed with urgency. "Second brother. You command. I'll go." Outside the city walls, the demon beasts were growing ever more numerous. If they weren't eliminated promptly, even with sufficient spirit stones, the formation would collapse before they could be defeated. Leaving the city now meant facing certain death, yet they had no other choice. Facing death, not a trace of fear lingered in their hearts. Jiang Yinkai patted Li Wuju's shoulder and said softly, "Since you call me brother, how could I let you die before me? You're not just my younger brother, you're also Xiao Lei and Xiao Zhong's elder brother. Don't fight it. Your time will come." Li Wuju tried to speak, but Jiang Yinkai cut him off. "I now command you, as your elder brother and your commander, to take command. Remember this, not a single demon beast shall enter the city to harm our people until every last one of us is dead." Li Wuju drew a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. He saluted Jiang Yinkai with a military salute. "Your subordinate accepts the order." Jiang Yinkai returned the salute before heading toward the city gate. There, a 300-strong elite unit stood ready for battle. Every single one possessed 3rd-rank cultivation, the absolute elite of the city's defense forces. Though they were normally commanding officers leading troops, now they had become the first to face death head-on. Even so, their eyes burned with fierce resolve, showing not a trace of defeat or fear. A unique vitality and spirit radiated from them. Jiang Yinkai gazed at these soldiers he had personally trained, unable to utter a word. Fighting back the tears welling in his eyes, he saluted these brothers in arms who had followed him for years, then spoke only one sentence. "Brothers, follow me out of the city. Fight for our homeland. Kill.
The 300 men shouted in unison, "Charge! Kill! Kill!" Their voices pierced the heavens, echoing long after. The 300 men radiated a murderous aura, each resembling a war god forged in the crucible of blood and fire. At Jiang Yinkai's signal, the city gates slowly swung open. He charged forth at the head of the charge, leading his men into battle. The moment they left the protective barrier of the formation, demonic beasts charged toward him. Engaging in battle, Jiang Yinkai summoned his soul essence, which pierced through the beast horde like a razor-sharp blade, slashing and hacking with fury. The 300 soldiers behind him followed suit, charging fearlessly into the beasts. Their slender forms darted through the massive demonic creatures, slashing and hacking. In that moment, though only 300 strong, the indomitable, fearless aura radiating from them felt overwhelmingly powerful. The dense horde of beasts was actually carved apart by them, leaving a gaping void in their midst. Li Wuju watched the men fighting fiercely outside the city walls, his eyes brimming with tears. Everyone! Regenerate quickly! Sharpen your senses and support our brothers below with all your might. Infected by the atmosphere, those on the ramparts, though temporarily safe, were physically and mentally exhausted from the intense battle. Even so, not a single one chose to rest. They all grabbed potions and downed them, their attacks never ceasing. A solemn and tragic mood permeated the ramparts. Chapter 60, Ephemeral Blossom. Jiang Yinkai's elite squad charged into the beast horde, each member unleashing combat prowess beyond their usual limits like war gods. Within mere minutes, they had indeed carved out a clear path before the city walls. Whether due to their distance from Jin Dainyu and the bloodthirsty lion, the intense crimson aura surrounding these beasts had significantly faded. Fourth-rank beasts and some third-rank beasts with potent bloodlines gradually regained their senses. Suddenly, they too were intimidated by the formidable aura emanating from Jiang Yinkai and his men, halting 10 meters away and daring not to advance a single step. Jiang Yinkai and his companions' armor was already drenched in blood. Many suits were torn and mangled, the blood splattered upon them indistinguishable whether from the beasts or their own. The soldiers glared at the beast horde with murderous intent, their blood energy surging skyward. Their fearless, death-defying aura was like a sharp sword, striking terror into the demon beasts and keeping them at bay. Seeing this, the black-clad figure frowned and snorted coldly, "Humph! Beasts are beasts so easily intimidated. They're merely clinging to their last breath. Let them charge." The black-clad figure kicked Jin Dainyu beside him. Jin Dainyu had undergone a profound transformation, his body now fully that of a savage bull. Only his mutated head vaguely retained traces of his original features. Besides the striking pair of golden horns on his head, Jin Dainyu also possessed an eerie purple black eye in the center of his brow. Though tightly shut, it radiated an indescribable eeriness. The aura emanating from Jin Dainyu was extraordinary, matching even the bloodthirsty lion beside him. In fact, the presence of that eye made him seem even more eerie. Jin Dainyu now seemed utterly devoid of consciousness, like a marionette on strings. Upon hearing the black-clad figure's words, he sprang to his feet, raised his head, and bellowed a series of loud, resonant moos. As Jin Dainyu's bellow echoed out, an inexplicable force descended upon the beast horde. The beasts, who had regained some semblance of reason, once again saw their eyes turn blood red. Countless beasts surged forward like a tidal wave. This time, the onslaught was even more ferocious than before. Though Jiang Yinkai and his companions were fearless in the face of death, they were not prepared to make futile sacrifices. Seeing their spiritual energy nearly depleted, Jiang Yinkai immediately shouted, "Retreat!" Li Wuju had already prepared for the retreat. As the city gates swung open, 2 city defense cannons fired simultaneously. At the same time, soldiers on the city walls, whose spiritual energy had partially recovered, launched their own attacks to cover Jiang Yinkai and his men as they retreated. The 2 city defense cannons exploded nearby, their immense force causing the city walls to shake violently. Hundreds of demon beasts were instantly blown to pulp. Yet the remaining beasts showed no sign of fear, charging toward the walls like war machines. Second brother. Xiao Lei and Huang Zhong rushed over, seeing Jiang Yinkai covered in bloodlust, and hurried to meet him. Jiang Yinkai waved them off. "I'm fine. Just severely depleted. Quickly distribute the recovery potions. The city walls won't hold out much longer. No matter what, we must hold our ground. We have to hold out until Big Brother returns." Driven by Jin Dainyu's relentless shouts, the beast horde surged like a tidal wave, wave after wave crashing against the city wall's defensive shield. 10 minutes later, with a thunderous crash, the defensive shield finally buckled under the pressure and shattered. Jiang Yinkai wiped the blood from his face and cast a solemn glance at the soldiers behind him. At that moment, Li Wuju, Xiao Lei, and Huang Zhong stood in the front row, backed by 1,500 soldiers. This was the entirety of Zhenzhou City's garrison forces and reserves, all except for the 100 long-range attackers and 8 artillery units stationed atop the walls. Jiang Yinkai retrieved a crimson-colored potion from his storage space. This potion was called Ephemeral Bloom. Developed by the Great Xia government, it was a special formula designed to squeeze every last ounce of potential from a human within an extremely short time frame, unleashing power far exceeding their normal capabilities. The ephemeral blossom proved remarkably effective.
For Jiang Yingkai, Li Wuju, Xiao Lei, and Huang Zhong, the four holding it consuming it allowed them to unleash strength comparable to early 5th grade warriors within 3 minutes. However, once the effects wore off, they would enter a near-death state. Without immediate medical intervention, the consequences ranged from ruptured meridians and becoming crippled to instant death. Seeing Jiang Yinkai's ephemeral flower potion, the soldiers swiftly retrieved their own doses from their storage spaces. Upon enlisting in the Great Xiao military, soldiers were granted only 2 items, their rank insignia and the ephemeral flower potion. Though the ephemeral elixirs held by these ordinary soldiers were not as potent as those of Jiang Yingkai and his 3 companions, their effects were still formidable, and the side effects were identical. Straightening their rank insignia, the soldiers clutched their ephemeral elixirs with a death-defying resolve. Jiang Yingkai flashed a relieved smile, raising the ephemeral flower potion high in one hand while saluting the others with the other. "Brothers, drink this ephemeral elixir. We shall reunite in 18 years. Tears glistened in the eyes of the 1,500 soldiers. Smiles spread across their faces as they shouted in unison. "We'll meet again in 18 years. Bottoms up." Jiang Yingkai pulled the cork from the bottle and downed it in one gulp. The soldiers followed suit one after another. "Let's go, let's take the bastards down together." Jiang Yingkai smashed the vial on the ground and strode toward the city gate, roaring with laughter. With a thunderous crash, the gate gave way under the beast's onslaught, bursting open as some creatures surged through. After drinking the ephemeral flower potion, Jiang Yingkai and his men glowed red, enveloped in a faint blood mist. Jiang Yingkai swung his soul blade, cleaving an invading beast in 2. "Kill!" Jiang Yingkai roared furiously, leading the charge himself. The remaining 1,500 soldiers followed closely behind, each pushing their soul blades to the absolute limit, unleashing their power with abandon upon the vicious beasts. The splattering blood and the corpses littering the ground were the ultimate testament to their lives. The city defenders now resembled ferocious beasts themselves, charging into the horde and slaughtering indiscriminately. 1,500 men drove the horde back, forcing them into retreat. Within a mere minute, every beast within 100 meters of the city walls lay slain. Jiang Yingkai stood atop the towering mountain of beast carcasses with his soldiers, raising his long sword toward the bloodthirsty lion crouched in the distance. He roared, "Beast, come fight!" With the city wall defenses breached, the black-clad figure wore a satisfied smile. He patted the bloodthirsty lion and Jean Dainyu on the back and chuckled, "All right. The appetizer is served. Now it's time for you two to shine." The dark-clad figure glanced toward the direction of Qianzhou Prefecture, chuckling to himself, "Ha. Judging by the time, with the iron bone bird's speed, it should be arriving soon. This grand gift should please Gong Changfeng, I expect." Chapter 61, Beast, Spare My Brother's Life. A flash of purple light flickered in the massive eyes of the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox. Both beasts let out furious roars before charging toward Jiang Yingkai and his 3 companions. Under the effects of the ephemeral flower potion, the Jiang brothers temporarily possessed strength comparable to that of a 5th-rank novice martial artist. To prevent their battle from endangering the other soldiers, the 4 charged out, deliberately leaving the battlefield to the troops. Among the 4, Jiang Yinkai's sole weapon was a B-grade blazing wind blade. 6 feet long, it was broad yet not clumsy, swinging with the lightness of wind, one of the rare blade-type soul weapons renowned for its attack speed. Li Wuju wielded a B-grade golden wolf soul. At his cultivation level, when fully activated, his hands transformed into razor-sharp wolf claws capable of shattering stone and piercing metal. Xiao Lei wielded a B-grade hallucinatory vine. When activated, it could lash out like a whip or coil to bind, offering both offensive and control capabilities. Huang Zhong wields a B-rank heavy armor turtle, renowned for its defense. When activated, a massive black turtle apparition materializes behind him, thickening his very aura. The 4 had faced life-threatening situations together countless times, forging unparalleled combat synergy. Huang Zhong led the charge as vanguard, with Jiang Yingkai and Li Wuju providing flanking support, while Xiao Lei positioned himself at the rear to focus on assistance. This 121 formation not only allowed them to seamlessly blend offense and defense but also enabled instant formation shifts, maximizing the potential of their life-soul advantages. The bloodthirsty lion and golden ox, however, had no such subtleties. Roaring, their already massive forms swelled another size, charging forward like colossal trucks. Xiao Lei channeled his soul essence to full power. For vine tendrils as thick as arms burrowed underground, suddenly springing out near the beasts and swiftly binding their legs. Both the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox now radiated a 5th-grade high aura, their strength far surpassing that of Jiang Yingkai and his companions. The hallucinogenic vines binding their limbs could only slow them down slightly, utterly incapable of halting their advance. Under the immense force of their charge, the 4 vines were stretched taut, creaking and groaning as if they might snap at any moment. Xiao Lei's face contorted as spiritual energy surged from his body like a flood, desperately sustaining his life soul. "Brothers, attack now. I can't hold on much longer." Jiang Yingkai and Li Wuju immediately unleashed their most powerful techniques, each charging at a different beast. Jiang Yinkai's blazing wind blade flashed with azure light, as if a whirlwind surged around him. The long blade traced countless afterimages in his hands before converging into a single strike, slashing down toward the bloodthirsty lion's head.
Li Wuju's claws glowed with a sinister black light. As his hands closed in on Jean Dania, he leapt upward, thrusting both claws toward the beast's throat. Both attacks were lightning fast. With Xiao Lei's support, their strikes landed solidly on the two beasts. A deep gash split open on the bloodthirsty lion's skull, scalding blood gushing forth like a fountain. The bloodthirsty lion roared in pain, its body glowing with intense crimson light. Its muscles bulged as it strained, snapping Huang Zhong's hallucinogenic vines clean off. Li Wuju's claws successfully pierced Jean Dania's neck, slicing a long gash with a single, fluid motion. This was precisely the artery Li Wuju had targeted. Blood spurted from the wound like a high-pressure water jet. Strangely, however, Jean Dania's blood was not the usual red, but a deep purple-black. Where it hit the ground, it sizzled, instantly turning the wild grass into scorched ash. Li Wuju looked down and saw that his claws had been corroded by Jean Dania's strange blood, developing numerous holes. A sharp pain shot through him. His face paled with shock. He urgently plunged both claws into the soil, wiping away the blood until the pain gradually subsided. Golden Ox roared with fury, his limbs surging with power. As he tore through the hallucinogenic vines, the golden horns atop his head suddenly blazed with intense light, emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Back up! Huang Zhong shouted, channeling his life essence to summon a shimmering turtle shell that enveloped him. He thrust his hands forward, positioning himself as a shield before Li Wuju. Thud! With a single blow, Huang Zhong was sent flying backward. Fortunately, his soul defense was formidable enough to prevent injury. All four knew time was running out. They didn't hesitate to risk their own safety, instead unleashing every technique they possessed to severely wound the two beasts. Their goal was to buy a sliver of hope with the citizens trapped within the city walls. Their suicidal assault infuriated the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox. Within a minute, both beasts were covered in wounds. The bloodthirsty lion was still somewhat functional, its strength and aura had weakened after being wounded. The golden ox, however, seemed unfazed even after Li Wuju severed its artery, appearing to grow more fierce with every blow. 2.5 minutes later, as the effects of the ephemeral flowers potion began to fade, Li Wuju and his companion's strength rapidly diminished. Huang Zhong gritted his teeth, mustering his last ounce of strength to fling Jiang Yingkai, Li Wuju, and Xiao Lei toward the city walls. Simultaneously, he channeled every ounce of energy into the remaining 3 vines, pinning down the bloodthirsty lion and Jean Daniu. Fire! Huang Zhong's command rang out. Though the 8 artillerymen on the ramparts felt a pang of reluctance, they knew this was the optimal moment to fire. If they missed this chance, it would be extremely difficult to inflict fatal damage on the two beasts with the city's defensive cannons. Commander Huang! The 8 men silently mourned for Huang Zhong in their hearts, yet their hands moved without hesitation. The thunderous roar of cannon fire echoed as 4 shells streaked skyward, trailing brilliant fiery tails. Xiao Zhong! Zhang Yingguo and the other 2 turned pale, shouting in unison. Huang Zhong's face softened into a reassuring smile as he murmured, "Brothers, fight to survive. Your younger brother must depart first." The city defense cannon's power was formidable. Even formidable beasts like the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox wouldn't dare confront them head-on. But Huang Zhong had resolved to die. With all his strength, he forced the hallucinogenic vines to snap and instantly regrow, trapping the two beasts. No! Xiao Lei rolled on the ground, punching out a fist, and swiftly retrieved an ancient-looking turtle shell from his storage space. He bit down hard on his tongue, spitting out a drop of blood before hurling the shell toward Huang Zhong. As the cannonballs descended, the shell landed beside Huang Zhong, rapidly expanding to envelop him. 4 shells exploded, their immense force scattering and sending the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox tumbling to the ground. The 8 artillerymen seized this golden opportunity, rapidly reloading and firing again. 98 cannonballs were fired in just over a minute. This firing rate was nothing short of miraculous, both for the city defense cannons themselves and for the 8 artillerymen. After this volley, the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox were left in a sorry state, their bodies covered in horrific, gruesome wounds. The bloodthirsty lion had even lost half its skull. Both beasts lay sprawled on the ground, their breaths weak and labored, motionless for a long while. Huang Zhong miraculously survived thanks to Xiao Lei's timely toss of the turtle shell for protection. However, the intense shockwaves had caused blood to pour from all 7 orifices of his body, a gruesome sight. By this point, every soldier who had taken the ephemeral elixir was utterly spent. Even so, they stood rigidly upright, sustained only by sheer willpower. Under the relentless, fearless assault of the city defenders, over 60% of the demon beasts affected by the dampness were utterly annihilated. The remaining beasts scattered in panic upon witnessing the fall of the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox. Seeing this, the black-clad figure fumed, steam practically rising from his head. Useless! Useless! All useless. How could you be beaten so badly by a bunch of 4th-rank trash? The black-clad figure hurled a dark purple orb toward the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox. Get up! Kill them! The sphere struck the 2 beasts, shattering and spilling a dark purple liquid. The liquid swiftly seeped into their bodies, rapidly restoring their condition. In the blink of an eye, they were already more than half recovered. Though not at full strength, it was more than enough to deal with the city guards who were already on their last legs. Enraged by their earlier ordeal, the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox roared furiously, their powerful limbs pulsing as they stomped down toward Jiang Yingkai and his 3 companions. Watching the 2 beasts regain some combat strength, the 4 men's eyes burned with reluctance. Who would have thought we'd lose in the end? Xiao Lei gave a bitter smile, his voice hollow with defeat. Jiang Yingkai patted him on the shoulder like an older brother, his voice calm and reassuring. It's all right. We did our best. Our leader won't blame us. The people of Qianzhou City won't blame us either. At least we brothers get to die together. That's not so bad. They gazed at the beast's achievements, their faces serene as they closed their eyes, quietly awaiting death's arrival. Just then, a crisp bird call pierced the sky, followed by a furious roar. You beast! Do not harm my brother's life. Chapter 62, Rescue. Gong Changfeng, Lu Ming, and Gong Mengfei finally arrived at this critical moment. Seeing his brothers in arms, with whom he had shared life and death, about to meet their end, Gong Changfeng disregarded his own safety. When the iron-bone bird was still 20 or 30 meters above the ground, he suddenly pushed off with all his might, launching his body like a cannonball. He summoned his great soul weapon, the Ice Soul Sword, and struck at the 2 beasts. A colossal surge of spiritual energy transformed into an ice-blue sword aura. Upon striking the ground, it instantly formed a thick ice wall before Jiang Yingkai and the others. The bloodthirsty lion and golden ox slammed into it, producing a dull thud as if striking a wall of bronze and iron. Big brother. Hearing Gong Changfeng's voice, Jiang Yingkai and the others' faces lit up with joy, though tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of these stalwart men's eyes. Lord City Master. The sight of Gong Changfeng's return ignited a new flame of hope within the hearts of the 1,500 soldiers, who had been on the brink of despair. Gong Changfeng's spiritual sense had already spread out. From their auras, he knew these soldiers had all consumed ephemeral flowers. If they didn't receive timely treatment soon, even if they survived, they would be crippled for life. The rescue operation could not wait a moment longer. Lu Ming, Mengfei, you two must immediately organize a rescue team. Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei knew they couldn't contribute much in this battle. After landing, they swiftly dragged Jiang Yingkai and the other 3 back into the city. The remaining 100+ soldiers on the city walls also hurried out from the city to bring back those who had ingested the ephemeral flower potion. Jiang Yingkai and his companions had been hanging on by sheer willpower. Upon seeing Gong Changfeng return, they collapsed completely, exhausted and unconscious. Gong Mengfei knew panic was unhelpful now. She distributed all the medicine Gong Changfeng had given her before following Lu Ming into the city. Within the city walls, panic over the beast tide had driven Qianzhou's citizens toward the south gate in droves. The streets were packed to the brim with people. Some martial artists, desperate to escape sooner, even used force to push ordinary people aside as they rushed toward the southern gate. Spotting this, Lu Ming quickened his pace, caught up, grabbed several of the queue jumpers, and slammed them to the ground. With so many offenders, Lu Ming couldn't spare time for each. He seized the strongest among them, a third-grade advanced martial artist. The man let out a pained cry, glaring furiously at Lu Ming and cursing, "What the hell do you think you're doing? I cut in line, so what? Why did you throw me down?" Lu Ming snorted coldly, releasing the aura of a 4th-rank martial artist. Fourth grade. The man's face paled in shock upon sensing Lu Ming's aura. He never imagined that someone as young as Lu Ming could possess such terrifying cultivation. "Sir, you, go ahead." Thinking Lu Ming also intended to cut in line to escape, the man's face tightened in fear. The commotion quickly drew the attention of many. Especially the ordinary people. After sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Ming, they dared not even shift their feet. They stared at him in terror, fearing Lu Ming's wrath if they made a move. Amidst the beast tide, Lu Ming could understand these commoners wanting to flee for their lives. After all, with their abilities, even if they all charged forward together, it would only be a futile sacrifice. What Lu Ming could not tolerate, however, was that these individuals, clearly possessing cultivation, did not think to fight shoulder to shoulder with the city defense forces when their homeland was in peril. Instead, they panicked and fled. This was an utter insult to the soldiers risking their lives to defend their homeland and secure their very survival. Raging fury surged within Lu Ming as he roared, "The soldiers on the front lines are fighting to the death to protect the city. The youngest among them are barely 20, with cultivation at the 2nd rank. Yet in this hour of peril, not only did they not retreat a single step, they cast their lives aside to battle countless demonic beasts. What were they fighting for?" Lu Ming's cold gaze swept over everyone present. "Was it not for this very city where we have lived for so long, this home filled with our songs and laughter? Have you ever considered? Even if you escape, what then? Would your home still be standing? With cultivation at your disposal, why can't you fight like men for your wives, children, and elders? For your homeland? Tell me, why?" Lu Ming's words were like pearls, causing even ordinary people to hang their heads in shame. Those martial artists who had awakened their soul essence flushed crimson with embarrassment. Lu Ming took a deep breath. "Lord Gongchang has returned. The beast tide is no longer a threat. But the soldiers who shed blood for our homeland lie gravely wounded. Without timely treatment, they will become crippled or worse, die. Now, is there anyone among you willing to stand with me before the city walls? To bring back those exhausted warriors for the sake of your homeland, your wives, children, and elders? To fight like men.
As soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged woman of second-rank cultivation stepped forward. Though I am not a man, I too wish to defend my homeland, to defend the city where I have lived for decades.
I am willing to return with you. With this lead, many martial artists quickly responded. I too will fight for our homeland. I too will fight.
The chorus grew louder and louder, the commotion spreading ever wider, eventually reaching all the way to the south gate. The family patriarchs who were busy moving their clan's assets saw this and hesitated. These individuals possessed not only formidable cultivation but also substantial resources and wealth. Even if they left Shenzhou City for other cities, they could quickly integrate and thrive. They weighed the pros and cons of staying. Upon learning of Gong Changfeng's return, the hurried escape of these prominent families slowed as they deliberately observed the unfolding situation. For them, Shenzhou City was, after all, the territory where they had put down roots for years. If they didn't have to leave, that would be the best outcome. Even so, these families merely remained in place, none joining Lu Ming's group. Zhong Shueishui and Zhong Lulu spotted Gong Mengfei in the crowd and approached Zhong Changqing.
Dad, Uncle Gong has been so kind to us. Uncle Jiang, Uncle Li, Uncle Xiao, and Uncle Huang have all treated us well too. We can't just walk away like this. You taught us that one must never be an ingrate.
Zhong Changqing's expression shifted. After a moment, he sighed deeply, shook his head, and smiled. I truly am getting old. Even you two youngsters have more sense than I do.
You're right. The Zhong family must never be ungrateful.
Zhong Changqing addressed the Zhong family members, those of second rank and above. Follow me to the north gate to support the city lord. The Zhong family's traditions were strong, and many clan members had long wished to rush to the city gates for support. They had only held back because Zhong Changqing had consistently restrained them. Now, with Zhong Changqing's command, the Zhong family members let out a collective gasp and quickly formed ranks to catch up with Luo Ming's group. Zhong Changqing led the Zhong sisters to the front of the formation.
Mengfei.
Hearing the call, Gong Mengfei turned to see the Zhong family members behind her, their faces lighting up with joy.
Zhong Changqing's face flushed with shame.
Mengfei, Uncle Zhong has been foolish.
Gong Mengfei shook her head. Uncle Zhong, let's not dwell on that now. The situation at the north gate is urgent. We must hurry there immediately. Chapter 63, Brother Cho. After witnessing Zhong Changqing's decision to reinforce the north gate, the clan heads of the Du, Zhou, and Huang families gathered together. Huang Manhwa, the head of the Huang family, frowned and said, "That young lady just mentioned the beast tide seems to be nearing its end. Shouldn't we go take a look too?" Zhou Ruanfa, the head of the Zhou clan, remained silent, instead turning his gaze toward Du Kunlun, the head of the Du clan. Du Ziming was Du Kunlun's only son.
Because Du Ziming had died under mysterious circumstances, Du Kunlun harbored considerable resentment toward Gong Changfeng. He snorted coldly, "Humph. I already sent men to investigate earlier.
This beast tide is unlike any we've seen before. This time there are 2 5th-rank demon beasts.
No matter how strong Gong Changfeng is, he couldn't possibly finish the battle so quickly. Gong Mengfei is just saying that to lure us over to help.
If you want to go, go. I'm staying right here. If he truly holds the line, our Du family will remain. If he fails, I'm out of here. With our Du family's resources, we could live comfortably in any city of comparable rank. There's no need to sacrifice our clan's lives over a few ridiculous words." Huang Manhwa and Zhou Ruanfa hesitated upon hearing this.
Ultimately, the 3 major clans decided to stay and observe the situation, with not a single member rushing to reinforce the north gate. Fortunately, beyond the 3 major families, many citizens remained unwilling to abandon their homes. Numerous people heeded Lu Ming's call and joined the convoy heading to the north gate. Though their cultivation couldn't match that of the major families, they weren't needed to fight the beasts. Instead, they were assigned to assist the city defense troops in treating the wounded. Outside the city gate, Gong Changfeng wielded his Ice Soul Sword, locked in combat with Jin Dainyu and the bloodthirsty Mad Lion. Both the bloodthirsty lion and Jin Dainyu had been wounded earlier by the city's artillery bombardment. Though the black-clad figures had forcibly restored some of their strength, they were still far from their peak condition.
Even their combined efforts could not withstand Gong Changfeng's relentless assault. Within mere minutes, Gong Changfeng had inflicted numerous gruesome wounds upon both beasts. Were it not for the strange purple-black energy enveloping them, the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox would have perished long ago. Through the earlier battle, Gong Changfeng had noticed something unusual about the pair. He swiftly extended his psychic senses. He soon spotted the black-clad figures within the rear ranks of the beast herd. Gong Changfeng's gaze swept over the countless beasts, his brow furrowing deeply. Though the figure was entirely cloaked in darkness, revealing only a pair of eyes, he felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. The figure locked eyes with Gong Changfeng and spoke in a deep, resonant voice, "Gong Changfeng, it's been a while. Do you still like the grand gift I sent you?" Gong Changfeng's brow tightened, his face flushing with disbelief. "Brother Cho? You're not dead?"
The cloaked figure emitted a series of sinister chuckles before pulling back the hood covering his head, revealing a hideously disfigured face. Except for his eyes, the man's nose and mouth appeared as if they had been brutally carved away with a knife. Where his nose should have been were only 2 holes, and his mouth was covered by a thin layer of flesh, exposing his gums. His nearly flattened face was covered in worm-like scars, twisting into grotesque, terrifying expressions with every twitch.
Thanks to you, I didn't die. I've been planning this grand gift for you for quite some time. Well, how about it? Are you satisfied? Gong Changfeng wore an expression of heartfelt anguish. Brother Chiu, do you know what you're doing? Have you forgotten the oath we swore before the military emblem?
Brother Chiu burst into a loud, hearty laugh.
Ha! Ridiculous. Utterly foolish. Gong Changfeng, you needn't put on this charade. Had you not turned your back midway, how could I have become this half-human, half-ghost wretch? If not for you, how could my wife and children have met such a tragic end? Gong Changfeng seemed to recall something.
Taking a deep breath, he said, Brother Chiu, back then I truly received orders from above to turn back and support Phantom Spirit Mountain.
They said someone else was going to assist you, so I.
Brother Chiu snorted coldly.
Enough. Stop playing games with me. Since I've joined the divine cult, our past friendship is but a fleeting memory. Why dwell on it? Today, we settle this once and for all.
A faint purple glow rose from Brother Chiu's body, emanating an aura of malevolence. Lu Ming, watching from the city walls, felt this aura and was immediately alarmed. He had assumed this beast tide was merely the bloodthirsty lion seeking vengeance, but never imagined fallen ones were manipulating it from behind the scenes. Gazing at the purple glow enveloping Brother Chiu, Gong Changfeng sighed deeply, his eyes growing icy.
I never imagined you'd sink so low.
Indeed, our past bond is no longer worth mentioning.
Brother Chiu burst into laughter. Fallen? I don't see it that way.
You have no idea how exhilarating life has been since joining the cult. The current system and those in power have rotted to the core.
Only by overthrowing them can we see the light. And you?
You'll all become nourishment on my path forward. Gong Changfeng knew all too well that the man before him was no longer the kind-hearted elder brother who had looked out for him in the military ranks. There was no room for discussion with a fallen soul. Gong Changfeng shot forward like an arrow, swinging his ice soul sword as streaks of sword energy shot toward Brother Chiu. The black-clad figure sneered coldly, a black longsword materializing in his hand. Both men's life essences were swords, and their ranks were equal. Their duel was exceptionally crisp and precise. No flashy martial arts, just a pure contest of swordsmanship. Both swordsmen were supremely skilled. Within a mere 10 breaths, they had exchanged over 100 blows. The clanging of blades filled the air, and sword shadows filled the sky. After hundreds more exchanges, realizing neither could gain the upper hand, they instinctively pulled back. The black-clad figure let out a cold chuckle. It seems that even though you've left the military these years, your military sword techniques haven't grown rusty. We were taught by the same master, so neither of us can break the other's moves. It appears I'll have to show you the new techniques I've learned in the divine cult. A dark glow suddenly flared along the black-clad man's sword, as purplish-black energy coiled around it like a serpent. He thrust the blade into the earth, and the violet energy spread like a spider's web. Wherever the purple energy touched, weeds on the ground instantly turned to ash, and the corpses of those demonic beasts shriveled, as if drained of all nutrients. Let my void golden horned ox play with you. As the words fell, the dark purple energy surged from the earth, entering Jean Denyo's body. The once moribund golden ox instantly stood bolt upright, its massive body glowing with dazzling purple light. The vertical eye between its brows suddenly opened, firing a beam of purple light toward Gong Changfeng. Watch out! Lu Ming sensed the terrifying power of the purple beam and urgently shouted the warning. Gong Changfeng reacted swiftly, channeling his spiritual energy as he thrust the ice soul sword into the ground. Ice wall. Powerful spiritual energy erupted before him, forming 10 ice walls. The purple light instantly pierced through 9 walls. As it struck the 10th, its speed shifted, and Gong Changfeng sidestepped to evade it. The purple light, having missed its target, rapidly fragmented and coalesced into a cage, trapping Gong Changfeng within. Golden light blazed from Jean Denyo's horns atop his head, emanating an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Golden Ox charged toward Gong Changfeng with powerful strides. Chapter 64, Are you truly a human spirit vein? As Golden Ox charged, the black-clad figure also moved. He seemed to merge into the shadows of the air, vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already behind Gong Changfeng, the black long sword in his hand pointing straight at Gong Changfeng's throat. Sensing the gust of wind behind him, Gong Changfeng instantly raised his ice soul sword to block, simultaneously striking out with a palm strike. Spiritual energy coalesced in his palm into a meter-long ice spike, hurtling toward Jean Denyo. The ice spike struck Jean Denyo, shattering into countless ice shards. While it didn't inflict any significant damage, it drastically slowed his momentum. Gong Changfeng now channeled his spiritual energy to form a thick layer of ice crystals around his life soul, shielding it from the corrosive force of the void. Chirp chirp. Seeing its master being beaten, the iron-boned bird flapped its wings and swooped toward Jean Denyo. The bloodthirsty lion, which had been lying prone on the ground, suddenly surged with the force of the void.
Infused by this void energy, its eyes turned an eerie purplish black and its aura grew sinister.
As the iron-bone bird dove down, the lion leapt up, slapping its claws together and sending the bird crashing to the ground. The iron-bone bird, nearly at the early stage of the 5th rank and a flying demon beast, lay utterly disheveled on the ground. As it struggled to take flight again, the bloodthirsty lion lunged forward, biting down on its wing. With the bloodthirsty lion's crushing bite force, a single solid strike would have crippled the iron-bone bird for good. At this critical moment, Lu Ming stepped forward, channeling his sword transformation technique and shadow concealment step. He transformed into a streak of light, charging out. In the nick of time, a sword beam struck the bloodthirsty lion's claw, sending spatters of blood flying. The lion recoiled in pain, only to be met by a barrage of successive sword chi. This allowed the iron-bone bird to regain its wings and soar once more. The bloodthirsty lion glared furiously at Lu Ming, slamming both paws onto the ground. A strand of void power shot forward at lightning speed. Lu Ming, be careful. Don't let the void energy touch you. Gong Changfeng, who had been monitoring the situation, urgently warned. Though he desperately wanted to aid Lu Ming, he was caught between the black-clad figure and Jin Dainio, while also guarding against the void force's erosion. He was simply stretched too thin. Lu Ming, however, showed no fear toward this dreaded void force that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Back in the City of the Fallen, he had already proven that his sword transformation technique was utterly impervious to its corrosive effects. Lu Ming neither dodged nor evaded the incoming void force, allowing it to strike his body. Seeing this, the black-clad man sneered, "Ha! To possess 4th rank cultivation at such a young age far surpassing what you and I achieved in our youth. What a pity, he's a fool. But rest assured, I'll forge him into a void puppet. He'll still reach the pinnacle of martial arts someday." Gong Changfeng, seeing the void force engulf Lu Ming, was shaken to his core. His defenses faltered, and the black-clad figure struck him in the chest with his sword. The ice crystals on his body shattered, revealing a horrifying wound across his chest. Traces of void energy still seeped from the wound, corroding his flesh. Gong Changfeng's expression hardened. He swept his hand across the wound, forcibly freezing it with frigid energy. "Lu Ming!" Gong Changfeng roared, swinging his ice soul sword in a desperate attempt to break through and rescue Lu Ming. However, the black-clad figure and Jin Dainio seized the moment to unleash a frenzied barrage of attacks upon him. Gong Changfeng was now riddled with vulnerabilities, quickly sustaining several new wounds. "Lord City Master, you needn't concern yourself with me. Focus on your own safety, I shall come to your aid shortly." A faint rainbow glow shimmered over Lu Ming's body as the void energy completely seeped into his skin. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Ming's face as he thought to himself, so this is what it can do. Lu Ming raised his sword and charged toward the bloodthirsty lion. The black-clad figure watched in shock. How is this possible? He couldn't believe that Lu Ming, a mere 4th rank cultivator, could ignore the erosion of void energy. Gong Changfeng was equally stunned, but there was no time for further thought. After confirming Lu Ming remained unaffected by the void force, he focused his attention on confronting the black-clad figure in Jin Dainio. Though the bloodthirsty lion had regained some combat strength thanks to the void energy, it was merely a dying gasp. Though Lu Ming was only at the early 4th rank, his 9 spirit veins were fully activated. The quantity and quality of spirit energy within him surpassed even that of an ordinary 5th rank cultivator. Within mere moments, the bloodthirsty mad lion's head was severed. This scene left Gong Changfeng and the black-clad man utterly stunned. Though wounded and severely weakened, the bloodthirsty mad lion was still a 5th rank demon beast. That Lu Ming, merely a 4th rank cultivator, could slay it so swiftly utterly defied their comprehension. "Lord City Master, is there any way to subdue them?" "Yes." For some reason, Gong Changfeng felt not a shred of doubt in Lu Ming's words. He answered instinctively. Gong Changfeng drew a deep breath as spiritual energy surged within him, 5 black spiritual veins manifesting behind his back. Pointing his ice soul sword toward the heavens, he roared, "Frozen realm." Instantly, an intense blue light shot forth from the ice soul sword. The blue light exploded in the air, transforming into countless ice crystals that rained down. Where the crystals touched the ground, vast sheets of solid ice instantly formed. The crystals landed on the black-clad man and Jin Dainio, instantly freezing them solid. Though their violent struggles quickly cracked the ice, allowing them to break free in an instant, for Lu Ming, that instant was enough. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. 9 milky white spirit veins appeared behind Lu Ming. His spirit veins differed from Gong Changfeng's fixed form. Lu Ming's 9 spirit veins twisted and turned, shrouded in a haze that obscured their exact form. A colossal surge of spiritual energy poured into the black iron sword, unleashing a terrifying blade of light. In an instant, an incredibly sharp aura swept out, tearing the earth before Lu Ming opened with terrifying, gaping fissures. Sensing the terror of this strike, a flicker of panic crossed the black-clad figure's eyes. In an instant, he formed seals with both hands. Dense void energy erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. "Gong Changfeng, our grudge is far from settled. We'll settle this another day. Boy, I remember you. One day, I will capture you and turn you into a void puppet."
As the words fell, the shattering force erupted, instantly reducing Jean Dania to fragments. The black-clad figure dissolved into a swirling purple-black mist and vanished. Only a massive crater remained where he had stood. Gazing at the crater, Lu Ming's brow furrowed involuntarily. Damn it! What a pain! Now I've got another target on my back. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. Gong Changfeng was utterly stunned by Lu Ming's terrifying combat prowess. That single sword strike had sent even him into a cold sweat. Gong Changfeng stared blankly at Lu Ming, a question forming in his mind. Is this kid really just a human-grade spirit vein? With this level of strength, has he truly only activated a single spirit vein? Chapter 65, My Rules Are My Rules. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming was stunned. He knew that the more spiritual veins one activated, the stronger one became. He had originally estimated that with his 9 immortal-grade spiritual veins, combined with the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, this strike should have severely wounded Jean Daniu and the black-clad man. He never imagined this strike would prove so terrifying. Not only did it instantly kill Jean Daniu, it also sent the black-clad figure fleeing in terror. Once he processed it, Lu Ming was overcome with wild joy. With 9 immortal-grade spirit veins, the spiritual energy surging within Lu Ming was as vast as an ocean. What had once required his entire spiritual energy to shatter a rock now consumed merely 1/10 of that power. This meant that, barring being caught off guard, he now possessed the strength to take on a 5th-rank martial artist single-handedly. Looks like I need to hurry up and take on some quests to get my hands on a higher-level footwork martial skill. For his physique, Lu Ming possessed the sword transformation technique. For attack, he had the 8 Desolations Sword Classic. Although he now also had the Shadow Concealment step, this advanced martial art was starting to feel inadequate for his current needs. After all, his goal wasn't merely to dominate his own tier, he sought to fight opponents 1 tier above him. Or even multiple tiers above. While defeating opponents several tiers above may sound fantastical, precedents exist below the 7th rank. According to records, Cui Xianling, the Great Xia's foremost war god, once slain as 7th rank fallen with only 5th rank cultivation. That marked the beginning of his illustrious career. This feat remains unmatched by anyone else to this day. Lu Ming's goal is to stand shoulder to shoulder with Cui Xianling or even surpass him. After all, Lu Ming is a man with a golden finger. Is your spiritual vein really a matter of luck, kid? Gong Changfeng approached, unable to resist voicing his lingering doubt. Lu Ming shrugged. It's wrapped. White, what else could it be but luck? Lord City Master, there's still much to be done. Let's not dwell on this matter for now. Though the fallen one had retreated, the aftermath of the great battle clearing the battlefield, tending to the wounded, and stabilizing public sentiment still awaited Gong Changfeng's attention. Thank you for everything this time. Gong Mingfei bowed solemnly to Lu Ming in gratitude. Lu Ming smiled. No need to thank me. I was merely protecting my own home. It's nothing out of the ordinary. Right then. If anything else needs your attention, I'll be heading off with Mengfei to arrange for the wounded to be treated. Meanwhile, Du Kunlun, Zhou Ruanfa, and Huang Minghua had already received word of the battle's conclusion through their clan spies. They immediately gathered their men and rushed to the scene. The beast tide was terrifying, but once the battle ended, the once horrific battlefield became a treasure trove. The hides, flesh, and blood of these beasts were ready-made materials worth a fortune. Particularly valuable were the corpses of 2 5th-grade demon beasts and over 10 4th-grade ones from this battle. For the families of Qianzhou City, these were precious cultivation resources. Particularly the bloodthirsty Mad Lion. The potions distilled from its flesh and blood essence were an absolute premium tonic for 4th-rank martial artists. Du Kunlun, Huang Minghua, and Zhou Ruanfa were all at the peak of 4th-rank cultivation. If they could seize a breakthrough opportunity from the essence blood of 5th-rank demon beasts, it would be an immense stroke of luck for their families. Upon reaching the south gate, the trio paid no heed to the wounded, striding directly before Gong Changfeng. After bowing respectfully to Gong Changfeng, Zhou Ruanfa spoke first with an obsequious expression. Lord City Master truly lives up to being Qianzhou City's foremost warrior. Such prowess leaves us utterly in awe. The people of Qianzhou City will forever remember your magnificent achievements. Gong Changfeng offered a forced smile. Cut the niceties. Business or nothing? I'm busy and have no time for your flattery. Huang Minghua hastily interjected with a forced smile. We have business. Of course we do. As citizens of Qianzhou City, we must contribute our strength when the city faces peril, don't you agree? These scattered beast corpses in pools of blood, if not dealt with promptly, given the current weather, they'll become unbearably foul within 2 days and risk spreading plague. We martial artists might manage, but if ordinary citizens without cultivation come into contact with them, countless more deaths and injuries could follow. With the city's defenses short-handed, we citizens are willing to take over their duties and clear away these beast carcasses. Gong Changfeng sneered coldly. Well then, I suppose I should thank you all for your kindness. Huang Minghua waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, come now. We're all citizens of this city. This is our duty, nothing more. I'll summon my clan members to assist immediately. Rest assured, Lord City Master, our major clans have ample manpower and meticulous work ethic. Within 2 or 3 days at most, we'll have every last beast carcass disposed of. Once everything is divided up, we'll deliver it all to the city lord's residence. Huang Minghua and his men had calculated their plan quite well. With so many demon beast carcasses piled up in the city garrison short-handed, having the major clans handle the cleanup meant they'd deliver the divided materials to the city lord's residence. But with the carcasses heaped into mountains and no precise count, the final tally would ultimately be up to them. Gong Changfeng was well aware of this situation. In the past, he might have turned a blind eye. After all, the 3 major families' businesses span every industry, and the city's livelihood depended on their support to function smoothly. But witnessing Zhong Changqing busily attending to the wounded, utterly disinterested in post-battle gains or losses, pushed Gong Changfeng's disgust toward Huang Minghua and his cohorts to its peak. Gong Changfeng swept a cold gaze over them and sneered, "You may all leave. I will arrange for these beast carcasses to be dealt with. Let me make this perfectly clear, you won't get a single hair's worth of anything from these beast carcasses." Du Ziming's face darkened. City Lord Gong, tradition dictates that the major clans handle the cleanup after every beast tied. Are you seriously going to break the rules this time? Gong Changfeng sneered with disdain. Custom? In Qianzhou City, my rules are the rules. Previously, I let you handle them because I considered your contributions of effort and supplies. This time, however, well, only you would be thick-skinned enough to even show your faces. Seeing Gong Changfeng's unwavering resolve, Huang Minghua and Zhou Ruanfa's expressions instantly turned cold. Lord Gong. Think carefully. If you drive away our 3 major families, this Qianzhou City won't be something your lord's mansion alone can manage. Gong Changfeng laughed aloud as if he'd heard the funniest joke. Then we shall see. But don't blame me for not warning you first. If I find even a single hair of these beast corpses touched by anyone from your 3 great families, don't blame my ice soul sword for showing no mercy. Finishing his warning, Gong Changfeng called out to Zhong Changqing, who was busy distributing medicine to the city defense troops. Changqing, come here. I have a task for you. Chapter 66, not asking for much, just one great martial art technique. Zhong Changqing froze upon hearing this. He handed the medicine in his hands to Zhong Shueishui beside him and hurried over. Lord City Master, you summoned me? Things are still hectic over there. As he spoke, Zhong Changqing gestured toward the wounded lying in the city gate archway. Gong Changfeng chuckled. Of course there's something. Why else would I call you? If I recall correctly, your Zhong family primarily deals in demon beast materials, correct? Zhong Changqing nodded. Yes. Our family has been deeply involved in this trade for many years. We're the largest operation in several surrounding cities and collaborate with numerous families. Gong Changfeng asked with a smile, if I gave you 5 hours, how many people could you muster at most? Zhong Changqing's pupils dilated. He now understood why Gong Changfeng had sought him out. He glanced at the expressions of Zhou Ruanfai and the others, inwardly relieved that he'd caught on sooner than they had. Otherwise, this colossal fortune would have passed him by. Suppressing his excitement, Zhong Changqing replied, Lord City Master, though our Zhong family is not large, we have numerous collaborating families across several surrounding cities. Within 5 hours, I can mobilize at least 1,000 men. Gong Changfeng nodded. Good. Then get the word out quickly. I'm putting you in charge of clearing these beast carcasses. With the recent heat, make sure they're cleaned up and disinfected as soon as possible. If an epidemic breaks out, you'll be the one I hold accountable. Zhong Changqing immediately pounded his chest in assurance, rest assured, Lord City Master. Should an epidemic break out, I, Zhong Changqing, will atone with my life. Before leaving, Gong Changfeng specifically instructed, your Zhong family will bear full responsibility for this matter. You may advance compensation to any families or individuals you recruit to assist. I will settle accounts with you later. As for random bystanders, keep them out of this. After Gong Changfeng departed, Zhong Changqing suppressed his excitement and pulled out his phone to call for reinforcements. Du Kunlun, Huang Minghua, and Zhou Ruanfa stared at the corpse of the bloodthirsty lion. Though tempted, none dared to touch it. Gong Changfeng's words had been crystal clear. None dared risk their lives to test whether his ice soul sword truly lived up to its reputation. After the beast tide subsided, Gong Changfeng deliberately used projection technology to address the citizens from above Qianzhou City, calming their panic. By nightfall, Qianzhou City had largely returned to normal, save for the bustling hospital, its lights still shining brightly. Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei spent the entire day arranging for the wounded and wrapping up loose ends, finally finding time to rest well past midnight. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Lu Ming collapsed into bed, utterly exhausted. He slept straight through until noon the next day. Fortunately, a martial artist's constitution far surpassed that of ordinary people. After sleeping soundly, Lu Ming felt no discomfort whatsoever. After a quick wash, Lu Ming opened his interface to check his current stats. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation level, 4th grade 25,100,000. Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Technique, Vast Breathing Art Superior. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra Great Perfection, Shadow Concealing Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent. Life Soul, D grade Mystic Iron Sword Fire, Metal. Spirit Vein, Immortal Grade. Skill Upgrade Points, 3. Void Gaze Special Status. You have been marked by the powerful void creature, Cleanser. Holy crap! The bonuses are insane. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the experience points.
Although Lu Ming had spent 2 days cultivating with the vast breath technique while in Shenzhou Prefecture, he had only gained a little over 1,000 experience points at most.
Now, the additional 23,000 plus experience points were all from slaying the bloodthirsty lion and golden ox.
At the time, the situation was urgent, so he hadn't paid much attention. Now, looking closely, he was utterly shocked. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Ming killed a demon beast and calculated the experience based on an SSS-grade Sword Immortal, with his 4th grade cultivation, killing a 5th grade demon beast would only net him 5 to 8,000 experience points at most. Yet now he had gained over 23,000 points. That was nearly triple the expected amount. Could it be because they were voidified?
Lu Ming couldn't think of any other explanation. Looks like I'll need to find an opportunity to verify this properly.
Lu Ming made up his mind. Next time he encountered a void-corrupted beast, he would listen carefully to the system's announcement after slaying it. If he confirmed that slaying void-corrupted beasts granted massive experience bonuses, he'd be fired up. After all, with the sword transformation technique at his disposal, void-transformed beasts posed little more challenge to Lu Ming than ordinary ones. Lu Ming stowed away the panel and summoned the map of the spirit-nurturing lotus once more, beginning his study. The system had previously warned him that the divine lotus yielded optimal effects at the 4th rank. Its efficacy would diminish significantly at the 5th rank. Though he didn't know the exact function of this sacred artifact, Lu Ming could vaguely guess that it must affect the sea of consciousness and divine perception. After all, the greatest distinction between 4th rank and 5th rank martial artists lay in their spiritual seas. This barrier between 4th and 5th rank was akin to the spiritual veins separating 3rd and 4th rank. Once a 4th rank martial artist reaches the realm of perfection, they can no longer gain experience. Only by successfully opening the spiritual sea can they break through to the 5th rank realm. The system provided maps were highly detailed. It indicated that the spirit-nurturing lotus was located on an island called Lotus Island. Lotus Island lies 300 nautical miles east of the Great Xia's eastern sea. Lu Ming searched on his phone and discovered that Lotus Island wasn't part of Great Xia's territory at all. Instead, it was a neutral zone jointly owned by Great Xia and Sakura Nation. Resources on the island belonged to neither nation, and neither country's military was permitted to station troops there. Only civilians could freely come and go. Lotus Island wasn't particularly large, spanning just over 100 square kilometers. It contained no special demonic beasts, but it did house a 5th grade secret realm known as Lotus Pond. Within this realm grew a 4th grade medicinal herb called spirit-gathering lotus seeds and a unique demonic beast called the phantom spirit dugong. Because the spirit-gathering lotus seed and the brain marrow of the phantom spirit dugong aid martial artists in better cultivating their spiritual seas, it attracts a large number of 4th grade martial artists. Naturally, some 5th grade wandering martial artists also lingered here year-round, seeking profit. Given that Lotus Pond is a 5th grade secret realm, 6th grade martial artists rarely venture to Lotus Island. With Lu Ming's current strength, traveling to Lotus Island posed little risk as long as he exercised caution. Nevertheless, to be safe, Lu Ming decided to first enhance his survival skills. After leaving his room, Lu Ming headed to the office area to find Gong Changfeng. Gong Changfeng looked visibly exhausted, clearly having worked through the night without sleep. Spotting Lu Ming, he rubbed his face, perked up, and smiled. "You're awake. I was just about to come find you." Lu Ming was a bit surprised. "Looking for me? What's up?" Seeing Lu Ming's astonished expression, Gong Changfeng nodded. "Of course. Honestly, if it weren't for you yesterday, I probably wouldn't have stood a chance against Brother Cho and Jean Dainyu. Though you weren't injured, you deserve the top credit for this victory. Tell me, what rewards do you want? As long as it's within my power, I'll grant them all." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He'd just been pondering how to ask Gong Changfeng for some speed-boosting items on credit. This was like a pillow arriving just when he needed one. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together excitedly, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he looked at Gong Changfeng. "Ha ha! My request isn't much, just help me get a great perfection tier footwork martial art." Chapter 67, 2nd Grade Spirit Artifact, The Breeze Boots. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Gong Changfeng's previously cheerful expression instantly turned serious. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Ming. "You've got some nerve asking for that. Great perfection level martial arts are rare even in Qianzhou Prefecture. I only have one great perfection level offensive technique myself, and I learned it back when I was in the army. You'd better ask for something more realistic." Lu Ming hadn't truly expected Gong Changfeng to actually procure a great perfection martial art for him. He chuckled, "Then something that boosts my speed would work too." After pondering for a moment, Gong Changfeng retrieved a pair of boots from his storage space. "Your attack power rivals that of a 5th rank martial artist. If your speed is sufficient to avoid being struck first, you might even stand a chance against higher ranked opponents. These 2nd rank spirit artifact boots, the Breeze Boots, are yours." 2nd grade spirit artifacts? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he eagerly took the boots and began examining them. The boots were a deep blue color, and holding them gave a cool sensation, as if a gentle breeze were caressing his hand. After putting them on, Lu Ming instantly felt his body grow significantly lighter. Activating the shadow concealment step, he instantly transformed into a streak of light and darted forward. In just 4 or 5 breaths, he had circled the city lord's residence and returned. Returning to his starting point, Lu Ming's face was filled with delight. These breeze boots greatly enhanced his speed. Combined with his sword transformation technique, Lu Ming felt his speed could now rival that of a 5th-rank martial artist. Lu Ming couldn't tear himself away from the breeze boots, but after handling them for a while, he placed them back on the table. These are far too valuable. Just get me some potions or something instead. Back at the city defense camp, Zhang Yingkai had mentioned that a grade 1 spirit artifact was worth 200 million great xia coins. Lu Ming estimated these breeze boots must be worth at least 4 or 500 million, possibly even more. Though he desperately wanted them, he remained a man of principle. Seeing this, Gong Changfeng's regard for Lu Ming rose even higher. After all, this was a priceless second-grade spirit artifact. How could an ordinary person resist such temptation? Gong Changfeng pushed the boots toward Lu Ming once more. Don't be so polite. You've earned this. While spirit artifacts are precious, the items from that golden ox and bloodthirsty lion weren't cheap either. All told, I've actually made a bigger profit. This item was my reward for earning a second-class military merit during my service. Now, I bestow it upon you. Though you are not a soldier, I hope you will retain this same fervor should you encounter such matters again in the future. Though Gong Changfeng's words were spoken lightly, for some inexplicable reason, Lu Ming felt a weight settle on his shoulders. He solemnly accepted the breeze boots. I will. Seeing Lu Ming's solemn expression, Gong Changfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Alright. No need to be so serious. With your current cultivation and strength, getting into a top academy is a sure thing. You can relax a bit from now on. The path of cultivation demands a balance between tension and relaxation. A string stretched too tight is no good either. Lu Ming nodded. Yes. I understand. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Lu Ming purchased some recovery potions from a merchant before departing the city for Qianzhou Prefecture. Only Qianzhou Prefecture offered airships to the coastal city. Due to the world's upheaval and rampant demonic beasts, land transportation had developed only moderately, with air travel being the primary means of travel. The airships of this world resembled the airplanes from Lu Ming's previous life, though they were considerably more advanced. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement as he boarded the airship. After several hours of flight, the ship landed in Binhai Prefecture City. Lu Ming then transferred to a bus to reach the harbor. Lotus Island, 2 more passengers needed to fill the boat. Departing soon. Lotus Island, 2 more passengers needed to fill the boat. Departing soon. As soon as Lu Ming stepped off the bus, he heard the repeated shouts. Hey, young man, heading to Lotus Island? My boat's just 2 passengers short. Want to come? 1,000 yuan each a steal. Lu Ming hadn't taken 2 steps before a middle-aged man grabbed his arm. His face was so dark it almost glowed, with a simple, unassuming expression. There was no trace of spiritual energy around him, just an ordinary person who hadn't undergone a class change. Alright, let's go. Lu Ming followed him to a small boat. Upon entering the cabin, Lu Ming froze. The cabin held 10 seats. All were empty except for one where a box sat placed. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Bro, what about the 2 missing passengers? Guess I'm the only one here. The man grinned sheepishly. Just sit tight for a bit, young man. It won't take long. Give me 10 minutes. Even if we don't fill up, I'm setting sail. Hearing this familiar line, Lu Ming suddenly recalled his past life's experiences with unlicensed taxis. Really? The man patted his chest. Of course it's true. Lu Ming glanced at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon. 10 minutes wouldn't be too much of a wait, so he decided not to argue. Fine, but you better keep your word, okay? If we're not moving in 10 minutes, I'm switching to another boat. After motioning for Lu Ming to sit down, the man dashed back out to solicit more passengers. Lotus Island was quite the hotspot. Within 5 or 6 minutes, the man returned with 10 people in tow. The 10 men were dressed similarly, likely from the same faction. Hey! Kid, get lost. This seat's mine, old man. Lu Ming looked up at the speaker. He looked to be around 30 years old, possessing mid-4th grade cultivation. Lu Ming frowned and shot him a withering glance. First come, first served. Got it? The man sneered coldly, glaring at Lu Ming with malice. Ha! I don't understand a damn thing. Get lost, or don't blame me for my fists having no mercy. As he spoke, he flexed his fists menacingly, waving them in front of Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was about to lose his temper, the boatman hurried over, his expression pleading as he looked at Lu Ming. Young man, I'm terribly sorry. They're a group of 10. Could you possibly make an exception and join me at the bow? There are benches there too. I'll charge you half price. The boatman was just an ordinary man, struggling to make ends meet. Seeing his pleading expression, Lu Ming's heart softened.
He shot the man a disdainful glance before nodding. Fine.
Seeing Lu Ming rise, the man spat contemptuously.
What a wimp. Lu Ming took a deep breath, suppressing his anger.
His gaze turned icy as he shot the man a look that bristled with murderous intent.
Upon reaching the bow, the boatman kept apologizing profusely to Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and said, "No problem. Let's set sail." Lu Ming understood the boatman's predicament.
As a martial artist, he wasn't petty enough to hold a grudge against an ordinary person.
But that guy earlier? He was no ordinary person. This debt would be remembered.
The small boat moved swiftly, covering 300 nautical miles in just 2 hours. After jumping onto the dock, Lu Ming didn't leave immediately but paused in an open area ahead. Minutes later, several individuals who had traveled with him approached. Spotting Lu Ming, the man who had earlier mocked him with derisive whispers flashed a sneer. Before he could utter a word, however, Lu Ming summoned his black iron sword and unleashed a slash of sword light. The blade flashed, and blood spattered everywhere. A round head rolled onto the ground. The remaining 9 froze for a moment before shrieking in terror. Chapter 68. When sleep comes, a pillow appears. Lu Ming didn't bother with the remaining 9. After dispatching that detestable scoundrel, Lu Ming turned and walked away. His 9 companions snapped out of their shock and swiftly surrounded Lu Ming. Each summoned their life soul, glaring at Lu Ming with such ferocity they seemed ready to tear him apart. Lu Ming swept a cold gaze over them and said indifferently, "I have no grudge against you. I wish not to add to the bloodshed. If you want to live, get the hell out of here. I'll count to 3. Anyone still here when I finish won't have me to blame for showing no mercy." Before Lu Ming could begin counting, a burly man wielding a cleaver as his sole blade roared, "Count my ass. Give me back my brother." He swung his cleaver toward Lu Ming's head. Behind him, 8 white spirit veins emerged, signaling his determination to fight to the death. An 8th grade spirit vein in mid-4th grade cultivation in some small towns, that would indeed be considered a formidable expert. Unfortunately, he had encountered Lu Ming. Lu Ming raised his hand and struck with the sword. A flash of sword light, and the head rolled to the ground. Not a flicker of emotion crossed Lu Ming's face. He walked forward slowly, sword in hand. The remaining 8 men stared at him intently, yet not a single one dared utter another word. The members of this squad were all roughly equal in strength. If Lu Ming could take out 2 so effortlessly, he certainly had the capability to eliminate the rest. Faced with life and death, camaraderie meant little to these men. Only after Lu Ming departed did the 8 men collectively exhale in relief. As his cultivation grew ever higher, Lu Ming came to understand a truth. Kindness invites exploitation, a gentle horse gets ridden. One could approach the world with kindness, but when confronted by villains, one must be even more ruthless than they are. That was precisely why he had intervened earlier. After the brief incident, Lu Ming quickly followed the crowd to the entrance of the Lotus Pond. The Lotus Pond was a public secret realm, accessible without a key. At the entrance to the secret realm, numerous stalls lined the path. These stalls sold salvage equipment and a special wooden basin. It was said that the Lotus Pond contained no land. One needed these wooden basins to find a foothold within. Fortunately, these wooden basins weren't too expensive, costing only about 10,000 great xia coins each. Such a sum was mere pocket change for martial artists. Lu Ming waved his hand generously, purchasing 4 as spares. After buying some salvage tools, he carried the wooden basin into the teleportation gate. After a day of spinning through the air, Lu Ming landed in the water. Fortunately, he had clutched the wooden basin beforehand, otherwise, he would have sunk without a doubt. Climbing into the wooden basin, Lu Ming finally began to survey his surroundings. Looking up, he saw an endless expanse of water stretching as far as the eye could see. This Lotus Pond was more accurately described as an ocean than a pond. A thin mist hung over the water, making it easy to get lost here without coordinates. Thanks to his system, Lu Ming had no such worries. He pulled out the paddle that came with the wooden basin and began frantically paddling toward the location of the spirit-nurturing lotus. The Lotus Pond was less a secret realm than a small space entirely connected to reality. Within it, even the laws of heaven and earth mirrored the outside world, meaning time held no constraints here. Though the system pointed him in the right direction, it offered no indication of distance. Lu Ming had no idea how long the journey would take. To avoid missing his college entrance exams, he paddled frantically. Hours later, Lu Ming collapsed onto his back in the wooden basin, gasping for breath. This paddling was exhausting and incredibly inefficient. After hours of grueling effort, he opened the system only to find he'd barely moved from the entrance. Proportionally speaking, he'd only covered 1% of the total distance. Holy moly, this is going to take forever. Gazing at the distant record, Lu Ming wore an utterly disheartened expression. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, the roar of an engine echoed in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming scrambled to his feet and saw a speedboat hurtling toward him from the distance. Holy crap! The speedboat was moving incredibly fast. If it hit him, even with his cultivation level, he'd be seriously injured. Lu Ming plunged into the water with a sudden dive. The speedboat overturned the wooden tub before abruptly stopping. The people aboard cast a large net, swiftly hauling Lu Ming out of the water. Before Lu Ming could even grasp what was happening, a gleaming broadsword was already pressed against his throat. Lu Ming had initially thought this was just a routine traffic accident, but now it seemed far from simple. 4 men were on the speedboat, each radiating the aura of mid-4th grade cultivation.
Kid, hand over everything of value you've got. Or don't blame this old man's blade for being unforgiving. As he spoke, the man deliberately pressed the blade forward, its sharp edge grinding against Lu Ming's throat. An ordinary person would have been bleeding by now.
Lu Ming, however, had cultivated sword transformation technique, granting him a physique far surpassing ordinary humans.
The blade didn't pierce his skin, merely leaving a faint mark.
Lu Ming calmly tore open the large net covering his body, observing the 4 men before him with a hint of amusement.
I'm giving you a chance to live. Show me how to open this thing, leave your valuables behind, and get the hell out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
The 4 men froze at his words.
The burly man wielding the blade roared, You don't have a clue what's going on, do you? Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson before you cooperate properly.
The man swung his palm toward Lu Ming's face, clearly not taking him seriously.
Ah.
Good words are useless with damned fools. Lu Ming raised his hand.
The mystic iron sword materialized instantly.
With a light flick, a blade of sword energy effortlessly severed the man's head. 4th brother. The other 3, horrified by the sight, immediately summoned their soul essences and charged at Lu Ming.
The speedboat was too small to offer any room to dodge.
Lu Ming could only channel his spiritual energy to its fullest. 9 celestial-grade spirit veins materialized behind him, and a colossal sea of spiritual energy instantly formed a barrier before him. Though 4th-grade martial artists could project spiritual energy with the aid of spiritual veins, most couldn't condense it as masterfully as Lu Ming. His feat stemmed entirely from having opened 9 spiritual veins.
Even with a heaven-grade spiritual vein, such concentration would be impossible.
After blocking the 3 attackers, Lu Ming swung his sword lightly. A flash of sword light severed the heads of the remaining 2. The remaining man was instantly terrified out of his wits, turning and leaping into the water to flee. Lu Ming acted with lightning speed, snatching a nearby net and flinging it out, swiftly reeling the man back in. Young hero, spare my life. Facing Lu Ming's cold, gleaming black iron sword, the man had lost all trace of his earlier defiance. His body trembled violently as he knelt on the ground, pleading with Lu Ming. A faint yellow liquid trickled between his legs, carrying a pungent, foul odor. Lu Ming pinched his nose in disgust.
Holy! How old are you? Just peeing whenever you feel like it?
Though the man cursed inwardly, he dared not retort, terrified that this killing machine might slice off his head at the slightest displeasure. Young hero, please spare my life.
I was just.
Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. He flung the man into the water with a sharp toss of his net, giving him a quick rinse before hauling him back up.
Cut the crap. Teach me how to drive this speedboat. Once I learn, I might just let you live.
At those words, the man scrambled to his feet and began explaining the operating procedures to Lu Ming. Operating this speedboat was surprisingly simple. Within minutes, Lu Ming had mastered it.
Unlock the restrictions on your storage space and you can get lost.
Hearing this, the man felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He immediately released the restrictions on his storage space, thanked Lu Ming profusely, and then leaped onto the fragments of the wooden basin Lu Ming had been sitting on earlier. Just as he prepared to leave, Lu Ming swung his sword, cleaving him clean in 2. After disposing of him, Lu Ming retrieved the storage spaces from the other 3. After violently breaking the seals, Lu Ming only recovered the belongings of 1 person. The other 2 were completely destroyed. Forcibly breaking storage space seals carried a risk of damage, potentially obliterating everything inside. This explained why highway robbers rarely resorted to surprise attacks. Instead, they subdued their victims with force before threatening them.
These 4 seemed to specialize in plundering and robbery in this area.
Though their cultivation levels were low, their loot was surprisingly substantial. There were over 100 spirit-gathering lotus seeds alone. Besides the spirit-gathering lotus seeds, there were also numerous palm-sized blue crystals. According to the man, these were low-grade spirit stones specifically used to power the speedboat. After stowing these items away, Lu Ming cheerfully piloted the speedboat toward the location of the spirit-nurturing lotus.
Chapter 69, The Sacred Yunshan Lotus, Opening the Spiritual Sea.
The speedboat was far faster than the small wooden basin, and best of all, it required no manual effort. Lu Ming only needed to steer and replace the spirit stones. Along the way, Lu Ming did spot numerous lotus flowers, but he didn't stop to gather any. His target this time was the sacred Yunshan lotus. He already possessed over 100 ordinary Jushan lotus seeds, making it unnecessary to waste time on them. Perhaps because he was piloting the speedboat, the journey became much quieter afterward. He encountered no more unlucky souls along the way. 2 days later, Lu Ming had no idea how far he traveled through the lotus ponds. He only knew that he hadn't seen another soul in a very long time. As he ventured deeper, the number of ordinary lotuses increased, forcing Lu Ming to clear his path with his sword. Suddenly, a shimmering, multicolored mist appeared ahead. Lu Ming, who had been drowsy, instantly perked up. He immediately accelerated and charged forward. Minutes later, he burst through the mist. Before his eyes appeared a lotus flower, palm-sized, with petals as pure as jade yet shimmering with multicolored light.
The spirit-nurturing lotus. Seeing the extraordinary lotus, Lu Ming's eyes blazed with excitement. After 2 days of arduous effort, he had finally laid eyes upon the sacred artifact. Unusual waves of light radiated from the spirit-nurturing lotus. As they touched his body, Lu Ming felt as though a gentle cool breeze had swept over him, instantly refreshing his spirit. Woo woo woo.
Suddenly, the surrounding mist thickened, and Lu Ming seemed to hear the singing of women.
The melody was sweet and moving, tugging at the heartstrings. Ha! Someone else is here?
Lu Ming hadn't seen a single soul on his way here, yet now he heard singing.
Curiosity piqued, he scanned his surroundings.
But what he saw sent his blood surging, and 2 streams of blood shot from his nose. Through the layers of mist, he saw 4 or 5 women of breathtaking beauty floating on the water's surface. Their lower halves were hidden beneath the water, while their upper bodies were completely exposed, leaving nothing to the imagination. For Lu Ming, a lifelong bachelor who had remained a virgin through 2 lifetimes, this sight was overwhelmingly shocking. Though he kept muttering to himself about not looking where he shouldn't, his eyes couldn't help but dart over. What could he do? Their singing was simply too enchanting. Enchanted by the melodious singing in his ears and the breathtaking beauty before him, Lu Ming gradually became mesmerized. Just as Lu Ming was lost in this enchantment, danger approached. 4 dolphin-like creatures suddenly shot up from beneath the water. Except these creatures bore a striking resemblance to human women from the waist up. These were the unique demonic beasts of the Lotus Pond, the illusionary spirit dugongs. Not only did the phantom spirit dugongs bear a physical resemblance to human women, but their unique voices also possessed potent hallucinogenic properties. Anyone hearing their song would swiftly fall into the illusory realm they conjured. The beautiful scene Lu Ming had just witnessed was precisely the illusion conjured by the phantom spirit dugongs. These 4 illusionary spirit dugongs possessed formidable cultivation, reaching the high 4th rank. They also served as guardian beasts of the spirit-nurturing lotus. As the illusionary spirit dugongs launched their attack, Lu Ming, still immersed in the surroundings, suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Instinctively, he activated his sword transformation technique. A faint rainbow glow illuminated Lu Ming's body, instantly clearing his dazed mind. His expression changed drastically upon seeing the 4 phantom spirit dugongs, and he blurted out, "Holy!" Lu Ming hastily maneuvered the speedboat to dart away. Getting injured was one thing, but he couldn't afford to wreck the speedboat. He certainly didn't want to paddle back in a wooden tub. Thanks to the foresight granted by sword transformation technique, Lu Ming narrowly avoided disaster. Upon clearly seeing the phantom spirit dugong's form, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment. The thought that he'd nearly gotten involved with such a creature in the illusionary realm filled him with shame and fury. Summoning his mystic iron sword, he immediately unleashed a shattering stone strike.
The phantom spirit dugong's strength lay in mental illusions. Its physical attack and defense were both weak.
Even without fully channeling his spiritual veins, this shattered stone strike sent all 4 phantom spirit dugongs flying, though it failed to shatter them completely. Lu Ming had carefully calculated the force of his strike. After all, the brain matter of these creatures was even more valuable than spirit-gathering lotus seeds, fetching at least 7 or 8 million credits per portion. Lu Ming extracted the brain matter from all 4 phantom spirit dugongs, sealed it in a specially crafted bottle, then piloted his speedboat toward the spirit-nurturing lotus. This time, no peculiar song emerged. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Ming reached out and plucked the spirit-nurturing lotus. Holding the spirit-nurturing lotus in his hand, Lu Ming immediately felt a strange power burrowing into his mind. Under its influence, his senses seemed to sharpen dramatically.
How do I use this thing? Just eat it? Lu Ming instinctively asked the system. Detected sacred object, spirit-nurturing lotus. Absorption process initiated.
This may cause discomfort.
Host, remain still and endure. Avoid sudden movements, as they may cause failure in opening the spiritual sea.
The moment the system's voice sounded, the spirit-nurturing lotus in Lu Ming's hand transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his brow. Instantly, excruciating pain erupted from within his skull. In that moment, Lu Ming felt as though a tunnel boring machine was operating inside his skull, seemingly intent on excavating a massive hole within his brain. The agony was so intense that Lu Ming nearly collapsed to the ground, writhing in pain. Then the system's voice sounded again. Host, maintain proper posture. Failure to open the spiritual sea will result in instantaneous brain death. Holy! Even though the pain nearly took his breath away, he couldn't help but curse. For the sake of his brain's safety, Lu Ming gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. Fortunately, the agony didn't last long. After about a minute, the intense agony vanished instantly, replaced by a cool sensation spreading from his mind throughout his entire body. Lu Ming suddenly felt his senses sharpen dramatically. Even with his eyes closed, the surrounding scenery appeared in vivid, three-dimensional detail within his mind. I have divine perception now. Overjoyed, Lu Ming immediately closed his eyes and focused his mind inward. Soon, his divine sense entered the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea was a special space opened within the Mud Pellet Palace by 5th-rank martial artists, used to store divine sense. Normally, the spiritual sea contained nothing but the sea of consciousness formed by the divine sense itself.
Yet within Lu Ming's spiritual sea bloomed a 7-colored, misty lotus. It was the spirit-nurturing lotus.
As if taking root within Lu Ming's spiritual sea, the lotus whose leaves had previously been no larger than a palm seemed to have grown slightly larger.
Lu Ming surveyed his spiritual sea.
At this moment, his spiritual sea was not large, spanning only 10 zhang in diameter.
This was the typical size for a 5th-rank martial artist's spiritual sea.
With each major breakthrough in cultivation, the spiritual sea would expand tenfold. Of course, this did not apply to those who cultivated divine consciousness through specialized methods or consumed unique spiritual substances.
Just then, the system's voice echoed within Lu Ming's mind.
Lu Ming's heart leapt with joy, filled with anticipation.
There's a reward for this too? Chapter 70, the weak one seems to be you big dog.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring the sacred artifact, Spirit-Infused Lotus.
Detected that the host has opened the spiritual sea. The sword beast embryo has been transferred to the spiritual sea. Please complete the incubation promptly. Ding. Sword beast cultivation quest issued. Phase 1, sword beast incubation.
Please collect the following materials to aid the sword beast's incubation.
Material list 1, material map 1. No rewards? Lu Ming felt a pang of disappointment.
He'd been hoping to snag something decent from the lucky wheel.
But his disappointment didn't last long.
He opened the material details and map to examine them. When he obtained the sword beast embryo, the system had mentioned that if it could grow to grade 9, it would no longer fear cleanser. Lu Ming had always wanted to hatch the sword beast, but since the system never assigned a specific task, he had put it on hold. He'd assumed the system had forgotten, but it turned out the key to unlocking it was his spiritual sea. After glancing at the information, Lu Ming closed the system interface. According to the system prompt, incubating the sword beast required over 10 different materials. Fortunately, only one item, the sacred artifact fragment, was a special material requiring acquisition from a secret realm.
The rest could be purchased on the open market. Lu Ming scanned the list. Many of the materials were 5th-grade quality, hard to find even in Shenzhou Prefecture.
To purchase them, he'd likely need to travel to more developed regions. As he exited his spiritual sea and prepared to leave, a sudden warning sign flashed. Within his divine perception, 3 arrows streaked toward him. Lu Ming immediately activated the speedboat and shot forward. Boom! The moment Lu Ming departed, 3 blue arrows struck the water where he had been moments before. The arrows detonated violently upon contact with the water. The splashes shot up nearly 2 meters high before an icy chill surged from the depths, freezing the water droplets mid-air into ice sculptures. The area where Lu Ming had been standing moments before froze solid within a 2-meter radius, the air thick with biting cold. Gazing at the menacing ice sculptures, Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Had his reaction not been swift enough, he feared he too would have been frozen solid. Lu Ming's gaze turned grave as he stared in the direction the arrow had come from. At that moment, a large vessel over 10 meters long gradually emerged from the mist into Lu Ming's view. Standing on the vessel was a short man wielding a blue longbow. Though his features bore little difference from Lu Ming's, his attire was entirely distinct, most notably the wooden sandals on his feet. From the great Yamato kingdom. Lu Ming's expression grew increasingly grave upon recognizing the enemy. Friction between the great Yamato kingdom and the great Xia Empire had been constant, escalating in recent years. This tension extended beyond official circles to the common people. Xia citizens would spontaneously expel Yamato nationals, and Yamato nationals would do the same. With national enmity and personal grudges at stake, Lu Ming didn't waste words. Summoning his black iron sword, he piloted his speedboat and charged straight toward the enemy. Seeing Lu Ming dare to charge at him, the Yamato man's lips curled into a sneer as he drew his bowstring once more. This Yamato warrior possessed a formidable soul weapon in A-grade frostbow. Even a basic attack channeled with spiritual energy could inflict significant freezing effects. He rapidly vibrated the bowstring, instantly condensing 3 arrows from his spiritual energy. The arrows shot forth, locking onto Lu Ming's direction. After opening his spiritual sea, the movement trajectories of these arrows appeared clearly in Lu Ming's mind under the scrutiny of his divine sense. Lu Ming channeled his spiritual energy and swung his sword. The sharp sword chi sliced through all 3 arrows cleanly. Damn it! The Yamato warrior standing at the bow, enraged that his attack had been so easily severed, drew his bowstring once more. Behind him, 4 black spiritual veins slowly materialized. Vast spiritual energy surged into the longbow, instantly forming an arrow as thick as an arm. Whoosh! Releasing the bowstring, the massive arrow shot forth, then split into dozens of smaller arrows in a flash. They transformed into a dense hail of arrows, raining down upon Lu Ming. Weak to Xia man, give up your resistance. You have no chance before me. The Yamato warrior clearly held immense confidence in his strike. After firing the arrows, he withdrew his soul essence, folded his arms across his chest, and glared defiantly at Lu Ming. This man's strength and talent were indeed remarkable. Though only at the early stage of 4th grade, his combat prowess was formidable, bolstered by 4 Earth-grade spirit veins. Although the spirit-gathering lotus seed could help 4th rank martial artists cultivate their spiritual sea, those with any real strength or talent generally wouldn't come here to do such menial work.
Most who harvested spirit-gathering lotus seeds here possessed merely average talent.
Though they held 4th rank cultivation, they were almost exclusively earth rank spirit veins. After all, anyone capable of awakening an earth-grade spirit vein would be qualified to enter a top-tier academy.
Students from such institutions would never set foot in a place like this.
That man from the Great Yamato Kingdom had precisely this reason for viewing Lu Ming as an ordinary citizen of Great Xia. Facing the hail of arrows, Lu Ming sneered dismissively and accelerated his speed toward the large ship. When the arrows were just 1 meter from his speedboat, 9 spiritual veins erupted simultaneously behind Lu Ming. A colossal surge of spiritual energy poured forth like a tidal wave, forming a solid barrier in front of the craft. The arrows struck the barrier, leaving not even a trace before falling limply into the water and vanishing.
Human-type spirit veins. How dare you block my attack?
The man from the Great Yamato Kingdom, seeing Lu Ming casually deflect what he considered his prideful strike, instantly revealed a trace of panic on his face. By now, Lu Ming was only 3 or 4 meters away from the large vessel. Lu Ming cut the speedboat's engines, leaped onto the bow, and swung his black iron sword at the man. The man's face paled with shock as he hastily summoned his life soul to defend.
Get out of the way.
The man flung a crimson talisman toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming instantly felt a tremendous force explode, sending him crashing into the water. Having witnessed Lu Ming's extraordinary prowess, the men from the Great Yamato Kingdom dared not linger. They turned the large vessel and attempted to flee. Lu Ming scrambled aboard the speedboat and pursued them. The speedboat accelerated impressively, closing the distance in mere moments. Seizing his chance, Lu Ming leapt back onto the large vessel. This time, the Yamato man didn't give Lu Ming a chance to act, flinging several talismans once more. Whatever their grade, the talismans packed a powerful punch. Even with all his strength focused on defense, Lu Ming was sent flying. Lu Ming scrambled back onto the speedboat to pursue. This time, he didn't leap onto the large vessel. Instead, he waited for an opening and unleashed a shattering strike. As the fierce sword light struck the vessel, a pale yellow light shield instantly materialized on its hull. A ray swirled across the shield, deflecting Lu Ming's strike. Ha! Is this ship some kind of treasure? Though puzzled, Lu Ming's hands never paused. 9 divine-grade spiritual veins surged with full force, channeling spiritual energy like a raging river into the mystic iron sword. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, second form, Shatterstone. This time, Lu Ming didn't strike the ship directly. Instead, he slashed at the water surface in front of it. The sword light pierced the water, exploding like a bomb and instantly sending up a massive wave. The surging wave sent the great ship tumbling sideways. The man from the Great Yamato Kingdom also plunged into the water. Lu Ming sped after in the speedboat, timing his move perfectly. The moment the man surfaced, Lu Ming flung the large net in his hand. Before the man could react, Lu Ming flung him onto the speedboat. The black iron sword instantly pressed against his throat. Lu Ming sneered coldly, "Looks like you're the weak one, you Yamato dog." Chapter 71, The Crown Prince of Yamato, Keiko Akihito. Hearing this, the Yamato man's face twisted with fury as he cursed, "Baka! How dare you insult our great Yamato nation? You deserve to die." Lu Ming sneered coldly and delivered a resounding slap to his face with his left hand. The blow left a clear handprint on the Yamato man's cheek. "Bastard! How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Lu Ming asked with interest. "Oh? Who are you? Why shouldn't I hit you?" A vicious glint flashed in the Yamato man's eyes as he threatened, "You foolish great Xia man. Listen well, my name is Tsujimura Akihito. Tsujimura Senshi is my father. If you know what's good for you, you'll kneel and beg for mercy, then lick my toes clean with your mouth. That way, I might spare your life. Otherwise, you, your family, and every friend and relative will die." Lu Ming sized up the fellow. Though his attire was bizarre, utterly hideous by Lu Ming's standards, there was undeniably an air of nobility about him. Moreover, both the large vessel he rode and the talisman he just used to repel Lu Ming were clearly no ordinary items. Combined with his 4 earth-grade spiritual veins, it seemed his family must hold some standing within the Great Harmony Kingdom. But what did that matter to Lu Ming? He was a citizen of the Great Xia. Even if he was powerful in the Great Yamato Kingdom, could he really come all the way to the Great Xia Kingdom to get himself killed? Seeing Lu Ming freeze in shock, Ji Gong Mingren assumed fear had gripped him, his expression growing even more brazen. Not only did he reach out to grab the black iron sword, but he even thrust his foot forward, taunting, "Well? Scared? If you are, then hurry up and lick my foot clean." Lu Ming let out a cold laugh. With a light flick of the black iron sword in his hand, he instantly severed half of Tsujimori Akihito's outstretched foot. "Ah! My foot!" Mingren let out a blood-curdling scream, crashing onto the speedboat. Clutching his foot, his face flushed crimson as he raged, "You lowly scum of the Great Xia! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Lu Ming raised his hand and slapped him twice more, laughing coldly. "What are you barking about? Haven't you got a clue what's going on? Keep yapping, and I'll slice you in two with my sword."
Covering his face, Makoto Akihito snarled, "My father is the emperor of Yamato.
I am the 23rd prince of the Yamato Empire.
If you kill me, Yamato will declare war on Great Xia. Countless Great Xia scum will die with me. If you've got the guts, kill me now." Mingren now stood his ground, glaring fiercely at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He'd suspected Sujimori Akihito had significant connections, but he hadn't anticipated this a prince, no less.
Under these circumstances, Lu Ming certainly couldn't just casually slaughter him. After all, while overt and covert struggles existed between nations, on the surface, they were all members of the Blue Star Alliance, united against foreign threats. If this man sparked a war between two nations, it would undermine the unity of the entire Blue Star. Though he couldn't kill Jigong Mingren, Lu Ming had no intention of treating him with special favor either. As far as he knew, years ago a Yamato princess had been captured alive by a great summer prodigy in a public secret realm and handed over to the authorities. Not only did the authorities refrain from punishing that prodigy, they even bestowed generous rewards. That Yamato princess was then used as a bargaining chip by the authorities to secure numerous precious resources from the Yamato nation. Now, for Lu Ming, Sujinomiya Akihito was a prime target. Without spirit-sealing bracelets to restrain him, Lu Ming could only beat Keiko Akihito senseless, leaving him gravely injured. Only after confirming he had no chance of escape did Lu Ming bind him with a large net. Gripping the prince's goatee, Lu Ming snarled a threat, "I'm just a nobody. My family's gone. Who cares? If you piss me off, I'll kill you anyway. Whether your Yamato kingdom wants war? That's none of my damn business. Even if I die, dragging one of your princes down with me? That's a hell of a bargain." Mingren, thoroughly cowed by Lu Ming's beatings, saw the ferocity in his eyes and felt no doubt about the sincerity of his words. All traces of his earlier arrogance vanished from his eyes, replaced by sheer terror. Trembling, he begged, "Brother, don't be impulsive. You're still young. You have a bright future ahead of you. Taking me down with you won't be worth it. How about this? Hand me over to your authorities. You'll get a hefty reward for it." Lu Ming glanced at the overturned ship in the water, smiled, and said nothing. Jigong Mingren wasn't stupid either. He instantly grasped Lu Ming's meaning. He immediately handed his storage bracelet to Lu Ming. "Big brother, I've already erased the brand. Everything valuable on me is yours. I beg you, don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I'll do anything you ask." As he spoke, Jigong Mingren knelt before Lu Ming, forcing himself to endure the pain. When he spotted the water stains on Lu Ming's boots, his eyes lit up. He rushed forward, extending his tongue to lick the stains clean. "Big brother, I've licked your boots clean. I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want to die." Seeing the saliva on his wind-riding boots, Lu Ming kicked Sujimura Akihito aside with disgust. He rinsed his boots in the water and cursed, "You're insane. You think everyone's as ing twisted as you Yamato bastards? Ing disgusting." After cleaning his boots, Lu Ming pointed at the large vessel in the water and asked, "Is that ship a spirit artifact?" Mingren hurriedly nodded. "Yes. This vessel is the pride of our Yamato shipbuilding bureau. It's called the wish-granting ship. Using an array disk, it can alter its size. Not only can it travel through water, but it can also fly through the air, though that consumes a tremendous amount of spirit stones." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "How do you operate it? Explain it clearly, and I'll consider your proposal." Seeing hope yet, Jigong Mingren immediately had Lu Ming retrieve the control array disk from his storage bracelet and began teaching him the operation method. This wish-granting ship was indeed a marvel. It had withstood 2 direct hits from Lu Ming's rock-shattering blows without damage. Beyond that, it could not only travel on water but also soar through the skies, and it could even alter its size. It was practically the perfect mode of transportation. Once he mastered the Rui boat, Lu Ming instantly found speedboats unappealing. After tossing Sujimura onto the vessel, he steered the wish-granting boat toward the exit. Throughout the journey, Sujimura remained remarkably docile, crouching quietly in a corner. He dared not ask Lu Ming for medicine, resorting instead to tearing his own clothes to bandage the wounds on his feet. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to the exit of Lotus Pond. He shrunk the wish-granting boat and stowed it in his storage space before using the teleportation gate to return to Lotus Island. The moment he set foot back on Lotus Island, the previously docile Sujimori Akihito immediately took off running, his mouth opening to call for help. Lu Ming's divine sense had been watching this guy the whole time. Before Sujimori could make a sound, Lu Ming's fist slammed into his jaw. "Oomph. I've been watching you. Keep quiet, or I'll really cut you down." Lu Ming pulled out a change of his own clothes, wrapped Yoshihito tightly in them, and then dragged him away. Upon returning to Binhai City, Lu Ming headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As a key military stronghold tasked with coastal defense, Binhai City maintained stringent security. Security at the city lord's mansion was particularly tight. Lu Ming was stopped by guards 100 meters from the gates. "This is restricted area of the city lord's mansion. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited. Leave immediately or face legal consequences." This guard possessed formidable cultivation, reaching the advanced 4th rank.
Lu Ming gestured toward Ji Gong Mingren beside him and said with a smile, "Would you kindly announce my arrival? I have apprehended a prince of the great Yamato kingdom and have come to hand him over to the authorities." Chapter 72, The Past Between Gong Qingfeng and Chou Jingchu. Though the guard hadn't cultivated a spiritual sea, he could still sense Lu Ming's approximate aura. His expression turned stern. "You're merely a fourth-rank cultivator. How could you possibly capture the crown prince of the great Yamato kingdom alive? Do you think the crown prince of the great Yamato kingdom is an idiot who would ride alone into our great Xia territory just to be captured by you? Considering your youth, I'll overlook this. Withdraw immediately and cease this nonsense, or don't blame me for enforcing the law." Lu Ming's expression turned peculiar as he repeated earnestly, "He said it himself." With that, Lu Ming kicked Inoue Akihito's leg and barked, "You dog. Speak." Lu Ming tore the cloth from Tsujimura Akihito's head. With a swollen mouth, Tsujimura stammered incoherently. Seeing Lu Ming about to strike again, Tsujimura hurriedly used his blood-stained hands to scrawl on the ground. "I truly am the 23rd Prince of Yamato, Tsujimura Akihito. Please take me inside. I beg you." He kept making muffled sounds toward the guards. The guard scrutinized Tsujinomiya Akihito. Upon spotting the two golden veins running through his eyebrows, his expression instantly turned solemn. Those two golden veins in the eyebrows of Tsujinomiya Akihito were the emblem of the Yamato imperial family. Only the offspring of the emperor possessed them. "Hold on. I'll go report this immediately." The guard left the words hanging before turning and sprinting into the city lord's residence. 2 minutes later, he emerged in a fluster. "Follow me. The lord of the castle wishes to see you." Led by the guard, Lu Mington followed Keiko Akimoto into a grand hall. Standing in the hall was a burly, imposing middle-aged man. Though a gentle smile graced his face, Lu Ming could sense an overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from him. He was the lord of Binhai City, an 8th-rank powerhouse Nangongyen. That killing intent wasn't born from hostility toward Lu Ming, but rather forged through years of relentless slaughter. Lu Ming bowed respectfully to the man. "This humble subject, Lu Ming, greets your excellency, Lord City Master." Nangongyen recognized the identity of the successor to Emperor Mingren at a glance and chuckled. "Huh, so there really is a foolish prince, huh? You did well, lad. You're not from Binhai City, are you? I don't recall our city having such a prodigy." Lu Ming was young, yet possessed 4th-rank cultivation and had single-handedly taken down a prince of the great Yamato kingdom. Anyone would regard him as a top-tier prodigy. "Your Excellency, I hail from Qianzhou City in Qianzhou Prefecture." Nangongyen raised an eyebrow at this, pondered for a moment, then chuckled. "If I recall correctly, the prefect of your Qianzhou City is named Gong Changfeng, correct?" Lu Ming nodded. "Yes. Do you know Lord Gong?" Nangongyen laughed heartily. "Indeed. He once served under me years ago. When you return, give him my regards." Saying this, Nangongyen picked up a file and handed it to Lu Ming. "Tell him that the order to abandon Chou Jingshu back then truly wasn't mine. If he still recognizes me as his master, have him find time to come see me." Lu Ming was startled by these words. During the Beast Tide outbreak, Lu Ming had indeed overheard Shuigong Changfeng address that black-clad fallen one as Brother Chou. The black-clad fallen one also muttered something about being taught by the same master, so the move couldn't be countered. Could it be that their master was this seemingly youthful lord of Seaside City standing before them? Nangongyen noticed Lu Ming's peculiar expression and asked with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that, kid?" After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming recounted the events of that time in detail. After listening, the smile vanished from Nangongyen's face, replaced by a look of desolation and loneliness. He walked alone to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and sat motionless for a long while. In that instant, Lu Ming sensed an unexpected weight of age settle upon Nangongyen. After a long while, Nangongyen placed the teacup on the table and sighed deeply. "Ah! I never imagined Xiao Chou would become a fallen one. Truly, fate is cruel. Woo woo woo." Seeing the two drift further apart in their conversation, Keiko Akihito immediately made a noise, hoping to draw Nangongyen's attention. Lu Ming's words had already dampened Nangongyen's spirits considerably. Hearing Jigong Mingren's commotion, he frowned and shot a burst of spiritual energy from his palm, sealing the boy's mouth shut. "Shut your mouth and stay put. If your father still thinks you have some value and can meet our increased demands, then we'll let you go. If he can't, then we'll just hang your corpse on the sea border for him to come and claim." Nangongyen turned to Lu Ming. "The reward requires committee approval and authorization from the capital's resource department. Special personnel will deliver it to Qianzhou City. You may return now. Remember to deliver my message." Lu Ming took the scroll and boarded a flying vessel bound for Qianzhou Prefecture. Upon arriving in Qianzhou Prefecture, Lu Ming did not choose to take a carriage back. Instead, he walked outside the city walls and retrieved his. Following the instructions taught by Ji Gong Mingren, he manipulated the array disc. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a vehicle the size of a car, with a pair of wings approximately 2 meters long extending from both sides.
Lu Ming entered the cabin, placed several spirit stones into the power slot, and the ship's hull rumbled as it steadily lifted off the ground. The Rui boat's speed was impressive, significantly faster than a train. Lu Ming mused that this contraption wasn't just useful for travel if timed right, it would also be excellent for escaping. Upon returning to Qianzhou City, Lu Ming immediately sought out Gong Changfeng at the city lord's residence. He delivered the scroll and relayed Nan Gongyan's words verbatim. Upon receiving the scroll, Gong Changfeng eagerly unrolled it to read. After reading it, tears welled up in the eyes of this man of iron resolve. He clutched the scroll tightly in both hands. Lu Ming cautiously inquired, "Lord Gong, were you and that fallen one truly sworn brothers?" Gong Changfeng nodded, recounting his relationship with Zhou Zhengqiu and Nan Gongyan, and the events that had caused their lives to undergo such profound changes. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of fate. In Gong Changfeng's account, both Zhou Zhengqiu and he had been rising stars in the military, recognized by the then commander-in-chief, Nan Gongyan, who took them as disciples. Gong Changfeng and Zhou Zhengqiu trained together, fought side by side on the battlefield, and shared a profound bond. During a furlough home, Zhou Zhengqiu was attacked by fallen ones and sent an urgent plea for help to Nan Gongyan. Nan Gongyan, however, was away from the military camp in the capital attending to affairs. Upon receiving Zhou Zhengqiu's distress call, he immediately ordered Gong Changfeng to go to his aid. However, shortly after Gong Changfeng set out with his troops, he received orders from an inspector under Nan Gongyan to instead reinforce Phantom Spirit Mountain. He was informed that Nan Gongyan had already dispatched reinforcements closer to Zhou Zhengqiu. Because of this, Gong Changfeng turned his forces toward Phantom Spirit Mountain. With no reinforcements reaching Zhou Zhengqiu, his wife, children, and elderly relatives were all brutally slaughtered by the fallen. Zhou Zhengqiu himself was voidified by the fallen, becoming one of them. Upon learning this, Gong Changfeng mistakenly believed the order originated from Nan Gongyan, harboring resentment toward him. He subsequently left the military ranks and took up a post in Qianzhou City. The scroll Lu Ming brought back contained the military's order records and interrogation transcripts. It explicitly stated that after issuing the reinforcement order to Gong Changfeng, Nan Gongyan had attended a high-level meeting, severing all external communication. The order to divert his forces and the false report of reinforcements were entirely the work of an inspector. The inspector had acted thus because Zhou Zhengqiu had once offended him over a minor matter. With the truth now laid bare, Gong Changfeng felt profoundly distressed. Lu Ming sighed deeply at this, lamenting how those with petty minds and positions of power could truly cause harm. "You may return first. I'll notify you once the rewards are distributed." The Great Xia government's efficiency was remarkable. Within just 3 days, Gong Mengfei called him to report to the city lord's mansion. Upon seeing Gong Changfeng, Lu Ming looked at him with eager anticipation. "The reward has been approved?" Chapter 73, The Void Slaying Bureau. Gong Changfeng nodded with a smile. "Yes. It's been approved. Speaking of which, I benefited from your efforts this time. The authorities gave me some rewards too. Here, this is yours." Gong Changfeng handed a storage bracelet to Lu Ming. Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the bracelet and inspect the rewards. This storage bracelet was high-grade stuff. Its interior space was much larger than Lu Ming's previous one, spanning over 100 square meters. Inside, there weren't many items, just a scroll, 30 jade bottles, and a set of spirit armor. Lu Ming pulled everything out in one go. As he unrolled the scroll, Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Holy crap! A great perfection level body movement martial art. The scroll contained a great perfection martial art called the Lightning Speed Divine Stride. As Lu Ming finished reading the scroll, the system's voice echoed in his mind. New martial art detected. Recording. Enrollment successful. Is this even possible? Lu Ming hastily summoned the martial arts detail panel. Martial art. 8 Desolations Sword Realm Great Perfection, upgradable. First form, Sword Draw Completion, 100% second form, Stone Shatter Completion, 1% third form, unlocked fourth form. Shadow Hiding Step Advanced. Sword Transformation Technique. Lightning Speed Divine Stride Mahayana. To be recorded by the system without displaying additional information, it must have already reached the level of perfection. To avoid arousing Gong Changfeng's suspicion, Lu Ming suppressed his urge to experiment. Martial arts scrolls were single-use items. After Lu Ming finished reading them, the text gradually faded away. Lu Ming picked up the jade bottles to inspect them, discovering they contained various colored pills. The potent medicinal fragrance alone indicated these were no ordinary items. However, with so many different types, Lu Ming only recognized 1 or 2. He had no idea what the others were for. Gong Changfeng sensed Lu Ming's thoughts and reminded him, the names are written on the bottom of each bottle. As for their specific effects, you can look them up online. Lu Ming picked up a bottle, turned it over, and indeed found the name of the pill. He stowed all the porcelain bottles into his storage bracelet before picking up the set of spirit armor. This set of spirit armor was soft in texture, classified as an inner armor. It was covered in numerous spirit patterns, radiating an extraordinary aura. Though its grade remained unknown, its spiritual aura clearly surpassed that of Gong Mengfei's first grade armor.
Even Gong Changfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of envy at the sight of this armor. This silver-weighted armor is a third-grade spirit artifact. Once worn, unless countered by a formidable spirit artifact, attacks from ordinary 5th-grade martial artists will struggle to harm you. It can even withstand some strikes from 6th-grade practitioners. A 3rd-grade spirit artifact? Lu Ming was secretly startled. He clearly remembered Jiang Yingkai stating that spirit artifacts above 3rd grade couldn't be purchased with Great Xia currency, only with empty spirit stones. Lu Ming had never even heard of spirit stones clearly, they were incredibly precious. Lord City Master, may I ask how the grades of spirit artifacts are distinguished? Gong Changfa pointed to the spirit patterns on the silver inlaid armor. The number of spirit patterns is the most straightforward indicator. 1 to 10 patterns signify 1st grade, 11 to 22nd grade, 21 to 33rd grade, and so on. Lu Ming picked up the heavy silver armor and counted it bore a full 27 spirit patterns. Gong Changfeng then produced a purple card and handed it to Lu Ming. The reward also includes 100,000 empty spirit stones. This is the storage card for them. Keep it safe. Lu Ming accepted the card. The card's front bore the characters Great Xia Bank alongside a hexagonal transparent crystal, while its back featured minute patterns resembling array markings. Spirit stones? What are those? Spirit stones are a type of celestial material containing pure spiritual energy. They can be used to craft spirit artifacts, forge arrays, or even directly for cultivation. Think of them as the purest form of spirit stones. Precisely because of its importance, the Blue Star Alliance uses it as a specialized currency for martial artists. Essentially, anything of 3rd grade or higher weather pills, cultivation techniques, martial arts, arrays, or talismans is settled with ethereal stones, barring barter transactions. You're one lucky bastard, son. To go out once and stumble upon such a money tree. Spirit stones aren't like Great Xia currency, their purchasing power is immense. Even my annual salary barely reaches 10,000 spirit stones. Your cultivation is still low. Keep these items well hidden and never flaunt them before outsiders. Lu Ming understood the wisdom of not flaunting wealth and nodded in agreement. And take this as well. Gong Changfeng produced another palm-sized purple token and handed it to Lu Ming. The token had an unusual shape, resembling an exquisitely crafted miniature sword. Though small, it featured a complete hilt-and blade, emanating a distinct aura. The token had 2 distinct sides. The front was engraved with the characters Sword of Void, while the back bore Lu Ming's name. What is this? Lu Ming sensed the token's extraordinary nature, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what made it special. He could only look at Gong Changfeng with a puzzled expression. Gong Changfeng gazed at the sword-shaped token in Lu Ming's hand, his eyes brimming with envy. I've reported your performance during the Beast Tide and your achievement of opening your spirit vein in a single day. The Jianshu Bureau deems you a promising talent and has specially admitted you into their ranks. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. The Jianshu Bureau? What is that? I've never heard of it. Gong Changfeng smiled. It's perfectly normal you haven't. The Jianshu Bureau isn't an overt organization, but you shouldn't underestimate it for that reason. The Void Severing Bureau was founded by Cui Xianling, the foremost war god of our Great Xia. Though its ranks are small and its operations covert, its status is extraordinary. In certain respects, the standing of its members surpasses that of our regular officials. For instance, though you're currently only a purple-ranked member, the lowest tier you're standing is already equal to mine. Should mission requirements demand it, you could even wield your token to command me to serve your purposes. Beyond that, Jianshu Bureau members possess another privilege, the authority to deploy military forces without requiring approval from the committee. Take this Beast Tide, for instance. Had you possessed a Jianshu Bureau token then, you could have mobilized Shenzhou Prefecture's defensive forces to provide support. Holy? That powerful? Lu Ming was utterly astonished. After all, even the prefect couldn't arbitrarily withdraw city defense troops from the city walls. This authority was simply too vast. Doesn't this effectively mean the Jianshu Bureau stands above the current Great Xia Committee? The Jianshu Bureau's influence extends far beyond that. Of course, with great power comes great responsibility. Once you enroll in the Advanced Martial Academy and enter the Bureau's headquarters, you'll understand. Lu Ming tucked the token away and asked, what rank do you hold in the Bureau? Gong Changfeng chuckled helplessly, I don't even qualify for membership. What rank could I possibly hold? Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. What? Not even qualified to join? Gong Changfeng wasn't particularly old. Judging by his aura, he'd likely reach 6th rank martial artist within a few years. Such prowess would be considered formidable even across the entire Great Xia Empire. Yet someone with such prowess hadn't been recruited into the Jianshu Bureau? The Jianshu Bureau's recruitment criteria are extremely stringent. Only the cream of the crop gain entry. Someone like me? They wouldn't give me the time of day. Lu Ming further emphasized the prestige of the Jianshu Bureau before handing 10 porcelain bottles to Gong Changfeng. City Lord Gong, these pills are yours as a gift. Without your help, I wouldn't have gained such benefits. Lu Ming was a man who understood the way things worked.
Had Gong Changfeng not truthfully reported his performance, he would never have earned the Jianshu Bureau's favor. Since Gong Changfeng had been generous to him, Lu Ming wouldn't be stingy in return. A hint of appreciation flashed in Gong Changfeng's eyes. He selected 2 bottles from the set of 10, then pushed the remaining 8 back toward Lu Ming. Since you're so kind, I'll take these 2 bottles of meridian opening pills. Your spiritual veins are already open, so your need for these pills isn't urgent. 2 bottles should be enough to help Mingfei open her first spiritual vein before the college entrance exams. Keep the rest for yourself. After all, I've only done what was expected of me. The college entrance exams are approaching soon. You should stay at the City Lord's mansion to cultivate during this period. The spiritual energy here is slightly more abundant. For the following period, Lu Ming did not venture out, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation within the City Lord's mansion. A month and a half later, a deep, resonant bell toll echoed throughout the city. Hearing the chime, a peculiar gleam flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The martial arts college entrance exams are finally beginning. Chapter 74, Could he really be the dark horse? As the bell tolled, students meeting the entrance exam requirements poured into the City Lord's residence from across Qinzhou City. The martial arts college entrance exam was held within the city walls. In this world, the official emphasis placed on the martial arts college entrance exam far surpassed that of Lu Ming's previous life's college entrance exam. For residents of smaller cities like Qinzhou, the City Lord personally escorted them to the venue. At that moment, 2 airships each 50 to 60 meters long and capable of carrying 2,000 to 3,000 people were docked in the square before the City Lord's residence. Under the command of the city defense troops, the students quickly boarded the ships. Lu Ming and Gong Mingfei followed Gong Changfeng, boarding last. At Gong Changfeng's signal, both ships swiftly ascended into the sky, heading for Qinzhou Prefecture City. Lu Ming, have you decided which school you want to apply to? Gong Mingfei leaned close to Lu Ming, asking curiously. Lu Ming shrugged. Probably Kyoto University. Gong Mingfei nodded. Great. I'll work hard too and aim to get into Kyoto University as well. With the aid of 2 bottles of meridian opening pills, Gong Mingfei successfully activated her first spiritual vein, becoming a 4th-rank martial artist. Combined with her great soul essence, gaining admission to a top martial academy wouldn't be too difficult. According to the quota system, for relatively underdeveloped prefectures like Shenzhou, each of the 3 top martial academies allocated 50 spots annually. This meant she only needed to rank within the top 150 in Shenzhou Prefecture. Shenzhou City was among the most remote settlements. By the time they arrived, the examination square was already packed with people. Shenzhou Prefecture encompassed 38 cities of varying sizes. Aside from small, remote outposts like Shenzhou City, larger cities with better resources sent substantial numbers of examinees. Lu Ming estimated that for their cohort, the number of examinees from Qinzhou Prefecture alone would likely exceed 300,000. This was largely due to Qinzhou Prefecture's remote location. Prefectures with more favorable geographical conditions would see even higher participation numbers. Historical data indicated annual examinee numbers typically ranged between 5 and 7 million. Lu Ming estimated this year's figure would be similar. Yet among this vast pool, the 3 premier martial academies only admitted 10,000 students annually. Factoring in students who failed to meet the minimum entrance requirements, each individual admitted to the top 3 martial arts academies represented a truly elite selection, 1 in 10,000, making their admission exceptionally prestigious. Although Lu Ming believed his current strength placed him among the strongest in his cohort, he dared not predict how well he would perform. He firmly believed that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another sky. He was confident, but never arrogant. Dawn! 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 At noon, a continuous toll of bells echoed. Lu Qi, the prefect of Qinzhou Prefecture, soared into the air. Amplified by his power, his voice reverberated across the vast examination grounds. It was the same old routine, nothing but encouraging platitudes. Lu Ming found it rather tedious until the final section on exam procedures, when he perked up. According to Lu Qi, the rules of the martial arts college entrance exam were actually quite simple. The martial arts college entrance exam consisted of 2 parts, the first being the attribute test. This test used specialized equipment to measure candidates' strength, speed, and physical endurance, determining their eligibility for the second round. The second round involved entering a unique artificial secret realm. Demonic beasts of varying strengths spawn within the realm, and the system assigned scores based on the examinee's performance. After explaining the precautions, a thick beam of light shot up from the center of the plaza. Once stabilized, a massive portal materialized in the square. Under the guidance of the city defense troops, candidates entered the portal with their admission tickets. The portal was large and efficient. Within half an hour, it was Lu Ming's turn. Following Gong Changfeng's instructions, Lu Ming pinned his admission ticket to his chest and stepped through the portal. A flash of white light later, Lu Ming found himself inside a room. The room wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. Not far from Lu Ming stood a human-shaped wooden dummy. Then, an emotionless AI-synthesized female voice sounded. Please attack the wooden dummy with full force.
Your performance will be evaluated accordingly. Martial arts may be used. Is martial arts permitted?
Lu Ming summoned his black iron sword. To achieve a higher score, Lu Ming immediately activated his sword transformation technique and 4 symbols sword intent. 9 celestial-grade spiritual veins materialized behind him, surging with spiritual energy. He swung his sword fiercely at the wooden post. 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, second form, Shatterstone. The sword light struck the wooden dummy with a thunderous boom, shattering it into splinters. Beep 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 beep. As the wooden dummy shattered, the entire room suddenly flashed red and an alarm sounded. Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. What the hell? Just an alarm? Didn't they tell us to attack with full force? They can't make me pay for this. At the same time, on a high platform at Gaokao Square, a massive screen displayed countless windows packed tightly together. Each window displayed the live feed of a candidate. In front of the screen, besides the staff, there were 4 armchairs. Lu Qi sat on the far left, flanked to his right by 3 middle-aged men in their 30s. All 3 exuded formidable presence, 7th-rank martial artists, each wearing distinct insignia on their chests. These 3 were the admissions officers from the 3 top martial academies. In a province like Shenzhou, where strength was weak and education lagged, almost no one could gain admission to the 3 great academies through sheer ability each year, aside from the allocated spots. Thus, these 3 recruiters were merely going through the motions. Gathered together, they chatted and laughed, showing no interest whatsoever in the college entrance exam proceedings. Lu Qi, however, kept his eyes fixed on the screen. Suddenly, the screen flickered violently. One window emitted a piercing red light, accompanied by a shrill, beeping alarm.
Ha! What's going on?
The commotion immediately caught the attention of the 3 admissions officers. The smiles vanished from their faces as they stared at the screen with grave expressions. The college entrance exam was a top priority event in Daxia.
If anything went wrong, none of them involved in the preparations would escape blame. Lu Qi's expression also turned grim. He demanded of the control room operator, "What's going on?"
The system was tested multiple times.
Why is it malfunctioning right at the start? The 2 technicians were startled as well, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads like rain. They hastily enlarged the pop-up window.
Upon seeing the debris scattered across the floor, their pupils contracted.
After initiating a system self-check, one stammered, "Lord Governor, the system is functioning perfectly."
It was this examinee who shattered the wooden post.
What did you say? A candidate shattered the wooden post?
The 3 admissions officers' eyes widened in utter shock.
This test stump was specially engineered.
Even a 4th-rank peak martial artist possessing a super-grade attack fate soul couldn't shatter it. Even among the most exceptional geniuses in top-tier cities, few could shatter a wooden dummy. Generally speaking, martial artists possessing such formidable strength would easily qualify for admission into the most prestigious academies.
Even among normally admitted students, they would rank among the absolute elite.
If they could recruit such an outstanding student, the academy would offer them a substantial reward. The 3 admissions officers' eyes lit up instantly. Zhou Qi froze upon seeing Lu Ming on the screen, then muttered under his breath.
Why him? Could he actually be a dark horse? Chapter 75, maybe he really is a freak.
In the first round of testing, specific scores weren't given, only 4 ratings, A, B, C, or D. As long as one avoided a D rating, they could advance to the second round.
The defensive capabilities of these wooden dummies were limited.
In top-tier cities, exceptionally talented individuals could still shatter them. Therefore, 3 additional ratings S, SS, and SSS were established above these.
The difficulty gap between each of these 3 tiers is a full 50%.
Generally, those who achieve 3A ratings in the first round possess the raw talent to gain admission to the 3 premier academies. Those achieving an S rating stand out even among the prodigies that abound in these elite institutions. Those achieving an SS rating become highly coveted by all 3 academies, with admissions officers actively competing to recruit them.
Those who achieve an SSS rating are top-tier geniuses, 1 in a million.
Talents of this caliber are beyond the reach of ordinary admissions officers. The admissions directors of the 3 elite institutions themselves would personally rush to recruit them.
The 2 staff members exchanged puzzled glances as they looked at Zhou Qi.
The strange phenomenon caused when Lu Ming probed the vital pulse was still vivid in Zhou Qi's memory. He had been puzzled back then. Lu Ming clearly possessed only a human-grade spirit vein, so why had it caused such an extraordinary phenomenon? Beyond that, the fact that Lu Ming had managed to open his spiritual vein and break through in such a short time had struck him as unusual. Now it seemed his suspicions had been correct.
Zhou Qi nodded. Process his application. Zhou Qi and the 3 admissions officers stared intently at the screen, not daring to blink. Under the operator's control, a brand new wooden dummy reappeared in Lu Ming's room.
As the new dummy materialized, the explosive crackling within the chamber ceased.
Frowning at the new dummy, Lu Ming asked, "What's going on?"
After waiting a long while with no further reaction, Lu Ming resorted to his previous tactic, swinging his sword once more. The S-grade dummy, buried beneath the debris, offered no resistance whatsoever. It instantly shattered into fragments, causing the red lights in the room to flash violently once more. Upon witnessing this scene, the three admissions officers shot up from their chairs. Their hearts pounded wildly as they stared intently at Lu Ming on the screen.
Quick! Give him another SS Grade 1. Without hesitation, the staff member pressed the button. A flash of white light erupted, and a brand new wooden dummy appeared once more. Lu Ming's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap? Again? After waiting for a while with no prompt, Lu Ming had no choice but to swing his sword again. Under the watchful eyes of Zhou Qi and the three admissions officers, the SS grade wooden dummy exploded once more. Whoa! At that moment, all 6 people watching the screen sucked in their breath in unison. This kid! A flicker of delight flashed in Zhou Qi's eyes. Unlike the admissions officers, the official authorities would reward any student from Qianzhou Prefecture who met the entrance standards for the 3 prestigious academies through their own merit. If a top-tier genius emerged, the reward would be exceptionally generous, even he couldn't afford to overlook it. The 3 teachers were now overcome with excitement, pushing aside the staff to take control themselves. This time, they set up the highest-tier SSS grade wooden dummy for Lu Ming. A wooden dummy of this grade would be difficult to destroy even for a 5th-rank martial artist. If Lu Ming could leave a distinct mark on it, he would secure an SSS rating in the strength test. If Lu Ming truly achieved an SSS grade evaluation, then which school he attended would no longer be their concern. No matter where Lu Ming ended up, they would receive rewards simply by reporting the news. The 3 stared intently at Lu Ming, their hearts filled with anticipation. Seeing the wooden dummy reappear, Lu Ming felt a surge of irritation. With a roar, the 9 spiritual veins behind him surged like dancing dragons, rushing back into his body. As he swung his sword, the dazzling blade light struck the wooden dummy. Zhou Qi and the 3 admissions officers held their breath, their hearts seemingly frozen in that moment. When the light faded, the dummy not only failed to explode but seemed utterly unmoved. Ha! Not even a scratch? A hint of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the 3 admissions officers. While an SS grade student would still yield substantial rewards, the gap compared to an SSS grade candidate was vast. Zhou Qi, however, wasn't overly disappointed. After all, he knew Lu Ming's spiritual vein was merely a matter of luck, and his soul essence was only a D-grade mystic iron sword. Honestly, Lu Ming achieving an SS grade evaluation had already exceeded his expectations. Though the screen displayed images, it couldn't clearly show ethereal or intricate details. The 3 admissions officers couldn't make out Lu Ming's spirit vein or soul essence either. They all assumed that Lu Ming, who had earned an SS grade evaluation, possessed a super grade soul essence and a heavenly grade spirit vein. Just as the trio felt a twinge of disappointment, the system suddenly emitted another piercing, explosive crack. Zhou Qi and the 3 admissions officers snapped their heads up. On the screen, the wooden stake snapped cleanly in 2 with a thud, the cut surface smooth as glass. Whoa! SSS! Seeing the wooden dummy split cleanly in 2, the expressions of the 3 admissions officers instantly lit up. They cheered and jumped for joy, as if celebrating the new year. If Lu Ming had only received an SS grade evaluation, they would have had to fight tooth and nail to recruit him. But with an SSS grade? That meant they wouldn't have to worry about it at all. All they had to do was report the information, and they'd comfortably receive a substantial reward. The 3 instructors were overjoyed, celebrating as if it were New Year's. One of them even pulled out a bottle of champagne, grabbed a few glasses, and poured a glass for everyone present. Here's to Qianzhou Prefecture producing a top-tier genius. Cheers! Zhou Qi, feeling quite cheerful at that moment, raised his cup and shouted, "Cheers!" The 2 staff members held their cups hesitantly, unsure whether to join the toast with these important figures. Drink up! What are you standing there for? The teacher who opened the champagne was hilariously down to earth, shedding all pretension as he approached the staff members to clink glasses with them, gesturing for them to drink up. After nervously finishing their champagne, the staff members asked, "Sir, what should we do next?" The wooden dummy's been shattered, so the system can't generate an evaluation. The Kyoto University professor chuckled. He doesn't need the system's evaluation. We'll just manually adjust it later. Quickly, have him proceed to the second test. Zhou Qi and the 3 professors turned their attention back to the screen, all curious to see what evaluations Lu Ming would receive in his next 2 tests. The Kyoto University professor said with a smile. His soul essence is the sword. His speed should be impressive too. If he gets SSS in both remaining tests, we 3 will be set for life. The professor from Manhwa University shook his head and chuckled. What kind of daydream are you having? There's no such thing as a perfect person. If he can get an S in the next 2 tests, that would already be insane. Zhou Qi watched Lu Ming on the screen, a peculiar gleam in his eyes. Who can say for sure? Maybe this kid really is a freak of nature? Chapter 76, 3 SSS ratings. Staff immediately began manually adjusting Lu Ming's settings. Congratulations, you have completed the assessment. The AI voice chimed in, and Lu Ming felt a flash before his eyes. The next instant, he found himself on a straight runway. He had no idea how far he'd run. The track stretched endlessly beyond his sight. Run to the finish line as fast as you can. The system will rate your performance based on your time. Ready, countdown, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
The moment the signal gun fired, Lu Ming transformed into a streak of light and charged forward. Within this secret realm, though Lu Ming couldn't use his breeze boots, his sword transformation technique and the perfected level lightning step granted him remarkable speed. Within mere breaths, he had already covered a considerable distance. 30 seconds later, a red flagpole came into view. The finish line. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Within 2 breaths, he came to a halt behind the flagpole. Congratulations on completing the assessment. Total time, 32 seconds. Results uploaded. When the screen displayed Lu Ming's time, Zhou Qi and the 3 instructors were stunned. The assessment track was 5 kilometers long. In this assessment, a time under 1 minute and 30 seconds earned an A-grade evaluation. A time between 1 minute and 1 minute 20 seconds earned an S rating. 50 seconds to 1 minute earned an SS rating. And anything under 50 seconds was SSS. Lu Ming's 32 seconds, though only 18 seconds slower than 50, represented a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Throughout human history, there have been those who achieved an SSS rating in speed tests. However, the current highest record for the entire human race stands at a mere 42 seconds. Lu Ming's 32 seconds was nothing short of astonishing. Note, this is human history, not just the history of the Great Xia Empire. In other words, Lu Ming's speed test record has directly claimed the current top spot among all humans. Gulp. Zhou Qi and the 3 instructors instinctively swallowed hard, their eyes wide with astonishment. Zhou Qi was the first to recover, have him undergo the physical fitness test. A professor from the capital university murmured, "You don't think he could actually get 3 SSS ratings, do you?" At this remark, Zhou Qi and the other 2 instructors fell silent. Throughout human history, those who achieved 3 SSS ratings at this age were few and far between. Even counting every recorded instance in human history, the total number wouldn't exceed 10. And every single one of those 10 had left an indelible mark on history as truly illustrious figures. Moreover, the last person to achieve 3 SSS ratings was a full 156 years ago. After a moment of silence, the teacher from Magic Sea University chuckled. His soul essence is a sword, and his physical constitution is inherently weak. Even if he's exceptionally talented, he should only be able to achieve an S-grade evaluation at best. The teacher from Hongdu University nodded in agreement. Yes. I agree. Enhancing physical constitution requires vast quantities of precious spiritual medicines and rare treasures. Given his background, it's unlikely he'll achieve a very high rating. S rank is probably the absolute limit. Though their reasoning made sense, Zhou Qi felt an inexplicable confidence in Lu Ming. Zhou Qi smiled brightly and said, "In my opinion, this kid has experienced too many miracles. I actually think his physical constitution test should be SSS." The 3 teachers were immediately drawn in by Zhou Qi's words and asked curiously, "Are there other extraordinary phenomena surrounding him?" Zhou Qi nodded, his expression mysterious as he posed a question to the trio. "Guess how long it took him to open his first spiritual vein?" The Kyoto University instructor pondered for a moment before offering a relatively conservative estimate, 5 days? In their view, Lu Ming possessed such formidable offensive power that both his life, soul and spirit vein grades would be exceptionally high. The higher the grade of either, the greater the difficulty in opening it. 5 days was already the pace of a top-tier genius. Zhou Qi smiled and shook his head. The professor from Magic Sea University raised an eyebrow. 3 days? Zhou Qi shook his head again. The teacher from Hongdu University's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely not 2 days. To my knowledge, the fastest recorded breakthrough in our history was 3 days and 3 hours. And that person achieved it precisely because both his life, soul and spirit vein were of mediocre grade. Zhou Qi smiled and held up one finger. The 3 immediately gasped. What? 1 day? You're joking. How could anyone open a spirit vein in such a short time? Exactly. Absolutely impossible. You wouldn't be trying to exaggerate his achievements just to get more rewards from the authorities, would you? I advise you to drop this idea. You're exaggerating too much. The authorities will send people to investigate. Don't get yourself into trouble. Zhou Qi couldn't help but roll his eyes. I'm a domain lord, for heaven's sake. Why would I do something so ridiculous? Zhou Qi declared earnestly, but all this is factual. I'm not deliberately mythologizing him. And his awakening didn't happen overnight. To be precise, it took about an hour. The commotion was quite significant back then. Many witnessed it firsthand. Zhou Qi's words struck the trio like a bolt from the blue, leaving them utterly stunned. What? 1 hour? Are you serious? The professor from Kyoto University shrieked in disbelief. This was mind-blowing. To locate and activate a spirit vein within an hour? That was something they wouldn't even dare dream of. Zhou Qi understood their feelings perfectly, having once been in their shoes. Zhou Qi nodded earnestly. That's exactly right. But hold off on the shock for now. Let's see how he actually performs first. The 3 professors snapped out of their daze and immediately shouted to the technicians, "Quick! Switch to his physical assessment." Under the staff's operation, the rune Lu Ming was in rapidly transformed. He found himself back in a room similar to the strength test chamber, except the wooden dummy had been replaced by a large cross adorned with chains.
A mechanical arm stood before the wooden dummy. Please approach the wooden frame to undergo the physical assessment. The mechanical arm's force will increase incrementally.
To continue, respond with continue. To stop the assessment, respond with stop if you cannot withstand the force. The system will evaluate your performance based on the force you withstand. Lu Ming stepped up to the frame and stood in position. The chains above swiftly wrapped around his hands and feet. The mechanical arm immediately swung toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming had already activated his sword transformation technique to its fullest. The mechanical arm struck his body, yet he felt neither pain nor discomfort.
Continue.
The mechanical arm struck again, this time slightly more noticeable like an ant bite.
Continue. The force intensified slightly, yet the impact remained barely noticeable. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. For a moment, Lu Ming's voice echoed throughout the room.
After Lu Ming shouted continue a full 40 times, black smoke billowed from the mechanical arm. With a clatter, it fell to the floor, and the room's alarm blared once more.
Holy crap? Is it broken? What's going on here? Is our country really that strapped for cash lately? Are they cutting corners on the college entrance exams now?
Lu Ming stared at the mechanical arm, utterly speechless. Meanwhile, the three teachers outside the room were frozen in shock. The arm wasn't broken due to cutting corners, but because the force Lu Ming exerted exceeded its maximum capacity.
Overloaded, it had simply shut down. What a trio of S-level talents. Lord Lu, Zhenzhou City is about to produce an extraordinary figure. Chapter 77, Where Lies His Limit?
Engineering personnel had grown somewhat numb to such situations.
One of them casually asked, Master Lu, should we let him advance directly to the second round? Or should we run the test again?
Zhou Qi's face was now beaming like a blooming flower, radiant with joy.
Is there even a question?
Of course he advances directly to the second round. Quickly! I want to see just how many more surprises this kid can bring us. Under the staff's control, the chains automatically loosened and the AI female voice sounded again. Congratulations, you have passed the first round of assessment.
Please proceed through the portal for the second round assessment. A portal materialized in the room.
Lu Ming kicked the broken mechanical arm, muttering under his breath, what a piece of junk.
It broke so easily.
After stepping through the portal, Lu Ming found himself in a dim, dilapidated palace. This was the location for the second round of the college entrance exam, a special artificial dungeon.
Back at the academy, the instructor had explained it in detail.
The second round exam dungeon was divided into S, A, B, C tiers and a final boss stage. In this round, passing the B-level stage allowed candidates to apply to the 3 top-tier universities and participate in the rankings.
Scoring within the top 30,000 would guarantee admission.
Passing the A-level stage guarantees admission to one of the 3 elite institutions.
Those who pass the S-level stage are considered the nation's most outstanding geniuses.
Such individuals can freely choose any institution, and the academies will offer generous rewards. As for the final boss stage, it tests those rare, top-tier geniuses. Within the boss stage, only a 5th-grade demon beast resides. Candidates need not slay it, merely enduring its attacks for a set duration secures a respectable score. By standard criteria, enduring 3 minutes earns an SS rating, while surviving 9 minutes grants SSS. Most of the time, only students from top-tier cities can achieve an SS rating. Even the top scholar of the year often only achieves an SS rating in the second round. Throughout the history of Great Xia, only 5 individuals have ever achieved an SSS rating in the second round of examinations. 4 of them have become the most formidable warriors in Huaxia, while the 5th vanished without a trace 5 years ago, their fate unknown to this day. After Lu Ming entered the palace, his aura quickly drew the attention of the demonic beasts. Suddenly, 3 massive 3rd-grade mid-tier demonic beasts, ironclad barbarians, charged toward him. Within the C-level gate, there were 40 demon beasts in total, 30 3rd-grade mid-level and 10 3rd-grade high-level. With Lu Ming's current strength, facing these beasts required only a light swing of his sword to dispatch them effortlessly. The palace wasn't large. Lu Ming activated the lightning step, darting and weaving through the space. In less than a minute, he effortlessly slaughtered all 40 beasts. Half of that time was spent pulling mobs. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared level C. Please proceed through the portal to the next stage. The portal reappeared. Without hesitation, Lu Ming stepped through, entering the B-level stage. This level contained a total of 30 demon beasts, 20 were high-tier 3rd grade, and 10 were peak 3rd grade. Moreover, the palace area had shrunk slightly, and there were far fewer obstructions. This meant more beasts would discover the exam simultaneously, greatly increasing the difficulty. However, this was only true for ordinary examinees. For Lu Ming, this actually saved him time. He completed the second stage in a mere 40 seconds. Stepping through the portal, Lu Ming entered the Class A stage. Although the A-level stage contained only 20 demon beasts, they were all at the early 4th grade cultivation level. The difficulty was several times higher than the B-rank stage. Those who could pass this stage possessed combat prowess that was exceptionally formidable among their peers.
The moment Lu Ming entered the A-level stage, Zhou Qi and the 3 professors from top universities immediately grew serious, intently observing his every move, afraid to miss a single detail.
The A-level stage contained only one partition. The moment Lu Ming entered, 10 early stage 4th rank demon beasts charged at him. These beasts were diverse in type, lightning wolves specializing in speed, mountain-shaking tigers excelling in strength, and even plant-type beasts focused on control, like hallucinogenic vines.
Functionally, the assortment was exceptionally well-rounded.
The primary assessment focused not only on the students' raw combat prowess but also on their psychological resilience. After all, these beasts possessed formidable strength, making a crushing victory rare indeed. This necessitated a test of the candidates' control over their own strength and martial skills. Lu Ming, however, was one of those rare few. Facing this formidable array, he remained utterly unflustered, slowly sheathing his black iron sword at his waist. Only when the 10 demon beasts' attacks were about to strike him did he suddenly draw his sword.
First form of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic, Sword Drawl.
A flash of white light erupted, and the razor-sharp sword beam instantly sliced the 10 demon beasts to pieces.
The next 10 met the same fate, unable to cause Lu Ming the slightest hindrance.
Entering the S-rank stage, only 5 demon beasts remained here, but each possessed high-grade 4th rank power. Moreover, there were no barriers here. The moment Lu Ming entered, the 5 high-grade 4th rank demonic beasts immediately charged at him. After his recent cultivation, his cultivation base had reached mid-4th grade, placing him one minor realm above these beasts, effectively fighting above his level. Zhou Qi and the 3 teachers were also curious whether Lu Ming could pass this stage. The teacher from Capital University chuckled. This youngster breezed through the earlier stages with ease.
This level should reveal his true capabilities.
The teacher from Hongdu University pushed his glasses up and nodded.
Indeed. Though he scored SSS in all 3 initial tests, his cultivation base is still somewhat low. Even if he manages to pass, it won't be easy.
The teacher from Magic Sea University agreed. True.
There's always a gap between test data and real combat. I suspect this second round will be his limit. Such results aren't particularly impressive. Why not let SMO High University take a small loss and admit him directly? The professors from Kyoto University and Hongdu University shot him a glare. Nice try. Even if he stalls at the S tier, it's because he's been shortchanged on resources, holding back his cultivation. If we're willing to take that hit, then you guys at MO High can stop fighting over him.
Seeing the 3 arguing fiercely, Zhou Qi couldn't help but remind them, perhaps you 3 should stop arguing for now. It seems this S stage might not hold him back after all.
Ha!
Confusion flashed across their faces as they immediately turned their gaze back to the screen.
On the screen, Lu Ming faced 5 high-grade 4th rank demonic beasts.
Not only did he show no sign of panic, but his expression remained as calm as ever. He merely activated his sword transformation technique, then executed the sword draw stance 5 times in succession against the 5 beasts. Under the terrifying might of the draw strike, the 5 demon beasts were instantly cleaved in 2. Witnessing this scene, the 3 instructors froze in shock. After a long moment, a single question simultaneously formed in all 3 of their minds.
Just how far can this guy go? Chapter 78, Instant Kill.
Since this was an artificial dungeon, the beasts within were not genuine creatures but advanced technological simulations.
This was for the candidate's safety.
The greatest advantage of using simulated projections for assessment was that the entire process was monitored by the system.
Should it detect any life-threatening danger to the students, the projection beasts would cease their attacks.
Since they weren't real beasts, there was naturally no experience to gain.
After easily dispatching the S-rank demon beasts, Lu Ming couldn't help but pout. If only they were real demon beasts. That would have been a decent amount of experience. Phew! Just one more level to go. Wonder if my scores will even get me a county-level top scholar title.
Determined to maximize his score, Lu Ming wasted no time and stepped directly into the teleportation gate.
Boom! The moment Lu Ming entered the boss stage, an explosive roar echoed in his ears. A massive shadow loomed over him.
Not far ahead of Lu Ming stood a giant ape over 4 meters tall, covered in long blue fur, with a lightning bolt emblem on its chest. This was the sole demon beast guarding the boss level, a lightning giant gorilla at the early stage of the 5th rank. As a 5th grade demon beast, the lightning giant gorilla possessed immense strength, thick, tough hide, and mastery over the power of thunder and lightning. Ordinary martial artists struck by its attacks would likely fall into paralysis if their constitution wasn't up to par. Upon spotting Lu Ming, the lightning giant gorilla slammed its fists against the lightning emblem on its chest, causing specks of blue light to swirl around its body. Among its fur, tiny lightning bolts, visible to the naked eye, darted about like fish swimming through water.
Watching this unfold on screen, Zhou Qi couldn't help but shake his head. Oh dear. Looks like the teachers in Xianzhou City didn't cover the lightning giant gorilla's traits before the exam.
In truth, upon graduating from school, the teachers had indeed briefed Lu Ming and his peers on the strength, numbers, and characteristics of the demon beasts in each tier of the college entrance exam dungeon. They even meticulously analyzed the weaknesses of each beast. However, the teachers in Qianzhou City primarily focused their explanations on the A, B, and C tiers, barely touching upon the S tier and boss stages. After all, in the history of Qianzhou City, those who had ever reached the S tier were few and far between. Those who did reach the S tier hailed from the city's prominent families, and such information was naturally explained in detail by their elders. Therefore, the teachers in Qianzhou City saw no need to waste time on these higher tiers.
Lu Ming's knowledge of the lightning giant gorilla was limited to knowing its name and that it wielded the power of thunder and lightning. Beyond that, he knew nothing.
Upon hearing this, the teacher from the Imperial Capital University sighed deeply.
Ah! What a pity!
If his teacher had thoroughly explained it beforehand, with his speed, he would have had a good chance of breaking the lightning giant ape's 9 thunder flash kill formation. Teachers from Hongdu and Mohai universities also sighed in unison. If only the boss-level demon beast weren't the lightning giant ape. Then we might have seen this kid properly battle a 5th rank demon beast. Perhaps we could have witnessed his true limits. Boom! Suddenly, as the lightning giant gorilla slammed both fists into the ground, an explosive crack echoed through the air.
9 crackling lightning orbs appeared overhead.
The 9 thunderballs exploded violently, unleashing 9 lightning bolts as thick as arms.
Like venomous serpents, they shot toward Lu Ming from all directions.
After opening his spiritual sea, Lu Ming's perception had become exceptionally keen. The moment the lightning gorilla slammed its fists into the ground, he sensed the unusual presence above his head. Lu Ming activated his lightning god's swift step and advance. As the bolts struck, he glided through them with the ease of a fish, completely unruffled. The professors from Magic Sea University, seeing Lu Ming evade the 9 thunder lightning slaying array, were so shocked they cursed out loud. Holy! He dodged the lightning gorilla's 9 thunder lightning killing array.
The exclamation instantly drew the attention of Zhou Qi and the others.
Seeing Lu Ming evade the 9 bolts with such composure, disbelief flashed in each of their eyes. Even if he's fast, there's no way he could dodge lightning. The teacher from Magic Sea University stared blankly, muttering to himself. What terrifying combat awareness! This isn't just about raw speed, he's using superlative combat awareness to predict the landing points and trajectories of this lightning-like killing array. Zhou Qi, not only the most advanced in cultivation among the 4, but also a former soldier, possessed an even sharper eye. He instantly recognized that Lu Ming hadn't dodged the 9 lightning bolts through sheer speed alone, it was pure anticipation. In truth, Lu Ming's advantage wasn't due to any extraordinary combat awareness, but simply a benefit from his mental sea. However, Zhou Qi and the others were unaware that Lu Ming had already cultivated his spiritual sea, mistakenly attributing his feat to terrifying combat awareness. Zhou Qi's eyes flashed with sharp insight. This youth is only at mid-4th grade cultivation, yet possesses such terrifying combat awareness. Once he breaks through to 5th grade and cultivates his spiritual sea, his reactions will be even more terrifying. Such innate talent, if he joined the military, he'd be a natural-born war god. Hearing this, the 3 teachers' expressions changed. They all knew Zhou Qi had transitioned from a high-ranking military officer to become the estate master.
Hearing this, they spoke in unison. Lord Zhou. A talent like Lu Ming should first advance his studies at a prestigious academy. Enlisting after graduation would be the optimal path. Zhou Qi understood their concerns perfectly well. They were merely concerned that if he issued a recommendation letter allowing Lu Ming to enlist directly, they would miss out on the academy's rewards. However, Zhou Qi had no intention of directly pushing Lu Ming into military service. After all, while military service forged character, it also carried greater risks. Moreover, purely from a cultivation perspective, the resources available at a prestigious academy were undeniably richer. Zhou Qi chuckled. Rest assured, his cultivation is too low now. The risk of him perishing after enlisting is too great. Even if I were to recommend him, I'd wait until after his sophomore year. Hearing this, the 3 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, let's see how long this kid can last. The 4 pairs of eyes returned to the screen. By now, Lu Ming had completely evaded the lightning gorilla's lethal strike. Simultaneously, amplified by his sword transformation technique, Lu Ming remained utterly unaffected by the stray lightning energy in the air. Determined to achieve a better score, Lu Ming held nothing back. His spiritual energy surged wildly, and 9 spiritual veins instantly materialized behind him. Like 9 divine dragons, the 9 immortal grade spiritual veins soared behind him, radiating an extraordinary aura. In his mind, Lu Ming visualized the 4 divine beasts, channeling the essence of the 4 symbols' sword intent. He pushed the sword transformation technique to its absolute limit, a faint rainbow-colored aura emanating from his body. Enraged that Lu Ming had evaded its innate secret technique, the lightning giant gorilla leapt forward, crushing down upon him like a mountain collapsing from above. As Lu Ming retreated using the lightning step, he swung his black iron sword with sudden ferocity. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form, Shatterstone. A fierce sword light shot forth, exploding violently upon striking the lightning giant ape. The immense force caused the entire palace to tremble. Thud! A thunderous crash echoed as the lightning gorilla crashed to the ground. Its limbs twitched a few times before it lay utterly still. Lu Ming's strike had blasted a gaping hole through its chest, instantly shattering its heart and lungs.
Back when Lu Ming was only a low-tier 4th rank cultivator, he had already been able to slay Jin Dainyu, a 5th rank opponent, with a single strike. He felt no surprise at such devastating power now. Lu Ming casually sheathed his black iron sword, clapped his hands, and declared with a smile, "That's a wrap." Before the screen, Zhou Qi and the other three were frozen in shock. Their eyes remained glued to the screen for an eternity, not even blinking, forgetting to breathe. After a long while, two operators couldn't help but exclaim, "What kind of monster is this? He actually one-shot the lightning giant gorilla." Chapter 79, The Top Scholar of Qianzhou Prefecture. This is truly monstrous. After the three instructors uttered their astonished exclamation, they immediately grabbed their phones to call their respective superiors and report the situation. Zhou Qi watched Lu Ming on the screen, pondered for a moment, then chuckled, "Seems he really is something special." After Lu Ming instantly defeated the lightning giant gorilla, the power of the Gaokao dungeon expelled him. At this point, the exam had only been underway for a full 6 minutes. Lu Ming was the first to exit the examination hall. When Gong Changfeng saw Lu Ming, he froze. In his view, although Lu Ming's soul essence and spiritual vein grades weren't high, his cultivation level was solid, and his techniques were impressive. No matter what, he shouldn't have been eliminated this early. Even those who had only just met the minimum requirement for the Gaokao early 3rd grade practitioners hadn't been eliminated yet. Gong Changfeng immediately flashed over. He first scrutinized Lu Ming carefully, confirming he was uninjured before asking with a puzzled expression, "How come you're out already? With your strength, even if you couldn't pass the S-level gate, you should have at least made it through the A-level gate." Lu Ming shrugged and chuckled, "I passed the gate, so I came out." "Wait, what did you say? Passed?" Gong Changfeng looked utterly baffled. Lu Ming nodded. "Yeah. It was just a 5th grade demon beast. Not like I've never killed one before." Gong Changfeng's eyes widened in utter disbelief. He had witnessed Lu Ming slaying Jin Dainyu and the bloodthirsty lion with a single sword strike. But back then, Jin Dainyu and the bloodthirsty lion weren't at full strength, and he had his support. This was an entirely different concept from fighting alone. What's more, the demon beast in the final boss stage of the Gaokao dungeon might only be early 5th rank, but it was a lightning giant gorilla. A versatile monster combining speed, strength, and stamina. And because it was a man-made projection, the lightning giant gorilla wouldn't engage in probing attacks like ordinary demon beasts. According to the system settings, the lightning giant ape unleashes its innate secret technique, the 9 Thunder Flash Slaying Array, right from the start. Gong Changfeng knew full well that high school teachers in Qianzhou City wouldn't bother explaining the lightning giant ape's details to their students. Without understanding the lightning giant ape's characteristics, forget 4th rank martial artists, even 5th rank fighters could be instantly wiped out. Seeing Gong Changfeng's expression, Lu Ming didn't elaborate further. After all, once the college entrance exams concluded, the results would speak for themselves. Lu Ming walked to the rest area, pulled out his phone, and began checking the scores of Qianzhou Prefecture's top scorers from previous years. After checking several consecutive years, a smile spread across Lu Ming's face. His search results showed that in previous years, the Qianzhou Prefecture examination had always lasted over 20 minutes. Moreover, not a single one of them had successfully defeated the demon beast in the boss stage. Though he didn't know his exact score, he was certain he'd clinch the top scholar title for Qianzhou Prefecture. Watching Lu Ming's relaxed demeanor, Gong Changfeng didn't quite believe his words but refrained from pressing further. Instead, he paced back and forth anxiously. His mind was consumed with worry for Gong Mengfei. Given her cultivation level, soul essence, and spiritual veins, admission to a top academy was practically guaranteed. However, the second round of exams was fraught with uncertainties. Some candidates, with strong mental fortitude, performed exceptionally well. Those who could only pass the C level ended up clearing the B level. Others, performing below their usual standard, might stumble at the C level despite being capable of clearing B. Gong Changfeng silently prayed to all the gods and Buddhas in heaven, beseeching them to grant Gong Mengfei a brilliant performance in the exams. As time passed, many 3rd grade cultivation students were gradually eliminated. After 20 minutes had passed, Gong Changfeng felt slightly more at ease. By this point, anyone still standing had at least reached the B-level stage. Those with exceptional strength might even have advanced to the A-level stage. Another 5 minutes passed, and nearly all examinees had emerged, yet Gong Mengfei remained nowhere to be seen. At the 30-minute mark, the portal flashed white light and ejected 10 people, Gong Mengfei among them. Emerging from the portal, she immediately bounded toward him, her steps light and eager. Spotting Lu Ming, she looked surprised. "Lu Ming, how did you get out before me?" The second stage primarily assessed combat skills. Having fought alongside Lu Ming before, she knew his tactics and mindset well. She couldn't fathom how Lu Ming could have been eliminated before her. Lu Ming smiled. "I passed the level, so I came out. How about you? Which level did you reach?" Gong Changfeng also asked anxiously. "Yeah. Mengfei, which stage are you at?" Gong Mengfei chuckled softly, a hint of pride lighting up her face. "I'm almost at the boss stage." "Really?" Gong Changfeng's eyes lit up with excitement. Reaching the boss stage meant she could easily break into the top 10 in Qianzhou Prefecture. Such an achievement not only allowed free choice of academy but also came with a generous reward.
Gong Mengfei nodded.
Yep. Not only did I make it to the boss stage, but I also lasted 3 whole minutes against the lightning gorilla. With my results, I feel I can break into the top 5 in the prefecture.
Hey, Lu Ming, you mentioned clearing a stage earlier. Which one did you beat? S rank? Gong Mengfei knew that high school teachers in Qianzhou City didn't explain the specifics of S rank or boss stages.
Though Lu Ming was powerful, he might still fail if he didn't understand the demon beast's tactics.
Lu Ming shook his head and laughed. It was the boss level. What? You mean you killed the lightning giant gorilla?
Lu Ming nodded calmly.
Yeah. Otherwise, how could it be called clearing the stage? Really? Gong Mengfei stared at Lu Ming with a skeptical look.
Clearly, he couldn't quite believe that Lu Ming had managed to defeat the lightning gorilla without knowing its weakness. Lu Ming pursed his lips and pointed at the massive projection now looming in the sky.
There you go, the results are out. Just look at them.
The projection swiftly displayed the rankings for the top 1,000 contestants.
Gong Mengfei scanned the screen, then suddenly pointed at it excitedly. Look! My name! 5th place! Gong Mengfei's name appeared in 4th place.
Her first round test scores were SSA, while her second round test yielded 92 points and an SS rating.
After reviewing the entire list, Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply.
He couldn't find his own name on the list.
The top-ranked candidate in Qianzhou Prefecture was a man named Chen Ming.
His first round scores were SSA, while his second round test yielded 94 points and an SS rating. Lu Ming didn't know about the others, but in the second round, he had single-handedly killed the lightning giant gorilla. Logically, he should have scored a perfect 100. No matter what, he couldn't possibly be ranked below 1000th place. After her initial excitement, Gong Mengfei's expression stiffened as she scanned the entire list. Lu Ming, what on earth is going on here? I encountered an issue during the first round of testing. The system might not have recorded my data. Lord City Master, could you take me to speak with the Manor Master? We need to find out exactly what happened. Although Gong Changfeng found it hard to believe Lu Ming could have slain the lightning gorilla, he absolutely refused to believe Lu Ming wouldn't even make it into the top 1,000.
Gong Changfeng nodded. Alright. I'll take you there immediately. Holy crap. The leaderboard's moving. Whoa. The top spots changed hands. Lu Ming. Who the hell is Lu Ming? I don't recall anyone by that name in our Qianzhou Prefecture city. Just as Lu Ming and Gong Changfeng were about to depart, a commotion erupted nearby. The clamor instantly caught their attention. The three of them immediately looked up at the projection. Chapter 80, Exam Footage. At that moment, the original top-ranked candidate had slipped to second place. In the top spot, Lu Ming's name now shone brightly. But his scores were all? Holy crap! Lu Ming, you actually cleared it. You're the top scholar of Qianzhou Prefecture. Gong Changfeng stared at Lu Ming's name on the list, stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Well done. Who would have thought my Qianzhou city would ever see a top scholar emerge? Gong Changfeng's loud voice immediately drew the attention of many. What? This year's top scholar is from Qianzhou City? Damn it, he's only at the mid-4th rank. With that cultivation level, how could he possibly have earned it? Throughout Qianzhou Prefecture City, members of prominent families erupted into heated discussion upon recognizing Lu Ming. Chen Ming was widely recognized as Qianzhou Prefecture's foremost prodigy, already possessing cultivation bordering on 5th rank. They couldn't believe that Lu Ming, with his cultivation, could achieve a better result than Chen Ming. At that moment, Chen Ming, who had already opened his champagne, froze with a smile frozen on his face. The moment he saw Lu Ming's results, he shouted, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could some guy from a subordinate city, with only mid-4th rank cultivation, possibly surpass me? This must be a system error. How could someone with a score of possibly rank above me? I protest." The Chen family was one of the top clans in Qianzhou Prefecture City, wielding considerable power and boasting numerous members. Now, members of the Chen family began shouting and yelling toward the area where Zhou Qi and the others were standing. Lu Ming was stunned when he saw his own score. He knew his score should have been enough to secure the top spot in Qianzhou Prefecture, but surely the results should be displayed? What on earth did this question mark mean? Don't look at me, I have no idea why either. Lu Ming spread his hands helplessly, signaling his confusion. Gong Changfeng patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and chuckled, "Don't worry. The imperial examination system has been in use since ancient times and has never made a mistake. If it says you're first, then you are first. As for that, well, I suspect it's a display glitch. The prefect should be here shortly to explain." Zhou Qi heard the clamor rising from the square and couldn't help but rub his temples as he chuckled. Guys, even if you're manually adjusting the results, you could at least show a specific rating. What's with this question mark? What's going on here? The teachers from the 3 top-tier academies exchanged awkward smiles. Well, we've never encountered this before. I thought we could adjust it with our permissions, but apparently not. But don't worry, we've already consulted our superiors. The response from above is that this is how this system is configured. All we need to do is explain it to the public. Zhou Qi covered his face. Well then, who among you is going to explain it?
You guys might be more effective than me at handling this. The Kyoto University representative stood up and volunteered. No problem, I'll handle it. The Kyoto University admissions officer produced a small flying device, stepped aboard, and ascended into the air. Using spiritual energy to amplify her voice, she announced, "Everyone, I am Zhao Linger, the admissions officer from Kyoto University."
The entire crowd fell silent the moment Zhao Linger's voice echoed.
Chen Ming frowned deeply and shouted, "Ms. Zhao.
This system must be glitching. I'm the top scholar of Qianzhou Prefecture." Zhao Linger gave Chen Ming a gentle smile.
The system hasn't malfunctioned. Chen Ming, according to the scoring, Lu Ming truly ranks above you. Chen Ming staggered, nearly losing his balance. Zhao Linger continued, "The reason Lu Ming's score shows as a question mark is because his performance was so outstanding that it exceeded the system's original limit range, hence the question mark display." Chen Ming clenched his jaw, his eyes wild with fury.
I don't believe it. He's only at the intermediate 4th grade cultivation level. How could his performance possibly surpass mine? I demand to see the exam footage.
Zhao Linger looked at Chen Ming, her face filled with displeasure. His actions amounted to questioning her impartiality. The college entrance exam was designed from the outset to maximize the potential of its examinees.
Thus, during the assessments, candidates essentially revealed their full capabilities.
Requesting to view the assessment footage was like exposing someone's underwear.
Right. We don't believe someone at intermediate 4th rank could become the top scholar. We demand to see his exam footage. Many immediately echoed Chen Ming's outcry.
These individuals were mostly those who had originally ranked within the top 150. Due to Lu Ming's emergence, their rankings had each dropped by one position.
Don't underestimate that one spot. It was crucial for them.
Simply gaining admission to a top academy entitled them to a reward from the provincial government. Moreover, the higher their rank, the more generous the rewards they would receive from their families. If it had been just Chen Ming, Zhao Linger could have leveraged her status to overrule him. But now, with so many people making demands together, if she tried to overrule them with her status again, it could spark uncontrollable public backlash.
Zhao Linger's expression darkened as she shot Chen Ming a fierce glare. Must you see it?
Chen Ming knew this would leave a bad impression on Zhao Linger, but he couldn't accept Lu Ming snatching his top scholar position for no reason.
Chen Ming nodded firmly. I must see it.
Zhao Linger took a deep breath, her expression tinged with anger.
She had no choice but to approach Lu Ming and ask, Lu Ming, would you mind releasing your college entrance exam recording? If you're uncomfortable, I can request higher-level officials to clarify this for you. Dong Changfeng also whispered a warning, Lu Ming, the exam footage records every move you make during the test. It could very well expose your methods. Once you enter university, you won't just be classmates, you'll be competitors.
It's best not to agree to release the footage.
Lu Ming could see Zhao Linger's dilemma.
Having been a corporate drone himself, he knew full well that if this matter reached Zhao Linger's superiors, she would face severe reprimands.
He was planning to apply to Kyoto University. Why would he want to cause trouble for his future professor now? Lu Ming waved his hand and laughed. It doesn't matter. If they want to see it, let them watch. Zhao Linger was taken aback. Really? You won't reconsider?
Lu Ming shrugged.
Nothing to think about. They probably won't understand it anyway.
Lu Ming's words weren't entirely without merit. After all, whether it was the sword transformation technique or the four symbols sword intent, ordinary people couldn't possibly grasp their essence. As for the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, only those who'd experienced its terror firsthand could grasp its true power. To outsiders, it just looked like Lu Ming casually waving his sword about. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't understand Lu Ming's true skill. Zhao Linger nodded, a look of relief spreading across her face.
Thank you.
After softly thanking Lu Ming, Zhao Linger soared back into the air, glaring fiercely at Chen Ming.
Open your eyes wide and watch. Don't blame the path for being uneven when you're the one who can't keep up. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean Lu Ming can't.
Zhao Linger shouted to the staff, play Lu Ming's college entrance exam recording. Soon, under the staff's operation, Lu Ming's college entrance exam footage was played. After watching the footage, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Chen Ming staggered and collapsed onto the floor. In that moment, he felt as if the sky had fallen.
Chapter 81, Hot Commodity.
In the footage, Lu Ming effortlessly shattered the wooden stumps. Though others might have questioned the multiple log replacements, Chen Ming did not. He himself had achieved an SS rating in the strength test, shattering 2 wooden posts. He understood that although the subsequent logs appeared identical in size, their defensive properties varied vastly. As for the subsequent speed and physical fitness tests, Lu Ming's results left Chen Ming in the dust. The most astonishing feat, however, was Lu Ming's speed run approach in the second round of the exam. It felt like he was just using basic attacks the entire time. If you didn't know he was only a 4th rank martial artist, many watching the footage would have sworn Lu Ming was a 5th grade martial artist, or even a 6th grade one.
After watching the footage, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Those who had earlier clamored for the footage now felt so embarrassed they wanted to crawl into a hole. Gong Mengfei couldn't help but gasp, scrutinizing Lu Ming from head to toe.
Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed under her gaze. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
"I don't have flowers growing on my face." Gong Mengfei sighed. "What kind of monster are you? I feel so defeated."
Lu Ming scratched his nose and said nonchalantly, "Don't fall for me, I'm just a legend."
"Actually, you're not bad yourself." Lu Ming's teasing made Gong Mengfei laugh. She rolled her eyes. "You're so full of yourself. Only a fool would fall for you." After the video ended, Zhao Linger looked at Chen Ming sitting on the floor. "Well? Convinced now?"
Chen Ming's eyes were vacant, his expression blank, clearly unable to handle the blow. Zhao Linger's eyes brimmed with contempt.
"Useless."
Zhao Linger returned to the screen. "Master Gong, please declare the college entrance exam concluded. Kindly arrange for someone to escort Lu Ming to the master's residence.
The admissions directors from our 3 major academies should be arriving shortly." Zhou Qi flew into the air, delivered some ceremonial remarks, and then declared the entrance exam concluded.
As Lu Ming prepared to follow Gong Changfeng and Gong Mengfei to the hotel to rest, a city defense soldier at the peak of 4th rank approached.
"Brother Lu Ming, the Lord requests your presence at the residence."
Though this city guard was older than Lu Ming and possessed higher cultivation, he addressed Lu Ming with respectful honorifics, a sign of his keen sense of propriety. Judging by Lu Ming's performance over the past few days, as long as he didn't take a wrong turn, his future achievements would be nothing to sneeze at.
This city guard was clearly eager to advance. "Huh? Aren't rewards supposed to be given after the acceptance letter arrives?" Lu Ming was curious about this.
According to standard procedure, even as the top scholar of Qianzhou Prefecture, his reward would typically be delayed by about a week until the admission notice arrived. He couldn't fathom why Lu Qi was summoning him now.
Gong Changfeng chuckled. "With your scores, the 3 top academies will be fighting over you. They'll offer you different incentives. Go check them out, whichever one gives you the most, that's where you should go."
Lowering his voice, Gong Changfeng added, "I've never heard of anyone achieving what you did in my entire career. When negotiating rewards with the academies, start high and then gradually lower your demands.
Don't start with an offer too low you won't have room to negotiate down later."
Lu Ming was intrigued.
"Is that even possible?" Gong Changfeng flashed a knowing smile.
"Of course. If you're unsure, just let them bid against each other. You're really going to strike it rich this time, kid." Lu Ming nodded and followed the city guard toward Zhou Qi's residence. As soon as they entered the gate, admissions officers from the 3 major academies rushed over to greet them.
"Lu Ming, hello. I'm Zhao Linger, the admissions officer from Capital University."
Zhao Linger was the youngest of the 3 recruiters, looking to be around 25 or 26.
Perhaps because he wasn't much older than Lu Ming, the man exuded a strong sense of familiarity. "Hey, Lu. I'm Xiong Chang, the admissions officer from Mo High University."
Mo High University's admissions officers were memorable in appearance, typical greasy middle-aged men with round faces, beer bellies, and, yes, that signature receding hairline. After both introductions were made, the admissions officer from Hongdu University hurriedly pushed past Xiong Chang and extended his hand toward Lu Ming.
"Lu Ming, I'm Zhang Qian, admissions officer from Hongdu University." Though Zhang Qian was about the same age as Xiong Chang, his appearance was completely different. He sported a sleek pompadour, wore a crisp suit, and even through his shirt, the outline of his 8-pack abs was faintly visible. He wasn't conventionally handsome, but he radiated an undeniable charm. At first glance, Lu Ming thought he must be a real ladies' man. Seizing the moment of their handshake, Zhang Qian leaned close to Lu Ming's ear and whispered, "Hey, Lu. Let me tell you, our Hongdu University is nicknamed the Kingdom of Women. Not only are there tons of gorgeous female teachers, but the ratio of female to male seniors is a staggering 7 to 1. Gentle ones, pure ones, proud ones, mature types, TSS, you name it, we've got it all. Look at you, just as handsome as me. If you came to our school, you'd be the hottest commodity around. You can balance academics and romance, it's a sweet deal." Hearing Zhang Qian's words, Zhao Linger's face darkened as she yanked Zhang Qian away. "Lu Ming, don't listen to her nonsense. We have tons of gorgeous senior female students at Kyoto University too. As for professors? Well, just look at me." As she spoke, Zhao Linger stood up straight, proudly thrusting out her ample chest. The sight made Lu Ming's face flush red for a moment. Xiong Chang knew he couldn't compete with Zhao Linger and Zhang Qian on this front, so he simply picked up the table and carried it away. "So, Lu, you must be exhausted from the college entrance exams. Come on, let me take you for some tea to relax. I don't have many hobbies, but I love collecting and tinkering with premium spiritual teas. Let me tell you, these spiritual teas have quite the pedigree. Take this one, for instance, drinking it regularly not only sharpens your mind but also strengthens your spirit." Saying this, Xiong Chang retrieved an exquisitely packaged tea box from his storage space and silently handed it to Lu Ming. "Take this home and try it first. I have hundreds of varieties of spiritual tea at my place, even ones that nourish the kidneys. Once you're at school, feel free to come by anytime and take whatever you like if you're interested. With Gong Changfeng's prior warning, Lu Ming naturally accepted without hesitation. He promptly tucked the box of spiritual tea away, repeatedly thanking Xiong Chang. Experience truly is the best teacher. Xiong Chang's move instantly made Lu Ming feel a sense of familiarity toward him. The two chatted and laughed, enjoying themselves immensely. This scene left Zhao Linger and Zhang Qian utterly dumbfounded.
Fuming, they stomped their feet and shouted in unison, "Blatant bribery!
Shameless!"
Though they cursed aloud, inwardly they seethed with regret that they hadn't thought of this tactic themselves.
A prospect like Lu Ming, even if they couldn't recruit him into the academy, leaving him with a favorable impression would be invaluable.
Though Lu Ming was thoroughly enjoying his conversation with Xiong Chang, he wasn't blinded by such petty favors. After sitting down and chatting for a while, he smiled warmly at Zhao Linger and Zhang Qian.
"Teachers, aren't you going to give me a proper introduction to the academy? Teacher Zhang already gave me a wonderful introduction." Chapter 82, The Vice Principal's Recruitment.
Zhao Linger and Zhang Qian had been struggling to get a word in edgewise. Seeing the eager look in Lu Ming's eyes, they knew their chance had come. Zhao Linger and Zhang Qian both lunged forward simultaneously, only to collide in their eagerness.
Zhao Linger pouted, "Ladies first. Could you be a gentleman?" Zhang Qian shot her a look. "Where was that line when we were taking the fall?"
Old rules apply: rock, paper, scissors.
After a thrilling round of competition, Zhang Qian emerged victorious. He pumped his fist triumphantly at Zhao Linger. "Told you so. Rock beats everything. Still don't believe me?" He didn't forget to console Zhao Linger. "We're just the advance party. The real show is still up to the leaders. Who knows? Maybe this guy will end up liking your Kyoto University without even realizing it."
Zhang Qian sat down beside Lu Ming, pulling a fiery red dried mushroom from his storage space and placing it before him. "Little Lu, this is a specialty from our Hongdu mountain, a 4th grade spiritual herb called the Yang blood mushroom. It's quite the treasure, containing remarkable pure Yang energy. Not only does it regulate qi and blood, but it also nourishes kidney qi." Lu Ming's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the Yang blood mushroom before him. On the list of herbs needed to incubate the sword beast embryo, this Yang blood mushroom ranked quite high, and a significant quantity was required: 5 pieces. Lu Ming held the Yang blood mushrooms, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Zhang Qian.
"Teacher Zhang, do you have any more of this? If so, could you sell me some?" Zhang Qian froze for a moment.
Little Lu, you don't have a girlfriend yet, right? In your situation, you shouldn't consume too much of this." Although the Yang blood mushroom was a 4th grade spiritual herb, since it grew near Hongdu Academy on Hongdu Mountain, Zhang Qian had stockpiled some to improve his own physical condition. Thinking Lu Ming intended to consume it himself, he offered a well-meaning warning. Lu Ming wouldn't reveal it was for hatching sword beasts, so he casually made up an excuse. "Well, I have this friend who'd die for me, he needs it."
"Oh, right, he's married. He's been complaining to me lately about his divorce proceedings. He's been threatening suicide, so I figured I'd help him out."
Though it pained him to part with them, Zhang Qian immediately produced his entire stockpile. 5 sunblood mushrooms lay neatly arranged on the table.
"That's all I have right now. You can have it all, but remind your friend to take it easy. Overdoing it can break you."
Lu Ming waved his hand, stowing the Yang blood mushrooms while pulling out the purple card awarded to him by the authorities.
"I have no idea about the market value.
Take a look at these 6 Yang blood mushrooms and see how much they're worth. I don't know if I have enough money here." When Zhang Qian, Zhao Linger, and Xiong Chang saw the purple card in Lu Ming's hand, their eyes widened in shock. They knew full well that a purple card like this was worth at least 100,000 ethereal stones.
"Is he really from Quanzhou City?"
Though stunned, the trio tacitly refrained from prying, lest they offend Lu Ming.
Zhang Qian waved his hand painfully. "Talking about money makes things awkward. Just remember how good the teacher has been to you." After some polite refusal, Lu Ming had no choice but to put the purple card away. To express his gratitude, he chatted with Zhang Qian about everything under the sun for over half an hour. Zhao Linger glanced at the time the leaders would arrive any moment. She hurriedly pulled Zhang Qian aside and thrust a dark purple orb into Lu Ming's hands.
"Lu Ming, consider this thunderbolt orb your teacher's welcome gift." As soon as Lu Ming saw the thunderbolt orb, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
Ding! Lightning attribute material detected. Friendly reminder, this item can be used for soul enchantment upgrades. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He accepted the offer without hesitation, then chatted with Zhao Linger for a while longer.
Just as the three were wrapping up their conversation, a sudden roar of wind echoed from outside. 3 helicopters landed on the open grounds of Zhou Qi's residence, their rotors whirring with a sense of urgency. The leaders have arrived. Zhang Qian and the others heard the commotion and immediately stood up. "Lu Ming, please stay here for a moment. Our leaders have arrived, and we need to go greet them."
Lu Ming nodded. "All right. Go ahead."
Lu Ming felt a flutter of excitement. With such a lavish appetizer already served, he began to anticipate the main course. If luck's on my side, I might just gather all the common materials needed to upgrade my soul and hatch a sword beast in one go. Before the three helicopters had even come to a complete stop, three elderly men with beer bellies and graying hair hurriedly leaped out.
Principal? Zheng Qian, Zhao Linger, and Xiong Chang's expression shifted in surprise upon seeing the trio. Typically, admissions were handled by the admissions office.
While they had encountered exceptionally talented students before, it was always the admissions director who made the appearance.
They never imagined that Lu Ming would actually warrant the principal's attention this time.
Though he was only the vice principal, this clearly demonstrated the high regard the leadership of the three colleges held for Lu Ming. The three vice presidents immediately came running toward them as soon as they stepped off the plane.
Where are they?
Zhao Linger and the others promptly led their respective presidents back to the previous room. Seeing them return, Lu Ming hastily rose to his feet and respectfully bowed to the three elders.
Lu Ming, we greet.
Before Lu Ming could finish, Zhao Linger hurried to his side and whispered, "These three are the vice deans of our respective colleges." Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Ming instantly grasped Zhao Linger's intent. "Lu Ming, I greet the three esteemed principals."
The three gray-haired elders appraised Lu Ming with admiring eyes, silently marveling within. This kid's got it. He's got the right stuff.
The trio took their seats and began introducing themselves.
The elder beside Zheng Qian spoke first. I am Hong Wanli, vice president of Hongdu University.
I'm a straightforward man, so I'll be blunt. If you apply to Hongdu University, we'll reward you with 100,000 ethereal stones. If you rank within the top 5 in the intercollegiate exams during your sophomore year and achieve 6th rank martial artist status, we'll grant you a Great Perfection tier martial arts manual and a set of 5th rank spirit artifacts.
The old man beside Xiong Chang continued, I'm Su Yunfang, vice president of Mo High University. We match their offer.
Beyond that, if you rank within the top 5 in the entrance assessment, we'll immediately reward you with a grade 3 defensive spirit artifact. Seeing the others had made their offers, the old man beside Zhao Linger spoke calmly. I am Zhao Qua, vice president of Capital University.
Our capital university is located in the capital city. We even have a nickname, the high-ranking official training ground. Choose us, and you'll practically have a job waiting for you upon graduation.
Our rewards at Capital University match Hongdu's, but the top 5 in the entrance exam will receive a special dungeon trial opportunity. I recall your soul essence is a sword. Within this instance, you might obtain fragments of a divine sword. If any divine essence remains within the fragments, it can be used to enhance the strength of your soul essence. Even without divine essence, the fragments are invaluable materials for crafting high-end spirit artifacts. You could trade them for other valuable items. This dungeon is exclusive to our capital university. None of the others have it. Strengthen my soul essence? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Though his current martial arts and sword intent were formidable, his soul level was far too low.
If he could upgrade it, his combat power would surge dramatically. He was deeply intrigued by this secret realm. Zhao Qua understood their advantage.
Seeing the look on Lu Ming's face, he knew it was practically a sure thing. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he spoke up.
Oh, right.
The footage showed us too little. We're quite curious about your soul essence and spiritual veins. Could you release them for us to observe?
Chapter 83, What belongs to me will be mine sooner or later. In an instant, all eyes turned to Lu Ming.
They were all curious what kind of soul essence and spiritual veins did Lu Ming possess to wield such outrageous attack power.
Of course I can.
It wasn't a secret anyway, so Lu Ming casually revealed his life soul and spirit veins. The moment they saw Lu Ming's soul essence and spiritual vein, the previously lively atmosphere instantly froze. The room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop.
Those present instantly recognized Lu Ming's soul essence as a D-grade mystic iron sword.
Though Lu Ming's black iron sword bore a slight difference from ordinary ones, the aura emanating from it remained undeniable. Even if there were slight mutations, it couldn't change the fact that it was D-grade. Beyond that, the 9 dazzlingly white spirit veins radiating from Lu Ming's back were even more conspicuous. Though Lu Ming's spirit veins differed somewhat from ordinary ones. Ordinary people's spirit veins were fixed, appearing like a scroll painting. Lu Ming's spirit veins, however, pulsed like living creatures, weaving back and forth behind him with an extraordinary spiritual aura. Yet none of this altered the cruel truth, his spirit veins were a testament to his character. Zhao Linger and the other 5 stared blankly, their minds momentarily frozen.
None of them could comprehend it.
With Lu Ming's D-grade soul essence in his background, reaching even the 4th rank was a miracle. Yet with the strength of his spiritual veins, he possessed such terrifying offensive power. This was a miracle within a miracle. The 3 vice deans scratched their sparse hair with grave expressions, lost in deep thought. Your soul essence is a D-grade mystic iron sword? Su Yunfang asked Lu Ming in disbelief. Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Su Yunfang felt as if the sky had fallen. Though he didn't understand why Lu Ming possessed such terrifying offensive power. Not only did he achieve an SSS rating in the first round of testing, but he also effortlessly slew the lightning giant gorilla. But judging by Lu Ming's soul essence and spiritual veins, he had almost no cultivation potential. The life soul was somewhat manageable. As the most prestigious martial arts institutions in the Great Xia Empire, the three great academies possessed methods to enhance the strength and rank of life souls. To put it plainly, with sufficient resources, they could transform a D-grade soul essence into a super A-grade one.
But the spiritual veins? That's a different story.
To date, no nation has ever been known to possess techniques for enhancing spirit veins. Even the Fallen, renowned for their bizarre and intricate methods, have never been known to possess such techniques. And compared to soul essence, spiritual veins have a far greater impact on a martial artist's future achievements. The higher the grade and the greater the number of spiritual veins, the faster a martial artist's cultivation progress and the stronger their combat prowess.
Take someone like Lu Ming with a human-grade spirit vein. Even if cultivated with immense resources, his combat effectiveness on the battlefield doesn't match his support capabilities. According to their experiments, even if a human-grade spirit vein martial artist cultivated to the 8th rank, they couldn't easily kill a 7th rank Earth-grade spirit vein martial artist unless they possessed a significant advantage in martial arts techniques. Whether this gap would be erased after reaching the 9th grade remains unknown to them. Since humanity entered the era of class advancement, no humanity spirit vein practitioner has ever reached the 9th rank. This is the primary reason why human-grade spirit veins are deemed unworthy of cultivation.
For those with human-grade spirit veins, the absolute ceiling is the 8th rank. And the terms Su Yunfang and the others had just offered were reserved for the absolute top students.
In their eyes, such students were already reserves for 9th rank martial artists. Yet, Lu Ming's current situation. In an instant, the atmosphere turned awkward. Especially Zhang Qian, his expression was practically on the verge of tears. He had gone all out earlier to make sure Lu Ming had a favorable impression of Hongdu University.
While Yangshue mushrooms were relatively cheaper in Hongdu, they were still grade 4 spiritual herbs. If he had to pay for those 6 yan blood mushrooms out of his own salary, it would have cost him nearly 3 years' worth of work. He had been counting on making a killing after recruiting Lu Ming to the university. Now it seemed unlikely he'd make any profit at all. He wasn't even sure if they'd get the base reward for reporting the news. Zhang Qian instinctively defended Lu Ming. Principles, Lu Ming's exceptional performance proves his uniqueness. We can't judge him by ordinary standards. Su Yunfang and the other two wore grave expressions, heads bowed in silence. Each was contemplating how to explain to Lu Ming that their earlier words were null and void. After all, if they really went through such great lengths to recruit Lu Ming, not only would they become a laughingstock, but the other students would certainly be dissatisfied. In the end, it was Hong Wanli who spoke first.
Lu Ming,
your situation is indeed quite unique.
I must apologize first. The terms I mentioned earlier cannot be honored. However, I still welcome you to apply to Hongdu University.
After speaking, he stood up and offered Lu Ming an apologetic smile.
Sorry about that. But you truly possess something extraordinary.
Work hard, and there are plenty of opportunities within our top-tier institutions.
With Hong Wanli leading the way, Su Yunfang quickly followed suit. Well, Lu Ming. The terms I mentioned earlier can't be honored either. My apologies.
But if you're willing to apply to our Mo High University, I'll personally reward you with a 3rd-grade spirit artifact. Zhao Linger suddenly seemed to remember something and leaned close to Zhao Kuo's ear, whispering for quite a while.
Zhao Kuo asked skeptically, "Are you telling the truth? Don't try to trick this old man."
"I'll be retiring in a few more years. Don't make me lose my integrity in my twilight years." Zhao Linger shot him a disapproving look.
"Grandpa, when have I ever lied to you?"
This is what the Zhao Manor Master said himself.
If I were to lie, could the Zhao Manor Master possibly lie? After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Kuo finally spoke. "Lu Ming.
The terms I mentioned earlier still stand, but I'm adding one more condition." After seeing Hong Wanli and Su Yunfang leave, Lu Ming had given up all hope. He never expected Zhao Kuo to reconsider.
His face lit up instantly. "What condition?"
"You must rank within the top 5 in the entrance assessment.
Only then will I honor these rewards.
If you fail to achieve that, you'll receive the standard benefits of an ordinary student." Had Lu Ming possessed an A-grade soul essence paired with either a heaven-grade or earth-grade spiritual vein, Zhao Kuo would have granted the rewards immediately. But Lu Ming's soul essence and spiritual vein were simply too hard to justify. If word got out, other students would inevitably accuse Zhao Kuo of unfairness of handing out rewards recklessly just to boost his granddaughter's performance.
The entrance assessment differed from the college entrance exam.
At that time, if Lu Ming wanted to break into the top 5, his competitors wouldn't just be those from minor cities, they'd be the prodigies from the top-tier cities. If Lu Ming could truly crush those prodigies, then even if his soul essence and spiritual vein grades were slightly lower, he'd at least have a compelling argument. Lu Ming had no objections to this. After all, he couldn't very well go around telling everyone about his divine grade spirit vein. Even if he did, how many would believe him? Proving himself through strength was far more reliable.
No problem. What's mine will be mine, sooner or later. Chapter 84. Do you hear what others say?
Seeing Lu Ming's unwavering confidence, Zhao Kuo felt his heart settle slightly. Su Yunfang and Hong Wanli, who had been about to leave, paused upon hearing Zhao Kuo's words. They both looked at him suspiciously. The three had known each other since their youth, knowing each other inside out.
Everyone knew Zhaoque was notorious for never acting until he was absolutely certain of success.
His decision to uphold his promise to Lu Ming at this moment was downright suspicious.
Recalling Zhao Linger's earlier maneuvers, they immediately pressed Zhang Qian and Xiong Chang for answers. Did you two hold back any information and not report it to us?
Zhang Qian and Xiong Chang were equally puzzled.
Zhaoque had clearly been preparing to retract his offer earlier. How could a few words from Zhao Linger make him change his mind?
They rapidly reviewed all the information they had on Lu Ming in their minds. Soon, their expressions changed dramatically. Only then did they recall Zhou Qi mentioning that Lu Ming had triggered a significant anomaly while probing the spirit vein.
Moreover, he had opened the spirit vein in just 1 hour. They immediately blurted out this crucial piece of information. What? 1 hour? Are you certain? Su Yunfang and Hong Wanli's expressions turned pale upon hearing this. Zhang Qian and Xiong Chang nodded. That's what Lord Zhou said. He also mentioned many people witnessed it at the time. Su Yunfang and Hong Wanli shot them a disbelieving glare and snapped in unison. You're just telling us this now? What were you thinking?
Opening a spirit vein in just 1 hour, even if it happened to someone with only a single character spirit vein, was nothing short of a miracle. While it couldn't change the fact that Lu Ming possessed a character-based spirit vein, it clearly demonstrated something extraordinary about him. Such a person deserved special consideration.
The two turned back once more.
When Zhaoque saw them, he knew immediately it had to be Zhang Qian and Xiong Chang. He recalled Lu Ming's feat of opening a spirit vein in just 1 hour. To prevent these two from competing with him, Zhaoque sneered sarcastically. Well, what brings you back? Have you two changed your minds again? TSK. You two are old enough to be grandfathers, and you hold the position of vice principal. How can you be so unreliable? Looks like your word isn't worth much either. Cornered by Su Yunfang and Hong Wanli's barbs, they swallowed their pride to avoid tarnishing the academy's reputation and their own. They immediately plastered on fake smiles.
Ahem, well, we just came back to ask if you wanted to join us. It's been a while since we all got together. How about a drink?
Zhaoque nearly burst out laughing at the awkward fake smiles on his two friends' faces.
Sure. Let's go together then. After briefly informing Zhao Linger, Zhaoque departed. After everything was settled, Zhao Linger and Lu Ming were both thrilled.
Lu Ming knew that without Zhao Linger today, he might still have gotten into one of the 3 great academies, but the reward would have definitely gone down the drain. He bowed respectfully to Zhao Linger and thanked her. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, for speaking up for me just now.
Zhao Linger laughed heartily. No need to thank me. Admitting you to the academy under these standards means I get plenty of rewards too. After the college entrance exams conclude, we'll promptly tally the scores before issuing admission letters. You should receive your letters within about 2 weeks. Then, on September 1st, I'll be in Qianzhou Prefecture City to escort you to the academy. Don't forget the date, okay? Teacher Zhao, are you heading back to the capital? Zhao Linger nodded. Yes.
We need to return for detailed reports. Especially for yours, I must prepare a separate, comprehensive report, including the terms grandfather agreed to for you today. All this requires layer upon layer of approvals.
If we don't prepare in advance, it'll be embarrassing if we can't deliver later. Lu Ming pulled out the purple card. Could you help me buy something, teacher? Seeing the purple card again, Zhao Linger asked curiously, Lu Ming, aren't you from Qianzhou City?
Where did you get this purple card? Spirit stones were considered high-grade currency.
In all of Qianzhou City, only Gong Changfeng had the authority to handle them. That an ordinary student like Lu Ming possessed such a large quantity of spirit stones piqued Zhao Linger's curiosity. Lu Ming chuckled. Caught a prince from the great Yamato kingdom recently. Official reward.
Though Lu Ming spoke in the language of the Great Xia Empire, and Zhao Linger understood every word, the combination of phrases left her utterly bewildered.
What do you mean, casually captured a prince of the Great Xia Empire? Are you joking with me? Lu Ming shrugged. Of course not. Where else do you think I could get so many ethereal stones with my circumstances?
If you don't believe me, you can ask our city lord.
Zhao Linger studied Lu Ming's expression carefully.
Seeing no signs of deception, she pouted.
I really am starting to not understand you at all.
You're only a 4th-rank cultivator, yet the things you do keep getting more and more outrageous.
Fine. Tell me what you want to buy.
Lu Ming fetched paper and pen from the room and wrote down everything he needed. Besides the materials needed to hatch a sword beast, Lu Ming also listed 3rd-grade materials containing wood, water, earth, wind, light, and dark elements. Zhao Linger frowned deeply as she studied the list.
Why are you buying so many materials? And so many 4th-grade ones? At your cultivation level, you don't need them.
Lu Ming gave a mysterious chuckle.
Ha! It's a secret. Could you please check if I have enough money to buy all this? If it's not enough, then buy the elemental materials first and whatever else you can afford.
In Lu Ming's view, upgrading his life soul still took priority over hatching a sword beast. After all, upgrading his fate's soul only required gathering the materials for the system to absorb them. However, among the numerous materials required for hatching a life soul, sacred artifact fragments were also needed. According to the system map, the location of that sacred artifact fragment was in the far north. The far north was too distant and inaccessible. A single trip there would take at least 2 or 3 months. Lu Ming would have to wait until he completed his enrollment procedures before he could go. Zhao Linger shook her head. Spirit stones have tremendous purchasing power. Your purple card holds a full 100,000 spirit stones. That should be more than enough to buy these items. Even if it falls short, it won't be by much. I can cover the difference for you later. Lu Ming's heart lifted at her words. Thank you so much, Teacher Zhao. Once I receive my academy stipend, I'll repay you with interest. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and giggled. Just so you know, the interest rate is steep. Lu Ming knew she was teasing him and laughed back. No problem. Name your price, I won't haggle. After chatting a few more moments, Zhao Linger hurried off. Just as Lu Ming was about to leave, he happened to run into Zhou Qi, who had just finished his errands. Zhou Qi grinned. Top scholar. Come with me. I need to talk to you. Chapter 85, Zhou Qi's kindness. Lu Ming followed Zhou Qi to his office. After sitting down, Zhou Qi opened a drawer and pressed a button. Instantly, a blue light screen enveloped the entire room. Sounds from outside had been faintly audible before, but once the screen rose, the room fell into complete silence. Lu Ming glanced at the light screen with curiosity, feeling not the slightest bit nervous. Besides, nervousness wouldn't help anyway. The gap in strength between Zhou Qi and him was simply too vast. If Zhou Qi truly had malicious intent, any resistance on Lu Ming's part would be futile. Zhou Qi observed Lu Ming's demeanor and silently admired him. This kid's got it. Calm and collected, nerves of steel. A natural leader. Zhou Qi explained, this is a special defensive formation. Once activated, even an 8th rank martial artist couldn't eavesdrop on our conversation. Lu Ming was secretly startled. He hadn't expected the formation to be so powerful. He had considered testing it with his mental energy to see if he could penetrate it, but feared Zhou Qi might discover he had already cultivated his mental C prematurely, so he abandoned the idea. Zhou Qi tapped the tabletop and asked with a smile, have you chosen your university yet? Lu Ming nodded. I have. Kyoto University. Kyoto University? It's quite good. Your soul essence is a sword, and Kyoto University offers numerous methods to enhance both the strength and grade of your soul essence. Once you're in, try to excel in every test and assessment. That way, you'll gain the Academy's support. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There's such a perk? Zhou Qi smiled. The resources needed to enhance your soul essence are extremely costly. You must demonstrate sufficient potential for them to invest in you. But competition is fierce in higher education, and some things are better left unsaid. If you ever feel unfairly treated within the Academy, consider enlisting in the military. Lu Ming looked at Zhou Qi suspiciously. The military? What's the reasoning behind that? I humbly request the Lord of the Manor to enlighten me. Zhou Qi chuckled. Let me put it this way. Class discrimination is particularly pronounced in the higher academies. For someone like you, a poor student from a small town, the situation won't be easy once you're in. It's no exaggeration to say you'll be walking on thin ice. This prejudice isn't confined to students. Some teachers and even administrators harbor it too. So higher education might not be as wonderful as you imagine. For someone like you, it might not be so bright. But the military is different. In the military, once you reach a certain rank, your background might occasionally matter but not much. Promotion in the military hinges entirely on military merit. Even the strongest connections mean nothing without it. Moreover, there are many avenues to earn military merit. Competition isn't as fierce as in universities, but the risks are far greater. After all, military outposts are always in perilous locations, facing vicious demonic beasts or fallen beings. Your soul essence and spiritual veins are both ordinary, yet your demonstrated combat prowess is formidable. This makes you exceptionally suited for military service. Lu Ming had often seen online discussions about how severe class discrimination was in top cities like the capital, the Demon Sea, and the flooded capital. They would even deliberately suppress those from humble backgrounds. Lu Ming had always assumed these were just sensationalist claims made by netizens to attract attention. Now, even Zhou Qi was saying it seemed to be true. Lu Ming rubbed his temples. So, in your opinion, should I enlist directly? Lu Ming felt reluctant to give up the reward Zhao Qua had promised him. Zhou Qi shook his head. Not at all. Given your circumstances, enlisting now isn't advisable. Your college entrance exam scores are outstanding. Beijing University must have offered you quite a few incentives. Beyond that, new students undergo several assessments and trials upon enrollment. These are immensely beneficial for martial artists at your current stage. You shouldn't pass up any opportunity to get what you deserve. My advice is to enroll at Kyoto University for a year or two to further your studies before joining the military. I have quite a few connections in the military. Given your cultivation and combat prowess, I need only put in a good word for you. You'd easily land a position as a 1,000-man captain or deputy commander at minimum.
With an official position, military merits become much easier to earn. 1,000-man commander? Deputy commander. Lu Ming's eyes lit up.
Military ranks were structured as follows: common soldier, squad leader, centurion, 1,000-man commander, deputy commander, commander, grand commander, garrison commander, general, and marshal.
1,000-man captain and deputy commander?
Those were solid mid-level national leadership positions. Most crucially, military positions came with tangible command authority. 1,000-man captain commanded a full 1,000 ordinary soldiers.
Consider that Gong Changfeng only commanded a few hundred soldiers. Note, the city defense force follows a standard official rank system, differing somewhat from the regular army. To be honest, Lu Ming was tempted.
Zhou Qi swiftly produced paper and brush, scribbling a letter of recommendation before handing Lu Ming a token.
This is my token and your pass.
Should you ever feel confined within the academy, take these 2 items to the Abyss Military District. The commander there is my comrade in arms. He'll arrange a position for you. Lu Ming solemnly accepted the letter and token, thanking Zhou Qi. After a brief exchange, Lu Ming departed Zhou Qi's residence. Gong Changfeng and Gong Mengfei had been waiting outside the gate the entire time and encountered him as soon as he stepped out.
Seeing Lu Ming emerge, Gong Mengfei immediately asked curiously, Lu Ming, which academy did you choose?
The capital, of course. Lu Ming shrugged. The vice-deans of Hongdu and Mo Hai looked down on my low-grade soul essence and spirit vein, refusing to offer any rewards.
Ha? What about the capital? Did they offer any rewards? Gong Changfeng frowned and inquired. Lu Ming nodded.
They do, but there's a catch. They said the reward only comes if I rank in the top 5 during the freshman entrance assessment.
Otherwise, nothing.
Hearing this, Gong Changfeng immediately understood the leadership was afraid of public pressure.
Gong Changfeng offered reassurance, at least there's something. Give it your all, I believe you can achieve it.
Though the prodigies from those top-tier cities possessed extraordinary skills, Lu Ming was no pushover either. After carefully reviewing Lu Ming's entrance exam footage, Gong Changfeng concluded that slaying a low-tier 5th-grade demon beast was far from his limit. With such terrifying offensive power, coupled with the Mahayana-level martial art lightning step at his disposal, Gong Changfeng believed there was a solid chance of cracking the top 5.
Lu Ming chuckled. Absolutely. When meat is served right to your mouth, you've got to devour it. Gong Changfeng patted Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming, Mengfei's scores will get her into the capital university without a doubt. She's never left my side.
You're level-headed once you're there. I'd appreciate it if you could keep an extra eye on her for me.
Don't mention it. We're all from the same city, it's only natural to help each other out. Gong Mengfei flushed, muttering to herself, it's just going to school. Why does it feel like I'm getting married? But that guy is pretty handsome and strong.
If I had to marry someone, he wouldn't be a bad choice.
Chapter 86, Soul Upgrade, Resilience Ring. Upon returning to Qianzhou City, Lu Ming didn't go home but stayed at the city lord's mansion to cultivate.
Occasionally, he would take Gong Mengfei to the Mad Lion Mountains to hunt some 4th-grade demon beasts, helping her hone her combat skills.
Days passed quietly like this. Until half a month later, just as they returned from the Mad Lion Mountains, Gong Changfeng beckoned him over with a smile.
You two come here, the acceptance letters have arrived.
Gong Mengfei's face lit up instantly. Really? Let me see. Lu Ming approached as well. Gong Changfeng produced 2 gilded cards. The front bore the characters Kyoto University and the school crest, while the back featured a mirror-like surface.
As Lu Ming held it in his hand, the mirror's surface suddenly lit up, revealing a 3-dimensional projection.
A cartoon-style girl's holographic figure bounced out. Welcome to the Kyoto University family. I am Emma, the Academy's AI butler.
After performing a lively opening dance, the little figure timidly added, "This is your student ID card. It not only stores your information but also serves as a communication hub.
If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Lu Ming looked at Emma with a curious expression. This thing is pretty advanced. Emma has powerful functions. Take your time exploring them on your own. Oh, and you've got this too.
It came with your acceptance letter. Gong Changfeng handed Lu Ming a storage bracelet. The storage bracelet bore no restrictions, and a piece of paper was wrapped around it. On it were 2 lines of elegant handwriting.
To Lu Ming. From Zhao Linger.
When Gong Mengfei caught sight of the delicate handwriting, her delicate brows furrowed, her pouty lips curled, and she asked indignantly,
"When did you start hanging out with that sister from the capital?"
Lu Ming felt a pang of jealousy but laughed it off.
"What little sister? I asked teacher Zhao to buy the materials for me."
He deliberately handed the paper to Gong Mengfei to inspect. When she clearly saw the signature was indeed Zhao Linger's, her face flushed. She let out a soft "oh" before darting away swiftly. "Lord City Master, I'll be heading back to my quarters now."
Watching their retreating figures, Gong Changfeng wore a delighted smile. TSK. Youth is truly wonderful. That lad would make a fine son-in-law. Now, we'll just have to see if Mengfei can keep him in line. Back in his room, Lu Ming eagerly opened his storage bracelet. Its contents spilled out onto the floor with a clatter, filling the space completely. Lu Ming found another list inside, detailing the price of each item. The final total reads 126,000. On the back of the list, Zhao Linger's elegant handwriting remained. I've covered the extra costs for you. You'd better work hard. There are plenty of prodigies among us students at Kyoto University. If you don't make it into the top 5 and miss out on the reward, with all these ethereal stones, you'll probably be scrubbing my toilet for the rest of your life to pay me back. Reading the note, Lu Ming grinned. Teacher Zhao sure is a funny one. Scrubbing toilets? Not a chance. Top 5? I'm definitely getting in.
Lu Ming stowed away the materials for hatching sword beasts, keeping only those needed for enchanting the black iron sword. After arranging all the materials together, Lu Ming summoned the black iron sword and flicked it into the pile with a plop. Without Lu Ming needing to say a word, the system began its work. Enchantment materials detected. Soul enhancement program initiating. That mystical force manifested once more, causing the materials imbued with elemental energies to float into the air. A scorching heat emanated as milky white flames suddenly ignited upon the materials. Once the materials were fully refined, the various colored substances fused into a droplet roughly the size of a human head. The mystic iron sword plunged into it with a plop, emitting a sizzling sound as white smoke curled upward. Minutes later, the droplet imbued with multiple elemental energies was fully absorbed, and the black iron sword underwent a dramatic transformation. The once multicolored blade had turned pure white like jade. Viewed from the side, it emitted a faint rainbow-hued glow. Upon closer inspection, one could sense a potent aura of all attributes emanating from it. Enchantment complete. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the soul-binding enchantment. D-grade mystic iron sword upgraded to C-grade omni-elemental transmutation blade. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing one life soul advancement. Reward, skill upgrade points 10. Lucky wheel spin count 1. As the system voice faded, a kaleidoscopic lucky wheel appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Use the free spin to turn the wheel? Yes. As Lu Ming confirmed, the wheel began spinning rapidly. Lu Ming stared at the wheel with eager anticipation, muttering incantations as he began his ritual. Soon, the wheel's speed began to slow. Lu Ming stared intently at the pointer, muttering under his breath, Golden Legend. Golden Legend. The wheel came to a complete stop, its dazzling golden light stinging Lu Ming's eyes. Even so, he didn't blink once. He forced his eyes wide open, determined to see exactly what he had won. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one resilience ring from the Wheel of Fortune. The wheel vanished, revealing a rustic-looking ring in Lu Ming's hand. Though he didn't know its tier, the aura emanating from it was far denser than that of the heavy silver armor he currently wore. And anything golden from the wheel couldn't be bad. Lu Ming gazed at the ring with eager anticipation, using the system to pull up its detailed information. Resilience ring. Grade, Sacred Broken Reparable. Reduces all slow, immobilize, and stun effects by 50% when equipped. Note, if fully repaired, immunity effect increases to 100%. Note, effect diminishes if the caster's cultivation level exceeds 2 major realms. Holy. This is a holy artifact. This effect is insane. Reading the description, Lu Ming's face flushed with excitement, and he couldn't help but curse. Even though the effect diminished against opponents 2 major cultivation realms above him, it was still ridiculously powerful. After all, Lu Ming wasn't foolish enough to provoke experts 2 major realms above him. Lu Ming immediately slipped on the resilience ring and opened his attribute panel. Name, Lu Ming. Cultivation, 4th grade 42580100000. Profession, Sword Immortal SSS. Technique, Vast Breathing Art Mahayana. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Scripture Great Perfection, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique, Lightning Flash Divine Step Great Perfection. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent. Life Soul, C Grade, All Attribute 1000 Shape Sword. Spiritual Vein, Immortal Grade. Skill Upgrade Points, 13. Void Gaze Special Status. You have been marked by the powerful Void Creature, Cleanser. Upon seeing his Life Soul upgraded to C rank on the interface, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh out loud. Not bad, not bad. I wonder what it'll look like when it upgrades to B grade. Chapter 87, Soul Devourer. Life Soul Panel. Life Soul, All Attribute 1000 Shape Sword. Level, C. Unique Ability, Soul Devour. Upon defeating an enemy, there is a chance to successfully devour their soul essence, thereby enhancing oneself. Progress, 0%. Note, upon completing the progress bar, it can be upgraded to a B rank soul devouring sword. Holy crap! It can devour others' life souls? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. He'd never heard of soul essences being devourable before. Such a method was utterly beyond belief. But then, Lu Ming began to feel excited. After all, just witnessing this devouring effect was already incredibly powerful. And after upgrading to grade B, the life soul would directly transform into the soul devouring sword. Given its name, Soul Devourer, surely this god-defying effect would remain intact.
If this skill could be triggered under specific conditions after advancement, it would be absolutely devastating. If we liken a martial artist to a skyscraper, then the life, soul, and spirit veins are its foundation. If the foundation is pulled out, even a towering skyscraper would collapse instantly. If this skill persists after advancement with a refined trigger mechanism, Lu Ming would gain an additional divine technique. That's truly remarkable. After closing the life soul panel, Lu Ming turned his attention to martial arts. He now possessed 13 skill upgrade points and wished to see if he could further elevate the ranks of the martial arts techniques he currently held. Lu Ming prioritized the vast breath technique. Although the current Hamiao breathing technique was already highly efficient, Lu Ming yearned to experience a national treasure level martial art if possible. It was said that once one mastered a nation guardian level technique, there was no need for deliberate cultivation. Such techniques cultivated autonomously at all times, akin to auto-leveling in a game. Extremely user-friendly. Do you wish to use skill upgrade points to enhance the vast breathing technique? Seeing the system prompt appear, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement and immediately selected confirm. Sorry, you lack sufficient skill upgrade points. Please save up enough points and try again. 1000. Seeing the system prompt, Lu Ming felt his vision go dark. Upgrading the vast breathing technique required a whopping 1000 skill upgrade points. He'd be saving forever to get that. Seems like a nation defending technique isn't something you can just get your hands on. Ding. Detecting your intent to enhance your cultivation technique. Based on your current skill upgrade points, we recommend a national treasure level technique trial card. Lu Ming glanced at it. The trial card the system recommended required exactly 13 skill upgrade points. His eyes lit up. Hey! Let me see what makes this nation guardian tier so special. Just as Lu Ming was about to confirm, he suddenly noticed a line of text beneath the experience card, written in letters as small as mosquitoes. Lu Ming leaned closer and scrutinized it for a long time before deciphering the tiny text. Friendly reminder, this experience card is valid for 1 minute. Please redeem with caution. Holy crap! They put the friendly reminder in such tiny print? The thought that he'd nearly squandered the upgrade points he'd painstakingly saved for so long nearly made him curse again. Though he desperately wanted to experience the nation guardian level martial art, he hadn't completely lost his mind. He hastily closed the page and shifted his gaze to the other martial arts. However, after trying them all, he discovered he couldn't upgrade a single one. With no other choice, he had to give up. For the next half-month, Lu Ming maintained his usual routine, and before long, the month drew to a close. This year, only Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei from Quanzhou City had passed the entrance exams for the 3 major cities. Gong Changfeng personally escorted the pair to Quanzhou Prefecture. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei arrived together at Zhou Qi's residence. Upon seeing them, Zhao Linger teased, "Hey! You've got good taste, kid. Your girlfriend is so pretty." Gong Mengfei flushed, lowering her head as she murmured softly, "Teacher Zhao, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend." Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Ming handled such minor situations with ease. He shrugged, neither confirming nor denying the relationship. "Follow me. A few others haven't arrived yet. We'll depart once everyone's here." After waiting about half an hour, everyone finally gathered. Zhao Linger took out a small spaceship model and tossed it onto the ground. With a whoosh, it transformed into a large ship over 10 meters long. This time, Ren Jingcheng had recruited 52 people from Quanzhou Prefecture. Apart from Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei, who had earned their spots through merit, the remaining 50 had all been allocated their places. During the college entrance exams, Lu Ming had certainly gained immense popularity. After boarding the ship, many people came over to greet Lu Ming. Beyond flattery, their words implied a request for Lu Ming to look out for them at the academy. After all, they were all from Quanzhou Prefecture, and they held no grudges against Lu Ming. If there were ways he could assist them in the future, Lu Ming wouldn't be stingy. Lu Ming politely agreed to each request. The distance between Quanzhou Prefecture and the capital spanned thousands of miles, and traversing the notoriously treacherous mountain ranges along the way took them over 10 hours to finally enter the jurisdiction of the capital prefecture. The term Kyoto Province was a collective name for the 10 major cities under its jurisdiction. The largest of these 10 cities was the imperial capital, the seat of the Great Xia Empire, hence also called the capital. The remaining 9 cities were distributed throughout the prefecture. Viewed on a map, these 9 cities resembled stars encircling the moon, surrounding the capital city. This strategic layout was primarily designed to bolster the defenses of the capital city. Another hour passed before Zhao Linger pointed toward a vast city stretching endlessly into the distance. "That's the capital city. Wow! It's enormous." Everyone gasped in awe at the sheer scale of the capital. Truly befitting the capital of the Great Xia Empire, its land area was larger than 10 Quanzhou prefectures combined. It was said that the capital alone was nearly as large as some small countries. As the economic, political, and cultural heart of the Great Xia Empire, the capital was built with unparalleled grandeur. Countless towering structures rose from the ground, and even the continuous city walls stretched out like a majestic, sleeping dragon. Zhao Linger pointed toward the very center of the capital, indicating a massive white spherical structure. That, she said, is where the highest authority of our Great Xia resides, the Grand Council of Great Xia. She then pointed out other prominent structures, introducing them one by one to Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. From her words, Lu Ming learned that countless noble families, both great and small, resided within the capital. The most prominent among them were the 3 great clans and the 10 major families. That is, the 3 great clans and the 6 major families. The 3 great clans were Nangong, Sima, and Bai. The 6 major families were Zhao, Zhou, Guang, Long, Zong, and Yu. Zhao Linger looked at Lu Ming and smiled. Speaking of which, you should pay close attention to these 3 great clans and 6 major families. Their offspring are formidable competitors for you. While your combat prowess is indeed formidable, the members of the 3 great clans and 6 major families are also exceptionally strong. Most of them have already reached the half-step 5th rank cultivation level. Most crucially, the cultivation techniques and martial arts they practice since childhood are of a higher grade, giving them a significant advantage in actual combat. You really need to be more cautious. Speaking of which, you shouldn't have wasted so many ethereal stones back then. You should have used them to purchase a great perfection martial art instead. Lu Ming chuckled. No worries. Let them be strong. A gentle breeze sweeps over the hills. No need to fret, I'll handle it myself. Zhao Linger shook her head silently. A few minutes later, she pointed toward a range of mountains and said, over there is our capital university. Hold on to the railings, we're about to descend rapidly. Chapter 88, Choosing Dorms. Everyone had assumed Zhao Linger was just talking big. But the next second, the previously composed students became frantic, scrambling to grab onto anything nearby. As the ship entered Kyoto Academy's airspace, it felt as though an inexplicable force was forcing it downward. 100 meters covered in just 2 or 3 seconds, they slammed onto the ground. Once the ship came to a halt, everyone except Zhao Linger was pale as ghosts. Even the usually cool-headed Lu Ming was shaken to the core. Wiping sweat from his brow, he said with lingering fear, Teacher Zhao, we're not in a rush, are we? Zhao Linger covered her mouth and chuckled. We're not in a rush, but this place has an anti-aircraft formation. We were forced down by the formation, even I can't override it. Your enrollment information was processed when your acceptance letters were issued. Now, I'll take you to choose your dorm rooms. Upon entering the academy, they saw many other freshmen like themselves. Lu Ming looked around curiously, left and right, even using his divine sense to perceive the auras of those around him. After a moment of observation, he couldn't help but exclaim, wow! This place is worlds apart from our backwater village. Among the new students from other cities, many possessed cultivation at the threshold of 5th grade. Someone like Lu Ming, stuck at mid-4th grade, was practically at the bottom of the pile. Compared to these cities, the quality of Qianzhou Prefecture's new students was truly abysmal. Zhao Linger smiled. There's no need to belittle yourselves. Most of these people come from prominent families. The resources they've enjoyed since childhood are far beyond what you could ever hope for. Within the academy, as long as you possess talent and work diligently, resources will never be lacking. With your unique abilities, I don't think you're necessarily any worse than them. Lu Ming nodded in tacit agreement. He was merely expressing regret. Undervaluing himself? Not at all. He was a man with a system. Though his starting point was a bit low now, he didn't think those from prestigious backgrounds were that much better than him. Kyoto Academy was vast. They walked for nearly 40 minutes before finally stopping atop a mountain peak. Before them stood 4 towering buildings, each dozens of stories high. Zhao Linger led them into Building 1. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of white mist washed over them. Wow! Such intense spiritual energy. Gong Mengfei scooped up a handful of the mist, her eyes glowing with a different hue as she marveled. Gong Mengfei had always resided within the city lord's compound, which boasted a 3rd-tier spirit-gathering formation. Even she was amazed, let alone the others. Lu Ming sensed it too. The spiritual energy permeated every corner of the building. Cultivating here would be much faster than outside. Seeing the astonishment on Lu Ming and the others' faces, Zhao Linger explained. Beneath our capital university lies a heaven-grade spirit vein. The dormitory houses a special array that channels spiritual energy from the vein. The higher the floor, the more abundant the spiritual energy. The students from Qianzhou Prefecture's eyes lit up at this revelation. If this is what the first floor is like, then the upper floors must be off the charts. Teacher Zhao, which floor can we live on? Some students looked at Zhao Linger expectantly. Zhao Linger smiled. In the academy, it's all about what you can do. If you're strong enough, you can live on whichever floor you want. If your strength is lacking, then you'll have to settle for the first floor. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. So we have to fight for it? Zhao Linger shook her head. Not exactly. Each floor has a guardian beast. Defeating it proves you're qualified to reside on that floor. If there are vacant rooms on the floor, simply swipe your ID card to complete check-in. If no rooms are available, you may challenge the occupant of an existing room. Success grants you occupancy, but failure will cost you the chance to challenge other floors, leaving you confined to the first floor. Therefore, exercise extreme caution when selecting rooms already occupied. You'll be living in this dorm for 4 years.
If possible, try your best to attempt challenges and secure a better floor.
For details about the specific floor guardians, you can ask Emma.
After check-in, you can view your class schedule, class times, locations, and detailed information about shared facilities through Emma.
Wishing you all find dorms you love. After Zhao Linger left, Lu Ming and the others immediately pulled out their cards to consult Emma. After getting the details, Lu Ming murmured, only a 5th grade perfection? Maybe we could try the top floor then. Through Emma, Lu Ming learned that the entire top floor of the dormitory was occupied by a single dormitory.
The only catch was the top floor's guardian beast was quite powerful, a 5th grade perfection heavy water merfolk.
As Emma explained, though heavy water merfolk were 5th grade perfect demon beasts, they didn't possess robust physiques.
Strictly speaking, heavy water merfolk belonged to a different race. Their upper bodies resembled humans, while their lower halves took the form of fish. They lacked the terrifying size and strength of ordinary demon beasts, relying instead on unique skills to deal damage. This arrangement was specifically implemented by the academy to protect its students. Otherwise, if fierce beasts were used, 4th grade freshmen wouldn't even have a chance to deploy their techniques, rendering the training meaningless. After gaining a clear understanding, many boarded the elevator to their desired floors. Gong Mengfei asked curiously, Lu Ming, I'm heading to the 12th floor. Which floor are you going to? The 12th floor, situated in the middle of the building, was guarded by a 4th grade mid-tier giant kangaroo. For someone with Gong Mengfei's strength, dealing with it wouldn't be too difficult. Lu Ming smiled. I plan to try the top floor. Why don't you come with me first? The top floor is quite spacious. If I manage to defeat the guardian beast, we can stay there together. The spiritual energy is denser up there.
Gong Mingfei thought she'd misheard. What? You want to challenge the top floor? Are you crazy?
That guardian beast is a full 5th rank.
That's way too risky.
Lu Ming shrugged indifferently.
Why not give it a shot? The top floor's empty anyway. If I fail, I can always try other levels. What's there to fear? Gong Mingfei tried to protest, but Lu Ming shoved her straight into the elevator. Relax.
That guardian beast is just a projection, like the college entrance exam.
You might get hurt, but it's not life-threatening. It's always good to try more. Once inside, Lu Ming pressed the button for the top floor, level 36.
Instantly, everyone inside the elevator turned to watch his move. The elevator was spacious, carrying not only residents of Qianzhou City but also people from other cities. When they saw Lu Ming press the top floor button, a sharp-featured boy at the back sneered coldly.
Oomph. Who knows what backwater this mud-legged peasant crawled out of? His ambitions are sky-high, but with a measly mid-4th rank cultivation, he dares to challenge the top floor? What a clown.
His words immediately resonated with many others.
Ha! Typical.
People from small towns are always like this. We never run short of clowns like this every year. These people showed no hesitation in speaking openly about Lu Ming, as if deliberately addressing him directly. Lu Ming said nothing in response. When the elevator doors opened at the floor they had pressed, he stepped aside to let them pass. The man with the sharp nose sneered, Hey, clown! Close the doors. We're ready to watch your show. Lu Ming chuckled softly and pressed the close button. Well then, you'd better watch closely. See who the real clown is. Chapter 89, Nothing Special. The elevator reached the 36th floor, and Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei stepped out. The 36th floor was spacious, with a 200 to 300 square meter entrance hall immediately beyond the elevator doors. As soon as Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei stepped out, 2 figures approached them. These 2 possessed decent cultivation advanced 4th grade. Get lost. This isn't a place for trash like you. One of them said coldly to Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. The crowd that had followed to watch the spectacle burst into laughter at the sight. Ha! This is priceless. Looks like the top prodigies from the noble and great clans have arrived. This guy won't even get a chance to challenge them. Lu Ming glanced at the man and gently pushed him aside. This is the dormitory of the capital university, not your home. I don't recall any rule stating we can't come here to challenge someone. Seeing Lu Ming dare to push him, the man instantly struck out with a palm toward Lu Ming's chest. Spiritual energy surged from his palm, clearly intending to teach Lu Ming a painful lesson. However, when his palm struck Lu Ming, the latter didn't budge an inch. Lu Ming thrust out his hand, unleashing a powerful force that sent the man flying backward. I don't care if you're from a great clan or a noble house. You have no right to expel us. Even if your master succeeded in his challenge, I still have the right to challenge him. It's my prerogative. I advise you to step aside. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Ming's tone turned icy, his gaze sharpening as an overwhelming aura of lethal intent surged from him. Having been shoved aside by Lu Ming in front of so many witnesses, the man felt his pride wounded. His face darkened as he sneered, Humph! A mud-legged peasant dares to spout such nonsense here? It seems today I must show you the might of our great clan. He immediately activated his soul essence, conjuring 2 golden iron rings in his hands. The rings weren't large, but each bore the engraved image of a ferocious dragon. The dragon's eyes glowed red, radiating an intensely dangerous aura.
Red-eyed dragon rings? Are you from the Yu family?
Lu Ming had researched information about the noble clans and great families before coming.
The awakened soul spirits of the direct descendants from these powerful and prominent families were mostly similar. Take the Yu family, one of the 6 great clans. Their soul essence was connected to the red-eyed dragon. Legend held that their ancestral soul spirit was a red-eyed dragon.
After martial artists broke through to the 9th rank, their soul spirits would fuse with their host's bloodline. The life souls of their descendants were also almost invariably connected to the red-eyed dragon. This man's red-eyed dragon ring is in a great soul essence, one of the more renowned soul essences within the Yu family. Seeing Lu Ming recognize his soul spirit, a flash of arrogance flickered in the man's eyes.
What? Scared? Then get down on your knees and apologize to me, and I'll let you leave. That'll teach you a lesson.
Next time you encounter someone from our great clan, keep your tail between your legs. A sneer curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. Though this man possessed a formidable soul spirit, Lu Ming's divine sense had long since settled upon him, meticulously scanning his spiritual energy fluctuations. Lu Ming estimated this fellow possessed only 1 or 2 earth-grade spiritual veins. Though his cultivation was slightly higher, Lu Ming could easily wipe him out if he chose to. Summoning his omni-elemental transforming sword, Lu Ming sneered, "Ha! Only dogs tuck their tails between their legs, not me. Though, I must say, it suits you rather well." Upon recognizing the soul essence in Lu Ming's hand, the man burst into even more brazen laughter. "I thought that even though you're a mud-legged peasant from the sticks, daring to challenge the top-floor gatekeeper must mean you've got something special. Never imagined you'd be nothing but a C-grade soul spirit waste. Are you sure you're not here to make a joke?" The onlookers' laughter grew even more unrestrained. "That guy looked so confident, I thought he had something big up his sleeve. Turns out he just took a big dump. Oh my! Are all these country bumpkins just here for laughs? How entertaining." Unlike the other's contempt, Gong Mengfei's eyes widened in shock when she saw Lu Ming's soul spirit. She remembered clearly that Lu Ming's previous soul essence had been a D-grade mystic iron sword. How could it suddenly become C-grade? While there were indeed methods to elevate a soul essence's rank, but such methods were considered the pinnacle of cultivation techniques in any nation. Even in the vast land of Great Xia, only the 3 major academies possessed such knowledge. Private factions, even the most powerful aristocratic clans, have never mastered such techniques. Yet Lu Ming had secretly achieved it. Gong Mengfei suppressed her shock and whispered, "Lu Ming, when did your soul upgrade?" Lu Ming smiled. "Not long ago. Step back a bit. I'll deal with this annoying bastard first." Hearing this, the man sneered with contempt. "Don't think I'm looking down on you. With your pathetic appearance, I could stand here and let you hack away, you wouldn't even scratch me. I'd kneel and kowtow to you if I had to." He deliberately pulled down his clothes to reveal a soft armor beneath. "Hick, never seen this before? This is a grade 2 spirit artifact. A 2nd grade spirit artifact could indeed withstand most attacks from ordinary 4th grade martial artists. But that only applied to ordinary martial artists. Certain special soul essences or unique spirit artifacts could still pierce through. Lu Ming was one such case." Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. "Very well. Then watch closely. This sword strike of mine might hurt a bit." With that, Lu Ming activated his sword transformation technique, effortlessly wielding the Thousand-Shape Sword. Through the Thousand-Shape Sword, Lu Ming could transform his spiritual energy into any of the 8 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, or darkness. To avoid causing fatal injuries, Lu Ming refrained from choosing the more potent metal element, instead channeling his spiritual energy into the slightly less destructive thunder element. As the sword sliced through the air, a dazzling white flash erupted from the blade. A thunderous clap echoed, startling everyone present. "What?" Feeling the formidable power of Lu Ming's strike, the man's smile vanished instantly. He swiftly flung the red-eyed dragon ring in his hand to block the attack. Clang! The red-eyed dragon ring was deflected. The sword's light struck the man, and with a hiss, blood spurted forth. "Ah!" The man let out a piercing scream as his body slammed heavily into the wall behind him. Seeing this, the other man's expression changed. He rushed over and pulled him off the wall. The close-fitting inner armor he had prided himself on was sliced clean through by Lu Ming's sword. A gaping wound pierced his chest, and his entire body was charred black from the electric shock. This was all because Lu Ming had deliberately held back his power. Otherwise, he would have been dead already. Witnessing this, the onlookers' smiles froze instantly. The entire crowd fell deathly silent. Lu Ming withdrew his soul blade and chuckled, "Humph. So this is the best the great clans and noble families have to offer?" Just then, the elevator doors opened. A lavishly dressed young man with sword-like eyebrows emerged, surrounded by a crowd of attendants. Hearing Lu Ming's words, he coldly retorted, "Humph. Don't think defeating a nobody gives you the right to act so arrogant. Before a true master, you remain pitifully weak." Chapter 90, Don't Go Crying Later. This man's aura was extraordinary. He possessed the cultivation of a half-step 5th rank. Moreover, he gave Lu Ming a faint sense of oppression. Clearly, he was a formidable opponent. Lu Ming turned to face the man.
What's this? You want to stick up for him?
The man glanced at the other with cold indifference.
Stand up for him? He doesn't deserve it.
I just can't stand seeing an insignificant insect like you spouting nonsense here.
Get lost. This top floor isn't for trash like you to mess with. This floor is destined to be mine, Nangong Tianyu's. Just as I thought.
Lu Ming had suspected this man's origins were extraordinary, and now his suspicions were confirmed. Judging by his pomp and circumstance, he must be the strongest among the Nangong clan this generation. Lu Ming rubbed his nose.
Are all you aristocrats this blindly arrogant? You spout useless left and right, and you've obstructed me multiple times. What? Afraid I'll defeat the gatekeeper beast and make you look like a bunch of useless trash? Nangong Tiany sneered coldly, oomph.
Judging by your attire, you must come from quite a background in your little corner of the world. Don't think having 2 spirit artifacts makes you untouchable.
Spiritual artifacts are useless against the guardian beast. With your pitiful cultivation, you're just asking to be laughed at.
Lu Ming's mind raced, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes.
TSK. So full of contempt? How about we make a wager then?
A wager on whether I can succeed in the challenge.
The stakes? How about 95,000 spirit stones?
The moment the words left his mouth, the previously quiet hall erupted in laughter.
Oh my!
Not only is this guy clueless, but he's also blowing his own horn this big.
95,000 spirit stones? Come on, buddy, you probably can't even scrape together 5. Nangong Tianyu couldn't help but laugh at Lu Ming's words. No offense, but do you have some misconception about spirit stones? Dropping 90,000 like it's cabbage.
Lu Ming did have a vague grasp of the value of spirit stones. He could only vaguely estimate their worth from the list of materials Zhao Linger had bought for him. Lu Ming had quoted 90,000 for 2 reasons. First, the materials he currently possessed were worth that amount. On the other hand, he figured that Nangong Tianyu, being a key protege of the Nangong clan, must have considerable wealth.
Lu Ming frowned. Is 90,000 really that much? Are you, a scion of the prestigious Nangong clan, unable to produce even this small amount of spirit stones? Nangong Tianyu's expression darkened, and he snapped angrily, are you stupid? Do you have any idea 90,000 spirit stones could buy a 5th grade spirit artifact? Forget me how many academy teachers could produce that much spirit stone on the spot? Lu Ming's face fell with disappointment. Fine.
I thought you were a rich guy, but turns out you're just a broke bum.
As a direct descendant of the Nangong clan, Nangong Tianyu had never been short of money. He'd never endured such humiliation before. He gritted his teeth, fuming, poor my ass. Like you're any better off.
Lu Ming rolled his eyes.
I don't have any spirit stones on me right now. Nangong Tianyu sneered coldly, about to speak, when Lu Ming beat him to it. But I have these.
Lu Ming pulled out the materials Zhao Linger had bought for him, his arms full to bursting. Though not all present were from wealthy families, they were all well-traveled individuals. They instantly recognized the materials in Lu Ming's hands. For a moment, everyone except Gong Mingfei stared wide-eyed, fixated on the materials in Lu Ming's hands, their minds racing with calculations. After a quick calculation, Nangong Tianyu was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He had just done a quick calculation. The materials in Lu Ming's arms were indeed worth a total of 90,000 ethereal stones.
Nangong Tianyu's face darkened instantly, speechless.
Compared to Lu Ming, he truly seemed like a penniless beggar.
Lu Ming shook his head and sighed, I was actually thinking of betting against you. Forget it. Not worth it. Hearing this, Nangong Tianyu's anger flared. He pulled out a gold card.
I'll put up 30,000 spirit stones.
You in? 3,000?
Lu Ming's expression turned slightly disgusted. This amount fell far short of his expectations. Glancing at the people behind Nangong Tianyu, Lu Ming hatched a plan.
What about the people behind you? They're all from the Nangong family, right? Surely they've got something on them. Why don't you all chip in? I'm a gambler at heart. I like to play big. Nangong Tianyu turned to his clan members, whatever you've got, put it all on the table. Some of them looked troubled. Brother Tianyu, maybe we should just call it quits. No need to haggle with this peasant. Just kick him out. Nangong Tianyu shot him a glare. What? You think I'll lose? The man flinched at Nangong Tianyu's glare and quickly backtracked. No.
That guy stands no chance against the guardian beast.
Nangong Tianyu glanced at the others and declared, after I win, I'll only take my own share. As for the winnings, you'll split them proportionally based on your contributions.
Upon hearing this, the reluctance vanished from the faces of the Nangong clan members. One by one, they pulled out white cards and scrambled to place them in Nangong Tianyu's hand. Lu Ming had researched this. The Great Xiaobank issued 5 types of cards: black, purple, gold, silver, and white. White cards could only store less than 1,000 ethereal stones, silver cards up to 50,000, gold cards up to 100,000, purple cards from 100,000 to 1 million, and black cards had no limit whatsoever. After collecting all the white cards, Nangong Tianyu counted them. There were 15,600 in total. Adding his own cards to the mix brought the total to 45,600, but Lu Ming still felt it was a bit short. After all, he owed Zhao Linger alone 26,000. With interest, he'd need to repay at least 30,000. He also wanted to save more to buy other things. Lu Ming glanced at the people who had followed him up to watch the commotion.
Do any of you have spirit stones?
Their eyes lit up at the sight of the resources in Lu Ming's hands.
The earlier loudmouth with the sharp features asked excitedly, "Can we join too?" Seeing his eagerness, Lu Ming smiled. "Of course you can. As long as your total doesn't exceed 90,000, I can afford it." The man's eyes lit up instantly. "Great.
I'll put down 10,000. To everyone's surprise, the man actually had considerable wealth, pulling out a silver card and placing it directly into Nangong Tianyu's hand.
The rest of the crowd grew restless, each pulling out their last savings to place their bets. This brought the total to 14,400.
Combined, it totaled exactly 60,000 ethereal stones.
Nangong Tianyu placed the card on the ground. "Is that good enough now?"
Lu Ming pursed his lips.
"You've got numbers on your side. If you lose and renege, who am I supposed to complain to?" Nangong Tianyu's face tightened with anger.
"You." The sharp-featured man chuckled.
"What's the big deal? I happen to have a contract scroll right here.
We just need to write down our terms, seal it with our blood, and whoever breaks it will suffer backlash from our cultivation levels, guaranteed death." With that, he pulled out a scroll, swiftly scribbling the terms before pressing his finger into his own blood and stamping it onto the paper. After Lu Ming offered his blood, he instantly felt a strange force surge into his body. Once everyone had completed their blood seals, the man turned to Lu Ming.
"Is that satisfactory now?"
Lu Ming chuckled, dumping all the resources onto the ground before clapping his hands.
Sure thing, sure thing. Don't go crying later, you hear?"
Chapter 91, Such Poor Self-Control.
Just then, the top floor door burst open with a crash. A powerful gust of wind blew a burly young man out.
The boy stumbled for quite a distance before finally steadying himself. One of the two men who had blocked Lu Ming earlier, the uninjured one, immediately sprang to his feet and ran toward the burly boy. He leaned close and whispered something in his ear. The boy instantly whipped his head around, his eyes flashing with ferocity as he locked gazes with Lu Ming. This man was incredibly large, standing at an estimated 2.3 to 2.4 meters tall. His physique was robust, every muscle defined, giving him the appearance of a gorilla.
His cultivation was no slouch either, matching Nangong Tianyu's aura.
Lu Ming guessed this guy must be the boss of the two.
Lu Ming's guess was correct. The man was named Yu Lu, the strongest individual in the Yu family's current generation.
Having just suffered a defeat in his challenge, Yu Lu was already seething with anger. Upon hearing that Lu Ming had dared to injure a member of the Yu family, fury instantly consumed him.
He strode swiftly toward Lu Ming, flames seemingly dancing in his eyes.
"You bastard! You've got the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard to dare strike someone from the Yu family. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll never believe in the Yu family." Yu Lu didn't think much of Lu Ming and swung his fist at him.
Nangong Tianyu's expression darkened as he barked sharply, "Yu Lu, stop!"
Yu Lu turned to face Nangong Tianyu, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes.
"What? You're telling me to back off when I'm teaching a peasant a lesson? That's not right." Nangong Tianyu shook his head.
"Under normal circumstances, you could beat him to death and I wouldn't interfere.
But not now. This guy has a bet with us.
If you injure him and he uses it as an excuse to back out, you won't be able to cover our losses." He pointed emphatically at the pile of cards and Lu Ming's materials before him. Seeing those cards, Yu Lu inwardly gasped.
"So many ethereal stones? What are you betting on?" Nangong Tianyu chuckled. "We're betting on whether he can successfully challenge the guardian beast on the top floor. We're betting he'll lose, while he's betting he'll win."
Yu Li's eyes widened instantly.
"Holy crap? There's a bet like that?"
Seeing the guy's eager expression, Lu Ming immediately chimed in, "Of course.
"What do you say? Want to throw in a bet too?" "They're too broke. They've been scraping together for ages and still haven't managed it. I've got materials worth 30,000 left over here," Lu Ming said, pulling out the remaining materials. Yu Lu blurted out, "Where did you get all this stuff?" Lu Ming chuckled, "That's none of your business. Just tell me if you want in. If not, get out of the way." Though Yu Lu appeared burly and brutish, like a gorilla without a brain, he was actually quite observant. He scrutinized Lu Ming carefully. After confirming Lu Ming was indeed only at mid-4th grade cultivation, his brow furrowed. He thought, Lu Ming didn't look like a fool. If he didn't have it, he was sure this was a trap, but he couldn't quite put his finger on exactly where the catch was. Seeing Yu Li's hesitation, Nangong Tianyu sneered, "You're a big oaf with a tiny heart. This guy's clearly here to give away his fortune today, what are you scared of? I've staked everything I own. Seize this chance while you can." Yu Lu, who had been wavering, was spurred into action by Nangong Tianyu's provocation. He retorted, "Who's cowardly? I'm in." He pulled out a gold card as he spoke. "How much do you two have? Lend it to me first." Though the other two wanted to participate under their own names, they obediently handed over their empty spirit stones when they saw Yu Li's fierce glare. The three of them scraped together another 28,000. Lu Ming glanced at the pile, his eyes sparkling with amusement. We're set. Only after Yulu had dripped blood onto the contract did Lu Ming lay all the materials on the ground. Although Gong Mengfei trusted Lu Ming, the guardian beast was after all a 5th-grade perfection cultivator. Even a genius like Yulu, born into a top-tier clan, couldn't pass it. Unavoidably, worry crept back into her heart. Lu Ming, aren't you being a bit too impulsive? Ethereal stones are incredibly hard to come by. Lu Ming reassured her, it's fine. My stuff isn't that easy to take. Yulu leaned close to Nangong Tianyu and whispered, hey. What's his deal, this guy? How could he have so many empty spirit stones on him? Is he reliable? Nangong Tianyu shot Yulu a glance. I overheard when I arrived. He seems to be from Zhenzhou Prefecture. Look at you, such a wimp. What's there to be scared of? Inside there, you can only rely on your own abilities, no outside help allowed. He's only at mid-4th grade cultivation. What's the big deal? You don't seriously think his skills are stronger than ours? Yulu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Zhenzhou Prefecture? Well, that settles it then. I was just worried he might be playing dumb to catch the wise, seeing him pull out so many valuable things all at once. Nangong Tianyu scoffed dismissively. Playing dumb? Not a chance. He's just a conceited frog in a well. By the way, what's your situation? How effective are the heavy water merfolk's tactics? A look of frustration flashed across Yuli's face. That guy's direct combat skills aren't strong, but his restrictive tactics are downright disgusting. She wore me down to death. If I could have used my spirit artifact, I would have succeeded. Nangong Tianyu shot him a withering look. That's bull. If using spirit artifacts were the answer, wouldn't every member of our great clans and noble families have succeeded? A smug look spread across Nangong Tianyu's face as he continued, I specifically cultivated a martial art that grants temporary immunity to control effects. This year, I'm determined to claim the top floor. Yulu pursed his lips but said nothing. In truth, he hadn't been entirely honest. Though the heavy water merfolk lacked formidable frontal combat prowess, her speed was truly remarkable beyond her restraining abilities. During the challenge, Yulu had been thoroughly outclassed, nowhere near as formidable as he claimed. He'd fed Nangong Tianyu false intelligence precisely to set him up. Lu Ming paid no heed to their conversation, presenting his ID card as he stepped through the gate. After the array scanned his credentials, the gate swung open. The relentless roar of waves filled his ears, and a salty, humid air washed over him. Lu Ming stepped through the gate, and the light around him dimmed. As the doors closed, Lu Ming realized he had entered a unique space. It somewhat resembled the dragon palaces he'd seen on television before. A transparent barrier seemed to surround the area, allowing glimpses of marine life swimming outside. Before Lu Ming stood a modest stone platform. Lying sideways on the stone platform was a stunningly beautiful, curvaceous female mermaid. Put. When Lu Ming saw her, he couldn't hold back, a nosebleed gushed out immediately. It wasn't entirely Lu Ming's fault though. While the lower half of this heavy water mermaid resembled a fish, her upper body was identical to a human's. Not only was her face exquisitely sculpted, but the twin peaks on her chest were exceptionally magnificent. Most strikingly, she wore nothing at all, just 2 shells draped over her body. Those shells were barely larger than coins, making the whole thing feel like a bit of a sham. Seeing Lu Ming's nose bleeding profusely, a trace of disgust flashed in the heavy water mermaid's beautiful eyes. Another useless piece of trash. Not a shred of self-control. Chapter 92, Master-Servant Contract. Lu Ming wiped his nose clean, studying the heavy water mermaid with curiosity. He noticed her expressions were remarkably vivid, quite different from the demon beast projections encountered during the entrance exams. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder, what was the academy thinking? With so many fully matured grade 5 demon beasts available, why did they pick this thing? Isn't this just messing with people's minds? The heavy water merfolk pushed herself up from the stone platform, her tail functioning like human feet as she braced herself to stand. Because of the stone platform, seeing her stand up like that made Lu Ming feel like the nosebleed he'd just stopped was about to start again. Covering his nose, Lu Ming protested, could you stand a little shorter? I can't focus on fighting you like this. A flash of anger crossed the heavy water mermaid's face. Oomph. You human men really are all scum. What filthy thoughts fill your heads day after day? The middle mermaid swung her snow-white arms forward, and instantly, surging seawater gushed forth from beneath the stone platform. The water spread to Lu Ming's feet. He immediately felt his body grow heavy. When he tried to lift his foot again, it felt as if glued to the ground, making it difficult to move. Seeing Lu Ming struggle to break free, the heavy water mermaid shook her head. Another fool. Once you're bound by my heavy water restraint, accept your fate. You have no chance. You're the 9,996th one, by my count. Defeat you, and defeat 4 more fools, and I'll be free. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. You're alive? Lu Ming had assumed this heavy water shark was merely a projection created by the Academy's advanced technology. But these words revealed it to be a living, 5th-rank perfection demon beast. Lu Ming's previously relaxed state instantly turned tense. The heavy water merfolk snorted coldly, "Umph. Do I look dead to you? What an insolent creature. It seems before I eliminate you, I must first thoroughly torment you." The heavy water merfolk raised its hand again, causing the seawater on the ground to form a colossal palm that slammed down toward Lu Ming. Feeling the terrifying power emanating from the seawater palm, Lu Ming's brows furrowed deeply. If he couldn't dodge this strike, he'd be in grave danger. Just as Lu Ming was gripped by anxiety, a flash of light flickered on the resilient ring on his finger. A strange force enveloped Lu Ming, instantly easing the pressure on his body and dissolving the restraints binding his feet. A flash of white light erupted beneath his feet, and Lu Ming vanished from his original position, escaping the giant hand's attack range. Seeing Lu Ming escape, the heavy water merfolk's face twisted with confusion. "Ha? How did you break free from my heavy water bind?" Lu Ming looked at the resilient ring in his hand with a mix of surprise and delight. Upon entering this place, Lu Ming had already tested it. Neither the breeze boots nor the heavy silver armor could be used. Lu Ming was somewhat astonished, silently speculating within himself. Could it be because of the time-sacred artifact? Seems like a pretty decent piece of gear. I'll have to find a chance to get it repaired properly. Lu Ming smiled at the heavy water merfolk. "Looks like you won't be eliminating me today." A chill flashed across the heavy water merfolk's face. "Oomph. You merely dodged my strike. What are you so cocky about? No one can stop me from gaining my freedom." The heavy water merfolk traced a peculiar symbol with both hands before coldly declaring, "Heavy water prison." The seawater on the ground instantly swirled upward, coalescing into a cage that enclosed Lu Ming. That oppressive sensation returned once more. Yet, a divine light flashed across the resilience ring once more, and Lu Ming's body relaxed again. "Enough. I won't waste any more time on you. Prepare to die." Lu Ming summoned his omni-elemental transforming sword, 9 spiritual veins emerging behind him. He unleashed his most devastating killing move. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, second form, Shatterstone. As Lu Ming swung his sword, a flicker of panic crossed the heavy water merfolk's beautiful face. She frantically waved her arms, causing more seawater to surge from the rocks beneath her. The water surged like a tidal wave, forming a barrier before her. Alas, the heavy water merfolk's tactics proved utterly fragile against Lu Ming's swordlight, failing to offer even the slightest obstruction. Ah! The sword's light struck the heavy water mermaid, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire space. The surrounding seawater swiftly receded, and the heavy water merfolk vanished. Lu Ming clapped his hands. Done! Lu Ming's confidence in taking on this challenge stemmed mainly from the data Emma had provided, which indicated that the heavy water stingray's abilities leaned heavily toward control. Their offensive power fell short compared to a typical 5th-grade perfected demon beast. Moreover, its defenses were notably weak. Otherwise, Lu Ming wouldn't have felt so confident. However, the ease with which he resolved the battle owed much to the resilience ring. Otherwise, even if Lu Ming had managed to pass, it would have been extremely difficult. Lu Ming stowed away the soul essence and waited for quite some time, but the system still hadn't deployed him. Is the system malfunctioning? Just as Lu Ming was puzzling over this, a peculiar rune suddenly flew out from the stone where the heavy water merfolk had stood and landed on his forehead. Then, the heavy water merfolk's furious voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Damn it! My freedom! Wah! Holy! You're not dead? Hearing the heavy water merfolk's voice, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He immediately summoned the thousand-shaped sword, his eyes darting warily around him. However, after scanning the area, he found no sign of the heavy water merfolk or anything amiss. After crying for a while, the heavy water merfolk huffed angrily, "You're so stupid. Just lift this damn rock and let me out." Lu Ming stared at the massive boulder for a long moment before asking skeptically, "Your true form is trapped inside? What else? Hurry up and let me out." Lu Ming shook his head. "I'm not that stupid. Letting you out would just be asking for trouble." The heavy water shark man was nearly driven to tears by Lu Ming's stubbornness, his voice thick with frustration. "Can't you use that pig brain of yours? We've already signed a master's servant contract. I can't possibly harm you." "Ha? A master's servant contract?" Lu Ming immediately plunged into his spiritual sea. After cultivating their spiritual sea, 5th-rank martial artists gained the ability to form contracts with demonic beasts. These contracts generally fell into 2 categories: equal contracts and master-servant contracts. An equal contract is a mutual choice, establishing an equal relationship between the beast and the martial artist. The martial artist holds limited control over the beast, but the advantage lies in the ease of forming the bond. Master-servant contracts, however, place the martial artist in a dominant position. The beast would unconditionally obey the martial artist's commands. Such contracts are rare, as martial artists usually contract beasts of comparable strength. Most beasts would rather die than submit to a master-servant bond. Only those of extraordinary strength, having subdued a beast through sheer power, could forge such a bond. Lu Ming hadn't done anything just now, so how did he suddenly gain a contract? When his divine sense sank into his spiritual sea, Lu Ming indeed discovered an intricate, profound pattern suspended within.
Simultaneously, he realized he had indeed formed a peculiar connection with the heavy water merfolk. Realizing his contract slot had inexplicably vanished, Lu Ming wore a bitter expression as he grumbled in disgust.
Damn it! What the hell is this? How did I end up with a contract out of nowhere? Chapter 93, Who says I failed the challenge?
Lu Ming had originally envisioned finding a handsome, formidable demon beast with superior bloodlines to serve as his contract battle pet. Instead, he'd been bound by a contract out of nowhere. Lu Ming felt like crying but had no tears left.
Sensing Lu Ming's disappointment, the heavy water merfolk grew furious. What do you mean by that? I never looked down on you. How dare you start looking down on me now? Do you even know I'm a noble from the sea, a noble of the highest rank? Lu Ming sneered, if you can't even beat me, then even if you are a noble of the sea, you're just a weakling noble. Ah! If it weren't for that old fossil of a dean taking my mermaid pearl, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Cut the crap and let me out. Or you won't be getting out either. Ugh! Lu Ming sighed in resignation and began moving the massive boulder aside. Beneath the boulder lay a bottomless black pool. A blue light surged up from the depths, landing on the ground and transforming into the form of a heavy water merfolk. Its tail sprang like a coil, bouncing and hopping toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming's gaze involuntarily followed its rhythmic movements, his pulse quickening significantly. Upon reaching Lu Ming, the heavy water mermaid raised her pristine fist and unleashed a flurry of wing chun strikes toward his chest. This infuriates me. I was so close to freedom, you damned creature. Due to the master-servant contract, the heavy water mermaid's punch landed on Lu Ming as harmlessly as if delivered by an ordinary person. Paired with her furious expression, it almost had a hint of petulance. Once the heavy water mermaid had vented her frustration, Lu Ming slowly pulled out his clothes and handed them to her. Here. Put these on. The heavy water mermaid glanced at the clothes in Lu Ming's hand, her eyes brimming with disgust. I refuse to wear your ugly human clothes. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. But you can't just stay like this. With you looking like that, if I release you during battle, the enemy will think I'm giving them a special treat. Hurry up and put them on. You can't just let people stare at you like this. The heavy water merfolk pouted. You humans are so strange. Shouldn't beautiful things be shown off? Why hide them away? Human concepts differed greatly from those of beasts. Lu Ming knew he couldn't change her mindset overnight. He could only order her sternly, you're my battle pet. If anything's going to be displayed, it's going to be me. What kind of impression would it make if others saw you like this? I command you to put it on. If you think it's ugly, I'll buy you prettier ones later. The heavy water mermaid pouted, then swept a hand across her chest. Instantly, a seaweed halter top materialized on her form. Is that better now? Though still somewhat revealing, at least her ample bosom was now nearly hidden. This will have to do for now. I'll buy you clothes you like later. You don't have a name yet, do you? Let me give you one. The heavy water mermaid shot Lu Ming a disdainful look. Forget it. With your taste, what good name could you possibly come up with? I have a name, Hai Xiaoming. Oh. Fine, I'll call you Xiaoming from now on. Come in. Lu Ming opened his spiritual sea. Demonic beasts bound by contract could inhabit their master's spiritual sea through the contract medium in a unique manner. Wow. How did you get the sacred spirit nurturing lotus? The moment Hai Xiaoming entered Lu Ming's spiritual sea, she spotted the spirit nurturing lotus at its center. You recognize this thing? Lu Ming was somewhat surprised. In current popular understanding, the 9th grade was already the highest level. Only the most powerful beings knew of the sacred grade. That Hai Xiaoming recognized the spirit-nurturing lotus at a glance clearly indicated she was no ordinary being. Hai Xiaoming shrugged indifferently. Of course I recognize it. This is the sacred artifact revered as our ancestral treasure by the entire mermaid clan. My father possesses one. Lu Ming felt as though he'd heard something earth-shattering, every hair on his body standing on end. What the hell? A treasured heirloom? Your father has one? So then, your father. A flash of pride lit up Hai Xiaoming's face. That's right. My father is the ruler of the merfolk. An extraordinary being. Now you see, signing a contract with me is a huge advantage for you, right? A transcendent being? What exactly is that? Lu Ming felt bewildered. This term ventured into another blind spot in his knowledge. That realm is too distant for you to grasp. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that it surpasses even the 9th rank martial artists in your world. Lu Ming's face twisted with skepticism. You're just bragging. If your dad is that powerful, how come you're still imprisoned here? Besides, if your dad was really as powerful as you claim, how come I've never heard of your sea fish people clan? If you had such a powerful figure, would you tolerate humans ruling Blue Star? Hai Xiaoming shot Lu Ming a withering look. When did I ever say my father was on your barren planet? If my father were here, how could that damn dean dare to imprison me? Lu Ming suddenly gasped, you're not from Blue Star? There are living beings on other planets? Seeing Lu Ming acting like a curious child, Hai Xiaoming grew annoyed. With your level of cultivation, it's better you don't know these things. I've been suppressed for so many years. Now I can finally get some proper rest. Thank goodness you have the spirit-nurturing lotus. Otherwise, who knows how many more years it would take me to reform my mermaid pearl. Stop bothering me. I need to rest. With that, Hai Xiaomeng vanished entirely into the sea of consciousness. Though Lu Ming shared a master-servant contract with Hai Xiaomeng, he dared not act too presumptuously after learning of her father's formidable power. After all, he had no idea when Hai Xiaomeng's father might come looking for him. For now, it was best to maintain good relations with her. Emerging from the spiritual sea of consciousness, a teleportation portal appeared on the boulder. Lu Ming stepped through and was swiftly transported to its destination. In the top-floor hall. Upon seeing the portal appear, Nangong Tianyu and the others immediately perked up. He's out. Lu Ming's emergence from the portal was a stark contrast to Yu Li's earlier appearance. He was steady and composed, strolling through as if stepping out of his own home. A sneer spread across Nangong Tianyu's face when he saw Lu Ming. Ha! You failed. Did you really think defeating a minor figure from the Yu family made you invincible? Now you know how weak you really are. I tried to warn you, but you insisted on playing the fool. How foolish. Lu Ming waited silently for Nangong Tianyu to finish. Finished? Nangong Tianyu sneered coldly. Finished. Everyone, let's divide these things up. The crowd cheered as they seized the items. Just as they were about to start dividing Lu Ming's materials, Lu Ming laughed. What are you doing? Who said I lost the challenge? My belongings aren't for you to take. With that, Lu Ming strode once more toward the tightly shut gate. Chapter 94, The Sky Arena. Lu Ming swiped his ID card into the slot in front of the gate and it slowly opened. A blue projection appeared. It was Emma, the Academy's AI butler. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated the Gate Guardian. If you remain victorious after the 12-hour challenge period, you will gain residency rights to the 36th floor for the next 4 years. Lu Ming tucked his ID card away and walked over to Nangong Tianyu and the others, smiling. Thanks, guys. Lu Ming gathered his resources, then took the stack of cards in his hand and began sorting them one by one in front of everyone. He pulled out several white cards and handed them to Gong Mengfei. Here. Spend them. Those white cards alone totaled a whopping 5,000 ethereal stones. The scene left the crowd staring in disbelief. Ha? For me? Gong Mengfei was both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. She knew the value of spirit stones well. 5,000 ethereal stones could buy resources nearly sufficient for her to cultivate all the way to the 5th rank. Lu Ming nodded. Sure thing. I've got plenty here. Just let me know when you run out. Come on, let's go check out our new dorm. Lu Ming started to walk through the gate. Nangong Tianyu's face darkened as he called out, Hold on. I challenge you. At these words, the expressions of the Nangong family members changed, and they immediately tried to dissuade him. Brother Tianyu, maybe you should reconsider. If you fail the challenge against the gatekeeper beast, you can still try other floors. But if you lose the challenge against a person, you'll be stuck on the first floor. That's right, Brother Tianyu. We'll be living in this dorm for 4 years. Think carefully before acting. Yu Li's expression also grew grave. He had personally challenged the heavy water merfolk and knew how incredibly difficult it was to succeed. Although Nangong Tianyu was slightly stronger than him, the difference wasn't significant. He'd been thoroughly beaten by the heavy water merfolk. For Nangong Tianyu to defeat it was practically impossible. This time, Yulu wasn't trying to trick him. Instead, he advised, that guy's a bit strange. I suggest you be cautious. Nangong Tianyu whipped his head around, glaring at Yulu. You think I'm no match for him too? Yula had meant well with his warning, but Nangong Tianyu had misunderstood. He snorted coldly, I only said he's a bit peculiar. If you're confident, then go for it. It'll help us gauge his strength. Lu Ming regarded Nangong Tianyu with a faint, ambiguous smile. Challenge me? Are you sure? Think carefully. If you lose, you'll be stuck living on the first floor for the next 4 years. Nangong Tianyu, who had been wavering, suddenly perked up at Lu Ming's words. The pride he'd cultivated over the years refused to accept being provoked by some country bumpkin from the sticks. What the hell are you so cocky about? I'll take you on. Nangong Tianyu swiped his ID card over the slot, and a green light instantly recorded his information. Inside the gate, Yema, upon reading Nangong Tianyu's information, immediately said sweetly, detected someone challenging you. The aerial arena is being set up, and the referee is on their way. Please wait patiently. Lu Ming. Maybe we should just stay on another floor. If we anger them, we'll have a hard time getting by in the academy from now on. Gong Mengfei whispered anxiously. Although Lu Ming wasn't fond of drawing too much attention, ever since Zhou Qi had told him about the deep-seated prejudice the major clans of the capital harbored toward those from smaller regions, Lu Ming had resolved to act boldly. Unless you grovel before these aristocratic families, they'll still find ways to cause trouble for you. Lu Ming wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Besides, he firmly believed in the words of a great man. Strike first to prevent 100 blows.
As the strongest member of the Nangong family, Nangong Tianyu likely possessed strength comparable to those from other clans. So, if he treated him like a chicken to be slaughtered, the rest of the monkeys probably wouldn't dare come looking for trouble with Lu Ming.
Lu Ming chuckled. No problem. Better to deal with it once and for all than face endless trouble later. Once he's beaten into submission, it'll save us a lot of trouble down the line. Nangong Tianyu snorted coldly at these words. Oomph. You talk as if victory is already yours. That gatekeeper's style leans toward control. His actual combat strength isn't that great. If you hadn't beaten him first, I could have handled it. Hai Xiaomeng, who had been resting in Lu Ming's spiritual consciousness, instantly grew displeased upon hearing this. Who does he think he is? Treating me like a pushover? Let me out. If I don't beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him, I'll write my name backwards. Lu Ming silently thought, alright, lady, just focus on recovering. I'm not about to reveal too many of my trump cards. Due to their contract, Lu Ming and Hai Xiaomeng shared a unique means of communication. Whenever Lu Ming activated the contract, he could connect with her thoughts. Hai Xiaomeng still seethed with resentment. Gritting her teeth, she fumed, then you better go all out. You have to beat him to a pulp. How dare he underestimate me? It's infuriating. After calming Hai Xiaomeng, Lu Ming turned to Nangong Tianyu with a smile. Talking tough doesn't count for much, it's what you can actually do that matters. Soon, the elevator doors opened, revealing a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses and an intellectual air. The man glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with surprise and suspicion. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Zhang Xianlin, the referee instructor for your tournament. Lu Ming bowed slightly to Zhang Xianlin and replied politely, Hello, Teacher Zhang. My name is Lu Ming. Nangong Tianyu showed little emotion toward Zhang Xianlin, merely replying indifferently, Nangong Tianyu. I challenge him. Zhang Xianlin produced a special card and swiped it across the transparent window ahead. The wall, along with the window, instantly retracted, revealing an opening. Step forward. I'll take you to the aerial arena. Lu Ming and Nangong Tianyu approached the opening. Zhang Xianlin grabbed one of them in each hand. A surge of potent spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet, and in the next instant, he soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they materialized atop an arena. At that moment, the entire dormitory area erupted in commotion. The aerial arena was reserved for freshman challenges. Under normal circumstances, the aerial arena remained unused. After all, those in the lower floors had no need to compete, while those in the upper floors were mostly from wealthy or prominent families. They rarely resorted to using the aerial platform for their disputes. Now, the freshmen who had been selecting dorm rooms rushed to the edges to watch the spectacle. Upperclassmen in the surrounding dorms also looked up, eager to see what was happening. The appearance of the aerial arena sparked a flurry of discussion among the crowd. Beyond the students, even the admissions officers accompanying them to select dorms looked up. Zhao Linger was downstairs, just about to leave, when she spotted the aerial arena materialize. She stopped in her tracks, a look of confusion in her eyes. Why are they using the aerial arena this year? Who could it be? Beneath the platform, a massive projection displayed the live action unfolding on the stage. The projection showed the live action unfolding on the stage. When she recognized the figure on the platform, Zhao Linger's expression turned pale with shock. It can't be him. Chapter 95, Teacher, you won't get in trouble for beating him up, right? As the figure on the screen became clearer, the crowd of onlookers instantly erupted into commotion. Hey! Isn't that Nangong Tianyu? How come he's still being challenged? Huh, who's this guy challenging Nangong Tianyu? Never seen him before. Where did he come from? As the strongest member of the Nangong family in this generation, Nangong Tianyu had quite a reputation. Many freshmen, upon recognizing him, grew curious about Lu Ming's identity. Before long, someone with exceptional investigative skills dug up Lu Ming's information. Got it. The guy challenging Nangong Tianyu is Lu Ming, the top scholar from Qianzhou Prefecture. Upon hearing Lu Ming's background, the crowd showed no surprise whatsoever, only contempt filled their faces. Put. Just another mud-slinging bumpkin from the sticks. No wonder he had the guts to challenge Nangong Tianyu. Turns out ignorance is bliss. Some sneered sarcastically, hey, don't be so quick to judge. He is the top scholar of a prefecture after all. He might actually have some skills. The Nangong clan members snorted in disdain at this remark. Oomph. But he's just a top scholar from some barren backwater. What real strength could he possibly have? Any random member of our Nangong family could go to a place like that and easily snag the top scholar title. The onlookers' opinions were almost unanimously dismissive, convinced Lu Ming was merely seeking attention. The teachers gathered below also crowded around Zhao Linger. Little Zhao, you're the one who recruited this kid, right? Didn't you warn him about the elite clan disciples? He might be top scholar in a place like Qianzhou Prefecture, but in the capital, he'd barely crack the top 100. Challenging Nangong Tianyu? That's just asking for trouble. He's a top scholar of a prefecture, after all. If he ends up on the first floor, he'll lose all face.
This teacher, who shared distant family ties with the Nangong clan and had long been at odds with Zhao Linger, deliberately spoke to provoke her. Zhao Linger wasn't entirely sure if Lu Ming could defeat Nangong Tianyu either, but she was certain that with Lu Ming's strength, he could easily crack the top 10 even in the capital. Lu Ming was a top-tier genius, the first in a century to achieve 3 SSS rankings. Zhao Linger caught the sarcasm in the woman's tone. She shot her a glare and retorted, "Humph. The outcome is far from certain." Just then, a massive headline appeared at the top of the large screen. Challenge on the 36th floor. The entire venue fell silent upon seeing this headline. Whoa! Everyone gasped in shock at the title. Nangong Tianyu is incredible. He actually defeated the 36th floor guardian beast. On the 35th floor, a man and a woman stood directly in front of the projection, their expressions solemn as they watched Nangong Tianyu's image. The man was Sima Xingyu, the strongest member of the Sima clan in this generation. The woman was Bai Bingbing, from the prestigious Bai clan. Sima Xingyu exclaimed, "Who would have thought Nangong Tianyu defeated the guardian beast? Looks like we should give it a shot too." Bai Bingbing glanced at Nangong Tianyu, then at Lu Ming. "We both know the strength of the 36th floor guardian beast, and we know Nangong Tianyu's strength as well. I think in this challenge tournament that Lu Ming is the true defender of the platform." Sima Xingyu looked at Bai Bingbing in shock. "That guy's just from Qianzhou Prefecture, some poverty-stricken backwater. You think he can take on a guardian beast that even we can't defeat?" Bai Bingbing paused before speaking slowly. "My sister once told me that the 36th floor guardian's primary tactics rely on control. Its offensive power and physical constitution aren't particularly formidable. Perhaps he possesses some unique techniques that happen to be effective against the guardian. I still don't believe Nangong Tianyu can defeat the guardian beast." As they spoke, the projection displayed information about Lu Ming and Nangong Tianyu. Defender, Lu Ming. Cultivation level, intermediate 4th grade. Life soul, C grade 1000 shape sword. Spiritual veins, human virtue, 9 spiritual veins. Challenger, Nangong Tianyu. Cultivation level, half step 5th grade. Life soul, A+ grade thunderbolt saber-tooth tiger. Spiritual veins, heaven grade triple spiritual veins. Upon seeing this information, the entire venue fell silent once more. Seconds later, a cacophony of incredulous murmurs erupted. Holy crap! Am I seeing this right? Nangong Tianyu is the challenger? This can't be real. Someone with that level of power could never defeat the 36th floor guardian beast. Damn it! Are you sure this guy isn't the dean's illegitimate son? Someone with this cultivation level would be dead on contact if the 36th floor guardian beast even touched him. You want to die, kid? Think before you speak. The speaker's face flushed with fear at the rebuke, and he quickly backtracked. What I meant was, could this be a system glitch? Compared to a system glitch, I think what you said earlier is more likely. Sima Xingyu and Bai Jingjing froze upon seeing the two messages. This can't be possible. Although Bai Bingbing had suspected Nangong Tianyu would be the challenger, she never imagined Lu Ming would be this weak. A C-grade soul essence and a human-type spirit vein by all logic, someone like this shouldn't even be able to get into the capital university. Has Qianzhou Prefecture fallen so far behind? Is this all the top scholar has to offer? This same doubt flashed through both their minds. Upon seeing Lu Ming as the defending champion, Zhao Linger froze for a moment before a smile spread across her face. I knew it. She had witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying offensive power firsthand. If Lu Ming could defeat the 36th floor guardian beast, then dealing with Nangong Tianyu would be a piece of cake. Relieved, Zhao Linger turned to the teacher who had spoken earlier and chuckled, so what if he's from a small place? He's accomplished what the offspring of great clans and noble families couldn't achieve. If you ask me, Nangong Tianyu's being a bit thick-skinned. Knowing full well Lu Ming defeated the 36th floor guardian beast, he still dared to challenge him. Looks like the Nangong family is bound to lose face this time. The teacher gritted his teeth, anger flushing his face. What nonsense are you spouting? How could Tianyu possibly lose to a country bumpkin? Don't get too cocky. Tianyu will crush that kid in no time. Zhao Linger chuckled, well then, you'd better keep your eyes peeled. I reckon the match will be over in a flash, don't doze off and miss the best part. Zhao Linger had watched Lu Ming's college entrance exam footage repeatedly. She deduced that Lu Ming must have mastered an extremely powerful sword technique. And judging by Lu Ming's fighting style, Zhao Linger estimated this challenge would end very quickly. On the aerial arena, Zhang Xianlin addressed Lu Ming and Nangong Tianyu, are you ready? If so, we can begin. Lu Ming suddenly held out his hand and asked, Teacher Zhang, if I accidentally kill him, I won't be held responsible, right? Zhang Xianlin chuckled at Lu Ming's teasing, I'm a 7th rank martial artist. I'll cover the entire arena with my divine sense. Just give it your all. I'll ensure your safety. Lu Ming nodded. That's good. Then please keep a close eye on him. I'm genuinely worried I might accidentally kill him. Chapter 96, My attacks are terrifying. Nangong Tianyu snorted coldly, humph. You're not afraid of blowing your own horn too big? I suggest you focus on protecting yourself instead. Even though spirit artifacts can't be used on the aerial arena, defeating you with my strength would be as easy as crushing an ant. Zhang Xianlin raised both hands, and instantly a faint blue aura rose around him. Lu Ming felt an unusual oppressive force. He tried to activate his breeze boots, but they didn't respond at all. The match begins. At Zhang Xianlin's command, he instantly unleashed his divine sense, enveloping the entire arena. Nangong Tianyu, seething with suppressed rage, instantly activated his life soul. Behind Nangong Tianyu materialized a towering, formidable tiger, its eyes piercing, long fangs protruding from its jaws, and its fur covered in thunder patterns. This was Nangong Tianyu's A+ grade life soul, the Thunderbolt Saber-Tooth Tiger. After activating his soul spirit, Nangong Tianyu's aura became intensely feral, his hands transforming into thick tiger claws. The sharp claws flashed with a piercing cold light, seemingly capable of shattering stone and severing metal. 3 golden heaven-grade spirit veins emerged, elevating his aura to new heights. Bathed in a faint, brilliant glow, his already handsome features appeared even more heroic and formidable. Lu Ming summoned the Thousand-Shaped Sword. Though the Thousand-Shaped Sword possessed attributes slightly stronger than a standard C-grade soul, its sheer imposing presence fell short of Nangong Tianyu's Thunderbolt Sword-Toothed Tiger. Lu Ming's spiritual energy surged, revealing 9 white spiritual veins behind him. Upon seeing Lu Ming's 9 white spirit veins, Zhang Xianlin stared at him with intense curiosity. The guardian beast guarding the 36th floor of the student dormitory was a heavy water merfolk. Every year, numerous outstanding students attempted to challenge it. Yet even prodigies at the threshold of 5th grade, possessing A+ fate souls and heavenly balanced spirit veins, had all met their demise. Zhang Xianlin was utterly baffled how had Lu Ming, with merely a C-grade life soul and a humanity spirit vein, managed to achieve this feat? Instinctively, Zhang Xianlin focused more attention on Lu Ming. Wow! Brother Tianyu is so handsome. That mudleg named Lu Ming obviously low in cultivation, with such trashy soul and spirit vein, who gave him the guts to fight Brother Tianyu? Exactly. Our Brother Tianyu is the coolest. He'll definitely beat this clueless peasant so badly he'll be crawling on the ground looking for his teeth. Many of the female spectators were blindly idolizing Nangong Tianyu, their values swayed by appearances alone. Although Lu Ming was quite handsome himself, Nangong Tianyu carried the prestige of the Nangong clan. These girls couldn't be bothered to give Lu Ming a second glance. Only those from Quanzhou Prefecture silently cheered for Lu Ming in their hearts. Lu Ming had already cultivated his spiritual C, granting him keen perception. He sensed Zhang Xianlin was clearly focusing more attention on him. Lu Ming couldn't help but warn, Master Zhang, you'd better keep your focus on him. My attack power is absurdly high. I'm genuinely worried I might accidentally slash him to death with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Nangong Tianyu could no longer contain himself. He roared furiously, arrogant. Today, I'll make you understand the gap between you, a mud-legged peasant, and us true geniuses. Nangong Tianyu's face twisted with fury. His feet shifted, and like a gust of wind, he shot toward Lu Ming. Nangong Tianyu's speed was blindingly fast. Lu Ming guessed he must have cultivated some Mahayana-level footwork martial art. Unfortunately, Nangong Tianyu clearly hadn't perfected this art. Though fast, his footwork remained somewhat erratic, leaving significant room for improvement. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he instantly activated the lightning step. A blinding white light erupted beneath his feet as he vanished from his spot with a whoosh. By the time Nangong Tianyu launched his attack, Lu Ming had already flashed to the opposite end of the arena. What blinding speed! That kid must have mastered a great perfection-level martial art to its pinnacle. Zhang Xianlin was also startled by Lu Ming's speed, murmuring to himself in astonishment. Lu Ming laughed, not fast enough. Furious, Nangong Tianyu glared at Lu Ming, his claws slamming into the stage. He thrust his head forward, mouth gaping wide as a piercing shriek erupted. This was a Mahayana-level sonic martial art Nangong Tianyu had cultivated specifically. Not only could it induce dizziness, but it also possessed formidable lethal power. The sound waves radiating from his roar felt tangible, spreading out in layers until the entire stage shook. When the sound waves struck Lu Ming, a flash of light erupted from the resilient ring on his finger. A peculiar force blocked the soul-attacking component within the sound waves. As for the sound waves' formidable destructive power, against a body fortified by sword transformation technique, they held no threat whatsoever. Die! Nangong Tianyu lunged at Lu Ming like a swift cheetah, claws flailing. Thunderous roars echoed through the sky as the spectral image of the thunderclap saber-toothed tiger behind him also swiped its claws toward Lu Ming. This was the great perfection martial art created by the Nangong clan's strongest warriors using their own life souls, Thunderbolt Mountain Splitting Slash. This technique not only channeled the power of thunder but also fully unleashed the advantages of the soul essence, making it immensely powerful. Nangong Tianyu had once used this technique to instantly slay a mid-tier 5th grade demon beast. Zhang Xianlin's expression instantly grew tense. He sensed this challenge was about to end. The Thunderclap Mountain Splitter's coverage was immense, nearly engulfing the entire arena, leaving Lu Ming with almost no room to evade. Feeling the technique's force, Lu Ming's expression grew slightly more serious as he remarked, impressive power. It does justice to your cultivation level. Unfortunately, it still falls just a tad short compared to mine. As he spoke, the 9 spiritual veins behind Lu Ming surged, channeling colossal spiritual energy into the thousand-shaped sword. A sharp metallic aura permeated the entire arena. The sharpness of this aura caused even Zhang Xianlin to frown slightly. Lu Ming swung his sword, sending a golden blade of energy flying forth. He immediately withdrew his soul essence, observing the phantom of the thunderclap sword-toothed tiger with an expression of calm detachment. Break! Lu Ming murmured softly, and the sword light effortlessly shattered the illusory form of the thunderbolt saber-toothed tiger. Simultaneously, the sword light descended upon Nangong Tianyu with undiminished force. The moment Lu Ming struck, Zhang Xianlin's expression changed drastically. Only then did he realize Lu Ming hadn't been boasting. This strike truly could kill Nangong Tianyu. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Xianlin flashed before Nangong Tianyu. Extending his right hand, he formed a thin shield of dense spiritual energy before him. Thud! The sword light struck the shield, exploding violently. The powerful shockwave instantly rippled outward, causing the entire aerial arena to shake violently, as if it might collapse at any moment. Except for Zhang Xianlin himself, no one noticed the faint sword mark that appeared on the shield he had condensed. Consider this, Lu Ming was merely a 4th-rank cultivator, while Zhang Xianlin was a bona fide 7th-rank powerhouse. The gap between them was so vast it felt like crossing an unbridgeable chasm. Yet, Lu Ming's strike had managed to leave a mark on Zhang Xianlin's shield, a testament to its immense power. Zhang Xianlin was stunned into silence. In the projection, when Zhang Xianlin stepped before Nangong Tianyu, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief, a single question surging through their minds. Nangong Tianyu lost? Chapter 97, Doubt. Floor 35. Sima Xingyu and Bai Bingbing's expressions turned incredibly grave. Exchanging a glance, they spoke in unison. What the hell is this guy's background? How can he be this strong? Though neither could gauge the full power of Lu Ming's strike, they had both faced Nangong Tianyu in combat. They knew full well the devastating power of Nangong Tianyu's Thunderclap Mountain Shattering Claw. Lu Ming not only shattered the Thunderclap Mountain Shattering Claw with a single strike, but also forced Zhang Xianlin to intervene. This meant that in Zhang Xianlin's estimation, even if Nangong Tianyu had thrown everything he had into it, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that strike. Zhao Linger turned to the female teacher, whose eyes were glazed over, and said triumphantly, "See? Nangong Tian is getting completely crushed." The teacher's eyes were vacant, but when she snapped back to reality, her expression darkened. She couldn't believe Lu Ming was this powerful, yet she hesitated about questioning Zhang Xianlin. Zhang Xianlin was known as the iron-faced king of hell at the capital academy. He absolutely never showed favoritism under normal circumstances. This can't be. He's only a human-grade spirit vein. How could he possibly be a match for Brother Tianyu? Cheating. He must be cheating. Some brainless girls started screaming. At that moment, those who retained their senses shot them a glare. What's in your heads? Don? Don't you know Teacher Zhang's nickname is Iron-Faced King of Hell? Even when the former dean's grandson broke school rules, he showed no favoritism. Do you really think he'd make an exception for some nobody from the sticks? The girls fell silent, though they still refused to accept the outcome. The Nangong family members turned ashen-faced, their eyes fixed on the projection with fierce glances. Clearly, they refused to accept this outcome. Nangong Tianyu remained frozen in shock for a long moment. Lu Ming, noticing Zhang Xianlin's stern expression, couldn't help but chuckle. "Professor Zhang, I did warn you earlier. Can we announce the results now?" Zhang Xianlin rubbed his stiffened face and replied with a forced smile, "Yes." Nangong Tianyu's expression darkened instantly. He roared, "No. I didn't lose. I could have blocked that sword strike." Zhang Xianlin fixed Nangong Tianyu with a cold, piercing stare. His voice was icy as he asked, "Are you questioning my impartiality?" Nangong Tianyu, intimidated by Zhang Xianlin's imposing presence, stumbled back 2 steps. Recalling Zhang Xianlin's notorious nickname, he wavered. Yet he still couldn't accept losing to Lu Ming and losing so badly. Nangong Tianyu declared with unwavering conviction, "I am absolutely confident I could have parried that strike." The projection had no sound, but everyone could infer their conversation from Zhang Xianlin and Nangong Tianyu's movements and expressions. The female instructor standing beside Zhao Linger immediately retrieved a small flying skateboard from her storage space. Stepping onto it, she soared toward the aerial stage. "Director Zhang. I also believe Nangong Tianyu could have blocked that sword strike. He hasn't lost yet." Not only did the female teacher not lower her voice, she even secretly amplified it with spiritual energy. Hearing this, the crowd of Nangong Tianyu's female fans below erupted in indignant shouts. "Our brother Tianyu hasn't lost." Members of the Nangong clan joined the chorus. As more students joined in, the clamor grew louder and louder. Sima Xingyu watched the crowd below, his brow furrowing slightly. Could it be that Nangong Tianyu truly didn't lose? Bai Bing snorted coldly, "Humph. A bunch of brainless fools. They're being used as pawns and still getting so worked up. That female teacher is Nangong Tianyu's cousin-in-law.
They've always been close, so it's understandable she'd speak up for him now. But the people down there are pigs. They don't even think for themselves. What is Director Zhang? He's a stubborn blockhead who won't even give the principal face. Plus, Director Zhang's soul is that of a four-eared weasel, renowned for its perception. If he's made his move, I doubt Nangong Tianyu could block that strike. Just wait and see. I believe Director Zhang will give everyone a satisfying answer. Seeing this, Zhao Linger hurriedly pulled out her flying skateboard and glided over to Lu Ming's side. Zhao Linger approached Lu Ming and whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry. Director Zhang is famously known as the iron-faced Lord of Death in our academy. He won't show favoritism or pervert justice." Lu Ming wasn't worried about that. From the moment he first saw Zhang Xianlin, he sensed an aura of integrity radiating from the man. Lu Ming gave a soft grunt and watched Zhang Xianlin silently. Zhang Xianlin shot a cold glance at the female teacher. "Teacher Lin Dandan. Once this matter is resolved, the academy will need to evaluate you to determine whether you still possess the qualifications to teach." Lin Dandan's face froze in terror. A teaching position at the capital academy was a secure job. Not only did it come with generous benefits, but it also granted access to special secret realm instances for auxiliary cultivation every year. Lin Dandan never imagined that such a minor scheme would lead to such severe punishment. Nangong Tianyu knew that without Lin Dandan speaking up for him, today's outcome would have been a foregone conclusion. He patted Lin Dandan firmly on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, cousin-in-law. The evaluation isn't solely up to Director Zhang." With Nangong Tianyu's assurance, and now that Lin Dandan seemed stuck between a rock and a hard place, she pressed on, "Even if you want to evaluate me, you must get to the bottom of this matter first." Zhang Xianlin nodded. "Fine. I'll grant your request." Zhang Xianlin flew to the front of the stage, ensuring the crowd below could see him clearly. With a sweeping gesture, he rewound the battle projection and replayed it. The final frame froze on the protective shield he had conjured. Zhang Xianlin said coldly, "Since you question my judgment, open your eyes wide and study it carefully." Lu Ming's sword strike left a mark on the shield I formed. Though this shield wasn't formed with my full strength, I'm confident that even a 6th grade demon beast couldn't easily leave a mark on it. Do you seriously believe Nangong Tianyu possesses the ability to withstand a strike from a 6th grade demon beast? Zhang Xianlin's voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed throughout the entire dormitory area. Hearing this, and seeing the frozen frame where a faint mark was indeed visible on the shield before Zhang Xianlin, combined with Zhang Xianlin's solemn expression at the time, it was clear he had already noticed this mark. The girls, who had been chattering excitedly moments before, fell silent. The Nangong family members all froze in shock. They never imagined Lu Ming's achievements could be so terrifying. Staring at the projected image, Sima Xingyu's pupils contracted sharply, his expression turning grave. "Whoa! Is this really an attack from a C-grade soul essence, a human-type spirit vein?" Bai Bingbing exhaled a long, heavy breath and shook her head. "I don't know. Looks like our class is about to produce a freak who defies all logic." Zhang Xianlin returned to the aerial arena, his face flushed with fury as he glared at Lin Dandan. "Now, do you still doubt my judgment?" He then turned to Nangong Tianyu, "And you? Do you still believe you could have blocked that strike?" Chapter 98, Spirit Vein Heavenly Pool. Lin Dandan's expression darkened. Her body went limp, and if not for Nangong Tianyu supporting her, she would have collapsed onto the stage. Zhang Xianlin roared, "Answer me." His voice was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the arrogance of both Nangong Tianyu and Lin Dandan. Nangong Tianyu lowered his head, unable to speak. Lin Dandan, however, was shaken to the core, her body trembling like a sieve. She knew her coaching career was likely over. Zhang Xianlin snorted coldly and announced loudly, "I declare. Nangong Tianyu has lost this challenge. Lu Ming successfully defends the title." This time, no one dared utter another word of dissent. After all, Lin Dandan's cautionary tale was right before their eyes. Zhang Xianlin walked to the edge of the tier tower and addressed the representatives of the great clans and noble families gathered on the 35th floor, including Sima Xingyu and Bai Bingbing. "Does anyone else wish to challenge Lu Ming? I am now extending Lu Ming's defense period until my departure. If anyone wishes to challenge him, do so quickly. If not, the 4-year residency rights to the 36th floor belong to Lu Ming." Sima Xingyu, Bai Bingbing, and the others knew their limits well. They hadn't even attempted to challenge the guardian beast of the 36th floor. With Nangong Tianyu having set the precedent, they certainly weren't about to challenge Lu Ming either. After watching the others shake their heads in unison, Zhang Xianlin approached Lu Ming, flashing a somewhat amiable smile. "Lu Ming, congratulations on securing the right to reside on the 36th floor. Get some rest. I look forward to seeing you make a stunning debut at tomorrow's entrance assessment. The reward Vice Principal Zhao Kuo promised you is all set, it's just a matter of whether you can earn it." Lu Ming smiled. "I will. What's mine, no one can stop me from taking." Zhang Xianlin patted Lu Ming on the shoulder and sighed, "Go for it. Charge forward boldly and fearlessly. We commoners have only our own hands to rely on." Lu Ming's eyes deepened as he looked at Zhang Xianlin. Zheng Xianlin nodded silently. If you ever have any problems or trouble, you can come find me. Within my means, I'll do everything I can to help you. I hope you'll extend the same support to other students from humble backgrounds, they've all had it tough too. Lu Ming nodded solemnly, bowing deeply to Zhang Xianlin. Thank you. Zhang Xianlin grabbed Lu Ming's arm, then yanked Nangong Tianyu by the collar like he was carrying a little chicken, flying back up to the 36th floor. Teacher Lin Dandan, please come with me to the academic affairs office. Lin Dandan looked at Zhao Linger with a troubled expression. Teacher Zhao, please help me. Zhao Linger's grandfather was the vice principal, so if she was willing to help, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Unfortunately, Zhao Linger was no saint. Zhao Linger snorted coldly, heaven's wrath can be averted, but self-inflicted doom is inescapable. You're on your own now. Zhao Linger stepped onto her hoverboard and departed. Seeing Lin Dandan hesitating, Zhang Xianlin flew back to the aerial platform, grabbed her arm, and soared toward the academic affairs office. As Zhang Xianlin departed, the aerial arena gradually faded away. The crowd below could only disperse in frustration. Lu Ming surveyed the crowd in the hall and chuckled, folks, this place is now my turf. Please leave quickly, you're not exactly welcome here. Oh, wait, if you're willing to wager something else with me, I'd be delighted to have you stay. Lu Ming's words were like a dagger to the heart. Nangong Tianyu shot Lu Ming a venomous glare and snarled, don't get too cocky. Tomorrow's entrance exam has no restrictions on spirit artifacts. I won't let you off easy. Lu Ming shrugged indifferently. Do as you please. But let me ask, since spirit artifacts aren't banned, does snatching them count as a violation? Lu Ming watched Nangong Tianyu expectantly. Nangong Tianyu hadn't anticipated such a sharp angle from Lu Ming. His face flushed with anger. Oomph. Just you wait. Let's go. After Nangong Tianyu and his group departed, the entire 36th floor fell instantly silent. Gong Mengfei asked anxiously, Lu Ming, those aristocratic families definitely have complete sets of spirit artifacts. What are we going to do tomorrow? Lu Ming chuckled. Don't worry. The entrance assessment primarily tests individual strength. Even if spirit artifacts are permitted, they certainly won't allow anything too overpowered. Besides, the higher the grade of the artifact, the greater the demands on its user. I estimate the highest grade we'll be able to use is 3rd grade at most. Spiritual artifacts? We're not exactly lacking in those, it's just that we might not have as many as they do. Let's go. First, let's check out the new dorms. Master, welcome back. When Zhang Xianlin left, he had already altered the rules. Now, ownership of the 36th floor belonged to Lu Ming, and even Emma had changed her address. The 36th floor was vast, spanning over 10,000 square meters. Despite its size, the spiritual energy was incredibly dense. In fact, the moment he stepped through the door, Lu Ming felt as if he had entered a celestial palace, enveloped in an ethereal aura. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming instantly felt refreshed and invigorated. Training in such an environment, Lu Ming sensed that he could reach the 5th rank in less than 2 months. The boundary between the 3rd and 4th ranks lay in the spiritual veins, while the threshold between the 4th and 5th ranks resided in the spiritual sea. After achieving perfection at the 4th rank, one could only advance to the 5th rank by fully opening the spiritual sea. Otherwise, one would be stuck at the threshold of the 5th rank. Thanks to the spirit-nurturing lotus, Lu Ming had already opened his spiritual sea early. Once his experience was sufficient, the breakthrough would come naturally. Lu Ming began to feel a surge of anticipation. Guided by Emma, Lu Ming quickly toured his new home. The place was fully equipped with facilities that were remarkably comprehensive. The entire floor was divided into 3 main zones: the living area, the entertainment area, and the cultivation area. The living area alone contained 24 rooms, a grand hall capable of accommodating hundreds or even thousands, along with fully equipped kitchens and restrooms. Beyond standard entertainment facilities, the recreation area boasted an enormous swimming pool. Truly luxurious. The cultivation zone featured martial arts halls with exceptionally dense spiritual energy, alongside dedicated rooms for alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting. Additionally, a unique bathing pool resides within the cultivation zone. As Emma explained, this bath was called the Spirit Vein Heavenly Pool. The milky white liquid within is none other than the spiritual milk produced by the spiritual veins. Those spiritual milks are the most potent essence of the spiritual veins, yielding only 1 liter per year. Not only does it purify the essence and strengthen the marrow, but it also greatly aids in cultivating divine consciousness, truly a sacred treasure for cultivation. Throughout the entire Capital Academy, there are only 5 spirit vein celestial pools. 4 of them are located on the 36th floor of the 4 dormitory buildings, while the 5th resides within the dean's office. The other 3 dormitory buildings gained access to the Spirit Vein Heavenly Pool because 5 individuals successfully challenged the Guardian Beast on the 36th floor. Thus, Lu Ming now has exclusive use of one of the 2 Spirit Vein Heavenly Pools. Mengfei, pick a room for yourself. If you want to cultivate, you can go to the martial arts room. Gong Mengfei understood Lu Ming likely intended to bathe in the Spirit Vein Heavenly Pool. After agreeing, she swiftly departed and closed the door for him.
Lu Ming quickly stripped down completely, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazed at the spirit vein heavenly pool. Ha! I'll see for myself just how powerful this rare spiritual milk really is.
Chapter 99, Good Times.
Lu Ming plunged into the pool and instantly felt streams of peculiar energy seeping through his pores into his body. Far from being uncomfortable, the sensation was pleasantly soothing. Just as Lu Ming was savoring the sensation, he suddenly felt a sharp pang in his head.
The next second, Hai Xiaoming appeared in the pool. Wow!
I never imagined such barren lands could harbor spirit milk. This is perfect. Soaking in it will speed up my recovery significantly. Hai Xiaoming's pretty face beamed with delight as she scooped up the spiritual milk with her 2 white arms and splashed it over herself.
Ugh! This stupid outfit is so annoying.
Anyway, there's no one else around, so I might as well take it off. Muttering to herself, she swept a hand across her chest. The seaweed-like straps vanished instantly, revealing a vast expanse of snow-white skin that filled Lu Ming's vision.
Lu Ming's eyes widened dramatically.
His body instantly stiffened into a rigid posture, one hand clamped tightly over his nose while the other pressed firmly between his legs.
Sis!
I'm taking a bath here.
Could you step away for a moment? Hai Xiaoming rolled her eyes. So what if you are? I'm soaking too.
With a pool this big full of spiritual milk, your frame can't absorb it all anyway.
It'd be a waste if I didn't soak too.
Lu Ming felt his nose bleeding uncontrollably and hurriedly said, then how about you wait until I'm done?
I'll be quick. Hai Xiaoming shot Lu Ming a disdainful look. Are you stupid? Your cells opened up the moment you entered the spirit milk bath. If you get out midway and re-enter shortly after, the effects will be diminished. I've been sealed away for so many years I'm incredibly weak. If you don't want to soak with me, then you can go out first. I'll save some for you later. Hai Xiaoming eyed Lu Ming slyly.
At that moment, under the transformation of the spirit milk, Lu Ming could distinctly feel his meridians and physical strength rapidly increasing.
Leaving now? He wasn't an idiot.
Lu Ming took a deep breath and suddenly thought, if Hai Xiaoming doesn't mind, why should he?
He wasn't losing anything.
Lu Ming grabbed a tissue from nearby, stuffed it into his nose, and then, mimicking Hai Xiaoming's posture, leaned against the pool wall, admiring her every move.
You know what? This feeling was incredibly satisfying.
Lu Ming's eyes were satisfied, but his lower body was feeling a bit uncomfortable.
The pool wasn't large, and Hai Xiaoming and Lu Ming were pressed together, making physical contact unavoidable.
Though her lower body resembled a fish, the texture felt no different from human skin. The occasional brushes left Lu Ming flushed and flustered.
Fortunately, with Lu Ming's current physique, his tolerance was quite low.
After just over 10 minutes, he felt a swelling sensation throughout his entire body. This signaled his body had reached saturation. Lu Ming immediately leaped out of the pool.
Hurry up! Don't let anyone else catch you.
Lu Ming urged before hastily slipping into the nearby restroom for a cold shower. He took rapid deep breaths, trying to shake off the unsuitable images from his mind. By the time Lu Ming emerged from his shower, the spiritual milk within the spirit vein heavenly pool had been completely absorbed by Hai Xiaoming.
Hai Xiaoming now sat seductively on the pool's edge.
Her already fair upper body now glowed with a faint white aura, resembling a celestial maiden from the heavens. She nearly made Lu Ming look like a lecher. The spiritual milk had greatly aided Hai Xiaoming's recovery, and she was in an unusually good mood. For once, she didn't give Lu Ming that look of disgust.
Next time you soak in the spiritual milk, be more considerate. Remember to call me. If this lady is pleased, who knows? I might just share some secrets you never knew. With that, Hai Xiaoming transformed into a streak of light and returned to Lu Ming's spiritual sea. Strangely enough, according to the terms of their master-servant contract, without Lu Ming's permission, she shouldn't be able to freely enter and exit his spiritual sea.
Moreover, Lu Ming had noticed Hai Xiaoming possessed far too much autonomy often, he simply couldn't command her will. Lu Ming pondered this for a long time but couldn't figure it out. In the end, he could only attribute it to her extraordinary bloodline. After dressing, Lu Ming headed to the martial arts room. Although the spiritual energy was also quite dense elsewhere on the 36th floor, it still fell short compared to the martial arts room. The martial arts room contained specialized auxiliary arrays, where spiritual artifacts had even coalesced into fluffy, cotton candy-like mist clusters.
Gong Mengfei had already entered her cultivation state.
Lu Ming found a meditation cushion, sat down, and immediately began circulating the vast breath technique.
Congratulations! You have gained 200 EXP. Congratulations on gaining 200 EXP.
Cultivating in this spirit energy-rich environment, bolstered by the dual effects of the vast breath technique, Lu Ming's experience points steadily climbed. By 7 o'clock that evening, Lu Ming was roused by Gong Mengfei.
Lu Ming, dinner's ready. To achieve fasting cultivation, one must first attain the rank of a 6th-grade martial artist. Having eaten little all day, Lu Ming's stomach growled loudly. He looked at Gong Mengfei with some curiosity. You know how to cook? As the only daughter of Palace Chief Feng, Gong Mengfei should have been a pampered young lady who never lifted a finger. A hint of pride flashed across Gong Mengfei's face. Of course. My cooking is excellent. You'll see soon enough. Lu Ming followed Gong Mengfei to the dining room. 3 dishes and a soup were laid out on the table. From a distance, Lu Ming could already smell the delicious aroma. Wow! It smells amazing. Lu Ming approached the table and eagerly pinched a piece of meat with his fingers, popping it into his mouth. Delicious. Lu Ming gave Gong Mengfei a thumbs up, showering her with praise. A delighted smile spread across Gong Mengfei's face as she covered her mouth and giggled. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day from now on. Great. Then I'll be in for a treat from now on. Lu Ming picked up his bowl and began eating voraciously. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming didn't continue his cultivation practice. With the entrance assessment looming tomorrow, he needed proper rest to maintain peak mental clarity. Early the next morning, Lu Ming was awakened by the distant tolling of bells outside. It was the signal summoning the new students to assemble. After a quick wash, Lu Ming brought Gong Mengfei downstairs. Zhao Linger and the other students from Qianzhou Prefecture had already assembled. Once Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei joined the group, Zhao Linger cleared her throat and began explaining the rules and precautions for the entrance assessment. Through Zhao Linger's explanation, Lu Ming and the others learned that the entrance assessment consisted of 2 rounds. The first was called the Poison Circle Hunt. In this first assessment, they would enter a special artificial secret realm. Within it roamed numerous 4th and 5th grade demon beasts. They could earn points by slaying these beasts. They could also increase their points by stealing from others. Additionally, as time progresses, a toxic mist will emerge around the perimeter of the realm. This fog will gradually spread, restricting the students' movement area. If anyone remains within the poisonous zone for more than 5 minutes without reaching a safe area, they will be eliminated and their points reset to 0. There are only 2 ways to preserve one's points. The first is to enter the final safe zone. If you haven't been eliminated by others when the assessment time ends, you can retain your points. The second is to voluntarily choose elimination early. This also preserves your current points, though doing so makes it difficult to compete for a high ranking. Finally, the first round of assessment will rank participants based on their accumulated points. The second round of assessments involved sparring matches against sophomore students. In these matches, sophomores were prohibited from using spiritual energy or martial arts techniques, relying solely on raw spiritual power and physical strength. Freshmen, however, could employ any means at their disposal, with final scores determined by their actual performance. The final overall ranking would be determined by combining the scores from both rounds. The top 100 participants received corresponding rewards, while the top 5, in addition to standard prizes, earned the opportunity to train within a special instance known as the Ruin Sword Domain. This sword domain of Ruin was the very special instance Zhaokua had once mentioned to Lu Ming as a place where one might obtain fragments of the divine sword. After finishing her explanation, Zhao Linger approached Lu Ming with a mischievous smile. You certainly stole the show yesterday. Now you're the thorn in the side of those great clans and noble families' offspring. They'll likely gang up on you during the first round of trials. So, feeling the pressure? Lu Ming shrugged, his expression relaxed and confident. Pressure? What pressure? If they dare come, I'll make them suffer. As he spoke, Lu Ming turned to Zhao Linger with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Teacher Zhao, during the first round of assessments, besides competing for points, can we also seize items like spirit artifacts? Zhao Linger was momentarily stumped. Lu Ming's question was particularly tricky. Such a scenario had never occurred before. Zhao Linger replied with a peculiar expression, there's no precedent for it, but it should be possible. A smile spread across Lu Ming's face. That's good. Come to think of it, I'm kinda looking forward to them coming after me. Chapter 100, the admission assessment begins. After the bell rang for a while, Zhang Xianlin flew into the air and amplified his voice with spiritual energy, ensuring his words echoed throughout the entire dormitory area. Your admissions counselors have already explained the rules clearly, so I won't repeat them here. But I'll reiterate, the beasts in the secret realm are real. And unlike the college entrance exams, there are no teachers supervising this trial inside. Injuries or death will be very real. Therefore, I urge each of you to act within your limits. Do not risk your lives recklessly in pursuit of glory. With that, Zhang Xianlin produced a golden disc. After infusing it with spiritual energy, a wide portal materialized before building one. Form up in order by city and enter one by one. The top-tier cities entered first, followed by the first-tier cities, then the second-tier cities, with third-rate prefectural cities like Zhenzhou coming last. Gong Mengfei had assumed that since teaming up wasn't restricted, everyone would be together after entering, allowing him to stay with Lu Ming. But earlier, Zhao Linger had mentioned that their landing positions after teleportation would be random. Gong Mengfei suddenly felt uneasy, staring at the portal with growing tension. Lu Ming smiled reassuringly. Don't be too afraid. If you encounter real danger, just admit defeat. Safety comes first. If luck's on our side, we might meet up early. You could even get a chance to join me in the Ruin Sword Domain. Gong Mengfei nodded. Okay. I will. You stay safe too. The portal was large enough to accommodate many people entering simultaneously.
Although Qianzhou Prefecture was last in line, they had only been on the mainland for about 10 minutes.
Hang in there. Before stepping into the portal, Lu Ming didn't forget to cheer Gong Mengfei on.
After a full day of spinning through the portal, Lu Ming found himself beside a small pond. Hiss! Before he could even assess the situation, the hissing sound of a snake flaring its hood reached his ears, followed by a wave of foul stench.
Whoa, holy crap! Lu Ming was instantly flung backward.
After tumbling several times on the ground, Lu Ming finally regained his footing. As he climbed to his feet, he saw a blue python easily 3 or 4 meters long and as thick as a thigh.
The system quickly scanned and displayed its information. Cold water cloud patterned python. Cultivation level, intermediate 4th grade. Characteristics, tough hide, immense constricting strength, adept at cold-based attacks. Innate techniques, frost breath, death coil. Weakness, the 7-inch spot.
Upon seeing the cold water cloud patterned python stats, Lu Ming exclaimed, "Holy crap!
Damn it! You little thing, daring to ambush me? If I don't skin you alive and boil you into soup today, you'll never know how many eyes the Horse King has." The cold water cloud patterned python seemed to understand Lu Ming's words, a flash of fury immediately appearing in its eyes. It opened its massive jaws, spewing a jet of azure blue frigid breath. This was its innate secret technique, the frost breath. Not only was the breath of frost powerful, but it also slowed down its prey. The icy blast covered a wide area and moved swiftly. Before Lu Ming could react, he was struck by the frigid air. A layer of pale blue ice crystals instantly formed on Lu Ming's body. He felt as though his body had frozen solid, his movements growing sluggish. A flash of light erupted from the resilience ring, instantly enveloping him in a wave of warmth. Though the ice crystals remained, he could now move freely. Hiss! After striking Lu Ming with its frigid breath, the cold water cloud patterned python whipped its tail and swam toward him at breakneck speed. It prepared to unleash its signature combo, first immobilizing its prey, then finishing it off with a deadly constriction. Lu Ming's lips curved into a faint smile. How dare you!
Summoning the thousand-shaped sword, he swung it with effortless grace. Golden light flared, and an aura of unparalleled sharpness spread out. The cold water cloud patterned python sensed danger, but it was too late to flee. The sword's edge struck its head, cleaving it cleanly in two. With Lu Ming's current offensive power, dealing with a demon beast of this level required no special tactics or searching for its weak points. A single ordinary strike was enough to overwhelm most demon beasts. After the cold water cloud patterned python's demise, a green light vanished into Lu Ming's storage space.
Let's see how many points I've earned. Lu Ming eagerly retrieved his identity card from his storage space. Both their points and the map of the Secret Realms collection area could be viewed on it. Lu Ming tapped to view his trial points, which currently displayed 200 points. 200, huh? Wonder how many points a 5th grade demon beast would be worth. Lu Ming summoned Emma. Master, how may I assist you? The adorable little Emma within the card even conjured a pair of blue wings behind her, hovering before Lu Ming like a tiny fairy. Open the secret realm map and mark the locations of the 5th grade spirit beasts for me. When they entered, Zhao Linger had informed them that the number of 5th grade demon beasts within the trial secret realm was limited only 100 in total. Their strength varied widely, ranging from early 5th grade to peak 5th grade. Moreover, the 5th grade beasts' habitats were fixed, and everyone could obtain markers and navigation through Emma. This was the Academy's indirect method to intensify competition among students. After all, the points awarded for defeating a grade 5 beast far exceeded those for a grade 4. With so many people, even if the students were only at the 4th grade cultivation level, as long as they formed teams and coordinated well, they could completely rely on the strength of the group to kill the 5th grade demon beasts. Master, all locations of grade 5 beasts have been marked for you. Please review. Emma flew to the side, and a map appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. 100 red dots marked the map. Each red dot represented a grade 5 demon beast. Lu Ming glanced at it. The closest red dot was only 3 kilometers away. He tapped his finger on that red dot, and the information about the marked beast appeared before him. Miasma poison frog. Cultivation level, 5th grade, beginner. Characteristics, capable of spreading poison over a large area. Once hit, the body will fall into a state of paralysis. Secret talent, venom splatter, frog sonic strike. Weakness, poor defense. Lu Ming didn't take demon beasts of this level seriously. After activating the navigation, Lu Ming followed the prompts toward the location of the venomous toad. A distance of 3 kilometers was no more than a 7 or 8 minute walk for Lu Ming, even at a normal pace. Soon, he arrived at a small marsh. To be precise, it was a low-lying area perpetually saturated with water. Over time, debris washed ashore had rotted, creating an unbearable stench. In the center, a giant toad lay on its back, basking in the sun. Rib bit. Suddenly, the poisonous toad, which had been basking in the sun, flipped over and turned its terrifyingly large eyes toward Lu Ming's direction. Such keen senses? Lu Ming had deliberately suppressed his aura using mental energy. That the poisonous demon frog could still detect him showed just how keen its senses were. Since you've been spotted, I'll send you on your way. Chapter 101, Kong Sin, Kong Hong. Lu Ming could resist control effects, but he couldn't resist poison damage.
Both of the venomous toad demon skills were ranged attacks.
If it got the first strike, Lu Ming might actually get hurt. Lu Ming decided to strike first.
Summoning the thousand-shaped sword, Lu Ming placed it at his waist before abruptly drawing it. First form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Sword Drawl. The miasma toad had allocated all its attributes to attack, leaving its defense extremely weak. However, out of respect for its status as a grade 5 junior demon beast and to play it safe, Lu Ming still employed the 8 Desolations Sword Classic. Sensing Lu Ming was only a low-tier 4th rank cultivator, the miasma poison frog dismissed his attack. It took a deep breath, its cheeks puffing out as it prepared to spew venom in all directions. But the sword's light had already arrived. PSSSH. The miasma poison frog instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, while buckets of black liquid poured from its body, emitting a nauseating stench. A black light vanished into the identity card in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming hurriedly checked his points. His points had now reached 2,200.
One of these is worth 2,000 points?
This is way faster than hunting 4th grade demon beasts. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he immediately devised a grand plan. That was to slaughter every single 5th grade demon beast. Even if each 5th grade beast only yielded 2,000 points, killing them all would net him a whopping 200,000 points. With such a massive score, securing first place would be a breeze. Lu Ming had Emma open the map and immediately rushed toward the nearest 5th grade demon beast. After Lu Ming departed, 2 figures emerged from the bushes several hundred meters away. One of them, still visibly shaken, muttered, "Brother Sen, that guy is just too terrifying." He just effortlessly took down a low-tier grade 5 demon beast.
Can we really handle him?
Sen snorted coldly.
So what if his attack power is strong? He's only a human-grade spirit vein cultivator.
He doesn't have many spirit artifacts and his recovery speed isn't fast. At his current cultivation level, he can only go a few more rounds before his spiritual energy dries up. Then, with you and me teaming up, we'll take him down with ease. Don't forget, we can not only snatch his points, but after eliminating him, we can also claim the reward from Nangong Tianyu. That guy sure is generous, offering 3,000 empty spirit stones as a bounty. And to rally several major clans against Lu Ming, he reportedly paid another 2,000 empty spirit stones as compensation to one family alone. All told, he's shelling out nearly 10,000 ethereal stones, proof of how deeply he despises Lu Ming. These two hailed from the Kong family, a third-rate clan in the capital. The first to speak was named Kong Hong, while the one called Brother Sen was Kong Sen. Both had reached the threshold of 5th rank cultivation. Brother Sen, what you propose is tempting, but I can't shake the feeling that provoking Lu Ming ourselves might not be the wisest move.
Kong Hong pouted, clearly intimidated by Lu Ming.
Kong Sen shot Kong Hong a look and snapped, "You coward.
Don't you know fortune favors the bold? When will you ever learn to use your brain? Do you really think I'm only after those 3,000 ethereal stones?"
A flicker of doubt crossed Kong Hong's eyes.
Then what is it? Kong Sen snapped impatiently, "Of course, not entirely. Think about it. Nangong Tianyu hates Lu Ming so much. If we take Lu Ming out, we'll not only get his points, but also Nangong Tianyu's bounty. We might even get a chance to talk to Nangong Tianyu himself." Kong Sen spoke earnestly, "Our Kong family is in steady decline. Nowadays, we're barely hanging on even among third-rate clans. If we can't climb onto a big tree soon, we're finished. Nangong Tianyu isn't just the strongest in our generation, he's the strongest in the entire Nangong family. From what I understand, he's already passed the Nangong clan's 6 clan trials. Just one more pass, and he'll gain access to the Nangong bloodline pool. That blood pool is formed from the flesh and blood of countless Nangong clan masters who attained enlightenment through death. Entering it could cause Nangong Tianyu's soul essence to break through again, transforming it into the legendary Supera soul essence, the Thunderclap Sabertooth. If he succeeds, even if he doesn't become the clan leader, he'll still be a powerful figure. Then, if we climb onto his high branch, won't our Kong family prosper too? Even if not for ourselves, for the sake of the Kong family, don't we have to take a shot at this?" Kong Hong listened to Kong Sen's analysis and found it compelling, nodding emphatically. "Brother Sen, you're absolutely right. Even if it's just for the Kong family, we have to give it our all." Seeing this, Kong Sen's face broke into a smile. He patted Kong Hong on the shoulder and chuckled, "That's the spirit. You're a quick learner. Enough talk, let's hurry and catch up." The two immediately launched into motion, chasing after the direction Lu Ming had departed. The spiritual energy within this secret realm was barren, practically non-existent. To conserve his own, Lu Ming refrained from using martial arts to travel and instead moved at a normal pace. This, however, gave the Kong brothers a chance to catch up. Though Kong Sen appeared burly and rough, he possessed a keen, observant mind. When they were about 500 meters behind Lu Ming, he pulled Kong Hong to a halt. Kong Hong looked at Kong Sen with curiosity. "Brother Sen, we're still so far away. Why are we stopping?" Kong Sen shook his head. "This guy defies conventional logic. Better to play it safe and keep our distance." Hearing this, Kong Hong immediately gave Kong Sen a thumbs up. "Brother Sen, you really think ahead. If I'd been alone, I probably would have already caught up to him.
A hint of pride flickered in Kong Sen's eyes.
Of course. Otherwise, why do you think I'm the top talent of this generation of the Kong family, and not you?
It must be said that Kong Sen's caution had indeed saved them. After opening his spiritual sea, Lu Ming's perception had greatly enhanced, and his maximum range of perception was precisely 500 meters. Had they approached any closer, Lu Ming would have detected them. Given their strength, killing them would be easier for Lu Ming than slaughtering chickens. The demon beasts near Lu Ming were all early 5th grade in cultivation. To speed things up, Lu Ming swiftly dispatched each one with his sword-pulling technique. In just 1 hour, he had already slain 10 early 5th rank demonic beasts. Now, Lu Ming's points had soared to a staggering 22,000. This trial lasted 12 hours.
Calculating the time, with Lu Ming's efficiency, he still had ample time remaining.
Lu Ming settled onto a clean boulder, intending to rest for a while. Hidden in the distance, Kong Sen watched this unfold, his expression turning excited.
Bro, our chance is here. Chapter 102, have you two lost your minds?
Kong Hong had been waiting for an opportunity to strike for quite some time. Hearing Kong Sen's words, he immediately activated his soul essence.
Kong Hong's soul essence manifested as an A-grade crimson flame crossbow.
Upon activation, a fiery red crossbow materialized in his hands. Kong Sen also activated his own soul essence.
His soul essence was an A-grade ghost leopard. In second-rate families like the Kongs, while many 8th-rank martial artists existed within the clan, there were no 9th-rank powerhouses to anchor it. Consequently, their soul essences hadn't formed a family-style inheritance. Attack! Kong Sen commanded, transforming into a streak of black light as he charged forward. Whoosh! A piercing whistle cut through the air as a fiery red arrow shot from Kong Hong's crimson flame crossbow. Though Lu Ming was resting, he remained vigilant. The moment the arrow left the bow, he heard its piercing whistle. Lu Ming lightly slapped the ground, using the rebound to spring upward. His toes barely grazed the earth as he instantly retreated 2 or 3 zhang backward. Boom! The arrow struck the ground and exploded, sending a ball of flame rapidly spreading outward. Suddenly, a black streak shot out from Lu Ming's side. 2 sharp claws, accompanied by a whistling wind, slashed toward Lu Ming's throat. Without haste, Lu Ming summoned the 1,000-shaped sword before him, effortlessly parrying Kong Sen's sneak attack. Kong Sen's soul beast, the netherworld leopard, wasn't purely a power type, but it was a legitimate beast soul. When he saw Lu Ming effortlessly parry his sneak attack, shock filled his eyes. What shocked him even more was that no matter how hard he strained, he couldn't push down even an inch. A cold smile touched Lu Ming's lips. With the enhancement of sword transformation technique, his strength was no weaker than that of a beast soul. Brother Sen, get out of the way! Kong Hong roared furiously, swiftly releasing 3 arrows. The arrows glowed red, radiating a scorching aura. Seeing he couldn't immediately overpower Lu Ming, Kong Sen immediately stepped back. Facing the 3 arrows hurtling toward him, Lu Ming casually swung his sword. In a flash of sword light, the arrows shattered instantly, exploding like fireworks as sparks flew everywhere. Didn't you nearly exhaust all your spiritual energy? How could you possibly unleash such a terrifying attack now? The 3 arrows Kong Hong had just fired were no ordinary projectiles. They were the advanced martial technique he had cultivated specifically, magma burst arrows. Though merely an advanced level technique, he had devoted himself solely to mastering it, reaching the pinnacle of perfection. Combined with its perfect synergy with his martial soul, its destructive power rivaled even some great perfection level martial arts. Kong Sen, lurking in the shadows, charged again, refusing to give up. This time, Lu Ming sidestepped the attack, then laid his sword flat and tapped Kong Sen lightly on the waist. An immense force instantly sent him staggering backward. Lu Ming followed up with punches and kicks, swiftly subduing Kong Sen. Kong Hong, witnessing this, paled in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his soul essence and turned to flee. Lu Ming raised the 1,000-shaped sword, his voice cold. If you don't want to die, come back here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Kong Hong didn't slow down, continuing to sprint away. Lu Ming executed a sword-drawing strike. The blade's light transformed into a blinding white beam that struck near Kong Hong, instantly cleaving a massive tree, one requiring 2 men to embrace cleanly in half. This time it was a tree. Next time, it will be your body. Kong Hong felt the murderous intent radiating from Lu Ming. His body went ice-cold with fear, and he finally halted, standing frozen in place, not daring to move a muscle. Come here. I advise you not to test my patience. After all, even if I killed you in here, there would be no consequences. Terrified by Lu Ming, Kong Hong shuffled back, his face deathly pale. Lu Ming pressed his sword against Kong Sen's throat. Speak. What is your name? Which clan do you belong to? Kong Sen still had some backbone. Though held at sword point, he did not immediately reveal his family name. I admit defeat, my skills are no match for yours. Kill me or torture me, whatever makes you happy. But think carefully. While the Academy hasn't explicitly forbidden killing fellow students in the trial's secret realm, it certainly won't cultivate a bloodthirsty monster who revels in slaughtering his own kind. On this point, Kong Sen was not wrong. Before entering, Zhao Linger had quietly warned Lu Ming not to kill anyone in the trial's secret realm unless absolutely necessary. First, to avoid escalating conflicts with the major clans. Second, to prevent the academy's higher-ups from forming a negative impression of him. Lu Ming sneered coldly, "Ha! You really think I wouldn't dare kill you lot?" With a slight exertion, the thousand-shaped sword sliced through Kong Sen's skin, crimson blood trickling down the blade. Feeling the pain on his neck and the icy chill of the blade, Kong Sen panicked. At this moment, Lu Ming need only pull the sword back slightly to sever his carotid artery. "Since you refuse to speak, I'll question him instead. I doubt he'll be as stubborn as you." At these words, Kong Sen's expression changed. Kong Hong wasn't just cowardly, he was a classic fence-sitter. Kong Sen suspected that with his own example fresh in mind, Kong Hong would spill everything without hesitation, let alone under life-or-death pressure. After pondering this, Kong Sen concluded such a death held no meaning. His resolve crumbled. "Spare my life. I'll talk. My name is Kong Senator, his name is Kong Hong. We come from the Kong family." Lu Ming mentally reviewed the major clans and noble families of the capital, then asked with some confusion, "The 3 noble families and 6 great clans don't include the Kong family. Aren't you from the capital?" A flicker of embarrassment crossed Kong Sen's face. "We are from the capital, but our Kong family is neither a noble clan nor a major clan, we're a third-rate family." This time, it was Lu Ming who was taken aback. "Third-rate family? Then you two must be out of your minds, daring to lay a hand on me? Do you seriously think the two of you combined are stronger than Nangong Tianyu?" Lu Ming couldn't help but admire the brother's audacity. Kong Hong, already terrified out of his wits, stammered fearfully, "Brother, please don't kill us. We were just blinded by greed in a moment of stupidity." Lu Ming immediately latched onto the crucial detail. "Oh? So someone paid you to come here? But that doesn't make sense either. Even if someone paid you, they'd hire someone with some skill, right? With your level of skill, you call yourselves assassins?" Kong Sen's face flushed crimson as he retorted, "A man may die, but he cannot be disgraced. We brothers ranked among the top 50 in the capital's college entrance exams. Even if we fall into your hands today, you can't insult us like this." Lu Ming chuckled. "Fine, then tell me which fool paid for this. What was the price tag?" Before Kong Sen could answer, Kong Hong blurted it all out. "It was Nangong Tianyu. He's put out a bounty to all the clans, 3,000 ethereal stones to anyone who knocks you out in the first trial. On top of that, he's teamed up with several major clans to ambush you here, making sure you can't claim the reward Vice Dean Zhao promised you." Lu Ming blurted out, "Holy. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents." Lu Ming gritted his teeth in fury. "Fine. Fine. You wanna play dirty? Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 103, Kong Sen's Responsibility. Lu Ming grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, his thousand-shaped sword trembling in his grasp. This terrified Kong Senator, he hurriedly grabbed the sword and shouted, "Brother, you can rant all you want, but keep your hands steady. My brother's already laid it all on the line, you can't mess this up." Seeing the blood flowing more freely from Kong Sen's neck, Lu Ming chuckled, "Oops, sorry about that. Got a little carried away." Then, shifting his tone abruptly, he barked, "If you want to live, hand over everything valuable you've got, spiritual artifacts, materials, the works. And I want the points too." Kong Sen looked terrified. "Bro. We're classmates, after all. This bandit-like behavior isn't right." Lu Ming raised his sword and chuckled, "You bastards attack me first. Demanding a little interest isn't too much, is it? Cut the crap. Pay up or die, your choice." "Bro, I'll pay. Everything's yours." Kong Hong, however, was quick to catch on. He immediately pulled out everything he had on him. After saying that, he even started taking off his clothes. Lu Ming hurriedly stopped him. Hey, what's the rush? Why are you taking your clothes off? I'm robbing you for your money, not your bodies. Besides, even if I were robbing you for your bodies, I wouldn't target the two of you." Kong Hong's face flushed with embarrassment as he explained, "Bro, don't get the wrong idea. These aren't ordinary clothes, I bought them for 10 ethereal stones. They don't offer much defense, but they can change size and style at will. You said to hand over everything we had on us, so I figured this thing was pretty valuable, so I..." Lu Ming couldn't help but roll his eyes. He wasn't sure whether to call Kong Hong overly cautious or just too honest. "Enough already. I couldn't care less about your measly trinkets." After taking Kong Hong's ethereal stone storage card and materials, Lu Ming turned his gaze to Kong Sen. "What about you? Money or your life?" Kong Sen softened at that moment. He too pulled out the storage card and materials from his storage space. Lu Ming accepted everything on the list, then glanced at their points and couldn't help but scoff, "Damn it, you two are useless. Over an hour has passed, and you've only got 200 points?" Kong Sen and Kong Hong had only managed to hunt down a low-tier 4th-grade demon beast before encountering Lu Ming. After that, they'd spent the entire time tailing him, leaving them no opportunity to hunt any more demon beasts. After deducting their points, Lu Ming tossed their ID cards back to them. "Big bro, can we go now?" Kong Hong looked at Lu Ming with a fawning expression. Lu Ming sneered coldly, "You're ugly as sin, yet you dream big. You both attacked me. Not killing you is already showing mercy. Admit defeat and get the hell out of here." Kong Hong's face twisted in anguish as he kowtowed repeatedly before Lu Ming. "Big brother, I beg you. Spare us this once. If we're eliminated this early, the Kong family will be finished." The Kong family was already the tail ender among third-rate clans. This year, only these two had passed the entrance exam for the capital university, and they had achieved quite good results. If they performed well in the entrance assessments, not only would they receive more resources for cultivation from the academy, but they would also bring greater prestige to the Kong family. For families like theirs, face was capital. The Kong family wouldn't be eliminated. They might even use this chance to climb up and squeeze into the second-tier families. Seeing Kong Hong in such a state, Kong Sen flew into a rage, kicking him hard enough to send him sprawling. He glared at him furiously. "Enough! Look at yourself. Can't you show some backbone? Even though our Kong family has fallen on hard times now, we were once a top-tier family in this capital city. Your current state is utterly disgracing the honor our ancestors fought and died to preserve. So what if we're being weeded out? As long as we two brothers work hard enough, I firmly believe we can lead our family back to the pinnacle." Kong Hong seemed genuinely afraid of Kong Senator scolded like a misbehaving child. He dared not utter a word. Kong Sen held his identity token, casually wiping the blood from his neck before turning to Lu Ming. "Lu Ming, everything that happened today was solely our doing. It has nothing to do with the Kong family. If you want to settle scores later, come straight to us. If you're a real man, don't go messing with our family." Hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but regard Kong Sen with newfound respect. This guy seems to have some backbone after all. Lu Ming smiled. "Debts are owed to their rightful creditors. If the rest of your Kong family doesn't provoke me, why would I go after your clan? I'm not some mad dog." Kong Sen clasped his fists toward Lu Ming and said solemnly, "Thank you." He then prepared to tap his identity card in defeat. Lu Ming chuckled, "Forget it. For the sake of your unwavering loyalty to your family, I'll let you off this time. But let me make one thing clear: you must not tell anyone else about this. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Kong Sen froze for a moment, then his face lit up with wild joy. With his and Kong Hong's abilities, as long as they didn't get greedy or overreach in this first round of exams, they could still secure a decent score. At the very least, a spot within the top 100 was within reach. If they could break into the top 100, the revival of the Kong family would be within reach. Kong Sen solemnly pledged, "Rest assured. Neither of us will reveal your whereabouts to anyone. If we do, may we be haunted by inner demons and stagnate in our cultivation forever." Seeing the blood still trickling from Kong Sen's neck, Lu Ming selected several of the spiritual herbs he had previously gathered from his storage space and tossed them before him. "Alright, get lost." Kong Sen clasped his fists in gratitude toward Lu Ming, then yanked Kong Hong to his feet and hurried away. After walking several kilometers, they stopped to rest. Kong Hong was still trembling with fear. "Brother Sen, that guy is so powerful. He killed so many 5th-grade demon beasts in a row and still managed to take us both down so easily. He's just a human-grade spirit vein cultivator. How is that possible? Should we sneak back to find Nangong Tanyu and tell him about this? Maybe he can gather more reinforcements. That guy is terrifying. If he truly cultivates to power and later remembers today's events, our Kong family will be finished." Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Sen raised his hand and slapped Kong Hong across the face. The sharp crack echoed through the air, instantly leaving a clear handprint on Kong Hong's face. Kong Sen glared at Kong Hong with disappointment. "You're not just a ing idiot, you're a thankless bastard too. Lu Ming showed us great magnanimity today, not only sparing our lives, but also giving us a chance. Would someone like him ever do something like settling scores later? And let me reiterate, in the Kong family, our word is our bond. What we say, we stand by. Furthermore, our Kong family may have fallen on hard times, but we absolutely cannot be ungrateful. If you don't kick this rotten habit soon, don't blame me for cleaning house for your father." Chapter 104, The Void God Clan? The Void Insect Clan? Meanwhile, after a brief rest, Lu Ming set off toward another marked location. An hour later, Lu Ming had slain another 10 early 5th-grade demon beasts. His points had now reached 40,600. This score would have easily placed him in the top 30 in previous years. After all, no one had ever achieved what Lu Ming had single-handedly slaying so many grade 5 demon beasts in such a short time. After all, within the trial's secret realm, their recovery relied solely on pills or potions. However, whether it was pills or potions, consuming too many in a short period would greatly diminish their effectiveness. Even members of great clans and noble families could only achieve consecutive kills of grade 5 demon beasts and earn high points by banding together. Phew! Killing these early stage beasts is getting boring. Why not switch things up and start with the fully matured grade 5 ones? As Lu Ming sat down to rest, the thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Within the secret realm, there were only 100 grade 5 demon beasts, yet tens of thousands of students had entered. Beyond the great clans and wealthy families, many others also attempted to hunt grade 5 beasts. Their targets were usually early-stage grade 5 beasts, which were relatively easier. 2 hours into the competition, some had already found teammates. Even if Lu Ming could kill them at lightning speed, the time spent traveling between kills was unavoidable. With so many competitors, Lu Ming grew concerned that the late-stage grade 5 beasts might be jointly taken down by members of the great clans and wealthy families. He absolutely must finish in the top 5 this time, otherwise, he'd be losing big. Lu Ming summoned Emma and had her mark the locations of the 5th grade peak demon beasts separately. According to Emma's display, only 5 such beasts existed, a remarkably scarce number. Lu Ming sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea. At that moment, Hai Xiaoming was resting on the spirit-nurturing lotus. Miss Xiaoming, just curious, how much combat power can you muster right now? Hai Xiaoming didn't even think before blurting out, 0. Don't drag me into any fights. I've been sealed away for so many years, I need to relax properly. Lu Ming was utterly speechless. Sis, you're my battle pet now. If I die, the contract means you won't survive either. You need to give me a rough estimate so I can gauge my current strength. Hai Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Then let's just go with what it was during the assessment back then. As long as they're not freaks like you, I can handle ordinary 5th rank martial artists or demon beasts. If it's just about control, handling 10 or so at once wouldn't be too much trouble. But the more there are, the shorter the control duration will be. Just a heads up, okay? My mermaid pearl hasn't fully reformed yet. If we can avoid fighting, let's avoid it. Otherwise, it'll be tough for me to regain my peak strength later. Peak? How strong were you at your peak? Lu Ming asked curiously. A flash of pride flickered in Hai Xiaoming's eyes. Without exaggeration, at my peak, there wasn't a single soul on this planet who could stand against me. Lu Ming murmured darkly, then how did our dean manage to suppress you? Anger flared across Hai Xiaoming's face as she retorted indignantly. Oomph. Just thinking about it makes me furious. If it weren't for that old bastard of a dean breaking martial ethics and setting up an array to ambush me, it would have been tough for him to suppress me alone. Enough, enough. Heroes don't dwell on past glories. But what I never expected was that you'd possess a sacred artifact like the spirit-nurturing lotus. My return to peak strength is just around the corner. Once I'm back to full strength, we'll beat the crap out of your dean first. Lu Ming was speechless for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and asked. By the way, do you know anything about the Void Divine clan? Lu Ming still bore the mark of Crinsel on his body. It was like a sword hanging over his head as long as it remained unsheathed, he couldn't even sleep soundly. Seizing the moment when Hai Xiaoming opened up, Lu Ming took the chance to ask. Hai Xiaoming pondered for a moment, her gaze drifting into a distant haze. After a long pause, she suddenly snapped out of it. Oh, I know what you mean, you're talking about the Void Insect clan, right? I remember, when I first arrived here, there was a Void Insectoid who seemed to have set his sights on this territory of yours. Come to think of it, your dean and that bunch of old-timers really have some skills. They actually managed to seal the Starlight Passageway with mortal bodies. The Void Insect clan? A trace of doubt flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. The gap between gods and insects was vast indeed. Lu Ming promptly described Keiling Soul's appearance in detail to Hai Xiaoming. After listening, Hai Xiaoming couldn't help but laugh. This guy sure knows how to flatter himself. He's just a bug, yet he insists on labeling himself as divine. If other divine races ever found out about this, they'd scatter their entire clan's ashes to the winds. Lu Ming detected a peculiar undertone in Hai Xiaoming's words. So it seemed that these boastful void gods weren't as formidable in the cosmos as he'd imagined. The void gods, the insect race, how do they compare to your merfolk clan? Hai Xiaoming sneered with utter contempt. What trash are they? How dare they be mentioned in the same breath as our merfolk clan? We merfolk are a proper sacred race. We're but a hair's breadth away from true divinity. As for these void insects? They're not even a third-rate race in the cosmos, barely scrap-gatherers at best. But let's be honest, even at their worst, they're still far more powerful than you lot. If he reopens the Starlight Passage and none of you can break through the barrier above the 9th rank, you're all finished. Seeing Hai Xiaoming's smug expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but snap. What the hell are you so happy about? If we all die, you won't survive either. Seeing Lu Ming's anger, Hai Xiaoming covered her mouth and giggled. I'm not happy, I'm just reminding you to train harder. I don't know where you got that spirit-nurturing lotus or this strange egg. But I can tell this egg is no ordinary thing. If we can hatch it successfully and raise it, those pathetic void insects won't be a threat to you. Of course, if you're willing to be my lapdog, helping me find materials to speed up my recovery, then I can help you crush that stinking bug later. Having obtained the information he sought, Lu Ming saw no point in wasting time chatting with Hai Xiaoming. Exiting the mental sea, he began mapping out his route. With Hai Xiaoming's control abilities combined with his unmatched offensive power, even if he truly encountered Nangong Tianyi and his men blocking his path, Lu Ming had nothing to fear. Just as Lu Ming was intently mapping out his route, he suddenly sensed powerful spiritual energy fluctuations coming from the southeast. After carefully sensing it, Lu Ming was fairly certain there were about 6 combatants involved. A faint smile touched Lu Ming's lips. Another chance to pick up the scraps? Let's go. Chapter 105, Gong Mengfei's Dilemma. A clearing 4 kilometers away from Lu Ming. Gong Mengfei stood facing off against 4 opponents.
Gong Mengfei gripped the ice soul sword in her right hand while clutching her stomach with her left, her face contorted in pain. Before her stood 4 men. One of them, a fat man, held her ID card in his hand, his face twisted with lecherous intent as he emitted bursts of sinister laughter. These 4 weren't particularly powerful, not even as strong as Kongs, and merely high-tier 4th rank cultivators. 5 minutes prior, the group had passed by this location and witnessed Gong Mengfei slaying a 4th grade intermediate demon beast. This sight had sparked their desire to rob her of her points. Gong Mengfei, remembering Lu Ming's words, was about to take out her ID card to eliminate herself when the leader of the 4 told her that if she handed over her points, they wouldn't eliminate her. Naive Gong Mengfei believed them and handed over her identity card to the 4. Little did she know, this was merely a ploy to deceive her into handing over her identity card. Without her ID card, Gong Mengfei couldn't even concede defeat. The moment she realized their intentions were foul and tried to snatch back her ID card, she was kicked to the ground. Had she not reacted swiftly, she would have been captured. Gripping the ice soul sword tightly, she glared at the 4 with fury. Why aren't you keeping your word? I agreed to give you the points. What more do you want? The 4 exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After their laughter subsided, the fat man's eyes roamed shamelessly over Gong Mengfei's body as he smacked his lips in admiration. TSK. That little face, she's got such a fresh, vibrant look about her. And that figure, whoa, I couldn't even wrap my hands around it. The fat man even extended his chubby hand, making 2 grabbing motions at Gong Mengfei, a satisfied expression spreading across his face. The other man chuckled, no worries about not being able to grab it all, we can help. Just use 2 hands to grab one, right? A flicker of panic crossed Gong Mengfei's eyes as she fixed her gaze on the 4 men, slowly backing away. The fat man noticed her subtle movement and chuckled, hey, beauty. I suggest you stop this futile struggle. With your abilities, there's no way you can escape our grasp. Don't let my size fool you, I'm surprisingly quick. As he spoke, a green glow erupted from his body, revealing the shadowy form of a massive green bird behind him. This was the fat man's soul spirit, AB+ grade breeze bird. Though his cultivation level didn't yet grant him flight, activating his soul spirit significantly boosted his speed. The other 3 chuckled and activated their own soul spirits as well. Their soul spirits were all flying beast martial spirits. 2 were B grade iron bone birds, and 1 was AB grade long beaked crane. Combined with their cultivation levels surpassing Gong Mengfei's, if they truly intended to flee, she'd have little chance of catching them. But don't worry, none of us are bad people. As long as you play nicely with us, we won't hurt you. The fat man whistled, and the 3 beneath him instantly spread out, surrounding Gong Mengfei completely. The fat man rubbed his hands together eagerly, his lecherous gaze fixed on Gong Mengfei, drool nearly dripping from the corners of his mouth. Hey, beauty, you only live once. Don't do anything stupid. You can't fight us anyway, so you might as well enjoy it. We're all gentlemen who know how to treat a lady right. Gong Mengfei watched as the fat man slowly approached her. Raising the ice soul sword, she pointed it at him and shouted angrily, don't come any closer. I'm warning you. I'm close with Lu Ming. If you dare lay a finger on me, he won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, the fat man's expression tightened instantly, and he halted in his tracks. Yesterday's aerial arena battle had been explosive, all the freshmen had witnessed it. Everyone knew exactly what kind of ruthless individual Lu Ming was. These 4 weren't from the capital's native clans, but hailed from Pingjin City, one of the 9 major garrison cities surrounding the capital. The fat guy knew full well that with their strength, they couldn't possibly take on Lu Ming. Just as the fat guy hesitated, the skinny one snorted coldly. Oomph. You think you can just call the shots? Brother Chang, don't let her intimidate you. If what she says is true, we absolutely can't let her off the hook. Otherwise, once the trial ends, she'll just blow smoke up Lu Ming's ass and we'll be finished. My say is, since there's no teacher supervising in this trial realm anyway, and it's full of beasts, we'll just let her have her fun until she's had enough, then we'll kill her. No one's leaking this. I refuse to believe Lu Ming is some divine being who can read minds and figure out we're the ones behind this. The others chimed in agreement, right, Brother Chang? We've already pissed off that. Might as well go all the way and do what Brother Cohen suggested. Gong Mengfei never imagined these people could be so utterly depraved. She'd brought up Lu Ming hoping it would make them hesitate, but it had backfired completely. Gong Mengfei turned deathly pale, her body trembling. I won't. If you just let me go, I swear I won't tell on you. The fat man's expression shifted several times before a flash of ruthlessness appeared in his eyes. He clapped his hands together. Damn it! I was the fool. Fine, let's do it your way. Speaking of which, this little minx is as pretty as a flower. Wonder if Lu Ming's already developed her? If not, we'd be raking in the profits. The skinny one chimed in, better if she has. Then we'd be following the same path as top geniuses like Lu Ming. Maybe we can rub off some of his talent. The fat guy pointed at the skinny one. You, huh?
You're into that sort of thing, aren't you? You'll be last. Gong Mengfei saw there was no room for maneuver left, and a wave of sorrow washed over her heart. But she wasn't about to surrender without a fight. Proud to the core, she would rather die than let this scum defile her. Spiritual energies surged within Gong Mengfei, revealing 6 Earth-grade spiritual veins behind her. The surging spiritual energy poured entirely into the Ice Soul sword in her hand. Instantly, an intense chill spread rapidly, coating the ground beneath her feet with a faint layer of frost. She thrust the Ice Soul sword skyward, and a brilliant blue light shot forth. Frozen heaven and snowy earth. With a furious shout, the blue light exploded in the air, shattering into countless tiny ice crystals. The crystals fell, instantly solidifying into thick blocks of ice. Caught off guard, the 4 were instantly encased in ice. Gong Mengfei knew her power could only hold them for a few seconds at most. She simply lacked the ability to kill these 4. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her movement technique and prepared to flee. Suddenly, the 4 bodies convulsed violently, the ice crystals clattering to the ground. Oomph. Think you can run? Did you ask me first? The skinny man activated his soul essence, and the long-beaked crane vanished in a flash of white light, sinking back into his body. His figure shot forward like the wind, chasing after Gong Mengfei. With the soul essence's boost, Gong Mengfei's speed was no match for his. Within mere breaths, the thin man seized her shoulders and flung her backward with brutal force. Not only did he tear her clothes, but he slammed her into a nearby tree. The skinny man held the torn remnants of her clothes to his nose, inhaling deeply with an expression of pure delight. Ah! So fragrant! Her torn clothing exposed her snow-white shoulders. The fat man's mouth watered at the sight. His eyes gleamed with lust as he grinned and growled, "Be gentle, damn it. If you ruin it, it won't be any fun." The skinny man's face twisted into a lecherous grin as he reached out to grab at Gong Mengfei's chest. "If you don't want to suffer, don't struggle. Give up the fight and enjoy the last bit of beauty life has to offer. We've got top-notch skills, you know." Gong Mengfei, dazed and disoriented from the fall, was utterly helpless. Just as the skinny man's hand was about to touch her, a flash of sword light streaked through the air, cleanly severing his hand. Ah! My hand! Chapter 106, All for Nothing. Warm blood splattered onto Gong Mengfei's face. The pungent metallic taste and the piercing scream jolted her awake. Her heart pounded wildly, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her previously dull eyes. The skinny man glared furiously toward the direction of the sword's flash and shouted, "Who the hell dares ambush me like this? Come out. I'll kill you today." At that moment, a cold, clear voice echoed from the nearby woods. "It's me." Lu Ming emerged from the woods, his expression dark. Lu Ming had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. He had initially assumed it was just some unrelated people fighting, thinking he might be able to pick up the scraps. Little did he expect the victim to be Gong Mengfei. Lu Ming silently thanked his luck. Thank goodness he liked to meddle in others' affairs. Otherwise, Gong Mengfei would have been in grave danger today. Lu Ming. The once arrogant skinny man froze in shock upon recognizing Lu Ming, panic spreading across his face. The mere sight of Lu Ming's icy glare sent him reeling backward in terror. Upon seeing Lu Ming, mist welled up in Gong Mengfei's eyes. Struggling to her feet with great effort, she threw herself into Lu Ming's arms and began sobbing. "Lu Ming, I'm so glad to see you. I was so scared just now." Gong Mengfei sobbed uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. In the unfamiliar surroundings of the capital, she felt utterly lost and helpless. Only when she saw Lu Ming did she feel a shred of security. When they left Shenzhou Prefecture, Lu Ming had promised Gong Changfeng that he would take good care of Gong Mengfei. Gong Changfeng and Gong Mengfei had been kind to him when he was still weak and young, and Lu Ming remembered it all. Though his face remained icy cold now, the rage within him had long simmered like a suppressed volcano, impossible to contain. The fat man was self-aware enough to know that with just the 4 of them, they stood no chance against Lu Ming. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Ming, he turned and fled. The other 2 saw this and immediately followed suit. Lu Ming patted Gong Mengfei's shoulder and spoke softly, "I'm here. It'll be all right. Stay here. I'll make sure these men pay for this." Lu Ming channeled his full power into the lightning step and sword transformation technique, leaving a brilliant trail of light as he vanished from the spot. Though all 4 possessed flying demon beasts as sole companions, granting them considerable speed enhancement against the sword transformation technique and the perfected lightning speed step, they were nothing but dog. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming caught up to the one-armed skinny man. Instead of killing him outright, Lu Ming grabbed the man's shoulders and flung him backward, slamming him hard onto the ground. Then, shifting his stance, he appeared before the trio of the fat man and his companions within a few breaths. Summoning the thousand-shaped sword, Lu Ming casually swung it. Though it was merely a casual strike, the fat man and his 2 companions paled instantly. "Defend! Defend now!" The 3 were cousins who had grown up together, sharing a deep understanding. Almost simultaneously, a faint yellow glow ignited in each of their hands. With a simultaneous push of both hands forward, surging spiritual energy erupted from their bodies, forming a thick, yellow light shield before them. This shield was an advanced martial technique they had cultivated.
At their current cultivation levels, when unleashed at full power, even an ordinary mid-tier 5th grade demon beast would struggle to break through it. As the shield solidified, a flicker of relief crossed their eyes, and they silently breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. Boom! The sword light struck the light shield, erupting in a deafening roar. Immediately after, a series of crack sounds echoed. Spreading like a spider web from the point of impact, cracks rapidly radiated outward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the seemingly impenetrable chaos shield capable of withstanding attacks from mid-tier 5th grade demon beasts exploded violently. The explosive shockwave sent the three men tumbling wildly. Lu Ming swiftly darted over, delivering a kick to each of their groins. In an instant, everything went to hell. Ah! The trio immediately curled up like giant shrimp, clutching their groins with both hands, faces flushed crimson as they let out blood-curdling screams. Lu Ming felt no pity whatsoever for these men. Ignoring their wails as if deaf to them, he coldly delivered a kick to each, sending them tumbling toward the earlier skinny man. The skinny man had been grimacing in pain, but upon seeing the other's pitiful state, he suddenly felt that the agony of his severed hand wasn't so unbearable after all. Just as he was silently thanking his luck for avoiding such a brutal beating, Lu Ming stepped before him. The skinny man immediately curled up like a shrimp, clutching his groin and wailing in agony. Lu Ming sneered coldly, "I'm only 18, not old enough for senile dementia yet." With that, Lu Ming delivered a devastating kick to the groin, effectively ending the skinny man's ability to father children. Ah! Perhaps Lu Ming had kicked with excessive force, or perhaps the man's body was simply too weak to withstand it. The blow sent the skinny guy into a convulsive fit of agonized screams, his face contorted in agony. His pants were instantly soaked through, whether with blood or urine, no one could tell. "Munfei, what do you plan to do with these guys?" Lu Ming approached Gong Mengfei and asked softly. Gong Mengfei had always lived under the careful protection of Gong Changfeng, Li Wuju, and others. She had never encountered villains and possessed a kind heart. Now, witnessing the four men's pitiful state, she stammered, unable to utter any harsh words. Though the three fat men were writhing in agony from the pain in their lower bodies, they were not truly dead. At this life-or-death moment, they gritted their teeth against the agony, trembling as they knelt before Gong Mengfei and banged their heads hard on the ground. "Miss, we were blind to your greatness and offended you earlier. We beg your forgiveness. Brother Lu has already taught us a bitter lesson. Please spare our lives." For a man, losing both his manhood and his dignity was indeed a bitter lesson. Though Gong Mengfei was a 4th-rank martial artist, she had never personally taken a life. Kind-hearted, she looked at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with panic as she shook her head. I don't know what to do either." Lu Ming saw the conflict in Gong Mengfei's heart. He wiped the blood from her face with his sleeve and looked her straight in the eyes. "Mengfei, we are martial artists. Remember this, while we must not kill indiscriminately, when faced with those who deserve death, we absolutely cannot show mercy. We're no longer in Xianzhou City. There are no elders left to shield us from the storm. We must be strong, arm ourselves, and defend ourselves with our fists. Remember this, kindness invites abuse, and gentleness invites exploitation. Little rabbits are gentle and cute, so they get bullied at will. Tigers and lions bare their fangs to everyone, which is why they command such awe. As martial artists, our hands will inevitably be stained with blood. Don't be too nervous. Take it slow." Lu Ming grasped Gong Mengfei's right hand, raising the ice soul sword to point at the already unconscious, emaciated man. "Listen to me. Channel your spiritual energy into the ice soul sword." Though Gong Mengfei's expression was conflicted, she followed Lu Ming's instructions, channeling her spiritual energy into the ice soul sword. Guiding her hand, Lu Ming swung the sword down toward the man's head. With a sharp crack, the blade severed the man's head clean off. "Ha!" Gong Mengfei stared at the round, severed head, her expression dazed, her heart skipping a beat. Lu Ming released her hand and whispered in her ear, "That's it. Think about their ugly faces earlier. If I hadn't arrived in time, what would they have done to you? Take a deep breath. You can do this." Gong Mengfei's mind flashed back to the depraved, lecherous expressions on their faces moments before, and a surge of rage erupted within her. She had no doubt that if not for Lu Ming, she wouldn't just have died, she would have been tortured by those four beasts before her death. A flash of hatred flickered in Gong Mengfei's eyes. "You all deserve to die." Just as she raised her sword to strike, a furious shout suddenly rang out from the distance. "Halt! Or you too will join them in death." Chapter 107, Another Fortune. The voice sounded vaguely familiar to Lu Ming. Frowning, he followed the sound with his gaze. Hundreds of meters away, he spotted over a dozen figures darting through the woods. A few minutes later, they emerged from the woods. When he recognized the figure leading the group, Lu Ming's eyebrow shot up, a look of contempt spreading across his face. It was none other than Yu Lu, the one who had failed to challenge Hai Xiaoming yesterday. Beside Yu Lu stood a woman in a light blue long dress. She had a round face, neither particularly striking nor unattractive. However, her figure was undeniably eye-catching, curvy in all the right places, with a figure that would make any man glance twice. Lu Ming was no exception. After glancing at Yu Lu, his gaze settled on the woman. Her aura was formidable, matching Yu Li's own. Judging by their formation, she was likely the leader of some major clan in this generation.
12 others followed behind them. Though their cultivation had reached the threshold of 5th grade, their aura lacked the depth of Yu Lu and the voluptuous woman.
The fat man, upon seeing Yul, became so overcome with emotion that he burst into tears.
Brother Yul, save me.
It seemed the two knew each other. Though Yula had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable power yesterday, he felt no fear at this moment. Yesterday, whether challenging the 36th floor guardian beast or battling on the aerial arena, no spirit artifacts could be used. For members of great clans and noble families like them, equipment and techniques were crucial components of their strength.
Yu Lu admitted that under the constraints of the aerial arena, he might not be Lu Ming's match.
But within this secret realm of trials, he was confident he could defeat Lu Ming. His confidence stemmed from the set of 3rd grade spirit artifacts he wore and the 3rd grade talisman stored in his spatial pouch. Beyond that, the woman by his side and the people backing him were also his sources of strength. Lu Ming had guessed correctly. The voluptuous woman was none other than Zhou Jiruo, the strongest disciple of the Zhou family, one of the 6 great families of the capital. Yu Lu glanced at the trio, his brow furrowing as a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes.
What are you waiting for? Hurry over.
The trio felt as if they'd been granted a pardon, scrambling toward him with hands and feet. Swish! Lu Ming swung his thousand changes sword, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle.
Did I give you permission to move?
Having already witnessed Lu Ming's terrifying power, the three instantly paled with fear. Yu Lu, furious that Lu Ming dared to disregard him so blatantly, pointed an accusing finger and shouted.
Don't think you're all that just because you beat Nangong Tianyu on the aerial arena yesterday.
Let me tell you, that was only because we weren't allowed to use spirit artifacts. There are no such restrictions in this trial realm. Facing disciples from major clans and noble families like us, a penniless nobody like you stands no chance.
And besides, there are so many of us here. Even if each of us unleashes just one martial skill, we could overwhelm you. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude.
Finishing his rant, he turned to the 3 cowering figures on the ground. Get over here. If he dares lay a finger on you again today, I'll make him pay dearly. Reassured by Yul's promise, the 3 began crawling toward him once more. Perhaps the pain in their groins slowed them considerably, leaving a long trail of water in their wake.
Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly to Gong Mengfei.
Mengfei, kill them. Grasping the Ice Soul Sword, Gong Mengfei held back from striking, whispering softly behind Lu Ming.
Lu Ming, perhaps we should reconsider. They outnumber us. We can't be reckless.
A wise man avoids immediate trouble. We'll settle this score with them later.
Lu Ming laughed. They're just a bunch of muggles. Nothing to fear.
Listen to me, kill them. Lu Ming yanked Gong Mengfei close to him. Seeing her hesitation, he declared with unwavering resolve. If you keep being this weak, you'll never go far in the martial arts path.
Then you might as well drop out and return to Qianzhou City. And don't follow me anymore. Gong Mengfei grew frantic at his words. No. I'm not weak. Ah. Gong Mengfei let out a fierce shout and swung the Ice Soul Sword. A flash of icy light appeared, leaving terrifying gashes across the backs of the 3 men. The frigid aura from the Ice Soul Sword instantly seeped through the wounds, freezing their internal organs solid. In an instant, all signs of life vanished from them. Witnessing this scene, Yu Lu erupted in fury. How dare you? How dare you treat us with such contempt? Today, I'll make you understand the might of our great clan. Come on, seize him. At Yulong's command, 6 members of the Yu family surged forward, blocking Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei's retreat. Yulong shot a questioning glance at Zhou Jiruo. Zhou Jiruo waved her hand at the 6 figures behind her. They stepped forward from the rear, joining Yulong's group to encircle Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei completely. All possessed cultivation nearing the 5th rank. Their surging spiritual energy now intertwined, their auras weaving together like a vast net enveloping Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. Gong Mengfei, possessing only a mid-4th grade cultivation level, felt her chest tighten under the overwhelming pressure from so many people, her expression growing tense. She pressed herself tightly against Lu Ming's side and whispered, Lu Ming, what should we do next? They're all so powerful. Lu Ming swept a glance over the 12 figures, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. Though these 12 possessed half-step 5th rank cultivation, they posed no threat to Lu Ming. If he were alone, he was confident he could take them all down single-handedly, including Yu Lu and Zhou Jiruo. But now, with Gong Mengfei present and Zhao Linger's warning fresh in his mind, Lu Ming didn't want to resort to slaughter unless absolutely necessary. Lu Ming looked at Yu Lu and Zhou Jiruo and smiled. Before entering, teacher Zhao Linger specifically reminded me not to resort to mass slaughter. I tend to listen to my teacher, so I'll offer you some advice too. Before you act, think carefully about the consequences. Can you truly bear them? If you withdraw now, I'll let bygones be bygones. Zhou Jiruo, who had remained silent until now, burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Ming's audacious words. Ha! Scared? Yet you still try to dress it up so grandly. Can we handle the consequences? What, do you think you can kill every last one of us by yourself? Oomph. Talk about a frog dreaming of swallowing a camel, you've got some nerve.
Yu Li's face twisted with contempt.
Put.
That's just how the unworldly talk.
Just because luck got you one win, you think you're invincible. Today we'll teach him a lesson he won't forget.
Everyone, draw your spirit weapons. So he'll finally understand what it means to face the depth of a great clan. At Yu Li's words, the 12 men surrounding Lu Ming tore their clothes to shreds, revealing the soft armor beneath.
Each piece bore at least 20 spirit runes, clearly marking them as second-grade spirit artifacts.
Beyond that, some drew various weapons from their sheaths. The spirit patterns on those weapons also started at 20 lines. Under the surge of spiritual energy, their boots emitted faint ripples of spiritual aura, clearly spiritual artifacts as well. Rather than being intimidated by the array of spirit artifacts, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His expression grew excited as he turned to Gong Mengfei.
Mengfei, we're about to strike it rich again. Chapter 108, The Depths of a Great Clan. Ha? Get rich? Gong Mengfei was utterly bewildered by Lu Ming's line of thinking. Right now, it seemed like they were the underdogs.
Lu Ming's face was beaming as he surveyed the spiritual artifacts adorning the 12 individuals.
Impressive, impressive. Truly befitting a great clan.
Such foundations are truly remarkable. Even these minions are equipped with second-grade spirit artifacts.
Yours too must be third grade, right?
Though these 12 weren't as powerful as Yu Lu or Zhou Zhirua, they were certainly no pushovers. Hearing Lu Ming casually refer to them as minions, their expressions instantly turned fierce as they glared at him.
Faced with their vicious stares, Gong Mengfei trembled slightly in fear, instinctively pressing herself closer behind Lu Ming.
Yu Lu, hearing Lu Ming's words, flashed a look of pride.
Of course. You've probably never seen a third-grade spirit artifact before. Today, I'll be generous and let you witness one.
With that, Yu Lu stripped off his outer garments, revealing a soft armor of pale gold.
A pale yellow turtle emblem adorned the armor.
Lu Ming counted carefully. There were a full 38 spirit patterns etched upon it. Yu Lu pointed to his armor and explained, Xian Turtle Soft Armor top tier among third-grade spirit artifacts.
Market price, 30,000 empty spirit stones.
Yu Lu then pulled down his trousers, revealing a pair of black leg guards. The leg armor shimmered with a faint black glow, giving off an impression of extreme hardness. It also bore 36 spirit patterns. Heavy copper leg armor, market price 28,000.
Swift wind boots, market price 30,000.
Yu Lu deliberately showcased the depth of his clan's resources to Lu Ming, not only displaying his own spirit artifacts but also thoughtfully announcing their market prices. After listing these items, Lu Ming looked at him with renewed curiosity. I've heard that the Yu family's ancestral soul is the lightning shadow dragon.
Given your status, I imagine your soul must be a beast soul. So, do you have any weapons?
The price of a spirit artifact depended not only on the artifact itself but also on its components.
Among them, weapons commanded the highest value. Yu Lu grinned. You've done your homework well.
As one of the most gifted individuals in our clan, my soul is an A+ lightning shadow serpent.
It only needs one more evolution to become our ancestral martial soul, the lightning shadow dragon. As for weapons? Of course I have them.
Yu Lu produced a pile of gleaming golden gauntlets.
Even without activating them, Lu Ming could sense an overwhelming aura emanating from them.
After carefully counting the spirit patterns etched upon them, his expression lit up with delight.
39. Top tier quality.
Yu Lu shot Lu Ming an admiring glance.
You have an eye for this.
These are called meteorite fist guards, crafted from unique materials found in celestial meteorites.
Starting price, 50,000 empty spirit stones. More valuable than some 4th-grade spirit artifacts.
Listening to Yu Li's explanation, Lu Ming grew increasingly excited.
Excellent. Excellent.
Lu Ming turned his gaze toward Zhou Zhirua. Zhou Zhirua felt Lu Ming's gaze was rather forward and immediately frowned.
I won't take it off for you.
If we ever cross swords, you'll find out for yourself.
Lu Ming felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly let it go. Fine, if you won't say, then don't. It's all mine anyway. Lu Ming, how about you kowtow to me and apologize? I'll spare your lives and just eliminate you instead. What do you say?
Seeing Yu Li's smug, confident expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh.
I'll return that offer to you. Care to consider it?
Zhou Zhirua frowned, displeased.
That arrogant bastard would never compromise like that. Let's get moving.
We can always get some ethereal stones from Nangong Tianyu later.
Yu Lu nodded.
True. In that case, let's move out. Lu Ming's earlier words had already set these 10 men seething with rage. Now, upon receiving the order, they immediately unleashed their soul energies, charging toward Lu Ming.
Lu Ming. Feeling the overwhelming spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, Gong Mengfei's face paled in fright as she clutched tightly at Lu Ming's clothes. Lu Ming's expression remained utterly unchanged. His voice echoed within her spiritual sea. Xiaomeng, could you lend a hand? It wasn't that Lu Ming couldn't defeat 12 opponents.
If this were a life-or-death battle, even with their spiritual artifacts, Lu Ming was confident he could cut them all down with a few sword strokes. However, Lu Ming had no intention of killing them now.
More importantly, he couldn't damage those spirit artifacts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be worth much anymore.
Hai Xiaoming, currently sprawled asleep on the spirit-nurturing lotus, heard Lu Ming's plea and instantly grew annoyed.
Didn't I tell you? If I don't have to fight, I won't fight. I'm sleeping, no time for this. This spiritual energy is worth a fortune. Once we sell it, I'll take you to buy the spiritual medicine to help you recover. Hearing this, Hai Xiaoming perked up instantly. Without another word, she pointed both arms toward Lu Ming's spiritual sea. Streams of pale blue water surged from Lu Ming's body.
Like ropes, these streams bound all 12 people together.
This was Hai Xiaoming's skill, heavy water bind.
This skill did more than just restrain people, it also exerted a powerful suppressing effect. The bound figure's vital energy began to plummet immediately. Lu Ming flickered forward, swiftly seizing the weapons from their hands. As for the spiritual energy bindings, removing them would be troublesome. Lu Ming simply knocked them all unconscious instead. After handling these matters, Lu Ming smiled warmly at Yulong and Zhou Jiruo.
Your turn.
Yulong's expression suddenly changed. He had challenged Hai Xiaoming just yesterday and was intimately familiar with the essence of that water current. You? How could you possibly possess that heavy water merfolk skill? Zhou Jiruo had assumed it was merely martial arts cultivated by Lu Ming, never imagining it was actually the skill of the 36th floor guardian beast.
Lu Ming chuckled. That's something I can't disclose. We're all decent people, so I'll give you two options. First, hand over your spirit artifacts, valuable items from your storage space, and your points. Then, gracefully admit defeat and be eliminated. Second, I take matters into my own hands, strip you bare, then beat you senseless before kicking you out in disgrace. Choose.
Zhou Jiruo had never endured such contempt before, and rage instantly surged within her.
Arrogant.
Don't think defeating them makes you so formidable.
If it were us, we could take them down just as easily.
Zhou Jiruo waved her hand, summoning a fiery red staff into her grasp. A thumb-sized flame spirit materialized upon her shoulder.
The Zhou family's inherited soul essence was unique, known as the fire elemental spirit. The fire elemental spirit manifested only one form, with its strength determined by its size. Zhou Jiruo's current form belonged to the A-grade category.
The staff in Zhou Jiruo's hand was also a spirit artifact, engraved with 38 spirit patterns. Though it couldn't compare to Yuli's meteorite gauntlets, it was still considered top tier.
Oomph.
Today I'll see if your strength matches half your big talk.
Chapter 109, You're not wearing anything underneath?
Though Zhou Jiruo spoke boldly, she dared not underestimate Lu Ming in the slightest. She swung her staff and began chanting a peculiar scale. Upon finishing the chant, a dazzling red beam shot forth from her staff. The beam shot into the air, exploding like fireworks and fragmenting into dozens of fireballs that rained down toward Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei. Though each fireball was only head-sized, the power fluctuations within were formidable. Even Lu Ming felt a slight pressure.
Watching this unfold, Yula froze, staring blankly as he stammered, You're starting with Mahayana-level martial arts? Didn't you look down on him? Zhou Jiruo shot Yulu a withering glance.
Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit.
Don't you understand such a simple truth? Idiot.
Hearing their exchange,
Lu Ming clicked his tongue in admiration. Mahayana-level martial arts, huh? The power is truly something else.
Zhou Jiruo's face brimmed with arrogance.
Oomph.
Of course. For a peasant like you, this is probably your first time seeing great perfection-level martial arts. Lu Ming pursed his lips. What's there to be so cocky about? Without further ado, Lu Ming channeled his spiritual energy into the thousand-shaped sword. A dazzling azure light flared from the thousand-shaped sword. Two whirlwinds swirled around Lu Ming, whistling through the air as sand and stones flew wildly. Disperse! Lu Ming swung his sword, unleashing a sudden gale. The fireballs were instantly blown off course, scattering in all directions. Under Lu Ming's deliberate control, the wind blew toward Zhou Jiruo and Yulu. Holy! Seeing the fireballs suddenly hurtling toward them, Yulu cried out in alarm and leapt aside. Zhou Jiruo didn't dodge, but she quickly summoned a shield of spiritual energy in front of her. The fireball slammed into the ground, exploding violently like bombs. The powerful shockwave scattered, flinging the men Lu Ming had knocked unconscious away. Lu Ming stamped his foot, sending a blast of air from beneath him to counter the force. Zhou Jiruo stared at Lu Ming with a grave expression, demanding, What kind of technique is that? In truth, Lu Ming's earlier sword strike was still the first technique of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic, the sword drawing form. He had merely transformed his spiritual energy into wind attributes using the 1000 Changes sword technique. Seeing the effect, Lu Ming felt a quiet thrill of satisfaction. He had only speculated that channeling different elemental energies through the 8 Desolations Sword Classic might yield varied effects. Now, through experimentation, he had proven it to be true. Using wind-attributed spiritual energy for the sword drawing form reduced its offensive power slightly, but significantly enhanced its utility. When applied in specific scenarios, it could yield unexpected results. Just like what had happened earlier. Had Lu Ming used the standard sword extraction technique, he would have struggled to shatter all those fireballs. Even if he had, he might have suffered some collateral damage. If he were alone, it wouldn't be a problem, his agility would allow him to dodge completely. But with Gong Mengfei by his side now, employing wind attribute spiritual energy attacks was the optimal choice. Yula had a good relationship with Zhou Zhirua and knew well the power of her martial arts. Seeing it so effortlessly countered by Lu Ming, he looked at him with equal parts shock and curiosity, waiting for an explanation. Lu Ming smiled faintly. It was merely a casual sword strike. Nothing worth mentioning. Lu Ming's words carried little actual damage, yet they were deeply insulting. To casually deflect Zhou Zhirua's most formidable martial art with a mere flick of the wrist, wasn't that essentially calling her a failure? Zhou Zhirua's breathing quickened with fury, her agitated state leaving Lu Ming and Yulu utterly dumbfounded. How dare he? Such utter arrogance. Yulu, move already. We must take him down today. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to hold our heads high in the academy. Yulu gave a light O and activated his soul essence. Behind Yulu, a 3 to 4 meter long black serpent materialized. Above its serpentine head sat two faint golden fleshy protrusions. Let's call it a dragon snake for now. Having witnessed Lu Ming's formidable power, Yulu dared not hold back. Upon activating his life soul, 3 golden spiritual veins manifested behind him. A faint black glow shimmered over Yuli's body. Black scales began to emerge on his face and arms, giving him a rather terrifying appearance. Yuli's form flickered, transforming into a black streak as he charged toward Lu Ming. He had already donned the fallen gold gauntlets. Infused with spiritual energy, the meteor gold gauntlets radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Zhou Zhirua dared not hold back any longer, channeling her spiritual energy to its fullest. 3 heaven-grade spiritual veins materialized behind her. Dense fire spirit energy condensed within her staff, radiating a terrifying aura. Even Lu Ming felt a slight flutter of unease at this aura. Lu Ming frowned, his voice echoing in the spiritual sea. Their spirit artifacts are the most valuable. Could you assist? If I act myself, I might damage their spirit artifacts. Hai Xiaoming immediately understood. She raised both hands, and a surging tidal wave erupted beneath Lu Ming's feet. The crashing waves drenched the charging dragon, soaking it like a drowned rat and forcing it to stumble backward. The wave crashed into Zhou Zhirua, knocking her off balance and nearly dislodging the staff from her grasp. With her chant interrupted, that terrifying aura vanished. The tidal force didn't dissipate after disrupting the two. Instead, it rose from the ground, transforming into countless droplets that formed a prison, trapping them within. Once the temporary restraints were in place, Hai Xiaoming's voice rang out. Hurry up. This isn't a testing space. Every bit of my power is precious. Lu Ming instantly understood, darting before Zhou Zhirua and reaching out to seize the staff from her grasp. Though the fire elemental spirit granted Zhou Zhirua a powerful affinity with fire and enabled devastating attacks, its weakness was equally evident. Namely, she possessed little defensive capability herself. Despite Zhou Zhirua's desperate struggle, Lu Ming snatched the staff from her grasp in one swift motion. Zhou Zhirua stomped her feet in fury, but bound by the heavy water prison, even her spiritual veins forced back into her body, she had no means to resist. Lu Ming stowed the staff away and reached out, his hand snatching toward Zhou Zhirua's shoulder. Zhou Zhirua's expression suddenly changed as if she'd realized something. What are you doing? Lu Ming chuckled darkly. What? Steal your inner armor, of course. Panic flashed across Zhou Zhirua's face as she cried out, no. Unfortunately, Lu Ming wasn't about to listen. Once he felt his grip secure on her undergarments, Lu Ming gave a sharp tug. With a tearing sound, he ripped her skirt and undergarments off in one swift motion. For a moment, Lu Ming saw nothing but a blinding white expanse as Zhou Zhirua stood before him completely naked. Lu Ming's eyes widened instantly, his blood surging. He couldn't help but exclaim. Holy! Why aren't you wearing anything underneath? Chapter 110, Class Prejudice. Hearing Lu Ming shout, several of the 12 men he had knocked unconscious stirred, forcing their heads up to look this way. Though restrained, Yul strained to turn his head, desperate to see what was happening. Unfortunately, Lu Ming completely blocked their view. Zhou Zhirua's face flushed with shame and anger as she glared at Lu Ming, arms crossed over her chest and legs pressed tightly together. She snapped angrily. You dare look. Lu Ming wiped his nose with a sigh before finally turning his head away, muttering under his breath. What decent person wears no clothes under their inner armor? Lu Ming didn't return the inner armor he'd seized to Zhou Zhirua, merely tossing her the skirt that had been torn into strips. Just make do with this for now. I'll lift the restrictions on you soon, okay? With that, Lu Ming immediately crouched down and, with lightning speed, roughly tore off Zhou Zhirua's leg armor and shoes. All the while, he couldn't resist taking a good look. With all the spirit artifacts secured, Lu Ming approached Yulu. Though restrained, Yulu couldn't help but glance over at Zhou Zhirua. Lu Ming chuckled. What are you peeking at, kid? What's the matter, wanna take a look? Startled by the accusation, Yula snapped his head back and retorted angrily. Don't you dare talk nonsense. What am I looking at? Lu Ming smirked. You're a coward with thieving thoughts but no guts. If you want to look, just look. Seriously. Alright, it's your turn. Do it yourself, or shall I? Yuli's expression darkened at the words, and he reached to stow the meteorite gold gauntlet back into his storage space. Lu Ming had been watching him the whole time. The moment Yulu moved, Lu Ming grabbed both his hands and yanked them down.
A pair of meteorite gold gauntlets were now in his possession. Yulu panicked instantly. Lu Ming! This is robbery. Give me back my spirit artifact.
Or else I'll never let this go. Though they came from prominent clans, obtaining a set of spirit artifacts matching their own strength was no easy feat.
Moreover, losing their spirit artifacts would guarantee disastrous results in the second round of assessments. Lu Ming waved the Meteor Realm gauntlets in front of Yulu, grinning. Make things difficult for me? You think you're worthy?
A sneer curled at the corner of Lu Ming's mouth.
Banditry? Fine, I'll be a bandit. Hand over your spirit artifacts.
Or else, I'll slaughter you.
He even put on a menacing expression.
Seeing that brute force wouldn't work on Lu Ming, Yuli's tone softened immediately. Brother Lu, we were ignorant of your true worth earlier. Please, have mercy and return my spirit artifacts. As long as you return my spirit artifacts, I'll have the rest of the Yu family voluntarily hand over theirs.
We'll even give you our points. Is that good enough? We've got quite a few points on us, you know. Lu Ming chuckled. It's as if I don't own these things unless I give them back to you.
With that, Lu Ming walked straight up to the 12 men and reached out to snatch their spirit artifacts. Several of them had already slowly regained consciousness. One of them, seeing Lu Ming trying to strip off his inner armor, flew into a rage. You bastard! Don't touch my spirit artifact! Lu Ming glared at him and raised his hand, slapping him hard across the face. Though not a beast soul, Lu Ming possessed considerable strength after mastering sword transformation.
The blow sent the insolent fool reeling, knocking him unconscious once more.
This scene instantly sobered up the others. As Lu Ming stripped their spiritual artifacts, they all tacitly chose to feign unconsciousness. This way, they could avoid a beating and preserve a shred of dignity. A choice with an incredibly high cost-benefit ratio. Fortunately, unlike Zhou Jiruo, these men still wore a layer of undergarments beneath their spirit artifacts. Otherwise, this scene would have been far too explosive. After stowing all the spirit artifacts, Lu Ming summoned the thousand-shaped sword and pressed it against Yuli's throat. Teacher Zhao told me to avoid killing if possible, but he never said I couldn't kill. To be honest, I just can't stand the sight of you. You have two choices. First, hand over everything you just mentioned. Second, I slice you open with one sword stroke and take them myself. As he spoke, a palpable killing intent flared in Lu Ming's eyes. Feeling the chill on his neck and the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes, Yuli's legs began to tremble. Don't be fooled by how these scions of great clans usually strut about with their noses in the air. In truth, they're all hothouse flowers. They've never seen anyone like Lu Ming before. In that moment, Yulu felt an inexplicable certainty. If he didn't comply, Lu Ming would truly cut him down with a single sword stroke. I'll do it myself. Yulu swiftly stripped his spirit artifact bare, arranging it neatly before Lu Ming. You know your place. After putting away his spirit tools, Lu Ming scanned the points from his identity card. Lu Ming walked over to the 12 people. His spiritual energy had been covering the entire area, so he saw every little move these people made. Seeing them still playing dumb, he grew impatient. Stop pretending. Hand over the goods now, or I'll make sure you sleep here forever. Even Yulu couldn't withstand Lu Ming's imposing aura, let alone these others. Except for the one who had genuinely been knocked unconscious by Lu Ming, the remaining 11 immediately sprang to their feet. With fawning expressions, they produced their identity cards and any valuable items from their storage spaces. After thoroughly searching and confiscating everything from them, Lu Ming finally returned to Zhou Jiruo's side. Zhou Jiruo was crouched on the ground, using her tattered skirt to cover herself as best she could. You're the last one. Hand over your stuff now, and I'll let you go. Zhou Jiruo lifted her head, glaring furiously at Lu Ming, tears glistening in her eyes. Just kill me. You've seen everything anyway. I'll never be able to show my face again. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately took 2 steps back. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I didn't see a thing. Seeing the look in Zhou Jiruo's eyes, a look that seemed utterly indifferent to life or death, Lu Ming backed down. Fine. If you won't give it, then don't. Lu Ming returned to Yuli's side. Spill it. Who did Nangong Tianyu recruit to hunt me down this time? After a moment's thought, Yulu replied, as far as I know, the Sima, Zone, and Long families have all confirmed their support. They'll join him in hunting you down. As for the Bai and Huang families, they're similar to our Yu family and the Zhou family. While they haven't openly agreed to him, if the timing is right, who knows? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, puzzled. So all the great clans and major families are involved? You don't seem like the type to be short on a few thousand empty spirit stones either. Yula chuckled awkwardly. This capital city is our turf. You came from humble origins, yet now you're rising so rapidly, overshadowing our glory. Naturally, we great clans and noble families won't tolerate you. Even without Nangong Tianyu spearheading it, this scheme would have succeeded. He just had an extra excuse to act. Lu Ming nodded, his expression turning serious. It seems this class prejudice runs deep indeed.
Chapter 111, When You Need Me.
Upon overhearing Lu Ming's mutterings, Eula flashed a fawning expression and hastily explained.
Rest assured, our you family and that Nangong Tianyu are not birds of a feather. As long as you spare us, we absolutely won't oppose you. Moreover, we can mediate on your behalf.
Perhaps we can arrange talks between your factions, allowing everyone to resolve their conflicts through more civilized means.
Yul's plan was quite clever.
He first pointed out that Nangong Tianyu had gathered so many allies precisely to increase pressure on Lu Ming, then highlighted his own importance.
His goal? To ensure Lu Ming wouldn't eliminate them.
If he were eliminated now, not only would his points be 0, but it would be utterly humiliating to admit.
As the most outstanding member of the Yu family in this generation, being eliminated just 2 hours into the trial?
If word got out, he'd never be able to show his face again. Seeing Lu Ming's prolonged silence, Eula pressed his advantage. Your technique earlier was powerful, but the Long family's soul-binding magic cat possesses group control breaking abilities.
Nangong Tianyu, Sima Xingyu, and Zhong Taichung aren't pushovers.
Add Long Qingting's support to the mix, and even someone as strong as you would struggle to handle them.
We all know Vice Dean Zhaoqua's recruitment offer to you.
That's 100,000 ethereal stones and a 5th-grade spirit artifact. If you don't make it into the top 5, you'll be losing big time. Don't think you defeated us so easily just because none of us knew you possessed the abilities of a heavy water merfolk.
We're not weak. Please don't eliminate us.
With our help, you'll definitely secure a top 5 spot.
Seeing Yul's desperate expression, Lu Ming smiled. Nice try. Cut the crap. If you don't want to die, eliminate yourself.
As he spoke, Lu Ming applied slight pressure, the 1,000-shaped sword slicing a fine cut across Yul's neck. Blood trickled steadily from the wound. The sharp pain in his neck sent a wave of panic through Yulu. At that moment, he no longer cared about saving face. After all, compared to losing face, saving his life was the more reliable option.
Brother! Stop! I beg you. I surrender. Eula hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so unyielding.
Seeing the coldness in Lu Ming's eyes, he dared not hesitate a moment longer. He immediately grabbed his identity card to surrender. After his surrender, a blinding white light flared from the card. Within 20 or 30 seconds, Eula was transported away.
Lu Ming turned to the remaining 12. What are you waiting for? Death?
With even Yulu eliminated, the remaining 12 naturally abandoned any hope of pleading with Lu Ming. They decisively picked up their identity tokens and conceded defeat. Lu Ming glanced at Zhou Jiruo. When he met her tear-filled gaze, he felt a pang of awkwardness.
Honestly, he really hadn't meant to.
He hadn't expected even a burly guy like Yulu to wear undergarments beneath his inner armor, leaving Zhou Jiruo completely exposed. He'd admit it looked really good. But he truly hadn't meant to. He'd simply been overcome by pity. He couldn't bear to see a girl cry. Besides, this was his first time meeting Zhou Jiruo. They had no deep-seated grudges between them. If he pushed her too hard and she actually died, that wouldn't be fun at all. Lu Ming shook his head helplessly.
Forget it. Fine, I don't want yours anymore, okay? Do whatever you want.
After instructing Hai Xiaomeng to lift the restrictions on Zhou Jiruo, Lu Ming walked over and picked up Gong Mengfei's identity card. Although Gong Mengfei had been diligently hunting demon beasts since entering the secret realm, his limited strength meant he only had 800 points. Lu Ming checked his own card. Seeing the 48,600 points displayed, he couldn't help but mutter, "Is that all?" Gong Mengfei retorted indignantly, "That's not low. I've had great luck since entering. I encountered 4 mid-tier 4th-grade demon beasts in a row and killed them all. You're complaining about my low points? Let's see how many you've got." Gong Mengfei pouted, snatching Lu Ming's ID card. When she saw the number 48,600 displayed, her mouth gaped wide open, wide enough to fit a large sausage with room to spare. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 48,600. Where on earth did you get so many points? Lu Ming shrugged, his expression relaxed. No big deal. Just casually took down 20 early-stage 5th-grade demon beasts and 3 mid-stage 4th-grade ones. That's all it took. After saying this, he raised an eyebrow, his expression turning curious as he asked, "Only 40-something thousand? That can't be very high, right?" In Lu Ming's estimation, the secret realm contained a full 100 grade 5 demon beasts. Among them, 10 were at the peak of grade 5, while the advanced and intermediate grades combined should number no less than 40. By that calculation, there were easily 50 low-tier beasts. Even if all were counted at the base tier's points, the total points for 5th-grade beasts alone would soar to 200,000. The intermediate, advanced, and peak-level grade 5 beasts would undoubtedly yield even more points. Lu Ming estimated that the total points for the grade 5 beasts alone would easily reach at least 400,000. Add to that the unknown number of 4th-grade beasts, and he felt his 40,000 plus points weren't too low, but they probably weren't exceptionally high either. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Gong Mengfei shot him a disapproving glance. She genuinely felt like she was being outdone. Only over 40,000? That's not very high, is it? Brother, haven't you looked at the point rankings from previous trials? Lu Ming, ever the honest soul, nodded. Nope.
Been too busy cultivating to look. Gong Mengfei rolled her eyes. Do you even realize that with your current points, you'd already be ranked in the top 20 among all past participants? And the gap between the top 20 isn't huge. I checked the data from the last decade yesterday. As long as you hit 50,000 points, cracking the top 10 is practically guaranteed. 55,000 points would practically guarantee a top 5 spot. During this period, the highest points for first place were only 64,400, and the lowest year had just 59,800 points. But it's only been 2 hours so far. At your current pace, forget the top 5 first place is yours for the taking. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. I see. Well, it looks like we both have a shot at the top 5. If luck's on our side, even the top 3 isn't out of the question. Just then, a cold snort echoed from behind. Jojiruwa, having finished dressing, walked over and said icily. Oomph. Nice dream. You're seriously underestimating the power of the noble houses and great clans. We send so many students to the Imperial Capital University every year, yet this trial realm remains fixed. After generations of exploration, we've thoroughly mapped out every demon beast within. Those high-grade 5th rank beasts, even the perfect ones, have been thoroughly researched. Our clan has long developed strategies for teamwork-based elimination. While your current points are indeed high, barring any surprises, making it into the top 5 shouldn't be too difficult. But if you think you can drag her in too, you're dreaming. Lu Ming gasped in shock. Holy crap? So that means someone has already started targeting those 5th grade perfect demon beasts? Jojiruwa saw the panic on Lu Ming's face and felt a surge of secret satisfaction. Oomph. Driving you crazy, aren't I? Jojiruwa sneered coldly. Of course they have. No matter how strong you are, without someone teaching you the special method, you couldn't possibly take down a 5th grade peak demon beast alone. Even if you got there, you'd just be left staring at the ocean in frustration. But if you were to... Jojiruwa intended to make Lu Ming back down and apologize, so she could team up with him and reveal the method to swiftly kill a 5th grade peak demon beast. However, Lu Ming didn't let her finish. Before Jojiruwa could finish her sentence, Lu Ming had already pulled Gong Mengfei away. Watching their retreating figures, Jojiruwa stomped her foot in fury. Oomph. Stupid man. Just wait until you need me. Chapter 112, Storm Eagle. Lu Ming had already studied the map earlier. From his starting point, it was a full 50 kilometers to the nearest territory of a 5th grade perfect demon beast. Originally, he'd been taking his time, but upon hearing Jojiruwa mention that members of their great clans and noble families could form groups to swiftly kill 5th grade perfect demon beasts, he immediately grew anxious. Lu Ming, I can't go on. Maybe we should rest. In his haste to cover ground, Lu Ming had unconsciously activated both the lightning step and sword transformation technique. It was nothing short of a breakneck dash. This proved grueling for Gong Mengfei. Though she strained to keep pace, the vast speed disparity between them meant she was practically being dragged along. After traveling over 10 kilometers like this, Gong Mengfei could no longer endure. Ha? You're tired? But there are only 10 5th grade perfection demon beasts. The numbers of high grade, mid grade, and low grade ones are also limited. If we arrive too late, those great clans and noble families will have slaughtered them all, and you won't make it into the top 5. Gong Mengfei pointed at her feet with a look of hurt. I'm sorry, I really don't want to hold you back, but I just can't keep up anymore. Lu Ming looked down and only then noticed that Mengfei's once fair and delicate feet had been scraped raw and bloody from his frantic dragging. Sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Lu Ming hurriedly retrieved the healing potions he'd looted from Yule and the others from his storage space. Sit down. I'll apply the medicine for you. Gong Mengfei's face flushed slightly. No need, I can manage it myself. No need to be polite. This might sting a bit, so bear with it. Lu Ming pressed her down onto the ground without waiting for her response, then helped her remove her shoes before applying the healing potion. As the liquid touched her skin, Gong Mengfei felt an excruciating, piercing pain. It felt like someone had poured an entire bottle of hydrogen peroxide directly onto the wound. That sharp, stinging sensation only those who've experienced it know. Gong Mengfei clenched her teeth tightly, yet still let out a small whimper. This only made Lu Ming feel even more embarrassed. After applying the solution, what had been barely manageable now became impossible. She couldn't even put weight on her foot. Gong Mengfei said with a hint of guilt, Lu Ming, why don't you go hunt for points yourself? After all, with my abilities, getting eliminated in the entrance exam is only to be expected. Lu Ming shot Gong Mengfei a disapproving glare. What are you saying? When we left Xinzhou City, I promised your father I'd take good care of you. If we hadn't run into this, it wouldn't matter. But since we did, I'll carry you into the top 5 even if I have to drag you there. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Hey, carry. That's right, you can't walk, so I can carry you on my back. Lu Ming immediately crouched in front of Gong Mengfei and lifted her onto his back. Hold on tight. I'm really fast, you know. With that, Lu Ming gripped her hips with both hands and launched into a full-speed dash. Lu Ming wasn't exaggerating, his top speed was astonishingly fast.
Even some 5th grade demon beasts renowned for their speed couldn't match him. To avoid being thrown off, Gong Mengfei wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Ming's neck, pressing her body close against his back. The bumpy journey sent waves of desire surging through Lu Ming as the soft curves pressed against him, sparking a flood of vivid thoughts. If anyone had seen him from the front, they would have noticed his face and neck were flushed as red as a monkey's butt.
Hey, why are you suddenly so hot? Gong Mengfei sensed the change in Lu Ming's body temperature and asked curiously.
Lu Ming couldn't possibly reveal the real reason, so he immediately laughed it off.
Well, using this movement technique is pretty taxing on my stamina. I'm just sweating. After that, Lu Ming slowed his pace. What should have been a 10-minute journey took him a full 20 minutes.
We're here.
Lu Ming halted at a dimly lit cave entrance.
The entrance was enormous, standing 7 or 8 meters tall and 4 or 5 meters wide. Even from outside, one could see the smooth, polished stone walls lining both sides of the cave. Evidently, the beast dwelling within was a colossal creature.
According to Emma's description, this cave housed a storm eagle.
Though a flying demon beast, the storm eagle possessed immense bulk and the power to command storms.
Among beasts of its tier, it was considered a formidable opponent.
Lu Ming, however, did not take it seriously. Such beasts pack a powerful punch, but they're truly fragile as glass.
With his current offensive power, a single shatter stone strike would easily take it down. Moreover, this cave served as a ready-made cage.
As long as he timed it right, killing the storm eagle before it could escape the cave would be a breeze.
Ha! You sure know how to pick your fights. A lone human daring to challenge a storm giant eagle?
That beast may be massive, but it's incredibly agile. Once it takes flight, with your skills, you'll end up as its lunch sooner or later. Lu Ming frowned slightly as he looked at Zhou Jiruo.
How did you manage to follow me here?
Zhou Jiruo snorted coldly.
None of your business.
If you apologize to me and return my spirit artifact, not only will I tell you how to outsmart the storm giant eagle, but I'll even lend you a hand.
You've already seen what I'm capable of.
With my help, your chances of victory will be much higher. Looking at this somewhat delusional woman, Lu Ming was utterly speechless.
With all the advantages timing, location, and support already on my side, why would I need your help? Go cool off somewhere else.
Zhou Jiruo, stung by his retort, planted her hands on her hips and glared at Lu Ming, her cheeks puffed out in anger.
You're such an ungrateful person. If you want to die, then go ahead. Once you're dead, I'll reclaim my spirit artifact. As a woman, Gong Mengfei looked at Zhou Jiruo with some puzzlement.
She couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Jiruo's gaze toward Lu Ming had somehow changed.
After scrutinizing Zhou Jiruo closely, she glanced down at herself.
Out of nowhere, an inexplicable sense of foreboding welled up inside her.
Gong Mengfei thought to herself, could this woman also have feelings for Lu Ming? Lu Ming found Zhou Jiruo's expression amusing. Don't know what's good for you?
I think you just want to trick me into giving you back the spirit artifact, then find some excuse to split my points.
I'm not that stupid.
If you're hoping to take back the spirit artifact after I'm dead, I suggest you give up that notion. Don't even mention me dying. Even if I did die, I'd destroy the storage space before I went. With that, Lu Ming ignored Zhou Jiruo and strode straight to a spot 30 meters away in the cave. After gauging his effective attack range, Lu Ming immediately summoned the Thousand-Shaped Sword. A feather-light slash sent ripples through the entire mountain range. Inside the cave, the storm eagle, which had been sleeping, suddenly awoke. Sensing the presence of Lu Ming and his companions, it let out a furious cry before charging out of the cave.
Let you show off. When the time comes, I absolutely won't save you. Chapter 113, Instant Kill.
Despite her words, Zhou Jiruo silently retrieved a fiery red talisman from her storage space and clutched it tightly in her hand. Lu Ming, meanwhile, kept his eyes fixed on the cave entrance. At that moment, his 9 divine-grade spiritual veins had surfaced. Spiritual energy surged, and the thousand-shaped sword in Lu Ming's hand flashed with a sharp golden glow. Cheep! A sharp bird-like chirp echoed through the air.
A massive black shadow burst swiftly from the cave. Lu Ming assessed the shadow, silently calculating the distance in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Now!
A dazzling golden light flared from the thousand-shaped sword in Lu Ming's hand.
A sharp metallic aura spread out.
Even Gong Mengfei and Zhou Jiruo, standing behind him, felt a sudden chill run down their spines.
What an overwhelming metallic aura!
Zhou Jiruo's soul essence was elemental in nature, granting her heightened sensitivity to all elements.
What kind of freak is this guy? He's clearly only a C-rank soul, yet he can transform his spiritual energy into 2 different attributes.
Zhou Jiruo furrowed her brow, puzzled. Most people's spiritual energy lacks attributes. Only through soul transformation can one unleash attacks imbued with specific elements. However, most martial souls possess only a single attribute, or none at all. Typically, a soul that can manifest attributes must be at least B-rank. Moreover, elemental soul spirits are inherently more powerful than non-elemental ones, a difference that becomes increasingly pronounced with higher cultivation levels. A soul like Lu Ming's, possessing 2 attributes, should never be a C-grade soul by any measure.
The second form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Shatter Stone. Lu Ming swung his sword, and within the seemingly insignificant blade's glow lay terrifying power. Beasts possessed keen senses, and a 5th-grade beast's intelligence was already quite formidable. Upon sensing the terror of Lu Ming's strike, a flicker of panic crossed the Storm Eagle's eyes. It instinctively tried to turn and flee, but the cave entrance was far too narrow for its massive frame. Even walking normally would cause it to scrape violently against the walls. This explained why the walls were so smooth. They had been worn smooth over countless years of the beast's constant passage. Unable to turn around, retreating backward proved too slow to evade Lu Ming's strike. What tormented the Storm Eagle most was that within this cramped passage, it couldn't even fully spread its wings, rendering many of its techniques useless. In desperation, it opened its beak and expelled a ball of azure spiritual energy, forming a thin shield of energy before itself. Lu Ming, aiming for a decisive strike, had poured nearly all his strength into this sword thrust. Even a 5th-grade demon beast known for its thick hide and tough defense might not withstand it. Much less the Storm Eagle, whose attributes were extremely unbalanced. The sword light struck, shattering the fragile shield as easily as tearing through paper. The sword's residual force struck the Storm Eagle with undiminished power, exploding upon impact. The immense force shook the entire mountain range. In the blink of an eye, the cave collapsed with a thunderous roar. When the dust settled, the original cave entrance was nowhere to be seen, as if the entire mountain had collapsed upon itself. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming froze in shock. Holy crap? This isn't giving me points? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, a streak of green light shot out from the base of the mountain range and landed on his identity card. Here it comes. Lu Ming eagerly pulled out his ID card to see how many points a 5th-grade perfect demon beast would yield. At that moment, both Gong Mengfei and Zhou Jiruo were stunned. Whoa! How can it be this powerful? Zhou Jiruo was so shocked she sucked in a sharp breath. As a member of a major clan, she knew exactly how formidable this Storm Eagle's combat power was. In the strategy guide provided by their clan, the best approach was indeed to corner the Storm Eagle in a cave passageway and kill it there. While this seemed straightforward, executing it was anything but easy. First, as a 5th-grade perfection-level demon beast, the Storm Eagle might be described as a squishy chicken with weak defenses, but that comparison was against other 5th-grade perfection demon beasts specializing in defense. Among the newcomers, the highest cultivation level was only half a step into grade 5. Even if the Storm Eagle is fragile, it's not that easy to injure. The main issue is that the Storm Eagle moves incredibly fast, and the cave passage is extremely short. Without overwhelmingly lethal means or powerful restraining martial arts, it simply cannot be contained. Once the Storm Eagle bursts out of the cave and soars into the sky, even well-equipped squads from major clans and noble families with fully optimized soul configurations face a high probability of disaster. Unless, of course, one employs powerful external interventions. Like the Crimson Talisman in Zhou Jiruo's possession. But such talismans weren't commonplace, they were extraordinarily valuable. Even someone like Zhou Jiruo, nurtured with her family's full resources, possessed only one. Zhou Jiruo had initially dismissed Lu Ming's earlier words as mere bravado and even mocked him. Now it seemed she was the real fool. Wow! 5,000 points. Looks like securing 2 top 5 spots won't be so tough after all. Lu Ming held up his ID card and handed it to Gong Mengfei with excitement. When she saw the extra 5,000 points on Lu Ming's card, Gong Mengfei didn't know what expression to make. She had slaved away for 2 hours slaying beasts, nearly wearing down the edge of her ice soul sword, and had only managed to scrape together a few hundred points. And here was Lu Ming in less than 3 minutes, 5,000 points had landed in his account. This stark comparison made her realize that comparing oneself to others could truly be infuriating. Where's your ID card? Give it to me. Gong Mengfei instinctively pulled out her own ID card. Before she could react, Lu Ming snatched it away. By the time she registered what had happened, Lu Ming had already returned the card. Seeing the 53,600 points on her card, Gong Mengfei nearly cried from sheer emotion. With this many points, barring any surprises, she was practically guaranteed a spot in the top 5. Lu Ming, this isn't right. You gave me all yours. What about you? Lu Ming chuckled, what's the big deal? We'll just hunt a few more 5th-grade demon beasts later. Zhou Jiruo stared at the sudden surge of points on Gong Mengfei's card, her heart filled with envy. After hesitating for a long while, she approached Lu Ming with a touch of awkwardness. This time, her usual arrogance and haughtiness were nowhere to be seen. Her tone had softened considerably. Lu Ming, could you take me along too? Her coy demeanor, coupled with that sweet, honeyed voice, sent a jolt through Lu Ming's sturdy frame. What the hell is wrong with you? Are we that close? No way. Zhou Jiruo, who usually carried herself with a confident, older sister-like demeanor, felt awkward pretending to be so coy. Hearing Lu Ming's response, her act shattered instantly. Her eyebrows shot up in a furious frown as she snapped, you saw everything, and now you're pretending nothing happened just because I put my clothes back on? Chapter 114, I can't walk anymore either. Hearing this, Gong Mengfei shot Lu Ming a suspicious look. Lu Ming's face flushed bright red as he stammered in denial. Don't talk nonsense. I really didn't see anything. Zhou Zhirua gave a disdainful snort. Oomph. Lu Ming, are you even a man? Pull up your pants and deny everything?
Seeing her accusations growing more absurd, Lu Ming hurriedly interjected.
Cough cough. Enough. Even if I didn't see it, saying such things could seriously damage my reputation. I'm a man of integrity, not some immoral scoundrel. Taking you along isn't impossible, but there's a fee. Charge? You. Zhou Zhirua's face flushed crimson with anger, a wave of defeat washing over her. Though Zhou Zhirua's beauty wasn't of the kind that could make fish sink or birds fall from the sky, nor could it rival the moon's radiance or make flowers blush, she was undeniably a captivating beauty whose charm grew with time. Combined with her enviable figure and a womanly charm that belied her age, she had always been a striking presence wherever she went over the years. Young and old alike couldn't help but give her a second glance. It was only natural. After all, those more mature and alluring than her lacked her youthful beauty. Those more beautiful than her lacked her unique aura. In the past, she wouldn't have had to ask for anything. Even the slightest hint of her willingness would have drawn men rushing to assist her. Over time, Zhou Zhirua had grown accustomed to it. But with Lu Ming, everything changed. Though she could feel the intense heat in Lu Ming's eyes as he stripped her bare, this man defied all expectations. Not only did he treat her with such brutality, but now he even wore an expression of impatience. This filled Zhou Zhirua with both hatred and fury, while simultaneously igniting a fierce desire for conquest within her. Watching Zhou Zhirua pant heavily, Lu Ming felt a wave of heat wash over him. He tried to look away, but inexplicably, his gaze kept returning. After several failed attempts, Lu Ming could only console himself. Ahem, this just proves I'm a normal man. Lu Ming no longer suppressed his nature, staring straight at Zhou Zhirua. Right, charge. We're not exactly close, and let's not forget you tried to attack me earlier. I'm already doing you a favor by not eliminating you. You want me to help you grind points? How can that be free? My only redeeming quality is refusing freeloaders. Zhou Zhirua snapped, then aren't you freeloading off me? Lu Ming rolled his eyes. I refuse to be taken advantage of. I never said I couldn't take advantage of others. Anyway, if you want me to help you grind points, you have to pay. Otherwise, forget it. After several deep breaths, Zhou Zhirua finally suppressed her anger and asked, her cheeks still flushed, fine. Name your price. Lu Ming held up 3 fingers, no haggling. Zhou Zhirua had expected Lu Ming to demand an exorbitant price, and she'd braced herself for being fleeced. But upon seeing his 3 fingers, she smiled. At that moment, she found Lu Ming not quite as detestable as before. Without another word, Zhou Zhirua pulled 3 blank spirit stone storage cards from her storage space. Who knew you'd be so reasonable? Here you go. Lu Ming stared at Zhou Zhirua as if she were an idiot, snapping irritably. 3,000? Are you trying to give to a beggar? I said 30,000. Zhou Zhirua gasped in shock. 30,000? You might as well just go rob someone. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Isn't that exactly what I just did? Besides, don't think I don't know the Academy rewards you for making the top 5. And on top of that, your families will surely offer their own rewards too. The combined value of all these rewards would easily surpass 30,000 ethereal stones. Where else can you find such a sweet deal where you only need to put up a little money and then just sit back and reap the rewards? Besides, without your spirit artifact now, you can't even leverage your soul advantage. On your own, forget the top 5, making it into the top 100 will be tough enough. Think it over yourself. If you can't handle it, forget it. I'm not dragging along dead weight. Zhou Zhirua gritted her teeth in fury. Who are you calling dead weight? Lu Ming shrugged. Though he said nothing more, it felt like he'd said everything. In truth, Lu Ming was right. By convention, making it into the top 5 would earn substantial rewards from the Academy, plus a generous bonus from their respective clans. Though the specifics varied each year, the total value typically hovered around 50 to 60,000 ethereal stones. Lu Ming's price of 30,000 was, it must be said, remarkably well timed. It's possible, but could you please return my spirit artifact first? That way, if you ever need help, I could assist you, right? Lu Ming chuckled. Sure, I'll pay for it. Since this counts as repeat business, I'll give you a discount all items at 30,000 each. Now, how many pieces do you want to buy? Zhou Zhirua had never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. But in this situation, she had no choice after all. Lu Ming held all the power. I don't have that much cash on me right now. I'll owe you for now and pay you back slowly later. Lu Ming's brow instantly furrowed. Pay it back slowly? You're not planning to stiff me, are you? Speaking to Lu Ming made Zhou Zhirua feel like her heart was about to burst from the anger. I'm the daughter of a prominent family. How could I possibly renege on a debt? Lu Ming retrieved paper and pen from his storage space and handed them to Zhou Zhirua. Write me an IOU. And you should at least put down a deposit. 3,000 is way too little. You need to pay more. Zhou Zhirua, thoroughly exasperated by Lu Ming, took the paper and pen. She found a rock of suitable height, perched her pert bottom on it, and began writing the IOU. Does it look good? Gong Mengfei whispered beside Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently staring mesmerized at Zhou Jiruo's pert behind and replied instinctively, "It looks good." The words had barely left his mouth when he realized something was off. He immediately pointed to a clump of foxtail grass beside Zhou Jiruo and said, "Look, isn't that foxtail grass beautiful? I've loved these things since I was a kid. I think they're prettier than flowers." Gong Mengfei pouted, a pang of jealousy welling up inside her. Soon, Zhou Jiruo handed Lu Ming the completed IOU, then produced a gold card and handed it to him. "Consider this 30,000 as payment for getting me into the top 5 this time." Lu Ming looked at the gold card, then back at the IOU. Zhou Jiruo intended to redeem all her spirit artifacts, totaling 120,000 empty spirit stones. Add the 30,000 spirit stone fee for leveling services, and he just earned a whopping 150,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming grinned widely as he tucked away the IOU, then retrieved Zhou Jiruo's weapon to return it to her. At the same time, Lu Ming couldn't resist adding, "Thanks for the business, okay? Hit me up for more deals like this in the future." After learning the approximate rankings and points from previous years through Gong Mengfei, Lu Ming calculated that at his current efficiency, even if they only hunted demon beasts, securing a top 3 spot shouldn't be too difficult. If a few more suckers came along to offer their kindness, it would be even easier. After all, hoarding all those points was mostly for show and didn't serve much practical purpose. It would be more sensible to transfer some to Zhou Jiruo so she could exchange them for some ethereal stones. Seeing Lu Ming's beaming expression, Zhou Jiruo inwardly seethed, wishing she could slap him silly. "Oomph. Let him bloat for now. Once I conquer him, I'll slowly break him in. Let's go." By our calculations, the 3 of us need a solid 18 or 90,000 points to be safe. We'd better pick up the pace. Lu Ming hoisted Gong Mengfei onto his back. Just as he prepared to accelerate his movement to cover ground, Zhou Jiruo stepped in front of him. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "What do you want now?" Zhou Jiruo's lips curved slightly. "I'm injured too. I can't walk any further." Chapter 115, is this all Lu Ming's doing? Lu Ming eyed her up and down. "Have you developed a taste for faking injuries? You were running so fast just now, and now you can't walk?" Zhou Jiruo pouted. "I don't care. I just can't walk anymore. I paid you to be here. You have to carry me." Lu Ming's face darkened instantly. "Didn't you see I'm carrying an injured person? Stop messing with me. Do you even want to make it into the top 5 anymore?" Zhou Jiruo chuckled. "I paid you. That's not my problem to worry about." Gong Mengfei instantly saw through Zhou Jiruo's scheme. She immediately wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Ming's neck, pressing her entire body against his. Simultaneously, she let out soft moans in his ear, adopting a pitifully helpless expression. Lu Ming was now caught between a rock and a hard place, but for the sake of the ethereal stone, he endured it. Lu Ming swept Zhou Jiruo into his arms, cradling her in a princess carry. "Hold on tight yourself. I won't be responsible if you fall." With that, Lu Ming immediately activated his movement technique and sped toward the location of the 5th grade perfection demon beast. 3 hours later, the trio rested by a pond. During this time, Lu Ming had slain 4 more 5th grade perfect demon beasts, 5 5th grade advanced demon beasts, and 10 5th grade intermediate ones. In total, they earned 70,000 points. During this period, Lu Ming's methods left Zhou Jiruo utterly stunned. Except for 2 5th grade perfect demon beasts that were too fast and managed to evade once, whether they were intermediate, advanced, or perfect, Lu Ming basically took them all down with a single sword strike. Beyond marveling at his terrifying offensive power, Zhou Jiruo was profoundly shocked by the sheer volume of spiritual energy Lu Ming possessed. Not only had he slain so many beasts along the way, but he'd also relied on martial arts techniques for movement. Such spiritual energy expenditure was nothing short of terrifying. Even if Lu Ming was only at the mid-4th grade cultivation level, it was staggering. Even martial artists at the half-step 5th grade level, especially those with heaven-grade spiritual veins, couldn't sustain such exertion. Zhou Jiruo sat beside Lu Ming, her eyes fixed intently on him, scrutinizing him with the meticulousness of an archaeologist examining a newly unearthed artifact. Feeling slightly uncomfortable under her scrutiny, Lu Ming grumbled, "I'll admit I'm kinda cute, but you don't have to stare like that." This time, Zhou Jiruo didn't argue back. Instead, she blinked her large, sparkling eyes and asked with genuine curiosity, "Lu Ming, do you have some special illusion technique? Did you deliberately disguise your spirit vein and soul essence? Could it be that your soul essence is actually Super A grade and your spirit vein is heaven grade?" Lu Ming was utterly baffled. "What are you talking about? What kind of illusion could possibly fool Weisstein Zhaoqua?" Zhou Jiruo thought it over seriously and realized Lu Ming had a point. "Then how come your attack power and spiritual energy are so ridiculously high? Your attacks are fierce enough, but your spiritual power reserves are just absurd. Even those of us with heaven-grade spiritual veins couldn't sustain this after so many battles and constant travel. But looking at you, you seem to have plenty left in the tank." Lu Ming smiled. "Actually, there's not much left, just a tiny bit. This is the terrifying advantage of a divine-grade spirit vein and simultaneously activating 9 spirit veins.
Not only does it recover at an astonishing rate, but the sheer volume of stored spiritual energy is truly staggering. When it came to sheer spiritual energy reserves, forget about Zhou Zhirua and the others who were only half a step into the 5th rank. Even Zhang Xianlin, a 7th rank martial artist, couldn't match it.
Each of Lu Ming's spiritual veins is as vast as the sea. Even the second technique of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Stone Shattering, could now be used as a basic attack. This is the true power of a divine-grade spiritual vein. Zhou Zhirua asked incredulously, "You're telling me there's only a little bit left? You don't even seem to be out of breath."
Lu Ming scratched his nose and said, "Honestly, just a tiny bit left.
Maybe it's because of my unique natural constitution." Stop dwelling on these trivial questions. I have a question for you too. Tell me, are the rewards for topping the entrance exams at our academy fixed? Or? Zhou Zhirua understood what Lu Ming was thinking and shook her head. Of course not. Can the top spot with 60,000 points possibly be the same as the top spot with 100,000 points? While the official rewards might not differ much, behind the scenes, it's anyone's guess. A lot of things don't get put out in the open. But one thing is certain, the higher the points, the greater the benefits. These benefits might not always be cultivation resources or wealth, they could also be opportunities to venture into special secret realms or dungeons for training. Hearing this, Lu Ming instantly perked up. I see. Well, looks like we'll have to work extra hard then. I'm determined to claim that top spot. After resting for a few more minutes, Lu Ming once again shouldered one and carried another as he pressed onward. For Lu Ming, fatigue was irrelevant, he simply enjoyed running while carrying heavy loads. Before the Storm Eagle Cave, a group of over 50 people had gathered here. At the very front stood 3 men and 1 woman. These 4 were Nangong Tianyu, Sima Xingyu, Long Qingting, and Zhong Taichong. Behind them were the family members they had each gathered. Before the trial began, the 4 had already made an agreement to practice their skills together by slaying a 5th-grade demon beast and to eliminate Lu Ming in the process. For the first 5 hours, they spent most of their time searching for teammates to join their group, leaving them with barely any points. When they finally assembled their team and prepared to make their move, they were green with rage. This was largely due to their awkward positioning. Nangong Tianyu and his group had gathered near the same spot where Lu Ming had teleported in. Consequently, after forming their team, their search routes for 5th-grade demon beasts largely overlapped with Lu Ming's. They'd been scrambling for over an hour, only to find the grade 5 demon beast's lair already looted each time they arrived. This Storm Eagle was their 10th empty-handed attempt. Nangong Tianyu, Sima Xingyu, Long Qingting, and Zhong Taichong all wore grim expressions. Nangong Tianyu was so furious he smashed a large boulder in front of him to pieces with a single punch. Damn it! Our luck is just awful. How many times can we strike out in a row like this? Sima Xingyu shook his head. If you ask me, once or twice could be chalked up to bad luck, but striking out over 10 times in a row? That's just not normal. And that Storm Eagle was a tough nut to crack even among 5th-rank perfect demon beasts, yet it was taken down. I reckon someone's out here specifically hunting 5th-rank demon beasts. Zhong Taichong raised an eyebrow at this. So this person has some serious ambition, huh? Sima Xingyu nodded. I believe this individual aims to secure first place with an overwhelming points advantage. Long Qingting frowned deeply, but even if Bai Bingbing took the lead, uniting the Zhou, Huang, and Zhao families to hunt these 5th-rank demon beasts, it still wouldn't be possible. I refuse to believe the others would willingly give up so many points. Sima Xingyu chuckled, of course not. The delicate balance between our great clans and noble families must be maintained. I don't think this is their doing. Zhong Taichong's eyes widened as if struck by a sudden realization. You mean, this was done by that mud-legged peasant named Lu Ming? Chapter 116, Sima Xingyu's Cunning Scheme. Sima Xingyu's expression also turned grave. There's no one else it could be. And given his capabilities, it's not entirely impossible. Upon hearing this, Nangong Tianyu snorted coldly. Oomph. You really think highly of him? Back on the aerial arena, it was only because I underestimated him. Otherwise, how could I have let him get so cocky? At Nangong Tianyu's words, Sima Xingyu and the other 2 frowned, remaining silent. As outsiders, they knew full well that Nangong Tianyu's defeat back then was no fluke. But to spare his feelings, none of them chose to call him out on it. Seeing the awkward silence, Nangong Tianyu's heart sank. He spoke up, since you're all convinced it's him, let's just say it is for now. He's clearly trying to embarrass us. Without a 5th-grade demon beast, and having wasted so much time already, even if we spent every remaining moment hunting, it would be incredibly difficult to scrape together 30 or 50,000 points. What are your thoughts on this? Long Qingting and Zhong Taichong exchanged glances before turning their eyes to Sima Xingyu. Within their circle, Sima Xingyu was famously known as the master of ideas. Clearly, they all wanted to hear his thoughts. As Sima Xingyu felt all 3 pairs of eyes converge on him, a flash of pride flickered in his eyes. He thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. Sima Xingyu smiled faintly. Well, I do have a solution. What is it? Tell us. Nangong Tianyu and the others asked in unison. A ruthless glint flashed across Sima Xingyu's face. First, we need to adjust our mindset. Lu Ming's performance has been outstanding. Frankly, even though his spirit veins and soul essence aren't strong, his combat prowess is simply absurd. Honestly, even with a full set of spirit artifacts at our disposal, I doubt we could do better than a 50-50 chance against him. And that's with him having zero resources to support him. What if he receives the Academy's focused cultivation in the future, with endless resources, and his cultivation catches up? Wouldn't we be crushed beneath him, unable to lift our heads? Where would that leave the prestige of our great clans and noble families? Such an extraordinary commoner cannot be tolerated neither by us nor by those above. Commoners have two choices, either serve us as loyal dogs, or else, ha! Sima Xingyu's eyes darkened with malice as he traced a finger across his throat. Long Qingting's heart skipped a beat, a look of unease spreading across her face. This isn't quite right. He's someone Vice Dean Zhao has taken a liking to. Plus, he successfully challenged the 36th floor guardian beast right after arriving. He's probably already caught the attention of many academy leaders. If we take him out here, those leaders will likely come after us afterward. Zhong Taiqiang nodded in agreement. Qingting's right. Even if we need to eliminate him, it shouldn't be us doing it. Given our current status and standing, if the academy leadership really comes after us, whether our families can protect us is another matter entirely. Nangong Tianyu already harbored hatred toward Lu Ming. Hearing Sima Xingyu's suggestion, he felt a surge of secret delight. He looked at Zhong Taiqiang and Long Qingting with a cold smile. That guy is arrogant to the core. Someone like that will never be useful to us. If we don't eliminate him now, before he becomes too prominent, we'll likely face another Yu Taijie in the future. At the mention of Yu Taijie, Zhong Taiqiang and Long Qingting's expressions darkened instantly. Long Qingting furrowed her brow, puzzled. Are you overestimating Lu Ming? While his combat prowess seems extraordinary now, his soul essence and spiritual veins are his fatal flaws. Unlike Yu Taijie back then, whose soul essence and spirit veins were both exceptional. Comparing the two isn't really fair, is it? Sima Xingyu chuckled. Don't forget, our academy possesses numerous methods to enhance soul essence grades. If Lu Ming continues to maintain such absurd combat prowess, the academy leaders not affiliated with our clans will surely step in to help him elevate his life soul's grade. By then, we'll likely be left in the dust. If it comes to that, forget about taking him down, we'll likely be living at his mercy. Didn't your uncles tell you what life was like for them back then under Yu Tai's calamity aura? Seeing the two still hesitating, Sima Xingyu pressed on. Besides, I never said we'd have to do it ourselves. Seeing Sima teasing them like this, Nangong Tianyu couldn't help but urge him, just spit it out already. What's your plan? You're killing us here. Zhong Taiqiang and Long Qingting also turned their gaze towards Sima Xingyu. We'd love to hear more. Sima Xingyu's lips curled upward into a sly grin. He wants to hunt a 5th grade demon beast, right? Well, why don't we give him a hand? If we lure enough 5th rank demonic beasts together, even with his insane combat prowess, I refuse to believe his spiritual energy won't eventually run dry. If he dies at the hands of spirit beasts, what does that have to do with us? Even if those above suspect us, without direct evidence, they can't do anything about it. Nangong Tianyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You're something else. That's downright devious. Far from being offended, Sima Xingyu replied with smug satisfaction, thanks for the compliment. After pondering it, Zhong Taiqiang and Long Qingting also deemed the plan feasible and agreed to it. With the plan approved, Sima Xingyu outlined his specific arrangements. Under Sima Xingyu's direction, the four quickly divided their tasks. The Nangong family members were tasked with tracking Lu Ming's movements and whereabouts. The Sima, Long, and Zhong families were tasked with luring the demon beasts. According to Sima Xingyu's estimates, they would need to lure a total of 35th grade demon beasts. Most of them would be high-level beasts. Such a number of 5th grade demon beasts would drain the life out of anyone, let alone a mid-4th grade martial artist. Even a 5th grade martial artist at peak strength would be worn down to death. After the tasks were assigned, the members of the four families dispersed. The trial secret realm was vast, and finding Lu Ming within it would be no easy feat. But all difficulties were insignificant in the face of financial power. With a sweeping gesture, Nangong Tianyu wrote an IOU for 10,000 ethereal stones, encouraging others to provide information on Lu Ming's whereabouts. Within an hour, his financial cloud had pinpointed Lu Ming's location. When Nangong Tianyu found Lu Ming, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. Isn't that Zhou Zhirua, the aloof and unapproachable beauty who usually keeps others at arm's length? How did she end up with Lu Ming? When he saw Lu Ming scoop Zhou Zhirua into a princess carry, Nangong Tianyu's brain instantly short-circuited. Holy crap! What kind of love potion did this guy slip her? He got her in such a short time? How come I never noticed she was such a flighty person before? Chapter 117, The Bloodthirsty Spider Canyon. Nangong Tianyu and the others trailed far behind Lu Ming, all the while discreetly relaying their location to Sima Xingyu and the others. An hour later, the Nangong clan members stared in stunned silence. Within that hour, they witnessed Lu Ming slaughter 5th grade demon beasts with the ease of butchering chickens and dogs.
In that brief hour, they personally witnessed Lu Ming slaying 1 5th rank peak demon beast, 4 5th rank high demon beasts, 6 5th rank mid demon beasts, and 7 5th rank low demon beasts. That added up to a staggering 53,000 points. Such a score would have easily secured a top 5 ranking in previous years. Yet, for Lu Ming, this was merely the tally from a single hour of combat. What was most terrifying was that after eliminating so many demon beasts and constantly using martial arts techniques to traverse the terrain, Lu Ming had not once used a pill to restore his spiritual energy. Consider this, even Nangong Tianyu, who possessed a heaven-grade spiritual vein, had already consumed 1 spirit-restoring pill just to maintain his movement techniques. Others had already taken their second pill by now. A member of the Nangong family leaned close to Nangong Tianyu and whispered, "Brother Tianyu, this guy is just too damn abnormal. After all this time of rushing and hunting demon beasts, he shows no sign of fatigue whatsoever. In fact, he seems to be getting more and more energized. With someone like this, maybe we shouldn't mess with him?" Nangong Tianyu shot him a vicious glare. "What the hell are you scared of? No matter how strong he is, he's still just a C-grade soul-bound waste with a human-grade spirit vein. We've got 2 major clans and 2 powerful families backing us, what's there to fear? Enough nonsense. Get me detailed terrain maps of all grade 5 demon beasts in the vicinity. Today, we'll crush him right here." Nangong Tianyu's eyes burned with savage intent. Deep down, he was truly terrified. Lu Ming's current display of power was terrifying. Nangong Tianyu was certain that if Lu Ming were allowed to grow stronger, he would become an even more unstoppable force than Yu Taijie. Lu Ming had cast a shadow over Nangong Tianyu's mind. Now, only one thought occupied his thoughts: to eliminate Lu Ming. After being berated by Nangong Tianyu, the man dared not utter another word. He could only quietly summon Emma and begin studying the terrain around the 5th grade demon beast's lair. After Lu Ming set off, a look of surprise and delight flashed across the face of the man who had been scolded by Nangong Tianyu. He hurried over to Nangong Tianyu's side and said, "Brother Tianyu, the direction he's heading now strongly suggests he's going to summon the bloodthirsty demon spider. The bloodthirsty demon spider's lair is in a small canyon. That gorge is surrounded by towering cliffs on all sides, with only one entrance. If we wait until Lu Ming enters, then lure those 5th rank demon beasts in with him, and finally block the exit, he won't stand a chance." Nangong Tianyu couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. "Excellent. Excellent. Excellent. Then hurry and relay this intelligence to Sima Xingyu and the others. We'll strike at the bloodthirsty demon spider's lair." The Nangong clan swiftly disseminated the intelligence. Upon receiving the message, Sima Xingyu's face also broke into a smile. "Humph, the bloodthirsty demon spider gorge. That bastard sure knows how to pick a spot. If it were anywhere else, we might have had to put in some effort." Sima Xingyu glanced at the 10 5th grade demon beasts they'd lured out using special methods and chuckled, "But now? Piece of cake. Guys, step it up. Herd these beasts into the bloodthirsty demon spider gorge." Nangong Tianyu reported that Lu Ming already has tens of thousands of points. "Add these 5th grade beasts to the mix, and our share should secure us a decent ranking." The same words echoed from Zhong Taichung and Long Qingting's mouths. Lu Ming halted before a canyon and immediately extended his spiritual senses. When he sensed the aura of the bloodthirsty demon spiders within, a smile touched his lips. "Looks like we've got some decent luck after all. None of the 5th grade demon beasts we've encountered so far have been claimed by others." Zhou Jiruo, however, frowned slightly. She found it peculiar. Setting aside the overwhelming strength of fully matured grade 5 beasts, it was downright illogical that virtually none of the early or mid-stage grade 5 beasts had been hunted. By normal standards, the great clans and noble families should have already gathered and begun systematically hunting grade 5 beasts by now. Yet, after all this time, they had hunted so many 5th grade beasts without a single one escaping. A woman's intuition made Zhou Jiruo sense something was amiss. Moreover, for no apparent reason, the sight of this gloomy, eerie gorge filled her with an uneasy foreboding. Gong Mengfei spoke up, "Lu Ming, maybe we should switch to hunting a different beast." Hearing Gong Mengfei's suggestion, Zhou Jiruo chimed in, "Yes, we should switch to another one." Though neither Gong Mengfei nor Zhou Jiruo had spoken throughout the journey, Lu Ming could sense the palpable tension between them. Seeing them unexpectedly agree on something, he couldn't help but chuckle. "What's gotten into you two? It's just a bloodthirsty demon spider, after all. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like this is our first time slaying a 5th grade demon beast at peak power." Gong Mengfei glanced once more at the narrow, gloomy gorge, fear flickering in her eyes. "I don't know why, but ever since we arrived here, my right eyelid hasn't stopped twitching. My 6th sense tells me we'll face danger if we go in." Zhou Jiruo immediately agreed, "I feel the same way. A woman's intuition is usually spot on. Let's just skip this bloodthirsty demon spider. With your efficiency, making it into the top 50 is a sure thing anyway." Lu Ming listened to their arguments, feeling both amused and exasperated. "What 6th sense? That's all nonsense. Relax, I'm fast. It's just a tiny bloodthirsty demon spider, I'll take care of it with one strike. If one strike doesn't do it, 2 strikes will."
Besides, I'm not just aiming for first place, I need to pull way ahead of the rest. With that, Lu Ming brushed aside the two women's attempts to stop him and strode swiftly into the canyon. Far away, Nangong Tianyu grew increasingly anxious as Lu Ming lingered at the canyon entrance without entering. The commotion when Sima Xingyu and the others lured the demon beasts over would be considerable. The terrain outside was open. If Lu Ming spotted them, he could easily escape given his speed. Just as Nangong Tianyu felt at a loss, Lu Ming suddenly strode into the canyon and vanished from their sight. Seeing Lu Ming vanish, the man who had been glared at by Nangong Tianyu earlier couldn't help but clap his hands. Brother Tianyu. They're inside. This gorge stretches endlessly. The bloodthirsty demon spider's lair lies at its deepest point. Even with Lu Ming's formidable skills, it'll take him at least 15 minutes just to get in and out. That's plenty of time for Sima Xingyu and the others to arrive. Chapter 118, Blocked. Upon entering the gorge, towering cliffs flanked both sides. Numerous crimson spider webs hung from the rugged cliffs. Within the webs hung human-shaped cocoons. Clearly, these were victims slain by the bloodthirsty demon spiders. The spider had fashioned these corpses into human cocoons and hung them throughout the gorge, flaunting its power. Lu Ming chose to ignore it all, charging forward with his head down. After 7 or 8 minutes, he reached the end of the gorge. In the center of the mirrored stone wall, a pitch-black opening gate. Standing outside, one couldn't see what lay within, but Lu Ming could sense an overwhelming aura through his psychic powers. The bloodthirsty demon spider is a demon beast with exceptionally versatile abilities. Not only does it possess formidable offensive power, but it also wields potent venom and considerable control abilities. Beyond that, it moves with remarkable speed and can achieve brief flight using its webs. It's an extremely troublesome demon beast. The best way to deal with it is the same as with the storm eagle: trap it inside its den and finish it off. Lu Ming chuckled, thanks for the tip. Perhaps it was because he had already slain several 5th grade perfection demon beasts. Lu Ming now felt no fear toward these 5th grade peak demon beasts. As the words fell from his lips, his sword already swept through the air. The sword chi struck the stone wall, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Soon, a series of urgent squeaks echoed through the cave. Within Lu Ming's spiritual perception, a massive creature was charging out of the cavern. Gripping the thousand-shaped sword, Lu Ming silently calculated the distance, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the bloodthirsty demon spider. Just as he was measuring the distance, a sudden gust of wind blew out from the cave. Then, countless red spider threads shot out from within. These threads moved with astonishing speed, reaching Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Startled, Lu Ming swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into wind attributes and swung his sword. The sword swing unleashed a violent gale. The silk threads were instantly blown apart, scattering to the sides. Though the threads appeared flimsy, upon hitting the ground they became as rigid as steel bars, plunging deep into the earth. Whoosh! As Lu Ming froze in shock, a massive black shadow slid down the strands. Simultaneously, a crimson web shot toward him at lightning speed. Lu Ming's expression changed instantly. He shoved the two women out of the way and channeled his spiritual energy into a metallic aura, swinging his sword at the dark figure. The web hit the ground, oozing a pool of crimson liquid that immediately began sizzling and curling with wisps of green smoke. Clearly, the web contained potent venom. Relying on his abundant spiritual energy, Lu Ming naturally unleashed the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. The bloodthirsty demon spider possessed exceptionally keen senses. Sensing the extraordinary nature of Lu Ming's strike, it instantly shot a strand of silk toward the wall beside it. Then, with a swift whoosh, it darted sideways, evading the strike. Only then did Lu Ming get a clear look at the bloodthirsty demon spider. Its form differed little from an ordinary spider. It was nearly hundreds of times larger, its entire body a blood-red hue that looked quite intimidating. Its enormous eyes fixed on Lu Ming. After emitting 2 sharp squeaks, a brilliant red glow erupted from its body. Its body suddenly arched upward, its bulging rear end raised high as it unleashed a barrage of webs toward Lu Ming like a machine gun. Lu Ming had already witnessed the potency of these venomous webs firsthand. He dared not risk contact. Seeing the sky filled with webs, he blurted out, "Holy!" Lu Ming's reaction was swift. He instantly channeled his spiritual energy into fire attributes and slashed out with his sword. This time, the sword chi from his draw-style strike transformed into a fiery curtain. The spider webs rapidly shrank upon contact with the flames, eventually melting into pools of charred liquid that splattered onto the ground. Recently, Lu Ming had easily slain several 5th grade peak demon beasts in succession, causing him to forget that despite his formidable attacks, he was still only at the mid-4th grade cultivation level. If he were truly struck by these 5th grade peak demon beasts, even with his sword transformation technique, it would be absolutely brutal. Moreover, he wasn't alone now. Lu Ming swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into metallic properties, unleashing 2 slashes at the bloodthirsty demon spider. With these overlapping strikes, Lu Ming was confident that even the bloodthirsty demon spider's formidable defenses wouldn't save it from meeting its end. Yet, unexpectedly, the bloodthirsty demon spider instantly shot numerous strands of silk toward the surrounding mountain walls. Moving with astonishing speed along these threads, it could shift in any direction, its trajectory impossible to track. Lu Ming's strikes naturally missed their mark. Though he severed many strands, the bloodthirsty demon spider swiftly repaired them. Damn it! How sneaky! A surge of anger welled up in Lu Ming's heart as he unleashed over a dozen more strikes in rapid succession. Yet, without exception, every single one missed. Damn! It's so slippery. Seeing he couldn't land a hit on the bloodthirsty demon spider, Lu Ming had no choice but to call for help. Xiaoming, please help. Hai Xiaoming was utterly speechless at this moment. I haven't fully recovered yet. Do you have any idea how much energy it takes to control it? Do you know how long it takes me to recover that energy? Hearing Hai Xiaoming's complaints, Lu Ming silently uttered 10,000 ethereal stones. Hai Xiaoming immediately fell silent. Simultaneously, 2 streams of blue water surged forth from Lu Ming's body. The water collided in midair, instantly forming a massive water curtain that enveloped all the bloodthirsty demon spider's webs. Retract! Hai Xiaoming's voice rang out. The water curtain rapidly contracted, eventually forming a massive water sphere suspended in midair. The bloodthirsty demon spider thrashed wildly within the sphere, its 8 razor-sharp legs flailing like blades. Under its struggle, the sphere quickly began to crack. You have 3 seconds. Every second beyond that costs 5,000 ethereal stones. Lu Ming sucked in a sharp breath, daring not to waste a moment. He immediately activated sword transformation technique in 4 symbols sword intent, then unleashed a stone-shattering strike with his metal-attributed spiritual energy. The sword light pierced the sphere, exploding with a thunderous boom. The bloodthirsty demon spider was instantly torn to shreds. A red light flashed, and Lu Ming's ID card registered another 5,000 points. Phew! Finally done. Damn it, looks like I'll have to be more careful later. Otherwise, calling in outside help is just too expensive. Lu Ming stowed away the soul fragment, waving his ID card at the 2 women with a grin. How was it? A woman's intuition has nothing to do with you two, you're just girls. See? Despite a few hiccups, I handled it easily. Gazing at the severed limbs of the bloodthirsty demon spider, Gong Mingfei murmured to herself. Could it be that girls' intuition really is weaker than women's? But why does my right eyelid feel like it's twitching even more now? Thump thump thump. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds echoed from the canyon entrance. Lu Ming heard the commotion and immediately pressed his ear to the ground to listen. Soon, his expression darkened. This is bad. A large number of massive beasts are heading straight for us. We're trapped in here. Chapter 119, Joining Forces to Slay the Beasts. Zhou Zhirua and Gong Mengfei panicked upon hearing this. What should we do now? Lu Ming's expression also turned grave. Judging by the chaotic footsteps, he estimated at least 20 demon beasts were approaching. Based on the distance and sound, they were likely quite large. While a beast's strength wasn't necessarily tied to its size, it was certain that most large beasts possessed formidable power. Lu Ming scanned their surroundings. Aside from a single exit, 3 sides were enclosed by towering cliffs. These cliffs were smooth and slippery. Unlike the bloodthirsty demon spiders, they lacked the ability to scale walls or cling to surfaces. Let's wait and see. Logically, the higher a demon beast's cultivation, the stronger its territorial instincts. These are likely 4th-grade beasts. If they're all 4th-grade beasts, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. After 2 or 3 minutes, the sounds grew louder, and Lu Ming and the others could now make out some blurry shapes. When she saw the swarming beasts, Zhou Zhirua's face paled, her voice trembling as she spoke. Oh no! They're all 5th-grade beasts. As the beasts drew nearer, Lu Ming too sensed their oppressive aura. What's going on? These 5th-grade beasts' territories are supposed to be scattered. Why would they gather here out of nowhere? Before being lured here, the beasts had been doused with a special powder, sending them into a frenzied state as they charged relentlessly toward Lu Ming and his companions. Zhou Zhirua pulled out the red talisman her family had given her for protection. By now, Lu Ming and the others could clearly see the beasts' forms, and Lu Ming's divine sense accurately detected their auras. Upon discovering that every beast was a 5th-grade demon beast and that 3 of them were even at the peak stage, an unprecedented gravity washed over his face. So many 5th-grade beasts? Even he found this situation headache-inducing. Left with no other choice, Lu Ming could only turn to Hai Xiaoming for help once more. Xiaoming, could you? Before he could finish, Hai Xiaoming's voice cut in. 100,000 ethereal stones. I'll block them for 3 seconds. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Don't hold back any tricks you have. I can only hold them off for 3 seconds at most. If we can't quickly reduce the demon beast's numbers, we're done for. Zhou Zhirua gripped her staff tightly, her palms drenched in sweat. I do have one technique with tremendous offensive power. If it hits, it can instantly kill at least 3 beasts. But it requires a 5-second incantation. I can't guarantee the timing, though, so I can't promise it will land. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. What's the attack range for this technique? Zhou Zhirua calculated, 70 meters or less. Good. Then listen to me. Start casting the spell the moment I tell you to release it. Lu Ming released his divine sense fully, silently calculating the distance in his mind. When the beasts closed to within 100 meters, he shouted, now.
Zhou Zhirua instantly tossed the crimson talisman into the air and began chanting. As peculiar notes flowed from her lips, a crimson beam shot from her staff, striking the talisman. Simultaneously, a wave of water surged from beneath Lu Ming's feet, rolling forward. When it reached the demon beast's feet, it suddenly solidified. The beasts, which had been charging forward at full speed, were instantly immobilized. Lu Ming now channeled his full strength into the sword transformation technique, visualizing the four symbols sword intent in his mind. The 9 immortal great spiritual veins behind him undulated like soaring dragons, their colossal spiritual energy surging into the 1,000 transformation sword like a raging river. 8th Desolations Sword Sutra, second form, Shatterstone. Lu Ming swung his sword twice in an instant. For each strike, Lu Ming channeled his spiritual energy into distinct attributes, thunder and metal. The thunder-attributed strike struck one beast, instantly erupting in blinding lightning. Countless bolts exploded, forming a small lightning domain that paralyzed the frontmost beasts. The subsequent metal attribute strike instantly shattered 2 high-grade 5th rank and 2 mid-grade 5th rank demon beasts into pieces. Within 3 seconds, Hai Xiaoming's tactics proved ineffective. Among the remaining beasts, only those with ranged attacks remained stationary to fire their projectiles, while the rest charged violently toward the trio. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the sky. Red talismans exploded, sending 4 massive fireballs hurtling down from the heavens. Each fireball measured over a meter in diameter, engulfed in surging flames and radiating extreme heat. Even from a considerable distance, Lu Ming could feel the scorching heat radiating from them. Thanks to Lu Ming's precise calculations, all 4 fireballs struck their targets accurately. 2 of them landed squarely on the heads of the 2 5th-grade perfect demon beasts. Though not instantly killed, the 2 5th-grade perfect demon beasts lay on the ground, howling in agony, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. The other 2 fireballs, though missing their targets, exploded upon impact, showering the ground with countless sparks. The flames that landed on the beasts instantly crippled many of them. Yet, as if oblivious to the pain, these beasts charged forward relentlessly, engulfed in flames. Suddenly, a blue sword light surged into the air, causing the temperature to plummet sharply as vast flakes of ice crystals fell. Lu Ming turned to see Gong Mengfei, gritting her teeth against the pain in her leg, rise to her feet and unleash her most powerful martial art, Frozen Wasteland. After unleashing the strike, her face paled as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her aura weakened considerably. Clearly, she had suffered backlash from some secret technique temporarily boosting her power. The falling ice crystals struck the demonic beasts. While they didn't freeze them outright, they severely slowed their movements. Lu Ming had no time to inquire about her injuries. He simply gave her a thumbs up. Mengfei, well done. Casting the talisman earlier had also taken a heavy toll on Zhou Zhirua. Her spiritual energy rapidly depleted, and after summoning another wave of fireballs, she leaned heavily on her staff, gasping for breath. I can't go on. It's up to you now. If you can't handle this, we'll likely meet our end here. Using an identity card to surrender and teleport required time and a relatively stable environment. In their current predicament, they didn't even have the option to surrender and be teleported away. After Zhou Zhirua had struck down 2 5th-grade peak demon beasts with her opening move, the remaining foes, though numerous, were no match for her in quality. Lu Ming darted through the horde with his lightning step, drawing their attention while slashing them down with his sword. After a full 5 minutes of relentless combat, Lu Ming finally halted his assault. By then, the gorge had become a river of blood. Streams of light flew into Lu Ming's identity card. Though this intense battle hadn't depleted his spiritual energy, it had left him utterly exhausted. His tongue hung limply as he plopped down onto the ground, panting heavily. Phew! Damn it, finally done. Chapter 120, I've been right beside you all along. Zhou Zhirua walked over to Lu Ming and handed him a red pill. What the hell is this? It's not poison, is it? Lu Ming took the pill, asking warily. Zhou Zhirua rolled her eyes at him. I only have a few hundred points on me right now. Killing you wouldn't get me any points. What would I gain from it? Lu Ming pondered her words, finding them somewhat reasonable. His curiosity piqued, he asked, what kind of pill is this? What exactly does it do? Honestly, it smells like some kind of aphrodisiac. Just from sniffing it, Lu Ming felt his qi and blood flow accelerate noticeably. His previously exhausted body surged with renewed vitality. It's a rebound pill. It restores energy quickly. Though a few of the herbs in it do seem to have the effect you mentioned. Is that so? Then I suppose I should give it a try. Lu Ming swallowed the pill and immediately felt a warm current circulating within him, his strength rapidly returning. Outside the bloodthirsty demon spider gorge, members of the 4 major families had gathered. Hearing the tremendous commotion from within the gorge, Nangong Tianyu gave Sima Xingyu a thumbs up in praise. Thanks to your cunning plan. Otherwise, relying solely on us, we probably wouldn't have taken down this mud-legged peasant so easily. Zhong Taiqiong chimed in, exactly. This way, we not only eliminate Lu Ming as a variable before he can pose a threat, but we also use his hand to wound these demon beasts. When we go in later, we'll be raking in points for free. Nangong Tianyu suddenly sighed. That mud-legged peasant Lu Ming dying is one thing, but it's a shame about Zhou Jiruo.
Zhong Taiqiong caught the implication in Nangong Tianyu's words and chuckled. Then why not go in now? Maybe you can snag something still warm. Sima Xingyu heard the commotion gradually die down and chuckled. Time to move. If we're lucky enough to catch Lu Ming before the beasts tear him apart, we might even snatch his points too. That guy's got a hefty score on him right now. You hold the entrance here. If anyone approaches, drive them away immediately. Sima Xingyu and his three companions believed that with Lu Ming and Zhou Jiruo's combined strength, they should be able to severely wound most of the demon beasts. With their own combined strength, they were confident they could handle the aftermath. Thus, they chose not to bring any additional companions. In the canyon, Lu Ming, who had been resting, suddenly turned his head toward the exit. He sensed someone rapidly approaching from that direction.
Ever since Lu Ming had helped her calculate her attack timing earlier, Zhou Jiruo had suspected his senses were extraordinary. Seeing the change in his expression now, her heart sank.
What's wrong? More beasts? Lu Ming shook his head. People are coming. Their aura is formidable. A venomous look flashed across Zhou Jiruo's face. I knew these beasts appeared suspiciously. It's that bastard Nangong Tianyu's doing, I knew it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He urgently asked, do they have a way to control these demon beasts? Earlier, only 3 of the beasts had reached the peak of the 5th rank, but even the weakest among the rest possessed 5th rank cultivation. With such a large number of beasts, if these major clans and noble families possessed the ability to control them, wouldn't that also mean they had the capability to swiftly eliminate them? Zhou Jiruo understood Lu Ming's concern and shook her head. It's not so much control as using special drugs to lure them out. It's like waving a red cloth in front of a bull, it'll chase you relentlessly. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. That bastard actually tried to kill me. Looks like he can't be left alive. To draw so many beasts, they must have a large force. This spells trouble. As the group drew nearer, Lu Ming's spiritual senses began to faintly discern their numbers. Not many, just 4. Looks like their bedding will be too weakened by the beasts to fight back, hoping to pick up the scraps. Poof. Since they're so confident, I'll give them a surprise they won't forget. A cold gleam flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he vanished into the pile of beast corpses. Minutes later, Nangong Tianyu and his 3 companions arrived at the deepest part of the gorge, chatting and laughing. Spotting the piled-up demon beast limbs and pools of blood from afar, Nangong Tianyu chuckled. This fellow has some skill, huh? To kill so many beasts under these circumstances. All thanks to Xingyu's strategy. Had we acted rashly, we'd have suffered heavy losses. Sima Xingyu had been wearing a broad smile, but upon realizing they hadn't spotted a single living beast even after reaching this point, a sense of unease suddenly gripped him. Something's not right. We need to check it out immediately. Sima Xingyu declared, leading the way with his swift footwork. When the 4 stood amidst the pools of blood, they couldn't help but gasp in horror. They're all dead. Long Qingting's expression darkened as she surveyed the scattered beast corpses. Nangong Tianyu froze for a moment. Spotting Zhou Jiruo and Gong Mengfei recovering nearby, he immediately scanned the area for Lu Ming's figure. Yet, he found nothing. Nangong Tianyu's eyes gleamed with madness as he demanded of Zhou Jiruo, where's that mud-legged peasant? Zhou Jiruo glared coldly at the 4 of them and demanded, have you all lost your minds? Trying to kill me? Do you think my Zhou family is weak and easy to bully? Sima Xingyu forced an awkward smile. Sister Zhou, you misunderstand. We're not targeting you. There's been a misunderstanding. Why don't you tell us where Lu Ming is? Once we've dealt with him, the 4 of us will apologize to you. How about that? With neither Lu Ming nor his body in sight, Sima Xingyu felt a surge of panic. Taking down 35th grade demon beasts was no easy feat, even for the combined forces of their 4 major families. Yet here they were, defeated by just 3 people, Lu Ming and his companions. They knew Zhou Jiruo's strength inside out, and as for Gong Mengfei, she was practically negligible. They understood clearly that Lu Ming was the driving force behind this battle. This only served to highlight Lu Ming's overwhelming power. The dread in Sima Xingyu and his 3 companions toward Lu Ming multiplied several-fold. If they truly failed to kill Lu Ming here now, they feared they wouldn't even be able to sleep soundly in the future. Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but laugh aloud when she saw the panic in their eyes. Ha! Now you're scared? Why bother trying in the first place? Upon hearing this, Nangong Tianyu immediately summoned his soul essence and roared furiously, Zhou Jiruo, you'd better know your place. Tell us where Lu Ming is hiding, or don't blame us for being ruthless. In this secret realm, even if we kill you, we have so many demon beasts to cover for us. We can easily find any excuse to cover it up. I advise you not to make a mistake. Zhou Jiruo's lips curled slightly as she gestured toward the piles of demon beast remains scattered around them. If you're so eager to know, I'll tell you. Lu Ming has been right beside you all along. Chapter 121, The Understanding Sima Xingyu. What? By our side? Nangong Tianyu and the other 3 were utterly shocked. They hadn't sensed Lu Ming's presence at all just now. If they could have sensed him, that would have been a miracle. Since Nangong Tianyu and the others hadn't yet cultivated their spiritual seas, Lu Ming could conceal his aura with his divine sense. Of course they couldn't sense him. As Zhou Zhirua finished speaking, the pile of demon beast remains beside Long Qingting suddenly exploded. Lu Ming burst out from within. Before Long Qingting could react, Lu Ming struck with lightning speed, delivering a hand blade strike to the back of her head. The tremendous force sent her eyes rolling back, knocking her unconscious. Lu Ming hadn't forgotten Zhou Zhirua's earlier warning. Long Qingting's soul-bound magical cat possessed group immunity to control spells. After subduing Long Qingting, 3 water columns instantly surged from beneath Nangong Tianyu and the others, propelling them into the air. The water columns instantly split apart, transforming into ropes that bound the trio. As the trio crashed back to the ground, Hai Xiaoming's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. All done. 10,000 each. Oh, right. Same deal as always, 3 seconds included. Any extra time costs extra. Lu Ming glared up at the suspended trio, his expression darkening. Then why don't you let them down? Lu Ming had no immediate intention of killing them, otherwise, a single sword strike per person would have sufficed. Once the trio hit the ground, Lu Ming showed no mercy. He unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks upon them before retrieving metal hooks from his storage space. He hooked them onto their scapulae and finally bound their hands with rope. The scapula was a crucial point for channeling spiritual energy. Hooking it rendered them unable to use any. Only then did Nangong Tianyu and his companions comprehend their predicament. They never imagined Lu Ming possessed such formidable means of subjugation. Nangong Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine as Lu Ming fixed him with a cold, piercing stare. Don't you dare. Our clan has men blocking every exit. If you dare harm a single hair on our heads, none of you will live to see tomorrow. Zhong Taichung hastily added, right. We have reinforcements outside. I refuse to believe your earlier control technique could simultaneously subdue dozens of people. After a moment of panic, Sima Xingyu quickly regained his composure. In his view, Lu Ming wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's terrifying combat prowess capable of slicing through a 5th-rank perfect demon beast like cutting through a cucumber, he would have sent them to meet their ancestors moments ago. Sima Xingyu watched Lu Ming silently. He knew well that in their current predicament, saying less would be more comfortable. It must be said that although Sima Xingyu was wicked at heart, he was indeed a clever man. Upon hearing Zhong Taichung and Nangong Tianyu's words, Lu Ming's face twisted into a cold sneer. He swung his palm, unleashing a barrage of blows upon the two. He didn't stop until their faces were contorted and they were reeling from the blows. Damn it, can't tell the difference between the big and small kings, huh? You dare threaten me in this situation? Lu Ming's ferocity made Sima Xingyu's heart pound wildly. When Lu Ming's gaze fell upon him, Sima Xingyu forced an awkward smile. Brother Lu, I think there might be some misunderstanding here. You crossed the line, and I admit it. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Well, you're quite the reasonable fellow. Well then, that saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Hand over all your spirit artifacts and anything of value. Sima Xingyu's expression darkened slightly as he replied with feigned reluctance, Brother Lu, as the saying goes, leave a little room for future encounters. You don't have to be so ruthless. How about this? I'll give you all the ethereal stones I have on me. Deal? Lu Ming snorted coldly. Don't you see the situation clearly? You lot have no standing to bargain with me now. You have 2 choices, do it yourself or I'll do it. Choose. After a moment's hesitation, Sima Xingyu raised his hand. Then please untie me. I'll handle it myself. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Good choice. Summoning the 1,000-shaped sword, Lu Ming cut open his own flesh before fixing his gaze on Sima Xingyu. Sima Xingyu swiftly produced all his spirit artifacts along with a gold card. All 4 of Sima Xingyu's spirit artifacts bore 38 spirit patterns, truly top-tier quality. Zhou Zhiruo approached Lu Ming and whispered, the type of talisman I used earlier, they have it too. It was precisely that red talisman Zhou Zhiruo had used earlier that allowed her to wound 2 5th-grade perfect demon beasts with a single strike. The talisman's power was quite astonishing. Even if Lu Ming couldn't use it himself, selling it would be extremely profitable. Lu Ming tapped Sima Xingyu's cheek with his 1,000 changes sword, his voice dripping with malice. You're not being honest, are you? What about the protective talismans your clan gave you? You really think I'm some bumpkin? Get moving. Sima Xingyu shot Zhou Zhiruo a vicious glare before pulling out a purple talisman. 3 thunder patterns were etched upon it. Just holding it in his hand, one could feel an explosive thunderous power radiating from it. Nice stuff. Lu Ming immediately took it all without hesitation. Next, Lu Ming personally stripped Nangong Tianyu and Zhong Taichung of every last spiritual artifact they possessed. When it came to Long Qingting, Lu Ming learned from his mistake and had Gong Mengfei handle it instead. Long Qingting's soul essence leaned toward support, making her combat prowess relatively weak. Consequently, her spirit artifacts were of the highest quality. All 4 of her spirit artifacts bore 39 spirit patterns. Moreover, Lu Ming sensed a surprisingly potent divine consciousness fluctuation emanating from one of the necklace-style artifacts.
It was likely a spirit artifact designed to enhance perception and resist divine consciousness interference and attacks. When Gong Mengfei handed these artifacts to Lu Ming, he waved his hand dismissively. These artifacts are all of excellent quality. You keep them. This left Zhou Zhirua green with envy. These were 4 top-tier third-grade spirit artifacts. And Lu Ming was just handing them over so easily. Noticing the envy in Zhou Zhirua's eyes, Lu Ming smiled and asked, "What's the matter? You want them too?" Zhou Zhirua's heart leapt with delight at his direct inquiry. She nodded and gave a soft hum. Little did she expect Lu Ming to burst out laughing, then keep dreaming. Ha ha. You. Zhou Zhirua was furious enough to feel her liver ache, but she couldn't do anything about Lu Ming. She could only stomp her feet in a huff. Lu Ming retrieved a flask of water he'd stashed from his storage space during his wilderness monster hunting days and splashed it onto the faces of Nangong Tianyu and Zhong Taichong. The shock jolted them awake. When they finally focused on Lu Ming, their eyes blazed with fury, yet they dared not utter another word of abuse. Of course, that was mainly because Lu Ming had whacked their mouths so hard they were now crooked, several teeth missing, leaving them speaking with a lisp. Lu Ming pressed the Thousand Changes sword against Nangong Tianyu's neck and coldly demanded, "Hand over everything you were carrying. Otherwise, I'll send you both to meet the king of hell." Nangong Tianyu was about to curse back when Sima Xingyu sighed softly. "Tianyu, it's better to resolve grudges than to hold on to them. You were in the wrong first. Just admit it. I've already handed over everything." Sima Xingyu wasn't exactly reluctant to see Nangong Tianyu and Zhong Taichong beaten. He mainly feared these two might spill the beans about his role in orchestrating this plan. His words were meant to shift the blame entirely onto Nangong Tianyu. After all, he had no desire to suffer physical punishment himself. Chapter 122, Who Said Words Must Always Be Kept? Nangong Tianyu and the others were stunned. They hadn't expected Sima Xingyu to maintain such composure. "You?" Sima Xingyu gave a wry smile. "A wise man knows when to bow his head. Sometimes you just have to swallow your pride." Lu Ming chuckled, "See? Look at how enlightened he is. That's precisely why you two got beaten while he didn't." Though reluctant, Nangong Tianyu and Zhong Taichong had no choice but to accept their fate. With no other choice, they emptied their storage spaces of all valuable items, including the protective talismans given to them by their families. Long Qingting, who never possessed strong offensive abilities, wisely handed over her possessions after being roused. After collecting their belongings, Lu Ming transferred all their points to his own card. With that settled, Lu Ming proceeded to bind their hands and feet together. After a brief rest to recover his strength, he strung the 4 of them together with a rope and dragged them out. Members of the 4 great families were stationed at the canyon exit. Hearing the commotion inside, they all perked up. When they saw the 4 men hanging by their shoulder blades, they all froze in shock. "Brother Tianyu!" The Nangong clan members roared, simultaneously unleashing their soul essences and charging toward Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming calmly pressed the Thousand Changes sword against Nangong Tianyu's throat and shouted, "If you don't stop now, your brother Tianyu's head will be severed." The Nangong clan members glared at Lu Ming with eyes bulging with rage, snarling, "You dare!" Lu Ming said nothing, merely applying slight pressure. The Thousand Changes sword instantly carved a gash across Nangong Tianyu's throat. Feeling the chill against his neck, Nangong Tianyu panicked. He glared furiously at his clan members and roared, "Shut the hell up! Do you want me dead? He's a madman. Don't provoke him. Do as he says." Lu Ming's expression turned serious as he nodded to the crowd. "Yes. He's right. I am indeed a madman. When I go berserk, I'll cut down anyone. Try me if you don't believe me." Upon hearing this, Sima Xingyu, Zhong Taichong, and Long Qingting immediately ordered their own clansmen to refrain from rash actions. Make them hand over all their spirit artifacts. Upon hearing this, Nangong Tianyu and the other 3 turned to look at Lu Ming. Their eyes were filled with shock. Sima Xingyu spoke with a grim expression, "Brother Lu, they are our kin, but they are not slaves. Even if you kill us, they'll still resist such demands." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Oh? Is that so? Then I'll start with you." With that, he raised the Thousand-Shaped sword, pointing it directly at Sima Xingyu. As the killing intent radiating from Lu Ming washed over him, cold sweat instantly broke out on Sima Xingyu's brow. "Brother Lu! Hold on. Let me speak with them first." Lu Ming waved his sword. "Fine. I'll give you a few minutes." The remaining men, though individually weaker than Nangong Tianyu and his group, held the advantage of sheer numbers. If it came to a fight, Lu Ming wasn't entirely confident of victory, which was why he intended to use the lives of Nangong Xingyu and the others as leverage. Sima Xingyu silently cursed Lu Ming's ancestors 18 times over in his mind before turning to his clan members. "Take off your spirit artifacts." The Sima clan members heard this but remained silent, none of them handing over their spirit artifacts. Sima Xingyu's earlier words were not wrong. These were merely their clan members, not slaves. While Sima Xingyu and his influence could command them to assist with menial tasks, asking them to surrender their spirit artifacts and possessions was another matter entirely. These artifacts hadn't blown in on the wind, they'd been earned through hard work and traded within their families.
No one was willing to part with what they'd painstakingly accumulated. Lu Ming chuckled. Seems they all want you dead.
Feeling the chill behind him, Sima Xingyu's expression darkened as he coldly retorted.
Don't forget who my father is. Consider it a debt I owe you. I'll repay you once I return to the clan. If I die here, you won't have it easy either. Hearing this, the Sima clan members exchanged glances. Soon, some began handing over their spirit artifacts. Seeing progress, Lu Ming smiled as he turned his gaze toward Nangong Tianyu and the other two. What about you? Under the threat of death, the three had no choice but to follow Sima Xingyu's example, using IOUs to get their clan members to hand over the spirit artifacts. With a single glance from Lu Ming, Zhou Zhirua swiftly gathered all the spirit artifacts for him. Though inferior in quality to those possessed by Nangong Tianyu and his group, most were still third-grade spirit artifacts, with only a few being second-grade. Even so, the sheer quantity was staggering, translating into a colossal fortune. Surveying the 200-plus spirit artifacts, Zhou Zhirua was deeply moved. While silently mourning these souls, she couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ming's audacity.
Lu Ming's actions, while not literally killing everyone, were practically indistinguishable from murder. The enmity was now set in stone. Truthfully, if Lu Ming hadn't worried that excessive bloodshed might tarnish his first impression with the school leadership, he wouldn't have bothered with them at all. Having witnessed the deep-seated prejudice these aristocratic families harbored toward commoners, Lu Ming resolved to strike first to prevent future attacks. Since backing down wouldn't solve anything, he'd just have to fight it out. As long as he performed exceptionally well, he was confident the school administration wouldn't tolerate these aristocratic and wealthy families running rampant. Brother Lu, we've done everything you asked. Can you let us off now? Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. No rush. Letting you off isn't out of the question, but first, let's see how many of them get eliminated. Seeing the four men starting to get worked up again, Lu Ming added, either they get eliminated, or you do. Your choice. The four, who had been about to protest, fell silent. They firmly believed that if the four major families' men charged together, Lu Ming would be unable to withstand them. But the catch was, all four of them would die. They valued their lives too much, so they conceded. Now Lu Ming presented them with another major dilemma. After weighing their options, they conceded once more. Though numerous, these individuals still fell short in both strength and standing compared to figures like Nangong Tianyu. They concluded that staying behind was clearly the more reliable option. Thus, through a mix of promises and threats, they persuaded their clan members to concede defeat and withdraw. When they saw all members of the four great families teleported away, Lu Ming and Zhou Zhirua visibly relaxed. Earlier, they had feared those people might rush them all at once. Now, with only four remaining individuals who were practically defenseless, they were entirely at his mercy. Sima Xingyu turned to Lu Ming and asked with a smile, Brother Lu, are you satisfied now? Lu Ming nodded with a satisfied smile. Satisfied. Very satisfied. Sima Xingyu glanced at his own shoulder. Well then, what about this? Lu Ming's lips curled into a sneer. Don't even dream about it. Just admit defeat and get lost. Sima Xingyu's expression turned cold. The smile vanished instantly from his face. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Lu Ming and demanded, how could you go back on your word? Lu Ming chuckled. Who says you have to keep your word? You lot are still too young. Learn your lesson next time. Now get lost, or I'll toss you into the demon beast's lair. Then it'll be the beast's doing, not mine. Chapter 123, by Bingbing, Wang Yu. Sima Xingyu and his three companions were so enraged their faces turned pale. But with their collarbones pinned down, they couldn't access their spiritual power. Otherwise, they would have torn Lu Ming apart with their bare hands. Sima Xingyu gritted his teeth and said, Lu Ming, we've already paid a heavy price this time. Why must you push things to such extremes? Lu Ming waved dismissively, his expression utterly unconcerned. Truthfully, I didn't kill you not because I feared your families, but simply to avoid damaging the school leadership's impression of me. I've already taken all your spirit artifacts. Even if I let you live, won't you come after me later? Enough talk. Get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I reckon killing just a few of you wouldn't leave the school leadership with too bad an impression of me. Seeing Lu Ming's resolute stance, leaving no room for negotiation, Sima Xingyu no longer concealed the hatred burning within him. Lu Ming, this feud is settled. I'll repay you 100-fold someday. Lu Ming's face twisted into a sneer. I'll be waiting any time. Sima Xingyu produced his ID card and, swallowing his pride, conceded defeat and departed. With Sima Xingyu leading the way, the remaining trio Nangong Tianyu and the others didn't waste words either. They merely shot Lu Ming a venomous glance before conceding defeat and leaving. As the group departed, Zhou Zhirua and Gong Mengfei collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The earlier scene had truly scared the wits out of them. Zhou Zhirua gave Lu Ming a thumbs up. I really admire your guts. How dare you openly antagonize so many clans? Aren't you afraid they'll target you in the academy later? Lu Ming chuckled. If we weren't willing to be your lackeys, do you really think these great clans and noble families would treat us commoners with courtesy?
We'll face your hostility whether we fight back or not, so why not strike first? To deal with scum like them, you have to hit them hard. Beat them into submission, and my life will finally be peaceful.
Zhou Zhiruo was rendered speechless by Lu Ming's words.
She realized he wasn't entirely wrong.
Just like Yu Taijie back then, he used iron-fisted tactics to silence the major clans.
Let me see how many points I earned this time. Lu Ming pulled out his identity card. Upon seeing the number displayed, he couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Ha! That Nangong Tianyu is a real pain in the neck, but I have to admit, he sure is a competent money-making machine. Without him, I doubt I could have acquired so many spirit artifacts and points in such a short time. Lu Ming's identity card now displayed a staggering 110,000 points once more.
Hand over your card.
After transferring 60,000 points to Zhou Zhiruo's card, Lu Ming tossed it to her.
There. This should be more than enough to secure you a spot in the top 5. Now go.
Zhou Zhiruo stared at the 60,000 points on her ID card and declared with a hint of pride, "Humph.
I'm not going anywhere. Who knows if it'll be enough?
I'm sticking with you until the trial ends."
Lu Ming rolled his eyes. You're like a leech. Why are you clinging to me like this?
Zhou Zhiruo placed her hands on her hips, fuming.
Can't you speak properly? What do you mean stuck to you? If it weren't for me earlier, could you have taken down those beasts so easily? If I hadn't been there, you wouldn't have been able to.
Seeing her getting more and more worked up, Lu Ming quickly cut her off. All right.
If you want to stick around, stick around. Thump. Thump.
Just as the two were bickering, the earth suddenly began to shake violently. Fortunately, the tremors subsided quickly. Zhou Zhiruo looked up at the sky. At that moment, a dazzling ring of crimson light appeared on the horizon.
The safe zone is shrinking.
Lu Ming glanced at the time. Only 5 hours remained until the trial concluded.
Time's running out. Looks like we'll have to step up our game.
The safety zone's initial contraction was slow, allowing Lu Ming and his companions to continue swiftly hunting 5th-grade demon beasts within it.
Another hour passed.
Just as Lu Ming finished slaying a 5th-grade demon beast at its peak, a group emerged from the distance. Leading the group was none other than Bai Bingbing. Beside Bai Bingbing stood a young man whose aura matched hers. This young man was Huang Yu, the strongest individual of the Huang clan, one of the great clans in this generation. Upon spotting them, Zhou Zhiruo hurried over to Lu Ming and whispered their identities to him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming showed not the slightest surprise. Given the aura of Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu, he knew without Zhou Zhiruo's explanation that they belonged to a major clan or wealthy family. For Lu Ming, the specific family they came from didn't matter.
After all, anyone who dared to attack him deserved to be robbed.
Lu Ming looked at Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu with a broad smile.
So you two are here to snatch our points? Huang Yu's expression darkened, but before he could speak, Bai Bingbing cut in.
Bai Bingbing smiled faintly.
Lu Ming, you're joking.
The purpose of this entrance assessment is to let us hunt demonic beasts and demonstrate our strength, not to pit us against each other. Besides, we have no recent grievances or long-standing grudges against you. Why would we steal your points? We simply wish to hunt this demon beast ourselves. Since Lu has already claimed it, we'll simply seek another target. With that, Bai Bingbing pulled Huang Yu away. Watching the Bai and Huang families walk away, Lu Ming felt a wave of gloom wash over him.
Oh no! We ran into someone with brains. What a bloody loss! After muttering this, Lu Ming turned to Zhou Zhiruo with a sincere expression and asked, "Do you think I'm too principled? Shouldn't we have just snatched it from them earlier?" Hearing Lu Ming's infuriating words, Zhou Zhiruo's lips twitched.
Meanwhile, Huang Yu shot Bai Bingbing a displeased look. That guy must have a ton of points on him, and he's acting so aggressive. Why didn't we just take them? That way, we could not only get points but also ask Nangong Tianyu for some ethereal stones.
Bai Bingbing chuckled. Have you considered what we'd lose if we couldn't beat him? We've already accumulated nearly 50,000 points. Reaching over 50,000 in the remaining time shouldn't be difficult.
For us, securing a top 5 spot is practically guaranteed. Why take such a risk?
Huang Yu frowned. You think so highly of him? With all of us, what's there to fear? Bai Bingbing sighed. I trust my instincts. If you think you can handle it, then go ahead and take your people.
Bai Bingbing was slightly stronger than Huang Yu. Since she had spoken, Huang Yu could only offer a forced smile. Over the next period, Lu Ming hunted down more demon beasts and shared some with Gong Mengfei. After her points reached 61,000, he still held 98,800 points.
During the final hour, the safe zone shrank rapidly. The trio abandoned further demon beast hunting and instead pushed relentlessly toward the center of the safe zone. Within the final safe zone, the remaining students all wore expressions of profound relief. Once inside, even if they were eliminated, their points would be recorded. When the safe zone stopped shrinking, Huang Yu frowned amidst the crowd. Ha! Where are Nangong Tianyu and the others? Could they have been eliminated? Bai Bingbing scanned the area and remarked coldly, haven't you noticed? It's not just Nangong Tianyu. Sima Xingyu, Zhong Taichong, and Long Qingting are missing too.
It seems they made a pact before the trial began to eliminate Lu Ming together.
Huang Yu's heart skipped a beat at this revelation. His gaze toward Lu Ming was now thick with apprehension. Chapter 124, Crushing First Place. 12 hours later, a massive vortex appeared in the sky. A tremendous suction force emanated from within, pulling everyone out. Back at the entrance,
Lu Ming immediately sensed numerous hostile gazes directed at him.
he turned to see members of the Nangong, Sima, Zong, Long, and Yu clans gathered together, all glaring at him with vicious hatred. Their gazes seemed to want to tear him limb from limb. When Bai Bingbing saw the looks on Nangong Tianyu and the others' faces, her earlier suspicions were confirmed. At the same time, she silently rejoiced at her choice back then. After seeing Lu Ming and the others emerge, Zhao Linger approached, her face brimming with curiosity as she whispered,
"How did you end up hanging out with those big clan people?"
Lu Ming shrugged and chuckled. Well, she saw how incredibly heroic I am and got completely smitten. Now she's stuck to me like glue, can't shake her off for the life of me. Zhou Jirua shot Lu Ming a glare and snorted coldly, though she didn't deny it. Zhao Linger pointed at Nangong Tianyu and the others, asking, why are they staring at you like that?
Could it be you eliminated them all?
Lu Ming nodded. Yep. And I snagged a few spirit artifacts while I was at it. Zhao Linger's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lu Ming.
You actually did that?
Lu Ming looked utterly innocent. Didn't you say the academy had no rules against seizing spirit artifacts? Besides, they started it. If this were in Xianzhou Prefecture, they'd be dead already. Zhao Linger shook her head and smiled bitterly. It had to be you. This really escalates the conflict between you guys. But don't worry too much, my grandfather actually thinks highly of you. Within the academy, even if they dislike you, they'll have to abide by the rules. Zhao Linger looked at Lu Ming with eager anticipation. Since you eliminated them all, your points must be pretty high. Do you have a shot at the top 5? If you don't make the top 5, you'll be cleaning my stalls to pay off your debt. Lu Ming pulled out 2 gold cards and handed them to Zhao Linger. Even if I don't get the reward, I can still pay you back. She stared at the gold cards in her hands, each containing 30,000 ethereal stones. Zhao Linger stared at Lu Ming in utter shock. Where did you get so many empty spirit stones? Zhou Jirua, long accustomed to Lu Ming's generosity, murmured, that's nothing. He's got over 200 spirit artifacts stashed away in his storage space. Hearing this, Zhao Linger felt her head spin. She had assumed when Lu Ming mentioned snatching some spirit artifacts, he meant grabbing a few items as a token gesture. Turns out, he'd literally cleaned out the major clans. Hum. A faint hum suddenly echoed through the sky as a massive projection materialized mid-air. The rankings are out. Instantly, all eyes focused on the rankings. This leaderboard only tallies those who made it into the final circle. The first name displayed was Qin Lo, with 5,200 points, ranking 1,206. This meant a total of 1,206 contestants had made it to the final circle. Row after row of names flashed by, and within mere seconds, the list had reached the top 100. Because Lu Ming had eliminated most of the Nangong, Sima, Zong, Long, Yu, and Zhou families, many unfamiliar faces appeared within the top 100. At the 50th position, Lu Ming spotted Kong Hong's name, while Hong Sin occupied 49th place. Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly as he sighed, those two still have some skills. Even after I beat them like that, they still managed to get this ranking. Amidst the crowd, Kong Sen and Kong Hong leapt up in excitement upon seeing their rankings. In previous years, the top 300 had been dominated almost entirely by members of the great clans and wealthy families. Originally, they had assumed that losing their spirit artifacts to Lu Ming had severely weakened them, and making it into the top 500 would be a decent achievement. They never expected that after Lu Ming eliminated most of the major family's members, they would actually break into the top 50. From afar, they caught sight of Lu Ming, their eyes brimming with gratitude. The top 5 rankings were about to be revealed. All eyes were glued to the projection screen. Huang Yu, 50,205. Bai Bingbing, 51,004. Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu froze slightly upon seeing their rankings, both turning their gaze toward Gong Mengfei beside Lu Ming. A question simultaneously arose in both their minds. How many points does this guy have? He actually pushed a mid-4th grade cultivator into the top 3? Soon, the name for 3rd place appeared as well. Zhou Jirua, 60,003. Gong Mengfei, 61,002. The crowd erupted in an uproar upon seeing their rankings. Even Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu were stunned. In previous competitions, the top 10 rankings were always extremely close. Typically, a gap of just a few hundred points between competitors like him and Huang Yu was considered normal. They had assumed that while Lu Ming and his team scored higher, the gap wouldn't be too significant. They never imagined that Gong Mengfei and Zhou Jirua would surpass them by as much as 8 or 9,000 points. That's equivalent to slaying 2 5th-rank perfection demon beasts. Though the top spot hadn't been revealed yet, everyone knew who it belonged to. Among those who had entered the safe zone, only Lu Ming's name was still missing. In that instant, all eyes turned to Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming was truly the center of everyone's attention. Facing the gazes of so many, Lu Ming offered a faint smile.
Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed across the projection screen, and then a massive name and ranking filled the entire display.
Lu Ming, 98,801. Whoa! 98,800. Holy cow, how did he pull that off? A gasp erupted from the crowd, its source unknown.
Like a chain reaction, the entire venue erupted into chaos, everyone seemingly marveling at how Lu Ming had achieved such a feat. Zhao Linger froze in place. Her expression was blank as she stared at Lu Ming. The three of you have over 200,000 points combined. Where did you get all those points? Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, just killed a few more 5th grade demon beasts, and there you go. In truth, out of the 100 5th grade demonic beasts, the majority had fallen by Lu Ming's hand.
Gong Mengfei, seeing Zhao Linger's astonished expression, covered her mouth and giggled, then dropped another bombshell.
To be precise, it wasn't the three of us. He did most of the killing himself. We two were basically just tagging along. Zhou Zhiruo didn't dispute this. After all, aside from that one time in the bloodthirsty demon spider gorge, he hadn't lifted a finger the rest of the time. He'd practically treated Lu Ming like a human rickshaw. Calling it tagging along was actually quite fitting. Zhao Linger was plunged into shock, unable to recover for a long time. When she finally snapped out of it, she immediately grabbed her phone, snapped a photo of the projection, and sent it to Zhao Qua. Suddenly, Emma's gentle voice echoed through the air. 20-minute intermission. Students on the leaderboard, please adjust yourselves and prepare for the second round of assessments. Chapter 125, The Ultimate in Bad Luck. Seeing Lu Ming's sky-high score, Zhao Linger chuckled. Although the final ranking combines both rounds, with that terrifying score you got in the first round, even if you forfeit the second round outright, that top spot is yours for sure. Surrender? Won't that affect the school leadership's impression of me? Zhao Linger frowned, pondering for a moment before replying, probably. After all, no one likes someone who lacks the courage to step onto the field. Lu Ming pouted. Oh well, I was hoping to get out of it. After Emma's announcement, numerous drones immediately flew into the air. Each drone dropped peculiar square objects. Upon hitting the ground, they rapidly expanded, forming 30x30m arenas. Within mere minutes, 50 arenas were instantly constructed. Once the arenas were ready, the sophomore-level examiners took their places atop them. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed a small screen beneath each arena displaying the name of the defending challenger. Following each name was a flame icon. The number of flames varied for each person. Some had only one, while others had 3 or even 5. Lu Ming scanned the names and discovered that the minimum number of flames behind each challenger's name was 1, while the maximum reached 9. Pointing at the flames on the screen, Lu Ming asked Zhao Linger with curiosity. Teacher Zhao, what do the flames behind the challengers' names mean? Ah, that represents the challenger's strength. The more flames, the stronger the challenger. For example, that one with just 1 flame behind his name? His strength is practically the weakest among the sophomore students. Someone like that? Based on the strength you've shown so far, I think you have a very good chance of taking them down. Those with 5 flames are considered average among sophomores. In past tournaments, even the top-ranked contestant could only manage a 50-50 chance against them. Victory was practically impossible. Those with 9 flames are all ranked on the silver combat list. Any freshman drawn against them gets 1 shot instantly. The second round scoring depends solely on your performance. The defending challenger's strength isn't factored in. Lu Ming's face fell in shock upon hearing this. Holy crap? So if you're unlucky and draw someone from the 9 flames, you're done for in the second round? That's not fair. Zhao Linger chuckled. That depends on individual luck. The Academy believes luck is sometimes a crucial component of strength, which is why they adopted this method. You can't expect enemies on the battlefield to demand a fair fight, can you? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Zhao Linger couldn't help but chuckle. You'd better pray you don't draw the 9 flame card when the time comes. Out of these 50 platforms, only Nangong Tianqi has 9 flames. If you draw him, you're in trouble. To better unlock your potential, the Academy has specially designed these battle platforms. At the start of each duel, a unique protective shield will activate. The shield's energy only protects your vital organs from fatal injury. It won't activate for any other circumstances. There are only 2 ways to end a duel. One fighter is completely unable to stand, or the challenger lasts 5 full minutes. If you draw Nangong Tianqi, he'll definitely go all out against you. If that happens, you'll likely be stuck in the infirmary for 10 days to a fortnight. Lu Ming pursed his lips. What was that silver combat ranking you mentioned earlier? Are the people on it really that strong? Actually, it's simply called the combat power rankings. They're divided into gold, silver, and bronze lists based on the students' cultivation levels. The bronze list is for early 5th rank cultivators, the silver list covers mid-5th to mid-6th rank, and the gold list spans mid-6th to 7th rank. The combat power rankings aren't just about honor. After making the list, you receive a special spirit artifact called a combat power badge. The combat power badge can enhance the potency of a martial artist's techniques. For example, suppose you've only cultivated an advanced tier martial art. But after wearing the combat power badge, even when you perform that same martial art, its effects can rival those of a great perfection tier technique.
Though my analogy might be a bit exaggerated, the enhancement is real. You'll see for yourself once you get the badge. Boost martial arts power? What grade is this insane artifact?
Zhao Linger patiently explained to Lu Ming, while the combat power badge is a spirit artifact, it differs from ordinary ones. It doesn't contain engraved arrays inside. Instead, it's crafted from a special material using conventional techniques. Its effects stem from the material itself, we merely shaped it into a badge form. Therefore, it doesn't have a grade. Alright, you'll learn all these things gradually in time. You absolutely must participate in the second round of assessments. Focus on recovering quickly. Strive for a strong performance in the second round, it will greatly benefit you in the future. At that moment, all the students sat cross-legged, circulating their cultivation techniques to restore their spiritual energy and physical stamina. Lu Ming, however, sat down with a bored expression, pulling out some smoked demon beast meat from his storage space to eat. Thanks to the heaven-grade spiritual vein, even without circulating his cultivation techniques, his spiritual energy could maintain a balance. Combined with his terrifying reserves of spiritual energy, he hadn't actually expended much during the first round of assessments. Lu Ming had only expended physical stamina.
20 minutes passed quickly, and Emma's voice echoed through the air once more. Rest period ends. The second round of assessments officially begins.
First round challengers, proceed to your designated platforms according to your names. After speaking, Emma projected a list of 50 names. Lu Ming scanned it. Their names were nowhere to be found in the first round. Due to Lu Ming's influence, some of the 1,000 participants in this cohort's first round were rather weak, and their true abilities were exposed in the second assessment.
In just over a minute, the first round concluded.
Aside from 2 who conceded early, every single participant was knocked unconscious.
These guys are playing rough,
Lu Ming remarked as he watched the freshmen being carried away by doctors in white coats.
Zhao Linger chuckled, how could they not be?
The longer you hold out, the weaker the defending challengers look.
Afterwards, they'd become laughingstocks.
Of course they'd fight hard to prove their strength.
After the first round concluded, Emma immediately began drawing lots for the second round. Gazing at the projection in the air, Gong Mengfei looked visibly tense.
Lu Ming smiled reassuringly at her.
Mengfei, don't be nervous. Worst case, you can just concede defeat.
With your points, you won't fall out of the top 5 no matter what. Just as Lu Ming was comforting Gong Mengfei, Zhou Zhirua gasped, Lu Ming, you've been drawn. Hearing this, Lu Ming immediately turned his gaze to the projection in the air. The smile vanished instantly from his face when he saw the number 9 arena next to his name.
Damn it.
Usually I'm like a god when it comes to draws, but this time I got cursed.
Chapter 126, this can't go wrong, right?
The defender of Platform 9 was none other than Nangong Tianqi, the sole individual among the 50 contestants to possess 9 flames. Zhao Linger's previously cheerful laughter vanished instantly.
Lu Ming, maybe we should just concede defeat.
The Ruined Sword domain opens in 7 days. Even if you score 0 in the second round, your first round points will still get you in.
Don't be stubborn.
It won't be worth it if you waste time recovering from injuries and miss your chance to enter the Ruined Sword domain.
Lu Ming scratched his head, feeling irritated.
Judging by his aura, Nangong Tianqi possessed a high-tier 5th grade cultivation. Although Lu Ming had slain numerous 5th rank peak demon beasts, much of that success had involved clever tactics. Moreover, Nangong Tianqi possessed combat insignia items that amplified martial prowess, making him a far tougher opponent than any 5th rank peak beast. Given the grudge between Lu Ming and Nangong Tianyu, this guy would surely give him special attention.
But to concede defeat outright?
Not only would it be a blow to his pride, but Lu Ming feared it would also tarnish the impression and evaluation the school leadership had of him.
His actions in the trial secret realm had essentially alienated those families completely.
Without the school leadership's protection, he could be in real trouble.
When Sima Xingyu, Nangong Tianyu, Zhong Taiqiang, Long Qingting, and Yula saw that Lu Ming had drawn Nangong Tianqi, the strongest among the defending challengers, they couldn't help but burst into loud laughter.
Sima Xingyu shot Lu Ming a venomous glare, his voice dripping with malice as he sneered.
What a turn of fortune. That bastard drew Nangong Tianqi. Now we can finally vent our anger. Nangong Tianyu clapped wildly with excitement, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. Ha!
Brother Tianqi promised me earlier that if Lu Ming drew him, he'd help us vent our anger properly.
Who'd have thought the wheel would actually land on him? Now we'll see if this guy has the guts to step onto the stage. Challengers must enter the arena promptly. Failure to do so within the allotted time will result in an immediate forfeit. Emma's voice rang out again.
At that moment, only the number 9 spot remained vacant on the stage.
All eyes were fixed on it. Upon seeing Lu Ming's name, they immediately shifted their gaze to him. Oomph. This guy doesn't even have the guts to step onto the stage, does he? TSK Tisk, who'd have thought our top-ranked student would be such a coward? Ugh, bad luck. The scions of families eliminated by Lu Ming, seeing him delaying his ascent, wore expressions of utter contempt. Hearing their words, a surge of pride welled up within Lu Ming. Damn it! Who the hell called me a coward? I'll get on that stage. What the hell am I afraid of?
Ignoring Zhao Linger and the others trying to stop him, Lu Ming strode swiftly onto the stage.
Nangong Tianqi watched Lu Ming stride onto the stage, a mocking smile playing on his lips. I never expected you to have the guts to actually step onto the stage.
Lu Ming couldn't stand the other's haughty demeanor and snorted coldly.
Ha!
I slice through 5th grade peak demon beasts like cutting vegetables.
Why would I fear you?
I'd advise you to be careful. You wouldn't want to end up split in two by my sword and look foolish.
Nangong Tianqi laughed contemptuously. Ha! Ignorance truly knows no fear. Do you even know I'm ranked 59th on the silver combat power list? In a life or death duel, even a 6th rank martial artist would struggle to defeat me. As for you, though somewhat unique, you're nothing special before me. A mere flick of my wrist will be your limit. But rest assured, I promised my cousin I'd give you a proper welcome on this stage. Even if you're the top-ranked fighter, I absolutely will not let you advance to the ruined sword domain. All contestants in position. The duel begins. As Emma's words faded, a transparent light barrier rose around the arena.
Simultaneously, Lu Ming felt a strange power merge into his body. This must be the protective force Zhao Linger mentioned. Lu Ming didn't know how skilled Nangong Tianqi was, but someone who made it onto the silver combat power rankings couldn't be too shabby.
Lu Ming abandoned any talk of martial virtue.
The moment Emma declared the start, he summoned the 1,000-shaped sword, channeled his spiritual veins, and unleashed the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra. The 8 Desolations Sword Sutra possessed immense power and required no visible incantation motions. To outsiders, it appeared as though Lu Ming had merely waved his sword lightly.
Oomph. So it really is a C-grade soul and a spirit vein of human character.
Who knows what tricks you pulled to sneak into the capital university and set all those mind-boggling records.
But all that ends here. I'll expose your true colors before everyone's eyes. Facing Lu Ming's attack, Nangong Tianqi didn't even bother to take it seriously.
Without even activating his soul essence or spiritual vein, he casually swung a fist, intending to block Lu Ming's strike. Yet, when the sword light effortlessly shattered his fist's momentum, he finally grasped the terrifying power behind Lu Ming's strike. Yet the limited space of the arena meant even if he wanted to defend now, it was too late.
The sword light struck Nangong Tianqi's chest with a clang.
His face drained of color, his throat convulsed, and a mouthful of blood surged into his throat. His body staggered back several steps before he could steady himself. The sword energy dissipated, shattering Nangong Tianqi's outer tunic to reveal the gray soft armor beneath. Upon the soft armor, there were a full 41 spirit patterns. Fortunately, he wore this 4th grade soft armor. Otherwise, Lu Ming's single strike alone would have been enough to finish him. Even so, caught completely off guard, the immense force sent Nangong Tianqi reeling, his blood surging violently. To avoid further humiliation, his lips clamped shut as if stapled together. Blood swelled his cheeks like a frog's, yet he refused to open his mouth. He even forced himself to swallow the blood in his mouth. Witnessing this, Lu Ming gave him a strange look before raising a thumbs up.
Damn impressive.
Lu Ming, the overwhelmingly dominant first-place finisher in this year's trial tournament, was facing off against Nangong Tianqi, ranked on the silver combat power list. This matchup was nothing short of a spectacle designed for maximum hype. Not only was the entire audience watching, but Emma had even arranged for the match to be streamed live on Kyoto University's internal social platform. Under such hype, the livestream quickly drew an audience of 2,000 to 3,000 people. The audience included not only sophomores and juniors, but even seniors already out on graduation assessments and faculty members. When the current scene unfolded, not only did the crowd fall silent, but even the previously bustling live chat went quiet. However, this silence was soon shattered.
Comments largely fell into two categories, the first marveling at Lu Ming's power, the second expressing astonishment at Nangong Tianqi's strength. Meanwhile, Nangong Tianyu's expression froze instantly. Long Qingting murmured softly, this can't go wrong, right? Chapter 127, is his spiritual vein really a matter of luck? Nangong Tianyu glared at Long Qingting with fury, roaring. What nonsense are you spouting? My brother Tianqi is ranked on the silver list of the combat power rankings. How could Lu Ming possibly be his match? Long Qingting pouted, well, this. Nangong Tianyu snorted coldly. Oomph. That was merely brother Tianqi being careless, he simply neglected his defenses. Lu Ming's techniques are indeed impressive, but once brother Tianqi gets serious, Lu Ming won't be able to make any waves. Sima Xingyu, sensing the awkward tension between them, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Lu Ming's attacks couldn't even be blocked by a 5th grade peak demon beast. Its only natural brother Tianqi looked a bit flustered without his guard up. But the more powerful the attack, the greater the spiritual energy drain. Given Lu Ming's cultivation level, he likely won't be able to unleash such an attack again anytime soon. Even if he could, it wouldn't be many times. Now that brother Tianqi is prepared, he should handle it with ease. Once Lu Ming's spiritual energy is depleted, that's when he's finished. On the other side, Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu were equally stunned by the scene. Huang Yu, in particular, wore a look of lingering dread on his face. Huang Yu let out a bitter smile, thank goodness you talked me out of it back then. Otherwise, I'd probably have ended up like Nangong Tianyu and the others eliminated early on. Bai Bingbing smiled helplessly. I knew his methods were extraordinary, but I never imagined he'd be this formidable. He even made Nangong Tianchi look foolish. If it had been us, even that casual strike of Nangong Tianchi's would have been tough to handle. Huan Yu nodded. It was a close call. I felt like I was about to go down right then and there. Lu Ming truly is an unpredictable factor. Though his current soul essence and spiritual veins aren't ideal, for some reason I feel his future achievements won't be any less than Yutaiji's. Yutaiji alone is enough to give us major clans and noble families headaches. Do you think we should? Bai Jingjing shot Huan Yu a look and teased with a laugh, are you crazy? Didn't Yutaiji's incident serve as a stark warning? With top-tier geniuses like this, we should be cultivating relationships, not just suppressing them. Honestly, I'm not too fond of our clan's current approach either. At the end of the day, our nation and this world aren't solely protected by us great clans and noble families. Why can't we tolerate talented individuals from humble backgrounds sharing some of the resources? Anyway, not only will I not make things difficult for Lu Ming, but I'll even voice my own opinions to the family later. As for your Huang family? You'll have to figure that out for yourselves. Zhao Linger, Zhou Jirua, and Gong Mengfei all froze upon witnessing this scene. Zhao Linger covered her mouth in shock. Holy crap! Is this guy that insane? He actually wounded Nangong Tianchi with a single sword strike? Zhou Jirua and Gong Mengfei were startled, but having witnessed countless shocks within the trial realm, they developed some resilience. This is incredible. Even if Lu Ming falters later, this single strike alone will earn him an exceptionally high score. Lack of follow-through? Zhou Jirua repeated the phrase, her expression turning peculiar. Zhao Linger, assuming Zhou Jirua hadn't grasped the situation, explained. Lu Ming's offensive power is indeed exaggerated, but his innate talent, spiritual veins, and cultivation base are his critical weaknesses. At his current cultivation level, I estimate he can only use such techniques twice before his spiritual energy is nearly depleted. Recalling Lu Ming's performance in the trial realm, Zhou Jirua smiled. If Nangong Tianchi isn't confident he can block attacks of this caliber, I think Lu Ming could actually win. Zhao Linger looked at Zhou Jirua with some surprise. You're that confident in him? Zhou Jirua smiled and pointed toward the arena. They've started. See for yourself. On the stage, Nangong Tianchi's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He never imagined that someone he regarded as insignificant would deal him such a heavy blow right from the start. Worst of all, it happened in front of everyone. Nangong Tianchi couldn't afford to lose face like this. I must admit, your attack technique is truly terrifying. Without my spirit artifact, even with my full defensive power, the outcome wouldn't have been much better. If you could pull that off a few more times, I might genuinely struggle to counter you. With such unconventional offensive power, if we were equally matched in cultivation, I might not be your opponent. Unfortunately, at your current cultivation level, you likely can't use that tactic a second time. Now, are you ready to face my wrath? Lu Ming's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes flashing with disdain. Face your wrath? That depends on whether you have the skill. With that, Lu Ming swung his sword once more. The same familiar formula. Nangong Tianchi's expression darkened instantly. He immediately activated his soul essence, thrusting both hands forward. The illusory figure of the thunderclap sword-toothed tiger behind him rapidly expanded, blocking his path. The sword light struck Nangong Tianchi's soul essence, emitting a sharp clang. This time, Lu Ming's strike was indeed blocked, but the immense force sent Nangong Tianchi staggering back another small step. Nangong Tianchi's expression darkened further as he growled in a lowered voice, I refuse to believe you can swing a third sword. This echoed the thoughts of the spectators below. Everyone believed that, given Lu Ming's cultivation level, his spiritual energy should have been completely depleted by now. Oh? You don't believe me? Then I'll show you. Lu Ming chuckled lightly and swung his sword once more. He's just a human-grade spirit vein cultivator. How dare he possess so much spiritual energy? How dare he? While Nangong Tianchi on the stage hadn't lost his mind, Nangong Tianyu in the audience had already snapped. His eyes locked onto Lu Ming on the stage as he roared hysterically. Sima Xingyu, Zhong Taiqian, Long Qingting, and Yu Lu, though not losing their composure like Nangong Tianyu, wore expressions of profound gravity. Huan Yu murmured blankly, is his spirit vein truly just a human-grade one? Such terrifying spiritual energy reserves, even our 3 heaven-grade spiritual veins couldn't match that. Bai Bingbing shook her head, a bitter smile on her lips. I don't know either, but one thing's certain, his spiritual energy reserves far surpass ours. At this moment, many who had never truly faced Lu Ming began to question Nangong Tianchi. What the hell is Nangong Tianchi doing? Getting pushed back once could be chalked up to carelessness, but getting pushed back 3 times in a row? How does he explain that? With this level of strength, he made it onto the silver combat power rankings? He can't even handle a freshman? That's way too inflated. The arena isolated combat fluctuations but not sound. Hearing the voices below, Nangong Tianchi's rage boiled over, his eyes turning bloodshot. This infuriates me. I'll kill you. Chapter 128, you want to fight me? Do you even have the strength? Kill me? Do you even have what it takes?
Lu Ming sneered and swung his sword again.
At this moment, the small stage was incredibly advantageous for Lu Ming. Its compact size meant limited maneuvering space.
At such close quarters, even with Nangong Tianqi's speed, he couldn't evade Lu Ming's sword chi. He could only brace for the impact. Nangong Tianqi watched as Lu Ming swung his sword yet again. His shock had long since turned into utter disbelief.
He couldn't believe it. Lu Ming, merely a human-grade spirit vein cultivator, possessed such terrifying reserves of spiritual energy. I refuse to believe your spiritual power is inexhaustible. Nangong Tianqi seethed inwardly, yet he dared not neglect his defense. The ensuing battle gradually grew intriguing.
Every time Nangong Tianqi prepared to strike back, Lu Ming would swing his sword again. What should have been a one-sided rout by Nangong Tianqi had unexpectedly turned into a defensive battle for him.
2 minutes into the fight, the entire crowd was stunned into silence. Anger had vanished from the faces of Nangong Tianyu and the others, replaced entirely by astonishment.
Nangong Tianyu murmured, he swung his sword over 10 times already. Sima Xingyu now regarded Lu Ming with a hint of apprehension in his eyes, his expression grave as he stated, 12 strikes. That averages out to nearly 1 strike every 10 seconds. Judging by Brother Tianqi's defensive state, Lu Ming's sword technique is undoubtedly Mahayana level. Considering the average energy cost of great perfection level techniques, his spiritual energy reserves are staggering. Not even a 5th rank martial artist, let alone a 6th rank one, would dare wield such a technique so recklessly. Long Qingting silently agreed, it's not just his terrifying spiritual power. His physical strength is also frightening. Otherwise, using Mahayana level martial arts this frequently would have shattered the meridians and flesh of any normal person. As the only one present who had faced Lu Ming's sword challenge, Yulong was now filled with dread. He can't possibly be about to fail, right? No, it can't be. Even Nangong Tianyu, who had been utterly resolute, began to waver. On the stage, Nangong Tianqi seethed with frustration, desperate to punch Lu Ming to death. But Lu Ming wouldn't give him a chance to attack. After 2 minutes of stifling defense, Nangong Tianqi finally couldn't hold back. He roared in fury, I'll fight you to the death. Four golden spirit veins appeared behind Nangong Tianqi, his aura surging several-fold. Below the stage, Nangong Tianyu's dazed expression finally regained some focus. Brother Tianqi is finally going all out. Even if he takes a sword strike, he might still be injured. But with his skills, he can absolutely punch Lu Ming into a near-death state. When a martial artist manifested their spiritual veins, it signaled they were committing everything to a desperate, all-out assault. Lu Ming saw the 4 heaven-grade spiritual veins behind Nangong Tianqi and sneered, you want to fight me? Do you even have the strength? Lu Ming swung his sword rapidly, unleashing 4 strikes within a single second. 4 overlapping sword energies shot forth, their momentum even more ferocious. Nangong Tianqi, who had prepared to trade blows, flinched in alarm. He urgently concentrated his spiritual energy into defense while simultaneously activating his inner armor. 4 overlapping sword energies descended, sending Nangong Tianqi sliding backward over 10 meters in an instant. If not for the shield protecting the stage, he would have been knocked off entirely. Nangong Tianqi never imagined Lu Ming's spiritual energy reserves could be so abundant, nor his physical strength so monstrously powerful. Overwhelmed by rage, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What? Nangong Tianqi is injured. Witnessing this, the young masters of the capital's noble families were stunned. They never imagined Lu Ming could actually wound Nangong Tianqi. He was a top-tier expert ranked within the Silver Combat List's top 50. After all, Nangong Tianqi's cultivation level was more than one major realm higher than Lu Ming's. If Lu Ming could injure him under these circumstances, what would happen if they were on equal footing? Wouldn't Lu Ming be able to slaughter him? If that were the case, did this mean Lu Ming possessed the strength to climb the silver combat rankings right after enrolling? That's just absurd. Just hold your ground and defend for another 2 minutes, couldn't you? He just had to go looking for trouble. Serves him right now he's been made to spit blood in front of everyone by a freshman like me. What a colossal embarrassment. Lu Ming's words carried little physical harm but were deeply insulting, enraging Nangong Tianqi so much he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Nangong Tianqi glared at Lu Ming with venom in his eyes, yet made no further move. For the next 2 minutes, the two stood frozen on the stage as if paused, neither making a move. 2 minutes later, Emma's voice rang out. Time's up, match over. Congratulations to Lu Ming on his successful challenge. As the assessment concluded, the light barrier around the stage faded away, and the protective force within Lu Ming dissolved into a streak of light, vanishing without a trace. Lu Ming smiled at Nangong Tianqi. You've been gracious. With that, he turned and began walking toward Gong Mengfei. Nangong Tianqi, who had been frozen motionless on the stage, suddenly flashed a fierce glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Die. Unable to bear the blow Lu Ming had dealt him, Nangong Tianqi, consumed by rage and humiliation, lashed out in fury. The thunderbolt saber-toothed tiger sword sank into his body, and he transformed into a shadowy streak of light, closing the distance to Lu Ming in an instant.
His transformed claws lashed out toward Lu Ming's head. If that strike connected with Nangong Tianqi's immense power, Lu Ming's head would explode like a watermelon. No one had anticipated Nangong Tianqi would be so blinded by rage.
Zhao Linger, Gong Mengfei, and Zhou Jiruo's faces paled with shock as they cried out in unison.
Lu Ming, watch out!
Seeing this, a savage gleam flashed in Nangong Tianyu's eyes as he couldn't help but clap his hands in approval.
Well done. Finish him off. Even if Nangong Tianqi faced punishment from the academy afterward, so what?
As long as Lu Ming was dead, that was all that mattered.
Damn it! You bastard can't take a joke?
Fortunately, Lu Ming had cultivated his spiritual see, allowing his divine sense to constantly monitor Nangong Tianqi's every move. In desperation, Lu Ming spun around, channeling his full strength into sword transformation technique. He transformed his spiritual energy into the most defensive earth element, forming a yellow-brown light shield before him. Simultaneously, he jerked his head back. Nangong Tianqi's furious strike carried overwhelming might, easily shattering the hastily formed shield. Fortunately, Lu Ming swiftly parried Nangong Tianqi's claw with the thousand-shaped sword while jerking his head back sharply, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow to the head. Nangong Tianyu's immense force channel through the thousand changes sword slammed into Lu Ming's chest. Lu Ming flew backward like a punching bag, his chest caved in deeply. Lu Ming's face flushed crimson as blood filled his mouth. After crashing to the ground, Lu Ming hastily retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. Fortunately, the sword transformation technique had strengthened his physique. Otherwise, even if his head hadn't been crushed, his heart would have been shattered by that blow. Nangong Tianqi had completely lost his mind. Seeing Lu Ming still alive, he charged once more.
Chapter 129, Twisting Truth and Lies. Lu Ming didn't bother dodging this time.
A figure had already stepped in front of him. Zhao Linger activated her life soul, summoning a towering, formidable kangaroo behind her. This was an A-grade life soul, the earth-splitting kangaroo, a top-tier power-type life soul. Zhao Linger thrust her palm forward, sending Nangong Tianqi reeling back. She glared at him coldly. Enough! Nangong Tianqi, the assessment is over. You are now suspected of intentionally harming a freshman. You'll have to await Director Zheng's punishment. After regaining his footing, Nangong Tianqi's rage hadn't subsided. Instead, he sneered furiously, intentional injury? I'm going to kill him today. With that, he unexpectedly produced a crimson talisman and hurled it toward Zhao Linger.
6th grade blazing fire talisman.
Zhao Linger recognized the talisman, her expression turning pale.
She was too close to Nangong Tianqi to react in time.
In her haste, she could only summon her soul essence to shield herself, then spun around to shield Lu Ming behind her. The fiery talisman struck Zhao Linger's soul essence, instantly exploding into a massive fireball.
Ah!
Zhao Linger screamed in agony as she and Lu Ming were both sent flying backward.
Teacher Zhao!
After landing on the ground, Lu Ming cried out in alarm and hurriedly checked Zhao Linger's injuries. Her back was now charred and mangled, the once delicate skin now a charcoal black. Zhao Linger collapsed into Lu Ming's arms, trembling violently from the pain.
It hurt so much.
Zhao Linger wasn't much older than Lu Ming to begin with, and having been pampered since childhood, she now wept uncontrollably. Seeing the horrifying injuries on Zhao Linger's back, anger erupted within Lu Ming like a volcano. A fierce killing intent radiated from his body.
Oomph! Lu Ming, come die!
Nangong Tianqi had reached a state of utter madness, consumed solely by the desire to kill Lu Ming.
Nangong Tianqi. Teacher Zhao is the granddaughter of the vice dean. Stop this at once, do not commit an irreparable crime.
Although several young teachers present possessed cultivation levels comparable to Zhao Linger's, they either hailed from prominent clans or had already aligned themselves with such families. They knew full well the terror Lu Ming represented. If he were allowed to cultivate freely, he would inevitably threaten the standing of these great clans in the future. Therefore, though their voices were fierce, their actions deliberately slowed. Their outcry stemmed purely from Zhao Linger's exceptional status. In the eyes of these teachers, whether Lu Ming lived or died was of little consequence. Even if the academy sought accountability afterward, they could simply shift all blame onto Nangong Tianqi. But Zhao Linger was different. If she were truly killed by Nangong Tianqi, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even the clans backing them couldn't cover it up. After all, Zhao Kuo and Zhao Linger's parents weren't pushovers. Though enraged beyond reason by Lu Ming, Nangong Tianqi seemed subconsciously aware of protecting his family's interests. Therefore, he didn't attack the gravely wounded Zhao Linger. Instead, he prepared to instantly kill Lu Ming. Ha! No one can protect you now. Die! Nangong Tianqi charged once more, this time unleashing his great perfection-level martial art, Thunderclap Mountain Splitter. Lu Ming was now at his wit's end, and relying solely on his own strength, he stood no chance against Nangong Tianqi. Just as he was about to call for reinforcements, a furious voice boomed through the air. Nangong Tianqi, stop! A streak of light shot toward them from the distance. Hearing the command, a vicious glint flashed in Nangong Tianqi's eyes as he hastily swallowed another blood-red pill. His aura instantly became frenzied. He knew he had only one chance left. This time, he must kill Lu Ming. The figure in the sky was none other than Zhang Xianlin. He had been watching the live stream in his office when he saw Lu Ming complete the second challenge. He immediately rushed over to congratulate him in person. Unexpectedly, before he even reached the scene, he witnessed this very moment from afar. Seeing Nangong Tianqi stubbornly refusing to yield, Zhang Xianlin's expression grew icy. With a flick of his wrist, a spear shot out at blinding speed. The spear's speed was astonishingly fast, even producing a sonic boom. Spotting the spear, two of the young instructors instantly flickered forward, positioning themselves in front of Nangong Tianqi. Although Nangong Tianqi had now violated school regulations, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the Nangong family and possessed remarkable talent. With proper cultivation, he could easily reach 7th or 8th rank martial artist, if not 9th. They couldn't stand by and watch Zhang Xianlin kill him right here. Though Nangong Tianqi's offense was grave, if the influential figures of the Nangong clan negotiated with Zhaoque, the worst punishment he would face would be expulsion, certainly not death. The two young instructors, despite possessing 6th rank cultivation, dared not confront Zhang Xianlin's attack head-on. They immediately activated their defensive spirit artifacts. They channeled their spiritual energy, forming a thick defensive barrier. The spear struck their defenses. While it failed to pierce through the spirit artifacts, the immense force sent all three flying backward. Seizing this opening, Zhang Xianlin finally arrived at the scene. His expression darkened further upon seeing the injuries sustained by Zhao Linger and Lu Ming.
Zhang Xianlin channeled his spiritual energy to temporarily stem Zhao Linger's bleeding.
After administering 2 pills to both Zhao Linger and Lu Ming, he turned his cold gaze toward the two young teachers who had blocked his attack earlier.
Nangong Wenbin, Nangong Wenli. What do you two think you're doing? Nangong Wenbin and Nangong Wenli, their chi surging violently, spoke only after regaining their composure. Director Zhang, although Nangong Tianqi violated school regulations, his offense surely doesn't warrant death. As the head of the ideological education department, is it proper for you to strike down a student so ruthlessly? Zhang Xianlin let out a cold laugh. Oomph. Improper? Then what about you teachers? Was it proper to stand by and watch Nangong Tianqi use a 6th grade talisman to injure teacher Zhao, and even attempt to kill the most outstanding freshman of this class? Nangong Wenbin and Nangong Wenli thickened their skins and said, "We tried to stop him. But it happened so suddenly, we couldn't react in time. Besides, teacher Zhao's injuries are mostly superficial. With some spiritual medicine, he'll recover quickly. As for your claim that Nangong Tianqi intended to kill Lu Ming? Utter nonsense. Lu Ming is perfectly fine, isn't he? His injuries? They stem from Nangong Tianqi being so frustrated on the stage that he momentarily lost his senses and did something foolish. According to school regulations, this amounts to no more than negligent injury. The maximum penalty should be 3 months of confinement." Nangong Tianyu immediately chimed in, "Exactly. We can vouch for it, Brother Tianqi never intended to kill Lu Ming. At worst, it was manslaughter." "But Director Zhang, you're abusing your power to trample on human life? According to school regulations, shouldn't you be dismissed and investigated?" Chapter 130, I was merely performing my duties. Zhang Xianlin came from humble origins. Through sheer effort and outstanding performance, he had clawed his way to his current position. His unwavering impartiality had long made him a thorn in the side of the great clans. Seizing this opportunity, members of these aristocratic families now pointed their fingers at him. Sima Xingyu, Long Qingting, Yulu, and Zhong Taiqiang all rallied their respective clans to echo the accusations. Exactly. Director Zhang, this is an abuse of power. Among the newcomers, those hailing from smaller towns couldn't help but speak up in outrage at the aristocratic family's blatant distortion of the truth. Wow, you people have no shame. Trying to twist the truth in broad daylight and turn the tables on us? Exactly. Don't think your noble lineage gives you free rein to act lawlessly. Everything must be done reasonably. Although some stood up to speak for Lu Ming and Zhang Xianlin, their numbers were meager at best, a mere few hundred at most. Compared to the thousands of clan offspring, they were utterly insignificant. Huang Yu frowned deeply. Though he too came from a prominent family, Bai Bingbing's teachings had reshaped his perspective. The Nangong family has no shame. How dare they turn the tables like this? Bingbing, should we speak up for Lu Ming and the others? After a moment's thought, Bai Bingbing replied, judging by the scale of this operation, they're not just targeting Lu Ming this time. It seems they're aiming to take down Director Zhang as well. Huang Yu's face paled. No way. Director Zhang may not come from a distinguished background, but his talent and capabilities are exceptional. The higher-ups hold him in high regard. It won't be easy to bring him down. Bai Bingbing nodded. Exactly. That's precisely why they're pushing Nangong Tianqi forward. Huang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at the Nangong family members. Are you saying this was all planned? Bai Bingbing waved her hand. I never said that. I just simply feel this matter isn't as straightforward as it seems. As for deeper matters, that's not something we should speculate about. But since we all feel we've established a connection with Lu Ming, now seems like a good opportunity. With that, Bai Bingbing walked over to Lu Ming. Huang Yu pondered for a moment before hurrying after her.
Nangong Tianyu watched the two approach Zhang Xianlin and Lu Ming, his expression instantly turning stern as he barked, "By Bingbing, Huang Yu!
What are you doing? Get back here!"
Bai Bingbing glanced back at Nangong Tianyu, her eyes brimming with contempt.
"You have no authority to command me.
Besides, I refuse to be that scoundrel who points at a deer and calls it a horse." After Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu approached Zhang Xianlin, they first smiled and nodded at Lu Ming behind them as a greeting before speaking.
"Director Zhang, our Bai family can vouch for you. We implore you to restore justice for Lu Ming."
Huang Yu chimed in, "The Huang family can also testify."
For years, these prominent and wealthy families had stood united.
Seeing Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu step forward to speak for Lu Ming now, he was somewhat surprised. But soon, a smile spread across his face, and he looked at the two with a satisfied expression.
"Well, you two have vision.
If only all the great clans and noble families could be as forward-thinking as you two young ones, perhaps our human race wouldn't be in such a dire predicament now.
Rest assured. No matter how much they rant and rave, it won't change the outcome."
Zhang Xianlin stepped forward, instantly radiating the aura of a 7th-rank martial artist.
With a casual gesture, the spear that had just attacked Nangong Tianchi reappeared in his hand. That was his life-bound weapon, the A+-grade blue lightning tyrant spear. Zhang Xianlin's imposing aura surged like a tidal wave, engulfing all members of the 5 great clans Nangong, Sima, Lan, Yu, and Zong. Though the young 6th-rank cultivators among them managed to block most of it, the remainder was far beyond what these 4th and 5th-rank individuals could withstand. Under Zhang Xianlin's overwhelming aura, the 1st and 2nd-year students of the 5 major families paled, their bodies going limp.
Some weaker freshmen were even crushed to the ground. Nangong Wenbin glared at Zhang Xianlin's oppressive aura, his face twisted with fury as he shouted.
"Zhang Xianlin, what exactly do you think you're doing? Do you realize that with your current actions, we could go to the Academy Committee and impeach you for arbitrarily using force to oppress teachers and students? Don't forget, you're just the head of the Thought Education Department. Don't think you're some kind of big shot."
Zhang Xianlin sneered coldly, "I don't need your reminder to know my own position.
As the Director of Ideological Education, I have the authority to handle this matter today.
Whether you call it abuse of authority or coercion by force, in my view, this is simply me performing my normal duties. I advise all of you, if you don't want this escalating, surrender peacefully and accompany me to the Ideological Education Office to face punishment."
As for Nangong Tianchi, well, he's violated far more than just school regulations.
As teachers, you surely understand the gravity of the crime, the unprovoked assassination of the Academy's top prodigy.
By law, he deserves execution.
I advise you to recognize the reality of the situation and avoid making a mistake that will cost you dearly. Nangong Wenbin and Nangong Wenli, still refusing to accept defeat, shouted angrily.
"Without evidence, don't make baseless accusations." Zhang Xianlin's lips curled upward.
"It seems you're determined to defy the Academy's rules. In that case, I'll have no choice but to take you into custody first." At these words, a flash of cunning flickered in the eyes of Nangong Wenbin, Nangong Wenli, and the others, while their faces were filled with rage. "Oomph. Don't think we'll be intimidated just because you're a 7th-rank martial artist. Today, even if it costs us our lives, we will defend our innocence." Seeing the tension escalate, Bai Bingbing urgently whispered, "Director Zhang, please don't fall for their trap. They're practically begging for you to use force against them. That would give them ample grounds to impeach you before the school committee." Zhang Xianlin smiled faintly and murmured, "I know. They've been plotting to bring me down for ages. Since they've gone to such lengths to set this trap, it'd be a shame not to take the bait."
Bai Bingbing looked puzzled. "Huh? You knew it was a trap, so why did you walk right into it?"
"This."
Zhang Xianlin glanced up at the sky, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips.
"I forgot to mention because Lu Ming performed so brilliantly in the first round, and then drew Nangong Tianchi in the second, Emma specifically livestreamed the entire process on the school's social platform.
The livestream is still up right now.
With the live stream recording available, no matter how much those 5 major families talk themselves hoarse, it won't matter. And as for me, as I said earlier, I was merely fulfilling my professional duties."
Chapter 131, Nangong Tianyu's Murderous Intent. Huang Yu hurriedly pulled out his phone and opened Kyoto University's internal social platform.
The moment he entered the app, Emma thoughtfully popped up a small window displaying the live stream.
"It's really there." Huang Yu handed his phone to Bai Bingbing to see.
He pulled the progress bar to confirm the earlier footage had indeed been recorded, then smiled. They probably never imagined Emma would suddenly livestream this place. This time, Nangong Tianchi is truly finished. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Bingbing silently pulled out her phone, downloaded the livestream replay, and forwarded it to her father. Zhang Xianlin strode toward Nangong Wenbin and the others, his aura growing more formidable with every step.
"I'll ask you one last time, will you come with me to the disciplinary office to face your punishment, or do I have to knock you down and drag you there? Zhang Xianlin. If you've got the guts, beat us into submission."
"I refuse to believe a mere disciplinary office director like you can run roughshod over the entire academy." Zhang Xianlin sneered coldly, "Stubborn fools.
Then prepare to face the consequences. Zheng Xianlin moved like a bolt of lightning. In a flash of blue light, he appeared before Nangong Wenbin and the others. Defense. Nangong Wenbin and his companions had been watching Zheng Xianlin's every move and were prepared for this. They simultaneously activated their most potent defensive spirit artifacts, forming a kaleidoscope of protective shields. We'll hold out as long as possible, letting him beat us down brutally. That way, when the time comes, the elders of our respective clans will have stronger leverage to pressure the academy. The teachers from these major clans murmured in unison, immediately pushing their life souls and spirit veins to their absolute limits. Zheng Xianlin instantly saw through their scheme, a sneer curling his lips. So, since I became the head of the teaching department, you've gradually forgotten my glory days as a student. Since you wish to test my strength, so be it. As Zheng Xianlin's spiritual energy surged, the blue lightning tyrant spear in his hand blazed with dazzling blue light. Sweep 1,000 armies. Zheng Xianlin roared, gripping the spear shaft with both hands as he swung it fiercely toward Nangong Wenbin and the others. In an instant, the defensive barrier the young teachers had jointly conjured shattered completely. Simultaneously, they were swept away like punching bags. Zheng Xianlin withdrew his spear, his eyes filled with disappointment. What a bunch of useless fools. If it weren't for your privileged birth, would scum like you even deserve to teach at this academy? After landing on the ground, the young teacher spat out mouthfuls of blood before being knocked unconscious by the sheer force of the blow. This was only because Zheng Xianlin had deliberately held back his strength, otherwise, these men would have been killed. Though arrogant, Nangong Tianqi's face twisted with terror upon seeing his own teachers dispatched so effortlessly. Recalling Zheng Xianlin's usual demeanor, a chill ran down Nangong Tianqi's spine. He spun around and took off running. Zheng Xianlin opened his palm toward Nangong Tianqi's retreating figure and gave it a slight squeeze. Instantly, a blue vortex appeared in his palm. Its powerful suction instantly pulled Nangong Tianqi back, despite having fled over 100 meters. As Nangong Tianqi was seized in Zheng Xianlin's grasp, panic overwhelmed him completely. Director Zhang, I was wrong. I beg you, please let me go. I'll never do it again. Let you go? Then who would follow the academy's rules and national laws in the future? Zheng Xianlin flicked out a spiritual energy rope toward the unconscious teachers, stringing them together before approaching Lu Ming. I've already notified the infirmary. They'll be here shortly. Rest and recover first. Fang Xiang, I will do everything in my power to see justice served. With that, he grabbed Nangong Tianqi in one hand and hauled the rebellious teachers in the other, soaring away into the sky. Nangong Tianyu never imagined the situation would unfold this way. When he finally snapped out of it, his gaze toward Lu Ming burned with murderous intent. Everyone, he's severely injured now, and Zheng Xianlin has departed. This is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Lu Ming. Nangong Tianyu glanced at Sima Xingyu and the others before whispering. Sima Xingyu frowned slightly. He's already gravely wounded. You alone are more than capable of finishing him off. Go ahead and do it. If Bai Bingbing or anyone else dares to interfere, we'll hold them off for you. Zhong Taiqiang and Yula chimed in, Xingyu's right. This bastard has brought utter disgrace upon your Nangong family. You're the one who should settle this. As for Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, and the others, we'll handle them for you. But you must act swiftly. I suspect the Academy Guard Squad will arrive any moment. Zheng Xianlin's earlier tactics had been so ruthless that Sima Xingyu and the others were genuinely afraid. Yet they desperately wanted to eliminate Lu Ming, so their only option was to manipulate Nangong Tianyu into taking action. That way, even if blame came later, it wouldn't touch them much. Nangong Tianyu understood their scheme, but in his current rage, he couldn't care less. Fine. But you'd better keep them occupied for me. And don't forget to have your elders put in a good word for me afterward. Killing Lu Ming will also solve a major potential problem for your families. Sima Xingyu and the others readily agreed. We certainly will. Without a moment's hesitation, Nangong Tianyu channeled his life essence and unleashed his most powerful martial art, Thunderclap Mountain Splitter. Zhou Zhirua, Bai Bingbing, and Huang Yu sensed Nangong Tianyu's move, their expressions darkening as they rushed to shield Lu Ming. However, Sima Xingyu and his companions instantly transformed into streaks of light, blocking their path. Everyone, we're all from prominent clans and noble families. Know your place and stay right here. Don't ruin our harmony over an outsider. Zhou Zhirua's face flushed with fury. Get out of the way. Without further ado, she summoned her soul essence and magic staff. Seeing this, Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu also sprang into action. Unfortunately, their strengths were already evenly matched, and now Sima Xingyu's group had 2 additional members. Despite Bai Bingbing, Huang Yu, and Zhou Zhirua joining forces, they couldn't break through the blockade in the short term. They could only watch helplessly as Nangong Tianqi charged toward Lu Ming. A savage grin spread across Nangong Tianqi's face. Ha, Lu Ming, prepare to die. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from behind Lu Ming. Don't you dare harm Lu Ming. Gong Mengfei stepped in front of Lu Ming, simultaneously unleashing a powerful sword strike. Though Gong Mengfei's skills were formidable among peers, Nangong Tianyu's cultivation and martial arts seemed far superior. Seeing Gong Mengfei dare to block his path, Nangong Tianyu's face flushed with even greater fury.
Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish.
Though Lu Ming looked down on Nangong Tianyu, he was absolutely no match for Gong Mengfei. Lu Ming's anxious voice echoed in his mental sea, Xiaoming. Act now. Help me stop him. I'll buy you anything you want. Spend every last penny if you must. Yet this time, Hai Xiaoming remained silent for an agonizingly long moment. Lu Ming's face twisted with terror. Mengfei. Don't. Chapter 132, The Academy Committee Meeting. The gap between Gong Mengfei and Nangong Tianyu was starkly evident.
Even if she gave it her all, she couldn't block Nangong Tianyu in the slightest.
In an instant, she was sent flying.
However, her interference caused Nangong Tianyu's momentum to falter momentarily. Just as he prepared to strike Lu Ming again, a black shield flew in from the distance. With a dull thud, it embedded itself before Nangong Tianyu.
Nangong Tianyu, don't tell me you want to join the prison crowd and enjoy some free meals?
A dark figure raced toward them from the distance, followed by a group of people dressed in identical black uniforms. Judging by their aura, these individuals are all 6th-rank martial artists.
The Academy Guard Squad is here.
Upon seeing the approaching figures, Sima Xingyu, Zhong Taixian, Long Qingting, and Yu Lu immediately ceased their actions. They swiftly slipped back into their respective family groups, acting as if nothing had happened. For a moment, only Nangong Tianyu remained standing before the shield.
Unable to advance or retreat, he found himself in an awkward predicament.
Lu Ming, already injured and unable to move with Zhao Linger in his arms, urgently shouted toward Bai Bingbing and the others. Please check my friend's injuries. Before Lu Ming could finish, Bai Bingbing had already rushed to Gong Mengfei's side.
Gong Mengfei had used her own body to absorb Nangong Tianyu's lethal strike for Lu Ming.
Her clothes were now torn to shreds, and even her soft armor was cracked in multiple places. Her chest heaved as she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. Her face was as pale as paper, and her breath was faint as a thread. Seeing this, Bai Bingbing immediately retrieved a pill from her storage space and fed it to Gong Mengfei. The pill entered her stomach. Under the potent medicinal power, her vital signs strengthened slightly before gradually stabilizing. Though her appearance remained gruesome, at least she was no longer in mortal danger. This was largely thanks to Lu Ming having given Gong Mengfei Longqingting's entire set of spirit artifacts during the secret realm assessment. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. Bai Bingbing carried Gong Mengfei over and placed her beside Lu Ming. I've already administered the healing elixir. She's out of immediate danger now. Thank you. Seeing Gong Mengfei's pitiful state, a torrent of rage surged within Lu Ming. When he looked at Nangong Tianyu again, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. Bai Bingbing sensed the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes and cautioned him. Lu Ming, students of our capital university are protected by legal statutes within the city walls. You cannot engage in arbitrary combat or killing. That's a capital offense. Don't make any foolish decisions once your injuries heal. After a pause, she added, however, outside the city walls or within the secret realm, those regulations no longer apply. Lu Ming knew Bai Bingbing meant well. He nodded at her and said, thanks for the warning. I know my limits. In Lu Ming's mind, Nangong Tianyu was already a dead man. The figure who had approached Lu Ming swiftly was a young man in his mid-20s. He wore a black uniform with a circular badge pinned to his chest. Engraved upon it were the 3 characters, Security Bureau. The man stepped before the shield and, without a word, drew a set of spirit-sealing handcuffs from his waist, flinging them toward Nangong Tianyu. Nangong Tianyu proved surprisingly cooperative. Not only did he make no attempt to dodge, but he actively extended his hands to be cuffed. The man stowed his shield and smiled at Lu Ming. I'm Zhong Fei, captain of the Kyoto University Security Squad. Don't worry. With me here, they won't dare harm you. Lu Ming sensed a genuine goodwill emanating from Zhong Fei. Bai Bingbing whispered in Lu Ming's ear, Captain Zhong also comes from humble origins and hasn't aligned himself with any major or powerful families. Rest assured, he won't favor Nangong Tianyu. After the security squad entered, the gathered young nobles dispersed. Once order was restored, Emma resumed calling names, and the second round of assessments continued. Minutes later, the medical unit's vehicle arrived in a hurry. A group of white-coated medical staff hurriedly lifted Zhao Linger into the vehicle before carrying Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei aboard as well. Upon arrival at the medical center, all 3 received prompt professional treatment. Several hours later, their injuries had stabilized, and they were placed in the same hospital room. Zhao Linger and Gong Mengfei, both severely injured, fell into a deep sleep after receiving pain medication. Lu Ming lay silently in his hospital bed, channeling his sword transformation technique to heal his wounds. The sword transformation technique wasn't merely about enhancing his physique, its regenerative capabilities were also extraordinary. Within just a few hours, Lu Ming's injuries had already healed by more than half. He estimated that by tomorrow at the latest, he would be back to his usual self. By noon, the second round of assessments concluded. Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, and Huang Yu visited the infirmary to check on Lu Ming and the others.
Lu Ming, the results are in.
Although Gong Mengfei didn't participate in the second round, her high score from the first round secured her 5th place overall.
The 5 of us are the ones qualified to enter the ruined sword domain this time.
Lu Ming wasn't particularly surprised by this outcome.
Bai Bingbing looked at the sleeping Gong Mengfei and asked, the ruined sword domain will open in 7 days. Will her injuries heal in time? For us whose soul spirits aren't swords, the only benefit of the ruined sword domain is the chance to obtain sacred artifact fragments. But for you sword-type soul spirits, it's an excellent place for training.
In the past, those with sword-type soul essences have gained special inheritances within, greatly enhancing both their soul essence strength and combat prowess.
It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. It's no problem. I already consulted the doctor earlier.
Their injuries should recover by about half with 5 or 6 days of rest.
Bai Bingbing relaxed visibly. That's good.
You can form teams within the ruined sword domain. With us watching over them, it shouldn't be a problem. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Ming about the ruined sword domain, Bai Bingbing and the others took their leave.
Kyoto University Board of Trustees, conference room.
At this moment, all of Kyoto University's top leadership had gathered here. The Kyoto University Board of Trustees comprised 21 members. As the chancellor was rarely on campus, virtually all decisions were made by the board. At this moment, the 20 committee members were seated in 2 rows. On the left, led by Zhao Qua, sat 6 individuals. On the right sat 14 individuals, all hailing from prominent clans and powerful families.
Directly opposite Zhao Qua sat Nangang Liren, vice president of Kyoto University.
At the far end of the conference room, Zhang Xianlin stood alone, while Nangang Wenbin, Nangang Tianqi, and others stood opposite him.
Nangang Liren shot Zhang Xianlin a glance and spoke in a cold tone. Director Zhang, you certainly have quite the reputation.
To use force within the academy to apprehend so many teachers and even talents from our combat silver list.
Do you seriously believe that as a mere director of ideological education, you can cover the sky with one hand within the academy?
If you can't provide a satisfactory explanation for this incident, then you won't be holding that position of director of ideological education much longer.
Chapter 133, Esteemed Leaders, please view the video recording.
Before this, Nangang Wenbin and the others had already played the role of the accuser, listing Zhang Xianlin's crimes one by one. At the same time, they used perfect rhetoric to frame Nangang Tianqi's motive as simply wanting to teach the new students a lesson. Due to Zhao Qua's presence, they deliberately omitted the fact that Zhao Linger had been injured in the explosion. Zhao Qua and his group were usually swamped with daily affairs, rarely having time to browse the campus social platform during the day, so they knew nothing about this incident. Zhao Qua furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze turning to Zhang Xianlin with confusion.
Zhang Xianlin was essentially a protege he had personally promoted.
Based on Zhao Qua's understanding of Zhang Xianlin, although he disliked the arrogant behavior of aristocratic and wealthy families' offspring, he shouldn't have done something so foolish. However, with the injuries of Nangang Wenbin and the others now laid bare before them, Zhao Qua found it difficult to even begin defending him.
Zhao Qua looked at Zhang Xianlin with a puzzled expression. Xianlin, what exactly is going on here? Is there some hidden reason behind this? Facing the gazes of so many elders, Zhang Xianlin showed no sign of flustering. He spoke calmly. Deputy Dean Zhao, of course there are hidden circumstances. What they've said is a complete distortion of the facts, and they deliberately omitted some crucial details. For instance, Nangang Tianqi used a 6th grade blazing fire talisman to severely injure teacher Zhao Linger. What did you say? Zhao Qua shot up from his seat, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Nangang Tianqi. Everyone present, except for Nangang Liren and Zhang Xianlin, paled visibly. Everyone present knew Zhao Linger was Zhao Qua's only granddaughter, cherished beyond measure. If what Zhang Xianlin said was true, this situation would be extremely difficult to handle. Nangang Wenbin hurriedly interjected. Ahem. Dean Zhao, please calm your anger. Although teacher Zhao did sustain some injuries, they are not severe and will heal quickly. Moreover, when Tianqi tossed the fire seal, he aimed it at the ground in front of Lu Ming, intending only to scare him. He never expected teacher Zhao to block it with his bare body, leading to this unfortunate mix-up. Nangang Liren watched Zhao Qua's anxious expression and chuckled inwardly. Vice Dean Zhao, come on. You're a grown man, why get so worked up? Zhao Qua glared fiercely at Nangang Liren and snapped, Nangang Liren, stop pretending to be innocent. If my granddaughter comes to any harm, you Nangang family had better be prepared, I won't let this rest. Nangang Liren chuckled. Rest assured. I've already checked with the medical staff. Teacher Zhao is fine. It's just a minor burn. With her 6th rank cultivation, once the medicine is applied, she won't even have a scar left in less than half a month. Nangang Liren's gaze shifted to Nangang Wenbin. Are you certain that when Nangang Tianqi discarded the fire blast talisman, he threw it onto the ground merely to scare Lu Ming not to kill him? Seeing the smile on Nangang Liren's face, Nangang Wenbin immediately understood and nodded urgently. Absolutely. We all saw it. Not just us, the thousands present can vouch for it too. The thousands Nangang Wenbin referred to were, of course, members of their major clans. Nangang Liren shot Zhang Xianlin a mocking glance. Zhang Xianlin. You've gone too far. I've long heard of your humble origins and your disdain for the offspring of great clans. This was merely student banter, yet you've blown it out of proportion. I suspect personal animosity plays a significant role here. Frankly, with your current attitude, you're unfit to remain in this position. Why don't you take some time to reflect in the library? Zhang Xianlin remained unflustered, pointing instead at the phone on Nangang Liren's desk.
Ever since Lu Ming drew Nangang Tianqi today, Emma has been live-streaming the entire incident on the campus social platform.
It seems the entire incident was recorded.
If you watch the replay, you'll see the truth for yourselves.
If after watching you still feel my handling was unfair, then I'll gladly take on library duty. Live stream? Nangang Tianqi's expression changed drastically, his body swaying dangerously close to falling. Most of the teachers in Nangang Wenbin's group also turned pale. They had no idea Emma was streaming this. Otherwise, they wouldn't be standing here telling blatant lies. Noticing the change in expression among Nangang Wenbin and the others, Nangang Liren casually raised an eyebrow at them. Nangang Wenbin, highly skilled at reading people, immediately regained his composure. He quietly patted Nangang Tianqi's back and whispered, "Don't panic. Vice Dean Liren oversees Emma's division. I'm sure he's already taken care of it in advance." In fact, that was precisely the case. Before the meeting began, Nangang Liren had reviewed the live stream recording. He made an immediate decision, ordering the video content to be deleted without delay. He also instructed his trusted confidant to monitor the platform constantly, deleting any related posts the moment they appeared. By the time the school committee members opened their phones, no trace of the livestream remained. There's nothing here at all.
Zhaoque set down his phone, his eyes filled with confusion.
Throughout the entire incident, Nangang Liren never once picked up his phone, maintaining a faint, ambiguous smile as he watched Zhang Xianlin. Zhang Xianlin suddenly gave a self-deprecating chuckle. I'd almost forgotten your primary responsibility is overseeing the Emma division. You sure are quick on your feet. A flash of smugness crossed Nangang Liren's eyes as he chuckled. Don't go making accusations without evidence, okay? Otherwise, the charge of defamation alone will be enough to land you in trouble. Just as Zhang Xianlin was about to concede defeat, his phone suddenly vibrated. Pulling it out, he saw an unknown number had sent him a video clip. Clicking on it, he realized it was the live stream recording Emma had captured. Zhang Xianlin seemed to recall something, his gaze shifting toward the committee member from the Bai family. At that moment, Bai Xingji, the committee member from the Bai family, was seated right next to Nangang Liren. Yet when their eyes met, the look in Bai Xingji's eyes was distinctly different. He gave a very slight nod. This video was the one Bai Jingjing had saved at the time. She had sent it to her father and shared her thoughts. Bai Jingjing's father was the current patriarch of the Bai family. As a cunning old fox, he considered matters far more comprehensively. While he desired to cultivate a relationship with Lu Ming, he also did not wish to antagonize all the major clans for the time being. After all, while Lu Ming's displayed talent was truly extraordinary, his cultivation base remained far too low. Betting everything on him carried too great a risk. Therefore, he deliberately had someone send the video to Zhang Xianlin from an unknown number. Simultaneously, he informed Bai Xingji of this development, instructing him to discreetly let Zhang Xianlin know that the video had come from the Bai family. Zhang Xianlin, being no fool, understood the implication without needing it spelled out. Observing the smug grin on Nangang Wenbin's face as he stared at Nangang Tianqi and the puzzled, questioning gazes of the other committee members, Zhang Xianlin smiled. He connected his phone to the large projector in the conference room. Then, deliberately looking at Nangang Liren, he declared, "Everyone, please watch the VCR." Chapter 134, Punishment. The video began playing, clearly reconstructing the entire sequence of events. When the video ended, Nangang Liren's face instantly darkened. The footage bore Emma's distinctive markings. That mark was unique to files produced by Emma worldwide. In other words, such footage couldn't be faked not by Zhang Xianlin personally, nor by any other nation. Upon seeing Zhao Linger's back scorched black, Zhaoque flew into a rage. He slammed his palm onto the conference table, sending the teacup flying. Zhaoque glared furiously at Nangang Liren. Nangang Liren! What the hell is going on here? You wouldn't dare claim this video is fake, would you? At the end of the video, the adorable little Emma kept twirling and dancing. That was Emma's anti-counterfeiting mark. Nangang Liren wasn't foolish enough to dig his own grave. He immediately feigned a look of bewilderment. I never said it was fake. Since it can't be found on the platform now, someone must have deliberately deleted it. Our Nangang family has always been upright and honorable. How could we possibly engage in such deceitful, self-deceptive behavior? In my opinion, this must be someone deliberately smearing our Nangang family. At that moment, Bai Xingji, seated beside him, lifted his teacup, took a sip, and remarked in a low voice. If I recall correctly, the actual operational staff at Emma Data Center are all members of your Nangang family, aren't they? Nangang Liren whipped his head around, glaring at Bai Xingji with a fierce expression. Bai Xingji merely smiled and replied slowly, "This matter is far from simple. Not only is Lu Ming the top performer in both assessments among this year's freshmen, but his results are exceptionally outstanding, even surpassing Yu Taijia's back in the day. And we all know what Yu Taijia is capable of now, right? From this perspective, Lu Ming is a top-tier genius who deserves intensive cultivation not just for our academy, but for the entire empire. Attacking him in violation of regulations, that's no trivial offense. Beyond that, Nangong Tianqi, a mere student, actually used high-grade talismans to blast teacher Zhao into this state. It's utter disrespect for elders, a severe violation of school regulations. And to top it off, they tried to cover it up, turn the tables, and spread lies to confuse the issue. They nearly got us to dismiss a sharp, capable, and efficient head of the student affairs office. That's a serious offense too. The more Bai Xingji spoke, the darker Nangong Liren's face grew. Nangong Tianqi, Nangong Wenbin, and the others also grew increasingly grim. Finally, after glancing at Zhaokua, who was on the verge of losing control, Nangong Liren could only respond with a grim expression. In a family this large, it's only natural that a few bad apples exist. But rest assured, I, Nangong Liren, will personally crack down on this. I will find that rotten apple, punish it severely, and make an example of it. Nangong Liren's gaze fell upon Nangong Wenbin and the others. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "As for these individuals who attempted to muddy the waters with lies, they shall receive severe punishment to uphold the school's regulations. I propose that the teachers who physically resisted Master Zheng be dismissed from their positions. This decision shall be announced nationwide, and no academy shall hire them." As for Nangong Tianqi, considering his consistently good conduct and his commendable performance in the 4 academies competition during his freshman year, we shall sentence him to 3 months of confinement for disrespecting his superiors. Thanks to young Master Zheng preserving the evidence, we weren't deceived by lies and corrected the error in time. I, Nangong Liren, hereby decide to personally reward you with 20,000 empty spirit stones. As for teacher Zhao and Lu Ming, I shall compensate each of them with 20,000 spirit stones as well. Nangong Liren hurriedly announced the charges and punishments for each person, aiming to prevent others from speaking up. Zhaokua personally inquired with the medical office and learned that Zhao Linger was unharmed. For the greater good, he had no immediate desire to completely sever ties with Nangong Liren. With Zhaokua having no objections, the other committee members certainly had none either. Just as Nangong Liren was about to finalize the decision, Zheng Xianlin stepped forward once more. Vice Principal Nangong, this punishment is far too lenient. Nangong Tianqi clearly intended to kill Lu Ming. According to our nation's laws, he deserves execution. Nangong Liren's eyes turned icy. Director Zhang, please watch your language. Lu Ming is fine now, it won't even affect his entry into the ruined sword domain. I've already compensated him with 20,000 ethereal stones. What more do you want? Facing Nangong Liren's threat, Zheng Xianlin sneered coldly. Vice Principal Nangong, in your eyes, is the life of a top-tier genius worth only 20,000 empty spirit stones? Nangong Liren never expected Zheng Xianlin, a mere director of the Student Affairs Office, to speak to him in such a manner. Rage surged within him. Director Zhang, please face reality. Lu Ming is fine now. Lu Ming is a genius, but isn't Nangong Tianqi one too? Are you suggesting that over a minor disagreement, we should sacrifice one person to save another? Isn't that self-contradictory? Zhang Xianlin's face trembled with anger at Nangong Liren's fallacious arguments. Seeing Zheng Xianlin seemingly losing control, Zhaokua feared he might suffer a disadvantage and spoke up. I have no objection to the punishment for Nangong Wenbin and the others, but Nangong Tianqi's punishment is too lenient. This is how it shall be, Nangong Tianqi is expelled. The fleeting look of joy that had just appeared on Nangong Tianqi's face vanished instantly, his complexion turning pale. Expulsion might not sound like a severe punishment, but for geniuses of their caliber, it felt like the sky had fallen. Expulsion meant it would be recorded in their official records. With such a stain on his record, Nangong Tianqi would not only be barred from continuing his cultivation at the academy but also ineligible for military service. It was crucial to understand that many special secret realm instances could only be accessed by students of the High Academy or active military personnel. These exclusive instances were entirely controlled by the state. Even the powerful Nangong family couldn't influence them. Without the boost from these secret realms and instances, Nangong Tianqi's cultivation progress would slow dramatically. Even with the Nangong family's backing, whether he could ever break through to become an 8th-rank martial artist would be uncertain. Bai Xingji chimed in at just the right moment. Indeed. Since this incident was broadcast live, imposing too lenient a punishment would make our school regulations seem like a mere formality. Execution is too severe, but expulsion is just right. I agree. Though Nangong Liren seethed with rage inside, he dared not show it. After all, this incident was also connected to Zhao Linger. Had Nangong Tianqi only attacked Lu Ming, even if Nangong Liren insisted on protecting him, Zhaokua wouldn't have openly defied him. The problem was that Zhao Linger was involved, giving Zhaokua a legitimate reason to act. Moreover, Zhao Linger's parents were certainly not people to be trifled with. After a moment of deep contemplation, Nangong Liren slowly sat down. Then let's proceed as Vice Dean Zhao suggested. Chapter 135, Why Be So Polite? The decision made by the two vice-deans was swiftly implemented. A committee member personally escorted Nangong Tianqi and the others away.
Finally, only Zhao Kuo and Zhang Xianlin remained in the conference room.
Zhang Xianlin stood frozen in place until Zhao Kuo approached him. Only then did he ask, his voice tinged with reluctance, why? Zhao Kuo understood Zhang Xianlin's thoughts.
He placed a hand on his shoulder and sighed. The vision you hold dear won't be achieved overnight.
Take it slowly. This outcome is already a significant victory. At the very least, we've shaken the stance of the powerful plans, haven't we? Perhaps the greater the potential Lu Ming demonstrates, the closer that day draws to us. Come on, let's go see Lu Ming and the others. Medical office, patient room. Zhao Kuo and Zhang Xianlin entered the room, guided by a nurse.
Zhao Linger and Gong Mengfei had already regained consciousness.
Zhao Linger, seeing Zhao Kuo's lifeless form, cried out tearfully, "Grandfather."
Zhao Kuo's eyes filled with heartache as he sat on the bedside to comfort Zhao Linger. After a while, he approached Lu Ming's bedside.
Zhao Kuo handed him a storage ring. The reward I promised you is all inside. How about it? Any issues with the broken sword domain in 7 days?
Thanks to the terrifying regenerative power of the sword transformation technique, Lu Ming could now move about with near normal ease. If not for the sheer horror of such rapid recovery, he could even get out of bed and run a few laps right now.
Of course, there's no problem. With Zhao Kuo's cultivation, he could easily sense Lu Ming's physical condition. Good. The ruined sword domain is exceptionally unique. Once you enter, strive to perform exceptionally well. If you manage to undergo the ruined sacred sword trial within it, there's a chance your soul essence level could be directly elevated. The ruined sword domain can elevate the rank of a life soul? Hearing this, Lu Ming instantly perked up. With his current abilities, he was already capable of fighting opponents several tiers above him. If his life soul level rose further, his combat prowess would become even more terrifying. Perhaps, once his soul reached grade A, Lu Ming would gain the ability to damage opponents 2 realms above his own. The thought of wielding a sword strike that could wound a 6th-rank martial artist while only possessing 4th-rank cultivation filled Lu Ming with excitement. Zhao Kuo observed Lu Ming's excited expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It's possible, but the probability isn't high. Still, there's no need to worry. The Academy offers numerous methods for enhancing the life soul. As long as you demonstrate sufficient potential going forward, I'll advocate for you. I believe that with your extraordinary nature, once you elevate your life soul to a plus rank, you'll undoubtedly become the most outstanding young talent in all of Great Xia and indeed, the entire world. But you still need to put in more effort in the ruined sword domain. The ruined sword domain has a very unique origin. If you can undergo the trial of its ruined sacred sword, your life soul might even break through the A+ rank in the future. Lu Ming replied earnestly, I will. Zhao Kuo didn't stay long before departing. Lu Ming noticed Zhang Xianlin's expression had stiffened and asked curiously, Director Zhang, judging by your look, has something come to a head? From the looks of it, the outcome doesn't seem promising. Zhang Xianlin sighed deeply. Yes. Legally speaking, Nangong Tianqi should have been beheaded. But the Academy Committee has a Nangong family member serving as vice president. At his insistence, Nangong Tianqi was expelled, and those teachers were dismissed. Additionally, Vice Dean Nangong Liren must compensate you and teacher Zhao 20,000 empty spirit stones each. Lu Ming was quite surprised by this outcome. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied, but rather that he hadn't expected the punishment to be so severe. Judging by the brazen actions of Nangong Tianqi and Nangong Tianyu, they must have had some backing. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lu Ming understood some of the intricate politics involved. In his view, this matter should have been hushed up by the Nangong family, causing no ripples whatsoever. To his surprise, Nangong Tianqi was ordered to withdraw from school. While this punishment was slightly less severe than decapitation, it was still extremely harsh. It could be said that without other circumstances, Nangong Tianqi's life would essentially be reduced to obscurity. Lu Ming knew this outcome was undoubtedly tied to Zhang Xianlin. Lu Ming looked at Zhang Xianlin with a serious expression. Director Zhang, thank you. Zhang Xianlin smiled. No need to thank me. I was merely fulfilling my professional duties. But to be honest, you should really thank Bai Bingbing for this. Without her, this whole thing might have turned into a miscarriage of justice. Lu Ming looked puzzled. What do you mean? Zhang Xianlin recounted the details of the meeting. After listening, Lu Ming nodded. Well, it seems I really do owe her a big thank you. Alright. You two get some rest. I've got work to attend to. After Zhang Xianlin left, Lu Ming calmed the 2 women before turning to Zhao Linger for detailed information about the ruined sword domain. From Zhao Linger, he learned that the ruined sword domain functioned like a game dungeon, governed by unique rules. Every year, it would reliably spawn the same monsters. Those who entered had to do their utmost to slay these monsters. Those who performed exceptionally well might receive rewards from the domain's laws. These rewards encompassed everything imaginable, with the most precious being fragments of sacred artifacts. Sacred artifacts were items even more powerful than 9th grade spirit artifacts.
At Blue Star's current forging level, craftsmen capable of creating 9th grade spirit artifacts are already rare as hen's teeth, let alone sacred artifacts. Using sacred artifact fragments as materials to forge spirit artifacts can also greatly enhance their power. I wonder if this holy sword fragment could be used to hatch a sword beast. If it works, I won't have to go to the far north. The following days were spent entirely at the medical center. Only on the 6th day, after Gong Mengfei had fully recovered, did they return to their dormitory on the 36th floor. Back at the villa, Lu Ming brought out all the spirit artifacts he'd acquired this time and carefully selected a top-tier set for Gong Mengfei. Lu Ming, this is far too valuable. The spirit artifacts you gave me last time were perfectly adequate. Gong Mengfei knew the value of these artifacts and shook her head in refusal. Lu Ming retorted with a sigh, why be so formal with me? If it weren't for you, I'd probably have died at Nangong Tianqi's hands. By all accounts, you're my savior. This is nothing. Besides, the spiritual energy on your body is damaged, and your defenses have dropped significantly. It's not safe like this. I don't need spirit artifacts right now. Just take them. Besides, we're heading to the ruined sword domain tomorrow. I'll be focused on racking up points then and won't have time to look after you. You wouldn't want me to miss out on advancing my soul just to babysit you, would you? Take it already, or I'll get angry. Chapter 136, The Great Xia Trading House. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ming immediately sank his divine sense into his spiritual sea. At that moment, Hai Xiaomeng lay sprawled across the petals of the spirit-nurturing lotus, fast asleep. Lu Ming shook her gently. Hey, wake up. Hai Xiaomeng slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy. What's wrong? Hai Xiaomeng looked utterly exhausted, as if she'd just fought 300 rounds. Lu Ming snapped, I called you earlier and got no response. I thought something had happened to you. Turns out you were just sleeping like a log here. Do you have any idea I nearly died today? Can't you be more careful? If I die, you won't survive either. Hai Xiaomeng sighed sadly, looking somewhat aggrieved. It's not my fault. I was suppressed by your damnable headmaster for far too long. On top of that, he took the mermaid pearl, the very source of power for our merfolk clan. My power was already running low. After intervening to help you several times in the trial secret realm, my soul energy depleted completely, forcing me into this slumber. What? You're sleeping here because your power ran out? Lu Ming asked in surprise. He had assumed Hai Xiaomeng had done it intentionally, but it turned out she had been forced into it. Hai Xiaomeng nodded. Of course. If you died, my current power wouldn't be enough to resist the contract's force. If not for this forced slumber, I would never have stood by and watched you die. Lu Ming's brows instantly furrowed. Hai Xiaomeng's background was extraordinary, and her methods were no less remarkable. If she had sufficient power to assist him in battle, Lu Ming's combat prowess would become even more terrifying. You mentioned last time that mermaid pearls can be recondensed, right? Yes. That's precisely why I asked you for money. With ample water attribute materials and ingredients to strengthen my divine soul, I could condense the mermaid pearl much faster. I see. I'll go buy the materials for you right now. After obtaining the merchant house's coordinates from Zhao Linger, Lu Ming set off alone. Half an hour later, Lu Ming came to a halt before a luxurious building. The exterior shimmered with golden splendor, its facade engraved with the 4 characters, Great Xia Trading House. This was the official trading house of the Great Xia Empire, offering comprehensive buying and selling services. Its inventory was vast and well-stocked, with prices strictly regulated to prevent market manipulation. Upon entering the trading house, a beautiful young woman with striking features immediately approached him. Good day, sir. How may I assist you? I wish to sell some 3rd-grade spirit artifacts. Lu Ming had seized too many spirit artifacts from the great clans and wealthy families. After keeping a few pieces he deemed worthwhile, he planned to sell the rest to purchase recovery materials for Hai Xiaomeng. Sir, please follow me. We have a dedicated appraisal machine here. Simply place your artifacts on it and it will provide an instant quote. Lu Ming followed the woman to a machine. These machines resembled vending machines from his previous life, though they were larger to accommodate bulky spirit artifacts, each occupying about 3 to 4 square meters. Several people were currently operating the machines. The operation was indeed similar to a vending machine, making it quite efficient for selling just 1 or 2 items. But for someone like Lu Ming with over 200 artifacts, doing it this way would be far too cumbersome. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Are there other ways to sell them? I have quite a lot of spiritual artifacts. The girl smiled sweetly. Sir, we don't have any other purchasing methods at the moment. This machine is very convenient. Even if you have 4 or 5 spirit artifacts, it would only take a few minutes of your time. Lu Ming pursed his lips. Ah, forget it then. I have over 200 spirit artifacts. Going through them one by one? How long would that take? I'll just find a private merchant instead. With that, Lu Ming turned to leave. Lu Ming looked quite young, so the girl naturally assumed he only had a few low-grade spirit artifacts to sell. She didn't think much of it and blurted out instinctively, "That's perfectly fine, sir. Take your time." Suddenly, the girl snapped to attention. She hurried over to Lu Ming, leaning forward as she asked.
Sir, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat it? 200 spirit artifacts, even the lowest grade ones, would be a huge sum if sold. She could make a fortune.
Her excitement made her bend over, and Lu Ming's looming gaze made her flush crimson.
Ahem. I said I have over 200 spirit artifacts to sell.
Since you don't have any other purchasing methods, I'll have to seek out other merchants. Upon receiving Lu Ming's confirmation, the woman immediately hooked her arm through his, pressing half her body against his arm. Feeling the softness against his arm and inhaling the scent of perfume wafting toward his nose, Lu Ming found his mind wandering. Sir, I apologize. What I mentioned earlier applies to regular customers. If you truly have this many spirit artifacts to sell, I can have our manager discuss terms with you directly. Our Grand Xia trading house is government-owned, so our pricing is absolutely fair.
Why would you need to go elsewhere? Please, follow me to the VIP lounge.
I'll have our manager join you shortly for a detailed discussion. Speaking with great enthusiasm, the woman guided Lu Ming upstairs. Whether intentional or not, Lu Ming couldn't shake the feeling she was afraid he might slip away, practically clinging to him as they walked. Upon entering the VIP lounge, the woman didn't leave but immediately served Lu Ming tea and water. Sir, you must be tired from standing all this time. Let me massage your legs for you. With that, the woman squatted down right in front of Lu Ming and began kneading his legs.
Hey, you know what? It actually felt pretty good.
In that moment, Lu Ming suddenly understood the pleasure of being wealthy. A few minutes later, the door swung open. A middle-aged man, as round as a ball and weighing at least 300 pounds, squeezed his way inside.
Despite his bloated form, the man exuded an aura far more profound than even Zhao Linger's.
Lu Ming couldn't help but inwardly marvel, this is the capital city for you. Even a merchant house manager possesses cultivation at the peak of the 6th rank, or even perfection. Consider this, even a city lord like Gong Changfeng only possessed a 5th rank perfect cultivation. This alone showed just how terrifyingly powerful the Great Xia trading house was.
Upon seeing Lu Ming, a flicker of confusion crossed the man's face.
To him, Lu Ming looked unfamiliar and far too young to be someone capable of selling over 200 spirit artifacts. A hint of displeasure crossed the man's face as he spoke.
Hello, my name is Zhang Hua. I'm the supervisor in charge of spirit artifact acquisitions for Huaxia Trading House. I hear you have over 200 spirit artifacts to sell? While our Great Xia Trading Company values harmony in business, we won't hesitate to deal firmly with those who deliberately cause trouble. If you're here just to make a spectacle of yourself, you've come to the wrong place. Chapter 137, Zhang Lu, you're my real dad.
He shot the woman a displeased glance.
Don't you know my time is precious?
The woman looked slightly aggrieved. Although Lu Ming looked young and dressed plainly, he didn't seem like someone who owned so many spirit artifacts.
However, during their onboarding training, their supervisor had explicitly instructed them not to judge by appearances and to focus on fulfilling their duties. She hadn't expected that by simply following the rules, she wouldn't receive praise but instead get scolded. To expedite the sale of the spirit artifacts, Lu Ming didn't dwell on Zhang Li's attitude. Instead, he directly retrieved all the artifacts from his storage space. In an instant, over 200 spirit artifacts piled up like a small mountain. Lu Ming sat on the sofa, watching Zhang Lu with a faint, mocking smile. Still think I'm an eyesore?
Both Zhang Lu and the woman froze at the sight of the mountain of artifacts. Soon, the woman's eyes brimmed with delight. With so many spirit artifacts, she could make a fortune.
Zhang Lu rubbed his eyes, confirming he wasn't seeing things, then couldn't help but gasp.
Whoa! You're only a 4th rank cultivator, where did you get all these 3rd rank spirit artifacts? Lu Ming frowned, a hint of displeasure crossing his face.
What's this? Do you question the origins of items you buy here?
Noticing Lu Ming's tone, Zhang Lu immediately forced a smile.
You misunderstood. I was just genuinely curious. We only care about the goods and the money when buying things. Don't take it personally. Though Zhang Li's cultivation surpassed Lu Ming's, as a businessman, his perspective differed.
To him, as long as you could make him money, even if you were just an ordinary person, he'd treat you with courtesy. Seeing Zhang Li's shift in attitude, Lu Ming felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. I'll sell it as a package. Give me a rough estimate of its value. Zhang Li swept his spiritual sense over the items and immediately recognized that they were mostly 3rd-grade spirit artifacts. Calculating their value, they were worth at least 6 or 7 million empty spirit stones. This was a huge deal. Based on the commission rate, his cut alone could reach 60 or 70,000. Consider that his annual salary under normal circumstances was only 80 to 90,000 spirit stones. Zhang Li's attitude toward Lu Ming instantly turned respectful. Please wait a moment, I'll calculate it for you right away. After speaking, he grinned at the woman. What are you standing around for? Can't you see our honored guest is getting bored waiting? Go arrange some entertainment for our distinguished guest to pass the time. Her face flushed slightly at his words. She stepped outside and soon returned. This time, she was followed by 5 more stunning women dressed in revealing outfits. This is quite stimulating.
Lu Ming pinched his nose, a flush of embarrassment spreading across his face.
Zhang Lo, being sharp, guessed Lu Ming was likely a novice and that the drugs couldn't be too potent. He immediately explained. It's just a standard song and dance performance to help pass the time. Enjoy the show first, I'll calculate the price for you right away. Zhang Lo waved his hand, using spiritual energy to wrap and move the aura-enveloped figures to the corner, clearing space for the 5 women. The woman who had greeted Lu Ming earlier pressed a button on the wall, and melodious music filled the room. The 5 scantily clad women began to dance gracefully, leaving Lu Ming utterly transfixed. The hostess returned to Lu Ming's side, bending down to massage his feet.
Young and inexperienced, Lu Ming had never enjoyed such pampering before.
He chuckled, no rush, take your time.
Make sure it's all clear and precise.
Zhang Lu immediately understood and readily agreed, rest assured, I'll make sure everything is clear and transparent for you. Half an hour later, Zhang Lu finally handed Lu Ming a long list of quotes. The list clearly detailed the name, spirit patterns, and price of each spiritual artifact. Lu Ming glanced over it casually before skimming straight to the bottom to check the grand total. A total of 202 spirit artifacts, with a grand total of 520,000. Lu Ming had originally estimated an average price of 20,000 empty spirit stones per item, so Zhang Li's quote was slightly higher than expected. Rest assured, our Great Xia Trading House is an official enterprise.
Honesty is our core principle in business dealings. The price I've quoted you is absolutely the highest on the market.
If you sell this batch of spirit artifacts to us, I can use my authority to upgrade you to a gold card membership. As a gold card member, you'll receive a 20% discount on all purchases at any Daxia Trading House location. Furthermore, you'll gain access to our exclusive high-end auctions held periodically by the Great Xia Trading House. Lu Ming had already intended to purchase water attribute materials and spirit sense enhancers for Hai Xiaomeng, and the 20% discount was highly appealing to him.
Alright, I'll sell it to you. Hearing this, Zhang Lu felt a surge of secret delight, quietly amused. Just as I thought a kid. Didn't even haggle. What a steal.
In truth, while Zhang Lu's quoted price was fair, these spirit artifacts were crafted by the offspring of prominent clans and were of exceptional quality. Given the large quantity, he could have easily charged an additional 300,000 to 500,000 and still found it acceptable. At the Great Xia Trading House, there were standardized rates for purchasing 5th grade items. If the acquisition price fell below the guild's standard, the difference went directly to the acquirer as a bonus. This deal alone netted Zhang Lu 3 to 5 years worth of wages, a bloody good deal indeed. Fearing Lu Ming might leave, Zhang Lu quickly retrieved a Dixia Bank purple card and a gleaming gold card from his storage space, handing them to Lu Ming. Sir, here are your proceeds from selling the spirit artifact and your membership gold card. Please take them. Lu Ming took the gold card without so much as a glance at Zhang Lu. I need to purchase some water attribute materials and items to strengthen my divine sense.
Could you arrange that for me? Zhang Lu paused, then asked, do you have specific names? I'll have someone deliver them immediately. Lu Ming shook his head. No. Just 5th grade materials. Whatever quantity my money can buy, I want it all. Zhang Lu asked in astonishment, you're spending over 5 million on materials?
Though 5th grade materials weren't cheap, averaging 300,000 to 400,000 spirit stones per item, spending over 6 million spirit stones at once on materials, especially for a single attribute, was highly unusual.
Yes. Hurry up and get it done. I'm in a rush. Right away. Please wait a moment.
After receiving confirmation, Zhang Lu saw no need to say more. Though he was the purchasing manager, he was also handling this procurement personally. That meant the commission from this purchase would be his. With Lu Ming's 2 transactions, 1 sale and 1 purchase, Zhang Lu stood to pocket hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. At that moment, Zhang Lu was tempted to call Lu Ming his living father. Seeing Lu Ming engrossed in the performance, he promptly exited the room while instructing the others inside, take good care of our honored guest.
After Zhang Lu departed, the VIP room soon echoed with Lu Ming's delighted laughter. Chapter 138, The Ruined Land.
An hour later, after hearing the VIP lounge gradually quiet down, Zhang Lu knocked on the door.
Come in.
Upon hearing Lu Ming's voice, Zhang Lu pushed the door open and stepped inside. The 5 women, dressed lightly, stood flushed and flustered by the side, adjusting their clothing. The woman who had greeted Lu Ming earlier took a tissue and thoughtfully wiped away the faint red mark lingering at the corner of his mouth.
Lu Ming smiled warmly at Zhang Lu. Did you get it?
Zhang Lu handed Lu Ming a storage ring.
It's all inside. Would you like to check?
Lu Ming swept his spiritual sense through the ring and discovered numerous materials inside. Though he couldn't identify them all, he could roughly gauge their grades based on their aura. Lu Ming tucked the ring away, then patted the woman who had greeted him in the lobby with satisfaction. You're quite capable.
What's your name? I'll ask for you next time I come.
Overjoyed at the compliment, the woman promptly gave Lu Ming her name and contact information.
If you need anything, just give me a call.
If you're pressed for time, I can arrange for delivery right to your doorstep.
With that, Ni Pingping flashed Lu Ming a flirtatious glance. Amidst the warm farewells from Zhang Lo and Ni Pingping, Lu Ming left the Daxia Trading Company. Watching Lu Ming's retreating figure, Ping's eyes lingered with lingering desire.
Zhang Le cleared his throat and reminded her, "We're still at work.
Keep it together."
Back in the dorm, Lu Ming unpacked all the materials purchased from Dasha Trading Company before finally releasing the seal on his spiritual sea.
"You bought the stuff, but how do you plan to use it?"
A flash of white light flickered between Lu Ming's eyebrows as Hai Xiaoming materialized beside him, her expression filled with suspicion.
"What were you doing just now? Why did you seal off your spiritual sea?"
Lu Ming covered his mouth with his fist and cleared his throat twice.
"Ahem, a mermaid like you, why do you need to know so much about human affairs?
Hurry up and show me how you plan to use these things. I paid a hefty price this time, you'd better remember every single thing.
Next time I need your help, you'd better be more enthusiastic."
Hai Xiaoming surveyed the overflowing 5th grade materials, a satisfied smile spreading across her lovely face. These materials are more than enough for me to form the rudimentary shape of a mermaid pearl.
But refining them will take a day or two. During that time, watch your back, don't go and get yourself killed. Tomorrow we'll be entering the ruined sword domain. According to Zhao Linger,
if you perish within the ruined sword domain, you'll simply be teleported out, it won't affect you much.
No problem. Focus on refining them.
For the next few days, Lu Ming retreated to the martial arts room to train. Early the next morning, just as Lu Ming and Gong Mengfei finished breakfast, Zhou Zhirua, Bai Bingbing, and Huang Yu rang the doorbell.
Upon opening the door, Zhou Zhirua froze upon seeing Gong Mengfei present.
She pointed at the two with a peculiar expression.
"You too." Gong Mengfei flushed and hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. There are many rooms here.
Lu Ming just let me stay here for the convenience of my cultivation." Hearing this, Zhou Zhirua immediately peered inside.
"Wow. The spiritual energy on this 36th floor is incredibly potent."
Zhou Zhirua looked at Lu Ming expectantly.
"I want to move in here too."
Lu Ming looked at her with confusion.
"Why should you?" Zhou Zhirua shot Lu Ming a glare. "What? You don't want to take responsibility now?"
Hearing this bombshell, Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu instantly stared at Lu Ming and Zhou Zhirua in utter shock. With her stunning figure and unique, mature charm, Zhou Zhirua was the dream lover and fantasy object of many. Though she had a fiery personality and often dressed boldly and casually, as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, her conduct was generally beyond reproach.
"You two have already." The two couldn't believe their ears.
It had only been a few days since the semester started.
Could it be that Lu Ming possesses some special charm?
The same question flashed through both their minds simultaneously. Seeing their expressions, Lu Ming knew they'd jumped to conclusions and immediately explained.
"Don't listen to her nonsense. There's absolutely nothing going on between us."
Zhou Zhirua glared at him.
"Are you sure?"
For some reason, Lu Ming felt a pang of guilt under her glare.
"It's not what you think, anyway."
Zhou Zhirua curled her lip.
"I don't care. Once the broken sword domain ends, I'm moving in." Lu Ming sighed inwardly, thinking there were plenty of rooms anyway, and tacitly agreed. "Alright, stop standing around. Since you're all here, come on in and sit down."
Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu suppressed their laughter, waving their hands.
"No thanks.
Director Zhang is waiting for us downstairs.
We should hurry.
The ruined sword domain opens at specific times.
If you miss it, you won't be able to enter." Downstairs, Zheng Xianlin was already waiting.
Seeing them arrive, he summoned his soul essence and stepped onto it. Seeing the stunned expressions, Zheng Xianlin chuckled.
"Don't just stand there. Hop on. I'm used to flying through the air without any gadgets. Make do with this for now."
Lu Ming had heard of sword riding flight, but this spear riding flight was a first for him. Zhou Zhirua stared at the slippery spear shaft with a look of apprehension.
"Master Zhang, if it's really impossible, we could just walk over instead."
"That spear shaft looks slippery, you won't be able to stand steady.
If we fall off, we'll be smashed to bits."
Zheng Xianlin chuckled. "Don't worry. I'll shield you with my spiritual energy.
You won't fall." Lu Ming trusted Zheng Xianlin implicitly and stepped onto the spear first.
Once all five were aboard, two streams of spiritual energy surged from Zheng Xianlin, forming protective barriers that anchored them in place, preventing them from being flung off.
Zheng Xianlin channeled his spiritual energy, propelling the blue lightning spear skyward like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, they soared into the air. Gazing down at the buildings below, Lu Ming suddenly found the scene rather amusing. He began imagining himself soaring through the skies atop a flying sword. The entrance to the ruined sword domain wasn't within Kyoto University, but rather in a desolate wasteland 300 li outside Kyoto City. Zhang Xianlin's flight was swift, and within little over half an hour, they descended upon a peculiar place. This place was peculiar, its overall hue a strange bluish-green reminiscent of the color bronze takes after corrosion. Looking around, they saw nothing but crumbling walls and ruins, permeated by a musty, decaying stench. Standing here, even the sky above had shifted hues, the sun itself had turned a sickly green, an eerie sight. This nearby region has gradually mutated under the influence of the ruined sword domain, hence it's called the Ruined Land. According to our dean's firm conviction, this is caused by a powerful curse. Over time, the ruined lands have rapidly expanded.
In just a few decades, they've corrupted tens of thousands of square kilometers of land. Moreover, the rate of transformation has accelerated in recent years. If we cannot break this curse soon, I fear that within 100 years, our entire Great Xia will become the Ruin Land.
Chapter 139, The Ruined Sword Domain.
Lu Ming was startled upon hearing this.
What? Is there no way to stop it?
A martial artist's lifespan was long, and Lu Ming certainly didn't want to spend his next 100 years living on such barren, decaying land.
Zhang Xianlin sighed bitterly. This curse is immensely powerful. Even a 9th-rank martial artist would be powerless against it.
The dean once mentioned that the solution might lie within the Ruined Sword Domain itself.
Therefore, anyone who has ever entered the Ruined Sword Domain must come with me to provide a detailed account.
We'll use your descriptions to speculate on ways to lift or mitigate the curse of the Ruin Land.
Have you discovered anything over the years? Zhang Xianlin shook his head.
If we had, things wouldn't be like this now.
However, over the years, we did learn about the Ruined Sacred Sword trial from Yu Taijie.
Although Yu Taijie obtained the qualification for the Broken Sacred Sword trial back then, he failed to pass it. We suspect that perhaps the only way to uncover the method to break the curse of the Ruined Lands is by undergoing the Ruined Holy Sword trial.
Yu Taijie's performance back then was too extraordinary.
All these years, he remains the only one to have earned the trial qualification.
Lu Ming, judging by your current performance, you are the only one with a real chance of passing the trial.
You must give it your all.
If you can break the curse of decay, you will be a hero to all of Great Xia.
Hearing Zhang Xianlin's words, Lu Ming suddenly felt the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Lu Ming chuckled awkwardly. Director Zhang, putting it that way makes me feel the weight of the world on my shoulders. Zhang Xianlin patted Lu Ming on the shoulder. No need to put so much pressure on yourself. Just do your best. Alright, step back. I'll open the secret realm gate for you.
After Lu Ming and the others stepped back several meters, Zhang Xianlin produced a small, copper-green sword. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword transformed into a green beam of light that vanished into the air ahead. Soon, the space began to warp. Zhang Xianlin's expression turned solemn as he summoned a shield, holding it before him. Within the warped space, a dilapidated gate slowly materialized.
A terrifying shockwave erupted from within, crashing into Zhang Xianlin's shield.
A thunderous boom echoed as Zhang Xianlin, despite his readiness, was sent reeling backward. A trickle of blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. Only after the shockwave fully dissipated did Zhang Xianlin retract his shield. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhang Xianlin said, "Alright, hurry inside.
Good luck to you both."
Lu Ming was about to ask about Zhang Xianlin's condition when suddenly, Zhang enveloped him in spiritual energy and flung him directly into the portal. Only after Lu Ming and the others had entered did Zhang Xianlin begin coughing violently, finally spitting out a mouthful of dark green blood.
Phew!
The power of this curse of decay is growing stronger and stronger.
At this rate, in a few more years, only 8th-rank martial artists will be able to withstand the shock of opening the gate.
Upon entering the portal, Lu Ming and his companions felt the world spin violently. When their vision steadied, they found themselves within a palace. An eerie green glow permeated every corner of the palace, its appearance still radiating a profound sense of decay. Creak, creak, creak. No sooner had the five steadied themselves than a sound like bones scraping against each other reached their ears. Following the sound, Lu Ming and the others immediately saw a towering skeleton, glowing green all over, crawling out of a coffin in the distance. And there were 4 more such coffins. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the skeleton, and the system instantly read out its information. Skeleton Berserker. Cultivation level, high 5th grade. Traits, proficient swordsmanship, formidable defense. Innate techniques, parry, earth-splitting slash, gale slash. After the skeleton fully rose from the coffin, its bony hand reached inside and grasped a dark green longsword. Thud. 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 Movement echoed from the other 4 coffins as 4 more skeletons rose to their feet. Each wielded distinct weapons reflecting their respective classes.
Among them, the one wielding a staff blazing with dark green flames was a skeleton mage.
The one wielding a pair of emerald daggers was a skeleton assassin. The one wielding a longbow was a skeleton archer, while the short, barely over a meter tall figure was a skeleton windspeaker. Judging by their skills, the windspeaker leaned toward control abilities, functioning as a support class.
All 5 skeletons possessed early 5th grade cultivation.
The dim lighting in the grand hall made these 5 skeletons appear eerily sinister. At that moment, all 5 skeletons leapt out of their coffins. The skeleton assassin transformed into a streak of green light, vanishing into thin air. Instantly, Gong Mengfei and the others felt a chill run through them, their expressions tightening with tension. Simultaneously, the skeleton berserker swung his long sword, charging toward them to attack. The skeleton archer drew back his longbow, sending a volley of dark green arrows whistling through the air. Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, and the others grew solemn, summoning their soul essences as they prepared for battle. After sensing the aura of these skeletons with his psychic energy, Lu Ming chuckled, "No need to be tense. You all take a break. Let me rack up some performance points and see if I can trigger the Broken Sacred Sword assessment." Lu Ming expanded his psychic energy, instantly enveloping the entire hall.
Though the skeleton remained invisible to the naked eye thanks to its concealment skill, it couldn't evade Lu Ming's mental probing. Found you. A smirk touched Lu Ming's lips.
Summoning the thousand-shaped sword, he transformed his spiritual energy into metallic essence before turning and slashing toward the space behind Zhou Jiruo.
A flash of sword light erupted.
The skeleton, which had been preparing to ambush Zhou Jiruo, was instantly forced into the open by Lu Ming's strike.
Simultaneously, it was cleaved clean in two by the sword's blow.
Having dealt with the skeleton mage's dark fireball plummeted from the sky. Lu Ming swiftly transformed his spiritual energy into wind attributes, then leapt backward abruptly and swung his sword. The sword energy transformed into a gale, directly deflecting the fireball.
It landed precisely before the skeleton berserker.
The fireball exploded, yet the skeleton berserker remained unaffected, continuing to charge straight toward Lu Ming and his companions.
Ha! Aren't they immune to each other's skills?
Lu Ming felt a surge of alarm.
He swiftly converted his spiritual energy into metal attribute energy and unleashed a flurry of sword strikes. Zhang Xinlian's earlier words weighed heavily on Lu Ming.
To secure a higher performance score and trigger the broken sacred sword assessment, he held nothing back, wielding the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra as if it were a basic attack.
With a few swings, the once imposing skeletons were hacked into scattered bones.
Killed a grade 5 skeleton assassin.
Gained EXP 2000.
Killed a grade 5 skeleton berserker, gained EXP 2000.
The ruined sword domain was a natural secret realm. The monsters within would respawn, defeating them yielded experience.
After gaining this 10,000 points of experience, Lu Ming advanced from 4th grade intermediate to 4th grade advanced. He felt his strength had grown once more.
Among those present, aside from Zhou Jiruo, none had ever engaged Lu Ming in direct combat. Especially Bai Bingbing and Huang Yu. Though they knew Lu Ming was formidable, they still stood somewhat dumbfounded.
They had heard from their older siblings in the clan that the skeleton monsters within the ruined sword domain possessed formidable strength, far surpassing even spirit beasts of the same tier. Under normal circumstances, these 5 skeleton monsters alone would have kept 5 people busy for quite some time. Yet now, Lu Ming had disposed of them with such effortless ease. After the 5 skeleton monsters were dealt with, the coffin lid slid aside, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Lu Ming walked to the tunnel entrance and saw the others still standing there dumbfounded. He urged them, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. I still need to rack up some performance points."
Chapter 140, Promotion to 5th rank. Hearing Lu Ming's urging, the others hurriedly followed.
Through the passageway lay another dilapidated hall, only this time the number of coffins had doubled. However, the skeleton's strength hadn't increased, only their numbers had grown. For ordinary people, this would have doubled the difficulty. But for Lu Ming, unless the individual strength of the skeletons had significantly increased, their sheer numbers were useless. Lu Ming plowed through the layers at an average pace of 1 per minute. By the 12th minute, they had reached the 12th level. This was the final level of the ruined sword domain. Within the grand hall, over 1,000 coffins now stood arrayed. As Lu Ming and his companions entered, the lid sprang open simultaneously, and skeletal figures catapulted from within. This time, these skeletons possessed cultivation at the early 6th rank. Earlier, Lu Ming and his companions had already encountered 6th grade, early-stage skeletons. With Lu Ming's offensive power, he could generally take down a 6th grade beginner skeleton monster with 3 or 4 strikes of the 4 symbols sword intent, channeling all 9 of his spiritual veins simultaneously. Facing so many 6th grade skeleton monsters now, Lu Ming dared not be careless.
He immediately transformed his spiritual energy into fire attribute energy.
Simultaneously, he continuously visualized the vermilion bird sword intent within the 4 symbols sword intent in his mind. Sheep. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a crisp chirping sound echo within his mind. As he swung his sword, this time his sword energy transformed into a fiery red giant bird, swooping out. That fiery red bird possessed an indescribable aura of sacredness. Huang Yu's soul essence was an A-grade snow-crested eagle. Upon seeing the crimson bird materialize from the sword energy, his face paled and his entire body trembled.
Bai Bingbing noticed his unusual state and asked, "What's wrong? Lu Ming's sword strike wasn't aimed at you, you shouldn't be trembling like that."
Huang Yu pointed at the crimson bird in utter shock, his expression on the verge of tears.
This phantom is the divine beast Juke.
Bai Bingbing stared at the bird's phantom with sudden doubt.
Vermilion bird? Isn't that a legendary creature?
Zhou Jiruo spoke tremulously at this point. It must be the vermilion bird. I feel my very soul trembling, almost as if it's slipping out of control.
Huang Yu nodded in agreement.
Yeah. I feel it too. Your soul essence is fire attributed, while mine is that of a flying demon beast. Anything capable of making both our life souls tremble from the depths of our being, even if it isn't the divine beast Juke, must be connected to it. Bai Bingbing's soul essence wasn't a beast martial soul, nor was it fire attributed, so she didn't feel it as deeply.
She merely sensed that Lu Ming's sword strike was far more terrifying than any before.
The illusory form of the vermilion bird descended upon the skeleton monsters, instantly transforming into a terrifying sea of flames.
Hundreds of skeleton monsters were instantly scorched to ashes, while the flames continued to spread rapidly. Phew! After unleashing that strike, Lu Ming exhaled a long breath of relief. Though immensely powerful, the sword strike had also drained him terribly. This was the first time since breaking through to the 4th rank that Lu Ming had directly felt his spiritual energy dwindle so drastically. That single strike had consumed a full 10th of his spiritual energy. Seeing the spreading flames still held formidable power, Lu Ming swiftly channeled his spiritual energy into wind attributes and swung his sword once more. A raging tempest whipped through the air, fueling the flames. In the blink of an eye, another 100 or so skeleton monsters were reduced to ashes. The skeleton monsters reacted instantly. Many skeleton mages wielding staffs swung their wands, causing green water currents to surge from the floor. The surging water swiftly extinguished the flames. Meanwhile, the skeletons themselves activated their hidden abilities, vanishing from sight. Attacks unleashed through deep contemplation of the 4 symbols sword intent were significantly more powerful, but they also consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy and divine consciousness. With Lu Ming's spiritual energy reserves, he could sustain over 10 consecutive uses. However, the strength of his divine sense could only support him for a maximum of 4 uses. Any more than that, and he would faint immediately. With over 700 skeleton monsters remaining, he dared not waste his divine sense. He immediately shouted to Gong Mengfei. "Mengfei, force them out." Gong Mengfei understood instantly and activated her life soul. Frozen wasteland. Icy crystals rained down from the sky, revealing the hidden skeleton assassins beneath the crystalline blanket. Without Lu Ming needing to say anything, Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, and the others immediately unleashed their techniques to attack the skeleton assassins. The skeleton assassins' defenses were no match for the skeleton berserkers, and Bai Bingbing and the others managed to barely hold them off. The remaining skeleton monsters launched their attacks en masse. In an instant, a hail of arrows, fireballs, and various crowd control spells erupted. Lu Ming and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Lu Ming knew that with Bai Bingbing and the others' spiritual energy reserves, they would soon be depleted. If they couldn't swiftly eliminate these skeletal monsters, they risked defeat right here on this final floor. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his mind focusing on the black tortoise sword intent within the 4 symbols sword intent. The black tortoise ruled over water. As Lu Ming swung his sword, a massive tidal wave materialized out of thin air. The surging waves engulfed the skeleton monsters' attacks. The remaining skeletons were knocked off balance, their attack rhythm disrupted. Lu Ming instantly channeled his spiritual energy into thunder attributes. A single sword strike sent thunderous roars echoing through the air. Thick bolts of lightning shot from the sky, striking the surging waters below. Conducted through the water, the lightning's power amplified significantly. All the skeleton monsters froze stiff from the electric shock. Seeing this, Lu Ming swiftly shifted his spiritual energy into metal attributes and swung his sword rapidly. In an instant, sword light filled the sky. After 5 or 6 minutes, most of the skeleton monsters lay dead or wounded. A white light flared around Lu Ming, his aura surging dramatically. Sensing the shift in Lu Ming's aura, Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, and the others stared at him in disbelief. "You broke through?" The barrier between 4th grade perfection and 5th grade lay within the spiritual sea. But opening the spiritual sea is no easy feat. Bai Bingbing and the others had been stuck at this barrier for some time, still unable to break through. Lu Ming, however, had only been at the mid-4th grade level when he entered the ruined sword domain, lacking the capacity to challenge the spiritual sea. Yet now, he had ascended without a single hitch, as if the barrier never existed. This left the others utterly astonished. In truth, the barrier still existed. It was merely that Lu Ming, aided by the spirit-nurturing lotus, had opened his spiritual sea ahead of schedule. Lu Ming smiled but offered no explanation. Let's focus on escaping this predicament first. After advancing to the 5th rank, Lu Ming's attributes had significantly improved across the board. Now, even by merely wielding the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, he could instantly annihilate these 6th grade skeleton monsters. Another 5 or 6 minutes passed before all the skeleton monsters were eliminated. Bai Bingbing and the others collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Only Lu Ming remained alert and refreshed, as if nothing had happened. This time, no passageway to the next level appeared. Instead, several beams of light descended from the dark green sky. Seeing the beams, Bai Bingbing and the others exclaimed excitedly, "The rewards are here." Chapter 141, Soul Advancement. As the beams descended, Lu Ming felt something appear in his hand. Looking down, he discovered a palm-sized, dark green fragment. Powerful energy fluctuations pulsed from the shard. Holding it, Lu Ming felt as though blades were slicing through his palm. Fortunately, his body had been fortified by the sword transformation technique, granting him strength far surpassing that of ordinary people. Otherwise, he would likely be bleeding profusely by now. Holy Sword Fragment. Fragment of the sword wielded by Fiego, the King of Ruin. The ruined king, Fiego? If even his residual power is this formidable, he must have been one of the top-tier powerhouses among the stars. I wonder if this thing can be used to hatch a sword beast. As Lu Ming pondered, his soul essence surfaced involuntarily.
The holy sword fragment instantly transformed into a green beam of light and vanished into the thousand-shaped sword.
Holy! Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lu Ming exclaimed in shock.
Though this fragment was a sacred artifact, it glowed a vivid green and clearly bore the power of the curse of decay.
If absorbed by his life essence and tainted by the curse of ruin, wouldn't he be finished? Unfortunately, Lu Ming's power was utterly insufficient to halt this process.
He could only watch helplessly as the vibrant colors of his thousand-shaped sword were gradually assimilated by the fragment's power.
Fortunately, the process was brief.
Within mere seconds, Lu Ming's soul essence had turned a vivid green, as if coated in a layer of green paint. Simultaneously, Lu Ming sensed a thick, decaying stench emanating from it.
Damn it!
I've truly been tainted by the power of the curse of decay. Lu Ming felt his heart sink instantly.
This was the curse of decay, a force even 9th-grade martial artists couldn't overcome. Yet, just as the decaying curse's power began to corrode Lu Ming's body,
his body suddenly burst into dazzling multicolored light as the sword transformation technique activated on its own.
Lu Ming even felt once more the surging power of the max-level sword transformation art he had wielded against Cleanser.
The power of the curse of ruin, upon encountering the multicolored light emitted by the sword transformation technique, instantly melted away like snow under the scorching sun. Detected extraordinary power invading host's body. Sword transformation technique seal temporarily lifted.
Decaying power being refined.
The system's voice sounded, and Lu Ming immediately felt his body relax. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense the power of the curse of decay being rapidly refined by the system, which was then channeled to strengthen his life soul. As the curse of ruin was refined away, the green hue on the thousand-shaped sword rapidly faded. Lu Ming observed that the sword's original vibrant hues were being replaced by a force as black as ink.
Within that ink-black force, Lu Ming sensed a peculiar fluctuation. That fluctuation made his divine sense tremble.
After several dozen seconds, the green hue vanished entirely from the blade. At this moment, the thousand-shaped sword had been utterly transformed. Its blade had turned pitch black, radiating a peculiar sheen. Merely gazing upon it sent shivers down one's spine, a tremor that shook the very soul. Decaying power absorption complete. Life soul successfully evolved.
Holy crap! It evolved already?
The last time his life soul evolved from D rank to C rank, the power boost was significant, and it gained numerous additional abilities.
This made Lu Ming eagerly anticipate what special abilities the life soul would possess after this evolution. Lu Ming eagerly opened the life soul interface. Life soul, soul devouring sword. Level B. Unique ability, soul devour.
Upon killing an enemy, has a 100% chance to devour their soul essence, thereby enhancing oneself.
Inherits all attribute abilities.
Note, after absorbing sufficient soul essences, it can evolve into an A-grade soul-destroying sword. Seeing the soul panel, Lu Ming couldn't hide the grin spreading across his face. After evolving into the B-grade soul-devouring sword, not only was its soul-devouring ability preserved, but the probability had become a guaranteed 100%. This gave him a clear path to further enhance his soul essence. Moreover, the all-attribute transformation ability of the all-attribute thousand change sword had also been inherited. This ability would diversify Lu Ming's previously limited techniques. During the previous battle, he had experimented with striking using different types of spiritual energy. The combined effects produced by wielding it with different spiritual energies proved remarkably potent, catching Lu Ming's attention.
If utilized effectively, this ability could yield unexpected results once he mastered more techniques. The interface closed, and the seal of sword transformation redescended, its immense power receding like a tide.
Ah! If only I could maintain the full power of sword transformation all the time. After experiencing the full might of sword transformation, Lu Ming felt all the more inadequate in his current state, his thirst for power growing ever more urgent.
Lu Ming, what happened to you just now? As the light faded, Gong Mengfei asked anxiously. Moments earlier, each of them had received different rewards. Just as they were celebrating, they suddenly noticed something unusual about Lu Ming. The powerful fluctuations of energy emanating from him had been so intense that they couldn't even approach him. Now that he had returned to normal, they immediately asked with concern.
Lu Ming chuckled, nothing much. Just my soul essence evolved after absorbing the fragments of the sacred sword.
No big deal, don't get worked up.
Bai Bingbing and the others stared at him in utter shock.
You directly swallowed and refined the fragment of a sacred artifact?
Noticing the astonished expressions on Bai Bingbing, Wang Yu, and Zhou Jiruo's faces, Lu Ming raised an eyebrow.
What? Is there a problem?
Zhou Jiruo's face flushed with urgency.
Of course there is. That sacred artifact fragment is also imbued with the power of the decaying curse. You can only refine it after transferring the decay curse's power away. Doing it this way, you'll be infected by the decay curse yourself.
Lu Ming had thought it was something serious. Upon hearing it was about the decay curse, he waved his hand dismissively.
Oh, that? No need to worry about that. I'm quite fortunate.
The decaying curse power within the sacred artifact fragment I obtained seems to have nearly dissipated.
After refining it, I experienced no abnormalities whatsoever. See for yourselves. With that, Lu Ming fully exposed his soul essence and aura. The power of the Curse of Ruin was overwhelmingly potent. Once infected, it was instantly recognizable. Their gazes fell upon Lu Ming's soul essence. Though the aura emanating from it was indeed strange and unsettling, it bore no resemblance whatsoever to the power of the Curse of Ruin. Are you truly unharmed? Jiruo asked, still uneasy. Not only am I fine, but I'm perfectly well. What about you all? What did you get? Lu Ming looked at the others curiously. Bai Bingbing pulled out a scroll with a hint of disappointment. I got a martial art without any rank. Huang Yu's face was beaming with joy. I got a drop of true fire phoenix essence blood. If I fully refine it, my soul essence might mutate from blood coagulated sculpture into a true fire phoenix. Jiruo's face also glowed with a smile. Mine is more straightforward, a special bonus that directly increases my attack power by 5%. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon Gong Mengfei. Mengfei, what about you? Chapter 142, The King of Ruin, by Ego. Gong Mengfei's expression was somewhat peculiar. After a moment's hesitation, she clenched her jaw and shook her head. I have nothing. Nothing? Lu Ming and the others exchanged puzzled looks. Before he could ask further, the entire hall suddenly began to shake violently. The shaking was so violent it felt as if the structure might collapse. Jiruo and the others struggled to steady themselves, their expressions turning pale with shock. What's happening? Isn't the ruined sword domain only 12 layers deep? Why haven't we been teleported out yet? The ceiling above the hall suddenly split open. A massive, dark green hand reached through, seized Lu Ming, and vanished instantly. As the hand vanished, the hall gradually returned to normal. Bai Bingbing, Huang Yu, and Jiruo exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a mix of astonishment and envy. Where did they take Lu Ming? Jiruo reassured them, don't worry. None of us have been teleported out yet, and Lu Ming was taken alone. That means he triggered the broken sacred sword trial. Rest assured, that trial is similar to the one here. Even if he fails, it won't cause any significant harm to his body. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was dragged by that massive hand into a peculiar space. This space was dominated by a dark green hue, with a massive bronze throne standing before him. Seated upon it was a man wearing a crown and armor. His features were rugged and resolute, yet his eyes held a profound melancholy. Were it not for his eerily cyan blue skin, he would have been considered quite handsome by human standards. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the man, attempting to access his information through the system. The Ruined King, by Ego. Cultivation level, too vast a gap to scan. Upon seeing the man's information, Lu Ming was taken aback, his gaze turning solemn as he stared at the figure seated upon the throne. He had assumed the trial for the ruined holy sword would be similar to the one in Sword Burial Valley, just a casual assessment and that would be it. Lu Ming never imagined this trial would be personally presided over by the King of Ruin, Viego. As a visitor from the starry skies, Viego alone wielded the Curse of Ruin, a power that rendered 9th rank martial artists utterly helpless. His might was undeniable. Even if this wasn't his true form, he was absolutely beyond Lu Ming's current capabilities to contend with. Huff! Don't get nervous. Don't get nervous. Lu Ming had no idea what Yu Taijia had been like during his assessment for the ruined holy sword, but he was certain that Yu Taijia's failure hadn't seemed to harm him in any way. Reassuring himself with this thought, Lu Ming refocused his gaze on Fui Ji and began walking slowly toward the throne. Only when Lu Ming reached the base of the throne did Fui, his eyes clouded with melancholy, finally lift his head. An ethereal voice echoed throughout the entire space. Is it you, Isolde? Upon seeing Lu Ming, a hint of disappointment flickered in Fui's eyes. Oh, it's just a lowly human after all. Another false hope for me. However, rumor has it that among you humans, there are powerful individuals capable of breaking the curse of decay. Then let me test you first. Are you ready? Before Lu Ming could respond, Fui pointed at him from across the distance. Then, a green longsword flew into the air beside him. The sword radiated powerful energy fluctuations, distorting the entire space around it. One by one, dark green runes drifted from the blade, coalescing into an arcane array pattern. That array pattern sent a chill through Lu Ming's heart. The array pattern entered Lu Ming's body. Instantly, his entire form erupted with dazzling green light. Ah! The power of the curse of decay swiftly consumed Lu Ming's body. He let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. In that moment, Lu Ming could distinctly feel his flesh and blood rapidly decaying. Yet upon closer inspection, his flesh remained intact, only now it had turned the same color as Buddha Master Ji's body. Terrified, Lu Ming urgently began channeling his sword transformation technique. His only hope now lay in the sword transformation technique. As the sword transformation technique activated, a faint rainbow glow shimmered around Lu Ming, slightly slowing the devouring force of the curse of decay. However, the curse of ruin's power was now too overwhelming. Lu Ming's current level of sword transformation technique was utterly insufficient to withstand it. Just as despair gripped Lu Ming, the system's voice sounded once more. Detecting massive decay energy within the host. Sword transformation technique seal temporarily lifted.
The full might of the sword transformation technique returned, the multicolored light radiating from Lu Ming intensifying dramatically. It completely suppressed the power of the Curse of Ruin. Moreover, under the influence of the radiance emanating from Lu Ming, the colors within this space began to shift. Upon the throne, Viego, who had been listless moments before, felt the shift in Lu Ming's aura. A flicker of delight danced in his eyes. 2 emerald green tears even welled up at the corners of his eyes. Isolde, you are saved. My people, you are saved. Viego beckoned with a wave of his hand, and the broken holy sword in the air fell into his grasp. Simultaneously, the power of the Curse of Ruin emanating from Lu Ming's body flowed back into the broken holy sword. Lu Ming suddenly felt his body go limp. As the power of sword transformation was sealed away, he felt as though his body had been hollowed out. Viego gazed at Lu Ming, his voice trembling slightly as he spoke. Human, though you are still weak now, the power within you can actually counter the Curse of Ruin. Given time, once you cultivate to the saintly realm, you may possess the power to purge the Curse of Ruin. Would you be willing to help us of Fuguan Island rid ourselves of this dreadful curse? Ha? You're asking me for help? Aren't rewards supposed to be given immediately after passing the trial? Lu Ming was taken aback by Foy's words. Seeing Lu Ming hesitate to speak, Foy continued. If you agree to assist me, I can temporarily bestow my sword, the ruined holy sword, upon you. Though your current strength may not yet allow you to wield the broken sacred sword in battle, it contains my profound insights into cultivation. Once you fully assimilate its essence, you'll face no constraints until you reach the sacred realm. If you can help us lift the Curse of Ruin, I will have my entire clan perform a grand blessing of divine light for you. At that moment, the system's voice echoed within Lu Ming's mind. For millennia, Blightlight Island has suffered under the Curse of Ruin. The Ruined King journeyed far into the cosmos seeking a solution. Note, the Curse of Decay is one of the ancient forbidden spells. Fuguan Blessing, one of Fuguan Island's sacred arts, granting immense faith power to the blessed. Note, faith power is the pivotal force for ascending to godhood and immortality. Ascend to divinity? Upon hearing the system prompt, Lu Ming's astonishment deepened. He clearly remembered how Clincer, who claimed to be of the Void God clan, had been scared out of his wits when facing the Rainbow Immortal King sword. Combined with the immortal Great Spirit vein he had just awakened, Lu Ming didn't know exactly what ascending to divinity and immortality entailed. But he was certain it represented a realm or power far surpassing the current cultivation systems on Blue Star. The thought alone sent a surge of excitement coursing through Lu Ming. This was something that transcended the current cultivation system. If he could obtain it sooner rather than later, wouldn't he soar to new heights? The Kuan Void Divine Clan? They'd be nothing but insignificant pests he could crush with a flick of his finger. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately spoke up. I'm willing to help you. Chapter 143, The Crown of Divine Light, The Broken Sacred Sword. A flicker of delight crossed Foy's face. Thank you. A brave and compassionate human. Lu Ming raised his hand to interrupt. Hold on. First tell me exactly where Blessed Light Island is, how I can get there, and what cultivation level I need to break the Curse of Ruin. Foy paused briefly before answering. Fuguan Island lies 2 star systems away from your planet. To traverse a star river, you must possess at least transcendent realm strength. As for completely resolving the Curse of Decay, that goes far beyond mere cultivation. I sense your physique is unique and that is the key to your ability to refine the Curse of Ruin. You must maintain your physical constitution at the level it was when the ruined holy sword tested you earlier. Transcendent realm? What kind of realm is that? After searching the starry skies for years, Foy's incarnation finally glimpsed hope for resolving the Curse of Ruin. He humbled himself, patiently explaining to Lu Ming. The laws governing your planet are incomplete, and your cultivation system is far too backward. The highest ranked cultivator here is merely at the 9th rank of the mortal realm. As for you now, you are at the 5th rank of the mortal realm. 9th rank mortal realm cultivators possess some power, but their physical abilities and lifespan remain within the bounds of ordinary mortals. Hence, it is called the mortal realm. Above the 9th rank of the mortal realm lies the transcendent mortal realm, also known as the transcendence realm. Upon entering this realm, one can no longer be considered mortal. Both physical capabilities and lifespan break free from your current limitations. For example, if a 9th rank mortal warrior were to have their body destroyed, they would die immediately. But a transcendent realm cultivator, as long as their spirit remains intact, can seek a new vessel to possess and reincarnate, or even parasitize within a peculiar spiritual object. Upon reaching the transcendent realm, one's constitution strengthens, granting resistance to spatial erosion and the ability to traverse the cosmos. Your cultivation is too low at present. There's no need to dwell on such matters. Focus on patient cultivation. When you gain the power to refine the Curse of Ruin, the ruined sacred sword will guide you to Fuguan Island. Lu Ming understood. Suddenly, he recalled the question Zhang Xianlin had raised earlier and asked. The power within the ruined sword domain has already eroded vast swaths of our land, and its spread is accelerating. Do you have a way to stop it?
Otherwise, if this continues, I fear our land, even the entire planet, will be consumed by decay before I break through to the transcendent realm. Hearing this, Master Go's face flashed with regret. My apologies. Previously, to sustain the ruined sword domain, I had no choice but to draw energy by corrupting the outside world with the power of the ruin curse. Now that I've found you, there's no longer any need for the ruined sword domain to exist on your planet. After escorting you out, I shall destroy this realm of decay. However, I currently lack the power to restore the lands already corrupted. To express my regret, I bestow upon you the crown of divine light. May your cultivation progress swiftly. Foiji removed the royal crown from his head and tossed it lightly, landing it atop Lu Ming's head. Acquired Sacred Inheritance Artifact, Crown of Divine Light. Foiji took the ruined sacred sword, temporarily suppressed the curse within it, and tossed it to Lu Ming as well. Acquired Sacred Artifact, Ruined Sacred Sword. Both items landed on Lu Ming and immediately entered his spiritual sea. There was no other choice. Lu Ming's power was utterly insufficient to wield either item, leaving him no option but to temporarily store them within his spiritual sea. By the way, what's your name? Lu Ming. Lu Ming, my people and I have been awaiting your arrival. As the words faded, the aura surrounding Foy began to dissipate. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming found himself back in the Grand Hall. Lu Ming. Seeing Lu Ming suddenly reappear, a faint smile finally touched the heavy expression on Gong Mengfei's face. Boom. However, before Lu Ming could speak, the entire hall began collapsing rapidly. A portal appeared in the air, sucking Lu Ming and his companions inside. At the entrance to the ruined sword domain, the portal vanished the instant Lu Ming and his companions were transported out. Zhang Xianlin hurried forward, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance. Based on previous experiences, the key should have been ejected at the entrance. The absence of the key now meant they could never re-enter. This meant their last shred of hope for breaking the curse of ruin had vanished. The thought of the Great Xiaolands, indeed, this entire world being consumed by the curse of ruin, caused Zhang Xianlin's brow to furrow deeply, his mind heavy with worry. Zhang Xianlin looked at the others, his expression grave as he asked. What happened inside? Why didn't the key to the ruined sword domain spring out this time? Lu Ming smiled and said, Director Zhang, there's no need to panic. The decaying sword domain itself vanished, it's only natural it didn't spring out. Zhang Xianlin's expression turned startled. What did you say? The ruined sword domain vanished? Zhang Xianlin could no longer sense the presence of the ruined sword domain, only the decaying force within the ruined land. In his perception, the decaying force still lingered within the eroded land, showing no sign of weakening. Didn't this mean they'd lost even the last shred of hope to find a way to lift or contain the curse of ruin? Zhang Xianlin's expression grew increasingly grave. Lu Ming saw the worry in Zhang Xianlin's eyes and knew exactly what troubled him. He smiled reassuringly. Director Zhang, relax a bit. Although these forces of decay still exist, they won't spread outward any further. Zhang Xianlin looked at Lu Ming with some confusion, then a flash of astonishment crossed his face as if he had realized something. You passed the corruption sacred sword trial? Lu Ming nodded. You could say that. Zhang Xianlin's face lit up with joy as he immediately summoned his life soul. Driven by sheer urgency, he didn't even bother asking Lu Ming and the others. Instead, he swept his hand wide, binding them all deeply to his life soul with spiritual energy. Then, propelling himself with all his might, he transformed into a streak of light streaking straight toward the heavens. Upon returning to the capital university, Zhang Xianlin set them down at the dormitory building. His expression stern, he fixed his gaze on Si Bai Bingbing, Zhou Zhirua, Wang Yu, and Gong Mengfei as he warned them. Remember this, what happened today must not be revealed to anyone. If anyone asks, say Lu Ming failed the broken sacred sword trial. Understood? Bai Bingbing's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Why is that? Wouldn't spreading this news help Lu Ming gain more popularity? Zhang Xianlin frowned slightly. Many things are not as simple as you imagine. Within our great Xia Empire now, and indeed across the entire world, things are not as peaceful as they appear on the surface. The dangers involved will become clear to you once your cultivation advances. For now, just understand that if this matter leaks out, the downsides far outweigh the benefits for Lu Ming. Only the 9 of you know this information now. Should it leak, I will personally hold you accountable on behalf of the Jianshu Bureau. At that point, not even your backing families will be able to intervene. Chapter 144, The Jianshu Bureau Headquarters. Upon hearing the name Sword Void Bureau by Bingbing, Wang Yu, and Zhou Zhirua finally grasped the gravity of the situation and nodded solemnly. Director Zhang, rest assured we absolutely won't breathe a word of this. Very well, you may all return now. Lu Ming followed behind them, intending to return to the dormitory to thoroughly study the 2 newly acquired sacred artifacts. But after taking just a few steps, Zhang Xianlin grabbed him back. You're coming with me. After Bai Bingbing and the others departed, Zhang Xianlin grabbed Lu Ming and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, they had already left the confines of the capital academy. Lu Ming had assumed Zhang Xianlin was taking him to make a record, but now that they were outside the school grounds, his curiosity got the better of him. Director Zhang, where are we going now? The Void Severing Bureau.
Upon hearing the destination, Lu Ming showed no trace of surprise. Back in Xianzhou City, he had already become a member of the Jianshu Bureau. Logically, he should have gone to the headquarters to register long ago. But with constant tasks on his hands lately, he'd simply forgotten about it. Now that Zhang Xianlin was escorting him there, it actually saved him the trouble. Noticing Lu Ming's unreadable expression, Zhang Xianlin spoke up. "You're not familiar with the Jianshu Bureau, are you?" The Jianshu Bureau, while no secret among the great clans, noble families, and high-tier martial artists, was rarely known to low-tier practitioners in remote regions. Anyone who knew about the Jianshu Bureau wouldn't possibly have that expression. Lu Ming smiled. "I know it. You know? Then why are you so calm?" Now Zhang Xianlin was even more curious. "I should have gone to the bureau to process my membership registration long ago, but with so much going on lately, I simply forgot." You're a member of the Jianshu Bureau?" Lu Ming produced the small purple sword. "Here you go." Zhang Xianlin thought for a moment and understood. "Of course. With your performance on the college entrance exam, you certainly qualify for selection into the Jianshu Bureau. Since you've already obtained the identity sword, there's no need for me to waste words explaining our Jianshu Bureau to you. Since you're also a member of the Void Severing Bureau, this actually makes things easier." After roughly 20 minutes of flight, Zhang Xianlin descended into a patch of desert. Surrounded by endless yellow sand, Lu Ming was utterly bewildered. Master Zhang, where exactly did you land? Are we still in the capital city?" "No way. This is the Tagan Desert, over 100 kilometers from the capital city." Lu Ming was baffled. Why the hell did our bureau build here in the middle of nowhere? In Gong Changfeng's words, the Jianshu Bureau was incredibly powerful, even surpassing the authority of the Great Xia Supreme Council. Lu Ming had assumed that even if the Jianshu Bureau's headquarters wasn't as grand as the Supreme Council's building, it would at least retain 7/10 of its imposing presence. But now it seemed like they'd been downgraded from 7 points to negative. After all he could see now was endless yellow sand, not a single speck of anything else. Lu Ming's expression turned peculiar. "Where's the headquarters?" Zhang Xianlin produced a small green sword. He flicked it forward, and the blade flew a short distance before hovering in midair. Soon, a pale blue air wall materialized, accompanied by a cold AI voice. "Identity verification successful. Passageway opening." The sword flew back into Zhang Xianlin's hand. Suddenly, a large section of the yellow sand before Lu Ming and the others collapsed, revealing a sealed cabin rising up. After the two stepped inside, the cabin began its rapid descent. It took several dozen seconds before the cabin finally stabilized. Stepping out, Lu Ming's face instantly drained of color. He felt as though he couldn't even breathe. Zhang Xianlin stepped out, retrieved a transparent helmet from the side, and handed it to Lu Ming. "We're currently 1,000 meters underground. With your cultivation level, it'll be difficult to withstand the pressure below. Just wear this." Lu Ming immediately took the helmet and put it on. The moment it was on, Lu Ming felt a rich supply of oxygen, somewhat like breathing oxygen in a hospital. Simultaneously, the immense pressure weighing on his body eased considerably. As soon as they left the elevator, Lu Ming stared dumbfounded at the scene before him, his mouth forming an O of astonishment. He beheld a vast subterranean chamber, its vaulted ceiling soaring over 10 meters high, illuminated by brilliant lights. Numerous people bustled about within it. "This is the headquarters of our Jianshu Bureau. The reason we built it here is, first, for security. Second, to guard the Hell's Gate here." "The Gates of Hell?" Another new term. Zhang Xianlin explained, "Truthfully, the dangers we face aren't only from the stars, they also exist within Blue Star itself. And the greatest threat within Blue Star is the Earth's core world. And the Gates of Hell are the entrance to that subterranean realm." Lu Ming frowned deeply. "Then why haven't we heard about this before?" Zhang Xianlin smiled. "Because, for now, the Gates of Hell discovered around the world seem to be one-way passages. Meaning people from our side can enter, but those inside beings or creatures cannot come out for now. Therefore, to avoid unnecessary panic, this information has not been made public." Hearing this, Lu Ming grew even more curious about the subterranean world. "One way? How does the underground world differ from the one we're in now? Are the people or beasts down there stronger than those here?" When Zhang Xianlin first learned of the subterranean world, he had been just as curious as Lu Ming, like a wide-eyed child. Therefore, he patiently explained everything to Lu Ming. "I've been to the subterranean world several times. The environment there is far more primitive. Compared to ours, theirs is harsher, unbearably scorching. And there's no sun, only a blood moon. Their cultivation system is similar to ours, but their physical structure is unique. It seems cultivation comes more easily to them than to us. Their bodies are incredibly robust, resembling humanoid demon beasts. If we were to face them in combat at the same level, we'd struggle to win. Though they can't yet pass through the Hellgates to reach us, the number of Hellgates worldwide has surged dramatically in recent years. The higher-ups speculate that it may not be long before the subterranean world breaks through the barrier between our realms and emerges into the surface world. The environment in the subterranean realm is far too harsh. When they arrive, they will inevitably vie with us for territory. a major war will be unavoidable.
If you follow the news, you'll notice a sudden surge in human restricted zones over the past few years.
Officially, they're sealed off because powerful demonic beasts have taken over.
But in reality, they've all discovered the gates to hell.
I've digressed.
You'll learn about these matters gradually on your own later. For now, I'll take you to register your citizenship.
Chapter 145, Gong Mingfei's Reward, Blessings of Prosperity.
Lu Ming had already obtained the identity sword, meaning he was essentially a member of the Sword of Void division.
The purpose of registration was akin to a university student presenting their acceptance letter for enrollment.
After completing the registration, he received a special watch.
This watch is also known as the Great Xia Omniscient Instrument.
It contains not only all textual information currently stored by our Great Xia, but also numerous martial arts techniques and cultivation methods.
Of course, some content requires specific access permissions.
Especially martial arts techniques, they require both level permissions and contribution points to unlock.
Simultaneously, it functions as a communication device. As long as you're within Blue Star, even in the Earth's core realm, it remains fully operational and can connect to headquarters. It has many functions anyway.
You can explore them at your leisure when you have time. Now, come with me to report on your entire journey through the ruined sword domain. Led by Zhang Xianlin, they walked through the Zhanshu Bureau for over 10 minutes before arriving at a room. Inside sat a middle-aged man who didn't appear overly old, perhaps around 40, but whose hair was entirely white. The man was well built, his features conveying a distinctly amiable demeanor. His aura was incredibly heavy, and standing before him, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is Jiang Tianshang, the permanent supreme leader of our capital Zhanshu Bureau headquarters.
After introducing Lu Ming, Zhang Xianlin bowed slightly to Jiang Tianshang. Lord Jiang, this is Lu Ming.
According to him, he has passed the trial of the ruined sacred sword, and the ruined sword domain has vanished.
The power of the ruined curse will no longer spread. Jiang Tianshang offered Lu Ming a warm smile. Please sit.
Tell me in detail what you encountered during the Holy Sword trial.
Lu Ming did not conceal Foy's identity, recounting the events in broad strokes.
However, he altered the nature of the trial, describing it as a monster-slaying quest. He also omitted the rewards of the Fuguan crown and the ruined holy sword, instead describing them as a special holy sword inheritance meant to enhance the level of one's soul essence. This way, Lu Ming could not only gloss over the details of the holy sword trial but also lay the groundwork for justifying his soul's continued upgrades later on, truly killing two birds with one stone. After hearing this, Jiang Tianshang and Zhang Xianlin both furrowed their brows.
Both men shot suspicious glances at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat? Did I slip up? Impossible. With my logical reasoning skills, there's no way I could have messed up. Stay calm. Keep your cool.
Though panic surged within him, Lu Ming forced himself to steady his composure.
He looked at the two men and asked, Minister Jiang, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Jiang Tiansheng shook his head slightly.
It's not exactly a problem, but this assessment method you're using doesn't match what Tai Jia described earlier. According to his account, he was transported to a space and immediately impaled by the ruined holy sword. The power of the curse of ruin rapidly drained his strength. In the end, he failed because he couldn't stop it.
Lu Ming quickly grasped the crux of the matter and countered, he didn't encounter the ruined king, Foiji? Jiang Tiansheng shook his head. Not according to his account.
Lu Ming instantly breathed a silent sigh of relief and chuckled, then perhaps the assessment method differs for each person.
Perhaps because my performance stood out? Hence the different approach?
Lu Ming recounted their impressive feat of clearing 1 floor per minute.
After listening, Jiang Tiansheng nodded. That must be it.
The ruined lands have always been a major headache for us. If subsequent investigations confirm they won't expand further, I'll personally propose to the committee that they award you some compensation.
Alright, you two can head back now.
After leaving the room, Lu Ming finally let out a heavy sigh of relief.
Noticing Lu Ming's visibly relieved expression, Zhang Xianlin chuckled, feeling the pressure? Lu Ming nodded. Yeah. Of course the pressure was immense.
He'd nearly blown his cover just now. If such matters were ever exposed as lies, they might even lead to even more troublesome consequences.
The main issue was that many things about Lu Ming defied conventional explanation. He couldn't predict how the Zhanshu Bureau would treat him after uncovering his dark secrets. Zhang Xianlin mistakenly thought Lu Ming's stress stemmed from Jiang Tiansheng himself, so he chuckled. Lord Jiang is a 9th rank martial artist. It's not just you, even I feel uneasy standing before him. Your reaction is actually quite impressive.
When I first met him, I was on the verge of breaking through to 7th rank, yet I was so intimidated I could barely get a word out.
A 9th rank martial artist? Lu Ming was utterly astonished. A 9th rank martial artist represented the absolute pinnacle of combat prowess on Blue Star. He never imagined Jiang Tiansheng was a 9th rank martial artist. Aren't 9th rank martial artists supposed to be stationed guarding the starry skies? How come Lord Jiang is here? It's all because of the gates of hell. This year alone, 32 new gates of hell have suddenly appeared within our borders.
To prevent any mishaps, the bureau chief specifically assigned Lord Zheng to oversee the bureau. After returning to the dormitory at Capital University, Zheng Xianlin once again warned Lu Ming not to disclose anything about this incident. Upon reaching the 36th floor, Gong Mingfei didn't return to her room to rest nor practice in the martial arts room. Instead, she sat in the living room, looking somewhat dazed. Lu Ming noticed something was off about her expression. He sat down beside her and asked with a smile, "Mingfei, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? Has your last injury not fully healed yet?" Seeing Lu Ming, Gong Mingfei's expression eased slightly. She shook her head. "No. It's because the reward I received in the ruined sword domain was rather unusual." Lu Ming suddenly recalled that when he had asked about their rewards, Gong Mingfei had mentioned she hadn't received one and her expression had seemed off even then. He had intended to ask about it then, but had been forcibly dragged away by Foy. Lu Ming hurriedly asked, "Unique? What was your reward? Tell me about it." "The blessing of fortune." Hearing those 4 words, Lu Ming's eyes widened considerably. "What? Blessing of divine light? Did you feel any changes in your body?" Gong Mingfei nodded and pointed to her forehead. Then, Lu Ming distinctly sensed a divine consciousness emanating from Gong Mingfei's body. Though faint, it was undeniably real. And its aura matched that of Gong Mingfei herself. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "You've opened your spiritual sea?" "Yes. Not only that, but I feel like my mind is filled with all sorts of strange knowledge." "Weird knowledge? Tell me more." Just as Gong Mingfei was about to speak, she suddenly clutched her head in agony and let out a piercing scream. Chapter 146, The Cultivation System in the Starry Sky. Mingfei. What's wrong? Lu Ming, seeing her distress, hurriedly supported her and asked with concern. It took several long seconds before her cries gradually subsided. She released her hands from her head, her expression still etched with pain. I'm fine. Those things are all about cultivation, but they're slightly different from what we're learning now. I don't know why, but even though they're in my head, I can't speak them. The moment I try to speak, it feels like countless steel needles are piercing my skull. Upon hearing this, a dreadful word instantly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Soul stealing. In his previous life, Lu Ming had read his fair share of online novels. Wasn't this exactly how ancient demons typically prepared for soul stealing? Lu Ming immediately asked, "Mingfei, besides those extra cultivation-related thoughts, is there anything else in your mind? Like other people's voices? Or consciousness?" Gong Mingfei shook her head. "Nothing like that." Lu Ming furrowed his brow and muttered under his breath. "Nothing? Then what's going on here? Could it be that this old demon's power is too weak right now to complete the soul stealing? But that doesn't make sense either. If your power is too weak, how could you have helped open the spiritual sea ahead of schedule? Strange. Very strange." Suddenly, Hai Xiaoming's voice echoed within Lu Ming's spiritual sea. This is clearly a memory from before her awakening. This suggests her past life might have been that of a formidable cultivator. Hearing Hai Xiaoming's voice, Lu Ming's spirits lifted instantly. He hurriedly focused his mind into his spiritual sea. "You're awake. What did you mean about awakening memories from a past life? Could it be reincarnation is real?" Hai Xiaoming rolled her eyes. "Of course it does. Or did you think everything in this world just appeared out of thin air? But generally speaking, after death, the souls of all races across the cosmos return to the underworld. They undergo reincarnation before being reborn. This process is entirely controlled by the underworld soul clan. No one else can interfere. After reincarnation, everything is erased. It's like starting anew. Even your race is essentially random. For example, in this life you might be human, but in the next, you could be a merfolk or any other race." Hai Xiaoming's words seemed to open a new door for Lu Ming. Curiosity piqued, he pressed further, "What about demonic beasts? Can they participate in reincarnation too?" "They can, but there's a distinction. To be precise, only races that have awakened sentience undergo the underworld cycle of reincarnation. Those beasts without awakened sentience are essentially just moving masses of energy." "I see. But you said earlier that after reincarnation, one remembers nothing. Then why does Mingfei recall things from her past life now?" Hai Xiaoming retorted impatiently, "Are your ears just for decoration? I said it's the general case, not an absolute rule. Some great beings can separate portions of their memories from themselves and store them in special places. If they can be retrieved in a later life, they can be actively integrated to awaken the memories. This is called awakening past wisdom. But as I said before, after reincarnation, one has no memories at all, so naturally they wouldn't remember where those separated memories are stored. So this method is essentially a gamble. You need extraordinary luck to succeed. Clearly, her luck was exceptionally good. Listen to me while she's still relatively weak, build a strong relationship with her. Who knows? She might just propel you to new heights someday." Lu Ming asked skeptically, "That powerful? Was she some transcendent powerhouse in her past life?" Hai Xiaoming scoffed dismissively. "Transcendent realm? What a joke.
Such a high difficulty operation that defies the natural cycle of heaven, how could that be achievable at the transcendent realm level? Even a Saint Realm powerhouse could barely manage it, you know? Seeing Hai Xiaomeng open up again, Lu Ming pressed his advantage and asked. Saint Realm? How exactly are cultivation realms categorized in the cosmos? Hai Xiaomeng glanced at the ruined holy sword and the crown of divine light within Lu Ming's spiritual sea before speaking. Since you've already obtained 2 sacred artifacts, the broken sacred sword and the broken royal crown, I'll explain it to you. In the cosmos, cultivation realms are divided into mortal realm, transcendent realm, spirit body realm, semi-saint realm, semi-god realm, and god realm. Your current system belongs to the mortal realm. Only at the spirit body realm, after condensing divine consciousness into a spirit body, does one gain the ability to refine memories. However, even spirit body realm practitioners can only temporarily transmit certain content akin to a provisional transmission of cultivation techniques. To truly extract and store memories, even a Saint Realm powerhouse would struggle without special spiritual artifacts. Only demigod or god-level powerhouses can achieve this. Such beings of this caliber are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even among our own holy and divine clans. Lu Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment and doubt. Holy crap! Was Meng Fei's past life that powerful? You'd better cultivate a good relationship with her. While we don't know if her awakened memories are complete, given the capabilities of a powerhouse of that caliber, even if only a fragment has been awakened, in a place like yours where the laws are imperfect, she could be a force capable of reshaping the world. Seeing Lu Ming deep in thought, though his expression seemed a bit too animated, Gong Mingfei shook his arm and asked. Lu Ming, what's wrong? Lu Ming snapped out of his reverie. Ha? Oh, nothing at all. I was just pondering what could have caused your situation. Recent events had long since made Gong Mingfei rely on Lu Ming as her anchor. She looked at him with a hint of urgency in her eyes. So, have you figured out what caused it? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. Don't worry. Those memories belong to you all along. You've just recalled them now. This is complicated, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. Just start cultivating based on the techniques in your memories. Lu Ming stood up and patted Gong Mingfei's shoulder. Relax. Take a good shower, get some rest, and tonight, sort through those extra memories and ponder them. For you right now, these things are nothing but beneficial. If you can truly grasp them, perhaps even I will look up to you. Gong Mingfei's eyes lit up. Could I really become as powerful as you? Lately, Lu Ming's momentum had been overwhelming. In Gong Mingfei's eyes, Lu Ming shone as brightly as a star. In her heart, she had long set Lu Ming as her benchmark, and her goal was simply to avoid falling too far behind him. Lu Ming smiled and nodded. Not just as good as me, surpassing me is only natural. Keep grinding. I'll be waiting for the day you've got my back. Hearing this, Gong Mingfei grew excited. Alright. I'll work hard to figure it out and make sure I don't hold you back any longer. Oh, wait, I mean, make sure I've got your back. Chapter 147, Time is the Strongest Weapon. Gong Mingfei flushed and skipped into the room. Whether she forgot or something else happened, she left the door open. Soon after, the sound of running water came from inside. Lu Ming returned to his room and noticed that the door to Gong Mingfei's bathroom was also left open. Lu Ming glanced over, taking in the sight. Gulp! Lu Ming felt a sudden rush of heat in his chest, his throat going dry as he couldn't help but swallow hard. Huff! Don't look where you shouldn't, don't look where you shouldn't. Lu Ming had considered closing the door for Gong Mingfei, but then realized that doing so would expose himself. Besides, there was no one else on the 36th floor. After one last lingering glance, Lu Ming tiptoed away, still craving more. Inside the bathroom, Gong Mingfei's face flushed as red as a monkey's butt. She glanced down at her own pristine little bunny and murmured softly. Is it that I lack charm, or is his self-control just too strong? Wait, I remember his gaze wasn't like this when he looked at Zhou Jiruo. Gong Mingfei felt a pang of disappointment. She picked up the shower head and sprayed water over her own little rabbit. Here's some water for you, grow big and strong, okay? Back in his room, Lu Ming lay down on the bed and immediately sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea. Looking at the tattered sacred sword and the crown of blessing within his spiritual sea, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel troubled. These 2 sacred artifacts were undeniably powerful, but Lu Ming realized he couldn't possibly wield them. It felt like a eunuch visiting a brothel, utterly powerless. Lu Ming recalled the words of the Broken King. By refining the broken sacred sword, he could gain access to the king's cultivation insights. The Broken King, Foi Ji, had explicitly stated he was a saint-level powerhouse. His cultivation insights would be nothing short of a cheat code within a cheat code for Lu Ming. But Lu Ming realized he had no idea how to refine it. Due to their contract, Hai Xiaomeng and Lu Ming shared a deep mental connection. Noticing the anxiety and helplessness in his emotions, she spoke up. You want to refine these 2 sacred artifacts? Lu Ming didn't hide his thoughts. Yes. Hai Xiaomeng laughed heartily. Forget it. Both items have been tainted by the curse of ruin. Only the Ruin King, Foi himself, can refine them, no one else can. Otherwise, you'll be consumed by the power of the curse of ruin.
The Curse of Ruin is a top-tier forbidden spell of the starry skies.
Even a demigod-level powerhouse would face certain death if tainted by it. With your meager cultivation, the slightest touch would likely reduce you to ashes in an instant. Ha! Even demigods can't escape death? But isn't Foy just at the Saint Realm? How come he's still alive and kicking, roaming freely across the starry skies? Hai Xiaoming rolled her eyes. Who told you the Ruin King was only at the Saint Realm? Their Fuguan Island is a proper divine star, you know? Every single king of Fuguan Island has been a divine realm powerhouse. Lu Ming was stunned. What?
But he himself said he was only at the Saint Realm. Hai Xiaoming pondered for a moment before realizing, I get it now, it's all because of the Curse of Decay. After all these years, his power must have been eroded by the Curse of Decay, causing him to fall to the Saint Realm. No wonder Floating Light Island sealed itself off and hid in the starry sky after being enveloped by the Curse of Decay. So the curse actually causes martial artists' realms to plummet. Foy himself told me that after refining the ruined holy sword, I would gain his cultivation insights. If he said so, it means I should be able to refine it. Do you know how to do it? Lu Ming's voice brimmed with anticipation. Since he said so, you should be immune to the Curse of Ruin's erosion. It's simple, then just submerge them in the seawater of your spiritual sea. Time is the most potent method here. It will give you the answer you seek. Like this? Following Hai Xiaoming's instructions, Lu Ming swept the seawater from his spiritual sea upward, forming two currents that tightly enveloped the ruined holy sword and the crown of blessed light. Only after completing this did Lu Ming inquire about Hai Xiaoming's progress. You've consumed over 5 million ethereal stones worth of materials. How's your progress? Did the mermaid pearl condense successfully? Hai Xiaoming gently rubbed her snow-white belly, and soon a white pearl the size of a Longdon appeared in her palm. The pearl glowed with a pure white radiance, radiating a faint, sacred light. It's taken shape. Now I just need to keep absorbing energy to perfect it. So if you were to fight at full strength now, what level of opponent could you handle? After a moment of contemplation, Hai Xiaoming replied cautiously, under normal circumstances, a 6th-rank martial artist shouldn't be a problem. If I were to push myself to the limit, I could control a 7th-rank martial artist for a short while. Lu Ming now had a clearer grasp of Hai Xiaoming's current strength. Excellent. So that means if I earn money quickly and buy you more water attribute materials and those that enhance spiritual perception, you can rapidly recover to your peak strength? Hai Xiaoming shook her head. The logic holds, but as the dragon pearl recovers, the required materials will become increasingly rare. Many of them simply can't be bought. We'll see how luck plays out. Anyway, for now, your world still seems relatively safe. Plus, with 2 sacred artifacts already in your possession, you have formidable means to protect yourself. I can recover gradually. But if you have time, you could venture to the far north and the eastern seacoast. When I traveled across your planet, I discovered some valuable items in those 2 regions. But back then, they weren't ripe yet. To avoid wasting such treasures, I didn't harvest them. After all these years, they should be ripe by now. Even if they're not fully ripe, they'll still be highly effective for my recovery. The far north? What a coincidence! Now that enrollment was complete, Lu Ming was preparing to head to the far north to search for the sacred artifact fragments needed to hatch his sword beast. Since Hai Xiaoming mentioned it, he might as well take a look while he's there. If he could find the spiritual herbs Hai Xiaoming mentioned, it would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These past days had been exhausting. Although martial artists at their cultivation level no longer needed sleep, Lu Ming still believed that cultivation required both tension and relaxation to achieve maximum efficiency with minimum effort. Lu Ming withdrew from his spiritual sea, took a bath, and then fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, after breakfast, just as Lu Ming was about to head out to ask Zhao Linger for leave, the doorbell rang. Lu Ming opened the door to find Zhou Zhirua standing there in his sheer nightgown. Lu Ming's expression immediately soured. What are you doing here so early in the morning? Though his expression was displeased, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Zhou Zhirua's figure. He couldn't help it, her figure paired with that lace nightgown was simply too tempting. Noticing Lu Ming's gaze, Zhou Zhirua flashed a smug smile. She pushed the door open and walked right past Lu Ming into the room. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I'm moving in. What kind of memory is that? Forgetting so quickly? Chapter 148, You've hit a nerve. You're serious about this? Lu Ming had assumed Zhou Zhirua was just talking big, but she was actually serious. Zhou Zhirua pulled out some daily necessities from her storage space. What else? Did you think I was joking? Lu Ming looked at Zhou Zhirua, his expression slightly odd as he asked, Do you usually dress like this in the dorm? Zhou Zhirua shook her head. Oh, not exactly. Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Thank goodness. If you dress like this every day, living under the same roof, I'd end up malnourished. But before Lu Ming could finish his thought, Zhou Zhirua suddenly pulled off the long robe she had draped over her shoulders. This is what I usually wear in the dorm. Put. Lu Ming's nose suddenly began to bleed profusely, and he hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe it. Though his head was bowed, he couldn't help stealing glances. Zhou Zhirua now stood clad only in lingerie, her stunning figure laid bare. Her curves were voluptuous where they should be, and her bone structure was striking where it should be. Even though Lu Ming had seen his share of the world during his time at the Great Summer Trading Company, the women he'd encountered paled in comparison to Zhou Zhirua.
Calling them ordinary beauties would be no exaggeration. This scene made not only Lu Ming but even Gong Mengfei blush fiercely.
She lowered her head and muttered under her breath, "How shameless." Zhou Zhirua, standing not far from Gong Mengfei, naturally heard the remark. Yet she offered no rebuttal, instead lifting the corners of her mouth with a look of pure satisfaction. Stepping before Gong Mengfei, she deliberately thrust out her ample bosom.
"There's no one else here."
"Of course I'll move however feels comfortable. Besides, only those with something to show off dare to flaunt it.
Those with nothing hide themselves away all day long." Gong Mengfei instantly recognized the pointed barbs in Zhou Zhirua's words.
Gong Mengfei strained to push her own chest forward, ready to fire back a sharp retort. But the moment she caught sight of Zhou Zhirua's grapefruit-sized assets, she fell completely speechless. In that moment, she truly understood the weight of the saying, "A picture is worth 1,000 words."
"Oomph."
Gong Mengfei clenched her teeth, let out a cold snort, and turned to enter the room. Lu Ming sensed the tension between the two women. Wiping his nose with a tissue, he tried to mediate.
"There are men here. Could you please tone it down?"
Zhou Zhirua walked over to Lu Ming, her delicate fragrance wafting toward him.
She looked at Lu Ming's flustered expression and chuckled. "It's not like you've never seen one before. Why get so worked up?" Inhaling Zhou Zhirua's distinctive scent, Lu Ming felt his body heat up even more.
He hurried to the table and gulped down cold water in large mouthfuls. Only after downing 2 full liters of ice water did the heat inside him finally begin to subside.
"Since you're staying here, I might as well tell you something."
Zhou Zhirua pulled out the chair beside Lu Ming and sat down with a seductive grace.
"Oh? What is it? Sit down and tell me."
Zhou Zhirua deliberately pulled out a chair for Lu Ming, then gently pushed him down onto it. As their eyes met, Lu Ming couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Zhirua radiated an unusual tenderness today, stirring a whirlwind of thoughts within him.
"Ahem. Let's get down to business. I'll be away from the academy for a while.
Since you're moving in, I'd appreciate it if you could look after Mengfei while I'm gone." Lu Ming feared the major clans might deliberately target Gong Mengfei because of him.
"Away? Where are you going? Take me with you." Zhou Zhirua's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she tugged at Lu Ming's hand, her gaze as gentle as flowing water, filled with affection. Lu Ming instantly felt goosebumps rise all over him and quickly shook her hand off. "No way.
I'm heading out on a Zhanshu bureau mission."
"You're not a member, what would taking you along even accomplish?"
Zhou Zhirua, who had been trying to persuade him, promptly abandoned the idea upon hearing the name Sword Void Bureau.
She understood that the Void Slaying Bureau operated with utmost secrecy.
If she rashly followed him, it wouldn't benefit either of them.
"I can watch over her for you, but you'll have to pay." Lu Ming was taken aback. "What? Pay? I'm not even charging you rent for staying here.
How could you even ask me for money over such a small favor?" Although Lu Ming still possessed a fair amount of ethereal stones, he now had Hai Xiaoming a major drain on his resources and he dared not waste a single penny. Zhou Zhirua spread her hands like a rogue. "I don't care. If you don't pay up, I won't lift a finger if someone bullies her."
"If you ask me, I'd be pretty happy if someone bullied her."
Lu Ming had promised Gong Changfeng he'd protect Gong Mengfei. Besides, if she hadn't shielded him from Nangong Tianyu back then, he might have been in grave danger himself. All these reasons combined meant Lu Ming absolutely would not allow Gong Mengfei to be bullied. Lu Ming looked at Zhou Zhirua and said, "Speaking of which, you still owe me money."
"How much?"
"Just deduct it from that." Zhou Zhirua shook her head with a smile.
"No way. That's a separate matter, this needs to be settled now."
Lu Ming stared at her in surprise.
"What the hell? Fine, pay me back first." Zhou Zhirua maintained her usual rogue-like demeanor. "No money? How about your life?"
Watching Lu Ming's face flush crimson with anger, Zhou Zhirua suddenly came to her senses and plopped down onto his lap.
Wrapping an arm around his neck, she whispered into his ear with a breathy voice, "I don't have any money, but how about compensation in kind?" "Whoa!"
Lu Ming sucked in a long breath, his words slipping out as if by some unseen force. "Not impossible."
Suddenly, Zhou Zhirua seemed to sense something. She sprang off Lu Ming as if electrocuted. Zhou Zhirua's entire body was flushed, her face as crimson as a ripe pomegranate. A rare blush of bashfulness spread across her cheeks. Seeing her like this, Lu Ming froze, stammering, "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly turn so red all over? Could it be, you have some kind of condition?" Seeing Lu Ming's earnest expression, Zhou Zhirua pouted playfully. "Oomph. You've got me flustered."
After saying this, she grew too embarrassed to stay and darted into the empty room next to Gong Mengfei's, slamming the door shut with a bang. Lu Ming appeared bewildered at first, but quickly grasped the situation, feeling a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Inside the room, Zhou Zhirua leaned against the door, hands pressed over her chest as her heart pounded wildly. The memory of what had just happened made her feel so flustered she wanted to jump up and down. As her emotions gradually calmed, she murmured softly, "Who'd have thought this guy looks so skinny but packs such a punch? Looks like our future life together is pretty well secured." Knock knock knock. Lu Ming knocked on Zhou Jiruo's door, then slipped a gold savings card through the crack. "Remember what I told you." After giving his instructions, Lu Ming knocked on Gong Mengfei's door. Only then did he leave the dormitory and head toward Zhao Linger's office. Chapter 149, The Far North City. "Ha? You want to take extended leave?" Zhao Linger was taken aback when Lu Ming mentioned taking an extended leave. Although Kyoto University's teaching style leaned toward a hands-off approach, this was the first time she'd seen someone request an extended leave so soon after the semester began. "Yes. I have some urgent matters to attend to. I absolutely must go." Seeing Lu Ming's earnest expression, Zhao Linger finally relented. "All right. How long do you need? I'll fill out your leave request form." Lu Ming thought for a moment. "Let's make it 3 months for now." "What? 3 months? That's an incredibly long time. What exactly are you going to do?" Zhao Linger was startled and hurriedly asked. "No way. That's far too long. 3 months? By the time you come back, the semester will be over. My grandfather was planning to have you participate in the year-end competition between the 4 hospitals. Plus, if you take such a long leave without a valid reason, the administration won't approve it. If you leave campus without authorization for such a long period, you could be expelled." Lu Ming understood the gravity of expulsion. His eyes darted around before he whispered, "All right, I'll be honest with you. This time, I'm going on a mission for the Jianshu Bureau." Zhao Linger's eyes widened in shock. "What? You're a slayer?" Realizing she shouldn't casually reveal the identities of the Void Slaying Bureau, Zhao Linger immediately lowered her voice and asked, "Is that true?" "Don't mess with me. Impersonating that, well, the consequences would be far worse than skipping class." Lu Ming silently produced his small purple command sword. Upon seeing the purple token sword, Zhao Linger's expression immediately turned serious. "Put it away. Since that's the case, just go tell Director Zheng directly. It doesn't need to go through me." Well, couldn't you just sign it for me here? I'm in a bit of a hurry." Zhao Linger's eyes twinkled. "All right. It's a bit outside my scope, but I suppose it could be arranged. But you must be careful out there. The world outside isn't like the academy." Lu Ming nodded repeatedly. After receiving the sick note, he headed straight to the station and bought a ticket bound for Extreme North City. The moment Lu Ming boarded the train, someone from the Nangong family immediately made a call. "Brother Tianqi, Lu Ming bought a ticket to Extreme North City and has already boarded the train." Extreme North City was the closest settlement to the northernmost reaches of Great Xia. Geographically speaking, this city was even more remote than Qianzhou City. Compounded by the harsh environment of the far north, the beasts dwelling there possess ice attributes and are utterly ill-suited to external conditions. They rarely venture beyond the far north's borders, leading the Great Xia government to largely neglect the region. Consequently, Far North City has developed slowly, with transportation remaining inconvenient. Forget airships, even the trains were the slowest kind, green-painted freight trains used solely for cargo transport. Due to these transportation constraints, Lu Ming spent a full 13 days aboard the train before finally arriving at the Far North City station. The moment he stepped off the train, a wave of biting cold swept over him. Even with Lu Ming's constitution, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. "Damn! It's freezing," Lu Ming muttered, rubbing the goosebumps on his arms. At that moment, everyone in the station was bundled up in thick animal skin coats, while he stood alone in a thin shirt and lightweight martial arts pants. Lu Ming had arrived in a rush and hadn't checked the local weather online. He'd only heard scattered mentions on social media that the temperatures here were bitterly cold, enough to challenge even martial artists. Lu Ming had always assumed it was exaggerated, but now that he felt it firsthand, he was humbled. It was unbearable. The station was only a few hundred meters away, yet walking the distance left Lu Ming feeling as if his legs had gone completely numb from the cold. "Hey there, young man. Didn't you do your homework before coming to the Far North City? With temperatures like this, aren't you afraid of damaging your health?" Just as Lu Ming was about to freeze solid, a slightly overweight middle-aged man came running up from the side. Without a word, he draped an old leather coat over Lu Ming's shoulders. Though worn and patched, it was clean fresh from a cheap laundromat, reeking of detergent. Lu Ming didn't mind the scent. Because before he became a martial artist, he'd smelled it for 18 years. After becoming a martial artist and gaining financial stability, he hadn't encountered it for quite some time. Now, it evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity. "Young man, are you here on business in Far North City, or just sightseeing? Need a ride? I'm a taxi driver. If you need a ride, I can take you there. Rest assured, my rates are absolutely fair. I won't rip you off." The man was around 40, his slightly plump face etched with numerous wrinkles. He emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations whatsoever, clearly just an ordinary, hard-working man. After putting on the coat, Lu Ming felt much more comfortable, though his insides still felt icy cold. "Sir, do you know where I can get some hot water?" The middle-aged man immediately smiled. "I've got some in my car."
You look like you're freezing. Come with me, have some hot water to warm yourself up first.
Lu Ming followed him for several hundred meters before turning a corner into a small parking lot. Parked there were several vehicles with unusually large tires and peculiar designs.
All of them bore taxi insignia.
Following the man to the rear of the vehicles, Lu Ming spotted an old, beat-up, small car.
Yeah, old, beat up, and small. The car looked beat up and worn out. Lu Ming even had a feeling this thing might be older than he was.
Moreover, it was quite small, only about 2/3 the size of the taxis parked in front. In fact, this vehicle had originally been a standard taxi, identical in specifications to the ones in front. A major reason Lu Ming perceived it as small was its disproportionately tiny tires.
It was already mid-September. While autumn still lingered in the capital, the far north city had plunged into the depths of winter.
The roads were covered in snow and ice, requiring specialized tires for safe driving.
The tires on the man's vehicle were clearly unsuitable for this season.
Still, driving within the city walls wouldn't pose much of a problem. The man enthusiastically pulled out a thermos and a pair of special cold weather pants from inside, handing them to Lu Ming.
Young man, these pants are mine. They're a bit worn, but they're clean. You look frozen solid, just make do with these for now.
Lu Ming gratefully accepted the pants and gulped down a cup of hot water, finally feeling much more comfortable.
The man pressed further. Young man, where are you headed? I can give you a ride.
Passenger traffic in extreme North City was sparse to begin with, so Lu Ming's arrival had already caught the attention of the other drivers. Though they huddled together smoking, their ears were perked up, listening intently to the commotion near Lu Ming. They all wanted to hear how far Lu Ming intended to go. If it was just within the city, the distance was too short to make much money, so they wouldn't bother coming over. But if it was outside the city, the fare would be several times higher and they'd jump at the chance to snatch the fare.
This was their usual tactic.
Only this way could they avoid the hassle of soliciting customers themselves. Lu Ming took out paper and pen, wrote down a set of coordinates, and handed them to the middle-aged man.
Uncle, take a look. Can you get to this place? Chapter 150, Chenpeng.
The man glanced at the coordinates and immediately retrieved a specialized navigation device from his vehicle. After inputting the coordinates Lu Ming provided, his brow furrowed deeply. Young man, this place is 700 or 800 kilometers from extreme North City.
And it's already within the danger zone. There are no city defense patrols in the danger zone. You're likely to encounter powerful demon beasts. Why would someone your age venture into such a dangerous place? If you want to see snowy scenery, I can take you somewhere relatively safer. Those spots are quite beautiful too.
Lu Ming smiled faintly, gently stirring his spiritual energy to reveal a hint of a martial artist's aura. Uncle, don't worry. I'm a martial artist. See if this place is even passable.
The driver glanced at his vehicle, his expression hesitant. But when he spotted several drivers in the distance stubbing out their cigarettes and heading this way, he immediately spoke up.
I can only take you to the nearest supply station. There are no roads in the danger zone, my vehicle can't go any further.
But that supply station is only about 30 kilometers from your coordinates.
With a martial artist's stamina, it shouldn't take you long to get there.
This coordinate was precisely where the system had indicated the location of the sacred artifact fragment's secret realm. Just as Lu Ming was about to agree, the other drivers immediately crowded around.
Hey, kid! Don't let him fool you. This time of year, the roads out of town are covered in thick snow.
Without specialized snow tires, you won't get far. If you get in his car, you'll end up wasting both money and time.
Why not let us take you? We guarantee a safe ride.
The uncle who'd brought Lu Ming the leather coat, seeing the others trying to poach his business, flushed red and protested, "Young man, I
have snow tires at home too.
I promised to get you safely to the supply station." The others burst into laughter at this.
Fatso Chen, you're risking your life for money. Your second-hand snow tires? Putting those on is like walking on a watermelon rind. Aren't you afraid you won't make it back?
Lu Ming could tell from the fat uncle's expression that he probably meant exactly what those drivers said with his car and tires. It would be tough to make it to the supply station smoothly. But Lu Ming didn't mind. If it came down to it, he'd just pay to get the old man a new tire. Even if the tire was expensive, it was peanuts to Lu Ming. What he valued was the uncle's genuine sincerity and hard-working nature. The way those drivers were clearly taking advantage of an honest man left Lu Ming deeply displeased. Lu Ming waved his thermos at the driver.
Let's go. You're the one taking me.
The other drivers hadn't expected Lu Ming to choose the beat-up car after all. One of them hurriedly grabbed Lu Ming's arm.
Young man, this old clunker won't get you where you want to go. Think carefully.
Lu Ming flung his hand away and shot the group a cold stare.
It's my choice. What business is it of yours?
Lu Ming subtly released a hint of his martial aura. A single glare was enough to send the cowardly drivers scattering in fear. They immediately slunk away, looking thoroughly disgruntled. When Lu Ming reached for the rear door handle to get in, he discovered a 7 or 8-year-old girl lying on the back seat. Her face was pale and she looked utterly exhausted, wrapped snugly in a quilt and sleeping soundly. The man hurried over upon seeing this, his face full of apology.
Sorry about that. My kid's not feeling well and I couldn't leave her home alone, so I brought her along in the car. I'll have her move up front right now.
Lu Ming gently closed the door and smiled, no need.
I'll be just as comfortable in the front seat.
The car started up and drove to the edge of the city, stopping in front of a dilapidated, low-lying house. Looking at the house, Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips.
This place was beyond dilapidated.
Even before becoming a martial artist, he'd been dirt poor, but at least his basic needs like food and shelter had been covered by the government.
Uncle Chen, are conditions really this harsh in extreme North City? Didn't the government provide you with subsidized housing?
During the journey, Lu Ming had learned the man's name was Chen Pang.
Chen Pang replied sheepishly, they did.
But Nyonyo's health is poor, and to afford her medicine, I rented it out to someone running a card in board game parlor.
Hold on a moment, I'll go push the tire out now. Once we swap it, we can get going. Soon, Chen Pang pushed out a battle-damaged snow tire from the dilapidated shack.
The tire matched the size of those on the cars in the parking lot earlier, but its tread was completely worn away. Those drivers hadn't been wrong. Changing to these tires felt no different than someone stepping on a watermelon rind. Uncle Chen, maybe we should just go to the auto shop and get 4 new snow tires instead.
Safety first.
Chen Pang looked troubled.
Young man, trust me, my driving skills are top-notch.
Don't judge these tires by their appearance, they're actually still perfectly usable. Lu Ming knew Chen Pang was just saying that because he was broke.
Uncle Chen, let's get new ones, I'll cover the cost. Well, that's not really feasible.
New snow tires are incredibly expensive, tens of thousands per tire. Tens of thousands per tire meant 4 would cost nearly 100,000 daxia currency. For ordinary people, that was indeed a huge sum.
But for martial artists? That's peanuts.
If you really calculated it based on purchasing power, it wouldn't even match the value of a single ethereal stone. Lu Ming snatched the tire from Chen Pang's hands and tossed it aside.
No big deal. This kind of money is nothing to me.
At Lu Ming's insistence, Chen Pang finally started the car and drove to an auto repair shop.
The shop owner emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy, indicating a low-level cultivation at the first rank.
It seemed his awakened soul essence held little cultivation value, hence his choice to open this auto repair shop. Truthfully, if Lu Ming hadn't awakened the system back then, given his initial soul strength, he probably wouldn't have fared any better than this garage owner. After specifically instructing the shop owner to install the best tires and thoroughly inspect and repair the vehicle, Lu Ming headed to the Great Xia Bank in town to exchange some Great Xia currency. Lu Ming carried mostly ethereal stones on him now, with barely any Great Xia currency, not even enough to cover the repair bill. Inside the Great Xia Bank was an exchange counter.
Lu Ming approached the counter and asked, "Excuse me, can I exchange currency for Xia coins here?"
The clerk pointed to a sign above the counter. The exchange rates are listed there.
Which currency are you exchanging?
This was a foreign exchange window, typically used by ordinary citizens needing to exchange currencies for overseas travel. Lu Ming retrieved a white card from his storage space and handed it over.
Could you please tell me how much Great Xia currency this would exchange for?
The clerk let out a sharp gasp upon receiving the card. Good heavens, an ethereal stone savings card.
Chapter 151, Innate Holy Cold Constitution. The attendant's loud exclamation immediately drew the attention of many people. Lu Ming frowned. What? Can't it be exchanged?
The staff member's demeanor instantly shifted to one of deference. Of course. Sir, please step into the VIP lounge upstairs.
Our manager will personally handle your transaction.
With that, she stepped out from behind the counter and personally escorted Lu Ming upstairs. After they sat down in the VIP lounge, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried in. The man's cultivation was quite impressive, mid-4th rank, the highest Lu Ming had encountered in extreme North City thus far. The man extended his right hand courteously to Lu Ming. Greetings, I am Zhang Yu, manager of the Extreme North City branch.
May I ask if you truly wish to exchange these ethereal stones for Great Xia currency?
Strictly speaking, Zhang Yu was also part of the system. Though his cultivation wasn't high, he understood the preciousness of ethereal stones. While spirit stones served as universal currency among major factions and high-tier martial artists, no one had ever voluntarily exchanged them for Great Xia currency.
Yes. What's the exchange rate?
Upon receiving the affirmative response, Zhang Yu's expression brightened. Sir, generally speaking, there is no fixed exchange rate between spirit stones and Great Xia coins. However, upon my arrival, I calculated based on current market prices.
1 spirit stone should be worth approximately 5 million Great Xia coins. What do you think of this rate? 5 million? Then go ahead and exchange everything on this card for me.
Lu Ming didn't know if this rate was good or not, but he didn't care. After all, with his current fortune, 100 spirit stones were nothing to quibble over.
Zhang Yu looked at Lu Ming with a hint of anticipation.
Sir, the rate I mentioned earlier was the official bank rate. If you're willing to deal with me personally, I'll offer 5,500,000 per stone. To be perfectly honest, my beloved has a stubborn illness that requires a specific spirit medicine to save her life. However, that medicine can only be purchased with empty spirit stones. With your 100 empty spirit stones, I could save her life. Lu Ming wasn't particularly interested in the truth behind Zhang Yu's words. As long as he could get more money, he didn't care who he traded with.
Agreed, but make it quick. I'm pressed for time. Upon hearing Lu Ming's agreement, Zhang Yu was so excited he repeatedly thanked him. Sir, please wait a moment. Could you give me an account number? I'll have someone transfer the funds directly to your account. Lu Ming waved him off. No need. Just get me a temporary savings card instead. Zhang Yu proved quite efficient. 5 minutes later, Lu Ming walked out with 550 million yuan in his pocket. After purchasing a large quantity of cold weather clothing and wilderness survival supplies from a small general store, Lu Ming finally walked back to the auto repair shop. By then, the vehicle had been fully repaired. With the new tires installed, the once battered vehicle now possessed an indescribable rugged charm. The 4 tires plus the repair fees totaled 140,000 dasha coins. Hearing this price, Chen Peng's face clouded with worry. It was an amount he might not even earn in a year of working dawn to dusk. After paying and getting into the vehicle, Chen Peng fumbled in his pocket, stammering as he pulled out a savings card and handed it to Lu Ming. Young man, since your trip is heading outside the city, the danger level is quite high, so the price isn't cheap either. Normally, this trip would cost you 80,000. That means I'd owe you 60,000 extra. But I only have 30,000 on me right now. Take what you can get for now. You'll be staying in Extreme North City for a while, right? When you come back, I'll pay you the rest. Lu Ming smiled. I already said these expenses are on me. No worries, this amount is just a drop in the bucket for me. Keep your money to help Nuonyuo recover her health. The moment Lu Ming first saw the little girl, his divine sense detected an unusual chill emanating from her. Judging by her condition, she must be suffering from some illness. Uncle Chen, Nuonyuo doesn't look well. Is she sick? As the car started moving, Lu Ming struck up a conversation to pass the time. A flicker of sorrow crossed Chen Peng's eyes as he replied with a bitter smile, it's an old ailment. The year Nuonyuo was born, the snowfall was unusually heavy. That day, I hadn't returned yet because I was escorting a guest out of town. She went to the hospital by herself, but slipped on the way and was buried in the snow. She wasn't found until the next day. Her mother gave birth to her in the snow, using all her clothes and her own body to shield Nuonyuo from the blizzard. When they found her, her body was already stiff. Thankfully, under my wife's protection, Nuonyuo miraculously survived, though she was left with a chronic condition. Nuonyuo's body was abnormally cold, and she only felt better when she ate certain fire attribute herbs used by martial artists for cultivation. But those herbs are prohibitively expensive. All these years, even working day and night, I couldn't afford her medicine. Without the medicine, Nuonyuo becomes like this, mostly drowsy and in a semi-comatose state. As he spoke, Chen Peng's face seemed to age instantly. Tears glistened in his eyes. In that moment, Lu Ming felt the profound greatness within this humble man. He could only imagine the suffering this man had endured over the years, the immense pressure he had faced to get to this point. Chen Peng seemed to be overcome by emotion, unable to hold back as he began recounting to Lu Ming the little moments he'd shared with Nuonyuo over the years. Through his words, Lu Ming felt for the first time the weight of a father's love, along with the helplessness of an ordinary middle-aged man. As Lu Ming listened to Chen Peng's outpouring, his mind drifted to the little girl in the back seat. Whoa! The moment Lu Ming attempted to probe the source of the cold aura emanating from the girl with his divine sense, he felt as though his very consciousness was freezing solid. An involuntary shiver ran through him. Even Hai Xiaomeng, who was refining the mermaid pearl beneath the spirit-nurturing lotus, was startled. Ha! Such pure innate cold energy. Hai Xiaomeng's divine sense spread out from Lu Ming's spiritual sea, settling upon Nuonyuo. Moments later, she let out a startled cry. Wow, it's an innate holy cold constitution. Lu Ming froze, his mind plunging into his spiritual sea to ask. What exactly is A? Isn't she just sick? Hai Xiaomeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sick? You're such a quack. But I can't blame you, your experience is simply too limited. The innate holy cold constitution is an exceptionally powerful and unique physique, ranking among the top in the holy constitution rankings. Who would have thought such an extraordinary physique could exist on your barren planet? First someone awakens ancient wisdom, now A? Suddenly, I feel like this planet isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Chapter 152, Nangong Tianqi pursues. This was the first time Lu Ming had seen Hai Xiaomeng this excited since he first released her. You're so excited, is this innate holy cold constitution that powerful? Hai Xiaomeng nodded emphatically. Of course. Any physique worthy of being called a sacred physique is blessed by the Tao itself. You could say that ordinary cultivators start at the mortal realm. Many spend their entire lives struggling to break through to the supernatural realm. But for those with a sacred body, the sacred realm is merely the starting point. Lu Ming's expression turned shocked. Holy? Are you saying that once she starts cultivating, she'll go straight into the sacred realm? Hearing Lu Ming's words, Hai Xiaomeng felt her vision darken and covered her head with both hands. Your comprehension is a bit too advanced.
What I mean is, as long as they don't perish midway and have sufficient resources, those with a sacred body can swiftly cultivate to the sacred realm.
The constraints between realms that ordinary martial artists face simply don't exist for them.
Their cultivation flows as naturally and effortlessly as water filling a channel.
Lu Ming, you absolutely must take this girl with you.
If you ever reach the stars, I can make her the holy maiden of our merfolk clan.
Her constitution would benefit your merfolk clan? Hai Xiaoming didn't hide anything from Lu Ming. She nodded. Yes. Her innate holy cold constitution is perfectly matched with our merfolk physique. If she were to marry a direct descendant of our mermaid clan, the union of yin and yang would bring immense benefits to both. Moreover, any offspring born would perfectly inherit the sacred physique. What? She's barely a child, and you're already scheming like this? You're utterly heartless. Hai Xiaoming shot Lu Ming a withering look. What do you know?
Though the innate holy cold constitution is powerful, without special medicines to sustain it, she'll remain in this dazed state. By uniting with our merfolk clan, this flaw can be completely eradicated, allowing the innate holy cold constitution's advantages to be fully unleashed. And in her current state, if she doesn't get medicine to suppress the cold energy within her and start cultivating soon, she'll turn into a complete ice sculpture within 10 years.
Alright. Once we finish our business here, we'll see if we can take him away.
Beyond the far north city, the weather grew increasingly harsh. Blizzards raged, blanketing the roads with thick layers of snow. Had they not switched to new snow tires, they might have been completely immobilized.
The nearly 800-kilometer journey took them 3 full days to complete.
Finally, they came to a halt before a low, single-story building. This was the northernmost supply and observation station established by the far north city. Beyond this point lay the true far north, a paradise for beasts. Young man, this is as far as I can take you.
I'm just an ordinary person. Going any further is too dangerous. You'll have to walk the rest of the way yourself.
Lu Ming chuckled, no problem. Swipe your card, here's the fare.
Chen Pang repeatedly declined, no need.
After you help me switch to snow tires, I'll be able to haul passengers back more efficiently.
All things considered, I'm actually making a small profit. I absolutely can't accept this fare.
Seeing Chen Peng's stubbornness, Lu Ming had to pull out the big guns.
Uncle Chen, I told you those tires are my gift to you. Think about Nyo-Nyo.
If we can't afford her medicine, she'll stay like this forever.
Could you bear that? Take it. Martial artists make money fast.
Chen Peng glanced at Nyo-Nyo, whose pained expression was etched on her face in the back seat. With a heavy sigh, he reluctantly pulled out his card reader and charged Lu Ming 80,000 yuan.
Young man, when do you plan to return? Maybe I could wait here and drive back with you? This place is too remote. Hardly any vehicles come here.
Although it was only a few dozen kilometers from here to the secret realm's marker, after obtaining the sacred artifact fragment, Lu Ming still had to search within for the special materials Hai Xiaoming had mentioned. He had no idea how long he'd be stuck in here.
No need.
I don't know either how long I'll be here. You guys should head back first.
After bidding farewell to Chen Pang, Lu Ming vanished alone into the endless snowy expanse.
Chen Pang returned to the car and watched the snowflakes growing larger in the sky, muttering to himself. This year's snowfall is unusually heavy. Judging by this, the temperature might plummet even further. Even though that young man is a martial artist, he probably can't endure this extreme weather for long. Maybe I should wait for him after all. Having made up his mind, Chen Pang knocked on the supply station's door. Only 3 people were stationed at this supply station. Their cultivation levels weren't high, only early 2nd grade. Having been stationed here year-round, they were genuinely excited to see strangers and warmly ushered Chen Pang and Nyo-Nyo inside. Once the door closed, the 3 of them bombarded Chen Pang with questions about life inside the far north city, like curious little kids. In this place, except for the occasional glimpses of outside news during supply runs, staying here felt like being imprisoned. Now that they'd finally found someone connected to the outside world, they kept Chen Pang talking from morning until night. As night fell, the isolated supply station seemed to vanish beneath the vast blanket of snow. Just as they were preparing for bed, the front door suddenly kicked open.
3 figures entered from outside.
The first to enter carried himself with an air of nobility, draped in the luxurious pelt of a fire attribute demon beast. Had Lu Ming been present, he would have recognized this man as none other than Nangong Tianqi, the student expelled from school. Following behind him was a stern-faced man in his 30s, radiating a deep aura, a cultivator at the early 7th rank. Trailing behind them was a man with a terrified expression, one of those who had competed with Chen Pang for business in the parking lot earlier.
Gentlemen, it's him. He's the one who brought that guy here.
The driver, spotting Chen Pang, clung to him like a lifeline, urgently pointing and shouting.
Nangong Tianqi's gaze fixed on Chen Pang. Where is the person you delivered? Where did he go?
Nangong Tianqi released his aura, effortlessly pinning Chen Pang and the 3 guards to the ground. The 3 guards' expressions changed. Though deeply frightened, they were still members of the city guard and possessed some measure of courage. Who are you people? This is an officially registered monitoring post. Forcing your way in like this and intimidating us, if the city lord finds out, it's a capital offense.
Nangong Tianqi scoffed dismissively. A capital offense? Ha! That's just a scare tactic for you mud-legged peasants. Listen up. I'm Nangong Tianqi, straight from the capital. Forget barging in. Even if I tore this place down and slaughtered every last one of you, the lord of Jibei City would still have to bow before me and thank me for my hard work. The capital? Nangong? Though the three had never been to the capital, they had heard of the top-tier clans within the Great Xia Empire. After hearing Nangong Tianqi's words, the trio dared not remain defiant. They lowered their heads, falling silent. Seeing their reaction, Nangong Tianqi felt a surge of satisfaction. His gaze then settled on Chen Peng. I'll say it again, where did that kid go? Spill the truth now, or don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 153, The Psychopath Nangong Tianqi. Though Chen Peng didn't know exactly what cultivation level Lu Ming possessed, he could feel Nangong Tianqi's overwhelming power firsthand. Recalling how Lu Ming had not only paid for his snow tires along the way but also patiently listened to his complaints, Chen Peng's gaze hardened. Chen Peng shook his head. I don't know where he went either. After getting off here, he just left. The driver beside Nangong Tianqi immediately retorted, he's lying. We all saw it. That kid clearly wrote down detailed coordinates for him. A cold smile curved Nangong Tianqi's lips. Oomph. What kind of mind-altering potion did that annoying guy feed you? You barely know each other, yet you're willing to deceive me for him. Well then, I suppose I'll have to teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. With that, Nangong Tianqi raised his hand and unleashed two streams of spiritual energy. The energy sliced through like a swift blade, severing Chen Peng's left arm cleanly at the shoulder in a single strike. Blood gushed forth instantly. Chen Peng's agonized screams echoed throughout the supply station. The three guards witnessed Chen Peng's horrifying state. Though their hearts ached, they dared not speak out, intimidated by Nangong Tianqi's overwhelming power and formidable background. They could only silently mourn for Chen Peng in their hearts. One last chance. Will you talk? Even drenched in sweat from agony and his face contorted in pain, Chen Peng gritted his teeth and roared, I told you, I don't know. The driver, too, was startled by Nangong Tianqi's methods. Fearing he might be implicated if the coordinates weren't found, he immediately stepped forward and snarled. Fatso Chen, your death matters little. Think of your daughter. You may die, but can she live? That kid had nothing to do with you. Why are you doing this? Chen Peng's twisted expression suddenly turned vicious as he glared at the driver and cursed him out. Xinshi, you bastard. Are you even human? Nangong Tianqi, seeing Chen Peng's dramatic change in expression, instantly grew interested. He immediately released his divine sense. Upon detecting another presence in the adjacent room, he raised his hand and unleashed a surge of spiritual energy. The wooden partition shattered instantly. As the partition shattered, Chen Nyonyo on the small bed hadn't woken yet, but fear crept onto her face. A weak voice cried out, Daddy, Daddy, where are you? I'm so cold. Hearing Chen Nyonyo's cries, Chen Peng grabbed the burning firewood in front of him with his right hand and thrust it directly into his own wound. Under the searing flames, the gushing wound quickly charred black. The intense pain made the veins on Chen Peng's neck and face bulge prominently. Though excruciating, the process stopped the bleeding instantly. He rushed over and scooped his daughter into his arms, whispering, Don't be afraid, Nyonyo. Daddy's here. Nangong Tianqi watched the scene unfold, a twisted grin spreading across his face. Heh, I thought your ruthlessness meant you had no attachments. Turns out you have a daughter. Looks like she's only 7 or 8 years old. I imagine it'll be quite thrilling for you to watch me slice her to death, piece by piece. Nangong Tianqi's words sent a chill through the entire crowd. Xinshi seemed to have a sudden pang of conscience, or perhaps feared Nangong Tianqi would take out his frustration on him if he failed to obtain the coordinates. He suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted. Sir, I remember. That bastard entered the coordinates into his car navigation system. We can find out by checking his navigation history. Nangong Tianqi looked at Xinshi. Are you sure? Xinshi nodded. Yes. Several of us saw it. It's absolutely true. Nangong Tianqi smiled. Excellent. Go retrieve those coordinates for me. I'll reward you handsomely when the time comes. Xinshi no longer harbored any hopes for rewards. He only wanted to please Nangong Tianqi, thinking it might increase his chances of survival. Xinshi hurried out and fiddled with Chen Peng's car for a few minutes. Returning triumphantly, he held up the vehicle's navigation system. Sir, look. These are the coordinates. Nangong Tianqi glanced at the coordinates and the topographic map displayed on the navigation system, his brow furrowing involuntarily. On the map, this location marked a peculiar pool. In the danger zones of the far north, the topographic map mostly featured simple lines indicating terrain, with very few named locations. This particular spot, however, was marked as the Celestial Water-Cold Dragon Pool. These marked locations represented territories ruled by powerful demon beasts. And the Tianshui Cold Dragon Pool was the domain of an 8th-grade demon beast, the Tianshui Cold Dragon. Although this demon beast hadn't been seen in many years, the pool's location was so remote and seldom visited that the area remained classified as extremely hazardous. What's he doing going there? Looking for death?
Chen Peng saw that Nangong Tianqi had obtained the coordinates. He knew that with Nangong Tianqi's cruelty, his and Nyonyo's lives were about to come to an end. Now, he no longer feared Nangong Tianqi. His eyes bloodshot, he cursed.
You scum! When Brother Lu finds you, he'll tear you limb from limb. Nangong Tianqi sneered with disdain. Seems you have quite a bit of faith in that guy. I was actually considering just killing you outright.
But since you're so confident in him, I'll spare your worthless life for now. Once I capture that guy and slaughter him before your eyes, I'll send you all to keep him company on the road to the underworld. As Nangong Tianqi grabbed his sword to head out, the middle-aged man behind him stepped forward to block his path.
The man's expression was grave. Young Master Tianqi, the Tianshui Cold Dragon Pool is a perilous place.
And with the weather growing increasingly erratic lately, temperatures like this would severely hamper even my abilities.
Venturing in now is clearly not a wise choice.
It would be better for us to wait here.
If Lu Ming survives and emerges alive, we'll ambush him right here. If he perishes within, our objective is achieved.
There's no need to risk our own lives. The middle-aged man, Zhao Nangong Ko, hailed from a collateral branch of the Nangong family. Though his cultivation surpassed Nangong Tianqi's, he treated him with extreme deference, almost like a servant.
Qin Shi, also fearful that Nangong Tianqi would order him to drive into the danger zone, hastily agreed.
Exactly, sir. This is the only route out of the far north. Any other path involves treacherous terrain and countless dangers. Moreover, the weather has been growing increasingly harsh. According to the Meteorological Bureau's forecast, a new cold front will arrive in 3 days. By then, conditions will be several times worse than now. Even martial artists would struggle to move.
He'll definitely emerge then.
We just need to wait here like rabbits by the stump.
There's no need to go in. Chapter 154, Incubating the Sword Beast. After weighing the pros and cons, Nangong Tianqi nodded. Alright, we'll wait here then. I'd actually love to see that kid get incredibly lucky and make it out alive. Otherwise, I'll have nowhere to vent this pent-up rage. Nangong Tianqi sat down by the fire, glancing at the smoke meats hanging above the flames. A sudden, earth-shattering idea struck him. He looked at the 3 men guarding the supply station, pointing at Chen Peng and Chen Nyonyo as he spoke. Enough standing around like fools.
Go hang those 2 over this fire. The 3 men glanced at the dried game meat hanging from the rafters and felt a chill run down their spines. Although their supply station building was specially constructed with decent insulation, the environment was simply too harsh. They kept the fire burning fiercely every day for warmth. Even a piece of raw meat hung up would be completely dried out in 5 or 6 days.
Nangong Tianqi's plan was to literally roast Chen Peng and the others alive.
This method wouldn't kill them instantly. Instead, they'd be forced to watch their own bodies slowly scorch dry.
It was utterly inhumane. The 3 men looked visibly distressed.
Lord Nangong, even if he angered you, surely this is going too far.
They're just ordinary people.
Why trouble yourself with them, given your stature? Please spare them, Lord Nangong.
If you must kill them, at least grant them a swift death. Why subject them to such torment? A flash of anger crossed Nangong Tianqi's face. Are you telling me how to do my job? Do you want to be the one hanging there?
Seeing this, the other 2 sighed, patted the speaker on the shoulder, and whispered, "You can't fight City Hall. Just let it go." The trio quickly fetched ropes. Approaching Chen Peng, they gazed at him apologetically and murmured, "We're sorry.
We're being forced into this." Chen Peng understood their predicament.
He shot Nangong Tianqi a vicious glare before whispering to the trio, "My daughter is still young. Please tie her a bit looser."
"Thank you."
Soon, Chen Peng and Chen Nyonyo were suspended from the rafters. Under the scorching flames, their once warm clothing now felt like a natural steamer, making him feel unbearably uncomfortable. Chen Nyonyo, due to her constitution, actually showed less pain on her face under the scorching heat. Poor Chen Peng, seemingly just an ordinary man, collapsed unconscious from the agony within an hour or 2 under this torture. Seeing this, Nangong Tianqi retrieved a low-grade pill from his storage space and fed it to Chen Peng. The pill temporarily averted any immediate danger to his life and kept his consciousness sharp. He was forced to witness his own body being slowly scorched dry. In the far north, Lu Ming remained unaware of these events. At that moment, the frigid north was swept by howling winds, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell like raindrops. The accumulated snow here reached over a meter in depth. In such conditions, agility techniques were nearly useless. Lu Ming could only rely on his formidable, sword-transformed Timo to trudge through the snow. It took him a full day to cover the final few dozen kilometers and reach the system's designated waypoint. It was a lake, not particularly large. Strangely, despite temperatures plunging below freezing, the lake's surface showed no sign of ice crystals. Instead, it emitted wisps of white steam, resembling a hot spring. Host has reached designated coordinates.
Secret realm activated. Host must enter immediately.
The system's voice echoed, and then Lu Ming felt a peculiar force emanating from his body. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the gloomy sky. With a thunderous crash, the lightning struck the Tianshui Han Jiao pool. Instantly, the entire lake shimmered with electric light, appearing profoundly mystical. When the lightning faded, a black vortex appeared at the lake's center. No key required? Lu Ming was taken aback, but without hesitation, he leaped into the vortex. He firmly believed the system wouldn't betray him. When his vision returned, Lu Ming found himself in a peculiar realm. Here stood a towering mountain piercing the clouds. Before him stretched a golden staircase leading straight to the summit. Lu Ming curiously surveyed his surroundings. No demonic beasts? So all I need to do is climb to the summit to obtain the sacred artifact fragment? This is way too easy. Lu Ming marveled inwardly. After waiting a while without seeing a single demon beast appear, he finally couldn't resist any longer and stepped onto the staircase. Thud! The moment Lu Ming stepped onto the first stair, he felt a sudden weight on his body. Unable to steady himself, he stumbled forward and slammed his face into the stone. If not for his robust physique, that single impact alone would have knocked out his front teeth. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Lu Ming felt as though the gravity on the steps had multiplied several times over. Even the simplest movement now demanded tremendous effort. He tried stepping back to see if gravity was the culprit, but the moment his leg touched the rear edge, it felt like flames were scorching him. The intense heat made him jerk his foot back immediately. After several failed attempts, Lu Ming sighed, gazing up at the summit. Looks like I'm forced to climb to the top. By the time he reached mid-slope, each step forward demanded nearly all his strength. This was only possible because he was constantly channeling his sword technique, otherwise, he would have given up long ago. Despite the grueling exertion, the multicolored light emanating from his body grew increasingly intense under this rigorous training. He could only ascend the mountain in fits and starts, pausing frequently. Time lost all meaning to him here. It felt like an eternity before he finally reached the summit. At the summit stood a modest stone platform. Upon it lay a palm-sized, fragmented black stone. Though unremarkable in appearance, the aura emanating from it sent shivers down Lu Ming's spine. The aura emanating from it was strikingly similar to that of the broken sacred sword. Clearly, this was the fragment of the sacred artifact Lu Ming had been searching for. Sacred artifact fragment detected. Place the sword beast embryo and all materials upon the stone platform. Lu Ming complied immediately. After placing everything on the stone platform, Lu Ming suddenly saw the sword beast embryo twitch twice, its patterns glowing with a deep, intense light. Please release your blood to aid the sword beast's incubation and master recognition. Without hesitation, Lu Ming cut a slit in his wrist, letting his blood flow onto the sword beast embryo. As the blood completely dyed the sword beast embryo crimson, a peculiar sensation suddenly welled up within Lu Ming. This sensation was strikingly similar to the one he had felt when he first signed a contract with Hai Xiaomeng. A dense black light suddenly flared from the sword beast embryo. As if possessed by a peculiar magic, the glow enveloped the sacred artifact fragment and all the materials. To his astonishment, Lu Ming thought he heard the sound of something chewing. Sword beast incubation in progress, please wait. After stemming the blood, Lu Ming stared intently at the sword beast embryo, now reduced to a mass of black light. Chapter 155, Broken Sacred Artifact, Fire Immunity Cloak. The materials required to incubate the sword beast embryo were no small expense. It had cost him tens of thousands of ethereal stones. Moreover, the incubation process itself required sacred artifact fragments, making Lu Ming even more curious about the sword beast's potential power. After waiting nearly 1 to 2 hours, the black light gradually dissipated. The sword beast embryo had transformed into a black cocoon, not particularly large, roughly the size of a small puppy. The sacred artifact fragments and all the materials Lu Ming had prepared had vanished without a trace. Now, Lu Ming could distinctly sense a unique pulsation emanating from within the sword beast embryo. This pulsation resembled a heartbeat, emanating a peculiar life force from within. Lu Ming's gaze fixed intently on the black cocoon. Crack! Suddenly, a sound like something cracking echoed, revealing a distinct fissure on the black cocoon. On high alert, the cracking sounds continued incessantly, and soon the black cocoon was covered in cracks. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded open. A dark, shaggy creature appeared on the stone platform. Woof! The little creature lifted its head, its obsidian-like eyes staring intently at Lu Ming as it let out a low growl. In appearance, this little creature wasn't much different from a pet dog. If one had to point out a difference, it would be its aura. Though the sword beast looked adorably clumsy, the aura emanating from it was sharp and fierce, like a fully sharpened treasure sword, truly terrifying. Lu Ming's expression twisted into confusion. Damn it, I've been waiting this long, and this is what I get? Lu Ming reached out, grabbed the sword beast by the scruff of its neck, and examined it closely. This thing looked almost exactly like a dog. If he hadn't witnessed it hatching from a sword beast embryo with his own eyes, Lu Ming would have sworn it was a pet dog. Woof! Woof! The little creature let out a series of urgent barks as Lu Ming held it like that. Lu Ming sensed the creature seemed rather displeased. Only after placing it on the stone platform did the whining cease. Congratulations, host, on completing the sword beast incubation quest. Rewards: Random Teleportation Scroll 1, Ice Prison Potion 1, Skill Upgrade Points 10, Lucky Wheel Spin 1.
A flash of light appeared before Lu Ming's eyes, revealing a kaleidoscopic lucky wheel before him.
Finally, I can spin the wheel again.
Without hesitation, Lu Ming selected to begin the spin. The wheel began spinning, and Lu Ming immediately began chanting his incantation.
This time, the wheel came to a stop quickly.
As it came to a complete halt, a dazzling golden light flared.
Oh yeah! Gold again! Unbeatable! Congratulations on obtaining the broken sacred artifact, Fire Immunity Cloak. Holy crap! Another artifact?
Lu Ming's heart surged with joy. At that moment, a fiery red skin appeared in his hand. Lu Ming immediately used the system to check the information on the Fire Immunity Cloak.
Fire Immunity Cloak. Grade, Sacred Damaged Reparable.
When equipped, grants complete immunity to fire attribute attacks within 2 cultivation realms. Note, if fully repaired, grants immunity to all fire attribute attacks, regardless of cultivation level.
Note, effect diminishes if the caster's cultivation level exceeds 2 major realms.
Seeing this explosive information, Lu Ming's heart surged with wild joy. Like the Resilience Ring, this Fire Immunity Cloak was a broken sacred artifact. Though incomplete, their effects were still earth-shattering. More crucially, even at his current cultivation level, he could wield them. For Lu Ming now, broken sacred artifacts held far greater practical value than genuine ones. After all, no matter how splendid a holy artifact might be, his cultivation base was simply too low to activate it. To merely gaze upon them without being able to wield them was deeply frustrating. Take the ruined sacred sword and the crown of divine light, for instance. These two were genuine sacred artifacts, yet Lu Ming couldn't wield even a fraction of their power. Currently, they merely sat in his spiritual sea as decorative ornaments. Upon obtaining the fire immunity skin, Lu Ming eagerly equipped it. Sacred artifacts differ from ordinary spiritual energy once worn, they automatically bind to their master.
Without the owner's permission, ordinary people couldn't even see them, let alone take them.
Unless, of course, one's cultivation surpassed the saint level. As the fire immunity cloak billowed in the breeze, Lu Ming drew the soul-devouring sword and cradled the pitch-black sword beast in his arms.
For a moment, he truly embodied the aura of a lone swordsman.
Woof! Woof! Held in Lu Ming's arms, the sword beast let out a series of urgent cries, sounding almost frantic. Through the subtle connection in his heart, Lu Ming could roughly guess what it was trying to say.
You're hungry?
This time, the sword beast nodded and rolled over, patting its sunken belly with its stubby paws.
You little rascal, you're quite adorable. You'd make a pretty good pet.
Lu Ming chuckled as he retrieved the food he'd packed for himself from his storage space.
When traveling, simplicity was key.
Though Lu Ming still had some meat, it was all dry jerky barely filling, let alone tasty. The sword beast scrambled to its feet at the sight of food. After sniffing the dried meat Lu Ming offered, its large eyes flashed with obvious disdain.
Woof, woof, woof.
This time, the sword beast's cries grew more urgent.
After struggling to translate its words, Lu Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips. The beast's short barks roughly translated to, even dogs wouldn't eat this crap.
Lu Ming sighed wryly.
I don't have anything else to offer right now. How about you just make do for now?
Hearing this, the sword beast let out a whimpering cry before collapsing listlessly onto the stone platform, its eyes filled with disappointment. Seeing the little creature's expression, Lu Ming chuckled.
Don't worry, once we get out, I'll definitely find you something delicious. We need to give you a name. What should I call you?
Lu Ming stroked his chin, putting his clever mind to work.
Ah, I know. How about calling you Little Sword?
The sword beast, which had been lying motionless on the stone platform, suddenly cracked open its eyes and lifted its head.
It glared at Lu Ming with obvious displeasure and growled.
Woof! Clearly, it wasn't pleased with the name. Lu Ming scratched his head awkwardly.
Looks like you're not too thrilled with that name.
Lu Ming glanced at the jet-black sword beast and an idea struck him, then I'll call you Little Black.
Simple, easy to remember, and fits your appearance perfectly.
This time, though the sword beast still seemed less than thrilled, it was clearly a vast improvement over Little Sword. The sword beast let out a whimper before slumping its head again, tacitly accepting the name.
Alright. From now on, you're Little Black.
Lu Ming scooped Xiao Hei into his arms. Just as he was about to figure out how to leave this secret realm, the mountain peak beneath his feet suddenly shattered with a thunderous crash. A powerful force violently expelled him outward. After being expelled, Lu Ming and Xiao Hei landed in the Tianshui Hanjiao pool. Though the pool water hadn't frozen, it radiated a bone-chilling cold. Even channeling his full sword transformation technique, Lu Ming felt himself on the verge of freezing solid.
He frantically swam toward the shore, clutching Xiao Hei tightly.
Chapter 156, 8th Rank Demon Beast, the Celestial Water-Cold Dragon. After finally reaching land, Lu Ming hastily retrieved the spirit beast fur coat he had purchased beforehand from his storage space and put it on.
Xiao Hei, are you cold? Should I put a coat on you too?
In response to Lu Ming's gratitude, Xiao Hei leapt out of his embrace, let out an annoyed growl, and began violently shaking its head. The water on its body quickly dried off from the shaking, and at the same time, Lu Ming felt a peculiar warmth emanating from it. Lu Ming hastily wrapped Xiao Hei in his arms. Holding it felt like cradling a hot water bottle, a truly blissful sensation in this frozen wasteland. Just as Lu Ming prepared to leave, the calm water surface suddenly rippled, as if something was emerging from below. Simultaneously, a powerful aura surged up from the depths. Hai Xiaomeng, who had been recuperating in his spiritual sea, suddenly felt a jolt of alarm.
She cried out, "Lu Ming, run! Something huge is coming up. You're no match for it." This was the first time Hai Xiaomeng had ever proactively warned Lu Ming.
This made Lu Ming realize the gravity of the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed his lightning step to its absolute limit and sprinted toward the distance. However, on this powdery snow, even at full speed, Lu Ming couldn't gain any real momentum.
Boom! The water surface exploded as a black shadow dozens of meters long shot up from the lake bottom into the air.
As a peculiar beastly roar echoed, Lu Ming suddenly felt as though an oppressive force had descended upon him, further slowing his already sluggish pace. Suspended in the air now was a serpentine creature 30 to 40 meters long. Its entire body was snow white, with two pale golden fleshy lumps on its massive head.
Its head differed markedly from ordinary serpents, even sporting long whiskers extending from its lower jaw. This was a dragon snake. Hearing the commotion overhead, Lu Ming looked up. The system displayed information about the celestial water-cold dragon. Celestial water-cold dragon. Cultivation level, intermediate 8th grade. Characteristics, a variant of the dragon snake, possessing formidable physique and extraordinary strength, adept at utilizing cold currents for attack. Innate techniques, cold serpent charge, cold current light wave, frozen water domain. Weaknesses, eyes, lower jaw. Holy! An 8th grade demon beast. Lu Ming's heart sank in terror. Though he had already ascended to grade 5 and successfully advanced his soul essence into a B-grade soul-devouring sword, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he could go toe-to-toe with an 8th grade demon beast. Woof, woof. Upon seeing the Tian Shui cold dragon, the little black creature in Lu Ming's arms became wildly excited. Its eyes widened to their fullest, and drool uncontrollably dripped from the corners of its mouth. Hearing Xiao Hei's cries, Lu Ming was utterly speechless. The little guy's words translated to, "That big earthworm looks delicious. I want to eat it." Lu Ming clutched Xiao Hei tightly and whispered, "Stop barking. Can't you see how huge it is? Besides, haven't you seen what kind of cultivation it has? If we'd been any slower, it would have eaten us both." Lu Ming forced himself to keep running, head down, against the pressure of the Tian Shui cold dragon. Unfortunately, even after running for quite some time in this environment, he hadn't covered much distance. The celestial water-cold serpent circled in the air, opening its mouth to spew a blast of frigid breath. The icy breath instantly transformed into countless ice spikes, raining down like hailstones onto the area where Lu Ming was located. Though seemingly ordinary, the heavenly water-cold serpent was, after all, an 8th grade demon beast, and its power was formidable. Each spike that struck the ground carved out a terrifyingly large pit. The earth trembled violently for a moment. Lu Ming bounced about on the surface, unsure whether it was Lady Luck smiling upon him or the celestial water-cold serpent's aim being woefully off. None of those densely packed icicles managed to hit Lu Ming. However, upon hitting the ground, the icicles instantly fused together, forming walls of ice that trapped Lu Ming. Lu Ming summoned the soul-devouring sword, visualizing the vermilion bird within the four symbols sword intent in his mind, then swung his blade. The illusory vermilion bird, trailing a brilliant fiery tail, collided with the ice wall. Yet even Lu Ming's invincible 8 Desolations Sword Sutra was rendered ineffective. The vermilion bird's phantom struck the ice wall, causing it to merely tremble slightly and shed a few shards of ice. Seeing this, a chill gripped Lu Ming's heart. This is bad. I've really messed up now. Lu Ming plunged his consciousness into his spiritual sea, urgently asking, "Xiaomeng, can you control it?" Hai Xiaomeng shook her head weakly. "No. My mermaid pearl has only just formed. Controlling a 7th grade artifact is already pushing its limits." Lu Ming's heart sank into darkness. Then we're completely screwed. A trace of contempt flashed in the heavenly water-cold dragon's eyes. Upon seeing the little black creature in Lu Ming's arms, its imposing aura softened slightly. A flicker of fear crossed its eyes before being swiftly replaced by delight. Roar! The celestial water-cold dragon let out a roar, then spun repeatedly in the air, clearly overjoyed. Seeing the cold dragon's behavior, anger flared in Xiao Hei's eyes. The dragon's actions felt like a direct challenge to its authority. Woof! Xiao Hei let out a cry. The sound echoed across the heavens and earth, matching the heavenly water-cold dragon's roar in intensity. Simultaneously, a strange and mysterious aura emanated from Xiao Hei. Though Xiao Hei's aura was profoundly mystical, it was currently very faint. Lu Ming could sense it clearly. At present, Xiao Hei possessed strength equivalent to that of a 1st or 2nd rank martial artist at best. Forget the celestial water-cold dragon, even he could handle it with ease. Lu Ming hurriedly pressed Xiao Hei against his chest. "Stop yelling. If you really anger him, we'll be turned into poop tomorrow." Xiao Hei's origins were extraordinary, and the aura emanating from him made the Tian Shui cold dragon sense the hope of advancing its bloodline.
Though Xiaohei's aura instilled some fear in the cold water dragon, the temptation of bloodline advancement drove it to swiftly launch an attack at Lu Ming. The colossal body of the celestial water-cold dragon spun rapidly, hurtling toward Lu Ming like a spinning top. This was the heavenly water-cold dragon's innate secret technique, Cold Dragon Charge. It was also its most devastating innate secret technique. The force of this collision was enough to crush a mountain before it. The intense wind pressure pinned Lu Ming to the spot. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the celestial water-cold serpent, Lu Ming's heart sank into despair. Within his spiritual sea, Hai Xiaoming's face twisted with intense anxiety. Clutching the mermaid pearl she had painstakingly condensed, her gaze darted desperately toward the shattered sacred sword in the crown of auspicious light lying nearby. Though Lu Ming hadn't yet refined these two sacred artifacts, their presence in his spiritual sea indicated some connection between them. Generally, sacred artifacts possessed protective functions for their masters. Hai Xiaoming was gambling. She was betting that the Broken King wouldn't let Lu Ming die so easily. Just as the celestial water-cold serpent was about to smash Lu Ming to pieces, a green light flared from the center of his brow. The ruined sacred sword, which had been quietly residing within Lu Ming's spiritual sea, suddenly shot forth, blocking the attack before him. Chapter 157, The Unusual Little Black. Though minuscule compared to the celestial water-cold dragon, the broken sacred sword radiated an overwhelming aura. An invisible wall seemed to surround the broken sacred sword. When the celestial water-cold serpent collided with the sword, it bounced off as if striking a wall of bronze and iron, instantly flung backward. The celestial water-cold serpent crashed heavily to the ground, its massive head already a bloody mess. Even the two golden meatballs had split open, dripping golden liquid from within. Woof! Woof! Seeing the golden droplets, Xiaohei let out another excited cry. The collision sent the celestial water-cold serpent reeling, its massive body convulsing violently upon impact. Its once hard scales shattered inch by inch, and blood poured from its wounds. Within mere breaths, vast swaths of snow were stained crimson. A thick, pungent stench of blood filled the air. The celestial water-cold serpent writhed, emitting agonized whimpers. The once mighty cold water serpent had lost all its former presence. Lu Ming could clearly sense its aura rapidly fading, its life force draining away at an alarming rate. Lu Ming stared at the shattered sacred sword in the sky, then looked down at the pitifully wounded celestial water-cold serpent on the ground. He exclaimed in shock, "Holy crap! This is a sacred artifact? It's that powerful? Just one collision and an 8th grade demon beast is gone?" In the spiritual sea of consciousness, Hai Xiaoming exhaled a long sigh of relief. After stowing away the mermaid pearl, a relaxed smile spread across her face. Phew! Thank goodness I bet right. Otherwise, who knows how many more years it would have taken to recover. Hearing Lu Ming's exclamation, Hai Xiaoming chuckled. Do you have some misconception about sacred artifacts? Forget an 8th grade demon beast, even a transcendent grade beast that dared to charge head-on at full force against a sacred artifact powered by a Saint Realm expert's might would be finished. Lu Ming froze in surprise. Powered by a Saint Realm expert? Are you saying there's power left behind by Foy within this? Hai Xiaoming covered her mouth and giggled. You're not too dumb after all. What else could it be? You haven't refined the ruined sacred sword yet. If Foy Ge hadn't imbued his power into it beforehand, even if the sword's protective function activated, it wouldn't possess such immense power. Ha! That guy's actually pretty decent. Lu Ming's heart leapt with joy. With the power the broken sacred sword displayed just now, even a 9th rank martial artist attacking me would likely be crushed. So does that mean I can just go wild now? Hai Xiaoming scolded impatiently, dream on. Haven't you noticed the glow on the ruined holy sword has dimmed a bit? Your body and spiritual sea can only withstand so much power. The power the Broken King channeled into you just now is limited. I don't know how many more times it can be triggered. But I suspect it won't be many times, so you'd better keep a low profile. Lately, I've sensed some signs of the spatial laws in your world. It won't be long before the spatial passage reopens. When that happens, the void insect race will return in full force. You still bear the mark of Crizzle. I advise you to save that life-saving opportunity for when the time comes. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What? The spatial passage is reopening? How soon? Hai Xiaoming pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I can't say for certain. I've only sensed some signs. If it's quick, maybe 7 or 8 years, or a decade. If it's slow, then 20 or 30 years. In any case, just focus on your cultivation. Although Hai Xiaoming stated that Cleanser hailed from the Void Insect race, not the Void Divine race. But since Void Soul could traverse the starry skies freely and possess the ability to shatter spatial passages, he must be at least at the Transcendent Realm. With such power, if his true form were to descend, it would spell utter catastrophe for the entire Blue Star. Moreover, Lu Ming had once destroyed one of his divine embryos, earning him a mark of vengeance. If Cleanser descended upon Blue Star, wouldn't he be the first to seek revenge? Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Seems I'll have to tread more carefully from now on. Lu Ming resolved inwardly to keep a low profile and develop cautiously from now on, lest he squander this precious chance to survive.
Otherwise, he'd have nowhere to hide when the time came.
After the celestial water-cold dragon fell completely still, Xiao He leapt from Lu Ming's embrace and approached the creature's head. He extended his tongue to lick the golden droplets.
Hum.
The shattered holy sword in the air emitted a clear ringing sound before returning to Lu Ming's spiritual sea.
Watching Xiao He's eager expression, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
You little rascal, you're one lucky creature. You got to feast on an 8th grade demon beast right after birth. An 8th grade demon beast was already considered an extremely powerful existence on Blue Star. For martial artists, a demon beast of this caliber is a veritable treasure trove on legs. Every part of them holds remarkable utility for martial artists. Take this celestial water-cold serpent, for instance. Both its blood and flesh contain immense energy reserves. Not only can they be used for alchemy, but even consumed raw, they serve as potent tonics for martial artists. Beyond that, its claws and scales are prime materials for refining artifacts. If this celestial water-cold dragon were brought intact to the capital and sold piece by piece, Lu Ming estimated it could fetch at least 10 million ethereal stones. Defeated 8th grade demon beast, celestial water-cold dragon.
Gained EXP 500,000. Whoa! That much experience?
Hearing the system's staggering experience reward, Lu Ming eagerly opened his attribute panel.
Name, Lu Ming.
Cultivation level, 5th grade 502,001 million.
Class, Sword Immortal SSS. Technique, Vast Breathing Art Mahayana. Martial Arts, 8 Desolations Sword Scripture Mahayana, Shadow Concealment Step Advanced, Sword Transformation Technique, Lightning Speed Divine Step Mahayana. Sword Intent, for symbols Sword Intent.
Life Soul, B grade, Soul Devouring Sword.
Spiritual Vein, Immortal grade.
Skill upgrade points, 13. Void Gaze special status. You have been marked by the powerful void creature, Cleanser. After his last breakthrough, Lu Ming hadn't had time to open the interface to check. Only now did he realize that advancing from grade 5 to grade 6 required a staggering 1 million experience points. Although slaying the celestial water-cold serpent yielded ample experience, when compared to that towering million-point upgrade requirement, Lu Ming instantly felt a surge of dissatisfaction.
Damn it! That's all the experience I get for soloing 3 realms above me? That's way too stingy.
The reason the celestial water-cold dragon granted only 500,000 experience points was primarily due to the vast disparity in cultivation between Lu Ming and the beast. Under normal circumstances, no one could possibly accomplish such a feat. At Lu Ming's current cultivation level, defeating a demon beast of equal rank would likely only yield 4 or 5,000 experience points.
Ugh! What a letdown! Chapter 158, The 3 Overlords of the Far North.
Still, thankfully this celestial water-cold dragon is covered in treasures. Taking it back should help me recover some resources. Just as Lu Ming fantasized about selling the celestial water-cold dragon, a dazzling black light suddenly flared from Xiao He's body. In the next instant, the once puppy-sized Xiao He transformed into a colossal beast over 20 meters long and 10 meters tall. Though the aura emanating from Xiao He still felt faint to Lu Ming, it carried an indescribable sense of oppression. That feeling seemed to emanate from its bloodline and soul, not merely its strength. Simultaneously, all demonic beasts within a 100-mile radius, regardless of cultivation level, were terrified into crawling on the ground, trembling violently. Some of the weaker beasts were so terrified they wet themselves, drooling uncontrollably.
Holy! Is this still Xiao He?
Staring at this colossal figure, Lu Ming froze in shock.
Within his spiritual sea, Hai Xiaoming's expression grew grave as she murmured to herself. What on earth is his background?
Not only did he gain the favor of the fallen king, but he also possesses such a terrifying pet.
Could he be the chosen one the high priest spoke of?
The enlarged Xiao He opened its massive jaws and swallowed the heavenly water giant python larger than itself as easily as devouring spicy strips. What astonished Lu Ming most was that the creature had actually swallowed the entire celestial water serpent whole.
Moreover, its belly showed no signs of distension, as if it had eaten nothing at all. After finishing its meal, the black glow on Xiao He's body rapidly faded. In the blink of an eye, it reverted to its tiny, adorable form. Burp! After letting out a satisfied burp, Xiao He climbed up Lu Ming's leg and settled into his hand. With a contented look, it patted its belly with its paw, closed its eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Within a second, it began emitting soft snores, a thumb-sized snot bubble escaping from its nose. Holy crap! Eat and sleep? Is this a dog or a pig? And what about my 10 million empty spirit coins? Ah! Lu Ming let out a wail to the heavens. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from the distant sky. Lightning flashed across the sky, accompanied by rolling thunder. Hai Xiaoming's expression darkened abruptly. Lu Ming, leave quickly. The weather's about to turn. Lu Ming's face flashed with confusion. Huh? Didn't you say there were spiritual herbs in here that could help you recover quickly? Not looking anymore? Forget it. We need to get out of here now. Lu Ming sensed the urgency in Hai Xiaoming's voice and didn't question her further. He scooped up Xiao He and sprinted toward the supply station. After Lu Ming departed, strange phenomena rippled through the depths of the far north.
Soon, 3 colossal figures soared out from the shadows. As these 3 colossal demon beasts mobilized, every creature in the far north cowered motionless on the ground. 10,000 miles away, amidst the starry expanse, a handsome silver-haired youth suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow slightly as he murmured, "Oomph. Why did those 3 suddenly leave their territory together? Still harboring thieving ambitions?" The youth activated the Great Xia full-time instrument on his wrist, selected a contact, and spoke. "Tianshang, those 3 in the far north seem to be moving. Go check on the specifics." Jianshu Bureau Headquarters. Zhang Tianshang, who was reviewing case files, felt the Great Xia omniscient device on his wrist suddenly vibrate. His expression immediately turned grave when he saw the word master displayed on the screen. Among the Xia High Command, it was common knowledge that Zhang Tianshang's master was none other than Cui Xinling, the human race's foremost war god. After hearing Cui Xuanling's words, Zhang Tianshang immediately left the headquarters, soaring into the sky at top speed toward the far north. By the icy waters of the cold dragon pool, 3 half-human, half-beast creatures stood. One possessed a stunningly graceful figure. Even amidst the swirling blizzard, she wore only a sheer scarf covering her vital areas. Judging by her physique alone, she could easily rival Zhou Zhiruo in beauty. However, 9 fluffy tails sprouted from her backside, and her head was that of a demonic fox. To her left stood a towering, muscular man, sturdy as an iron tower. His muscles were exaggeratedly defined, radiating raw, untamed power. His hands were covered in white fur, his fingers sharp and gleaming like tiger claws, and a ferocious tiger head was mounted on his neck. To the right of the fox beauty stood a stooped old man leaning on a peculiar-looking cane. This old man appeared not too different from ordinary humans, looking much like any human elder, except that he had a distinctly shifty and sly look about him. These 3 were the transformed forms of the colossal creatures that had appeared in the sky earlier. They were the 3 great rulers of the far north, the 9-tailed white fox, the extreme ice thunder tiger, and the sky-shrouding phantom rat. Though their current forms appeared unremarkable, they were all genuine 9th-rank demon beasts. The 9-tailed white fox spoke first. "You must have sensed that aura earlier." The extreme ice thunder tiger nodded. "Indeed. That aura was so vast and powerful that even we felt our souls tremble. If I recall correctly, there was a small dragon lying here. Only his bloodstains remain here, with no trace of his physical form. He must have been devoured by that being earlier. When did such a terrifying being arrive in our far north? How could we have been completely unaware?" The sky-shrouding phantom rat crouched down, picking up several jet-black, glossy hairs from the snow. A peculiar smile spread across its face. "Look at these. What do they resemble?" The sky-shrouding phantom rat's bloodline wasn't particularly powerful. His current cultivation level stemmed not only from serendipitous encounters but also from having lived an exceptionally lone life. As the saying goes, age brings wisdom, and the same holds true for beasts. Among the 3 beasts, his mind was the most meticulous, his thinking the most comprehensive. He was the strategist of the trio. His words immediately caught the attention of the 9-tailed white fox and the extreme ice thunder tiger. The 2 beasts immediately gathered around, taking the black hairs in their paws to examine them closely. After examining them, they exchanged glances, each seeing shock reflected in the other's eyes. In unison, they exclaimed, "Is this fetal hair?" Although many demon beasts are born with fur that never sheds, the aura of fetal hair remains distinctly recognizable. With the 3 beasts' cultivation levels, they easily identified the unique aura emanating from these few strands of black hair. The sky-shrouding phantom rat nodded and chuckled. "Indeed. This is indeed natal hair, and the aura upon it is identical to the one that suppressed us earlier, leaving us unable to stir." Upon hearing this, extreme ice thunder tiger's eyes flashed with delight. But to possess such formidable power at birth, it speaks to the nobility of its bloodline. If we could capture it and refine its essence blood, perhaps our own bloodlines could advance once more. Then, even if we can't fully break through that final barrier, our combat power will absolutely surge. Then even that worthless Cui Xinling won't be able to touch us. Chapter 159, The Schemes of the 3 Overlords. The extreme ice thunder tiger grew increasingly excited as he spoke, as if already envisioning the glorious scene in his mind. The 9-tailed white fox also sensed something amiss. Yet as a female, her perception was sharper, and a hint of worry flickered in her eyes. "Besides the aura of this one, didn't you sense another powerful presence that flickered by? Since this one still has fetal hair, its power can't be too great. In that case, that overwhelming pressure deserves our attention." The 9-tailed white fox was, of course, referring to the aura emanating from the broken sacred sword. The sky-shrouding phantom rat's eyes flickered as he twirled his tiny whiskers, lost in thought. That aura is indeed suspicious, though it could also be a companion technique left behind by its parents. Regardless, this is an opportunity we must seize. We've been trapped in this frozen wasteland far too long." This time, the 9-tailed white fox did not object. Just as the 3 beasts prepared to discuss specific cooperation details, they suddenly turned their gaze toward a single direction. The extreme ice thunder tiger's brows furrowed tightly, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. "Those bastards sure got here fast. After carefully sensing the situation, a savage grin spread across his face.
It's not Chui Xianling, and there's only one of them. Should we collect some interest first? The sky-shrouding phantom rat shook its head. We must not act rashly. His swift arrival proves Chui Xianling is watching us constantly.
We're not yet strong enough to clash with him head-on.
It's best not to provoke him for now.
There's a human saying that rings true: small impatience ruins great plans.
We've endured all these years, a little more time won't hurt. Don't let a moment of impulse ruin everything. The extreme ice thunder tiger immediately softened his fierce expression.
Haha, I was just joking. Then you handle negotiations with him later. Otherwise, I'm afraid my temper might get the better of me and I'll smack him dead with one slap.
Soon, Zhang Tiancheng flew in from the distance.
Seeing these three actually gathered here, Zhang Tiancheng felt a sinking sensation in his heart.
These three represented the mightiest forces of the far north.
If they were to rally their forces, it would truly spell disaster. Already, the Hell's Gate, the Spatial Passage, and the interference of the Starry Sky Cult had the human race's top warriors stretched to their limits. If the far north were to erupt in chaos as well, that would spell real trouble. Zhang Tiancheng flew swiftly over, landed on the ground, and bowed his fist toward the sky-shrouding phantom rat, the nine-tailed white fox, and the extreme ice thunder tiger. Gentlemen, it's been a while.
You still look as vigorous and spirited as ever. What a rare occasion, all three of you finding time to leave your domains for this gathering. Though this area fell within the official danger zone designated by the Great Xia Empire, it lay only a few dozen kilometers from the territory of the far north city.
Under normal circumstances, the three of them would not be permitted to enter this area. The three beasts could easily discern the implication in Zhang Tiancheng's words. The sky-shrouding phantom rat leaned on his staff as he stepped forward, chuckling at Zhang Tiancheng.
Brother Jiang, it's been a while. How has my master been lately? Our sudden gathering today isn't for any major matter.
The sky-shrouding phantom rat gestured toward the celestial water-cold serpent pool.
This celestial water-cold dragon pool is my adopted son from many years ago. It has been secluded in the pool, cultivating all these years, showing no unusual activity.
For some reason, I suddenly sensed its aura vanish today, which is why I came to investigate.
These two old friends saw me leaving the territory and, perhaps out of curiosity, followed along. Who knows what happened today?
My good-for-nothing adopted son has been killed.
Well, beasts have their own destinies.
The three of us were just about to head back when you arrived.
What's this? Are you humans planning some important activity in the extreme barren lands lately? Do you need our assistance in any way?
If so, just say the word. After all these years of friendship, I'd be more than happy to help within reason. Hearing this flawlessly evasive reply, Zhang Tiancheng couldn't help but inwardly scoff, old fox.
He quickly forced a smile. Not at all.
My master sent word that several of you suddenly mobilized, and he feared something major had happened in the far north. He specially dispatched me to see if there's anything I can assist with. The sky-shrouding phantom rat bowed toward the sky.
Thank you for your concern, War God Chui.
It's nothing more than a trivial matter.
We're heading back now. If you're free, care to join me for some tea? My collection of Tianshan Snow Lotus tea even earned praise from War God Chui himself.
Zhang Tiancheng hastily waved his hands.
No, thank you. I'm not as free as the three of you. The ministry's affairs are pressing, I must return to attend to them.
The sky-shrouding phantom rat smiled as he bid farewell to Zhang Tiancheng, then vanished in a streak of light. The nine-tailed white fox and the extreme ice thunder tiger bowed to Zhang Tiancheng before swiftly departing as well. After traveling some distance, the three beasts communicated telepathically in the air.
Sky-shrouding phantom rat, judging by Zhang Tiancheng's words, it seems he'll be staying on the mainland for the time being. Let's hold off on any actions for now.
Send out our capable juniors to scout instead.
Keep things as quiet as possible. Don't let them catch wind of our plans.
The nine-tailed white fox and the extreme ice thunder tiger acknowledged the plan before each flew off toward their respective territories.
Zhang Tiancheng remained standing where he was.
Only when the three beasts vanished from his divine senses range did he quietly breathe a sigh of relief. At least, for now, these three beasts showed no signs of rebellion. Zhang Tiancheng activated the Great Xia full-time device and sent a message to Chui Xianling. Master, they have departed without detecting anything unusual. Amidst the starry expanse, Chui Xuanling's expression grew peculiar upon receiving the message, and he fell deep in thought.
That doesn't add up.
Given those three's temperaments, they wouldn't just gather casually. Yet, no matter how he pondered it, he couldn't find a logical explanation. Their behavior remains suspicious. For now, stay in the far north and keep a close watch on their every move. Finally, he added, keep a close eye on their outstanding descendants as well. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Tiancheng also abandoned his plan to rush back to the Jianshu Bureau. After making simple arrangements through the Great Xia Omniscient Instrument, he sat down where he was and entered a state of cultivation.
As daylight gradually brightened, Lu Ming finally departed the danger zone.
At this point, Lu Ming was only 3 or 4 kilometers away from the supply station. After such a long journey, he was utterly exhausted.
He found a protruding rock and sat down to rest. Lu Ming sank his consciousness into his spiritual sea and inquired, Xiaoming, what grade of demon beasts were those auras earlier? They were terrifying. 9th grade. What? 9th grade? How did they suddenly appear here?
Hai Xiaoming pondered for a moment before speaking slowly.
You'd better keep a tighter leash on your pet from now on. Don't let it casually display its feeding state. Otherwise, you'll be in endless trouble. Chapter 160, Battle against Nangong Ku. What? You're saying those terrifying 9th rank demon beasts came for Xiaohei? Lu Ming was filled with shock and disbelief.
Though he suspected Xiaohei had an extraordinary background, he never imagined it would be this impressive. But just after birth, merely eating a meal had attracted the attention of a 9th grade demon beast.
Hai Xiaoming smiled bitterly.
I don't know what bloodline your pet comes from either, but it's definitely terrifying. The way it feeds and the aura it gives off, even I felt a chill run down my spine. You must understand, we merfolk are a legitimate holy clan.
And with my bloodline, not even a divine race could make me feel that way.
Your pet's lineage must surpass even the divine race.
Lu Ming's interest was instantly piqued. Above the divine race? What other races exist? Where does our human race rank? Faced with Lu Ming's rapid-fire questions, Hai Xiaoming flatly refused to answer.
At your cultivation level, you needn't concern yourself with such matters. Because of this little one, you can't stay in this far north any longer. You should leave sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if those 3 really come looking for you, even with the ruined sacred sword protecting you, it won't be enough to shield your little pet.
Lu Ming's heart sank instantly.
When he first obtained the embryo, the system had stated that the sword beast only needed to reach the 9th stage to confront Cleanser. Given its bloodline, once fully matured, it likely wouldn't be weaker than a saint-level powerhouse.
Lu Ming couldn't bear to let such a powerful ally perish here.
After a brief rest, Lu Ming immediately set off with a supply point.
As he neared the supply point, Lu Ming spotted Qin Peng's vehicle, nearly buried beneath the snowdrifts. It's been 3 days already. Why hasn't he left yet? Could he be waiting here specifically for me?
A warm feeling suddenly filled Lu Ming's heart.
Well, this works out nicely.
Otherwise, if I had to walk all the way, it would waste so much time. As he drew nearer, Lu Ming suddenly thought he heard faint, familiar moans of pain. With the spirit-nurturing lotus, Lu Ming's spiritual perception far surpassed that of others at his level. When he was only 300 or 400 meters away from the supply station, he stopped upon hearing the sounds. Lu Ming immediately projected his divine sense outward. The moment he sensed Nangong Tianqi's presence in Qin Peng's faint, barely perceptible aura, a torrent of rage surged within him.
Nangong Tianqi, you bastard, come out here! Lu Ming roared furiously.
His voice cut through the howling cold wind, unmasked by the biting chill. Nangong Tianqi, who had been dozing in the supply station, jolted awake at the sound. A flicker of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes.
Oomph! That bastard's luck is pretty good, he actually managed to survive the Tianshui cold dragon pool. Excellent! Now I must thoroughly torment him to avenge my expulsion.
Nangong Tianqi channeled his spiritual energy, pulling Qin Peng and Shen Nyonyo down from where they hung from the rafters. After 3 days of baking, Qin Peng was nearly dry to a human husk. Had Nangong Tianqi not continuously fed him low-grade elixirs, he would have perished long ago. It was worth noting that despite the prolonged scorching, Chen Nyonyo, though occasionally emitting painful moans, actually looked somewhat better than she had earlier in the vehicle. Nangong Tianqi carried Qin Peng in one arm and Chen Nyonyo in the other as he stepped out of the house.
Uncle Chen. Seeing Qin Peng's pitiful state, flames seemed to dance in Lu Ming's eyes.
The barely alive Qin Peng struggled to open his eyes.
Recognizing Lu Ming, his once plump face was now withered, skin stretched taut over bones.
He forced a grim smile and gasped out, "Lu, little brother.
Run, now." Nangong Tianqi sneered at the dying Qin Peng. Well, you've got some tenacity left in you, don't you?
After being roasted over the fire for so long, you still have the strength to speak.
Still trying to persuade him to run at a time like this? That's some deep loyalty you've got. Very well.
Once I've captured Lu Ming, I'll roast you both together. Qin Peng tried to spit at Nangong Tianqi, but as an ordinary man, he could only utter those words before passing out. Lu Ming could sense that Qin Peng's life force now flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Lu Ming knew deep down that Qin Peng's suffering was entirely his fault. He was consumed by guilt, yet his rage boiled over. Summoning the soul-devouring sword, Lu Ming's eyes blazed with murderous intent.
Nangong Tianqi, release them.
I'll give you a chance to live. If a hair on their heads is harmed, I'll make your entire Nangong clan pay with their lives.
Hearing Lu Ming's threat, Nangong Tianqi burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke. You're nothing but a joke. Make our entire Nangong clan pay for them? With you?
That's laughable. But don't worry, I'll make sure you all go down together.
Nangong Ko, take him down. Nangong Ko emerged slowly from behind Nangong Tianqi, his 7th rank martial aura crashing down upon Lu Ming like a towering tidal wave.
Nangong Ko stared at Lu Ming with a cold, piercing gaze. Though your methods are impressive, you stand no chance against absolute power.
Give up your resistance. Xiaoming, help me. Overcome by fury, Lu Ming roared this time. As a woman, Hai Xiaoming possessed a more perceptive mind than Lu Ming. She despised Nangong Tianqi's despicable actions using his martial prowess to bully ordinary people.
Hai Xiaoming swept her hands, and instantly 2 streams of water shot forth from beneath Lu Ming's feet. A thick torrent surged toward Nangong Ko, while a slightly weaker stream flowed toward Nangong Tianqi. Having recovered somewhat during this period, Hai Xiaoming's strength had returned to a degree. Fueled by her overwhelming rage, she unleashed her full power with formidable force. Upon reaching Nangong Ko, the water instantly coalesced into a solid shackle, binding him. As for Nangong Tianqi, he was swept up by the torrent itself. The restraining force within temporarily robbed him of control over his spiritual energy. The torrent split into 2 streams, sweeping Qin Pang and Chen Nyonyo away from the fray. Nangong Ko felt the power within the water currents, a sneer curling his lips. Oomph. Not a bad trick. A 6th-rank martial artist might have fallen for it. Too bad. That power's still a bit weak to take me on. Nangong Ko sneered coldly, summoning his soul spirit. A shadowy form of a black-furred tiger materialized behind him. Nangong Ko was not a direct descendant of the Nangong family. The soul essence he awakened was not that of a thunderbolt saber-toothed tiger, but a B+ grade thunderbolt tiger. Nangong Ko chuckled softly as his soul essence merged with his body. His palm rapidly transformed, morphing into a tiger's paw nearly as large as a human hand. Shatter! Nangong Ko swung his tiger paw. Black light flashed as immense power shattered the restraining shackles binding him. Yet before he could speak, a terrifying aura erupted from the soul-devouring sword in Lu Ming's grasp. Chapter 161, The Might of a 7th-rank Martial Artist. Lu Ming swung his sword, and a massive tiger, covered in snow-white fur, burst forth from the sword's glow. Simultaneously, an incredibly sharp aura swept across the entire arena. The sheer intensity of this aura left even the 7th-rank Nangong Ko trembling with fear. You're only a 5th-rank martial artist. How could you possibly wield such terrifying offensive power? A flicker of panic surfaced in Nangong Ko's previously composed expression. As he voiced his disbelief, he hastily retrieved a shield from his storage space. Infused with spiritual energy, the shield originally only half his height instantly transformed into a wall over 3 meters tall. Lu Ming knew his opportunities to strike were limited. If Nangong Ko found an opening to attack, he might have to waste the power of the ruined holy sword once more. He had reserved the power of the ruined holy sword for critical moments to save his life. Using it against someone like Nangong Ko would be nothing short of wasteful. After unleashing a strike with the white tiger sword intent, the 9 immortal great spirit veins behind Lu Ming roared like 9 dancing dragons. Lu Ming's spiritual energy surged forth like an unstoppable flood. Lu Ming didn't expect to defeat Nangong Ko with a single strike, so he continued to visualize the sword intents of the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon in his mind. He unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, each accompanied by a beastly roar that echoed across the heavens. The vermilion bird, engulfed in fiery crimson flames, the black tortoise, radiating azure light with surging waves trailing behind, and the azure dragon, colossal in form, each scale gleaming with a piercing, icy light. The 3 beastly shadows followed Lu Ming's sword light, charging toward Nangong Ko in unison. The simultaneous manifestation of the 4 divine beasts' illusory forms unleashed a bloodline-bound, overwhelming pressure that instantly shook Nangong Ko to his core. He felt his martial soul tremble, his power becoming disjointed. Impossible. You're nothing but a C-grade life soul waste. How could you make my life soul feel fear? An illusion. This must be an illusion. Panic began to grip Nangong Ko's mind. Under the influence of the soul spirit, his consciousness itself became chaotic. Boom! The illusory white tiger struck the wall formed by the shield, unleashing a deafening roar. Cracks spread across the wall, which in the blink of an eye retracted back into its original shield form. However, the shield now appeared dull and lifeless, its spiritual essence completely drained. Clearly, Lu Ming had rendered it useless with a single strike. The illusory forms of the vermilion bird, black tortoise, and azure dragon followed in quick succession. Without the shield's protection, Nangong Ko could only channel his life soul to its fullest. Upon reaching the 7th rank of martial arts, the beast martial soul could fully transform into its animal form, granting immense size, demonic beast-like offensive power, and monstrous defense. As Nangong Ko channeled his life soul to its limit, a golden spiritual vein slowly emerged behind him. With his life soul fully unleashed and the spirit vein fully revealed, Lu Ming had forced Nangong Ko to fight at his absolute limit. A 7th rank fighter against a 5th rank one, Nangong Ko had assumed he could easily take Lu Ming down. Yet now, his heart was filled with endless shame and rage. Now, only by killing Lu Ming could he wash away this humiliation. Fully transformed into a beast, Nangong Ko's form rapidly swelled, morphing into a ferocious tiger 4 to 5 meters long. His body shimmered with black light, his eyes fierce and menacing, radiating an extraordinary aura of power. Though the illusory forms of the 3 sacred beasts stirred fear within him, the humiliation inflicted by Lu Ming was far more unbearable. These are nothing but your illusions. They can't fool me. Shatter them. Nangong Ko swung his claws, launching an attack at the illusory forms of the 3 sacred beasts.
His furious strike unleashed the full might of a 7th-rank martial artist. The sheer force of his momentum alone formed a tangible wave of energy. Even Lu Ming, channeling his full strength into sword transformation technique, was blown off balance, nearly sent flying. Lu Ming silently marveled, a 7th-rank martial artist truly is formidable. Nangongku crossed his claws and slashed downward, 2 terrifying flashes of cold light streaking through the air. 3 illusory holy beasts collided with them, instantly erupting in a deafening explosion. The powerful shockwave hurled everyone within the battle zone flying. Fortunately, Hai Xiaomeng had placed Chen Pang and Chen Nyonyo far outside the combat zone earlier. Otherwise, the shockwaves alone from that single strike would have been enough to kill both of them ordinary people. Lu Ming was hurled dozens of meters before crashing headfirst into the thick snow. Though his sword transformation technique hadn't advanced after enduring the pressure of the secret realm's peculiar staircase, his physical constitution had grown significantly stronger. Though the shockwave left him battered and bruised, he escaped without injury. In contrast, Nangong Tianqi, also a 5th-rank cultivator, fared much worse. Controlled by Hai Xiaomeng, Nangong Tianqi had failed to activate any defenses. The terrifying combat shockwave struck him directly, hurling him dozens of meters through the air. When he landed in the snow, he was already covered in blood. Blood quickly stained the surrounding snow red. Nangong Tianqi let out a pained howl and hastily retrieved healing pills from his storage space, swallowing them. Though his injuries weren't life-threatening, it would be difficult for him to regain his combat strength anytime soon. Hai Xiaomeng consequently spared no further effort on him, instead focusing her full attention on Nangongku. As the snowflakes settled, Nangongku remained standing. Still in his beast form, he lay on all fours, coughing violently. Before long, he opened his mouth and spat out a pool of blood. Nangongku gasped violently. Once the surging spiritual energy within him stabilized, his gaze grew even more solemn. I must admit, you are truly exceptional. Compared to you, the so-called prodigies from our great clans and noble families are nothing but useless fools. Had you been nurtured with abundant resources from childhood, even I might not stand a chance against you now. It's a pity. Had you been born into a great clan, you would undoubtedly have become the most dazzling figure in this world. But some things are simply given at birth. If you lack them, no amount of effort later on can ever make up for it. No matter how brilliant your talent, without a great clan's backing, you're destined to be crushed. And for me, personally eliminating a peerless prodigy like you is nothing short of an honor. Nangongku rose slowly, a fiery intensity igniting in his gaze as he fixed it upon Lu Ming. Though unharmed, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of gloom. Even after breaking through to the 5th rank, he still had reserves left after unleashing 4 consecutive strikes with the 4 symbols sword intent. Yet, judging by the current situation, the power of the 2nd form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra was insufficient to defeat Nangongku. Must I truly squander the power of the ruined sacred sword on someone like this? Lu Ming felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. In his spiritual sea, Hai Xiaomeng's face was filled with anxiety, yet she was helpless. The abilities of her mermaid clan were mostly supportive in nature. Unless there was a significant gap in cultivation, it was difficult for them to truly harm others. With her current abilities, unless she resorted to a devastating secret technique, it was unlikely she could help Lu Ming defeat Nangongku. Ugh! Just as Lu Ming hung his head in defeat, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 162, the 3rd form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, Mountain Splitting. Detected, 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, 2nd form Shatter Stone progress reached 100%. Congratulations! The 3rd form of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic, Mountain Splitting, has been unlocked. Lu Ming, who had been hanging his head in disappointment, instantly lit up with delight upon hearing the voice. Though currently only a great perfection martial art, each form of the 8 Desolations Sword Classic possessed formidable power. Especially when paired with the sword transformation technique, its terror was amplified. Nangong Tianqi, covered in blood, felt his composure shatter upon seeing Lu Ming unscathed. Envy, jealousy, hatred. He couldn't accept that Lu Ming, a mere country bumpkin who had only recently enrolled, was stronger than him. Nangong Tianqi snarled at Nangongku with a savage expression. Cut the ing bull. Get him down. I'll torture him to death. Upon hearing Nangong Tianqi's words, a fleeting look of reluctance flashed in Nangongku's eyes. Though his talent couldn't match Nangong Tianqi's, his limit in this lifetime was reaching an 8th grade martial artist. But he was still a 7th rank martial artist now. If Nangong Tianqi weren't a direct descendant of the clan, daring to speak to him like this, Nangongku would have smacked him dead with a single blow long ago. Alas, such was the bitter reality of this world. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as beasts of burden. So what if Nangongku possessed greater cultivation? To Nangong Tianqi, he was nothing more than a high-ranking servant. Though displeased, Nangongku dared not jeopardize his future or endanger his family. Turning his back to Nangong Tianqi, his face icy cold, his voice nonetheless tinged with flattery. Very well. I'll take care of him immediately. After witnessing Lu Ming's extraordinary abilities, Nangongku's divine sense had long enveloped him. He naturally noticed the disappointment in Lu Ming's eyes. Oomph.
So that was your strongest move just now?
Indeed formidable, yet still falls just short.
Give up the fight.
Nangongko lunged swiftly toward Lu Ming, his momentum stirring a whirlwind that sent snow swirling through the air. Lu Ming's lips curved into a faint smile as he teased, that was true before, but not anymore. Lu Ming's words left Nangongko momentarily puzzled, but he soon grasped their meaning completely. Lu Ming's spiritual energy surged through him, his aura sharpening once more.
8th Desolations Sword Sutra, 3rd form, Mountain Cleaver.
A single sword strike sent a dazzling white light streaking across the sky, like the tail of a comet, blindingly brilliant. The sword energy surged forth with every strike. Over a meter of thick snow was instantly blown away, revealing barren earth and leaving behind vicious sword marks. This strike possessed at least double the power of the previous one. As the primary target, Nangongko instantly felt his breathing become labored. The mocking expression on his face instantly gave way to sheer terror. He didn't even have time to speak, forcing himself to channel his life essence to bolster his defenses.
Nangongko's form swelled another size, his aura now terrifying to behold. Ah!
As the sword's light struck his body, Nangongko let out a piercing scream, blood spurting forth. This single strike left a horrific wound on his body, nearly piercing him through. Through the torn flesh, one could faintly glimpse the still beating organs within. The power of the 3rd form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra was immense, but its cost was equally terrifying.
Even with all 9 of Lu Ming's spiritual veins surging simultaneously, it drained a full third of his spiritual energy. Moreover, due to the limitations of his physical constitution, he could not unleash it a second time in the immediate future. Though severely wounded, Nangongko still retained considerable fighting strength. Nangongko was utterly stunned by Lu Ming's strike, his heart filled with overwhelming terror. His soul essence had been temporarily shattered by Lu Ming, reverting him to human form. Though Nangongko still possessed some residual strength, his will to fight had completely vanished. Frantically pulling a pill from his storage space and shoving it into his mouth, he flashed over to Nangong Tianqi's side, grabbed him, and prepared to flee. The moment Nangong Tianqi used that world-altering technique against Chen Pang and his daughter, Lu Ming had already deemed him a dead man. Even though Nangong Tianqi had been expelled from the academy, if he managed to return to the capital city, Lu Ming would have little chance to kill him. Moreover, if news of this incident leaked out, Lu Ming's methods would be exposed. Lu Ming would never give them that chance. He roared immediately. Xiaoming, restrain them. Within the spiritual sea of consciousness, Hai Xiaoming's mermaid pearl emitted a faint, pale, sacred glow. 2 streams of water instantly surged from beneath Lu Ming's feet, instantly enveloping both Nangongko and Nangong Tianqi. Nangongko, desperate to escape, immediately struck at the water surging around him. Hai Xiaoming's gaze turned icy. She raised her hand again, unleashing 2 more surging currents that hurled the pair skyward. The currents then fragmented into countless tiny streams, coalescing into a prison cage that temporarily confined them. Lu Ming wasn't idle either. Though he couldn't wield the 3rd form of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra, the 1st and 2nd forms posed no problem. With his body nearing overload, Lu Ming refrained from visualizing the 4 symbols' sword intent. Instead, he rapidly and repeatedly alternated between the sword drawing form and stone shattering. In an instant, dozens of sword lights filled the air, descending upon Nangongko like a dense hail of arrows. Hai Xiaoming's abilities extended beyond mere control. She could suppress spiritual energy. Under her suppression, the already gravely wounded Nangongko suffered further catastrophe. When struck by the swarm of sword lights, the spirit artifact on his body couldn't withstand the assault and exploded with a boom into countless shards. The sword lights pierced through his body. Though not instantly killed, his form was utterly mangled, his internal organs nearly reduced to pulp. After crashing to the ground, the parts of Nangongko that remained above shoulder level continued to spurt blood relentlessly. At this point, he was unable to utter a single word. Nangongko glared at Lu Ming with venomous hatred, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. Finally, he collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, twitching occasionally. Death had become an inescapable reality for him. Having absorbed all the attacks, Nangong Tianqi appeared nearly disheveled but was otherwise unharmed. However, he was now trembling violently from fear at Lu Ming's methods. Far from resisting, his legs shook so badly he could barely stand. Gone was Nangong Tianqi's earlier arrogance and haughtiness. His eyes darted about frantically, like those of a frightened kitten. Lu Ming, you, don't act rashly. My father is a powerful figure in the Nangong clan. If you kill me, the entire Nangong clan will never let you off. With your talent, if you cultivate diligently, you'll surely become a 9th-rank martial artist someday. Don't ruin your bright future over a momentary impulse. Nangong Tianqi watched Lu Ming advance toward him and urgently tried to dissuade him. A grim smile spread across Lu Ming's face. So you're afraid of death too, huh? Chapter 163, Man Triumphs Over Heaven. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Nangong Tianqi's face. Scared? Of course I'm scared. If you'll just let me go, I'll agree to anything you ask. Nangong Tianqi immediately lowered his stance. He had no choice. Now that Lu Ming held the knife and the cutting board, while he was the fish and the meat, bowing his head was the only option. Lu Ming gave the soul-devouring sword in his hand a slight shake. A chill instantly swept over Nangong Tianqi's entire body. His body straightened involuntarily. Lu Ming chuckled. Anything at all? Are you serious? Nangong Tianqi, thinking Lu Ming had taken his words to heart, immediately chimed in with a laugh. Of course it's true. I, Nangong Tianqi, stand by my word like a nail driven home. Lu Ming nodded. Very well. Then first, hand over every spirit artifact on your person and everything stored in your storage space. Nangong Tianqi had already anticipated this demand and offered no resistance whatsoever. He promptly emptied the contents of his storage space in one go. It must be said, Nangong Tianqi was quite well off. The sheer number of ethereal stones alone totaled over 80,000. Besides the spirit stones, there were also talismans, pills, and various materials. Most of the items were unfamiliar to Lu Ming, but judging by their aura, they were all 4th or 5th grade materials, quite valuable. Lu Ming didn't bother to examine them closely. With a sweeping gesture, he stowed them all away. Nangong Tianqi swiftly stripped off all the spirit artifacts he wore. His weapon, soft armor, and leg armor were all 3rd grade spirit artifacts, each boasting a full 39 spirit patterns. His shoes were even more impressive, a 4th grade spirit artifact boasting a whopping 45 spirit patterns. Lu Ming thought to himself, thankfully, his earlier tactics had thoroughly frightened Nangong Tianqi. Otherwise, with such a luxurious set of spirit artifacts, Lu Ming might not have been able to capture him. After surrendering all his possessions, Nangong Tianqi shivered uncontrollably. He looked at Lu Ming with trembling fear. Is it okay now? Lu Ming stowed away all the items and chuckled, of course not. Here's the deal, your Nangong clan has always been stuck up, and I've had it up to here with it. Now, go ahead and kowtow to me a few times. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you off. As a direct descendant of the prestigious Nangong lineage, Nangong Tianqi had never endured such humiliation. A flash of fury crossed his face. Lu Ming. A man may be killed but not disgraced. Don't push your luck. Lu Ming's smile broadened. Kill rather than be disgraced? Fine. You've got guts. I'll grant you your wish. With that, Lu Ming raised the soul-devouring sword and rested it against Nangong Tianqi's shoulder. Instantly, a thick aura of death enveloped Nangong Tianqi. Nangong Tianqi's body suddenly hunched. His expression turned pale with shock, and with a thud, he knelt straight before Lu Ming. Well, quite obedient, aren't you? Nangong Tianqi banged his head 3 times on the ground. As he bowed, his face contorted almost beyond recognition. He silently vowed, Lu Ming, you just wait. I'll remember this humiliation. When you fall into my hands, I'll repay you tenfold. After finishing his kowtows, Nangong Tianqi forced down his resentment and rage, plastering a fawning smile on his face as he asked. Is that good enough now? Lu Ming offered a kindly smile. Yes. That should suffice. With that, his sword flashed. Lu Ming severed Nangong Tianqi's hands clean off. Ah! My arms! Nangong Tianqi let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony as he rolled on his back in the snow. Lu Ming! I'm eating a lemon. Why don't you keep your word? Lu Ming offered no reply, swinging his sword once more. This time, he severed Nangong Tianqi's legs clean off. Only then did Lu Ming chuckle. I didn't kill you. How am I not keeping my word? In his current state, even if Nangong Tianqi survived, he would be nothing but a cripple. Realizing Lu Ming had deliberately humiliated him, his expression twisted into madness. Lu Ming, the Nangong family won't let you off the hook. Lu Ming scoffed dismissively. Same old threats. Nothing new. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Even if I let you go today, do you believe the Nangong family would stop persecuting me? Nangong Tianqi burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Of course not. Someone like you, no matter how strong your talent, will be brought down by our great clans and noble families sooner or later. Some things are decided the moment you're born. If you must blame someone, blame your own misfortune. Lu Ming shrugged and chuckled. Ever heard the saying? What saying? Man can overcome heaven. If I set my mind to it, what difference would it make if it were just your Nangong clan, or even all the powerful clans and great families combined? If you Taijie can silence all your great clans and noble families, so can I. Lu Ming used his spiritual energy to seal Nangong Tianyu's wounds, preventing him from dying too quickly. After stripping him naked, Lu Ming kicked him into a distant snowdrift. In such conditions, even with his 5th rank cultivation, Nangong Tianyu would eventually freeze to death. Such a painful death was fitting retribution for the bitter seeds he had sown. After dealing with this situation, Lu Ming turned his gaze toward the 4 individuals hiding behind the supply station. They were the 3 martial artists stationed here and the driver. Though uninjured, evidently having fawned over Nangong Tianqi earlier, Lu Ming showed no mercy. Lu Ming approached Chen Pang and Chen Nyonyo to assess their injuries. Ha! How is she unharmed? Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim in surprise as he examined Chen Nyonyo's condition. Like Chen Pang, Chen Nyonyo had been hung from the rafters and roasted for 3 days. Chen Pang was nearly roasted into a dried corpse, yet Chen Nyonyo looked perfectly fine.
Not only was her skin and flesh plump and healthy, but Lu Ming discovered that aside from some bruising where she had been bound, Chen Nyonya had not a single injury. Her complexion even looked slightly better than before. In the spiritual consciousness sea, Hai Xiaoming chuckled.
You've seriously underestimated the innate holy cold constitution.
Though she hasn't cultivated, her constitution speaks for itself. This mundane fire's scorching effect, in her current state, not only causes her no harm but actually helps neutralize the cold energy within her body. Given her current condition, if she were to consume some mildly warming fire attribute spiritual herbs, she might just wake up any moment now.
She'll be fine, but Chen Peng is in real danger. If he doesn't get medical attention soon, it might truly be too late. Under Lu Ming's spiritual probe, Chen Peng's life force was indeed extremely faint. Moreover, after so many days of scorching heat, his flesh and organs had suffered severe damage. Ordinary treatments would be ineffective for him now, only organ transplants could save him. Lu Ming turned to the driver among the four men. You start the car immediately and take me back to Extreme North City. The driver's face instantly darkened. He had thought that with Nangong Tianqi dead, he would finally be free from this misery. Little did he expect to be targeted by Lu Ming next. In his eyes, serving violent killers like Lu Ming and his crew was pure torture. Though reluctant, he dared not refuse when met with Lu Ming's fierce glare. He could only run toward his vehicle. Chapter 164, Money Talks. His vehicle was far superior to Chen Peng's in every respect. To reach Extreme North City swiftly, he didn't protest. After Lu Ming and his men drove off, Nangong Ko on the ground finally fell completely still. Inside the vehicle, the system's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Target eliminated. Life essence successfully absorbed. Lu Ming felt a peculiar force surge into his body, enveloping him in a warm glow. During the journey, to keep Chen Peng alive, Lu Ming had been forced to transform his spiritual energy into water attributes and injected into Chen Peng's body to temporarily sustain his vital functions. Under Lu Ming's coercion, the driver pushed his skills to the absolute limit. After a day of driving, they finally reached the hospital in Extreme North City. Upon entering the hospital, Lu Ming rushed Chen Peng straight to the emergency room. The doctor was startled upon seeing Chen Peng's condition. After a brief examination, the doctor shook his head at Lu Ming. He's in this state? There's no hope. Go prepare for the funeral. Lu Ming's brows instantly furrowed. How can he be beyond saving? He clearly still has a pulse. This doctor possessed some spiritual energy, being a second-rank martial artist. However, his soul essence likely leaned toward medical arts, which was why he worked at the hospital. The doctor smiled wryly. He does have a pulse, but it's incredibly faint. In his condition, surviving would require not just replacing most of his skin and flesh, but even his entire set of organs. Such an operation is incredibly difficult, not to mention the organs themselves would cost a fortune. I advise you to give up hope. Both Lu Ming and Chen Peng were dressed plainly. To this doctor, they clearly lack the financial means for such organ replacements. Lu Ming erupted in anger. Bull. Get this done now. Money is no issue. Lu Ming pulled out the temporary storage card he'd obtained from Zhang Yu. The Dasha Bank storage card was no ordinary piece of plastic, it displayed the balance in real time. The doctor froze upon seeing the balance exceeding 100 million. He hadn't expected Lu Ming to be so well hidden. Seeing the doctor hesitate, Lu Ming grew even angrier. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and prepare for the surgery. Is the money not enough? The doctor shook his head and smiled. Among ordinary people, you certainly count as a wealthy man. But performing an organ transplant on an ordinary person while ensuring survival rates is an extremely difficult procedure. In all of Extreme North City, only our former chief physician can handle it. However, our old director retired years ago. Though he occasionally treats members of the city lord's household, his fees are charged in ethereal stones. And it's not cheap. You'd better give up on that idea. Lu Ming rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, could you just say all that at once next time? Wasting the patient's time like this? Cut the ing nonsense. Get someone here now. I've got plenty of ethereal stones. As he spoke, Lu Ming pulled out another white card containing 100 ethereal stones. Get him stabilized immediately and schedule the surgery. This covers your tip. The doctor stared at the white card, dazed. For me? Lu Ming tossed the card at him. Hurry up. The doctor, clutching the spirit stones, immediately pressed the button beside him and shouted excitedly, Supreme ICU staff, get your asses out here to take the patient. Fire up every top-of-the-line machine in the hospital. Notify the equipment department, get that complete organ transplant kit from storage to the operating room, now. With that, he started to rush out. Lu Ming grabbed him by the arm. Where are you going? The doctor seemed highly agitated. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements. Someone will immediately hook him up to our hospital's best equipment. Keeping him alive for now won't be a problem. I'm going to fetch the old director right now. Hearing his assurance, Lu Ming finally let him go. Money talks, indeed a truth as old as time. Within 2 minutes of the doctor's instructions, several fully equipped nurses wheeled over a hospital bed.
Under their guidance, Chen Peng was soon hooked up to an array of tubes.
Lu Ming followed them to the VIP ICU.
The room was spacious, filled with equipment Lu Ming had never seen before. Amidst the bustling activity of the medical staff, Chen Peng's vital signs began to show slight improvement. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Only then did Lu Ming secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Although his storage space contained several potent healing pills, he dared not use them indiscriminately on Chen Peng, who was merely an ordinary person. Otherwise, given Chen Peng's constitution, even the mildest potency would have instantly ruptured his body. Over 10 minutes later, the doctor hurried over, followed by a gray-haired man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Despite his advanced age, the old man possessed remarkable vitality and spirit, radiating an aura that was anything but ordinary. He was actually at the early stage of the 4th rank. This earned him a look of respect from Lu Ming. The fact that this old man held a position at the hospital indicated his soul essence specialized in daily life. Cultivating such a soul essence to such a high level required only one method: piling on all manner of elixirs and rare treasures. No wonder he demanded ethereal stones. Turns out he spent all his money on that. The old man strolled leisurely toward Lu Ming, his brow furrowing slightly. In the old man's perception, Lu Ming carried no discernible aura. He seemed as ordinary as any commoner.
You wish to request me to perform an organ transplant surgery? Lu Ming nodded. Yes. The patient is ready. When can we begin?
The old man glanced at Chen Peng on the hospital bed and chuckled.
He's in pretty rough shape. And he's just an ordinary person. This is going to be quite challenging.
Forget just in this city of extreme north. Across the entire Mobe prefecture, there are no more than 3 surgeons capable of performing this procedure.
And I happen to be one of them. Lu Ming frowned. I'm not here to listen to you brag about your credentials. Just tell me, when can we start the surgery?
A flicker of displeasure crossed the old man's eyes. He snorted coldly. My fees are quite steep.
And payment must be made in advance.
A flash of irritation crossed Lu Ming's face as he pulled a silver storage card from his storage space and tossed it at the old man.
Cut the nonsense. Saving lives comes first.
The old man was about to erupt in anger, but upon recognizing the card in his hand, his fury vanished instantly. The silver card Lu Ming had given him contained a staggering 9,000 spirit stones. Though the old man was a skilled physician who had treated countless members of prominent families and city lords across the cities of Mobe prefecture over the years, he had never seen such a vast amount of ethereal stones. Originally, upon learning Lu Ming had generously paid the young doctor 100 spirit stones for his services, the old man had planned to demand 1,000 or 2. Little did he expect Lu Ming to be so magnanimous, offering 9,000 spirit stones outright. After stowing the silver card away, the old man promptly pulled his coat off. His face flushed crimson as he called out, "Come on!
Bring me my surgical gown." Chapter 165, Tang Guangxi, Lord of the Far North City.
After changing into his scrubs, the old man promptly entered the patient's room. After a preliminary examination of Chen Peng's condition, he immediately began issuing various instructions to the medical staff.
Within a mere 10 minutes, the operating room was fully prepared.
Once Chen Peng was brought into the operating room, the old man immediately began operating to treat his wounds. After over an hour of meticulous work, all the charred flesh on Chen Peng's body was completely removed and replaced with specially cultivated tissue. With the flesh and skin replacement complete, only the organs remained to be replaced.
At that moment, the old man suddenly realized the organs hadn't been delivered yet.
Furious, he immediately used a special megaphone to confront the emergency doctor, Lu Ming, who was waiting outside.
Wei Tao, what the hell are you doing? I've been working on this for an hour, and the organs still haven't arrived?
Chen Peng had already been opened up, and the longer this dragged on, the more critical his condition became. Lu Ming glared fiercely at the doctor beside him.
What's going on? Wei Tao broke out in a cold sweat under Lu Ming's glare, stammering, I don't know. I'll find out. After ducking away to make a call, Wei Tao rushed back looking utterly grim. A bad feeling washed over Lu Ming. He pressed, what happened?
Wei Tao's eyes darted nervously, unable to speak. Lu Ming grabbed him by the collar and demanded fiercely, speak. Only when he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Ming did Wei Tao finally stammer out his answer.
The complete organ set is extremely valuable. Our hospital normally only keeps one set on hand.
I had already arranged for the order to be placed and the complete set of organs to be retrieved. Unexpectedly, 10 minutes ago, just as the organs were disinfected and ready for delivery, they were intercepted by the city lord's mansion. Word is the city lord's son-in-law lost his lower body during a battle with a demon beast, and some organs were damaged. His daughter figured since he needed surgery anyway, she might as well replace the entire set of organs while she was at it. Lu Ming erupted in fury, shoving him aside.
Where are the city lord's men? Wei Tao edged toward the window and pointed at a vehicle below.
There.
They haven't left yet.
This was the 3rd floor, only about 10 meters above ground level. Lu Ming shattered the glass with a punch and leaped down. In a flash, Lu Ming materialized beside the car Wei Tao had indicated. Lu Ming was boiling with rage right now. If they were just upset about missing their turn in line, he could accept that. But he couldn't tolerate the city lord's household abusing their power to snatch something someone else had already reserved. Most crucially, according to Wei Tao, the injuries sustained by the city lord's son-in-law of Extreme North City were not life-threatening even without a full organ transplant. This was nothing more than a convenient excuse. But Chan Pang? Without an organ transplant, he would truly die. This made Lu Ming even more furious. Lu Ming kicked the cart flying several meters away, then snatched the insulated box containing the organs from the two men's hands. The two from the city lord's mansion were only at the mid-tier third-rank cultivation level. Though they sensed Lu Ming's overwhelming power, they felt emboldened by their powerful backers and immediately roared at him. "Kid! Are you tired of living? You dare steal stuff from our city lord's mansion?" Lu Ming shot them a cold stare, instantly revealing his mid-tier 5th-rank cultivation aura. You're a 5th-rank martial artist." The two men's expressions turned ashen upon sensing Lu Ming's aura, stumbling backward several steps. "I claimed this first. You're the one stealing." The pair fell silent, but the thought of the punishment awaiting them if they failed to return the organs gave them the courage to speak up. "Even if you are a 5th-rank martial artist, our city lord is no pushover either. He's an official. I advise you to hand over the organs if you know what's good for you. Young man, don't bring trouble upon yourself." Lu Ming had no time for their chatter. He snorted coldly, "Humph. If you really want them, then have your city lord come get them himself. I'll see for myself what kind of person this city lord is who dares to abuse his authority." Lu Ming swiftly returned upstairs and handed the organ over to the operating room. Upon receiving the organs, the old man wasted no time, carefully and meticulously replacing Chin Peng's damaged ones. By the window, Wei Tao watched the two drive away, his face clouded with worry. "This is bad news. Our Lord of Extreme North City isn't someone to mess with. Playing this game won't just ruin you, we're all going down with you." Lu Ming scoffed dismissively, "Humph. He may be tough to deal with, but does that make me a pushover? If he dares come after us, I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Don't worry. With me here, if he dares lay a finger on any of you, I'll make sure he loses his position as city lord." This wasn't just empty bravado from Lu Ming. As a member of the Void Severing Bureau, even though he held the lowest rank of purple grade, his authority and standing far surpassed that of a mere city lord under a provincial capital. If Lu Ming were to file a formal complaint against him with the Jianshu Bureau, replacing a minor city lord would be well within their power. Wei Tao knew nothing of Lu Ming's background. Seeing such a young man speak with such arrogance, he dismissed it as mere bluster. But now that the organs had already been used, there was nothing he could do. Minutes later, a luxury car approached from the distance. As Wei Tao watched it from afar, his face twisted in anguish, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. "This is it. That's the city lord's car. He actually came in person." Wei Tao sighed helplessly. "This operation can't be interrupted or disturbed. It's up to you now. If you're just full of hot air, you won't get off easy today. Keep a close watch here for me. If the surgery goes smoothly, I'll reward you handsomely. As for your city lord? Don't worry about him. I'll handle him." With that, Lu Ming leaped back downstairs and sprinted to intercept the car outside the hospital. The vehicle screeched to a halt. The two men Lu Ming had earlier ordered away immediately leaped out. Simultaneously, they pulled open the car door, and a burly, middle-aged man clad in expensive fur stepped out, radiating vitality. He was none other than Tang Guangxi, the Lord of Extreme North City. Tang Guangxi's cultivation level matched that of Gong Changfeng, a half-step 6th-rank cultivation. The two men who had been driven off by Lu Ming earlier now had a powerful ally to back them, and their posture stiffened with newfound confidence. Pointing at Lu Ming, they snarled, "Lord City Master, this is the scoundrel who stole our master's organs. He even had the audacity to boast. You must teach him a lesson." After scrutinizing Lu Ming with serious eyes, Tang Guangxi's face twisted into a look of contempt. "Humph. So this is the sort of character who dares to snatch what I, Tang Guangxi, have set my sights on within the walls of Extreme North City. Turns out it's just a wet-beard kid. Must admit, the courage is commendable and utterly foolish. Where are the organs? Hand them over. Then hand over everything you carry. Tie yourself up and hang yourself on the city wall for 3 days, and I'll spare your life." Chapter 166, The Northern Frontier City Garrison. Lu Ming sneered coldly, "I'm merely passing through. Once my business is done, I'll be on my way. If you know what's good for you, withdraw now. Once I've finished my business, you'll still be the local warlord here. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences." Though Tang Guangxi clearly wasn't a good man, Lu Ming had no intention of playing vigilante for no reason. That said, all of this hinged on one thing, the man not pushing his luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind doing the people of Extreme North City a favor while he was at it. Tang Guangxi burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke. After his laughter subsided, he stripped off his fur-lined coat with both hands, revealing solid muscles. As his soul essence surged, a faint golden glow flared behind him, manifesting a menacing, golden-armored specter. This was Tang Guangxi's life soul, the B-grade Wrathful Vajra. It was a unique type of life soul, somewhat akin to a beast life soul, yet with subtle differences.
Upon reaching the 7th rank, such soul spirits could not only transform into their true form like beast soul spirits, but would also awaken special secret techniques at the 8th and 9th ranks.
However, before reaching the 7th rank, their capabilities fall short of ordinary beast soul spirits, resulting in a generally lower overall rating. If Tang Guangxi could cultivate his soul to the 7th rank, its strength would be formidable even among the great souls. Tang Guangxi rubbed his hands together, his aura growing increasingly frenzied. He strode slowly toward Lu Ming, a savage grin on his face, his eyes brimming with contempt.
Ha! Little brat, you're full of yourself. Today I'll teach you a lesson. It's best to keep a low profile when you're out in the world.
Facing such a fool, Lu Ming didn't bother summoning his soul-devouring sword.
Although Tang Guangxi's cultivation level was slightly higher than Lu Ming's, their actual combat prowess was incomparable.
Lu Ming feared that if he struck, he might accidentally kill him.
This wasn't the far north.
He was a city lord here. If he really killed him in broad daylight, it would be outright provocation against the great Xia authorities.
That would cause a huge uproar, one even a member of the Void Slaying Bureau like Lu Ming would struggle to cover up. Xiaomeng.
After spending over 5 million ethereal stones on materials for Hai Xiaomeng, she became more responsive to his commands. The moment Lu Ming finished speaking, a stream of water surged forth from beneath his feet. The current swirled upward like a whirlwind, snatching Tang Guangxi off the ground. Though the water appeared weak and powerless, no matter how Tang Guangxi struggled, he couldn't break free. The suppressing force within the current disrupted Tang Guangxi's spiritual energy circulation. The light of his soul essence rapidly dimmed, dissipating completely within mere breaths.
Lord City Master. Tang Guangxi's attendants, seeing Lu Ming had directly subdued their lord, grew frantic.
Tang Guangxi, with his cultivation at the threshold of 6th grade, was already the pinnacle of combat power within extreme North City. Even he had been so easily restrained by Lu Ming, leaving the others even more terrified. Though each had summoned their own soul essence, not a single one dared to approach. They merely stared at Lu Ming from afar. When Tang Guangxi felt his spiritual power completely suppressed, the smile on his face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror.
You little bastard! What did you do to me? Why is my spiritual power completely suppressed?
Though Lu Ming was an orphan in this world, that didn't mean he'd tolerate insults directed at his long-deceased parents. Already seething with anger toward Tang Guangxi, Lu Ming immediately stepped forward. Hai Xiaomeng cooperated by controlling the water current to lower Tang Guangxi to the ground. Lu Ming stood before Tang Guangxi, their eyes locking.
Lu Ming's gaze was as cold as ice, radiating murderous intent.
Tang Guangxi felt the chilling aura emanating from him, his heart jolting with panic.
What do you want? I warn you, this is extreme North City. Smack!
Lu Ming wasted no words, raising his hand to deliver a sharp slap. The sharp crack of the slap echoed, leaving a clear handprint on Tang Guangxi's face.
Smack!
Lu Ming didn't stop there, continuing his assault. Within a mere minute, Lu Ming had delivered over a dozen hard slaps to Tang Guangxi, turning his already large head into a swollen pig's head. Yeah, the kind you see right after it's been slaughtered, covered in blood. Lu Ming's actions stunned not only Tang Guangxi but also the entourage he had brought along.
They never imagined Lu Ming would dare to act so brazenly.
Tang Guangxi wasn't just a martial artist nearing 6th rank, he was an officially appointed city lord.
For Lu Ming, a mere commoner, to slap Tang Guangxi in broad daylight in front of everyone, wasn't that blatantly showing contempt for the authorities? That was a capital offense in any country.
Once Tang Guangxi regained his senses, his expression twisted into a savage grimace.
You little bastard! How dare you strike me? I am the city lord of extreme North City. You're dead. You fools! Bring every last city guard here. I'll have this little bastard killed. Tang Guangxi's words snapped the stun guards at the city lord's residence into action.
One of them retrieved a small signal flare from his storage space. Whoosh! The flare emitted a sharp whistle, soaring into the sky before exploding into a blinding red light. This was the signal for the Lord of Extreme North City to urgently summon the city defense forces. At that moment, the nearby campsite erupted into bustling activity. 4 figures clad in full armor, each possessing early 5th rank cultivation, strode to the center of the camp.
Emergency assembly.
These 4 were the junior commanders of the city defense forces. Under their command, the garrison troops gathered swiftly within the camp. In a harsh environment like extreme North City, a position in the city defense forces was a solid, secure job for martial artists. Consequently, many who failed to gain admission to top-tier universities chose to join the garrison forces. This had swelled the city's garrison to a staggering 800 soldiers. This number was nearly triple that of Qianzhou City. Given its remote location and the suppression exerted by the 3 supreme demon beasts, the sky-shrouding illusion rats in the far north, the city rarely experienced disturbances. Consequently, the authorities paid it little attention. This neglect gradually transformed the city guard into Tang Guangxi's personal militia. To ensure their absolute loyalty, Tang Guangxi intensified his exploitation of the city's populace. Simultaneously, he frequently led the garrison on expeditions to gather resources and hunt demon beasts. All proceeds were converted into wealth, which he then used to win hearts and minds. This only deepened the garrison's unwavering loyalty to him. This signal arrow was a special communication device he had crafted himself. Once fired, every city guard was bound to rally to him unconditionally. To the people of extreme North City, Tang Guangxi was hardly a good lord. But to these city guards, he was undoubtedly a great leader. Thus, upon seeing this signal arrow, whether patrolling the city walls or training in the drill grounds, the city guards immediately dropped their weapons and assembled at the training ground.
Tang Guangxi maintained strict control over the city garrison to better intimidate the major families within the city.
Within mere seconds, all city defense troops had assembled. Under the command of 4 junior captains, they swiftly marched toward the hospital.
Chapter 167, Military Combat Techniques.
Lu Ming stopped his hand and stared coldly at Tang Guangxi. I struck you on behalf of the authorities. I struck you for bullying others with your position. I advise you not to rashly mobilize the city defense troops.
Otherwise, your position as city lord will truly be lost.
Hearing Lu Ming's words, Tang Guangxi assumed he was afraid of being surrounded by the city guard troops and instantly grew arrogant.
Ha! You little bastard, now you're scared? Where's all that bravado from earlier? How dare you slap my face? You'll be crying soon enough.
Seeing this man so utterly stubborn, Lu Ming sighed inwardly, his heart filled with pity for the people trapped within the city walls.
With a lord like this ruling over them, they must be living in hell.
By the Tianshui cold dragon pool, Jiang Tiansheng, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. He looked toward the direction of extreme North City, his brow furrowing involuntarily as he murmured to himself.
What's going on? I'm over there and haven't sensed any powerful demon beast aura. Why are the entire city's defense troops suddenly gathering, and with such intense battle intent? Could something have gone wrong within the city walls?
After a moment's thought, Jiang Tiansheng rose to his feet.
Never mind. It's not too far anyway. Might as well go see what's happening. Jiang Tiansheng began walking through the snow.
Though he walked slowly like an ordinary person, his pace was astonishingly swift, as if the distance beneath his feet had shrunk. In the blink of an eye, he had already covered dozens of miles. In the far northern city, the city defense troops had finished their preparations and were now marching in force. Within just over 10 minutes, the road leading to the hospital began to tremble slightly, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps.
Spotting the approaching garrison troops from afar, the men brought by Tang Guangxi grew considerably bolder.
Stepping forward a few paces, they glared menacingly.
If you know what's good for you, release our city lord immediately. Otherwise, we will charge you with the crime of premeditated rebellion. Then, no matter who you are, your family and friends will be arrested by the authorities and thrown into prison.
Lu Ming chuckled. You truly are rotten to the core. You've mastered the art of the villain crying foul first. Soon, the city guard troops were in position. The 4 junior commanders' faces darkened instantly upon seeing Tang Guangxi restrained. Who are you? How dare you take the city lord hostage? Release the lord immediately. Or we'll make sure you have no place to bury your remains. One of the commanders activated his soul essence, summoning a long sword in his hand. He brandished the blade menacingly at Lu Ming as he shouted. They were all well aware of Tang Guangxi's strength. If Lu Ming could capture Tang Guangxi, he was clearly no pushover. Yet, they felt little fear. Lu Ming made no effort to conceal his aura at this moment, and they could all sense his cultivation level. In their eyes, even if Lu Ming possessed some tricks, his cultivation level alone made him no match for their entire city defense force. Not only were they vastly outnumbered, but they had also specialized in military combat techniques. Military combat techniques were a special form of multi-person martial arts. Typically, an entire legion trained together in them. After cultivation, they could pool the strength of all participants. Even the simplest military combat technique, when mastered by a small squad of just a dozen or so individuals with an average cultivation level of 3rd grade, could be unleashed with such force that even 5th grade martial artists would hesitate to confront it head-on. Leveraging his connections, Tang Guangxi once spent a fortune to acquire a military combat technique in the northern desert prefecture capable of being cultivated simultaneously by 100 men. After acquiring this combat technique, the 4 minor commanders each formed dedicated teams to train. They have now mastered it to perfection. With these 4 as leaders, unleashing this combat technique unleashes such overwhelming power that even 6th grade martial artists can be easily annihilated. Even against 7th rank martial artists, they possess the confidence to engage in a fierce battle. This is the terrifying might of military multi-combat techniques. It was also the source of Tang Guangxi and the 4 commanders' confidence. Seeing the scale of the city defense forces, Lu Ming cast a peculiar look at Tang Guangxi. While the authorities didn't impose strict limits on the size of the city defense force, there were still reasonable boundaries. Otherwise, excessive numbers would lead to numerous problems, such as ghost payrolls, internal corruption, and so forth. According to the Great Xia City Defense Forces Management Act, the minimum troop strength for cities like Extreme North City and Xianzhou City was around 300, with a fluctuation limit of no more than 100. Yet now, the northern frontier city garrison numbered a full 800 soldiers. This figure is more than double the maximum stipulated limit. This indicates that half of them receive no official military pay. That these men would willingly follow Tang Guangxi warrants careful investigation. Lu Ming bared his teeth in a cold sneer. Your garrison force is rather large, isn't it? If you ask me, you're the one truly plotting rebellion. TSK. Just for stationing troops alone, you'll lose your entire family. A sneer twisted across Tang Guangxi's battered face. Ha! Ignorance! If I dare to do this, it's because I have something to rely on. Even our Lord Governor of Mobei Prefecture knows of this and hasn't said a word. What gives you, a lowly commoner, the right to prattle on like this? I'll say it again, if you know what's good for you, you'll let me go right now. Otherwise, not only will you die, but I'll use every means at my disposal to dig up your family, relatives, and friends and kill them all. That's the price for crossing me. Seeing Lu Ming still unmoving, the 4 junior commanders immediately struck out in unison, merging their auras into a single, crushing force bearing down on him. Release the city lord at once. Though the hospital was some distance away, the commotion was still too loud. Inside the operating room, the old man roared with fury through the intercom at Wei Tao outside. What the hell is going on out there? Keep it down. Anyone who dares ruin my reputation will have it to answer for. Wei Tao was now at a loss. The surgery had already begun and couldn't be halted. Under immense pressure, he could only make his way downstairs. Under the watchful eyes of so many city guards, he approached Lu Ming nervously and whispered. Sir, the commotion is too loud. The old director just lost his temper. If this continues, the surgery might fail. Lu Ming knew that given Chen Peng's condition, failure would mean certain death. Lu Ming's expression instantly turned cold as he glared at the 4 junior commanders and barked an order. I order you all to shut the hell up and be quiet. Seeing Lu Ming dare to speak to them like this even now, the 4 commanders snorted coldly. Oomph. Stubborn to the end. Then today, we'll show you what we're capable of. All soldiers, heed my command. Form battle lines and unleash your combat skills. Chapter 168, Revealing His Identity. The city garrison troops of Extreme North City were highly disciplined. The moment the command was issued, 400 soldiers immediately formed a specialized formation, while the rest dispersed to flank the main force. 4 commanders took their places at the front of their respective units. Behind them, 100 soldiers channeled their combat techniques, their spiritual energy coiling together like a river surging into the 4 commanders. With the spiritual energy of 100 men focused upon them, the commanders' bodies instantly swelled several times larger. They resembled inflated balloons, appearing as if they might burst at any moment. At that moment, a faint green glow emanated from the armor covering the 4 of them. A peculiar energy coursed through their bodies, coalescing into a luminous net that enveloped them. Once enveloped by the light net, their previously turbulent aura gradually settled, and their rapidly expanding bodies stabilized. Though their cultivation remained at the initial stage of the 5th grade, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them were terrifying even more so than those of ordinary 6th grade martial artists. The combined aura of the 4 instantly made Lu feel as though he were facing a 7th grade martial artist. Ha! What a formidable technique! Sensing the shift in their spiritual energy intensity, Lu Ming inwardly marveled. After all, the average cultivation level of these city defense troops was only grade 3. Yet, with just 100 of them, they could elevate the aura of a low-grade grade 5 commander to such a terrifying level. If this were done by 7th or 8th rank practitioners, wouldn't they be able to go toe-to-toe with a 9th rank martial artist? Though powerful, combat techniques carried significant limitations. The scenario Lu Ming envisioned could indeed be achieved, but only under extremely stringent conditions. The key to successfully executing combat techniques did not lie with the ordinary soldiers, but rather in whether the physical strength of the leader could withstand the immense shock of such colossal spiritual energy. If they couldn't, forget fighting enemies, they'd explode from the pressure themselves. The physical constitutions of these 4 minor commanders were inherently incapable of withstanding the combined spiritual energy of 100 men. Their successful execution of the technique was entirely attributable to a special spiritual artifact they possessed. Specifically, the unique light nets they wore. This spirit energy had been procured at great cost by Tang Guangxi, who had enlisted help to obtain it from the capital. The 4 junior commanders, now empowered by the combined spiritual energy of 100 men, looked at Lu Ming again with utter contempt. The one wielding the greatsword as his soul blade was particularly arrogant. He raised his blade, pointing it at Lu Ming and bellowed, "You little bastard! Do you still dare to speak so loudly now?" Seeing how loud this guy's voice was, a torrent of rage surged within Lu Ming. Yet, fearing that the commotion of a fight might disrupt the surgery, he had no choice but to suppress his anger for the moment. Lu Ming retrieved his purple command sword from his storage space. Execution of the Void Bureau. Step aside at once. As he spoke, Lu Ming channeled a thread of spiritual energy into the small purple sword in his hand. Instantly, the blade erupted with dazzling purple light, radiating an overwhelmingly oppressive aura. Though fleeting, this aura was sufficient proof of Lu Ming's identity. Ordinary soldiers might not know the name Cutting Bureau, but these 4 minor commanders, already at the 5th rank, had heard of this mysterious organization. In certain respects, the Jianshu Bureau stood above even the Grand Xia Supreme Council. Though they were official personnel, they too fell under the jurisdiction and command of the Jianshu Bureau. The faces of the 4 minor commanders who had been brimming with arrogance moments before instantly darkened. The one pointing his blade at Lu Ming felt like crying. He had intended to impress Tang Guangxi with this display, but never imagined Lu Ming would prove to be such a tough nut to crack. The man hastily withdrew his soul blade and even proactively ordered the 100 soldiers behind him to deactivate their combat techniques. He then approached Lu Ming with a respectful demeanor, bowing deeply before speaking in a fawning tone. "Your Excellency, we failed to recognize your distinguished presence. We did not know you were here. All that earlier was a misunderstanding. We beg your forgiveness, Your Excellency." Lu Ming snorted coldly. "Oomph. Better late than never. Have them all withdraw their formations and maintain silence. If my friend's surgery goes smoothly, I'll overlook this. But if the commotion you've caused disrupts the procedure, well, then I'll have to settle accounts with you properly." The young commander trembled at the chill emanating from Lu Ming. "Rest assured, sir. I'll have them quiet down immediately." The young commander speaking to Lu Ming was the eldest among the 4 and held the most authority. He glanced at his 3 brothers, who were still maintaining their combat stances, and a look of displeasure flashed across his face. "Are you 3 idiots? Quickly withdraw your combat techniques. This is a senior officer from the Sword Void Bureau. Do you actually want to rebel?" Seeing the 3 begin to withdraw their combat techniques, Tang Guangxi, who was restrained, panicked. If these junior commanders were intimidated by Lu Ming, he'd be finished. Moreover, he had already antagonized Lu Ming. Even if he backed down now, it wouldn't end well. Therefore, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "What do you 4 think you're doing? Do you really think he'll let us off just because we back down now? Don't forget all the shady deals we've pulled over the years. If any of it leaks out, do you really think the authorities will let us live?" Hearing this, hesitation flickered across the faces of the other 3. Led by Tang Guangxi, they had committed every conceivable evil in extreme North City over the years. Many city residents had even complained to the Northern Desert Prefecture about them. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the prefect of the Northern Desert Prefecture not only had a close relationship with Tang Guangxi, but had long been corrupted by him through various means. They were truly birds of a feather. This was precisely why they dared to act with such brazen impunity. Any of their crimes exposed beyond the Bay Prefecture would carry charges no less severe than rebellion. Noticing the change in the 3 men's expressions, Tang Guangxi continued. "Though he belongs to the Sword of Void Bureau, his cultivation is too low. And in this godforsaken place, as long as we dispose of him cleanly and toss him into the perilous northernmost regions, who knows what might happen? The Void Severing Bureau isn't as easy to deal with as the prefect. If we don't deal with him now, it will cause endless trouble later." Hearing this, the commander who had earlier apologized to Lu Ming finally snapped to attention, his gaze turning grave as he fixed it on Lu Ming. He was now deeply conflicted. After all, Lu Ming was a member of the Void Slaying Bureau. If they truly killed him, they would be committing to a path of no return. Tang Guang, seeing the young commander still hesitating, immediately added fuel to the fire with a cold laugh. "Luo Liang. You 4 brothers have been with me all these years, there's no turning back now. Think about how carefree and comfortable your lives have been under my command all these years. Just kill this guy, and tomorrow when you wake up, Extreme North City will still be our world." Tang Guangxi's words proved to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The commander named Luo Liang's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. Chapter 169, With my relationship with the Manor Lord, I can handle it. Lu Ming's expression also grew grave. The combat prowess these 4 could unleash through their battle techniques was formidable. With Lu Ming's current strength, he was confident he could handle them, but it would inevitably lead to a major battle. Regardless of the outcome, given their power levels, fighting here would unleash devastating aftereffects. Not only would Qin Peng be certain to die, but the city's infrastructure and innocent civilians would suffer heavy casualties. This was precisely why martial combat was strictly prohibited within city walls. Martial artists' destructive power was simply too immense. Lu Ming delivered a vicious slap across Tang Guangxi's face. The force behind the blow was so immense it twisted Tang Guangxi's mouth out of alignment, knocking out a handful of teeth. "Shut your mouth." Lu Ming roared in fury before turning his gaze to Luo Liang and the other 3. "We're inside the city walls. If we start fighting here, the damage to the buildings and the civilians is something you should be well aware of. I have no interest in your past misdeeds. If you withdraw now, I will let bygones be bygones." Tang Guangxi's murderous intent toward Lu Ming had reached its peak. Spitting out the broken tooth from his mouth, he roared. "Stop wasting breath on him. I can handle any consequences that arise. This guy is stalling for time. If we wait for his reinforcements to arrive, that will be the real catastrophe for us." Luo Liang nodded. "Activate the formation. Kill." At Luo Liang's command, the 4 junior commanders immediately unleashed their combat techniques. Spiraling spiritual energy surged from their bodies, coalescing into a colossal mountain of energy that descended toward Lu Ming.
The mountain was immense and appeared utterly real. A single glance was enough to feel the immense pressure it exerted. If this mountain of spiritual energy were to crash down, the surrounding area would likely experience the equivalent of a minor earthquake. Lu Ming's heart sank.
He immediately activated his life, soul and spirit veins. In an instant, his aura sharpened like a blade, instantly sealing and shattering the four opponents' momentum. Just as Lu Ming prepared to fight with all he had, a light chuckle suddenly drifted from the distance. Ha! Who would have thought the Lord of Extreme North City possessed such skill, actually managing to acquire combat techniques? Wow, to expand the city defense force to such a scale. To openly attack a member of my Jianshu Bureau in broad daylight, impressive indeed. Though the voice remained flat, betraying no emotion, discerning ears could detect its peculiar undertones. The words seemed to carry a strange, almost magical power. The moment the voice echoed, Lu Ming felt his spiritual energy suddenly fail. He wasn't alone, the others felt the same. The mountain of spiritual energy remained suspended in midair, unresponsive to Luo Liang and the others' desperate attempts to move it. Though the soul-devouring sword remained in his grasp, Lu Ming now sensed not a shred of power. He felt as though he had been transported back to the days before he began his cultivation. At that moment, a figure flashed into view from the distance. He had clearly taken only a small step, yet it spanned hundreds of meters. Within a few strides, the others could clearly see the figure's appearance. Upon recognizing the figure, Lu Ming's heart lurched and he silently withdrew his soul essence. The figure was none other than Zheng Tiansheng, who had rushed over from the cold dragon pool in Tianshui to investigate the situation. Lu Ming had long known from Zheng Xianlin that Zheng Tiansheng was a 9th-rank martial artist. Lu Ming now understood that the failure of his spiritual power must be due to Zheng Tiansheng's intervention. Seeing Zheng Tiansheng's composed demeanor, Luo Liang and the others suddenly felt a tightening in their hearts. They hurriedly extended their divine senses toward him. Alas, the gap in cultivation between them and Zheng Tiansheng was too vast. Their divine sense couldn't even detect his existence, let alone probe his cultivation level. If not for their eyes confirming Zheng Tiansheng's physical presence, they would have been utterly unaware of him. Luo Liang and the others instantly understood what this meant, cold sweat breaking out on their brows. Who are you? Luo Liang's voice faltered slightly as he spoke. Zheng Tiansheng chuckled. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. So I shan't bother. Cease your tricks at once. Whether intentionally or not, Zheng Tiansheng's attack did not envelop Tang Guangxi. Tang Guangxi, now blinded by humiliation, grew furious when he saw Luo Liang gather the mountain of spiritual energy yet delay its descent. Luo Liang, what the hell are you doing? Kill this old man already. Luo Liang looked troubled. But what Luo Liang truly meant to say was that his spiritual energy had become unresponsive, utterly beyond his control. But Tang Guangxi misinterpreted his hesitation and roared. No buts about it. Given my relationship with the Lord of the Manor, as long as we make this look clean, he'll handle things above. Seize these two scumbags at once. By the time Zheng Tiansheng appeared, Hai Xiaoming had already withdrawn her power. Tang Guangxi, now able to move again, immediately pulled out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Zheng Tiansheng eyed Tang Guangxi with mocking amusement. Oh? So you have connections with Lord Baifeng? Does that mean he knows about all your shenanigans? The Baifeng mentioned by Zheng Tiansheng was the ruler of the Northern Desert Domain, an 8th-rank martial artist. Tang Guangxi's face flashed with pride upon hearing Baifeng's name. Oomph. Of course. Lord Baifeng is my own brother-in-law. Without his patronage, how could I have achieved any of this? You've crossed me today, it's your fate to die. A chilling glint flashed in Zheng Tiansheng's eyes. It seems Extreme North City isn't an isolated case. Your entire Mo-Bei prefecture is rotten to the core. That such scum could emerge from a single domain of our great Xiao Baifeng truly deserves no pity and death. Zheng Tiansheng glared at Zheng Tiansheng. How dare you insult Lord Bai? Even if you have some connections, you will die today. Luo Liang, what are you waiting for? Seize them at once. That old man seems to have some backbone. He must have connections. Arrest him too, we'll hand him over to Lord Bai. We'll surely get a reward for that. Though they still maintained their battle stances, their power was now as weak as that of untrained commoners. Luo Liang and his men had already sensed Zheng Tiansheng's extraordinary nature. With a sigh of resignation, they withdrew their combat techniques, shed all their armor, and approached Zheng Tiansheng, kneeling before him with a thud. Sir, we admit our mistake. Tang Guangxi's expression turned pale with shock. Only now did he belatedly notice the change in Luo Liang and the others' eyes. All four of them had vacant eyes and dazed expressions. Their appearance resembled that of a condemned man awaiting execution. Tang Guangxi's expression shifted in alarm, his mind filled with doubt. Could it be, this old man is no ordinary figure? Lu Ming, fearing the commotion might disrupt the surgery, hurried over to Zheng Tiansheng and said, Mr. Jiang, my friend is undergoing surgery at the hospital and requires a quiet environment. I was wondering. Chapter 170, Baifeng, Zheng Yuding. Zheng Tiansheng swept his divine sense over the area and instantly understood. He opened his palm, and instantly, countless chains of spiritual energy surged forth from his palm.
These chains bound everyone present except Lu Ming.
I'll be waiting for you at the city lord's mansion.
With that, Zhang Tianqing departed with ease.
Tang Guangxi and the others, like puppets, involuntarily formed a line and marched toward the city lord's mansion. After Tang Guangxi and the others departed, Lu Ming noticed the area around the hospital seemed to grow slightly darker, and an eerie silence hung in the air.
What an astonishing technique!
Lu Ming marveled, his longing for the 9th rank realm growing even stronger.
When Lu Ming returned to the hospital, Wei Tao was noticeably more respectful toward him than before.
He even presented the white savings card Lu Ming had given him earlier, trembling as he spoke.
Sir, please don't hold the earlier incident against me.
The mere thought of his initial arrogance toward Lu Ming sent cold sweat pouring down Wei Tao's back, leaving him drenched in perspiration.
Lu Ming chuckled. Am I really that intimidating?
Take it. I'm not petty enough to hold grudges over every little thing. Lu Ming walked to the bedside, where he could see into the operating room through the glass. Replacing organs in an ordinary person remained an extremely difficult procedure, even by today's standards. It took a full 6 hours before the old man finally finished suturing Chin Peng. Stepping out of the operating room, the old man wore a look of smug satisfaction.
Before he could speak, however, Wei Tao hurriedly leaned close and briefly recounted the earlier incident.
After listening, the old man's expression stiffened slightly before he politely addressed Lu Ming. Mission accomplished. Barring any complications, your friend should regain consciousness in 2 days. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at the two men's cautious demeanor.
Relax, I'm not some ferocious beast from ancient times.
I need to head to the city lord's residence now. My friend and his daughter will be in your care.
If anything happens to them, I'll hold you personally responsible. The old man and Wei Tao hurriedly nodded repeatedly.
Rest assured, sir. We'll do everything in our power to help them recover as quickly as possible.
By the way, where exactly is the city lord's mansion in extreme North City?
Wei Tao pointed north,
head 4 kilometers north from here. The most imposing mansion you see will be it.
Lu Ming hadn't walked far before he spotted an enormous, imposing mansion.
The city lord's residence served as both the lord's dwelling and his administrative headquarters.
Typically, such structures adhered to standard specifications. While city lord residences were rarely small, the one before Lu Ming was easily 5 times larger than Gong Changfeng's. Clearly, this was an illegal structure. This alone revealed how harsh life had been for the people of extreme North City during Tang Guangxi's reign. At this moment, the grounds outside the residence were deserted, permeated by an eerie, foreboding atmosphere. Lu Ming stepped inside and saw a densely packed crowd kneeling in the small central plaza. These were all members of the city guard and Tang Guangxi's servants. Directly ahead stood a large armchair, where Zhang Tianqing sat upright. Spotting Lu Ming, Zhang Tianqing beckoned him over. After Lu Ming approached, Zhang Tianqing asked with a smile, Lu Ming, how do you think we should deal with these people? Lu Ming felt his head spin at the question. At a glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Given their cultivation levels, they were considered the backbone of extreme North City. If all were dealt with, the city's defenses would likely be left vulnerable. Although the sky-shrouding illusion beast and others held sway in the far north, they could only suppress and restrain the actions of demon beasts above the 6th rank. They offered no restraint against beasts below the 6th rank, which still posed a threat to the city. Lu Ming rubbed his temples and shook his head. Personally, I believe these men haven't abused their power for personal gain.
How many lives they've needlessly cost remains unknown. By all logic, they should be executed.
But their numbers are vast, and their backgrounds complex.
Punishing them all at once could spark chaos. Minister Jiang, you have more experience.
You decide how to proceed.
Zhang Tianqing's gaze toward Lu Ming held a hint of admiration.
Earlier, Zhang Tianqing had learned the gist of the situation from Tang Guangxi. He had assumed that given Lu Ming's youth and fiery temperament, provoked by Tang Guangxi and his associates who had nearly caused the death of his friend Lu Ming, would have no hesitation in eliminating them. To his surprise, despite his youth, Lu Ming demonstrated a certain grasp of the bigger picture. In a way, this ability to set aside personal emotions and consider matters from a higher perspective made him more suited for greater responsibilities.
You're right. Their backgrounds are complicated.
If we just cut them down, it could easily cause problems. But since they've broken the law, they must be dealt with accordingly. Once their crimes are fully investigated, the authorities will formally charge them. After Lu Ming and Zhang Tianqing sat chatting for several dozen minutes, 2 figures descended from the sky.
The new arrivals were a man and a woman.
The man, around 40, had a square jaw and an imposing presence that commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. The woman appeared to be around the same age, though her makeup made her look considerably younger.
Both possessed profound energy fields, surpassing Zhang Xinlian's.
Yet Lu Ming could distinctly sense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from them, clear indications they were 8th rank martial artists. Upon landing, both wore expressions of surprise. Spotting Zhang Tianqing seated upon the chair, they immediately strode forward and bowed respectfully before him. Your humble servant, by phone, greets Lord Jiang.
Your humble servant, Zhang Yuding, greets Lord Jiang. Baifeng was the governor of Mo Bay Prefecture, while Zhang Yuding governed the neighboring Binghe Prefecture. Seeing them arrive, Zhang Tianqing asked with a smile, "Do you know why I summoned you here today?" Ninth-rank martial artists typically guarded the starry skies and rarely ventured onto the land. If they did come, it must mean something significant had occurred. But judging by Zhang Tianqing's demeanor, this didn't seem like a major incident at all. Zhang Yuding shook her head decisively. This subordinate is unaware. I humbly request the Lord's guidance. Baifeng, observing the heavy responsibility borne by the kneeling figure, felt a pang of suspicion and his expression darkened. Nevertheless, he feigned bewilderment. "I am equally in the dark. I await your guidance, sir." Zhang Tianqing gestured to an empty stool beside him and said to Zhang Yuding, "Take a seat." After Zhang Yuding sat down, Zhang Tianqing remained silent, his expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny as he fixed his gaze on Baifeng. Zhang Yuding felt puzzled but dared not speak further. No one in the room dared speak, not even a whisper. The oppressive silence weighed heavily on Baifeng, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and dripping down. 3 minutes later, Zhang Tianqing shook his head in disappointment. "You've been given your chance, but you're useless. Report to Luoha Valley yourself." Chapter 171, The New Gates of Hell. Luoha Valley was a peculiar mountain pass situated at the border between Mo Bay Prefecture and Binghe Prefecture. Officially designated as a life-forbidden zone. That was the common understanding. As an 8th-rank martial artist and the ruler of a prefecture, Baifeng and Zhang Yuding knew exactly what kind of place it was. Within Luoha Valley lies a gate to hell. Upon hearing this, Baifeng's expression darkened instantly. He looked at Zhang Tianqing with unwillingness. "Your Excellency. Since assuming the position of Lord of Mo Bay Prefecture, I has served diligently. While I dare not claim to have achieved great feats, I can honestly say I have committed no major transgressions. You cannot assign me to guard the gates of hell without cause." Zhang Tianqing sneered coldly. "Diligent and conscientious? No major faults? Then why do you think they're kneeling here? What do you think I summoned you here for today? It's only because of the current situation. Otherwise, given your actions, do you think I'd spare your worthless life?" Before this, Tang Guangxi had already confessed everything. Not only had he laid bare his own actions in Jibei City, but he had also detailed every one of Baifeng's atrocities. It was only because these were turbulent times, and cultivating an 8th-rank martial artist was no easy feat. Otherwise, given Baifeng's actions, Zhang Tianqing would have struck him dead with a single palm long ago. "What? Do you want me to list them all for you?" Baifeng, having cultivated to his current level, was no fool. He already suspected Tang Guangxi had sold him out completely. Suppressing his rage, Baifeng bowed respectfully to Zhang Tianqing. "This subordinate acknowledges his error. I shall depart for Luoha Valley immediately after completing the handover." Zhang Tianqing nodded. "Very well. Ensure a smooth handover. I shall be stationed in the far north during this period." After Baifeng departed, Zhang Tianqing addressed Zhang Yuding. "Necessity demands flexibility. From now on, you will concurrently serve as the governor of Mo Bay Prefecture. I hope that upon assuming this role, you will restore order and justice to the northern frontier prefecture." Zhang Yuding rose immediately upon hearing this. This humble official will spare no effort. After Zhang Yuding departed, Zhang Tianqing was preparing to deal with Tang Guangxi and the others. Suddenly, the entire city shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Simultaneously, a scorching heat surged forth from the depths of the far north. The smile vanished instantly from Zhang Tianqing's face. His expression turned grave as he rose to his feet. His toes lightly touched the ground as he soared into the air. Deep within the far north, a massive black pit suddenly appeared in a valley. Blazing flames shot dozens of meters high from the pit, erupting like a volcano. Upon contact with the cold air, the flames rapidly solidified into a peculiar black substance. Soon, a peculiar portal slowly materialized from the pit. Scorching energy radiated from the portal, swiftly melting the ice and snow throughout the entire valley. It also radiated an aura that inspired dread. These changes immediately stirred the nearby demonic beasts into a frenzy. The 3 beasts that had just returned to their territory were startled once more, darting into the valley to gather. Upon seeing the portal, terror filled their eyes, for the aura emanating from within the portal shook even their very souls. The 9-tailed white fox stared at the portal, her expression grave. Could this be the legendary gate of hell? Though the 3 beasts possessed 9th-rank cultivation, they had long been confined by Cui Xuanling's order. Due to the extreme northern environment, the gates of hell had never appeared here in all these years. Thus, they could only judge by the aura that filled them with dread. A flicker of fear crossed the extreme Ice Thunder Tiger's eyes. The aura emanating from within is simply too overwhelming. It actually makes us feel fear. I wonder what kind of world lies behind it. The 9-tailed white fox and the extreme Ice Thunder Tiger both turned their gaze toward the sky-shrouding phantom rat. What should we do now? The sky-shrouding phantom rat chuckled. The gates of hell aren't exactly something to be welcomed. Even though it appeared in our far north, this thing has always been monitored and investigated by the human race. Jiang Tianchang is nearby, isn't he? He should arrive soon enough. We'll just wait here. Let the humans deal with their own headaches. Come to think of it, I'd actually welcome some formidable beings emerging from there to shake things up a bit. This world has been too peaceful for far too long. If it keeps up like this, I'll be dead and buried before my time. The Lord's residence of Extreme North City. Lu Ming had also sensed that unusual surge of power earlier. As soon as Jiang Tianchang returned, he asked immediately, Lord Jiang, what happened? At that moment, Jiang Tianchang's expression was extremely grave. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Given your talent and character, you are destined for great responsibilities within the Bureau. Today, I shall take you to see the true gates of hell. Lu Ming's expression shifted in shock. You mean, that fluctuation earlier came from the gates of hell? Jiang Tianchang nodded. Indeed, this is how a newly opened gate to hell manifests. Come on, I'll show you the sights first. Jiang Tianchang grabbed Lu Ming and shot into the sky. Though both were flying, Jiang Tianchang's speed was astonishingly fast. Along the way, Lu Ming couldn't make out anything clearly, only feeling his eyes filled with blinding white light. Minutes later, as his vision gradually cleared, Lu Ming was immediately struck by an intense heat, so intense it made him sweat. After all, this was the extreme heat zone. When Lu Ming focused his eyes, he couldn't help but draw in a long breath. They had arrived in a valley. The air in the valley was scorching hot, and behind the melting snow lay barren rock. In the valley's center lay a massive black pit. Within the pit stood a massive and eerie gateway. The portal bore a resemblance to the teleportation entrances found in secret realms. However, while ordinary secret realm portals displayed unremarkable swirling vortexes, this one resembled churning magma. At this moment, the portal gradually stabilized, and the terrifying aura emanating from within slowly subsided. The sky-shrouding phantom rat spotted Jiang Tianchang approaching and immediately rushed forward. If I'm not mistaken, this must be the gate of hell. Lu Ming's heart sank upon seeing the three beasts. Though the three beasts had taken human form, unlike humans, they never consciously suppressed their aura. Feeling their presence, Lu Ming felt like a tiny canoe adrift in a vast ocean, ready to be swallowed at any moment. Ha! Why did you bring a little one along? Lu Ming's unusual fluctuations caught the attention of the three beasts. The moment their gazes landed on him, his body froze rigid, his limbs and muscles suddenly refusing to obey his commands. Jiang Tianchang waved his hand, and immediately a surge of power flowed out, shielding Lu Ming from the pressure of the three beasts. Jiang Tianchang looked at the three beasts and said calmly, You guessed correctly. This is the gate of hell. Chapter 172, Drawn In. The sky-shrouding phantom rat pointed at the Hell's Gate and chuckled. You've been monitoring the gates of hell for years. Surely you've gathered some useful intelligence? Now that it has appeared in our far north, might you share this information with us? After all, this is our territory. It wouldn't do for us to know nothing about it. Jiang Tianchang paused briefly before nodding. Very well. I shall share what I know with you today. Over the years, though you may not have known the specifics, you must have had your speculations. On our planet, there is indeed more than just land and oceans. There exists a subterranean world. Humans and beasts also dwell within this subterranean realm. However, due to their distinct physical differences from us, we refer to them as the Earthfire Clan and the Magma Beasts. As he spoke, Jiang Tianchang began operating his Great Xia omniscient device, quickly projecting two photographs. One photograph depicted a creature bearing a striking resemblance to humans. Its limbs and facial features were nearly indistinguishable from those of humans, except for a pair of short black horns protruding from its skull. Its skin also differed slightly from that of the human race. Fiery red patterns crisscrossed its skin, resembling flowing flames. The other photograph depicted a monstrous beast of immense size and terrifying appearance. Its skin appeared jet black, dotted with numerous tiny pores, resembling volcanic rock. Across its hide, one could clearly discern numerous streams of red fluid, resembling flowing magma. This Hell's Gate is the passage connecting the two realms. However, based on our tests, this portal appears to be one way. We can pass through, but creatures from the Earth's core world cannot come here for now. The sky-shrouding phantom rat's eyes lit up. So then, does this mean we can explore the subterranean world? The sky-shrouding phantom rat and his companions had been confined to the far north by Chui Xinling for years. The prospect of venturing into a new realm filled him with eager anticipation. Jiang Tianchang guessed his thoughts and chuckled. Don't get your hopes up. The Hellgate is like a secret realm. It has tiered restrictions too. With your cultivation level, you'd likely be banished into the spatial turbulence the moment you step inside. At the mention of spatial turbulence, the sky-shrouding phantom rat's enthusiasm vanished instantly. Forget it then. Better to live a miserable life than die a noble death. I may be an old codger,
but I'm not done living yet.
The sky-shrouding phantom rat watched the gradually stabilizing gates of hell and asked curiously, "What tier is this gate of hell?" Zhang Tiansheng retrieved a fiery red gem from his storage space.
"We'll have to test it to find out." With that, he tossed the gem into the hell gate. After the gate swallowed the gem, everyone sensed intense spatial energy fluctuations emanating from within. After a few breaths, 5 beams of crimson light shot out from within.
Having never interacted with the gate of the underworld before, the sky-shrouding phantom rat felt a sudden weight in his heart as spiritual energy surged within him. No need to panic, this is merely a standard testing procedure.
Zhang Tiansheng seemed unfazed. The moment he opened his hand, a vast net of spiritual energy instantly spread out.
After catching the bursting objects, the 3 beasts and Lu Ming gathered to inspect them. They discovered they were the rubies Zhang Tiansheng had tossed inside earlier, now shattered into 5 fragments. This hell gate is a 5th grade portal, allowing passage for 5th grade and lower beings. The 9-tailed white fox quipped, "So even if this gate is two-way, it won't affect us in the far north. 5th grade subterranean creatures emerging? We could wipe them out with a flick of our wrists." Zhang Tiansheng shot him a withering look. Hell gates aren't static entities. In our years of monitoring, we've seen regional gates escalate from 4th rank to 6th rank. The extreme ice thunder tiger frowned slightly.
Doesn't that mean one day, a 9th rank subterranean creature could emerge from within? Zhang Tiansheng nodded. Yes, I know what you're thinking, but I must offer a word of caution. Though there's a divide between you demon beasts and us humans, at our core, we're both sacred beings sharing this same sky.
Whether facing enemies from the stars or creatures from the Earth's core,
we should stand united.
You surely understand the principle that when the nest is destroyed,
no egg remains intact.
The sky-shrouding phantom rat chuckled awkwardly.
Brother Jiang, you jest. We understand this well enough.
Rest assured, since this Hell's Gate lies in the far north,
the 3 of us will keep a close watch on it. Should anything unusual occur, we'll notify you immediately.
Zhang Tiansheng turned to Lu Ming and said, "Come, I'll show you how to upload information about the Hell's Gate into the Great Xia Omniscient Instrument."
Following Zhang's guidance, Lu Ming retrieved his Great Xia Omniscient Instrument.
Just as he raised it to photograph the Hell's Gate, the previously stable gate suddenly emitted a strange suction force, pulling Lu Ming inside with a whoosh. The speed was so swift that neither Zhang Tiansheng nor the 3 beasts could react in time.
Lu Ming.
By the time Zhang Tian regained his senses, Lu Ming had already been sucked in. Even though he reached out his hand, it was too late. The 3 beasts, witnessing this, were utterly horrified. The disturbance that had emanated from the Hellgate moments earlier had passed them completely unnoticed. Though their cultivation had reached the pinnacle of Blue Star, they still harbored fear toward the unknown.
Zhang Tiansheng's expression darkened to the extreme.
Lu Ming's recent performance had earned his favor, and he had already decided to cultivate Lu Ming as a special talent. That was why he had personally brought him to see the newly opened Hell's Gate. He never imagined such a mishap would occur. They had discovered dozens of gates of hell before, but never had one actively sucked people in like this, and it had done so right before the eyes of 4 9th-rank powerhouses. Over the years, the Zhanchu Bureau had naturally sent people to the Earth's core world. According to information provided by those who returned alive, the laws of the subterranean world were largely similar to their own, and the cultivation levels of martial artists were also comparable. The strongest practitioners there were currently only 9th rank. However, it is said that the number of 9th rank powerhouses within the subterranean world is several times greater than theirs. It was precisely this intelligence that made the Void-Severing Bureau so keenly interested in the gates of hell.
All Hell's Gate incidents within the Great Xia's borders were personally overseen by Zhang Tiansheng.
It could be said that among those in the surface world, he was among the most knowledgeable about the gates of hell.
Across the entire world, over 100 gates of hell had already appeared. Regardless of their rank, none had ever presented a situation like the one unfolding today. Zhang Tiansheng sensed vaguely that this matter was not as straightforward as it seemed. Chapter 173, Reunion with Qiu Zhengchu.
Lu Ming never imagined he would be sucked away right before Zhang Tiansheng's eyes.
Now,
Lu Ming found himself within a fiery red passageway. This passage resembled a vertical pipe,
surrounded by fiery red fluid,
within which he was in free fall. Though there was no immediate danger,
Lu Ming felt intensely tense. After all, this was another world he had never seen before. Moreover, he had been sucked away right in front of 4 9th-rank powerhouses. Such a method left Lu Ming feeling suffocated. Don't tell me I'm going to die at 18. A wave of despair washed over Lu Ming. Within his spiritual sea, Hai Xiaomeng now floated in midair,
her eyes sparkling like starlight. Though her origins were extraordinary, she was not at her peak.
Moreover,
she and Lu Ming were now bound together like grasshoppers on the same string.
If Lu Ming perished, with her current strength, while she might not be completely obliterated, it would be close enough.
Hai Xiaomeng's hands fluttered rapidly,
forming one mystical seal after another. Under her manipulation, Lu Ming suddenly felt his spiritual sea begin to boil. Simultaneously, he could distinctly sense that Hai Xiaomeng was actually drawing upon his soul power. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. After all, he and Hai Xiaomeng were bound by a master-servant contract. For Hai Xiaomeng to forcibly draw upon his divine soul power now was tantamount to defying the heavens themselves. Lu Ming instinctively prepared to resist, but then Hai Xiaomeng's voice rang out. Don't resist. Trust me, the contract binds us. If you die, I won't fare any better. I'm merely using a secret technique to help you scout the situation below first, so we can prepare our response. Lu Ming recalled the countless moments he'd shared with Hai Xiaomeng over the past period, and ultimately abandoned his thoughts of resistance. Once Lu Ming fully released the restraints on his spiritual sea, Hai Xiaomeng could draw upon ever greater amounts of his divine soul energy. Under her guidance, the spirit-nurturing lotus within his spiritual sea radiated a dazzling, multicolored light. The petals that had been tightly closed now showed faint signs of opening. Lu Ming felt his soul energy rapidly depleting. Within mere moments, his mental strength felt dangerously depleted, leaving his head spinning. Fortunately, Hai Xiaomeng ended the secret technique swiftly. Otherwise, at that terrifying rate of consumption, Lu Ming would have been drained dry. After Hai Xiaomeng withdrew her hands, streams of pure spiritual essence flowed out from the spirit-nurturing lotus. Lu Ming's once parched spiritual sea rapidly filled to capacity. Lu Ming discovered that under such extreme depletion, his soul power seemed to have grown slightly stronger. How is it? What's the situation below? Any signs of a 9th rank martial artist? Hai Xiaomeng's expression had relaxed considerably by now. Rest assured, my scans show numerous auras across, but the strongest is only equivalent to a 7th grade martial artist. With your current abilities, staying alive shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, since this subterranean passage specifically serves as a gateway between realms, it must be a crucial project within the subterranean world. There are undoubtedly powerful figures orchestrating it behind the scenes. Once you break free from their control, you must find a way back immediately. Hearing this, Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But do you know how to get back? Lu Ming felt a pang of embarrassment at the question and immediately activated the Great Xia Omniscient device to search for a way back to the surface. Found it. After some searching, Lu Ming actually found relevant information, but the smile froze on his face the moment he clicked through. The Xia Omniscient device displayed, "Sorry, your permissions are insufficient to view this data. Please upgrade your permission level and try again." Holy! Lu Ming couldn't help but curse upon seeing the message, but he quickly remembered that among the rewards he received after hatching the sword beast, there was a random teleportation scroll. He wondered if that scroll could teleport him back to the surface. If it didn't, he'd be screwed. Lu Ming pulled out the random teleportation scroll. After opening its detailed information through the system interface, a faint smile appeared on his face. The details revealed that while the teleportation range was indeed random, the scroll had a base coordinate, and that base coordinate was the location he had been at half an hour earlier. In other words, Lu Ming now had half an hour. If he couldn't escape the clutches of the Guardians at the Earth's core world's defense gate and use the scroll within that half hour, he'd never make it back. Phew! Thank goodness! Thank goodness! There's still a chance. After stowing the scroll away, Lu Ming's heart began to race with anxiety. He wished his descent would accelerate. After all, his time was now extremely precious. Unfortunately, his current cultivation level made controlling the descent impossible. He could only wait. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Lu Ming suddenly felt solid ground beneath his feet. The fiery red before his eyes vanished, replaced by a hint of black. At that moment, Xiao He was clinging tightly to Lu Ming's shoulder. Even with all the commotion, it showed no signs of waking up. Lu Ming gave his shoulder a firm shake to ensure it wouldn't fall off, then paid it no further mind. Lu Ming had been prepared. The instant his feet touched solid ground, he had already released his divine sense, summoned his soul spirit, and entered combat readiness. Lu Ming now found himself in a desolate valley. The entire valley was charred black, with molten lava still oozing from the rock crevices. The air was parched, and the temperature was scorching. The moment he touched down, Lu Ming felt waves of heat wash over him, and beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Within the valley, Lu Ming spotted numerous subterranean natives with short black horns protruding from their heads. Under Lu Ming's divine sense, these subterranean natives possessed low cultivation levels, roughly at the 3rd or 4th rank. Each held a peculiar pickaxe, resembling miners at work. Upon spotting Lu Ming, the dullness vanished from their eyes, replaced by a sudden, bright gleam. Their faces lit up with a hint of joy. Lu Ming sensed a savage desire emanating from them. These creatures actually regarded him as food. How presumptuous! Lu Ming inwardly scolded them. Just as he prepared to activate his body technique to escape, a carefree laugh suddenly echoed in his ears. Ha! What a small world! Who'd have thought you'd have the misfortune to wander into the hell's gate I'm excavating? Heaven must be smiling on me finally, a chance to capture you here. If it weren't for you meddling last time, I would have avenged my great wrong already. Now that you're in my clutches, I'll roast you over the flames until you become my void slave. Hearing this unfamiliar yet strangely familiar voice, Lu Ming froze momentarily. As he focused his gaze, he froze completely, letting out a startled cry. Chou Zhangqiu, what are you doing here? Among the group of subterranean natives, Lu Ming spotted Chou Zhangqiu, whose skin had turned a purplish black. Chou Zhangqiu's appearance hadn't changed much, but the aura emanating from him was vastly more powerful than when Lu Ming had last seen him in Xianzhou City. He had actually reached the 7th grade realm. Chapter 174, Battle against Chou Zhangqiu. Chou Zhangqiu was a fallen of the void. His presence here now carried immense significance. Moreover, Lu Ming keenly sensed that the gaze these subterranean natives directed at him was distinctly different, filled with a hint of reverence. Lu Ming's thoughts raced, and a terrifying possibility immediately formed in his mind. You say this Hell's Gate is under your jurisdiction? A savage grin spread across Chou Zhangqiu's face. Ha! Naturally. Not only that, but every Hell's Gate appearing on the surface is part of our Star God cult's plan. Upon receiving Chou Zhangqiu's admission, Lu Ming was utterly shocked. You've colluded with the subterranean world. You're not human. Chou Zhangqiu burst into laughter. Ridiculous. We ceased being human long ago. We are servants of the Void God. We have long since cast aside our mortal forms to join the glorious evolution. Our great Void God will descend upon this world sooner or later. Those in the physical realm have merely made the most explicit choice. Now, only you foolish mortals cling to feudal resistance. Though I'm currently tied up with important duties and can't return to the surface to settle accounts with Gong Changfeng and Nangongyan, collecting some interest from you first is quite satisfactory. You've been making quite a splash lately. To have several deputy patriarchs of our divine cult take notice of you simultaneously. They all hold high hopes for you. They wish to bring you into the divine cult. If anyone else had encountered you, you might have had a sliver of hope. But alas, you crossed paths with me. From now on, you'll be nothing more than a mindless servant of the void. As Chou Zhangqiu finished speaking, a powerful aura surged from him, crashing toward Lu Ming like a tidal wave. For an ordinary 5th rank martial artist, such suppression would render them virtually incapable of movement. But Lu Ming was no ordinary man. Though Chou Zhangqiu's aura was formidable, it paled in comparison to the pressure Lu Ming had faced when ascending the mountain steps in search of the sacred sword fragment. Lu Ming merely activated his sword transformation technique, and the pressure Chou Zhangqiu had imposed instantly dissipated into nothingness. Chou Zhangqiu extended his hand toward Lu Ming, and instantly 3 thick purple tendrils shot forth. Facing Chou Zhangqiu's assault, Lu Ming's mind instantly visualized the white tiger sword intent, his most potent offensive technique. Simultaneously, Lu Ming channeled his spiritual energy to its fullest. 9 Xianping spirit veins slowly emerged, and the soul-devouring sword in his hand emitted a dazzling black light. The soul-devouring sword now carried an additional oppressive force emanating from its divine soul. When the Earth Core natives sensed the pressure emanating from Lu Ming, a flicker of terror crossed their faces. Facing Chou Zhangqiu, already a 7th rank martial artist, Lu Ming held nothing back, unleashing his most devastating killing move. 8th Wilderness Sword Sutra. 3rd form, Mountain Cleave. Without needing Lu Ming's prompting, Hai Xiaomeng also struck simultaneously. 2 streams of water surged from beneath Lu Ming's feet, coalescing into a colossal water tornado hurtling toward Chou Zhangqiu. Humph! A mere 5th rank cultivator dares challenge me? Your courage is commendable. Pity. Before absolute power, all resistance is futile. Chou Zhangqiu dismissed Lu Ming's tactics with contempt. In his view, not only was his cultivation 2 realms higher than Lu Ming's, but after being transformed by the power of the void, his combat prowess far surpassed that of martial artists at the same level. With his strength, even 3 or 5 normal 7th rank martial artists attacking together wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even if Lu Ming possessed some secret technique, he was absolutely no match for him. Even as the water currents swept him upward, the smile on his face remained unchanged. He merely offered a slightly mocking comment. Your technique is quite impressive. Managing to lift me up like that. If we were of equal cultivation, it might have restricted me somewhat. But now, I can break free with a mere flick of my wrist. Lu Ming sneered in response. Oh, is that so? Having assessed the situation, Lu Ming's soul-devouring sword suddenly erupted. A dazzling sword light shot forth. Instantly, a razor-sharp aura swept across the entire arena, as if poised to cleave everything in its path. Black rocks in the surrounding valley shattered into dust. Where the sword light passed, it left behind a terrifying, gaping ravine. After sensing the terror of Lu Ming's strike, Chou Zhangqiu's smile faded slightly. Humph! Truly worthy of the attention of several deputy sect masters, this technique is indeed extraordinary.
Xiao Zhengqiu now felt a stinging pain on his skin.
Even if it meant his death, he dared not underestimate Lu Ming's strike.
As he strained to channel his spiritual energy, preparing to break free from the water tornado's constraints and counter Lu Ming's strike, he suddenly realized his spiritual power was being suppressed. His face twisted in horror. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? Why is even the void power within my body being suppressed? Xiao Zhengqiu was utterly shaken. After all, the reason Void Fallen far surpassed ordinary martial artists in power lay entirely in the void power coursing through their veins. Their void power originated from Cleanser in essence, a force whose mass far surpassed the spiritual energy of this world. While void power could suppress and corrode ordinary spiritual energy, this water tornado originated from Hai Xiaomeng. Hai Xiaomeng hailed from the sacred clan. Even if she wasn't at her peak now, the quality of her power remained undiminished. Never mind that the void power within Xiao Zhengqiu and his kind is already diluted, even the undiluted void power of Kelsol itself would be suppressed by Hai Xiaomeng's force at equal cultivation levels. This was the might of the Holy Clan and the Divine Clan. Xiao Zhengqiu never imagined that although this water tornado emanated from Lu Ming's body,
it wasn't his doing. Lu Ming grinned. Did you really think you had me cornered?
As the sword light closed in, a venomous hatred flashed in Xiao Zhengqiu's eyes.
Don't get cocky. Today, you die. I swear it.
Xiao Zhengqiu formed seals with both hands, and the purplish-black tattoos covering his body began to surge and flow.
In the blink of an eye, his entire body transformed into a pool of fluid. Though Li Shen's strike splattered purple-black droplets,
it failed to shatter the liquid entirely. Once the light faded completely,
the purple liquid coalesced once more into the form of Xiao Zhengqiu. This time,
Xiao Zhengqiu's face bore no trace of a smile. His purple-black features were twisted with fury. Lu Ming noticed that aside from a slightly weakened aura, the man showed no visible injuries whatsoever.
Holy? What kind of trick is this? Lu Ming was utterly shocked. After all, his sword strike had finished off Nangong Ku outright. Even if Xiao Zhengqiu was slightly stronger than Nangong Ku, this was still absurdly overpowered. But Lu Ming knew this wasn't the time for astonishment. Without giving Xiao Zhengqiu a moment to catch his breath or speak, Lu Ming immediately began visualizing the vermilion bird sword intent in his mind. Moments later, a scorching aura began emanating from the soul-devouring sword in Lu Ming's grasp. This caused the already sweltering valley to grow several degrees hotter. Take another strike from me. I refuse to believe your life is that resilient. Chapter 175, The Lava Colossus. Had Xiao Zhengqiu's skin not been uniformly purplish-black, Lu Ming would have noticed his face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Originally, Xiao Zhengqiu believed their void fallen combat prowess was already beyond the norm. But now, facing Lu Ming, he felt they were perhaps just average after all. Still bound by Hai Xiaomeng's power, Xiao Zhengqiu resorted to his old trick, transforming back into a pool of purple liquid. The sword strike, its vermilion bird phantom trailing a fiery tail, plunged into the liquid. Like a meteor striking a tranquil lake, it instantly splashed countless purple droplets while igniting dazzling sparks of flame. Under the scorching of these flames, the purple droplets were rapidly charred. A nauseating stench instantly filled the air. It smelled like rotten flesh being charred. Simultaneously, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the pool of purple liquid. At that moment, Hai Xiaomeng's voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. I can't hold on any longer. You're on your own now. The void energy emanating from this creature is pure. It must have refined the essence blood of the void insect clan. Though the void insect clan isn't a major force in the starry skies, their survival capabilities are truly formidable. Even many sacred clans can't match them in this regard. With your current strength, it'll be difficult to kill him. But you could try using the Blessing Light Crown. The Crown of Divine Light is a sacred artifact passed down from Divine Light Island, possessing formidable purifying power. Though you cannot fully activate its functions yet, purifying the void energy on this creature should pose no major issue. Once you've dealt with him, flee quickly. I sense another 7th grade demon beast nearby. Its aura wild and ferocious. If we get held up, we might run into even more trouble. The Crown of Blessed Light? Will it even work? As Lu Ming pondered this, Xiao Zhengqiu's agonized screams gradually faded. Only after the vermilion bird sword intent had completely dissipated did Xiao Zhengqiu revert to human form. However, he now looked far more bedraggled than before. His hair and eyebrows were completely singed away, leaving him bald and his aura even more despondent. The rage on Xiao Zhengqiu's face was impossible to conceal. The look he shot at Lu Ming was one that seemed to devour him alive. Although the power of the void granted Xiao Zhengqiu formidable resilience, techniques like the one he had just unleashed took a tremendous toll on his own reserves. Even with his current reserves, he could only wield it a handful of times. Terrified by Lu Ming's attacks, Xiao Zhengqiu retrieved a fiery red orb from his storage space, hurled it onto the ground, and roared in fury. Come forth, Lava Colossus. The sphere struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Where it struck,
A massive crater over 10 meters wide split open, and a frenzied aura surged from beneath the earth. Soon, a pair of massive hands, seemingly formed from rock itself, gripped the edge of the crater. In the next instant, a colossal black shadow sprang from the depths. When it landed, the force even sent Lu Ming bouncing a meter or two into the air. Lu Ming stared intently. The colossal figure was a mottled red and gray, covered in numerous protrusions that resembled stones. This humanoid colossus stood over 10 meters tall and spanned 2 to 3 meters wide. When its massive hands were spread wide, their diameter exceeded 2 meters. It was utterly staggering. Although this lava beast's aura matched Xiao Jingchu's at early 7th grade, the pressure it exerted on Lu Ming was vastly greater. Kill it! Xiao Jingchu barked the order at the lava colossus. It seemed as though this lava beast and Xiao Jingchu shared some kind of special connection. Upon receiving Xiao Jingchu's command, the lava beast immediately launched an attack on Lu Ming. Lu Ming had never encountered such a peculiar creature before and had no idea what tactics it might employ. Feeling uncertain, he could only focus intently on its every move. With the system's assistance, Lu Ming accessed information about the lava colossus. Lava colossus. Cultivation level, early 7th grade. Characteristics, a unique subterranean creature with a body composed entirely of hardened rock, possessing astonishing defense and formidable offensive power. Innate secret techniques, stone rain, thunderous slam, earthquake tremor, unstoppable. Weakness, eyes. The lava colossus roared, its massive palm snapping back as a blinding yellow light erupted from its palm. In the next instant, a dense barrage of stone fragments erupted from its palm like bullets. Though seemingly ordinary, each stone contained immense power, sending chills down Lu Ming's spine. Lu Ming hurriedly retrieved an earth-colored shield from his storage space. Engraved at its center was a turtle motif, adorned with a full 48 spirit patterns. This was precisely the 4th grade spirit artifact Zhaoqua had promised Lu Ming as an extra reward if he ranked first in the entrance assessment. Named the Mystic Turtle Shield, it was said to be crafted from the shell of a mystic turtle possessing a trace of the black tortoise's bloodline, granting it astonishing defensive capabilities. Lu Ming now channeled his spiritual energy into it without reservation, pushing the Xin Turtle Shield's capabilities to their absolute limit. Under the massive infusion of spiritual energy, the 48 spirit patterns on the shield glowed with dazzling brilliance. The shield, originally only a few dozen centimeters long, instantly transformed into a colossal tortoise shell standing 2 to 3 meters tall and spanning 1 to 2 meters in width. Simultaneously, the shadow of the mystic turtle engraved upon the shield grew significantly larger, enveloping Lu Ming within its protective embrace. Thud, thud, thud. Rocks slammed against the Xin Turtle Shield, producing thunderous clangs. Though merely a 4th grade spirit artifact, the shield's unique materials and Lu Ming's immense infusion of spiritual energy temporarily withstood the barrage. However, the immense force of the impact not only rapidly pockmarked the shield with numerous dents but also forced it backward at a rapid pace. Lu Ming himself was compelled to retreat several meters. As the cracks on the shield multiplied, Lu Ming's expression grew grim. The mere first innate secret technique unleashed by the lava colossus, the stone rain, had already demonstrated such devastating power. This began to fill Lu Ming with apprehension. This colossus still had 3 innate secret techniques left to unleash. Judging by their names alone, those 3 subsequent innate secret techniques seemed far more formidable than stone-shattering rain, and their power was bound to be even more terrifying. Lu Ming's mind raced as he desperately sought a way to escape. After blocking the sky-filling hail of rocks, the Xin Turtle Shield finally buckled under the strain. With a loud crack, it shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the ground. Gazing at the scattered shards, Lu Ming felt a pang of regret. It was a 4th grade spirit artifact, worth a fortune in spirit stones. Most crucially, it was the highest grade spirit artifact in his possession. Now that it was gone, he'd have to endure the onslaught head-on. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Lu Ming hurriedly retrieved 4 talismans from his storage space. Each talisman bore a distinct color and radiated a powerful aura. These 4 talismans were precisely the ones he had seized from Nangong Tianyu, Sima Xingyu, Long Qingting, and Zhong Taichong during the trial realm ordeal. Though he didn't know their exact effects, judging by the one Zhou Zhirua had used before, they were quite potent. Even if they couldn't truly harm the lava colossus, buying Lu Ming some time to recover would be worthwhile. Chapter 176, General Zhou Zhengqiu of the Great Xia. After consecutively unleashing the 3rd technique of the 8 Desolations Sword Sutra twice, Lu Ming felt his body strained to its limit. He needed to rest before attempting it again. Lu Ming retrieved some restorative pills from his storage space and swallowed them. He then infused the 4 talismans with spiritual energy and hurled them toward the lava colossus. The 4 talismans, infused with spiritual energy, immediately released terrifying energy fluctuations. The purple-black thunder attribute talisman exploded with a crack, summoning a thunder dragon that charged toward the lava beast, trailing dazzling arcs of lightning.
The blue talisman coalesced into a massive ice spike, 7 or 8 meters in diameter, plummeting toward the lava beast. The black talisman transformed into a viscous liquid that dripped onto the lava beast's body. Whatever that black liquid was, it caused tiny bubbles to gurgle up upon contact with the lava beast's skin. Pain flashed in its enormous eyes, and it let out a shrill, agonized scream. The spiritual energy surging through the lava beast's body suddenly grew frenzied. Lu Ming saw its paws retract and legs bend slightly, realizing danger was imminent. Just as he prepared to activate his movement technique to flee, the massive lava beast launched itself forward like a cannonball. This was the lava colossus' innate secret technique, unstoppable. Its speed was so overwhelming that Lu Ming hadn't even begun to move before it collided with him. Lu Ming instantly felt a tremendous force surge upward from the ground, propelling him skyward. Simultaneously, the beast's immense force sent a deafening roar through Lu Ming's skull. His sword transformation technique activated at its peak, emitting a faint, multicolored glow. Had Lu Ming's physique not been further strengthened within the secret realm, this blow would likely have shattered his internal organs. After sending Lu Ming flying, the lava beast slammed both fists into the ground. Instantly, a peculiar force surged into Lu Ming's body. As this force integrated into him, Lu Ming instantly felt his body grow significantly heavier. For no apparent reason, he felt considerably weaker, even struggling to lift his sword. This was precisely the unique effect of the lava colossus' innate secret technique. Earthquake tremor. The earthquake tremor summoned a peculiar seismic wave from the earth. Any sacred artifact struck by it would experience a significant temporary decline in power. After landing on the ground, Lu Ming's heart settled slightly. Yet before he could react, the lava colossus' palms instantly glowed with a blinding crimson light. As the light flared, Lu Ming sensed a terrifying power emanating from the beast's palms. This was the lava colossus' final innate secret technique, Thunderous Slam. This innate secret technique could greatly amplify the lava colossus' power for a short time. A single strike from it now was powerful enough to crush an ordinary 7th grade demon beast to death. Even with Lu Ming channeling his full strength into sword transformation technique, he felt a suffocating pressure. However, the lava colossus moved too swiftly. Beyond conjuring a thin shield with his spiritual energy, Lu Ming could do nothing else. The lava colossus' blow sent Lu Ming flying backward. He slammed heavily into the mountainside at the edge of the valley. The immense force embedded him into the rock, leaving his head spinning and his soft armor shattered to pieces. After coughing up 2 mouthfuls of blood, the dizziness in Lu Ming's head finally subsided. A smirk spread across Qiu Jingchu's face. Ha! You'll be my void slave now, you little brat. Sensing Lu Ming's weakened aura, Qiu Jingchu instantly flashed toward him. By then, the weakness brought on by the earth's tremors had faded, and Lu Ming had regained his strength. Yet upon sensing Qiu Jingchu advancing alone toward him, he remained motionless, feigning utter exhaustion. As Qiu Jingchu reached out to grab him, Lu Ming's mind flashed, and the fortune light crown shot forth from his spiritual sea, striking Qiu Jingchu squarely. Ah, the Fuguang crown was, after all, a sacred artifact. Even though Lu Ming couldn't fully unleash its power now, the blow still sent blood streaming from Qiu Jingchu's head, his screams piercing the air. As the crown of auspicious light pressed down on Qiu Jingchu, it suddenly glowed with a faint white light. The light was unremarkable, lacking any peculiar fluctuations, resembling the glow from an ordinary light bulb. Yet, the moment this unremarkable white light touched Qiu Jingchu, he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. This wail was far more agonizing than when Lu Ming had scorched him with the vermilion bird sword intent earlier. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Qiu Jingchu's reaction clearly indicated that the blessing light crown was taking effect. If the void energy could be purified, Qiu Jingchu would be much easier to deal with. The lava beast seemed to be controlled by some special means employed by Qiu Jingchu. After Qiu Jingchu arrived, it remained frozen in place, showing no further movement. Qiu Jingchu's agonized screams lasted for about several dozen seconds before gradually subsiding. When the crown of auspicious light returned to Lu Ming's spiritual sea, Qiu Jingchu's skin remained purplish black, and the strange patterns still covered his body. Yet, the aura surrounding him no longer carried that earlier eerie and repulsive quality. Qiu Jingchu's eyes had become significantly clearer. He abruptly rose from the ground and looked at Lu Ming. Ha! You're not dead? This startled Lu Ming. He had assumed that since the Fuguang crown had taken effect, Qiu Jingchu was surely dead, but now it seemed that aside from his aura being less malevolent, Qiu Jingchu appeared completely unharmed. Lu Ming dared not feign any longer. He instantly shattered the stones around him, summoned the soul-devouring sword once more, and stared warily at Qiu Jingchu. Seeing Lu Ming's tense expression, Qiu Jingchu flashed a smile that seemed almost amiable. Thank you, HM? Hearing words so incongruous with Qiu Jingchu's status, Lu Ming's mind instantly filled with confusion. Qiu Jingchu explained with a smile. Thank you for helping purge the void energy from my body.
My consciousness has fully returned. Rest assured. The man standing before you now is Zhou Zhengqiu, a soldier of the Great Xia Empire, not a fallen one. I will never harm you again. The Earth's core is dangerous. Moreover, your aura and appearance differ greatly from the humans there, making you easily identifiable. This place is too perilous for you. I'll find a way to get you out shortly. A hint of regret flashed across Zhou Zhengqiu's face. I committed many wrongdoings while my consciousness was corrupted by the void energy. When you return, please convey my apologies to Changfeng. What happened back then was not his true intent, it was the Fallen One's scheme. I know this now. Tell him to relay a message to the master, warn the old man to be wary of the Great Xia Committee. Zhou Zhengqiu slammed his fist into the nearby stone wall, sending up a cloud of thick dust. He then retrieved a scroll from his storage space and tossed it to Lu Ming. Once you return, remember to deliver this to that powerful Jianshu bureau expert who was with you earlier.